Luan Zhan was flipping through the pages of the Naruto Shippuden manga for the third time. Whenever he read the night of the clan massacre, he would sigh and say, if it were me, I'd just flip the table with Konoha. 3-man Gekyo and still need to play by Konoha's rules. Are you kidding me? Is this Uchiha Itachi stupid? Konoha's leader doesn't have to be Hiruzen Sarutobi. He's nothing special. If I were there, I would. Before he could finish, he felt a sudden drowsiness and a pulling force from the book. The next moment, Luan Zhan's figure was sucked into the book, and then his home was left with only a swaying door, and the book also disappeared. Luan Zhan opened his eyes and saw and heard a commotion. Clan leader, it's time to act. We Uchiha have been loyal to Konoha, but what about Konoha? Not only did they push us out of the village's inner circle, but they also made us move to this shabby place, clearly trying to marginalize us Uchiha. That's right. Clan leader, we Uchiha have been bleeding and sacrificing. We shouldn't be treated like this. What are you arguing about? Can't you see that clan leader Fugaku is thinking? It's just a bit far to live. Why would we rebel? If Konoha wanted to marginalize us, why would they keep the Uchiha police force? I think you just want to rebel. Have you ever thought that if we fail, how will the Uchiha clan survive in Konoha? Do you want to doom the Uchiha clan? The man sitting in the main seat closed his eyes, saying nothing, listening to the escalating arguments on both sides without any intention of stopping them. Luan Zhan was bewildered, having heard so much about Uchiha, and rebellion. His mind was in chaos. Then he looked at his hand, which was wearing tactical gloves, and suddenly a large chunk of memories appeared in his mind. Uchiha Tatsu, son of Uchiha Fugaku, younger brother of Uchiha Itachi, second older brother of Uchiha Sasuke, born in the Uchiha clan leader's house, he received the highest level of education since childhood. Perhaps because of Uchiha Itachi's existence, who attracted all the clan's attention, he was completely ignored. When others saw him, they would either say, so you're the clan leader's son. You're Itachi's younger brother. They never even called him by his name, Tatsu. Living in the shadow of his father and elder brother, Uchiha Tatsu became a wallflower and gradually closed himself off. After accepting Uchiha Tatsu's memories, Luan Zhan confirmed that he had transmigrated, and the time point was the 55th year of Konoha, 10 days before the night of the clan massacre. Luan Zhan knew now it should be Uchiha Tatsu had fully understood the situation, but with his genin level strength, how could he command the people present? How could he make his father, the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku, follow his arrangements? In Fugaku's eyes, he was no match for his eldest son Itachi. Even in talent, he was a bit inferior to Sasuke. A 12-year-old ninja who hadn't even awakened the Sharingan felt a bit embarrassing. At that moment, a pleasant sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the invincible strong system. Detected that the host's ability value is too low. Now extracting SSR character card. As an invincible system, the first card cannot be too low level, so beginning the draw. Uchiha Tatsu saw that everyone around him was frozen in this moment, and a big wheel appeared in front of him, his heart pounding. Holy crap, system bro, you're here to help me, right? You can't stand this damn plot either. Please, host, spin the wheel and draw the character as soon as possible. The novice wheel reward will disappear after 10 seconds. Uchiha Tatsu immediately shut up, walked to the wheel, placed his hand on it, and gave it a hard spin. Whoosh, the wheel spun, countless names turning, and after an unknown time the pointer pointed to the 4 characters Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Tatsu was stunned. Uchiha Madara. Congratulations, host, you have drawn the Uchiha Madara foundation of Konoha template. Now merging with the host. Please keep the host awake at all times, or you will be killed on the spot. As soon as the system's mechanical voice finished, a huge surge of energy began to pour into Uchiha Tatsu's body. The deep blue chakra, like a flood beast, engulfed Uchiha Tatsu, who, wrapped in the deep blue chakra, was like a small boat on the sea. Facing this magnificent power, he felt his body was about to explode. System bro, how much longer? Isn't it done yet? Uchiha Tatsu roared in pain. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system prompt sounded. The energy in front of him disappeared, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at his arm veins bulging, he clenched his fist, and a sound of air explosion rang out. He felt that he could crush a stone with his physical strength alone. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the full strength of Uchiha Madara. Now merging Uchiha Madara's complete combat techniques for the host. As soon as the voice finished, another heart-wrenching scream rang out. Uchiha Tatsu held his head. At first his head felt swollen, then it felt like it was being pried open and stuffed with things, increasing his intracranial pressure. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system prompt sounded. Uchiha Tatsu's head symptoms eased, but the feeling of swelling remained. He shook his head. System, can't you use a painless service when merging? Uchiha Tatsu rubbed his temples, feeling extremely uncomfortable. It can, but it will take 200 days. What do you think? The system's cold voice came. Uchiha Tatsu was stunned. I'm wrong, bro, I'm wrong. Pain is okay, at least strength is most important at this time. Humph. The system's voice was smug. Now issuing a task, refute Uchiha Shursui. The author said that he is not dead at this time, don't argue. Reward will be given based on completion. Reward unknown. Failure, instant kill. The system's mechanical voice sounded again. Uchiha Tatsu's face changed. Is his system crazy? Punishment is fine, but why instant kill on failure? Damn, Uchiha Tatsu felt aggrieved, but didn't dare say it out loud. The system saw his expression change and sneered. I can hear what you're thinking in your heart. Not satisfied. No, satisfied, I'm very satisfied. System bro. Uchiha Tatsu side resigned. Well, since he came he might as well accept it. Besides, this world is much better than his own world. Time returned to normal. The clamor of the crowd resumed while Uchiha Fugaku sat calmly, as if fishing from a secure perch. The words just spoken were merely the opinions of the clan members. This was also the initial clash between the Hawk and Dove factions within the Uchiha clan. Though the skirmish was trivial, it would set the stage for the elders of both factions to assert their influence. The two factions had maintained relative peace until 6 years ago when the Ninetales rampage claimed the life of the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze during his efforts to suppress and seal the beast. The village's root ordered them to stand by and not engage in battle. Afterward, the incident of the Ninetales rampage, during which a Sharingan had been used to control the Ninetales Jinchuriki, became a point of contention. A meeting was convened, and the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, renowned as the strongest Hokage, was reinstated to the position. Meanwhile, the higher-ups debated that the Ninetales rampage was caused by the Sharingan. Some speculated that it was a scheme orchestrated by the Uchiha clan to threaten the village. Others argued that during the Ninetales rampage, every member of the Uchiha clan had remained within the clan compound, and none had ventured out, making it impossible for the Uchiha to be responsible. However, under the concerted questioning of the Hokage's advisors, Danzo Shimura Kohoruditane and Hamura Mitokado, the opposing voices fell silent. Hiruzen Sarutobi issued an order to relocate the Uchiha clan to the outskirts of the village away from the political center. Simultaneously dispatch additional Umbu operatives to monitor the Uchiha clan members. If any Uchiha is found attempting to approach the Ninetales Jinchuriki Naruto Uzumaki, execute them on the spot. This decree became known to every clan except the Uchiha themselves. Forced by circumstances, the other clans distanced themselves from the Uchiha and rarely interacted with them. The Uchiha clan was only aware of the first part, the relocation of their compound, and remained ignorant of the subsequent measures. Uchiha Sen's thoughts returned to the present. Honestly, he agreed with the Hawk faction's argument. He truly couldn't comprehend how with 3 pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan, they could ever lose a battle. Why wouldn't his own father, the cheap one, fight? Could it be that he was afraid? No, that couldn't be. How could such a person have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? Uchiha's son studied his father Uchiha Fugaku, who sat with his eyes closed feigning sleep. At that moment a ninja stood up, and immediately the others ceased their conversations. Clan leader Uchiha Shursui has some thoughts to share. Uchiha Shursui knelt on one knee, showing respect to the supreme commander of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku. Then Fugaku opened his eyes, a faint smile curving his lips. Shursui, speak freely. No need for formalities. Fugaku could sense that Shursui's chakra rivaled his own, meaning Shursui had also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Shursui supported the war faction, then his good-for-nothing eldest son, who was close to Shursui, would likely join in. With 3 Mangekyo, a mere Konoha would be nothing to fear. But the next words made his expression darken with disappointment. Clan leader Shursui believes that the 2nd Hokage's trust in our ancestor Uchiha Kagami was intended to integrate the Uchiha clan into Konoha. Later granting us the Konoha military police force was further evidence of the village's regard for the Uchiha. It is undeniable that during the Ninetales rampage the Uchiha Sharingan controlled the Ninetales. It is only natural that the village's higher-ups are wary of us. If we wish for the Uchiha to truly integrate into Konoha, I believe armed conflict is unwise. Even if we were to win, the Uchiha and the village would suffer severe losses. The Land of Fire is fertile, and the other 4 ninja villages are watching closely. Even if the Uchiha were to claim victory, how could a devastated Konoha withstand the assaults of the other 4 villages? Uchiha Shursui reasoned with solid arguments and historical references. His words brought smiles to the faces of the Dove faction members. Shursui's words strike at the heart of the matter and address the current ills. Clan leader, I believe Shursui speaks wisely. An elder of the Dove faction declared. Uchiha's son glanced over. It was Uchiha Sugi, whom he remembered as the leader of the Dove faction. The Hawk faction was left speechless, not because they agreed with Shursui, but because they lacked a powerful figure capable of matching Shursui in debate. In the Uchiha clan, might made right, and currently Shursui's status was second only to Fugaku's. Furthermore, Fugaku's son Uchiha Itachi had been swayed by Shursui's rhetoric and supported him, leaving the Hawk faction to merely shout slogans while faltering at critical moments. After hearing Shursui's words, Fugaku betrayed no emotion outwardly, but inwardly, he was deeply disappointed. 2 pairs of Mangekyo both leaned toward Konoha, leaving him feeling powerless to change the situation. Shursui wanted to preserve both the clan and the village, but had he considered that the Uchiha clan would gradually be eroded and consumed by Konoha at this rate? Already some Uchiha ninjas had been mysteriously killed by root operatives during missions, their eyes stolen. Though the number was small, it signaled that Konoha had turned its blade against them. If they remained passive, they would only be slowly annihilated. Uchiha's son suddenly stood up, his movement drawing every eye. Fugaku pulled from his thoughts, looked at San in bewilderment. Sen walked from behind Fugaku toward the Hawk faction's position. Little brother, go back. Don't cause trouble. The speaker was Uchiha Itachi, frowning at his younger brother. Sen paused, recognizing the familiar voice, and let out a cold laugh. And who might this be? Oh, my dear big brother. Sen's voice was arrogant and dismissive. Itachi, irritated, took a deep breath. Little brother, please address me as son. Instantly, Sen's chakra surged, a vast blue torrent filling the entire Uchiha clan meeting hall. The overwhelming chakra pressure whipped Fugaku's robes and hair. Shisui took half a step back, while Itachi, caught off guard, stumbled backward 7 or 8 steps. Itachi stared at his Otudo in shock. When had he become so strong? Shisui's eyes widened as he noticed the Mangekyo pattern blossoming in Sen's eye sockets. People of this era did not recognize Uchiha Madara, but if Hashirama Senju or Tobarama Senju were present, they would surely think Madara had been resurrected. Any objections, big brother? With that, Sun strode to the head of the Hawk faction seats and eyed their current leader. The Hawk faction leader froze, then his face lit up with ecstasy. He yielded the chief seat and stood behind as the most loyal guard. Uchiha Zhan sat in the main seat of the Hawk faction, looking at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui with disdain. What you just said is pure bullshit. Uchiha Zhan took a moment to prepare himself, but before he could begin, the Uchiha Hawk faction cut in directly. Bullshit. Bullshit. The corner of Uchiha Zhan's mouth twitched, and he felt a little embarrassed. Still, he straightened his expression and said, Uchiha Shisui, how much do you really know about the feuds and entanglements of the Warring States period? Or did you learn it all from Konoha's books? Don't tell me you don't know that history is written by the victors. Or do you actually dream that under the leadership of the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, the Uchiha can integrate into Konoha? Let me tell you the truth, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, is a glory-seeking piece of trash. His mouth is full of false slogans of benevolence and righteousness. He hasn't accomplished a single real thing, and he's a good-for-nothing whose debts always come due. Sure, he fought well in the Second War when he was young. But then what? He won and still paid reparations to Sunagakure, damn it. Tell me, is his head filled with shit? Uchiha Zhan slammed the table. Uchiha Shisui was taken aback, then his mind raced. Uchiha Itachi grew anxious. Second brother, you are not allowed to be disrespectful to Lord Hokage. At this, Uchiha Itachi, brainwashed and crippled by the will of fire, spoke up. Instantly, nearly 100 pairs of sick red eyes fixed on him. How many times have I told you to call me Zhan? Uchiha Zhan swung a table and hurled it at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi's pupils contracted. He drew his blade and slashed. The table split in two. Yet his hand trembled slightly, and he was shocked by Zhan's strength. What immense strength! Uchiha Itachi thought. Uchiha Shisui, however, spoke up. Zhan, I believe this was only to demonstrate Konoha's magnanimity as a great nation. A barren place like Sunagakure simply has no stable economic income. I think the Hokage's desire to appease Sunagakure was out of consideration for the current situation. After saying this, his gaze stayed fixed on Uchiha Zhan without moving. From the earlier clash of chakra, he could sense that Zhan's strength was not to be underestimated, perhaps even greater than his own. Thus, when faced with the opinion of a strong person, Shisui was still willing to listen and debate. Screw the situation. Does Hiruzen Sarutobi even have a sense of the situation? Using Konoha's money to appease Sunagakure, he's out of his mind. Everyone gave their people and labor, suffering countless casualties. Yet he, goddamn it, as the Hokage, demands no compensation and instead appeases them. That's even worse than a 6-year-old child. Even a child knows to hit back and demand compensation when beaten. Zhan's words were crude, but every word hit the mark, leaving Shisui bewildered. It seemed that what Zhan said made more sense. Once a person is taught to think from another's perspective, they discover many problems. This was exactly the case with Shisui at that moment. It's just that you, brother Shisui, are too naive. You believe whatever others say. Do you know why Senior Uchiha Kagami died? Uchiha Zhan said calmly. Shisui's pupils contracted. Kagami was his grandfather, a blood relative. At the time, Konoha had declared that he encountered a powerful enemy and died in the line of duty. But now, judging by Zhan's words, it seemed that was not the case at all. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Zhan, what exactly are you trying to say? On the surface, he was scolding Zhan, but in reality, he was protecting him. Because some of the Dove faction elders already had anger on their faces. The pro-Konoha elders could not bear to hear Zhan slander the great third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, whom they revered in their hearts. Old man, you're the biggest problem here. I'm telling you, once I've finished speaking, I'll deal with you next. Uchiha Zhan tilted his head and pointed at Uchiha Fugaku. The corner of Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched. What problem could I possibly have? And what are you trying to do, you unfilial son? Stage a rebellion. Besides, your elder brother is ahead of you. How is it your turn? If Uchiha Zhan knew what Uchiha Fugaku was thinking, he would laugh and point at Uchiha Itachi. Big brother, rain or shine, I'll be waiting for you at Naka Shrine. Whoever wins becomes the clan leader. Whoever loses becomes the traitor. Back to the main topic. Uchiha Zhan rose and walked over to Uchiha Shisui, looking down at him from above. Having fused with the power of Uchiha Madara, the founder of Konoha, his stature had grown considerably taller. As he stared at Uchiha Shisui, Shisui broke into a cold sweat. What? Why did he feel that the oppressive aura of a superior radiating from Zhan was stronger than the clan leaders? No, even stronger than the third Hokages. Were it not for the Mangekyo Sharingan he had awakened at this moment, he would probably have been unable to resist kneeling. Brother Shisui, your grandfather's eyes were gouged out by Danzo Shimura. The mission back then was also carried out by him in collusion with Tsunagakure. Otherwise, why would Danzo always cover his right eye? Think about it. Wasn't Senior Kagami's left eye destroyed by his own hand and his right eye empty? Zhan's words sent Shisui staggering backward. He looked at Zhan in disbelief, muttering, "No, impossible, impossible." Zhan's words shattered his worldview. He had never imagined that the dignified, solemn Danzo-sama, who willingly hid himself underground to become the root of Konoha, was actually a sinister villain who had schemed to seize his comrade's bloodline limit and allied with foreign enemies. Second brother, that's enough. Do you know what kind of crime it is to casually slander the Hokage's aide of Konoha? Uchiha Itachi glared. Uchiha Zhan clicked his tongue. He extended his hand toward Uchiha Itachi, and a ghostly blue skeleton materialized out of thin air, shooting toward Itachi with lightning speed. Itachi, too slow to react, was caught by the blue skeleton. How many times have I told you? Call me Zhan. Can't you understand human speech? And I'm telling you, Uchiha Itachi, when I'm speaking, don't you dare interrupt. A political novice like you. What the hell do you know? Uchiha Zhan said coldly. Itachi seized before he could react, couldn't even use the substitution jutsu, and could only rage helplessly. At this sight, all the Uchiha clansmen drew in a sharp breath. This Uchiha, one of the top 3 powerhouses of the clan, had actually been dealt with by an unknown small fry. No, that's not right. He was merely modest and skilled at hiding his strength. He was no small fry. Can't you see the Mangekyo Sharingan, and this Susanoo? So powerful, so magnificent. Uchiha Fugaku, however, grew anxious. Although his own son had a rebellious streak, he did not deserve death. So he spoke up, "Enough. Zhan, Itachi is your brother after all. Are you trying to kill him?" Zhan's whole body trembled. At last he let out a sigh and slowly released his grip. Itachi caught his breath. Just as he was also about to activate Susanoo, Uchiha Shisui shot him a glare. Little did they know that all their little moves were seen clearly by Uchiha Zhan. Itachi Uchiha realized his indiscretion, and under Shisui Uchiha's gaze of restraint, he chose to swallow his pride and stand silently aside. At this moment, the Hawk faction was already boiling with excitement. Our leader has taken the first blood. Zhan Uchiha, however, paid no heed to their thoughts and continued smiling at Shisui Uchiha. I know you find it hard to believe. Actually, you can tell the Hyuga clan about Grandpa Jing's chakra nature and color. Let them take a peek at Danzo Shimura, and you'll know the truth. Shisui Uchiha, though not agreeing with Zhan Uchiha's baseless speculation, nevertheless kept the method in his heart. He remembered his grandfather's chakra until death, warm, green, and full of vitality. People are like this. Sometimes when too many coincidences pile up, they cannot help but suspect. Coupled with Zhan Uchiha's resolute words, his suspicion deepened. By the way, the main point you just raised is that the second Hokage wanted us Uchiha to integrate into Konoha while also giving our clan the police force, right? Zhan Uchiha returned to his seat. His subordinates immediately brought another table and placed it before him, their eyes burning with fervor. Zhan Uchiha put his legs up on the table, clasped his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and looked at Shisui Uchiha. Shisui Uchiha nodded. I wonder what is your insight? His expression was serious. Although he was close to Konoha, he was not a fool. He could think for himself. Zhan Uchiha sneered. Then let me ask you, what does the Konoha police force do? Investigate, arrest, interrogate. Shisui Uchiha replied immediately. Do you think that's great? Maintaining the safety and stability of Konoha. Zhan Uchiha's eyes narrowed. Shisui Uchiha nodded, thinking that Zhan Uchiha still had some common sense. A few cold chuckles were his response. Haha, and then. The police force consists only of the Uchiha clan. This is alienating the masses. After the police force handles disputes, its impartiality is questioned. Even any Tom, Dick, or Harry can turn around and accuse us of excessive force. But is it true? No. Yet others don't see it that way. This breeds neglect and suspicion. Finally, why did he give such a powerful department to the Uchiha and not to anyone else? Why? Shisui Uchiha was taken aback. He had a premonition that Zhan Uchiha's next words would be extremely rebellious, even overturning his worldview. Because the Uchiha nature is too arrogant. Everyone is immersed in the glory of the warring states, too proud to explain when questioned, and silently bearing grievances. They think it's cool. But don't forget, how was the glory of the warring states earned? It was damn well earned by Madara Uchiha punch by punch. Not for you to endure humiliation here, craning your necks, and thinking yourself superior, alienated from the masses. With that, Zhan Uchiha kicked the table flying. The table shot straight towards Sogi Uchiha, whose face turned pale. Now old and frail, he couldn't react in time. But Shisui Uchiha formed hand seals. Phantom Shunshin technique activated. He teleported in front of the Dove faction leader. Sogi Uchiha drew a kunai and sliced the table in two. Zhan, what are you doing? If it's a debate, then debate. Why resort to violence? Shisui Uchiha frowned, sensing that Zhan Uchiha's emotions were somewhat manic. Zhan Uchiha sneered. He pisses me off. Got a problem. Sogi Uchiha's face was ashen. He sat down on the ground with a thud. Many from the Dove faction came to help him up. After he recovered, he looked at Zhan Uchiha, then at Fugaku Uchiha. Clan leader Zhan Uchiha arbitrarily attacks clan members. His violent nature. I suggest revoking his eligibility to participate in the meeting, Sogi Uchiha said coldly. Fugaku Uchiha barely had time to think before the Hawk faction erupted. Fuck you, Sogi. So what if we hit you? I tell you I fucking want to kill you. You ungrateful bastard. The clan raised you, and you're thinking about the village. Everything you eat, wear, and use, wasn't it all provided by the Uchiha clan? If you're so capable, gouge out your own eyes and go follow Konoha's higher-ups. Go ahead. Is Zhan Uchiha wrong? Did the Uchiha glory come from your Dove faction's constant retreats? Wasn't it all won through fighting? Although the Hawk faction was hot-tempered, they were entirely driven by clan interests and united. If Zhan Uchiha had been wrong, that would be one thing, but now he was right. Back off. No way. Not convinced. Then fight. Sogi's face turned pale. He hadn't expected the Hawk faction to be so crazy. He looked at the Dove faction, whose members frowned and showed displeasure, yet none of them argued back. He gritted his teeth. He not only felt that the Hawk faction was a bunch of madmen, but also that the Dove faction were all cowards. Of course, he didn't consider himself a coward because people are unable to recognize their own mistakes. Fugaku Uchiha's lips curled upward, but he put on a serious expression. All right, stop arguing. Let's continue hearing Zhan's analysis. Zhan Uchiha glanced at Fugaku Uchiha, who was looking back at him with eyes sparkling. Zhan Uchiha's lips curled. Shursue, think about it. Isn't the second Hokage's intention to trap the Uchiha clan in a vicious cycle? A cycle of alienation from the masses, the villagers, and a loss of popular support. As the saying goes, share meat and share wealth. The police force is a juicy piece of fat. If only our clan enjoys it, won't others become jealous? Won't they envy us? Have you considered all this? Zhan Uchiha looked at Shursue Uchiha, who was already under pressure, starting to sweat profusely. He had originally thought that the second Hokage was promoting the Uchiha, but now he only felt that the second Hokage was a petty man, a despicable villain. Shursue Uchiha opened his mouth, feeling his throat dry. At this moment he could not utter a single word. Itachi Uchiha, however, said coldly, all this is nothing but your speculation. Everyone knows that the second Hokage was impartial and selfless. He gave the position of Hokage to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, not even to his own Senju clan. Are you out of your mind? The next generation of the Senju clan, Nawaki Senju and Tsunade Senju, were only 7 or 8 years old at the time. Would you let a 7 or 8-year-old child be the supreme leader? Besides, how do you know that Tobarama Senju was fair and without selfish motives? What? Did you ask him yourself? It's all hearsay. Can't you have your own judgment? My foolish Oni-chan. Zhan Uchiha sighed, holding his forehead. You. Itachi Uchiha's eyes blazed as he stared at his younger brother. Itachi. Shursue Uchiha spoke. Itachi Uchiha immediately became obedient and stopped talking. Uchiha Zhan glanced over, his mouth twitching. He had long suspected that Shursue and Itachi had an affair. Could the apocryphal history be true? He couldn't help but recall the doujinshi where Shursue pinned Itachi against the wall, and he shuddered. Uchiha Shursue suddenly felt a chill, but now was not the time to think about such things. He looked at Uchiha Zhan and asked, well, assuming you're right, how do you explain the Nine Tails incident? I think your mind is also clouded. At that time, where were our Uchiha clan members? They were in the clan compound, including the clan leader. So what the hell does the Nine Tails incident have to do with our Uchiha clan members in the Konoha compound? They don't think about who is actually outside the village, yet they suspect their own people. Is it out of fear of our strength, or is there some ulterior motive? You don't think about that. Instead, you think we should just endure the grievance and let it pass. Why should we endure such grievances? The Nine Tails incident. Konoha didn't allow us to help, and in the end they moved our clan out of the political center, marginalizing the Uchiha. I ask you why. Ask every Uchiha present, not just the Hawks. Ask the Doves. Are they willing? Don't they feel even a little bit of disappointment toward Konoha's actions? Uchiha Zhan's words were extremely persuasive. The Hawks' eyes were now blazing with fury. Uchiha Zhan had been fully embraced as their leader. Even if Zhan overturned the table and forced Uchiha Fugaku to step down, they would all draw their swords at once. Over the years, the Hawks had suffered too much, not only ostracized by Konoha, but also marginalized by their own people. Wasn't it all for the Uchiha clan? Now a leader had emerged, one with Mangekyo Sharingan ambition and strength. How could they not support him? As for the Doves, they lowered their heads. Though they were members of the Dove faction who couldn't think, who had no brain, even though they hypnotized themselves into believing the village's suspicions were reasonable and lawful. All for the sake of Konoha, yet when their children were isolated by classmates at the ninja academy, wouldn't their hearts ache? When they walked the streets to carry out missions, or even buy groceries, people would gossip about them because of the Uchiha label. Wouldn't they feel bitter? At this moment, Uchiha Zhan's words awakened the wounds they had refused to open and evoked the humiliating memories they had been deceiving themselves about. Many Doves lifted their heads again, their eyes resolute. With a deep breath, the first one strode toward the Hawk faction. After reaching the Hawk ranks, he turned to face Uchiha Zhan. Chief, my apologies. Lord Zhan is right. I don't want to live like this anymore. Saying this, he stripped off his clothes, revealing a body covered in scars, one gash running from his left shoulder all the way to his navel. My name is Uchiha Itachi. I'm a Jonin. As you can see, all these scars were earned while carrying out Konoha's missions and during the Third Great Ninja War. I love Konoha, but I love the Uchiha even more. I know that everything I did was to ensure that my child would never again have to participate in war and would never have to struggle so desperately to survive. But what did I get in return? In the village, villagers ostracize us. My child is isolated by his peers. I told myself it was all for Konoha, but why the hell should it be like this? Why should our children receive unequal treatment? Just because my surname is Uchiha. What's wrong with being Uchiha? When Konoha was founded, without the Uchiha, could Senju Hashirama alone have united so many clans? We are a clan of heroes, not criminals. So from today onward, I quit the Dove faction. He tore off his Dove armband and threw it to the ground. Uchiha Ying's action immediately resonated with many. The Hawk's eyes reddened and they clenched their teeth. One by one, the Doves walked toward the Hawk faction. Soon only 3 people remained in the Dove faction: Uchiha Zhan, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi. Behind Uchiha Zhan stood the entire Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zhan lowered his head. He knew that from this day forward the Dove faction had ceased to exist. Uchiha Shisui was shaken. For the first time in his life, he had witnessed the unity of the Uchiha. Moreover, Uchiha Ying's performance and words kept echoing in his mind. Uchiha Shisui asked himself, was I really right? Should the Uchiha clan really be treated that way? Aren't we a clan of heroes? At this moment, the balance in his heart began to tilt from the village toward his clan. Uchiha Zhan walked up to him. Shisui, before you are a villager, don't forget your surname. You are an Uchiha, one of the 2 great clans that founded Konoha, Senju and Uchiha. I think Lord Kagami wanted the Uchiha to integrate into Konoha, but not in such a groveling manner. The position of Hokage should have belonged to our Uchiha clan. Uchiha Zhan now bared his fangs. Uchiha Shisui was stunned. He was unsure of his grandfather's intentions, but he was now tempted. Perhaps the Uchiha should not have to live this way. Uchiha Itachi spoke up. Shisui, don't forget. We are the Uchiha of Konoha. His words instantly provoked public outrage. Uchiha Shisui also snapped back to reality. He looked at Uchiha Zhan seriously and said, Zhan, I will consider your words, but only after I have investigated the truth of my grandfather's death. Uchiha Zhan understood. He first sneered at Uchiha Itachi, then extended his hand to Shisui. I will go with you. Because Danzo, though not strong in combat, is 10 times more cunning than you. Even 10 of you couldn't match him. Uchiha Shisui nodded. All right. Uchiha Itachi could only sigh. As for whether he would report them, with Shisui involved and their plan to target Shimura, Danzo, Itachi, and Shisui's bond was too deep for him to do such a thing. Shisui was wavering, so Itachi naturally wouldn't act. But if the Uchiha truly rebelled, Itachi would definitely inform Sarutobi Hiruzen. In Itachi's mind, the village took precedence over the Uchiha clan's personal interests. The Uchiha could be annihilated, but the village must never be harmed. If Uchiha Fugaku knew of Itachi's thoughts, would he kill him on the spot? Oh, probably not. Because in the original timeline, Fugaku didn't even resist. He didn't even put up a pretense before being cut down by his own beloved son. Uchiha Zhan saw that things were developing for the better and let out a sigh of relief. Uchiha Fugaku rose. Then let's wait for Shisui. A day or 2 won't make a difference. Everyone keep training. Don't slack off. After saying this, he walked toward the door. At the threshold, he paused. Zhan, come to my room later. And so 10 days before the night of the massacre, the ninja of the Uchiha clan came to a hasty conclusion regarding whether the clan should launch an armed seizure of power against Konoha. Nevertheless, there was one silver lining. 6 years after the Nine-Tails attack, the Uchiha clan had once again united, save for a few individuals who stood apart. Uchiha Sugi, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi. After the meeting concluded, although Chief Uchiha Fugaku departed first, none of the Uchiha ninja present moved. Their gazes turned toward Uchiha Tatakai. Uchiha Fugaku paused mid-step. He turned his head to look at his clan members with a complex expression, then cast a deeply meaningful glance at Uchiha Tatakai. Uchiha Tatakai cleared his throat. The hour grows late. Return to rest, everyone. I, Uchiha Tatakai, pledge that my attitude toward Konoha's higher-ups will never bow, never compromise, never submit. Yes. With that, the ninja blurred into shadows and vanished from the clan assembly hall. Uchiha Fugaku also turned and left his figure carrying a trace of desolation. This left Uchiha Tatakai hesitating, though he dared not show weakness now. For still present were Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Sugi. Uchiha Tatakai watched them with amusement. What? You're not leaving? He turned his long hair, fluttering a teasing smirk on his face, as if those 3 were nothing more than ants in his eyes. Tatakai, when did you grow so powerful? Uchiha Shisui asked, puzzled. When he dated Itachi, Shisui had visited Fugaku's home often enough. He had also crossed paths with Tatakai many times. At the Fugaku residence, Tatakai was like an invisible presence, nervously nodding and bowing whenever someone greeted him. Who would have thought Shursui had misjudged him so completely? His chakra must exceed even the Hokage's. Just now, Tatakai smiled. Shursui's mouth twitched. You expect me to believe that? Still, it was his secret, so he kept his peace. Only Itachi frowned a hint of anger in his eyes. Tatakai, if you don't wish to say it, then don't. Why tease Shursui? Whatever you say goes, Tatakai shrugged. Truth be told, he didn't believe it himself, but there was nothing he could do about it. Itachi's veins bulged. He intended to educate his younger brother to teach him what attitude one should show toward an elder sibling. This time Shursui did not stop Itachi, for he too was curious about the realm Tatakai had reached. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the mission. Refute Uchiha Shursui. Grade SSS. Reward skill body of unyielding incomplete form. Each strike absorbed reduces incoming damage by 10 up to a maximum of 100. Because of his fear of death, the system rewarded him with a damage reduction skill. Tatakai's eyes lit up. A conceptual divine skill. A smile curled his lips as he thought of a way to exploit it. Thus he raised his middle finger at Itachi. Itachi froze, unsure of the gesture's meaning, though he could tell it was hardly a sign of goodwill. Tatakai, I challenge you. Itachi's eyes turned cold as he prepared hand signs. But Tatakai waved his hand dismissively, sparking contempt and disdain in Itachi's eyes. So he was merely an empty show, afraid to fight for real. Shursui, however, sensed this was not so simple. He quietly observed Tatakai's next move. Itachi, I think we should move to the training ground rather than here. Don't you agree? After all, this is where the clan holds its meetings. Damaging it would not be ideal. Tatakai said calmly. Itachi paused, realizing it was reasonable, and nodded. In that case, I await you at training ground now. 7. With that, his figure vanished into thin air, dispersing into a flock of crows. If Tatakai possessed only Chunin-level strength, he might have been startled by this technique. But after merging with the Uchiha Madara founding of Konoha template, this so-called crow clone technique was to him nothing more than a trivial trick. Once chakra reached a certain threshold, and one possessed a powerful Mangekyo Sharingan, one could see through the fundamental nature of all jutsu. Shursui had not left. He continued watching Tatakai, who gave him a thumbs up. In the blink of an eye, Tatakai vanished. Shursui's face paled. In just a single moment, Tatakai had disappeared from his sight. But he quickly recovered. Knowing the final destination, he activated his phantom flash step and rushed toward training ground no. 7. Upon arriving, Itachi smiled slightly. Shursui, will you be the referee? Shursui looked at Tatakai and nodded. Fine. He then turned to Tatakai. Tatakai, rest assured. I will supervise this battle with complete fairness, gambling upon the honor of the Uchiha clan. Tatakai nodded. If Shursui was willing to stake the Uchiha clan's honor upon it, then his commitment to justice was beyond question. Seeing Tatakai nod, Shursui raised his hand. 3, 2, 1, begin. Tatakai's lips curled upward, and he slapped his own chest 10 times. Thump, thump, thump. Itachi was puzzled. Was his younger brother mentally deficient? Why strike himself 10 times at the start? Ding. Damage reduction 10, 20, 30. 100. The system prompt sounded and Tatakai's lips curved further. Now then, I am prepared. Let us fight. Itachi may not have understood what Tatakai was doing, but for a ninja, striking first was the advantage. Itachi drew his long blade and pointed it at Tatakai. You foolish little brother, today, I will make you understand. Even with the Mangekyo awakened, relying solely on dojutsu cannot match a battle-hardened ninja. With that, he lunged forward, closing the distance, raised his katana, and slashed at Tatakai. Tatakai neither dodged nor retreated, standing firm. Itachi's pupils contracted. He immediately reined in his force, but it was too late, stopping only halfway. The katana headed straight for Tatakai's shoulder. Damn it, are you insane? Move. Itachi roared. Though he wanted to teach his younger brother a lesson, he never intended to kill him. Tatakai smiled, watching Itachi. Itachi's pupils contracted again as the long blade struck Tatakai's shoulder, producing a metallic ring. Sparks flew in all directions. Uchiha Itachi swung his blade at Uchiha Zhan. Though he had held back most of his strength, he still could not prevent the tachi in his hand from falling. His blade struck Uchiha Zhan's body. Instead of the expected sound of flesh being sliced by a sharp edge, what came was a metallic clang. Clang. Sparks flew everywhere. Uchiha Itachi's pupils constricted. He couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at the younger brother before him. Was this still the same coward who used to cry secretly and hide whenever he was bullied? Moreover, how had he trained his body to be impervious to blades? Itachi, did you skip breakfast? Did your wife teach you how to use that sword? Tisk, so soft and weak. Uchiha Zhan's voice reached Uchiha Itachi's ears. At that moment, both Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui were stunned. Only Uchiha Zhan felt a surge of joy in his heart. Sure enough, hitting himself 10 times also counted. Ding, warning, warning. Detected the host exploiting a loophole. Detected the host exploiting a loophole. After this battle, the system will modify the setting of the indomitable body, correcting the loophole that counts self-inflicted attacks as valid. Uchiha Zhan's face immediately fell. Damn system, it was a bug, you didn't even notice yourself. What's wrong with me using it? And you're depriving your host of his imagination. System. After the bug is fixed, the host will be compensated with the Uchiha Flame Fan. The system's voice made Uchiha Zhan's eyes light up. The flame fan was good. The flame fan was good. However, Uchiha Itachi was not provoked by this remark. Instead, he withdrew his tachi and created distance. In a combat state, his intelligence soared to an astonishing degree. That previous strike was merely a probing attack. Now the results were clear. This Uchiha Zhan possessed an extremely high physical constitution, even impervious to blades. Facing such an opponent, Itachi clearly understood that taijutsu was completely useless now. Or rather, his taijutsu was insufficient to pose any threat to Uchiha Zhan's body. There had been similar situations before, but in the end victory would always be his. Fire-style fireball jutsu. Uchiha Itachi formed hand seals, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. After forming the seals, he leaned his head back habitually and took a deep breath. Finally, he exhaled, and a massive fireball shot out from his mouth. In the pitch-black night, it illuminated the three faces like a beacon, revealing their expressions. Shursui worried, Itachi serious, Zhan sneering. The fireball jutsu rushed toward Uchiha Zhan, stirring the air currents. Uchiha Zhan's long hair began to flutter, blown by the heat wave. Fire-style phoenix flower jutsu. Uchiha Zhan leaped 4 meters into the air. While airborne, he quickly formed hand seals, tiger, rat, ox, hare, tiger. His hand seal speed was far faster than Uchiha Itachi's. In a single motion, he spat out 5 fireballs from his mouth, charging toward Uchiha Itachi and his fireball jutsu. Uchiha Itachi's expression changed, for even the smallest of those 5 fireballs was equal in size to his own fireball jutsu. Moreover, when he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could see the molten lava dancing within the fireball surfaces. Uchiha Itachi's fireball jutsu collided with the first fireball of Uchiha Zhan's phoenix flower jutsu. Boom. The two clashed violently and dissipated in the air. Uchiha Itachi immediately stopped chakra input. The fireball was gone, and what was there to spew fire at? Uchiha Itachi gazed at the 4 giant phoenix fireballs in the sky that cut off his escape routes, his face solemn. But the phoenix fireballs did not wait for him. They plunged directly toward him and behind him. Uchiha Itachi gritted his teeth. It seemed he had no choice but to use that technique. Then his eyes turned resolute. A surge of red chakra erupted from his body, spreading outward, and a crimson Susanu's skeletal frame enveloped him. Susanu. Uchiha Itachi's left eye bled. Boom, 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 boom. The fireballs produced by Uchiha Zhan's phoenix fire jutsu rained down on Uchiha Itachi, who instantly activated Susanu. Uchiha Itachi clenched his teeth, enduring Uchiha Zhan's ninjutsu. Although Susanu blocked the assault, it caused him to break out in cold sweat, and a metallic sweetness rose in his throat. He swallowed it back. After the dust settled, Uchiha Itachi's figure slowly emerged, a red skeletal frame surrounding his entire body. It exuded a terrifying aura, and Uchiha Itachi's eyes had now transformed into the Mangekyo pattern, staring fixedly at Uchiha Zhan. After confirming that Uchiha Zhan had no intention of continuing the attack, he withdrew Susanu and closed his left eye. Instantly, a burning pain and soreness caused his whole body to tremble. But how could his subtle movement escape Uchiha Zhan's notice? Uchiha Zhan felt somewhat speechless. This guy really was one to suffer for the sake of saving face. Itachi, let's stop here. You've lost. Uchiha Shursui appeared in front of Uchiha Itachi with a body flicker. Uchiha Itachi wanted to refuse, but the fireball, just now like a small sun, left him speechless. He looked at his younger brother with a complicated expression. In Uchiha Shursui's view, this battle was merely a sparring match between the geniuses of the Uchiha clan, not warranting the use of Mangekyo's offensive abilities. Moreover, Uchiha Shursui admitted that his own proficiency in both ninjutsu and taijutsu was inferior to Uchiha Zhan's. Not fighting anymore. Uchiha Zhan laughed, feeling that he hadn't even warmed up yet. Uchiha Shursui nodded. You've won this battle. Even if I were to face you, I wouldn't fare much better than Itachi in ninjutsu and taijutsu. In fact, I can say that your strength now makes you the strongest in the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shursui looked at Uchiha Zhan with a complex expression. Uchiha Zhan shook his head. First or not, it doesn't matter. What matters is to conserve our strength. Tomorrow, brother Shursui, you still need to report to Danzo. He turned to leave, but suddenly paused. He spoke a sentence loud enough for all three to hear. Then, ignoring the reactions of Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi, he headed home. In his memory, only his mother Uchiha Mikoto never considered him a burden and would cook different delicious meals every day to cheer him up. Oh right, and his foolish little brother Uchiha Sasuke. Most of Uchiha Sasuke's ninjutsu were taught by Uchiha Zhan personally. Because Uchiha Itachi was often on missions in the Umbu, his days off in a year could be counted on both hands. He simply had no time to play ninja games with his younger brother. Coupled with his double agent missions, it made him even more troubled. Therefore, Uchiha Zhan, the idle one at home, took on the responsibility of teaching his younger brother. At that moment, a mechanical voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Uchiha Itachi in the spar, crushing the arrogance in his heart and leaving an impression on him. Reward: Uchiha Flame Fan 1, a set of Warring States red armor. Keep up the good work. Uchiha Tataka's expression brightened. Brother system, what about my reward? Ding! It has been stored in the system space. Upon those words, an electronic panel materialized before him with a clear digit reading 7,600 in the lower left corner. Uchiha Tataka nodded, quite satisfied. A 600 grid backpack was no small thing. Just then a voice rang out, "Tataka, you're back." The voice carried a solemn gravity that promptly dampened Uchiha Tataka's mood. Sensing his emotional turbulence, the system quietly shut down the interface. Meanwhile, Uchiha Tataka's vision returned to normal. In one glance, he saw Uchiha Fugaku standing with arms crossed regarding him, with that trademark ice-cold expression, lips pressed thin. "What is it, father?" Uchiha Tataka maintained his composure, neither deferential nor defiant. A faint smile touched Uchiha Fugaku's lips. "Eat first. Your mother and Sasuke are waiting for you." Upon hearing that both his mother and younger brother awaited his return, Uchiha Tataka's eyes twitched, and a wave of warmth surged through him. However, as an Uchiha, ever the proud and reserved one, he would never voice such feelings outright. He simply nodded and murmured in acknowledgement. Uchiha Fugaku took a step ahead, with Uchiha Tataka following in his wake. Whether by design or chance, Uchiha Tataka couldn't shake the feeling that the distance between them was steadily closing. It wasn't until the two walked shoulder to shoulder that Uchiha Fugaku spoke. "What are your plans?" "We'll eat first, and discuss it after," Uchiha Tataka replied. All he cared about at that moment was his mother and his younger brother. As the two reached the doorway to the living room, a voice drifted out from within as Tataka returned. A magnetic, deeply maternal voice answered, and almost immediately the door was pushed open. Uchiha Makoto stood there beaming at the two of them. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up as he stepped forward, but Uchiha Makoto swept past him and made straight for her son, Uchiha Tataka. She already knew. Today's clan meeting had witnessed her second son outshine everyone and unite the entire Uchiha clan. She felt an overwhelming sense of pride for Uchiha Tataka, yet beneath it lay a tender worry. Had he endured untold hardships to achieve such strength? In Uchiha Makoto's heart, the Leaf Village and its ambitions meant nothing. All she desired was for her son to grow up healthy and happy. Whether it led to rebellion or a quiet life at the fringe, she was simply a woman with no grand designs. "Mother." Uchiha Tataka began, his eyes welling with tears. It was his body's deepest reaction, and perhaps for the first time since that chaotic battle, the dual presence of his mother, in this moment, overwhelmed him to the point of weeping. Uchiha Makoto staggered, tears spilling from her own eyes unbidden. She pulled him into a tight embrace and wept aloud. "My dear boy, have you suffered some wrong? Tell mother about it." Uchiha Tataka shook his head. "And no." He sniffled, then managed a smile. "Mother, I've missed you so much." Uchiha Makoto's gaze softened, and she gently stroked his hair. "Foolish child, mother is right here at home. Whenever you miss me, simply come back and see me." Witnessing Uchiha Makoto's words, a trace of warmth surfaced in Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, and even Uchiha Tataka seemed somewhat more tolerable to him. Yet hearing those same words sent a jolt through Uchiha Tataka. Calculating in his mind, he realized, with horror, that the night of massacre was merely 10 days away. No, today was already over. Only 9 days remained. Wrapped in the warmth of his mother's embrace, a fierce madness burned within his eyes. He would absolutely not permit anyone to destroy his family, not under any circumstances. Not even his own elder brother. If they stood against him, he would slaughter them without hesitation. Let his mother punish him afterward if she must, he would gladly offer his life in repayment. But he would never ever allow his mother to face the slightest danger. Absolutely not. Uchiha Makoto suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, an inexplicable coldness washing over her. She turned to look at Uchiha Tataka, who immediately suppressed his aura and replaced it with a bright smile. "Mother, I'm starving. What are we having tonight?" he pleaded coquettishly. Uchiha Makoto's lips curved upward, and she tapped his nose affectionately. "Silly, it's just ordinary food. Salmon, sushi, hand rolls, caviar." Uchiha Tataka's mouth watered at the mention. He had always adored seafood, but since that unfortunate nation began discharging nuclear wastewater, he had been deprived of it entirely. Now in this world, he could indulge freely. Yes, mother, let's go eat quickly." With that, Uchiha Tataka tugged at Uchiha Makoto's arm, urging her onward. Uchiha Makoto laughed warmly, and took her son's hand, leading him inside. Uchiha Fugaku hurried to follow, but just then came a loud thud. The door had shut firmly in his face. Uchiha Fugaku. That was his wife's punishment for him. Their son had endured hardships, and this father hadn't even noticed or cared. Uchiha Makoto cared not a whit for Uchiha Tataka's talents or background. All that mattered to her was that he was her child, born of 10 months of pregnancy and immense suffering. A warmth filled Uchiha Tataka's heart as he understood. His mother was righting a wrong for him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke lay curled up at the dining table, drooling in his sleep, too tempted by the food, but still faithfully waiting for his elder brother. This sight warmed Uchiha Tataka's heart. He approached Uchiha Sasuke and gently flicked him on the forehead. Bonk. Uchiha Sasuke winced in pain and let out an oof. He raised his head, ready to scold the culprit, only to freeze upon seeing Uchiha Tataka. Immediately, he fell silent and held out his arms for a hug. "Second brother, carry me." Uchiha Sasuke grinned innocently. At 7 years old, he was still at that wonderfully naive and carefree age. With his talent and noble background, he could live out a blissful life from beginning to end. It was truly a pity that an abomination would one day ruin everything. Uchiha Tataka sighed inwardly and scooped Uchiha Sasuke into his arms. Sasuke, have you missed your big brother? Just then Uchiha Fugaku entered the room. Uchiha Sasuke had been about to eagerly declare that he had missed his brother, but upon catching sight of his father's ice-cold expression, he timidly stammered, Sasuke is a big boy now. And no, not miss. Uchiha Tataka frowned. Glancing back, he saw Uchiha Fugaku walking in. Previously he had paid it no mind, but now witnessing how frightened Uchiha Sasuke had become, it ignited a furious blaze within him. The protective instincts of an elder brother flared to life. His eyes instantly transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he fixed Uchiha Fugaku with a piercing glare. Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him. So this was the terrifying aura that came from being stared down by Uchiha Tataka. It was no wonder the clan elders had suffered so grievously during today's assembly. Father, I suggest you rein in that patriarchal arrogance of yours. Sasuke is still a child. I will not tolerate someone's influence casting a shadow over his childhood, turning him timid and afraid. Uchiha Tataka spoke in a cold, unwavering tone. Uchiha Zhan's words incessantly provoked Fuyue's nerve-stirring dissatisfaction in the patriarch who had grown accustomed to ruling the household with an iron fist for years. Zhan, is this how you address your father? Have you learned nothing of noble etiquette? Uchiha Fuyue said coldly. Fuyue. Uchiha Meichin scolded, and Uchiha Fuyue's eyelids twitched as he restrained himself considerably. Uchiha Zhan wanted to lash out, but his mother's gaze upon him made him hold back. In the end he sat down on the floor and said to Uchiha Sasuke, Sasuke, from now on no one is allowed to bully you. Not your elder brother, not your father. If anyone dares to bully you, tell your second brother, and he will make them pay. Uchiha Zhan said the words laden with implication. Ostensibly spoken to Sasuke, the remark was actually aimed at Uchiha Fuyue, who was well aware of this and felt a pang of disappointment. He had failed as a clan leader, failed as a father. What a miserable life. Uchiha Meichin patted Uchiha Zhan's head. What are you saying? Zhan, who would bully Sasuke? Eat dear. She was at a loss. The former Zhan had been relatively docile, never clashing too severely with Uchiha Fuyue, but since awakening the Mangekyo his personality had undergone a drastic transformation. Alas, though the Uchiha clan Sharingan was formidable, it often induced personality changes after awakening the Mangekyo, a fact Uchiha Meichin understood well. Thus, she empathized with Uchiha Zhan. Once he deflated, his head drooped, he could not help it. When facing his mother, all his pressure and aura vanished. His mother had a natural hold over him through blood, for she had always cared for him, never abandoning him despite his lack of talent, showering him with affection and concern for 10 years, as if it were a single day. Just as Uchiha Zhan was feeling dejected, he felt something press against his cheek. He turned to see Uchiha Sasuke, whose face was flushed and eyes darting nervously. Uchiha Zhan smiled, then pinched his cheek. Sasuke, what do you want to eat? Your brother will pick it for you. Eat as much as you like and don't bother with all that noble etiquette. Uchiha Sasuke was taken aback, then blinked his big eyes at Uchiha Zhan. Brother, I want the 3 colored dumplings. He pointed at the 5 skewers of 3 colored dumplings on the table, and drool began to form at the corner of his mouth. Uchiha Zhan even heard him swallow a gulp audible. Uchiha Zhan chuckled and handed over the 3 colored dumplings. Uchiha Sasuke reached out to take them, instinctively glancing at his father, but Uchiha Zhan pinched his cheek. When eating, don't look around. With that, Uchiha Zhan grabbed a piece of salmon sushi with his hand, dipped it in the secret sauce, and popped it into his mouth. The ice-cold, incredibly tender fish burst with juice in his mouth. So delicious. Uchiha Zhan savored the meal, and Uchiha Sasuke, influenced by him, began to eat heartily as well. Seeing this, Uchiha Meichin's lips curled into a smile. As a homemaker, nothing pleased her more than seeing her dishes enjoyed. In the past, due to noble etiquette, Uchiha Zhan and Uchiha Sasuke could only eat until they were half full. She had often quarreled with Uchiha Fuyue over this. They were just children, what was wrong with eating freely? But Uchiha Fuyue would not budge. They are my children, the sons of the clan leader. He who bears the crown must bear its weight. Since they enjoy the privileges of the clan leader's children, they must also accept the corresponding restrictions. Uchiha Fuyue was stubborn, refusing to yield on this matter, which infuriated Uchiha Meichin. But today, as Uchiha Meichin observed Uchiha Fuyue, she noticed he did not reprimand them. His eyes were gentle as he looked at Uchiha Zhan and Uchiha Sasuke. One was his youngest son, the other a pillar of the Uchiha clan with the strength and capital to negotiate. Why should he still impose restrictions? Uchiha Fuyue deeply understood that all rules in the world were made by the powerful, and the birth of power was intimately tied to the strong. In this world, authority outweighed wealth, military strength outweighed authority, and true power outweighed military strength. In a nutshell, strength was the foundation of this world, as evidenced by the power Uchiha Zhan had displayed earlier. Uchiha Fuyue had to carefully consider his words now, for his son's strength was formidable. It was that simple. Uchiha Meichin pulled Uchiha Fuyue to sit opposite Uchiha Zhan and Uchiha Sasuke. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable. Uchiha Sasuke ate to his heart's content, then began telling Uchiha Zhan about school. You say you made a friend today? His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow then seemed to recall something. Hearing this name, Uchiha Fuyue sighed, while Uchiha Meichin shuddered and her eyes reddened. How is he doing? Though Uchiha Zhan already knew about his miserable childhood, he still wanted to hear the truth. Well, according to him, his monthly allowance isn't even enough for food, and the shopkeepers only sell him expired milk. He once gave me a sip of that expired milk. The taste. Uchiha Sasuke wrinkled his nose in disgust. But to spare his feelings, I swallowed it, and even said it was good. Uchiha Zhan patted Uchiha Sasuke's head. Sasuke has learned to be considerate to others. Uchiha Sasuke looked up and smiled. Uchiha Meichin turned to Uchiha Zhan. Zhan, is there any way you can help that child live a better life? Uchiha Zhan shook his head. The village is already treating our clan like thieves. If we approach the Jinchuriki, the third Hokage will be there within 10 minutes, and will be punished. Uchiha Meichin's eyes dimmed with disappointment. She knew Uchiha Zhan was telling the truth, but she couldn't help feeling sad. Kushina was her sister, she wanted to care for her old friend's child, but why did the village hold such hostility toward the Uchiha? The Nine Tails incident was not their fault. Should they be punished collectively just because they possessed the same eyes as the mysterious figure? Sensing Uchiha Meichin's dejection, Uchiha Zhan stood up to comfort his mother, then noticed Uchiha Fuyue's evasive gaze. He knew that Fuyue had once planned to kidnap the Nine Tails Jinchuriki and use the Mangekyo Sharingan to stage a coup, but through his own dojutsu, he had seen two possible outcomes. One outcome was victory over Konoha, only to be invaded by the other four villages, resulting in the annihilation of both the Uchiha and Konoha. The other outcome was the fate from the original story, the complete extermination of the clan, leaving only his two sons, while the village's combat power was largely preserved. The time for after-dinner conversation was always fleeting, and it ended when Uchiha Sasuke grew tired and wished to sleep. Uchiha Makoto tended to the household chores while Uchiha Fugaku stared at Uchiha Zhan, who returned his gaze. Neither spoke a word. Finally, at a loss, Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Zhan, let's talk in the study. Uchiha Zhan nodded, then rose and walked toward the study. Uchiha Fugaku took out a key, unlocked the study door, and the two entered. He then locked the door from the inside. Finally, he took the seat of honor, and looking at Uchiha Zhan, who stood on the floor, said, have a seat. Uchiha Zhan did not stand on ceremony. He pulled out a stool and sat opposite Uchiha Fugaku. What are your thoughts on the coup? Fugaku chose to lay the cards on the table without any preamble. Just do it, Uchiha Zhan said with a grin. Uchiha Fugaku was speechless. Do it? How? In what way? Who will do it? Without a detailed plan, staging a coup is nothing but a pipe dream. After all, that Sarutobi Hiruzen is timid with outsiders, but ruthless with his own. His political maneuvering surpasses ours. Thinking Uchiha Zhan was unaware, Uchiha Fugaku began to recount the machinations of the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen during his tenure. This time, Uchiha Zhan sat up straight. After all, knowing oneself and the enemy leads to 100 victories. He had dismissed Fugaku's earlier words as nonsense, but now he had to listen carefully. After a long while, Uchiha Zhan spoke. You mean the Sarutobi Utatane and Midokado clans are growing more powerful, and the Sarutobi alone have a force of 3,000 ninja? Uchiha Fugaku nodded. That's common knowledge. The Hyuga have raised no objection, instead they've shut themselves away. Hyuga Hayashi himself hasn't attended a Hokage meeting in a year. Each time he either pleads illness or seclusion, sending his elders instead. It must be because of Hyuga Hizashi, Uchiha Zhan said flatly. Uchiha Fugaku stared at him in astonishment. That incident was known only to the current clan heads and elders of each family, no one else. Sarutobi Hiruzen had ordered the matter suppressed, and that was the result. The clan heads and elders, to varying degrees, had to consider the Hokage's prestige. Therefore no one should have divulged it. That Uchiha Zhan knew was rather intriguing. Indeed, though Sarutobi Hiruzen tried desperately to suppress it, his actions were despised by most clans. Still they dared not speak out, only fuming in silence. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head. What about the Ino Shikacho? Those three were the first to support Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Zhan inquired. Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka, Noichi, and Akimichi, Choza haven't shown their faces in a long time. Like the Hyuga, they've retreated into a life of leisure. Now the only clan still active in the eyes of the others is our Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku answered truthfully. Uchiha Zhan nodded. That explains it. No wonder the village is so hostile toward us. So the rot has reached the very roots of Konoha. The clans are utterly disappointed with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but to avoid suspicion, they keep to themselves. They've ceded the initiative while our Uchiha clan head has kept attending meetings. Doesn't that give the impression that you're vying for the Hokage position? Given Sarutobi Hiruzen's obsession with power and Shimura Danzo's craving for the Hokage seat, do you think they'd join forces to go after you? I'm curious. When the other clans withdrew, didn't anyone notify you? Are you truly that naive, or just pretending? Uchiha Zhan was exasperated. Suddenly Uchiha Fugaku recalled that a year ago Hyuga Hayashi had invited him to the Hyuga compound for a talk. But he had politely declined, citing the Uchiha's pride, and the incompatibility of two dojutsu bloodline clans. He scratched his head. Actually, there was one. It was the Hyuga that invited me. Uchiha Zhan stood up abruptly. Damn it, why didn't you tell me about something this big? Yeah. Uchiha Fugaku replied. I was trying to avoid suspicion to prevent the Hokage from thinking the Uchiha had ulterior motives. Hell, if the Hyuga aren't worried, why are you? What are you that afraid of the old third Hokage? And the third Hokage is on the decline. He's no longer the ambitious ninja hero of the second great ninja war. You're in your prime and you. Uchiha Zhan pointed at Fugaku, his face full of disappointment. Did someone advise you not to go? Uchiha Zhan suddenly thought of something. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. There was a man named Uchiha Kaki. Uchiha Kaki. Did he come to today's clan meeting? Uchiha Zhan's expression turned grave. No, he seems to be on guard duty. Uchiha Fugaku's face also darkened. Uchiha Zhan's face paled. Old man, don't do anything rash for now. I have some matters to handle. With that, his figure flashed to the study door, and he kicked it open. The study door burst apart. Hearing the noise, Uchiha Makoto set down her chores and rushed over, but she only saw a blur of shadow. She couldn't even make out the figure. Uchiha Fugaku also snapped back to reality. He had intended to follow, but recalling Uchiha Zhan's warning not to act rashly, he sat back down, his expression grim. System, can you locate Uchiha Kaki? Uchiha Zhan was anxious. He was 90% sure this man was a spy for Konoha. Ding, affirmative. This person is heading to the Naka Shrine, where a route contact awaits. The system responded crisply. Uchiha Zhan nodded, quickening his pace. He mused that one could never underestimate anyone. The most dangerous place was the safest. They had chosen the Uchiha clan's Naka Shrine as their meeting point. The shrine was only tended to and used for rituals during major festivals. On ordinary days, no one stayed there, as it was so clearly marked with the Uchiha emblem that no fool would dare cause trouble. Outside the Naka Shrine, Uchiha Kaki entered the woods wearing a viper-masked face. He then produced a flute and began to play. Soon barking sounds came, but upon closer listening, it was clearly a human imitation. Uchiha Kaki exhaled in relief and slowly emerged from the woods. Two figures stood at the shrine's entrance, their expressions impassive, as if frozen. One of them spoke. Viper, today's meeting minutes. He extended his hand toward Uchiha Kaki. Uchiha Kaki reached to his waist, retrieved a scroll, and was about to hand it over while beginning to speak. The Uchiha clan. A rustling sound came from the grass not far away. Uchiha Katsu and two root operatives took out their kunai, one of them even reaching into his ninja tool pouch and slipping his fingers inside. The faint outline of an explosive tag was visible. The three held their breath, staring intently at the grass. Suddenly, a white rabbit twitched its nose and hopped out. The three immediately let out a sigh of relief. After all, this was Uchiha territory. Though they were all jonin, they knew full well that discovery would likely mean they could not escape. If discovered, they would have to eliminate the witness at once and pry out their eyes. Rumor had it that last time Akali gave Danzo-sama 2 Sharingan eyes and became his favorite, no longer needing to risk his life in battle. Thus, Root members had tacitly accepted that acquiring Sharingan eyes would earn Danzo-sama's favor, allowing them to leave Root and reunite with their families. If not for the fact that Viper was now a spy planted within the Uchiha clan, and given the tense state between the village and the Uchiha, these two Umbu would have taken Viper's head and gouged out his eyes on the spot. It's just a little rabbit. One of the Root operatives even pulled a carrot from his pack. The white rabbit did not immediately approach the carrot. It observed the three men, and only after sensing no hostility did it go over to nibble on the carrot. Suddenly, the female Root operative who had offered the carrot beamed, picked up the rabbit, and petted it for a while. Viper and the other man glanced at this scene and smiled, about to continue their conversation when the female operative trembled. She looked at the rabbit's eyes. They were red, but the pupils were shaped like Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo. In an instant, the female Root operative lost control of her body. Her consciousness was trapped inside, leaving her helpless as she watched her body being manipulated. The female operative who had been petting the rabbit set it down on the ground. The rabbit hopped into the woods and quickly vanished. She rose slowly. Because she was still wearing the Root animal mask, the two men did not see her expression change. She walked silently to the male Root operative, who teased her, "Done already, Fox. Fox, you're still the same, always fond of these little animals. Viper just told me about today's situation. The Uchiha are about to rebel. There's no time to lose." So, before he could finish, a kunai stabbed into his chest from behind. The male Root operative's pupils contracted. He turned his head to the side, glancing at Fox out of the corner of his eye. "Why?" His voice trembled with the question. He couldn't understand. He had always been considerate toward Fox, and they had worked together for 3 years, building a strong rapport. Why would Fox kill him? Despair eclipsed his heart. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain, he pulled out the kunai, then turned to face Fox. He saw that tears had welled up beneath Fox's mask. Bewildered, he removed her mask, only to find a blood-red pattern in her pupils, a pattern he had never seen before. He realized Fox had been controlled, but his heart had been pierced, and there was no chance of survival. He gently touched Fox's beautiful face one last time. "This must be my fate. You must live on." With those words, his pupils grew vacant, and he lost his life, collapsing into Fox's arms. Within Fox's consciousness, no matter how she struggled, she could not return to her body. She could only silently watch herself kill her comrade. Viper was stunned. He looked at Fox in confusion. Fox, why did you kill Brother Wolf? He had witnessed the affection between Grey Wolf and Fox. How could such a loving couple turn on each other? Fox said nothing. Her beautiful face, exposed when Grey Wolf had lifted her mask, was now fully visible to Viper. Fox tossed Grey Wolf's body aside, then charged toward Uchiha Katsu. One step, two steps, then she accelerated. Uchiha Katsu was stunned, but after seeing Grey Wolf's fate, he was not about to wait for death. He drew the tachi issued by the Uchiha clan and swung it at Fox. Clang. Fox's kunai met Uchiha Katsu's tachi, sparking brightly. Fox, have you gone mad? You killed Brother Wolf, and now you want to kill me. Don't forget we are all Danzo-sama's men. Uchiha Katsu frowned. Fox ignored his words. She formed hand seals, body flicker. A gust of wind and Fox appeared behind Viper. Seizing the moment, she thrust her kunai toward Uchiha Katsu's heart. Thud. Smoke rose, and where Uchiha Katsu had stood, there was now a wooden log. Substitution. Die. Uchiha Katsu's eyes blazed with madness. Though he didn't know why Fox had turned, he knew that if he didn't fight back he would die. He could not die. Absolutely not. Uchiha Katsu held nothing back, striking with all his might. But he miscalculated one thing. Fox smirked, and between her index and middle fingers, she held an explosive tag. Uchiha Katsu's face went pale, for he saw Fox already injecting chakra into the explosive tag. The tag's black characters began to glow red, and then an explosion roared. Boom. Flames soared into the sky, engulfing Fox and Uchiha Katsu in a brilliant blaze. The explosion also caught the attention of Uchiha Patrol Ninja. 3 Uchiha Jonin rushed toward the Naka Shrine. On the field, Fox was blown to pieces, her limbs and flesh scattered everywhere. Uchiha Katsu's body was half gone, his internal organs exposed. He was dazed. Why had it come to this? Why had Fox gone mad? In the final moments of his life, as he lamented that his journey might end here, Uchiha War emerged from the woods holding a tachi with its tip pointing at the ground. With a calm expression, he walked up to Uchiha Katsu. How does it feel to be killed by your own comrade? Uchiha War taunted. Hearing the voice, Uchiha Katsu turned his head toward Uchiha War. Suddenly he understood. So that was it. He coughed twice. I lost. But I'm curious. How did you know I was a traitor? Go ask the Sage of 6 Paths after you die. Uchiha War couldn't be bothered to answer. He gripped the tachi with both hands and drove it into Uchiha Katsu's throat. Uchiha Katsu grunted, a hint of relief in his eyes. Uchiha War's face darkened. He twisted the tachi and sliced. Swish. Uchiha Katsu was decapitated. Uchiha Katsu grunted, a hint of relief in his eyes. Uchiha War's face darkened. He twisted the tachi and sliced. Swish. Uchiha Katsu was decapitated. Uchiha Zhan watched as the traitor of the Uchiha clan was slain, his heart utterly devoid of emotion. He then plucked out the man's eyes and placed them into a specially crafted container. Moments later, 3 Uchiha Jonin arrived at the scene, finding 3 bodies lying on the ground. What made them frown was the sight of Uchiha Zhan standing beside a fallen clan member, his foot pressing against the corpse. Lord Zhan, may I ask why you raised your hand against our own kin? Has he offended you? A Jonin instantly activated his 3-Tomo Sharingan, fixing his gaze on Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan looked at the leader and inquired, what is your name? Reporting to Lord Zhan, my name is Uchiha Fu. Without superfluous words or excessive introduction, he answered only what was asked. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Go to that root ninja wearing the wolf head mask, retrieve his storage scroll, and inspect its contents. Uchiha Fu acknowledged with a yes, and immediately moved to retrieve the gray wolf storage scroll. After examining it, he realized that the slain clan member was indeed a traitor. Alarm bells rang in his mind. He never expected that an Uchiha Jonin could be a spy for Shimura Danzo. Once the information was confirmed, he intended to report the findings to Uchiha Zhan, but Uchiha Zhan shook his head. The priority now is to inform the clan head. The situation of the Uchiha clan is already precarious as a pile of eggs. If we still seek a compromise, it will be a dead end. Uchiha Zhan's words instantly earned Uchiha Fu's admiration. The apt metaphor and clear warning both conveyed Uchiha Zhan's unwavering resolve. Thus the 3 men carried the body of their clan member toward the Uchiha compound. When Uchiha Fugaku learned of the matter, he looked at Uchiha Zhan, and Uchiha Zhan met his gaze. Father and son remained silent. After a moment, Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath. Zhan, we owe this to you. If Konoha had received the news and launched a reckless attack on our clan, caught unprepared, the Uchiha would have suffered heavy losses. Father, as I've said before, there is only one path left for us now. Rebellion. Even if we cannot kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, we must force him and the old guard out of power. A glint of battle intent flashed in Uchiha Zhan's eyes. Uchiha Fugaku gazed at his son, his heart filled with emotion. The once gentle and refined youth had now become sharp and enterprising. Perhaps in this dire crisis, only a desperate gamble could yield a glimmer of hope. Zhan, when do you think we should act? Uchiha Fugaku had also made up his mind. This coup must be carried out. Seeing his father's resolve, Uchiha Zhan curved his lips. It's still early. If we only wanted to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, the two of us, father and son, could handle it alone. But to take control of Konoha brute force without popular support is like drawing water with a bamboo basket, all in vain. In the end we would gain nothing and only stir up trouble. Uchiha Zhan's political acumen and insight far surpassed Uchiha Fugaku's. I'll leave this matter to you. Do you have confidence? Uchiha Fugaku looked solemnly at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan extended one hand. 50%. 50%. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. That's right. Either we succeed or we fail. In the end, everything has only a 50-50 chance of success. Success and failure hang by a thread. As for 70% or 80%, those are just self-deception. Uchiha Zhan stated. In his view, it was either success or failure, so every situation was 50%. Hearing this, Uchiha Fugaku raised an eyebrow. It was the first time he had heard such a notion. Go ahead. If you need anything from your father, just say the word. Uchiha Fugaku spoke. Uchiha Zhan cupped his hands and turned to leave. Uchiha Fugaku watched his son's retreating figure and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In the end, the Uchiha clan still had to rely on Uchiha Zhan for deliverance. His main account was ruined, and he had thought the alt account was also ruined. But then the alt account brought him a massive surprise. That violent and profound chakra made him feel like an ant facing a flood, unable to find a foothold. Uchiha Zhan returned to his room and drew a diagram. On it he wrote Konoha. To the left was the Uchiha clan, and to the right was the Hyuga clan. The two clans stood in opposition, yet shared a delicate relationship. The Ino-Shikacho coalition sat firmly on the fence, interfering with neither side and participating in nothing. Whichever side won, they would pledge allegiance to, a classic non-stick approach. The remaining minor clans were drawn by Uchiha Zhan into the heart of Konoha, for they had no power to control the fate of their own families. It was precisely because of their weakness that they were vulnerable and thus easily manipulated and commanded by the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. The first step now was to ally with the major clans. From the previous occasion, when Hyuga Hayatsu took the lead to invite Uchiha Fugaku for a meal, it was evident that Hyuga Hayatsu had long harbored the intention to overthrow the third Hokage. However, in terms of combat capability, the Hyuga were far inferior to the Uchiha, but they excelled in wealth and resources. As the saying goes, before the troops move, provisions and fodder go first. Thus they needed a strong fighting clan to serve as a sharp blade piercing into the roots of Konoha, which was controlled by a corrupt regime, in order to remove the chronic ailment and give birth to new life. That blade, no one was more suitable than the Uchiha. But would Uchiha Zhan be content to be merely a blade in someone else's hand? No, of course not. For when one's power reaches another level, and one can flip the roles of the blade, and the wielder shift. Thus the next step was. Uchiha Zhan's eyes transformed into the Mangekyo pattern fixed on the two characters for Hyuga, a smirk curling on his lips. Having thought this through, Uchiha Zhan returned to his room, switched off the light, and went to sleep. However, the lamp in the study remained lit from night until morning. The next morning, Uchiha Zhan opened his eyes and rose. He first pushed open the window and breathed in the fresh air. Then he stood up, folded his blanket, and walked toward the courtyard. Morning training was indispensable. Although he had merged Uchiha Madara's template and combat techniques, they had never been personally used, so he still needed some time to familiarize himself. He went to the clan training ground where Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi had already begun sparring. Uchiha Zhan watched with interest. He saw Uchiha Itachi throw 8 shuriken, which flew at tricky angles, colliding in midair, and somehow veered toward Uchiha Shursui in a deadly trajectory. Uchiha Shursui, wielding a katana, rotated his wrist. With a series of clinking sounds, the kunai were all knocked down. Uchiha Zhan watched the two going back and forth, one attacking and one defending, evenly matched, and couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, the books described Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi as geniuses. However, after Uchiha Zhan transmigrated here, the first time he prepared for morning training, he saw Uchiha Shursui sparring with Uchiha Itachi. Every move, every fire release ninjutsu, every taijutsu clash could only be learned through accumulated effort over time. True geniuses do not become strong solely through talent. They might easily reach the realm of the strong because of their talent, but if they rely solely on talent and do nothing, think nothing, then they are nothing but another Zhongyong in another world. Seeing his shuriken technique broken, Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes. A flash of white light passed, and he executed Uchiha-style swordsmanship, thrusting straight forward. Uchiha Shursui remained calm. Watching the katana thrust toward him, he slightly turned sideways, dodging the blade. The back of the katana was smooth and even like a mirror, reflecting Shursui's face on the blade. But it wasn't over. Uchiha Itachi held the katana blade aimed at Shursui. Gripping the hilt with both hands, he slashed downward. Just as Shursui moved to defend, Itachi quickly raised the blade. Swallow return. The two blades clashed, and for a moment neither could gain the upper hand. The katana and katana locked in place, their gazes met, neither stepping back. Uchiha Zhan's hands itched and the corners of his mouth curled up. He drew his katana from his waist, then adopted a ninja step, leaning forward, holding the blade in his right hand, and charged at the two. While the two remained locked in stalemate, Uchiha Zhan performed a body flicker, then rising dragon. His body spun 180 degrees, his right foot stamped the ground, and the blade swept upward. Clang! Violent sparks erupted from where the three katanas made contact. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsue's pupils contracted, and they stumbled back a few steps. But their gazes were fixed on Uchiha Zhan. At this moment Zhan's body stood in midair holding the katana with both hands, slashing upward, tracing a half-moon arc in the air, then landing steadily. Both Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi thought, a master. To send them both back with a single rising dragon slash, while they were locked in stalemate without any interruption to his own movements, was enough to demonstrate the power of his swordsmanship and strength. You two are both familiar with your own sword techniques. Training every day will not bring much improvement. How about we train together? As he spoke, Uchiha Zhan flipped his wrist, raised his right hand high, and pointed the blade tip to the lower left. His left hand moved the scabbard back, and his right hand suddenly exerted force, sheathing the katana with a swoosh. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsue exchanged a glance. Shirsue nodded. All right then, shall I go first? Itachi shook his head. Shirsue, he is my younger brother. If an elder brother fights his younger brother, you'd better not get involved. Both seemed quite interested in Uchiha Zhan's swordsmanship. Uchiha Zhan sneered. Did you misunderstand? I mean, let's practice together. I'll take both of you on. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsue were taken aback, then exchanged a glance. They recalled Uchiha Zhan's strength from yesterday. They had already seen his ninjutsu today. They could observe his swordsmanship. After all, Uchiha-style swordsmanship was one of Konoha's two great sword arts alongside the Hitaki sword technique. Moreover, the Uchiha clan had a longer history. Over time, Uchiha-style swordsmanship had split into different schools. Uchiha Itachi's was the assassination school of the Uchiha style. Uchiha Shirsue, on the other hand, was of the interception school. The assassination school was easy to understand. Every strike was a critical hit, every thrust aimed at vital points. It was the school most Uchiha shinobi studied because in the ninja world, everyone had high attack but low defense, so the concept of one-hit kills was highly esteemed. The interception school, however, was different. It could be understood as open roads through mountains, build bridges across waters, counter every move, and strike later, yet hit first. It was also called the gentleman's blade. Its characteristic lay in interception. Intercepting the enemy's attacks, intercepting the enemy's retreat. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsue were not only genius ninja of the clan, but also the representatives of the two great Uchiha sword schools. Uchiha Itachi felt that if Uchiha Zhan challenged one of them he might win, but facing both, he would likely lose miserably. Uchiha Shirsue said nothing but prepared himself. With a grave expression he spoke, Itachi, don't go easy on him. Shirsue, rest assured I will spar with Zhan with the resolve to die. Itachi nodded, then drew his katana. Uchiha Zhan looked at the two with a curl of his lips. The interception school, the assassination school, they were merely later generations of Uchiha, who, unable to fully master the complete Uchiha-style swordsmanship, chose unorthodox paths. The two schools were formed by extending two aspects of Uchiha-style swordsmanship. Their inheritance was incomplete. Uchiha Itachi moved his figure, vanishing from the sight of Shirsue and Zhan. Uchiha Zhan looked at the ground 3 meters ahead and sneered. Fool. With that his body flickered, and he appeared at the spot where Itachi was hiding. Then he raised his foot high and stomped it into the ground in front of him. Boom. The ground collapsed. Uchiha Itachi raised his right arm to block the rubble and dust, preventing stones from getting into his mouth. At this moment, he understood clearly. He had been discovered. And once the assassination school swordsmanship was exposed, its combat power would be greatly diminished. Uchiha Zhan had no choice but to draw his katana and slash at him. At this moment, Itachi had no time to react, watching the blade descend. His right eye's Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, and a trail of blood slowly flowed from the corner of his right eye. Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi's right Mangekyo pattern spun. He stared directly at Uchiha Zhan. Then with a sigh of relief he laid down in the collapsed pit. Although his Tsukuyami was not as overbearing as Shirsue's Kotoeme Tsukumi, but as a Jinjutsu-type Mangekyo Sharingan, it could still instantly pull a person into an illusion. Yet the next second Uchiha Zhan curled his lips. Is this what it feels like to be under a Jinjutsu? No different at all. Ding system notification. Uchiha Madara's left Mangekyo greatly increases ninjutsu and taijutsu, increasing all 5 attributes by 50. The right Mangekyo grants immunity to all Jinjutsu and can instantly cast Jinjutsu, control the target's body, imprison their consciousness, and plant a seed in their heart. If the controlled target is unruly, the seed can be detonated. Ding detected that the host was attacked by the Mangekyo Jinjutsu. Tsukuyami automatically activated the right Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan ability, immune to Jinjutsu. The Mangekyo Jinjutsu Tsukuyami, driven by Itachi's in-nature chakra, was directly dispersed into nothingness. Little did he know Uchiha Zhan was watching his exhausted state with amusement, then placed his katana against his neck. Foolish Oniai-chan, you are already dead. The situation reversed in an instant. Uchiha Zhan's tachi rested across Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. Itachi shuddered. Had his Jinjutsu been seen through? You? Saw through my Tsukuyami. Uchiha Itachi asked gravely. Uchiha Zhan sheathed his tachi and said with a faint smile, one of my Mangekyo Sharingan abilities is immunity to all Jinjutsu. Uchiha Itachi was dumbfounded. Beside him, Uchiha Shursui felt numb. If both of his dojutsu were Jinjutsu-based, wouldn't he have no chance against Uchiha Zhan? So Jinjutsu is useless against me. Uchiha Zhan looked at Uchiha Shursui. Shursui, be careful. Zhan dashed forward with a shunshin, spun around and slashed out. Shursui twisted his wrist to block Zhan's blade. Clang. Sparks flew. Shursui's arm went numb. He had used the interception style's subtle deflection to redirect 30 of Zhan's strength. Otherwise, he would have lost his tachi. It was hard to imagine how terrifying Zhan's strength was. At only 10 years old, how could his muscles be so developed? Oh, interesting. You're worthy to dance with me. Uchiha Zhan had fused with the Madara template, and in some ways its influence had changed his personality considerably. Immediately after, Uchiha Zhan raised his blade and brought it down with even greater force. Shursui hurriedly tried to deflect the force, but this time his face turned pale and blood burst from the webbing between his thumb and index finger. Shursui's legs buckled. He closed one eye and clenched his teeth. Such immense power. This won't do. I can't keep meeting it head on. So Shursui took a deep breath. Phantom body flicker technique. He leaped back, channeled his chakra, and activated the technique. 4 or 5 Shursui appeared and charged at Zhan simultaneously. Zhan laughed. Good. He raised his blade and slashed at the first Shursui clone. Steel clashed with a crisp clang. The clone's tachi was cut in two, and at the same time Zhan sliced the clone in half at the waist. The clone vanished without a trace, which Zhan found intriguing. This man, he had to admit, was indeed worthy of being known alongside the Yellow Flash, the Shursui of the body flicker, who had shown brilliantly in the Third Great Ninja War. His self-created phantom body flicker technique meant every clone could be the real body and every attack was real. Each strike was personally executed by Shursui. Thus, the phantom body flicker technique truly achieved coordinated combat between phantoms and the real body. Shursui's expression remained calm. Losing one phantom was nothing, it had no effect on his overall strength. His phantom body flicker was different from the shadow clone technique. When a shadow clone is destroyed, the damage transfers to the user. That's its drawback. But a phantom body flicker clone simply disperses without consequence. It had no effect on the original body. Shursui, with his remaining 3 clones, charged forward. For figures launched different attacks, sealing off Zhan's retreat. It could be said that even an ordinary person, or even a Kaga-level powerhouse, would find it hard to escape this move. But Zhan laughed. It was supposed to be a spar of swordsmanship, yet you all use either Jinjutsu or Ninjutsu. This made Zhan furious. He instantly erupted with his chakra. Secret scroll scatterboom. The dense, heavy tide-like azure chakra blasted the 4 figures away. 3 phantoms collapsed under the pressure and dispersed. Shursui was sent flying. Uchiha Itachi quickly appeared behind him and caught him, lifting him up. This prevented Shursui from landing on his buttocks and suffering secondary injury. Shursui raised his head with difficulty and looked at Zhan. We lost. From now on, Zhan, you are the strongest of the Uchiha clan. Zhan calmly sheathed his sword and clapped his hands. I'm not interested in fame. Alright, warm-up's over. Let's stop training. Next I plan to visit the Hyuga. Who's coming with me? Zhan asked. Shursui stood up, his eyes burning as he looked at Zhan. I'll go. He still remembered that during the meeting Zhan had said that to investigate his grandfather's death, they would need the help of the Hyuga clan's Byakugan. Uchiha Itachi opened his mouth as if to speak, then looked at Zhan with a complicated expression and finally nodded. I still have some missions in the Umbu. You two go ahead. With that, Itachi's figure vanished from the Uchiha training ground. Shursui looked at Zhan with a serious expression. Zhan curled his lips upward. This was for the best. So the two returned from the training ground to the clan compound and prepared gifts. After all, one can never be too polite. His father had left a poor impression on Hayashi Hyuga before, so they needed to curry favor with material gifts or sincerity. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, Uchiha Itachi, wearing Umbu combat gear, knelt on one knee. Across from him sat 4 old men with stern expressions, staring intently at Itachi, who was in front of the desk. The first to speak was Danzo Shimura. Uchiha Itachi, is the Uchiha clan getting restless? Or do the Hawks want to stage a rebellion? Danzo's eyes were shadowed and a faint, ambiguous smile played at his lips. What he hoped for was an Uchiha rebellion, preferably one that killed Hiruzen, after which he would lead the ninja forces to suppress the Uchiha clan. That way the position of the 5th Hokage would be his. Danzo imperceptibly glanced past Itachi at the Hokage's hat and Hokage's robe hanging on the wall behind him. His eyes held agitation, desire, as well as nostalgia and complexity. In his heart he thought, if the teacher knew how Hiruzen had turned Konoha into such a mess, would he regret it? Kohara Udatane and Hamura Midokado turned pale. They were only in charge of Konoha's logistics. If war broke out, who knew how many supplies would be wasted? Rather than giving those supplies to the ninja forces, they'd rather give them to their 2 families to do business and sell off. Therefore, Kohara Udatane and Hamura Midokado stared hard at Itachi, making no attempt to hide their disdain for his identity and said directly, "The Uchiha clan is truly evil in its bones, always ready to launch a coup." Itachi's expression remained calm, but deep down he felt inferior. He couldn't understand why his own ninja clan was so disgraceful. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the main seat expressionless. "Itachi, tell me what you discussed at yesterday's meeting." By now Hiruzen Sarutobi had become a slave to power. In his mind, anyone who sought to shake the power in his hands was his enemy. Even if it were the Uchiha clan, he would eliminate them without mercy. It was all for the will of fire for Konoha for the villagers. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi was aged, his imposing presence remained undiminished like a tiger in its twilight years, his eyes brimming with discontent and ferocity. Itachi Uchiha took a deep breath. Lord Hokage, the three advisors. Last night the Uchiha clan initially argued heatedly, but under the firm suppression of clan head Fugaku it was declared that the Uchiha should abide by their duties. Thus the two sides ceased their quarreling and the meeting was adjourned. After speaking, Itachi Uchiha clasped his hands and presented a meeting record prepared by Uchiha Zuna. The ANBU beside him took it, opened it, and after checking for any danger respectfully handed it to the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi scrutinized the record, carefully frowning and turning pale at times, then relaxing his brows with a calm expression. Finally he chuckled. "The Uchiha are nothing to fear. As long as Fugaku Uchiha stands with us, the clan will not rebel." After speaking he smiled and looked at Danzo Shimura, handing him the scroll. Danzo, who had been impatient, quickly scanned it, his face turning ashen, while thinking to himself, "This Fugaku Uchiha is truly useless. He has wealth, provisions, and soldiers, yet he hesitates. No, the Uchiha must rebel, otherwise how can I continue my wood-style experiments? When will I ever become Hokage? That damned monkey living so long." He stepped down and still managed to return. "That scoundrel." Danzo Shimura's eyes turned vicious and he roared, "Itachi Uchiha, you dare lie. This report is clearly false." "False?" Itachi Uchiha lowered his head, his expression shifting. Was he seen through? How could that be? If Danzo were to act, what should he do? But unexpectedly Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed the table. "Silence. Danzo, you know Itachi Uchiha's loyalty to the village. Has any of his reports ever been wrong or ambiguous? This report covers everything from Fugaku Uchiha to the duration of Jinin leg shaking. How could you fabricate such perfection?" Hiruzen Sarutobi was extremely displeased. Why was Danzo always stirring up trouble? Previously, when the Uchiha's attitude was ambiguous, he wanted to cause chaos, and I didn't say anything, letting him do as he pleased. Now that they want to settle down, why won't he allow it? If the Uchiha are truly provoked, the losses will be Konoha's, shinobi, and wealth. Doesn't he understand such a simple truth? Danzo Shimura understood all too well. But precisely because he understood, he couldn't allow the Uchiha to be at peace. The Uchiha were a blade he intended to use to ascend to the position of Hokage. If the Uchiha backed down now, what would become of his wood-style experiments? What about the Sharingan and the Hokage position he so desperately yearned for? Danzo Shimura was consumed by his desire to become Hokage. He dreamed of it, longing to feel the fabric of the Hokage's robe, to wear the Hokage hat, and stand on the podium revered and praised by the villagers. Hiruzen, don't be deceived by the Uchiha. Remember the Nine-Tails rampage. The Uchiha Sharingan appeared in the Nine-Tails' eyes, and the fourth Hokage, along with countless villagers, perished in that battle. Lord Tobirama said that the Uchiha are a cursed clan. They would never willingly remain peaceful or lie low. They are undoubtedly plotting some grand scheme in the shadows. In my view, we should immediately arrest all Uchiha shinobi and send them to root for me too." Itachi Uchiha looked up, his eyes already transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan, glaring at Danzo Shimura. He couldn't understand why Danzo held such deep-seated hatred for the Uchiha. What had the Uchiha ever done to him? Enough. Hiruzen Sarutobi rose and slammed his hand on the table. "Danzo, you've gone too far. Back then I trusted your baseless suspicions and relocated the Uchiha to the outskirts. Every time I think of it, I am filled with regret. And now you want to pin such a grave accusation on the Uchiha. What has come over you?" Hiruzen Sarutobi stared coldly at Danzo Shimura. Kohoro Udatane and Hamura Midokado lowered their heads, not daring to meet Hiruzen's gaze. When Hiruzen was not angry, they could speak a few words, but when he was furious, they dared not act recklessly. Hiruzen Sarutobi shifted the blame onto Danzo Shimura and reprimanded him, with righteous indignation fueling Danzo's rage. Danzo likewise slammed the table and stood up. "Hiruzen, do you think I do this for myself? Everything I do is for Konoha. Enough. Danzo, I am the Hokage." Hiruzen Sarutobi threw his pipe to the ground. He had just noticed Itachi's resentment toward Danzo, so he interrupted to stop him from continuing. But Danzo Shimura was acting like a madman, insisting on arguing with him. Danzo Shimura's face was ashen. He shot a vicious glare at Hiruzen Sarutobi and strode toward the door. At the threshold, he snorted coldly. "Hiruzen, you will regret this." Then he slammed the door shut. The door banged. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched the old man leave, sighed helplessly, and shook his head. He sat down, then spoke kindly. "Itachi, I understand your clan head's intentions. Rest assured, as long as the Uchiha remain peaceful, Konoha will welcome them to integrate into the village. Itachi Uchiha nodded. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Emon, you may go now. If anything happens with the Uchiha clan, report to me immediately. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up personally, helped Itachi Uchiha to his feet, and patted him on the shoulder 3 times. The future of Konoha lies with the young. Work hard. Konoha needs talents like you. Hiruzen Sarutobi held Itachi Uchiha in high regard, and Itachi nodded, neither humble nor arrogant, before turning and leaving. Hiruzen Sarutobi crossed his arms, watching Itachi's retreating figure with a complicated expression. Why must you be of the Uchiha clan? If Itachi Uchiha were not a member of the Uchiha clan, Hiruzen might have taken him as an apprentice, for Itachi was a true shinobi, one without selfish motives. A shinobi with the heart and bearing of a Hokage. If he were to succeed as Hokage, Konoha would surely flourish. Yet the fault lay in his surname. He was an Uchiha. After the report, Itachi Uchiha hurried back to the clan compound and informed Shisui Uchiha and Uchiha Izuna, who were about to depart, about what had happened in the Hokage's office. Uchiha Izuna's mouth twitched. If he hadn't known Danzo Shimura's character, he would have suspected that Danzo possessed an omniscient perspective, knowing that their apparent submission was merely a temporary lull, and that their ultimate goal was to seize control of Konoha. Uchiha Zhan was at a loss for words after hearing Uchiha Itachi's remark. Shimura Danzo had unintentionally hit the mark, but luckily the bond between him and Sarutobi Hiruzen prevented the third Hokage from adopting his suggestion. Otherwise their situation would have been even more dire. Truly, he was the epitome of the regret me, Hokage advocate. Alright Itachi, you've worked hard. Today Shisui and I are going to the Hyuga clan. We need someone to carry the luggage. You. Uchiha Zhan looked at him with a hint of hesitation. Uchiha Itachi nodded. Leave it to me. With that he picked up the luggage and walked toward the door, glancing back at the two of them. Uchiha Shisui felt a pang of sympathy and wanted to help, but Uchiha Zhan stopped him. Shisui Itachi can handle it alone. Don't worry. Saying this, Uchiha Zhan put his arm around Uchiha Shisui's shoulders and walked ahead with a smile, while Uchiha Itachi expressionless followed behind, carrying the luggage. The Hyuga clan was nothing like the Uchiha. The Uchiha had been relocated to the outskirts, a monitored zone, while the Hyuga, thanks to their cautious nature, had remained in the core area. The trio of Uchiha walked down the street, eyes fixed forward, heading toward the Hyuga compound. Along the way the villagers couldn't help but stare at them. After all, members of the Uchiha clan were always worthy of attention, partly because of their strength and partly because of their appearance. Uchiha shinobi were among the most handsome in the entire ninja world. Everyone appreciates beauty. It's only natural to steal a glance at a handsome man or a beautiful woman. Uchiha Shisui nodded to acquaintances he met, and they, knowing his personality, simply patted his shoulder in greeting. Uchiha Zhan stayed behind Uchiha Shisui, trying to keep a low profile. After all, Shisui was now a village hero known as Shisui the Body Flicker, and easily drew everyone's attention. Thus Zhan would be dismissed as just a child. When they reached the Hyuga gate, Shisui and Itachi looked at Zhan, who signaled for Shisui to knock. Uchiha Shisui didn't hesitate and knocked on the door. Thump thump thump. Within 5 seconds the door opened, revealing a young boy wearing a headband, who opened the door with an impatient expression. Who is it? His tone carried a hint of irritation, which puzzled the three. Had they offended him somehow? Greetings, I am Uchiha Shisui, here to see Lord Hayashi. Could you please inform him? Uchiha Shisui said with a smile, seemingly oblivious to the boy's earlier impatience. Upon hearing that the body flicker Shisui had arrived, the boy's eyes lit up, a flicker of emotion in his Byakugan, and he suddenly became nervous. Shisui-sama, please come in. Uchiha Shisui stepped inside, and Uchiha Zhan followed, finally getting a clear look at the boy's face and attire. Hyuga Niji. Uchiha Zhan said calmly. Hyuga Niji was startled and looked toward the source of the voice. You know me? The young prodigy of the Hyuga clan, mastering the 32 palms of the 8 trigrams at just 7 years old. I can tell by your extraordinary aura and abundant vitality that at this age no other Hyuga could be but Hyuga Niji, Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. This flattery greatly increased Hyuga Niji's goodwill toward Uchiha Zhan. I'm flattered. May I ask your name? Hyuga Niji was a stickler for propriety. Though arrogant, he didn't act out with everyone. Uchiha Zhan. You can call me Zhan or Brother Zhan, Uchiha Zhan said with a faint smile. This made Hyuga Niji frown. He retracted his earlier favorable impression of the boy. This guy was way too eager to claim others as little brothers. Uchiha Zhan just smiled and didn't respond. As for Uchiha Itachi, he was also implicated by Zhan's actions. Hyuga Niji stopped asking for names and went straight to the main hall to find his uncle, the current head of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi. The 3 Uchiha were arranged to wait at a stone table in the courtyard, where Hyuga maidservants poured tea for them. Some Hyuga girls cast shy glances at Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, both of whom were strikingly handsome. Uchiha Shisui was like a universal air conditioner, a kind-hearted person who offended no one. Uchiha Itachi sipped his tea, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhan noticed a gaze and looked over to see a little girl with blue hair peeking at them timidly. When she saw Uchiha Zhan turn his head, she immediately hid like a frightened quail. A smile tugged at Uchiha Zhan's lips. So this was the original princess of the series. He walked toward the little girl with a smile. Hyuga Hinata counted the seconds, thinking that Uchiha Zhan must have stopped looking by now. She could sneak another peek surely. After all, that young man was quite handsome, far more so than her cousin Niji. At this point, Hinata had just been scolded by Niji and was planning to run away from home when the three Uchiha arrived. This turned the once empty front yard lively, and she had no choice but to wait for the right moment. In the original story, it was this very time she ran away, got lost, was bullied by peers, and then met Uzumaki Naruto, who saved her, leaving a deep impression on her young heart. Just as Hyuga Hinata peeked out again to look at Uchiha Zhan, she found he had vanished. She was startled, then heard a voice by her ear. "What are you looking at?" "I was looking at a young man, but he seems to have left," Hyuga Hinata said dazedly. Suddenly she realized something and spun around, stumbling as she nearly fell. "Careful!" Uchiha Zhan caught her, pulling her into his arms. Hyuga Hinata thought she was going to fall and closed her eyes, bracing for impact, but felt no pain, only warmth. She opened her eyes to find herself held in the arms of the young man from before. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson, and steam seemed to rise from her head. Uchiha Zhan was taken aback. So it was true as the book said. Hyuga Hinata turned into a steam goddess when nervous. "Are you all right?" he asked with a smile, his voice still in the midst of changing, sounding a bit rough, but not unpleasant. Hyuga Hinata quickly shook her head. "I'm fine. Brother, could you let me go?" Her face was flushed with embarrassment. Her mother had told her that girls shouldn't have physical contact with anyone except their future husbands. Though she was only 5 in the ninja world, girls matured mentally quite early. And Uchiha Zhan's appearance, reminiscent of the legendary Madara, was an added bonus. Uchiha Zhan paused, then nodded gently, setting the little girl down on the ground. "Nice to meet you. I'm Uchiha Zhan." "Nice to meet you. I'm Hyuga Hinata." They greeted each other and shook hands. Uchiha Zhan's hand was much larger than Hyuga Hinata's. As they shook, Hinata couldn't help but marvel at how warm it felt. Uchiha Zhan felt a silky smoothness from her palm and couldn't help but, well, let's not describe further. "What are you doing here?" Uchiha Zhan asked curiously, looking at the little girl beside him. "I'm planning to run away from home." Her face was resolute as she spoke, staring at Uchiha Zhan. "Run away from home? What's wrong? Is someone bullying you?" Uchiha Zhan frowned, realizing that this was the moment when Hinata and Naruto were supposed to meet. At that moment, Naruto, who was sleeping at home, suddenly woke with a start. He felt as if he had lost something. He got up and checked the refrigerator, sighing in relief when he saw his milk and instant noodles were still there. So he went back to bed and continued sleeping. At the Hyuga residence, Hinata's eyes reddened, tears welling up. She nodded yes. Uchiha Zhan patted her head. "Then would you like to tell Big Brother? I'll listen carefully and won't laugh at you." Hinata nodded. "Of course I would." So Hinata began to pour out her heart to Uchiha Zhan, who listened attentively. Finally he spoke. "You're sad because you think your cousin Niji doesn't like you, and he always goes all out when training with you." Hinata nodded. "At home, I don't dare tell father. He would think I'm useless and tell me to train harder if I can't win." Uchiha Zhan knew the reason. About 1 or 2 years ago, a delegation from the Cloud Village tried to steal the Byakugan of the Leaf, kidnapping Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi arrived in time, killed the Cloud envoy with a single palm strike, and brought Hinata back home. When the Cloud Village learned of this, the 4th Raikage flew into a rage. He sent a letter to the Leaf, either hand over the one who did it, or face war with the Cloud. The Cloud Village had chosen their timing well. The Leaf had just endured the Ninetales incident and was struggling to recover. The 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, had only recently been reinstated and had no desire to go to war with the Cloud. So he came personally to the Hyuga clan to negotiate. No one knew the content of that negotiation, but that night after Hiruzen left, the sounds of things being smashed echoed from the Hyuga compound. The next day, Hyuga Hizashi's body was sent to the Cloud Village. From then on, Hyuga Hayashi never attended any meetings convened by the Hokage. The Hyuga clan had completely fallen out with the Hokage's faction. From then on, every major family felt a sense of impending doom, understanding the principle that when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. Yet Uchiha Zhan couldn't bear to tell this to young Hinata. Moreover, Niji, the son of the victim, no matter how angry or how he vented, had never mentioned these things to take revenge on Hinata. Uchiha Zhan fell silent. Then he patted Hinata on the back and said, "Later I'll talk to Hyuga Niji and make sure he doesn't bully you anymore." Hinata was taken aback, her big watery eyes fixed on Uchiha Zhan, as if asking, "Really?" Uchiha Zhan smiled without a word. "Come on, let me introduce you to 2 prodigies from our clan." He took Hinata's hand and led her to Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. Shursui raised an eyebrow. Itachi immediately stood up, thinking, what a beast. Going after someone so young. The child looked only 4 or 5 years old. And you with your big eyes and thick brows are 5 years older than her. Brother Shursui, big brother, why are you staring at me like that? Uchiha Zhan frowned. Itachi was appeased by being called big brother. It had been 24 whole hours since Zhan last called him that. And the Uchiha clan was full of brother-loving siblings. How could they endure such a situation? Yet once Zhan called Itachi big brother, Itachi's anger vanished instantly, and he sat down looking composed. This made Shursui laugh in exasperation. He looked at Zhan with a hint of caution and asked, "Zhan, is this a new friend of yours?" After some hesitation, Shursui couldn't bring himself to ask in front of the little girl if this was Zhan's girlfriend, since it might just be a friend. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Yeah, this little one was secretly watching us, and I caught her. Then I went to ask what was going on. He briefly recounted what had happened. Shursui's brow relaxed, and Itachi nodded repeatedly. Such was the Uchiha clan, always ready to help the oppressed. Just then, Hyuga Hayashi, clad in a white kimono, walked out of the house. He stood about 1.8 meters tall, which was quite tall in the ninja world. His face expressionless, he descended the steps one by one, looking straight ahead, exuding the aura of a noble and clan leader. This caught the attention of the 3 Uchiha, who all turned to look at Hayashi. Hayashi looked back at them. He was curious why the Uchiha had sent these 3 to the Hyuga compound. But as he looked, his expression darkened and his mood soured. Instead of acknowledging the 3 Uchiha first, he glared at Hinata and said, "Hinata, what are you doing here?" Hinata trembled when called. She instinctively looked at Zhan. Zhan stepped forward. "Lord Hayashi, why are you so impatient with your own daughter? Could it be that the incident years ago was the fault of a 2-year-old girl?" He showed no fear, smiling as he looked at Hayashi. Hayashi was taken aback, probably the first time someone had dared speak to him like that. "What business is it of yours? You're an outsider. Do you think you can interfere in the Hyuga family's affairs?" Hayashi released his chakra. Itachi and Shursui exchanged glances and moved to shield Zhan, which left Hayashi dumbfounded, and even Hinata grew anxious. "Big brothers, please help Zhan. How can he withstand father's pressure alone?" Hinata said, tears streaming down her face. "Hey, don't worry. Not even the Hokage could beat Zhan, let alone your father," Itachi said with a smile. The next moment, Zhan released his chakra, an abyssal ocean-like aura that shattered the floor beneath him. Zhan's hair flew as his eyes turned cold. "I merely spoke a few words of righteousness, and Lord Hayashi, you release your chakra to intimidate me. Do you truly believe the Uchiha clan has no one?" Hayashi watched this scene and couldn't help but marvel. The Uchiha clan was about to produce another genius. 3 prodigies from one family, truly fortunate. Hayashi Hyuga said nothing, his gaze shifting from Uchiha Zhan to the anxious Hinata Hyuga behind him, then finally letting out a sigh. Hayashi Hyuga withdrew his chakra. "Come inside with me." He turned and walked toward the reception hall. After a few steps, he paused. "Hinata, do you wish to listen as well?" Hayashi Hyuga's eyes carried scrutiny and coldness. Hinata Hyuga's face paled. She was about to refuse when Uchiha Zhan nodded to her. As if forgetting her father's authority, Hinata Hyuga cried out, "I want to come too." It was the first time she had gathered the courage to defy her father. To everyone's surprise, the coldness in Hayashi Hyuga's eyes melted into warmth and his voice softened. "Since you wish to listen, then come along." Having said that, Hayashi Hyuga turned away, his mood greatly improved. He marveled that the boy with such formidable chakra had brought about such a change in Hinata. Hinata Hyuga was stunned. She had expected punishment for defying her father, but instead he not only approved, but even encouraged her behavior. At that moment, Uchiha Zhan spoke. "Hinata, are you wondering why the Hyuga clan head is pleased with your defiance?" Hinata Hyuga turned to Uchiha Zhan, her eyes filled with anticipation for his explanation. Uchiha Zhan began, "Because your father is the clan head and you are the future heir of the Hyuga clan. A weak heir will be bullied. Just like Uchiha Fugaku, who yielded at every turn. In the end, he was cast out of the inner circle, and now struggles even for survival." Uchiha Zhan sighed. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui twitched at the corners of their mouths. Even Hayashi Hyuga, listening intently, bumped his head against a stone pillar and rubbed it with a wince. Filial, exceedingly filial, using his own father as a lesson. But Uchiha Zhan was not wrong. Perhaps Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui did not see things as clearly as he did. Nevertheless, the Uchiha clan was indeed deteriorating, and the village was increasingly oppressive and predatory toward them. This taught Hayashi Hyuga to learn from the Uchiha's mistakes. He resolved to raise his heir to be resolute, unyielding, and never to compromise with Konoha. Hinata Hyuga seemed to ponder, then nodded. "I understand, Brother Zhan. From now on, I will be strong, never give in, and say no to oppression." Uchiha Zhan smiled. Even 5-year-old little Hinata understood this principle, yet his own father Uchiha Fugaku had only recently come to realize it. He wondered whether Fugaku was feigning ignorance or deliberately sending the entire clan to the Pure Land to join the Sage of Six Paths. Hayashi Hyuga was in an excellent mood. If not for the crowd, he would have knelt to Uchiha Zhan in gratitude. Uchiha Zhan had given him a worthy heir. At least in the next generation under Hinata's leadership, the Hyuga clan could endure. Little did he know that in the future, under Hinata's guidance, 3 Tensigen would awaken, making the Hyuga clan truly equal to the Uchiha. With her newfound liberation, Hinata Hyuga no longer feared Hayashi Hyuga. Instead, her small face was set with determination. Hayashi was immensely satisfied. Whatever the Uchiha had come for today, he would do his utmost to fulfill, even if it meant storming the Hokage's office. Konoha was now rotten to the core. Influenced by the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, the clans rarely contributed to the village, instead seeking benefits for themselves. If this continued, Konoha would eventually fall apart, with clans scattering to other villages across the lands. What would Hashirama Senju say if he saw this? After a 20-minute walk, they finally arrived at the place where Hayashi Hyuga was to receive them. In the reception hall 5 tables were arranged. A member of the Hyuga clan guided each of them to their seats. Hinata Hyuga sat with Uchiha Zhan while Niji Hyuga, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Itachi each had their own table. Hayashi Hyuga took the host's seat. His gaze fell on Hinata Hyuga, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He wanted his daughter to learn from Uchiha Zhan's philosophy, for on the way here, he had realized that Zhan's thinking was what a true clan head should possess. Hinata Hyuga, feigning composure, inhaled deeply of Uchiha Zhan's scent, letting it course through her lungs before exhaling. Niji Hyuga snorted at the sight and turned away. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi took their seats. Hayashi Hyuga then asked, "Young nephews, did Fugaku send you to the Hyuga clan?" Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi looked at Uchiha Zhan. The gesture was telling. In an instant, Hayashi Hyuga understood that Zhan was the one in command among the three. Hayashi Hyuga turned his attention to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan raised his cup, and said, "It was my idea, but our clan head will follow my arrangements." Hayashi Hyuga's eyes brightened. He grew even more intrigued. "Nephew, speak plainly. What is your purpose here?" Hayashi Hyuga drank a cup of sake, his eyes fixed on Uchiha Zhan. Zhan glanced at Shisui and Itachi, who understood. They stood and looked at the Hyuga servants activating their Mangekyo Sharingan. All the Hyuga servants fell into a deep sleep. Hayashi Hyuga narrowed his eyes. A show of force. But Uchiha Zhan spoke, loose lips sink ships. "I had to let them rest for a while." Hayashi Hyuga said nothing, pouring himself another drink. Uchiha Zhan paid no heed. "Our main purpose here is to learn from past mistakes and cure the disease." Hayashi Hyuga's hand paused. Learn from the past and cure the disease. An intriguing turn of phrase. Elaborate. He set down his cup, his expression serious. The Uchiha made too many mistakes in the past. Those errors must be remembered and never repeated. As for curing the disease, this village is ill. Only by drastic measures, sawing off the rotten roots and withered branches, can it have a chance to thrive. Uchiha Zhan's words did not mention anyone directly, yet they spoke of everyone. As he finished, Hayashi Hyuga slammed the table and stood. "Uchiha Zhan, you have some nerve. Aren't you afraid I'll report your words to the Hokage? Your Uchiha clan will be thrown into chaos, slaughtered." Hayashi Hyuga stared into Zhan's eyes, his Byakugan activated, observing his every move. Uchiha Zhan did not speak aloud but formed the words with his lips. Hisashi Hyuga. Hayashi Hyuga fell silent. He sighed. "You're right. Continue." He took a sip of sake, waiting for Uchiha Zhan to proceed. "It is exactly as I said, Lord Hayashi. Currently, the Hokage's advisor and corrupt officials have seized power in Konoha, plunging the villagers into destitution and fear of being targeted by the powerful. I ask you, should this be the conduct of a village's leadership? Hiruzen Sarutobi strikes hard at those within, yet cowers before those without. Has he not betrayed Konoha and the founding ideals of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju?" Uchiha Takaru spoke with conviction. He rewrites history, proclaiming himself the strongest, indoctrinating the masses, accomplishing nothing of substance. And in the end, he pays indemnities to other ninja villages, funding those bloodthirsty beasts with my money. And worst of all, these beasts do not appreciate your kindness. They only see you as weak and easily bullied. Uchiha Takaru slammed his hand on the table. Bang! The table shattered into pieces, startling Hinata, who sat nearby. She looked at Uchiha Takaru with some fear. His gentleness moments ago had made her believe he was a warm and sunny person. But now his presence was like that of a fierce tiger, and sitting beside him, she couldn't help but tremble. Hayashi Hyuga listened with his eyes closed. He knew all of this but had chosen to turn a blind eye. The Hyuga clan's power was formidable, yet a single tree cannot make a forest. Could Hayashi Hyuga truly endure his twin brother being sacrificed as a pawn? Impossible. He had once been consumed by vengeance, eager to ally with the Uchiha, but that coward Fugaku Uchiha had refused to attend the banquet just to avoid suspicion. He was furious, yet could say nothing. Now Uchiha Takaru's stance gave him hope of dragging Hiruzen Sarutobi down from the seat of Hokage. "So do you have a concrete plan?" Hayashi Hyuga asked in a low voice. "I need you, clan head Hayashi, to carry out a task for us. One that only you can accomplish." Uchiha Takaru looked at Hayashi Hyuga. Hayashi did not answer, immediately waiting for Uchiha Takaru to continue. "I need you to lie in ambush with me at the Naka River. When the time comes, observe the chakra nature of the Hokage's advisor Danzo Shimura's right eye." Uchiha Takaru finished. Hayashi Hyuga was taken aback. His right eye? Wasn't it destroyed in the war? How could it possibly possess chakra? Clan head Hayashi, all you need to do is describe the color, nature, and characteristics of the chakra. Uchiha Takaru finished with a faint smile. Hayashi Hyuga was puzzled. Does this have anything to do with the upcoming coup? Uchiha Takaru nodded. Yes, and it has everything to do with it. If the result matches my speculation, our success rate is 9 in 10. If it differs, we still have 5 in 10. Uchiha Takaru glanced at Shisui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha. If his guess proved wrong, he would have Fugaku control the Nine Tails while he himself faced the third Hokage, Itachi Uchiha, and Shisui Uchiha directly. What was there to fear? During Konoha's founding, Madara Uchiha possessed power beyond Kage level, while Shisui Uchiha, Itachi Uchiha, and the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi were merely Kage level. The advantage was his. Hayashi Hyuga frowned. Now, he looked at Uchiha Takaru, who nodded. We need to set our ambush early. If we go directly, given Danzo's perceptiveness and the root ninja's observational skills, most likely we would have no chance. Shursui Uchiha's heart felt heavy. He hoped Uchiha Takaru was lying, hoped the speculation was wrong, so that his dream of becoming a bridge between the clan and the village would not be in vain, and he could continue to hold on. But if what Uchiha Takaru said was true, what was his persistence worth? He had been suppressing the Uchiha clan's coup, yet the village had been striking at the Uchiha all along. When the time came, his love for Konoha would turn into an equal measure of hatred. Itachi Uchiha meanwhile was indifferent, wherever Shursui went he followed. Hayashi Hyuga pondered briefly. Fine. Shall we set out now? Uchiha Takaru nodded. There is no time to lose, let us go ahead. He looked at Shursui Uchiha, and said slowly, proceed with the plan. Shursui Uchiha nodded, then turned to Itachi. Itachi, I entrust this letter to you. Deliver it to the root. Itachi nodded, and his body dissolved into a flock of crows as he vanished. Uchiha Takaru and Hayashi Hyuga sped toward the Naka River, needing to conceal themselves well in advance. Shursui Uchiha glanced at the sun, now high overhead at around noon. In the letter he had written his proposed solution for handling the Uchiha clan's coup. He intended to report to Danzo Shimura, having arranged the meeting for 4 p.m. At that time he would confess to Danzo the ability of his Mangekyo Sharingan. At the root, Danzo Shimura, having received Shursui's letter, his pupils contracted. The Mangekyo Sharingan. That legendary pair of eyes. He instinctively touched his bandaged right eye, thinking to himself, Kagami, your descendant has surpassed you. To think he has awakened the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan. This power is too great. I intend to claim it for myself. Surely you would agree. All of this is for the sake of Konoha. Tell Uchiha Itachi that I will come. However, he must not follow. There are words he is not meant to hear. Danzo Shimura addressed the root ninja. The root ninja nodded and departed, heading for the entrance. After receiving the confirmation, Itachi reported the matter to Shursui, who frowned. This time Danzo had demanded that no one accompany him. That was a violation of protocol. Yet it also stirred a hint of vigilance in Shursui's heart. Could it be just as Uchiha Takaru had said, that Danzo Shimura truly intended to make a move against him? Itachi looked at him with concern. Shursui, that Takaru is somewhat sinister. Perhaps we shouldn't go this time. To knowingly walk into a trap is utterly irrational. When Itachi faced Shursui, only concern and caution remained. He could not bear to see harm befall his childhood companion, his mentor and friend. Shursui shook his head. Itachi, you don't understand. Some matter, some people. Even when you know a trap lies ahead, you must still walk into it. This matter is of utmost importance to me. At worst, I am merely using myself as bait. If I had never known of this, perhaps Danzo Shimura would have succeeded. But now that I know he intends to act, his strength is not enough to threaten me. Shursui gently ruffled Itachi's hair. But Itachi harbored a foreboding feeling, yet as the words reached his lips, he saw the unwavering resolve in Shursui's eyes, and knew he could not dissuade him. All right, no more buts. I won't be in danger. Besides, don't forget, Takaru and clan head Hayashi have already gone ahead. Even if something happens to me, they won't stand idly by. Shursui patted Itachi on the shoulder and smiled. Naga River. Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, gazing toward Konoha as the sunset painted the village in golden light. How beautiful! Shimura Danzo couldn't help but sigh. From his elevated position, Konoha seemed to lie beneath his feet, just within reach if he stretched out his hand and grasped. Yet he knew well that the time to seize the village had not yet come. Lord Danzo, Yamawakashi reported, kneeling on one knee with his head bowed. Uchiha Shursui has reached the mountain foot and is making his way up. His orange-gold hair was tied back in a ponytail, and though lean in build, his talent ranked among the top 5 in the Yamakawa clan. If I understand. Have your men lie low. Do not act rashly. Wait for my signal. We will make certain Uchiha Shursui does not leave the Naga River. Shimura Danzo murmured with his eyes closed. Yes. Yamawakashi's figure vanished, conveying the message to his comrades through mind-reading jutsu. Uchiha Tama and Hyuga Hibashi had employed transformation jutsu to become 2 jagged stones perched on the cliffside, observing Shimura Danzo from above. Hyuga Hibashi, constantly using his Byakugan, had noticed green chakra burning at Shimura Danzo's right eye socket, a chakra markedly different from his own pale white. He paused, taken aback. He deactivated the Byakugan and continued watching silently. Speaking now would mean exposure. Shimura Danzo suddenly felt himself being watched and turned his head. Just as he was about to look upward, Uchiha Shursui's voice arrived. Lord Danzo, Uchiha Shursui has come to keep our appointment. Shursui's voice drew all of Shimura Danzo's attention. Shimura Danzo turned to face Shursui. His heart churned with unrest, yet he forced down his excitement and nodded. Shursui, you claim you can stop the Uchiha clan's coup. Can this old man trust you? Shimura Danzo asked calmly. Lord Danzo, I give you my word. If the Uchiha launch their coup, I will use these eyes to alter his will, planting within his deepest consciousness a seed of peaceful coexistence with Konoha. Upon finishing, Uchiha Shirsue's eyes shifted, the Tomo pattern multiplying from 3 to 4. Shimura Danzo's heart tightened. Oh, planting a seed. I take it you mean rewriting another's will. Shimura Danzo zeroed in on the key point. Uchiha Shirsue nodded, his gaze warily fixed on Shimura Danzo. The old man remained silent, saying nothing. Then tell me, does this Mangekyo Sharingan of yours truly work? Uchiha Shirsue smiled. Of course, he said proudly. The only drawback is its lengthy cooldown, over 10 years between uses. Shimura Danzo nodded. Very well, Shirsue. Remember your words. Make good use of this power to protect Konoha. As he spoke, Shimura Danzo reached out to pat Uchiha Shirsue on the shoulder. But Uchiha Shirsue's focus was on the muscles in his arm. In the next instant, Shimura Danzo's arm twisted sharply, his fingers clawing toward Uchiha Shirsue's eye socket. How do I know you won't use this power to manipulate the Konoha leadership for your coup? This power shall fall into my hands instead. Before he could finish, Uchiha Shirsue immediately activated Tsukuyami, Heaven Locking. The Heaven Locking Jutsu, also known as the Gold Binding Jinjutsu, instantly drags the victim's entire consciousness into the illusionary realm. During the Jinjutsu's duration, the target remains completely unaware of reality, allowing the caster to strike at will. The victim of the Gold Binding Jinjutsu is fully aware they are trapped in an illusion and can observe what transpires in the real world, but they are utterly immobilized, much like the symptoms of a nightmare. Uchiha Shirsue gazed at Shimura Danzo with complicated emotions. He had not expected Danzo to attack him directly. Tama's prediction had proven correct. However, not wishing to alienate Konoha entirely, he immediately turned to flee. The next moment, he sensed a chilling coldness in the chakra around him. His mind reacted instantly. Izanagi. Shimura Danzo truly possessed Uchiha clan Sharingan eyes. Damn it. I'll take those eyes of yours. Shimura Danzo's body surged upward, his left hand clawing toward Uchiha Shirsue's eye socket. At that moment, a voice rang out. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Tama formed the bird seal, drew in a deep breath, and arched his back. Chakra within his mouth violently shifted into the fire nature transformation. Uchiha Tama expelled a torrent of flames that roared towards Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo's pupils constricted. He faced a critical dilemma: seize Shirsue's eye, the best opportunity, and risk being incinerated by this fire release technique outright. Or retreat, preserve his life, though seizing Shirsue's Mangekyo Sharingan would grow far more difficult next time. Shimura Danzo pondered for half a second, then decisively chose the latter. I, Shimura Danzo, cannot die. Not here. Not like this. I have not yet become Hokage. I cannot die here. I must prove to my master that the timid Hiruzen is unworthy of the title. Only I, Shimura Danzo, am the true heir. Immediately, Shimura Danzo expelled a massive vacuum big ball toward the incoming fire. Leveraging the recoil of the vacuum big ball, his body shot backward at tremendous speed. Though the vacuum big ball was a wind release technique, under Shimura Danzo's skillful manipulation, it held off the great fireball for a full second without collapsing. And that 1 second was enough for him to escape the battlefield. Uchiha Shirsue regained his senses, leaped, and dove toward the river below with a splash. Uchiha Itachi, who had been waiting nearby, saw Shirsue enter the water and immediately jumped in to retrieve him. Soon Itachi helped Shirsue onto the bank. I didn't expect Tama's prediction to come true after all. Itachi spoke slowly, his gaze lifting to the flames that had engulfed the entire Naga River mountain range. Uchiha Shirsue nodded. If Tama hadn't intervened in time, I would have lost this eye, and my life. Screams echoed from the mountains as bodies reduced to charred, ash rained down like falling dumplings. Hyuga Hibashi swallowed hard, his expression one of utter disbelief as he stared at Uchiha Tama. Was this boy's fire release really capable of such devastation and range? And every single one of those victims belonged to the Roots elite. Over 7 in 10 were Jonin, with the remaining 3 in 10 being the cream of Chunin. That single blast had killed nearly 60% of the Root operatives. The remaining 40% bore burns of varying severity. Upon learning this, Shimura Danzo immediately ordered a full Root withdrawal. Blast. 1 jutsu, and this effect. He had brought nearly 100 ninjas. Staying any longer would only bring needless casualties and increase his own risk of death. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. Retreat. Fall back. The wind is too strong. Shimura Danzo's hoarse voice rang out. The shinobi, who had been using water release and earth release techniques to hold back the spreading flames, immediately scattered and fled. No one dared to glance at Uchiha Battle, who was unleashing the great fire annihilation. Watching the figures retreat from the Nanga River, Uchiha Battle ceased his chakra infusion, and the inferno began to diminish. Hyuga Hayashi dispelled his transformation technique and approached Uchiha Battle drenched in sweat and red-faced. This is what you call giving them a little lesson. He looked at the scorched and cracked earth along the Nanga River. The already sparse trees had now vanished, completely reduced to nothing but ash. Uchiha Battle landed from the air and said, "If I wanted, a Shimura Danzo wouldn't have gotten away." "What? You're telling me you're still holding back?" "Damn. Battle, what kind of monster are you?" Hyuga Hayashi was already cursing. He had never imagined Uchiha Battle's combat power could be so terrifying. Earlier he had asked Uchiha Battle just how strong his fighting ability truly was. Uchiha Battle extended his index finger and thumb, then opened them slightly. Just a little stronger than you. Staring at the Nanga River Mountains, which looked like a flaming mountain range, Hyuga Hayashi finally understood. It was a little stronger, all right. A little as in astronomically. All right, Lord Hayashi, let's head down quickly. I'm worried Itachi and Shisui might be in danger, Uchiha Battle said, grabbing Hyuga Hayashi's arm and using the body flicker technique. The two arrived at the place they had agreed upon earlier. Uchiha Shisui sat on a large boulder by the river resting, while the other kept glancing up at the direction of the cliff. Uchiha Itachi seemed somewhat tense. Even though his troublesome little brother always defied him and even fought him at the end of the day, he was still his younger brother, and he was his older brother. The Uchiha clan was full of brother connoisseurs and brother lovers. Uchiha Itachi was no exception. Only when Uchiha Battle and Hyuga Hayashi appeared in Uchiha Itachi's sight did his brows finally relax. At the same time, the tension on his face transformed into cold indifference. Uchiha Shisui found it amusing. You're obviously worried about him, yet you put on this act. Aren't you tired? Uchiha Itachi said nothing and turned his gaze toward the sky. Uchiha Shisui didn't continue teasing him, but his expression grew complicated as he looked at Uchiha Battle. To be honest, the moment Shimura Danzo made his move and was about to gouge out his eyes, his heart toward Konoha died. Now, even if Hyuga Hayashi told him that Shimura Danzo's right I didn't belong to Uchiha Mirror, he would probably still support Uchiha Battle's coup. He had already shown the greatest goodwill and revealed the most critical secret, Kodo Amatsukami. Yet Shimura Danzo still doubted his intentions and even tried to take his life. The dozens of shinobi remains tumbling down the mountain made him understand that Shimura Danzo had been scheming to kill him from the very moment he handed over that letter. Shisui, Itachi, are you two all right? Uchiha Battle waved his hand. Uchiha Shisui smiled and shook his head. Uchiha Itachi snorted. Battle, you were too reckless. Your move just now directly intensified the hatred between the village and the Uchiha. Uchiha Battle had been in high spirits knowing Uchiha Shisui survived, but upon hearing Uchiha Itachi's words, he clicked his tongue in disdain. Hyuga Hayashi also looked at Uchiha Itachi with a strange expression, wondering if the boy had some kind of problem in his head. If it weren't for Uchiha Battle, Uchiha Shisui's eyes might not have been saved. How could the Uchiha clan be so indifferent to their own bloodline? If something like this had happened to the Hyuga clan, they would have definitely fought back. You really shouldn't have a mouth like that. You always force me at my happiest moments to want to slap you. Uchiha Battle narrowed his eyes and pressed his lips together. Uchiha Itachi knew he was in the wrong and gave a cold snort, yet his peripheral vision remained on Uchiha Battle. Seeing that Uchiha Battle was neither flushed nor out of breath, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. That jutsu, just now, Great Fire Annihilation, had a scope and power far exceeding the category of a B-rank technique. If Uchiha Battle had told outsiders it was an S-rank fire release technique, those unfamiliar with it would have believed him. Only the Uchiha clan knew it was their own clan technique, Great Fire Annihilation. Alright. This isn't the place to talk. If Shimura Danzo sends even more shinobi after us, it'll be trouble, Hyuga Hayashi interjected to mediate. Still, what he said made sense. If Shimura Danzo went crying to Sarutobi, Hiruzen, the third Hokage, might fly into a rage and send troops to surround the Nanga River. Though they weren't afraid of those small fries, there was a high chance they would be recognized. If that happened, Konoha would be thrown into turmoil. Everyone nodded in agreement with Hyuga Hayashi's words, and so they all returned to the Hyuga clan compound. This time Hyuga Hayashi held Uchiha Battle's hand, fussing over him with meticulous care. If not for the Uchiha clan outfit and the Sharingan Uchiha Battle wore, the people of the Hyuga compound would have thought Uchiha Battle was Hyuga Hayashi's own son. Little did they know Hayashi desperately wished he had a son like that. Uchiha Battle was a war machine. Whoever controlled him controlled Konoha itself. As for Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, they felt no jealousy at the sight. Instead, they found it only natural. After all, the strong deserved exceptional treatment. Uchiha Battle's Great Fire Annihilation that afternoon had won the two of them over completely. Hyuga Niji, however, looked at Uchiha Battle with a smug expression. Uchiha Battle, do you dare to spar with me? If I win, you must never set foot in the Hyuga clan again or bother my cousin Hinata. The moment those words were spoken, Uchiha Battle, Hyuga Hayashi, Shisui, and Itachi were all stunned, staring at Hyuga Niji in disbelief. Uchiha Battle suddenly remembered that he was supposed to stand up for Hinata. Today's events had been so urgent that he had forgotten all about it. This time he would thoroughly teach Niji a lesson. Fine. If you lose from now on, you won't take out your personal grudges during training, and you'll be gentler with Hinata. Uchiha Battle looked at Hyuga Niji with a broad smile. Hyuga Niji sneered. Could I accept? Also, I figure you're about 10 years old. Though I'm only 7, I hope you go all out. Otherwise you'll lose miserably. Hyuga Hayashi's face turned pale. He looked at Uchiha Battle with a pleading expression. He was deeply moved that Uchiha Battle was standing up for his daughter and disciplining his nephew, but he was also terrified. If Uchiha Battle took a child, while no took Niji seriously, Niji would probably be beaten into a pancake in a single move. This was his brother's only son. His brother on his deathbed had entrusted him to raise this nephew into adulthood. Uchiha Battle nodded to Hyuga Hayashi and said, "Have you ever seen an adult actually pick a fight with a child?" Anoki, Achu. Hyuga Niji's veins throbbed. This was the first time anyone had dared to act so arrogantly in his presence. It was well known that he was hailed as a prodigy within the Hyuga clan. Though born to the branch family, his talent and strength far surpassed many of the older generation of ninjas. At merely 7 years of age, Hyuga Niji had already mastered the gentle fist to perfection and could barely execute the 8 trigrams 36 palms. Moreover, through his own hard work and natural aptitude, he had even learned to perform part of the Hyuga clan's secret technique rotation. As a self-proclaimed genius, being called a child for the first time was an insult of profound humiliation. Hyuga Hizashi's lips twitched. Uchiha Tataka truly held nothing back with his words. With that remark, Niji was certain to lose his temper, yet Hizashi did not desire Niji to face Uchiha Tataka in battle. The devastating fire Uchiha Tataka had unleashed just now had made him realize something terrifying. With a single hand sign, Tataka could annihilate the entire Hyuga clan without the slightest effort. If that great fire annihilation technique had been deployed against the Hyuga, roughly half the clan would have perished. After all, the majority of the Hyuga ninja specialized in close combat taijutsu. Even Hyuga Hizashi could not guarantee his own safety in such a confrontation. As though reading Hizashi's unspoken fears, Uchiha Tataka spoke with a calm smile. "This contest shall be confined to taijutsu alone, Hizashi-dano. I pledge to hold back my full strength." Hyuga Niji turned his gaze toward his uncle, his expression grave yet resolute. He would fight this battle, not merely for his own pride, but for the honor of the Hyuga. Both clans possessed Kekkei Genkai, centered on ocular abilities, and neither would ever concede inferiority to the other. Yet objectively speaking, the Sharingan of the Uchiha currently held a clear advantage over the Hyuga's Byakugan. The Sharingan could evolve endlessly, growing stronger with each experience, whereas the Byakugan's path of development had been fundamentally sealed by the caged bird curse mark. True talents may have existed among the branch family, but everyone bore the caged bird seal as a permanent brand. Meanwhile, the main family sat in privilege, claiming every resource they desired and living without restraint. A life of ease indeed. Yet despite this reality, the Hyuga ninja remained arrogantly dismissive, holding the Uchiha Sharingan in contempt. To Hyuga Niji, this was no ordinary sparring match. It was a contest that would determine the fate of the Hyuga clan's millennium-old reputation. He would make this Uchiha Tataka pay for his arrogance. With a resigned sigh, Hyuga Hizashi observed the unwavering determination in Niji's eyes. He had no choice but to acquiesce. "Very well. Let us move to the courtyard. It is spacious enough, and it serves as the training ground where Hinata and Niji typically practice against one another." At this mention, Niji's expression darkened. Unbidden memories of the main family's cruelty toward the branch family surged forward. He drew a steadying breath, reminding himself that he must not reveal a single crack in his composure before Hizashi, not when his very life depended on his restraint. To falter now would mean death. He forced himself to endure, to swallow his fury, and so he directed all his resentment toward Uchiha Tataka. "Hyuga Niji, I yield to your skill." With those words, Niji assumed his stance. Left palm forward, right palm drawn back, toes of his left foot lightly touching the ground, while his right foot grounded firmly. "Indeed. Come then. Let us see whether this celebrated prodigy of the Hyuga lives up to his reputation." Uchiha Tataka met Niji's gaze across the courtyard. Niji's eyes hardened. His right foot drove into the earth, launching his body forward like an arrow from a bowstring. His left hand extended 2 fingers while his right curled into a fist, 4 fingers standing rigid. 8 trigrams 36 palms, first strike. With a cry, Hyuga Niji charged toward Uchiha Tataka. Tataka's expression sharpened. He sidestepped the opening palm strike and retreated a step to create distance, yet Niji clung to him relentlessly like a second skin. With no alternative, Tataka pivoted on his right foot, spinning 360 degrees in midair, and at the precise moment drove a kick squarely into Hyuga Niji's shoulder. Spitting blood, Niji's face remained grim. He had not anticipated Tataka's strike to carry such devastating force. That single kick alone had inflicted grievous pain. Hyuga Niji retreated 10 paces before finally coming to a halt. From the veranda, Hizashi watched Niji absorb blow after blow without intervening. He desired his nephew to experience defeat. At a young age, such lessons proved most valuable. Only through loss could Niji comprehend that others stood above him, a realization that would serve him well in years to come. "Well, will you continue, or shall I depart? If you refuse, I shall leave." Tataka smiled broadly at Hyuga Niji, who shook his head firmly. "I will fight. Of course I will. But from this point forward, I shall give everything I have." "Oh, then you possess strength beyond what I've witnessed." Uchiha Tataka regarded Hyuga Niji, his tone carrying genuine excitement. Before he could finish his sentence, a luminous green 8 trigrams formation materialized beneath their feet, enveloping both combatants within its boundaries. Within the formation, chakra surged with intricate patterns that revealed layers of depth. Uchiha Tataka savored the technique's complexity, a knowing smile touching his lips. "A trapping array then. Such a barrier would prove nearly insurmountable for ninja of equal rank, yet Uchiha Tataka embodied the fused legacy of Uchiha Madara from the Konoha founding era. 8 trigrams 36 palms. Ceiling. Hyuga Niji drove forward with explosive leg power, closing the distance instantly. Uchiha Tataka remained silent, drawing back his right arm and bending his knee in preparation. Sidestepping Tataka's strike aimed at his abdomen, Niji swiftly shifted his right hand's formation while his left followed. Rotation. Perhaps the weight of facing Uchiha Tataka had filled Hyuga Niji with determination. He executed a flawless 360-degree hemispherical rotation. The technique's unique mechanics deflected Uchiha Tataka's hand, causing a flicker of surprise to flash across Tataka's eyes. Truly worthy of the title among the Leaf's 12 genius fighters. Facing such pressure, he had prematurely mastered the Hyuga's secret technique rotation. The wine cup slipped from Hyuga Hizashi's grasp and shattered on the ground with a sharp crack. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sound, and they turned to look. Hyuga Hizashi's face contorted with shock, his pupils contracting. The Hyuga's exclusive secret technique, rotation. How did Niji acquire it? Could he have observed the clan elders during a mission and grasped its principles after merely witnessing it once? His murmured words reached the ears of Hyuga Hinata, who sat beside him. She pressed her lips together, then raised her gaze to Hyuga Niji, who had just completed the rotation and balanced on one foot. Envy, admiration, and disappointment all flickered in her eyes. Compared to Hyuga Niji, Hyuga Hinata remained lamentably inadequate. Uchiha Tataka did not press his advantage, but instead observed Hyuga Niji absorbing the experience. He was no villain after all. The Hyuga clan had become a target for his recruitment efforts, and Hyuga Niji was Hyuga Hizashi's sole nephew. Naturally, he would not disrupt Hyuga Niji's moment of clarity. Hyuga Niji was currently in a state of enlightenment. Just moments ago, amid the crisis, he had felt the guidance of chakra and instinctively burst forth with his chakra, executing the rotation. All he needed to do now was to firmly master the rotation, thus securing a trump card that would allow him to look down upon his peers. Uchiha Zhan, on the other hand, returned indoors. Knowing that Hyuga Niji was in a state of enlightenment and that it would likely take some time to finish, he asked Hyuga Hayashi for a cup of tea. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. He then summoned 2 groups of people, one to serve tea and water to the distinguished guests present, including Uchiha Zhan, and the other to prevent Hyuga Niji from being disturbed during his enlightenment. Many beautiful women of the Hyuga clan blushed upon seeing the handsome appearances of Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, but Uchiha Zhan was too young, so everyone regarded him as a child, a younger brother. This left Uchiha Zhan feeling quite frustrated. The group then began to drink tea and eat dishes. During the meal, Uchiha Zhan was eating cold dishes when he casually remarked, "Lord Hayashi, shouldn't you inform Shisui about the results of that right eye?" He raised his eyes to look at Hyuga Hayashi. This old fellow, he couldn't tell if he was genuinely foolish or feigning ignorance, for from the moment they returned until now, he had never once mentioned the matter of Shimura Danzo's right eye. Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi immediately set down his teacup, stood up, uttered an "oh," and then looked at Uchiha Shisui. Nephew Shisui, the chakra color of that person's right eye is emerald green, completely incongruous with his own white chakra. In fact, it is rather similar to the chakra in your eyes. Hyuga Hayashi did not mention Shimura Danzo's name for secrecy and sure success, so he used that person to refer to Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Shisui had already anticipated this answer. His emotions did not fluctuate much. He merely transformed his eyes from black pupils into the Mangekyo pattern in an instant. Although he had long suspected it, and even because of Shimura Danzo's attack on him at the Naka River, just now he had resolved to stand by Uchiha Zhan no matter what. However, when he learned that his grandfather's death was indeed related to Shimura Danzo, his scalp tingled, his eyes turned bloodshot, and a surge of rage burst forth from his heart. Uchiha Itachi, who was closest to Uchiha Shisui, furrowed his brows deeply. He said nothing, but looked at Shisui with concern. This was the first time he had seen Shisui so out of control. Yet he understood. The grandfather who loved him most did not die fighting for the village, but perished at the hands of the village's higher-ups. This caused his many years of respect for the Konoha leadership to vanish like smoke, while something called hatred began to grow incessantly. Uchiha Zhan observed Shisui's state and curled his lips into a smile. No amount of reasoning would ever be useful. Teaching a person through words is ineffective, but teaching them through events works in one go. Uchiha Shisui suddenly spoke up. "Zhan, you saved my life at the Naka River and investigated the cause of my grandfather's death. Uchiha Shisui owes you 2 lives. From now on, Uchiha Shisui's life is yours. Whenever you command, I dare not refuse." Uchiha Shisui rose, walked toward Uchiha Zhan, and then knelt on one knee in submission. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhan quickly helped him up. "We are all of the same clan, all bearing the name Uchiha. No need for this, no need. Please rise quickly. Besides, Brother Shisui and my elder brother are close friends. I only did this so that Brother Shisui would no longer be deceived by those villains and led astray. Now that Brother Shisui has returned from the wrong path, it is not too late. If you and I as brothers unite our hearts, who knows, but that we may carve out a brilliant future." Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. Uchiha Shirsue's heart was filled with emotion. Look at Uchiha Zhan's words. Not only did they forgive his previous actions in front of the Hyuga clan, but they also preserved his dignity, even addressing him as a brother, giving him ample face. Compared to Uchiha Zhan, Uchiha Shirsue felt like a raw recruit. Uchiha Itachi's gaze toward his younger brother Uchiha Zhan turned somewhat gentle. Hyuga Hayashi watched this scene thoughtfully. Uchiha Shirsue, a powerhouse during the Third War who was as renowned as the Yellow Flash of Konoha, was now pledging allegiance to Uchiha Zhan. This was no simple matter. Combined with the burning of the mountain at the Naka River just now, Hyuga Hayashi was certain that the future of the Uchiha clan would be controlled by Uchiha Zhan. And judging from Uchiha Zhan's attitude toward the Konoha higher-ups, a coup might occur before long. Should he align himself with the Uchiha? At this moment, Hyuga Hinata timidly walked over to Uchiha Zhan and tugged at his sleeve. Brother Zhan, if there's anything I can help with, please don't hesitate to say so. Hyuga Hayashi's pupils contracted. He clenched his teeth, narrowed his eyes at Uchiha Zhan. Fine. What exactly has this fellow done to have bewitched his little princess to such an extent? Uchiha Zhan was taken aback. He gave Uchiha Shirsue a look, and Shirsue instantly understood. He returned to his seat and nonchalantly began discussing future training plans with Uchiha Itachi. However, the corners of their eyes inadvertently fell on Uchiha Zhan and Hyuga Hinata, who were now the center of attention. They sighed inwardly, truly worthy of Zhan having directly taken control of the future heir of the Hyuga clan. This was far easier than taking control of Hyuga Hayashi himself. Uchiha Zhan crouched down, patted Hyuga Hinata's little head, and smiled gently. Little Hinata, just focus on your training. As for that Niji, if he bullies you again, tell him I will seek justice for you. Hinata blushed and lowered her head. Uchiha Zhan took the opportunity to look at Hyuga Hayashi, a smirk curling on his lips. Hyuga Hayashi was so enraged that his Byakugan flared fully, his teeth grinding audibly. He thought to himself, rebellion. This Uchiha Zhan is utterly shameless. He has actually won over my own daughter. How long has it been? It's not even half a day. All right, Hinata, you may withdraw. Hyuga Hayashi's voice came, snapping Hinata back to her senses. But this time she was not timid. Instead, she frowned and stared at her father. Hyuga Hayashi's heart was both relieved and wounded. The good news was that Hinata had developed her own thoughts and possessed the courage befitting an heir. The bad news was that the first person she used that courage against was him. Just as Hinata was about to retort, Uchiha Zhan pinched her cheek. Be good, I'll handle the rest. Hinata looked seriously at Uchiha Zhan and finally nodded. Hyuga Hayashi ordered the servants to take Hinata back. The servants too stared at Uchiha Zhan with curiosity. Could such a great change in the young lady be because of this man? Could it be that they would have to call him young master in the future? Soon Hinata was led away by the servants and the room returned to calm. Uchiha Zhan looked at Hyuga Hayashi with a half smile. He did not take the initiative to recruit him. With the scene that had just occurred, the advantage was now firmly in Uchiha Zhan's hands. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Uchiha Zhan below and couldn't help but give him a sidelong glance. Uchiha Zhan, I've underestimated you. You're not ordinary, are you? What do you mean, Lord Hyuga? I don't understand. Please explain. Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow, looking innocent. Hyuga Hayashi's mouth twitched. You don't understand? You understand better than anyone. Enough, I can't keep chatting with him. With his pretentious ignorance, he'll give me a heart attack. I will fully support what you want to do, but... Hyuga Hayashi's tone shifted. It was precisely because of this, but that Uchiha Zhan's eyes sharpened as he stared intently at Hyuga Hayashi. As everyone knows, words before, but, are usually nonsense of what comes after, but is the most important. But having only the Uchiha and Hyuga is not enough. Although the two clans have great influence, strength, and extensive connections, in Konoha ultimately, if we aim for that position, we will inevitably need the support of capable ministers and civil officials. So I hope that before we act you can win over the Nara clan. If the Nara clan agrees to participate, then Konoha will not fall into chaos after the coup. As he said this, Hyuga Hayashi's gaze fell on Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan did not speak, but fell into thought. He had considered this, but he was troubled by the lack of connections. The Uchiha clan had been away from the core area for too long. Apart from the Amma clan, there were probably few families willing to associate with them, let alone the Nara clan, who were the most adept at self-preservation in Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi naturally understood Uchiha Zhan's concerns. He spoke, tonight I will host a banquet for the leaders of the Ino Shikacho trio. Whether you can convince them depends on you. Hyuga Hayashi said, if you can do this, the Hyuga clan will certainly assist the Uchiha and help you obtain everything you desire. A flicker of hatred passed through his eyes. This was hatred for Sarutobi Hiruzen. His own younger brother had been reduced to a discarded pawn, abandoned by Sarutobi Hiruzen, his body sent to the Cloud Village, unable to rest in peace. This was a great enmity. And the reason Hyuga Hayashi had suggested that Uchiha Zhan contact the Nara clan was simply to ensure that Konoha would not fall into chaos after the war and could be promptly pacified. However, there was one thing Hyuga Hayashi lied about. Even if Uchiha Zhan failed to win over the Nara clan tonight, the Hyuga clan would still join forces with the Uchiha clan to rebel. Hyuga Hayashi had waited for this moment for too long. If not for being isolated and without support, he would have long led his people to attack the Sarutobi clan compound. The death of Hisashi was forever a thorn in his heart. Uchiha Zhan listened to Hyuga Hayashi's conditions, and his brow relaxed. Alright, in that case, please make the arrangements, Lord Hyuga. We need to rest for a while to recover our energy before facing the 3 clan leaders tonight. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. Although Uchiha Zhan was only 10 years old, he was calm in temperament, strong in strength, and most importantly young. He had an ambitious spirit which was very important. Unlike Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was now old and lacked ambition, indulging Danzo as his white glove, making foolish moves one after another. Did he really think everyone was unaware that he and Danzo had driven Tsukumo Hatake to his death? It was merely because of their power and combat strength that no one dared to speak out. Tsukumo Hatake, a man of immense strength, upright character, and undefeated in battle, was actually heavily wounded by the rumors spread by Sarutobi Hiruzen and his cronies, and unable to bear the pressure of public opinion, he committed suicide. Afterwards, Sarutobi Hiruzen hypocritically declared Tsukumo Hatake a hero of the village. If it weren't for his tacit approval, how could the rumors have spread? Most importantly, there were even those who said that Tsukumo Hatake had already worn half of the Hokage's Haori and had the title half-sleeve Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't even bother to think such news was definitely a scheme by enemy spies to sow discord. Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen know that? He knew. However, once suspicion arises in people's minds, it takes root, sprouts, and grows vigorously. Looking back at Tsukumo Hatake's performance from his debut to his death, his only mistake was the one time when Shimura Danzo set him up. Before that, his battle record was 100. Moreover, he was in his prime, and his strength had already reached parity with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hyuga Hayashi was startled. Why had he thought of this? However, speaking of Tsukumo Hatake, a glimmer of pity flashed in his eyes, because Tsukumo Hatake's son Kakashi Hatake was still working under the enemy. If Kakashi Hatake were to learn that his father's death was due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's indulgence, and Shimura Danzo's scheming, who knows if he would go mad. Uchiha Zhan and his 2 companions were arranged into a guest room with 3 large beds. After the room was introduced, the servant left. Uchiha Zhan chose the bed further inside, and sat down, then called to the other 2, Brother Shursei, Itachi, come over. Regarding tonight's matter, I'm thinking. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted. Can this really be done? Uchiha Itachi said, Zhan, are you joking? He couldn't believe Uchiha Zhan had come up with such a move. Uchiha Shursei also frowned. Isn't this too extreme? Shursei said, what if it fails, and we incur resentment? Uchiha Zhan replied, no, don't worry. Smart people know what to do. Uchiha Zhan laughed. His gaze turned to the door, as if eagerly anticipating the arrival of night. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shursei and Uchiha Itachi, not sleepy, took out their kunai and began sparring in the Hyuga training ground. Uchiha Zhan, on the other hand, slept soundly on the bed, waiting for the night to come. At the Hyuga training ground, the ninjas of the Hyuga clan all stopped their activities and surrounded Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursei. Watching their fighting style, each punch hitting flesh, every strike a critical blow, they felt their blood boil. Some even started cheering, great fight. Brother, that slash was awesome. Brother, kick his leg. Kick his leg. Another shouted, hey, that's it. See, you've turned the tables. A group of people were discussing excitedly when suddenly the great elder of the Hyuga clan arrived at the training ground. The atmosphere at the training ground immediately cooled down. Most of those present were from the branch family because the main family members didn't need to fight. They just stayed home to produce offspring and went out shopping. All missions were carried out by branch family ninjas, so the training ground naturally became the territory of the branch family. However, there were always some elders who lacked propriety with mediocre skills who came to the training ground to show off. Uchiha Itachi and Shursei exchanged a glance and simultaneously stopped. A few young Hyuga girls handed them towels. They did not refuse and said thank you. This caused many young Hyuga girls to blush and say, you're welcome. The great elder suddenly arrived at the training ground and looked at the 2, saying, you 2 are the clan leader's guests, I presume. He smiled. How, I have a grandson about the same age as you 2. May I ask for a sparring match? The Hyuga branch family ninjas were stunned, then their eyes filled with mockery. Could that useless grandson of his compare to these 2 masters? These 2 were at least Jonin-level combatants, hexagon warriors who had mastered ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and swordsmanship. That grandson of his was only a chunin. Wasn't he just asking for a beating? Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursei exchanged a glance, but did not respond. Still, given that the Hyuga clan was as renowned as the Uchiha, they did not take the matter lightly. After discussion, they decided that Itachi would face Hyuga Suzu, the grandson of the Hyuga elder, in combat. Hyuga Suzu quickly arrived at the training ground, having heard that his grandfather had found a worthy opponent for him. Victory in this battle would bring unparalleled glory to the Hyuga clan. Thus he rose immediately and came here. Upon seeing the 2 Uchiha ninja, his eyes blazed with fighting spirit. Are you 2 the ones who will fight me? Hyuga Suzu raised an eyebrow, his gaze tinged with arrogant disdain. In the Hyuga clan's teachings, to be a Kugen was the supreme bloodline limit of the ninja world. What nonsense was the Sharingan? There be a Kugen was the most formidable in the ninja world. Once mastered to perfection, it could even grant immunity to Jinjutsu. Yet few ever achieved such mastery. Currently, only Hyuga Hayashi had barely touched that threshold, but even that only enhanced his defensive resistance. He himself could not understand why the Byakugan was considered equal to the Sharingan. It seemed that during the Warring States period, Hyuga Tenjin's strength was not far behind Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, yet by their generation the gap had widened considerably. Hyuga Hayashi was drawn by the words of his subordinates. He too wanted to see how powerful Uchiha Itachi really was. After all, Itachi had been carrying out missions in the Umbu, and his jutsu abilities and battle records were classified, yet his fame was immense. Was he truly worthy of his reputation, or was it just hearsay? The outcome would soon be revealed. Uchiha Itachi did not reply. He stood still, his gaze fixed on Hyuga Suzu. In his eyes, Suzu was riddled with openings lacking even the caution of Hyuga Niji. He wondered whether the Hyuga elder had spoiled his grandson excessively, or if all the younger generation of Hyuga were like this. If so, the Hyuga clan was not far from falling from the ranks of the great houses. Seeing that Itachi did not respond, Hyuga Suzu's lips curled downward. Let's begin. I'll finish off this rude fellow quickly and get back to training. With that, he assumed the standard Hyuga starting stance. Legs slightly bent, hands formed into blade palms in front of him. The posture had a semblance of a skilled fighter, but to Itachi, it was utterly foolish. Hyuga Suzu's legs trembled slightly, his waist was bent, clearly showing a body drained by indulgence, an unstable foundation, and slack training. Such a person made Itachi uneasy. He feared he might accidentally kill him. At that moment, the Uchiha were discussing important matters with Hyuga Hayashi. Escalating this conflict would not benefit them. Later, seeing that Itachi still hesitated to act, Hyuga Hayashi spoke. Itachi, don't hold back for my sake. The young of the Hyuga clan can afford to lose. Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Hyuga Hayashi, whose face bore an expression of impartiality. Their eyes brightened as they focused on the training ground. The Hyuga elder's expression changed. He knew full well who Itachi was and what he was capable of. It was precisely because the Uchiha had a request for the Hyuga that he had hoped to let his grandson gain some prestige and enhance his reputation. In Konohagakure, there were only two ways to elevate one's standing: military achievements on the battlefield or challenging a renowned strongman. Emerging undefeated would earn universal admiration. Itachi bore many labels: son of the Uchiha clan, head future Uchiha, heir Umbu squad leader. Each of these titles spoke to his formidable nature. If his grandson could at least avoid defeat, it would greatly benefit his future. Now Hyuga Hayashi had declared that Itachi could go all out, clearly aiming to sabotage his scheme. The elder shot a venomous glare at Hayashi, who responded with a faint smile. Do you have any objections, elder? The Hyuga elder fell silent and turned his gaze back to the field. In the depths of Hayashi's eyes flickered a trace of killing intent and coldness. The Hyuga clan's face had been utterly shamed by such people. If only the elder could die unnoticed in the coming coup. Uchiha Shursui raised his right hand high. I declare the battle begin. Hyuga Suzu took a step forward, his body swiftly closing in on Itachi. He unleashed the 8 trigrams vacuum palm, striking toward Itachi's face with lightning speed. Itachi stood motionless as if oblivious. The next moment, as the vacuum palm struck, Itachi's body dissolved into a flock of crows scattering in all directions, their piercing cause sending a chill down the spine. Hyuga Suzu froze for a second, then felt a chill at his back. Itachi was there. Itachi charged at Suzu from behind, wielding a short sword in one hand, while simultaneously hurling 3 shuriken. The shuriken curved around Suzu's waist, converging in front of him and colliding with one another, redirecting all 3 towards Suzu. Suzu realized that he was under attack from both front and back. He was in danger. He quickly channeled his chakra and executed the Hyuga secret technique, rotation. A semicircle of blue chakra airflow blocked the 3 shuriken and the charging Itachi. Itachi leapt backward, landing in midair, and reached for his ninja tool pouch. Holding shuriken between all 8 fingers of both hands, he waited for Suzu's rotation to end before throwing them. The Hyuga elder naturally knew what Itachi was planning. He immediately tried to rush onto the platform to save his grandson, but Hayashi's hand landed on his shoulder. Don't make people think the Hyuga clan can't afford to lose, right, elder? Hayashi's grip suddenly tightened, causing the elder's shoulder to creak. The elder's heart tightened. He never expected Hayashi to threaten him for an outsider. Hyuga Hayashi, let go. Don't you know this battle is about the honor of our clan? Don't you know that if the Hyuga lose, we will never hold our heads high again? Don't you know that the one in the ring is my only grandson? The 3 questions reflected the elder's fury. Elder, don't get so worked up, Hayashi said with a smile. I'm not worked up, the elder retorted, eyes blazing. Look, Hyuga Suzu's rotation has ended. Someone shouted, instantly drawing the attention of both Hayashi and the elder. On the platform, after executing the rotation, Suzu's steps were unsteady, his head spinning, clearly unable to continue fighting. Itachi, still in midair, seized the opportunity and hurled 8 shuriken. The 8 shuriken landed around Suzu without piercing his body. When he recovered and prepared to fight back, he suddenly realized that his hands and feet were bound by steel wires. His pupils constricted. In the sunlight, he caught the glint of the wires. It was from those shuriken. Uchiha style, shuriken jutsu. 8 shuriken embedded into the floor, but the steel wires had already restricted Hyuga Rin's movements. Cold sweat beaded on Hyuga Rin's forehead, and then she opened her mouth and murmured, "I concede." He had never expected that the Uchiha Itachi before him would not even use the Uchiha Sharingan while fighting him. He himself had been too arrogant. Seeing that his opponent did not use it, he had also held back. Had he used the Byakugan, surely this petty shuriken jutsu would not have been able to trap him. Unfortunately, life has no antidote for regret. If you're bad, just train more. Uchiha Itachi nodded slightly. With a subtle curl of his fingers, the 8 shuriken returned along their original path and landed in his palm. The Hyuga clansmen watching this could not help but gasp. This shuriken jutsu in Uchiha Itachi's hands was simply perfected to the point of divine mastery. And most importantly, Uchiha Itachi's mind had never stopped working during the battle. The instant Kaiten vanished, he immediately released the shuriken, sealing off Hyuga Rin's movements. He preserved the Hyuga clan's dignity to the greatest extent while clinching victory in battle, without the slightest hesitation or wasted motion. The Hyuga Grand Elder snorted coldly and left the training ground with his grandson. After he left, the Hyuga ninjas all burst into applause. Uchiha Itachi's battle just now had been a feast for their eyes. Although it had not exceeded 5 moves, all 5 moves were pure substance. Even Hyuga Hayashi could not help but nod in admiration. After this incident, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui no longer had the heart to train, so the two returned to the restroom. Uchiha Zhan was fast asleep, snoring like thunder, which made Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi frown. Soon, however, the two also went to bed and fell asleep. Having just finished training, they were naturally tired and quickly fell asleep. Nara clan compound. Nara Shikaku sat in the main seat with Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi seated on either side. Before them stood a Hyuga clansman. The Hyuga clansman took a letter from his robe and handed it to Nara Shikaku. Shikaku accepted the letter and opened it, for he had no defenses against the Hyuga clan. Because the Hyuga clan was the epitome of offending no one and Hyuga Hayashi was a Teflon figure, he must have needed something from Shikaku, hence the letter. After reading the letter, he knitted his brows. Messenger, besides this letter, did Hyuga Hayashi say anything else? Is it really only this? To answer Lord Nara, Lord Hayashi said nothing else. He only hopes that Lord Nara, Lord Akimichi, and Lord Yamanaka can come to the Hyuga clan compound tonight for a meal. The Hyuga messenger spoke calmly, his gaze unflinching. Anyway, he knew only these things, no matter how they pressed, it would still be the same. Nara Shikaku thought for a moment, then smiled. Please return and tell Brother Hayashi that we will certainly arrive on time tonight. With that, he ordered someone to escort the messenger out. Once the gate had closed, Nara Shikaku's smile faded, and his face was full of complexity. The sky over Konoha is about to change. After saying this, he shook his head. Akimichi Choza was shocked. Shikaku, what do you mean? What do you mean the sky over Konoha is about to change? Yamanaka Inoichi had some guesses, but he did not say them out loud, because compared with Shikaku, his wisdom was far inferior. Nara Shikaku took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and said flatly, the Uchiha and the Hyuga have united and are preparing to launch a coup. At this, Akimichi Choza was dumbfounded, and Yamanaka Inoichi said nothing. Don't tell me Hyuga Hayashi wrote all of that in the letter. He's too bold. Aren't you afraid we'll give this letter to the Hokage, and then the Hokage will punish them? Akimichi Choza gritted his teeth. It's not in the letter. I inferred it. Nara Shikaku handed the letter to Akimichi Choza to read. Akimichi Choza looked carefully, and the letter read, Hayashi sincerely invites the 3 clan heads of the Inoshikacho to our Hyuga clan. We shall feast together. Oh, by the way, I have met a young friend extraordinary in combat, who can set mountains ablaze. He will join us tonight as well. I hope you will all honor us with your presence. After reading the letter, Akimichi Choza was puzzled. The first half is quite normal, but what is all that in the second half? He handed the letter to Yamanaka Inoichi, who gave a faint smile. Indeed, it was them. Inoichi had just said that 50 or 60 ninjas had died in the Naka River area. Nara Shikaku smiled bitterly. Isn't it so? We are now stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one hand, the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to establish himself because our 3 clans contributed great effort and many people. Now we are even branded as the 3rd Hokage's direct faction. Originally, we only wanted to preserve our clan's strength, but who would have thought that Danzo of the Root would plunder talents from our clans? On the other hand, Konoha is now rotten to the core. The 3rd is old and has become senile. It's just that Konoha is currently in a succession gap, with no one capable of serving as Hokage. If we wanted to protect ourselves, we could simply shut our doors and see no one. But if we let the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo continue to run amok, our 3 clans will sooner or later be devoured. Yamanaka Fu is the best example. Having said that, Nara Shikaku glanced at Yamanaka Inoichi. The air around Yamanaka Inoichi grew heavy. Yamanaka Fu was a genius ninja of the Yamanaka clan. Yet he had been taken away by Shimura Danzo. Who knows whether Danzo will come after the Yamanaka clan next, or whether he will move against the Nara and Akimichi as well. Shikaku, I think we can help them. Yamanaka Inoichi spoke, his gaze fixed directly on Nara Shikaku. After hearing their analysis, Akimichi Choza also nodded. Nara Shikaku did not agree immediately, but sank into thought. Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza did not disturb him, for they knew Nara Shikaku was thinking. After all, if they were to join in what was coming, it would be a coup. Win the coup, and they would earn the merit of supporting the new ruler. Lose it, and they would pay a bloody price. Let's do this, you two. Tonight we will attend the banquet together to see what trump cards the Hyuga and Uchiha clans truly hold, and whether these two clans are worth following. With that, Nara Shikaku rose and headed toward his bedroom. Tonight would inevitably involve a war of words, so it was best to rest first and conserve his energy. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi exchanged a glance, then both went home to sleep. 8 o'clock in the evening. Someone knocked on Uchiha Zhan's door. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Zhan got up, a flash of red light passing through his eyes. Who is it? Zhan. Brother Zhan, it's me. Father sent me to fetch you for the banquet. The heads of the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans have been waiting for a while. Hyuga Hinata's soft, sticky voice extinguished most of Uchiha Zhan's anger. Uchiha Zhan pushed open the door and saw young Hinata standing there with a tense expression, unable to stop himself from laughing. Still awake at this hour? Don't you need to attend school tomorrow? Not needed, for I am not yet 6 years old, Hyuga Hinata said simply. Uchiha Zhan fell silent. Right, how could he have forgotten that? Uzumaki Naruto had graduated at 12 years old. Counting back 6 years, children typically began schooling around the age of 6. Hyuga Hinata was currently just over 5 years old. What school would she attend? Uchiha Zhan felt somewhat embarrassed, but Uchiha Shursui stepped in to break the tension. Young lady Hinata, are you saying the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans have already arrived? Hinata nodded. Uncle Nara, Uncle Akimichi, and Uncle Yamanaka have all arrived at the entrance. When I came here, my father was escorting them to the main hall. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Good, I understand the situation. Thank you, little Hinata. He pinched her cheek affectionately, then glanced disdainfully at Uchiha Itachi, still lying on the bed, and strode toward the main hall. Uchiha Shursui directly smacked the sleeping Uchiha Itachi. Stop sleeping. The main event is here. The moment that will decide Konoha's future has arrived. Uchiha Itachi woke immediately. He sat bolt upright on the bed, but his eyes were hazy and unfocused, clearly still lost in dreams. What's wrong, Shursui Nizan? Uchiha Itachi appeared thoroughly dazed, which made Uchiha Shursui grit his teeth. Get up quickly and follow me. A major event is about to unfold. After saying this, Uchiha Shursui tossed him his clothes. Hearing Shursui's loud scolding, Uchiha Itachi finally snapped out of it, quickly dressed, and followed behind him, speeding toward the main hall. In the main hall, Nara Shikaku sat in the seat of honor on the right, while the seat of honor on the left remained empty. He spoke up. Hayashi, is anyone occupying that seat? If not, I shall have my man take it. Hirubu Hayashi smiled. Oh, that seat. He burned himself exhausted, and is still resting. I saw him open his mouth, and in an instant the entire mountain range was engulfed in flames. Nara Shikaku's pupils contracted. A single breath of fire. A great fire release. Only then could one set an entire mountain ablaze, frightening Danzo Shimura and his group into fleeing without looking back. Quite interesting. These Uchiha ninja are truly fascinating. Fear not, I have already sent Hinata to notify him. Remain composed. Here, let us drink to this. Hayashi raised his cup toward Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku gave Hayashi a deep look, then drained his cup in one gulp. Just then a messenger arrived. Lord Hayashi, Lord Uchiha Zhan has arrived. Hearing this, Hayashi smiled. Shikaku, the one you've been anticipating has come. Do not set your expectations too high. Shikaku glanced at him. I know what I am doing. With that, he set down his cup, sat up straight, and fixed his gaze on the doorway. Based on Hayashi and his men's reports, this Uchiha Zhan was the true mastermind. He was also curious about what manner of man could compel Hayashi himself to personally issue an invitation. Akimichi Choza, however, paid no mind to any of this. He continued devouring the feast. In his heart, leaving the scheming to Nara Shikaku was all he needed to do. Yamanaka Inoichi held his cup, savoring the fine wine, his glances occasionally drifting toward the door. He remembered that Uchiha was the only clan that had never submitted to Danzo Shimura. He was eager to see what capability the current head of the Uchiha possessed. Uchiha Zhan paused at the doorway, adjusted his garments, then pushed open the great doors, and took his first step forward. A torrent of violent blue chakra erupted instantly. Everyone in the hall felt their minds go blank, struggling to breathe. Ding. Mission issued: subdue Nara Shikaku, Akimichi Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi. Reward 5 elements of chakra. This mission had been issued by the system upon leaving the restroom. It was this very mission that led him to abandon his plan for low profile, and instead make a grand entrance, striking fear first. Ladies and gentlemen, forgive me for keeping you waiting. Having said this, Uchiha Zhan did not retract his chakra pressure. Instead, he doubled it. Akimichi Choza struggled to lift his head, bit off a piece of chicken leg meat, then bent back down to continue chewing. No way would he let hardship interfere with his meal. He would die as a satisfied ghost. Yamanaka Inoichi looked on in terror. His back would not straighten, his entire body was pressed flat against the table. He thought to himself, so this is the Uchiha clan's trump card. How formidable. This pressure rivals the 9 tails. Nara Shikaku forced himself not to yield, but the harder he resisted, the heavier the pressure became. Hayashi could not help but curse, Zhan, we are allies. Can you stop suppressing me with your chakra? Uchiha Zhan appropriately reined in his chakra pressure, then scratched his head. Sorry about that. My fault. He cancelled the chakra suppression on Hayashi and continued to focus on intimidating Nara Shikaku Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi. Hayashi rolled his eyes. He did not believe Uchiha Zhan had done it accidentally. He clearly wanted to demonstrate how overwhelmingly powerful his strength and chakra reserves were. Nara Shikaku finally sighed. Uchiha Zhan, show us no more of your prowess. We have seen your strength. Indeed, you possess the power to alter Konoha's landscape. But brute force alone cannot make us submit. Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan withdrew his chakra pressure and looked at Nara Shikaku with a grin. As expected of Konoha's commander through the ages, your mind indeed works swiftly. Just then Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui arrived. Uchiha Zhan gave them a glance, and the two instantly understood his prior instructions. The two closed the great doors, then unleashed Susanoo in its second stage within the hall. A red Susanoo and a green Susanoo appeared. Though only the upper torsos manifested the chakra, and oppressive pressure radiating from them caused everyone present to miss a heartbeat. This is Susanoo, the legendary power that can rival the gods themselves. Nara Shikaku's pupils contracted, his voice trembling. He recalled his father telling him that when Uchiha Madara's Susanoo had appeared in days of old, a single slash could destroy a small nation. It was only because the first Hokage was too idealistic that the 5 great nations and their 5 ninja villages remained forever divided. Now, with the tides of time having changed, he never imagined he would live to see not 1, but 2 Susanoo from the Uchiha clan. The next moment, Uchiha Zhan activated his own blue Susanoo. From this moment on, the hall fell completely silent. 3 Susanoo, crimson, emerald, and azure, manifested within the hall, a spectacle that dazzled the eyes. As Uchiha Zhan spoke, everyone stopped. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui withdrew their Susanoo, standing guard at the entrance. Their hands rested on their blades, eyes fixed intently on the seated guests, faint, enigmatic smiles curling at the corners of their lips. Uchiha Zhan turned to Nara Shikaku with a smile, observing the latter gritting his teeth. Shikaku understood, completely and utterly. If Uchiha Zhan uttered a single word of rebellion today, and they refused to comply, none of them would likely leave this hall alive. A blatant scheme, a full-fledged stratagem. True to form, Uchiha Zhan's next words made Shikaku's head spin. Shikaku, strategist, tell me, how should we proceed to purge the court of evil and quell the national crisis with minimal cost? Now the third Hokage is surrounded by petty men. Otherwise, how could he have made so many blunders over the years? First ceding land and paying reparations, then the rumors about Tsukumo Hatake, the human experiments, and the death of Hisashi Hyuga. I believe none of this was the Hokage's true intention. It must be the work of base sycophants around him, those who fan the flames of discord. Therefore, for the sake of Konoha and the safety of everyone's lives and property, the Uchiha clan has decided to lead our shinobi to the Hokage's office to purge the court of evil. Slay every petty man. Please, Shikaku, enlighten me, Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. Nara Shikaku's scalp tingled. If he taught this now, he would be bound to Uchiha Zhan's cause. An arrow launched that could never return. If he refused, he feared his life would end here. After long deliberation, Nara Shikaku had no choice but to follow his conscience. Shikaku has already devised a plan. Shursui first surround Root and incite the masses to expose all the misdeeds and atrocities he has committed over the years. Then the clans and the common folk will rise against him. Uchiha Shursui, keep watch over Shimura Danzo. Do not let him escape. If necessary, strike him down without hesitation. Second, take control of Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado. They hold the reins of Konoha's medical and financial authorities. The livelihood of 3 million villagers depends on their stability. Moreover, even after we, purge the court, we will need funds to pacify the villagers. Thus, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado must be secured. Third, for the Umbu, win over Kakashi Hatake. Leave that to Uchiha Itachi, since Kakashi is his direct superior and easy to approach. Uchiha Itachi will inform Kakashi Hatake of the truth behind Tsukumo Hatake's death, and he will know what to do. Finally, Uchiha Zhan, you lead the elite of the Uchiha main house directly to the Hokage's office. Defeat Hiruzen Sarutobi and take him into custody. Afterward, contact the Fire Daimyo and obtain the decree to appoint the Hokage. Nara Shikaku's mind raced. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Truly a brilliant strategist, having arranged everything in such a short time. Excellent. Truly befitting the chief strategist of the Third Great Ninja War. Such quick thinking and flawless deployment. Uchiha Zhan praised without reservation. Nara Shikaku smiled bitterly, his heart full of unspoken grievances. If not for the 3 Susanoo looming here, he would never have surrendered. It's not my fault. Blame that bastard Hisashi Hyuga for luring us in and slaughtering us. Nara Shikaku glared at Hisashi Hyuga, who felt like vomiting blood. He only found out just now, alright. Don't look at me like that. I am innocent. Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka, seeing Shikaku's surrender, quickly rose to toast. The Akimichi Yamanaka clan pledges to serve Lord Uchiha Zhan. Nara Shikaku approached Uchiha Zhan and knelt on one knee. Choza Akimichi and Inoichi Yamanaka followed suit. From now on, the three Ino Shikicho clans will rely entirely on Lord Uchiha Zhan. Nara Shikaku's words were carefully chosen. They indicated that the three clans were merely aligning with Uchiha Zhan, not becoming subservient to the Uchiha clan. Should any other Uchiha clan member oppress them in the future, they would have the right to retaliate. Uchiha Zhan immediately grasped their meaning and quickly helped the three up. If any degenerate among the Uchiha clan dares to trouble you esteemed elders, tell me, and I will punish them without mercy. Should I break this vow, may heaven and earth destroy me. In those days people were still superstitious. The three clan heads exchanged glances. We are willing to follow your lead. Ding! Congratulations to the host for winning over the Ino Shikicho clans. Reward 5-element chakra. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Uchiha Zhan. After absorbing the 5-element chakra constitution, he immediately helped the three clan heads to their feet. With the support of you three and the full backing of the Hyuga clan head, our victory is certain. Uchiha Zhan smiled faintly. Nara Shikaku rose and asked, in that case, may I ask Lord Zhan, when shall we raise the banners? We must prepare accordingly. 8 days. In 8 days at dawn we strike. Until then, everyone must lie low and gather strength. We will deliver a fatal blow. Uchiha Zhan declared. Understood. After speaking, they resumed feasting and drinking. With so many people gathered at the Hyuga compound tonight, could the Umbu have failed to notice? If everyone appeared thoroughly drunk, they would not draw attention. And so the drinking continued. Uchiha Zan's ear twitched. He glanced at the door and gave Uchiha Itachi a meaningful look. Uchiha Itachi understood and pushed open the door only to find the Hyuga clan's elder collapsing inside. Instantly the faces of those present darkened. Hayashi Hyuga was the most furious. The elder knew he had been exposed. He stood up awkwardly. Clan had esteemed lords, I heard nothing. I shall leave now. However, Uchiha Itachi closed the door once more, refusing to let the Hyuga elder leave despite his pleas. All eyes turned to Hayashi Hyuga, who averted his gaze. Then everyone looked at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan said calmly, kill him. His voice was soft, yet it carried clearly to every corner of the room. The Hyuga elder's pupils contracted as he tried to resist, but a blade flashed and severed his head. The one who struck was Uchiha Itachi. Trained by the Uchiha clan and the Umbu, he knew well, strike the snake at its head, sever the man at his neck. Hayashi Hyuga ordered his trusted subordinates to gouge out the elder's eyes, bury him in a random spot, and announce his death a few days later under the pretext of a mission gone awry. Only then did everyone feel relieved. If the discussions they had just held were leaked, everyone present would be branded as ringleaders. Should Konoha be given time to react, even if they ultimately won, the losses would be catastrophic. After this incident, no one had the appetite to continue eating. They took their leave one by one. Hayashi Hyuga seethed with rage. Tonight he would purge every member of the elders' faction. How dare he eavesdrop on the meeting? This is rebellion. This time the elders' actions caused Hinata Hayashi to lose face before his peers. All were clan leaders, all intending to support Uchiha Ikusa's coup. Yet in his own domain a high-ranking eavesdropping incident occurred. How could he, unable to control even the Hyuga clan, presume to take the seat of honor and host the banquet? Thus that night a great upheaval struck the Hyuga. Countless members of the elders' faction from the main family were branded with the caged bird and relegated to the branch family. Punishments were meted out for all manner of reasons. Entering with the left foot first, sleeping too loudly, failing to complete a single mission in a month, or falling short in evaluations. Though bewildered, everyone nonetheless gave the clan leader Hinata Hayashi a thumbs up. The elders' faction had long oppressed the branch family. Mistreated clan members seized their resources and committed every evil, yet without decisive evidence to bring them down. Moreover, the elder himself represented the high echelons of the Hyuga, and Hinata Hayashi was sorely vexed by this old nuisance in the clan. It was he who had once led Sarutobi Hiruzen to the clan leader's reception hall, summoning Hinata Hizashi to attend the meeting. During the meeting, he insinuated repeatedly that Hinata Hizashi and Hinata Hayashi were twin brothers, identical in appearance. Ultimately, this planted the idea in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind to have Hizashi die in exchange for peace and to prevent the Byakugan from falling into outside hands. Hinata Hayashi had never forgotten the sycophantic face of that old man back then. Lock the doors, cripple their hands and feet, leave none alive. Hinata Hayashi himself used the gentle fist to cripple Hinata Suzume in a single blow. After finishing, Hinata Hayashi went to the lounge to apologize to Uchiha Ikusa. Uchiha Ikusa raised a hand. Enough, Elder Hayashi. Which family doesn't have a few traitors? Just a few days ago, a certain Uchiha Kaki colluded with Root, intending to expose our clan's coup plans. I was furious and beheaded him. Besides, isn't this perhaps a good thing? After this purge, Elder Hayashi can better control the Hyuga, can't he? Uchiha Ikusa's words brought comfort to Hinata Hayashi and deepened his loyalty to Uchiha Ikusa. However, Elder Hayashi, now that the internal discord is resolved, I must remind you of one thing. Niji's father was your brother. You share the same blood. It's time to remove that boy's caged bird. He is a genius and should not be bound in a cage. Of course the choice is yours. I merely speak my mind, the final decision rests with you. Having said this, Uchiha Itachi looked at Hinata Hayashi with a smile. Hinata Hayashi reflected for about 10 minutes, then took a deep breath. I understand, Itachi. I will remove his caged bird now. Hinata Hayashi ordered someone to bring Hinata Niji to the lounge. Hinata Niji had just finished his enlightenment and was about to sleep when someone knocked on his door. Who was it knocking so late? Hinata Niji rose and opened the door. Seeing Hinata, his eyes softened for an instant, then turned harsh. Up so late, Miss Hinata. What do you want? Hinata Niji said coldly. This time Hinata did not cower as she looked up at him. Brother Niji, father wants to see you. It's good news. Uncle. Hinata Niji frowned, hesitated briefly, then said, lead the way. He straightened his clothes and prepared to follow Hinata to meet Hinata Hayashi. Hinata Niji suddenly noticed that Hinata had changed. She had become confident and brave. This brought him a sense of relief. As the heir to the Hyuga clan, how could she be timid and self-abasing? His goal had been achieved. Perhaps from now on he could be a little gentler toward Hinata. At the thought, a smile tugged at his lips. Before he knew it, they arrived at the lounge where Uchiha Itachi and his group were resting. Hinata knocked on the door. Soon Hayashi opened it, and upon seeing his daughter he smiled gently. Where is your brother Niji? Clan leader. Hinata Niji stepped forward, showing respect to Hinata Hayashi. Though he was of the branch family, because the clan leader was his uncle, he enjoyed the resources of the main family. In missions his uncle had also been lenient with him. He knew this, and for that reason, he owed his uncle a measure of respect. Niji, no need for formalities. Come in. Hinata closed the door. Hinata Hayashi said gently. Hinata nodded obediently. After closing the door, she saw Uchiha Itachi beckoning to her from the bed. Her eyes lit up, and she dashed over to the bed. Hug me. She stretched out her arms, looking at Uchiha Itachi expectantly. Uchiha Itachi smiled, lifted Hinata into his arms, and held her close while his gaze turned to Hinata Niji. Hinata Niji was thunderstruck. Bastard, unhand my sister. Forgetting the purpose of his summons, he saw his little sister held in Uchiha Itachi's arms, and rage surged through him. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui could not suppress their laughter. They had been discussing something, but Hinata Niji, who had activated his Byakugan, caught the scene. Seniors. What are you laughing at? My wife is about to give birth. Mine too. Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi had been corrupted by Uchiha Itachi. They had learned all these lines from him. Hinata Niji's face flushed red. Is this funny? His blood surged, and his complexion turned from pale to crimson. Oh, you're reddening. We usually don't laugh. Unless we can't help it. Hinata Niji felt dizzy. Listening to the teasing of Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi, and watching Uchiha Itachi's dog-like paws fondle his sister, his heart churned with anxiety. Finally, Hinata Niji looked at Hinata Hayashi. Uncle, you. Before he could finish, Hinata Hayashi stopped him. Niji, tonight your uncle will remove your caged bird. These words made Hinata Niji's pupils contract. On uncle you. Hinata Niji stared at his uncle in disbelief. He never expected his uncle would be willing to do this. Enough, don't be so surprised. If you want to thank anyone, thank your brother Itachi. It was his brother who slew the Hyuga elder, allowing me to take full control of the Hyuga. Hinata Hayashi said with a smile. Hinata Niji looked at Uchiha Itachi in astonishment. Uchiha Itachi ignored him, instead rubbing Hinata's little face and praising her. How can you be so adorable? Hinata turned into a steam engine, not replying, but her ears were as red as ripe apples. Hinata Hayashi wasted no time. He began to chant the incantation, placing his right hand over his chest and channeling chakra. After about a minute, the green caged bird pattern on Hinata Niji's forehead twisted and finally shattered. Hinata Niji felt a surge of energy, and then his chakra erupted. Emerald green chakra erupted from Hyuga Niji's body, refined and brimming with vitality. Niji stood stunned, his pupils experiencing their first tremor. Hyuga Niji's pupils contracted. The missing portion of his vision was suddenly restored, and simultaneously an ability known as absorption manifested in his mind. He gazed at his own hand reaching toward Hyuga Hayashi. Hayashi felt his chakra steadily draining away. Startled, he looked at Niji and seized his hand. Instantly the sensation of chakra being drained vanished, and he stared at Hyuga Niji in utter astonishment. How did you do that? Hyuga Hayashi had never witnessed such a technique before. Niji shook his head, also puzzled, while Uchiha Itachi, who had silently activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, had observed everything. The first tremor of the Byakugan. How fascinating. Uchiha Itachi smiled. The first tremor of the Byakugan. You mean? Our Hyuga clan's Byakugan also possesses the potential to evolve. Yes, that must be why our ancestor Hyuga Tenshin was renowned alongside the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara. Hyuga Hayashi spoke incoherently with excitement. Uchiha Itachi understood it was no secret that despite the Byakugan's reputation rivaling the Uchiha Sharingan, its practical combat application lagged far behind. Mere courtesy toward the Hyuga clan status kept such remarks unspoken publicly, but private discussions abounded. Now with Niji's Byakugan experiencing its first tremor and granting a new ability, Hayashi realized another path for the Byakugan's growth. Your estimation is correct, Lord Hayashi. The Byakugan undergoes 3 tremors in total, each bestowing a special ability. Upon completing all 3, one could even wield the silver rotation birth explosive and golden rotation birth explosive techniques. It is said the golden rotation birth explosive can split the moon in 2. Uchiha Tataka laughed. Hyuga Hayashi shuddered. His initial reaction was ecstasy, but a moment later he realized something. He stepped in front of Niji and assumed a battle stance. Uchiha Tataka caught on and chuckled, shaking his head. Indeed, it is rare for the Hyuga clan to produce such a prodigy. But remember, a true warrior would never harm a child. Besides, I am merely 10 years old. Do you really think I won't grow stronger? Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui also realized the truth. Hyuga Hayashi was simply worried they might target his clan's prodigy. Nevertheless, his concern was justified, for Niji was truly their precious treasure. Hearing Uchiha Tataka's words, Hyuga Hayashi frowned, unable to immediately acquiesce. However, Hyuga Hinata spoke up. Father, I believe Tataka Niken would never harm Niji Niken. After all, it was Tataka Niken who pleaded on Niji Niken's behalf to free him from the caged bird curse. Hinata rested her head against Uchiha Tataka's shoulder, her big eyes darting between Niji and Hayashi. Hyuga Hayashi froze, then quickly understood. He bowed deeply to Uchiha Tataka. Forgive me, Tataka. Please overlook my recent rudeness. No matter. After all, he is the Hyuga clan's only prodigy for the next 60 years. If I were you, I would do the same. Uchiha Tataka glanced at him and continued, teasing Hinata. Hinata blushed, but did not pull away. Niji suddenly stepped forward to Uchiha Tataka's bedside, dropped to his knees, and bowed deeply. Thank you, Tataka-dano. Without you, I might have died, never knowing my own talent. I might have even blamed my uncle, blamed my father, blamed. His gaze fell upon little Hinata in Tataka's embrace, revealing profound self-reproach and guilt. In short, I, Hyuga Niji, swear to follow Tataka-dano from this day forward. With that, Niji raised his finger and swore to the heavens. Uchiha Tataka's eyes softened. Niji, rise. From the beginning, I believed you were a prodigy who should not be shackled by the caged bird curse. You are an eagle destined to soar free from the cage, not a bird trapped within gold and silk. These words made Niji's eyes well up with tears. Uchiha Tataka was his true connoisseur. He looked at Tataka and the Hinata in his arms and silently resolved in this life he would protect both Tataka and his precious sister. Uchiha Tataka set Hinata down and helped Niji to his feet. From now on, train diligently and never grow lazy. I will inspect your progress every month. Oh, and since your Byakugan has undergone its first tremor, you can attempt to absorb more chakra to widen your chakra pathways. That way you will be able to perform any ninjutsu. However, the process will be excruciating. Can you endure it? Uchiha Tataka looked at Hyuga Niji, who smiled through tears and nodded. Of course I can. I am not afraid of hardship. Good. In the future, I will need you by my side as we conquer all 4 corners of the world. Uchiha Tataka patted his arm. It's getting late. Time to sleep. Uchiha Tataka smiled and placed Hinata on the ground. Little Hinata, it's time to go home. He patted Hinata's head gently. She pouted and murmured an oh. Hyuga Hayashi regarded Uchiha Tataka with complex emotions. This person's charisma was extraordinary. Words spoken in passing had already won over his daughter and Niji completely. In a sense, Uchiha Tataka radiated an air of absolute reliability. No matter what, one could act freely and trust that he would shield them from consequences. Added to this was the notion that his daughter seemed to harbor feelings for Uchiha Tataka, which sparked an unusual thought. What if the two were to become engaged? He shook his head vigorously. Not yet. Hinata was only 5 years old. She was still a child. Admiration in her youth would likely fade with time. Yet watching Hinata glance back 3 steps at a time broke his heart. After closing the door, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi approached him. Tataka, are you truly at ease letting such a prodigy exist within the Hyuga clan? Itachi remained silent, but his eyes fixed intently on Hyuga Niji. He too could not fathom why his brother had not eliminated the threat at once. Between the 3 of them, assassinating Hyuga Hayashi, Niji, and Hinata without a trace would have been effortless. Politics is not about killing. It is about human relations. It is about reducing your enemies and multiplying your allies. Suspicion and assassination are the lowest forms of strategy. Though effective, such actions only make others perceive you as intolerant. No one will ever come to serve you. Is that truly the outcome you desire? In the end, we Uchiha belong to Konoha. Our vision cannot be confined to the Uchiha alone, but must encompass the entire village. Uchiha Tataka smiled. He knew his words were profound, but he only needed them understood, not by everyone, but by those who mattered. The next day, Uchiha Zhan and his party rose early and left a letter for Hyuga Hizashi, Hyuga Niji, and Hyuga Hinata. Each letter was penned by Uchiha Zhan, their contents varying, yet all shared the same core message: this parting was but brief. Once their ambitions were fulfilled and their names renowned, there would be no need for concealment. Sarutobi Estate. Hiruzen Sarutobi strolled leisurely about his home, amusing himself with his caged birds, thoroughly at ease, when an ANBU ninja suddenly appeared and knelt before him with practiced precision. Hiruzen clicked his tongue in irritation, his good mood shattered. He glanced toward the ANBU operative, then called for a servant and handed over the birdcage. The servant accepted the cage and slowly retreated. Once the servant had departed, Hiruzen cast him a look. "Follow me. This is no place for conversation." Hiruzen turned and led the ANBU ninja to a secluded corner. "Kakashi, what matter of such urgency could bring you to me at dawn? Has something happened to Naruto?" Hiruzen frowned. Kakashi Hitaki, son of Tsukumo Hitaki, was a jonin of Konoha and one of the leading figures among the younger generation. He and Yamato had been assigned by Hiruzen himself to guard Naruto. With Kakashi's combat prowess and Yamato's would-release ability to suppress tailed beasts, they should have been able to quell Naruto the moment he lost control. Hokage-sama Naruto is unharmed. Rather, Danzo-sama departed at dawn with Root Ninja heading toward Uzumaki Naruto's residence. I ordered Yamato to hold them back with would-release and called upon my subordinate Uchiha Itachi to assist. Time is short. Please Hokage-sama depart immediately or Danzo will kidnap the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi stated these words in a flat, emotionless tone. His visible eye held no warmth. He remained trapped in the warped belief that his father was a disgrace, a useless ninja who failed his mission. Hiruzen failed to notice Kakashi's emotional void, yet the words sent waves of alarm crashing through his mind. Shimura Danzo, how dare he? A mere advisor to the Hokage, openly seizing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Does he seek to rebel? Veins bulged along Hiruzen's neck. He knew of Danzo's ambitions. Indeed, he had once appreciated them. But he would never permit anyone to challenge his authority, not even his dearest friend. For he alone was the Hokage. Kakashi, take this token and assemble the ANBU forces. You must reach the scene before Danzo succeeds. I will depart at once. Saying this, Hiruzen hastened to don his third Hokage's ceremonial robe and the distinctive Hokage hat. He bellowed, Sarutobi Asuma, get out here. Stop sleeping. Something is wrong. Asuma emerged slowly from his room. What's all the racket at this hour, old man? Oh, Kakashi, you're here too. Kakashi gave a brief nod, bowed to Hiruzen, and vanished in a flash of speed. Seeing Kakashi's efficiency, Hiruzen felt a surge of frustration toward his own son. Hurry and follow me to Naruto's house. Your uncle Danzo has gone astray. He seeks to control the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for his own purposes. At these words, Asuma instantly snapped to full alertness. Father, I'll go ahead. In an instant, Asuma's figure vanished, clearly understanding the gravity of the situation. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was the village's secret weapon. Its loss was unthinkable. Moreover, that child was the sole bloodline of the fourth Hokage. He could not stand idle. Hiruzen nodded approvingly. Now that was worthy of his son. Setting his features with resolute determination, Hiruzen sprinted toward Naruto's home. Near Naruto's residence, Shimura Danzo leaned on his cane, squinting at Yamato. What, Yamato? You would oppose me? Defy your former commander. Danzo-sama, I apologize. A shinobi's duty is obedience, to follow the orders of one's direct superior. Kakashi-senpai is my commanding officer. He ordered me to block your path, and I must carry out his command. Yamato spoke with unwavering seriousness. Channeling his chakra, he formed hand seals: snake, rat, dog, tiger. Would release, would binding wall. In the same breath, a colossal wooden barrier encircled every approach to Naruto's home. So be it. Danzo sneered and raised his hand. Root Ninja positioned themselves around the wooden wall and began their hand seals as Danzo's arm descended. Fire release, great fireball. Water release, water collision wave. Lightning release, earth flood. Wind release, great breakthrough. Various jutsu rained down in chaotic fury. Though they lacked any coordinated tactics, their objective was singular: to eliminate Yamato, the traitor who dared defy Danzo-sama. The traitor who dared to betray Danzo-sama and disobey his commands. In an instant, Yamato behind the wooden wall felt warmth rise in his throat as blood erupted from his lips. Yet he refused to yield, bracing both hands against the barrier. Bring it on. Yamato increased his chakra output, causing the damaged wooden wall to rapidly regenerate and thicken. Danzo's expression darkened as he watched. It was all Sarutobi's fault, cloaking his interference in noble rhetoric while stealing away the sole successful wood-release experiment. Though Yamato's strength paled beside that of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama, he remained the only viable wood-release practitioner in over a decade. With Yamato's flesh and blood in his possession, Danzo was confident he could replicate additional wood-release ninja, and perhaps even advance wood-release to rival the first Hokage's legendary mastery. Alas, all of this had been strangled in its cradle by Sarutobi's short-sightedness and misplaced mercy, destroying any chance of restoring Konoha to its former glory. Danzo felt flames of fury consume him. Stand aside. You incompetents can't even breach a defective wood-release barrier. The Root Ninja immediately cleared a path. Danzo stepped forward, regarding the wooden wall with contempt. His right hand formed seals in a single motion: rat, snake, horse, dog. Wind release, vacuum, big ball. Danzo leaned back, strategically drew in a deep breath, extracted his chakra, and from his mouth launched a devastating wind projectile straight at the wooden wall. The densely concentrated white vacuum cannon of wind release tore through space, racing toward the wooden barrier. Boom. The wall erupted with a massive hole, and the attack continued unabated, hurtling directly toward Yamato. Yamato's pupils contracted as his body was hurled backward by the immense force, embedding himself into the very wall he had created before losing consciousness. Danzo smirked with disdain. Though aged, he was far from feeble. Danzo declared, "Press the advantage. Shatter the wooden wall." Yes. The root ninja executed their orders without delay. Stripped of Yamato's chakra support, the wooden barrier grew fragile and cracked under relentless assault. Within 2 breaths, the wooden wall had been pulverized, reduced to fine dust. As the wooden wall shattered, the expressions of the root ninjas shifted one by one, their eyes fixed on the doorway, burning with fervent desire. Whoever pushed open this door first would claim the glory of the vanguard. Whoever captured Naruto Uzumaki would become Lord Danzo's most trusted confidant. For Lord Danzo, and for Konoha, if not now, when. The root ninjas were twisted not only in spirit, but also in mind and ideology. Having been conditioned by the cursed tongue eradication and Danzo's various manipulations, they could no longer integrate into normal life. In their eyes, Shimura Danzo was everything, and his orders were paramount. One of the root ninjas moved swiftly. His hand had already touched the doorknob. The next moment, a short blade severed his entire arm before he could press down. The root ninja was about to cry out in agony, but the man who had cut off his arm spoke coldly. "How dare you root brutes attack this place and injure ENBU members? Are you plotting a rebellion?" The speaker was Uchiha Itachi. With that, he hurled the man who had tried to open Naruto's door downward. The man landed with a thud and fell silent. Shimura Danzo narrowed his eyes and stepped forward, speaking slowly. "Uchiha Itachi, how dare you? Taking the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was my order. Do you have the audacity to question my decision?" "Sorry, but the ANBU answers to the Hokage. Unless the Hokage gives the order, no one is permitted to pass." Kakashi landed beside Uchiha Itachi. With his dead fish eyes locked on Shimura Danzo, arms crossed, he said coldly, "Good work, Itachi. The 3rd Hokage has already made his move. They won't be arrogant for long." Kakashi's words were loud, not only for Itachi's ears, but also as a warning to Danzo. Danzo gritted his teeth, his eyes revealing a turmoil of rage, jealousy, murderous intent, helplessness, and resolve. In less than 3 seconds, his emotions shifted through multiple phases. Finally, he took a deep breath. "Kill them. Bring back the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. As for the Hokage, I will explain myself." Once he got his hands on the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, even if he couldn't bend the boy to his will, Hiruzen Sarutobi would be forced to tread carefully because of the Jinchuriki's power. Hiruzen Sarutobi was no longer the vigorous, daring ninja of his prime. Every decision he made was weighed by how it might affect him and whether Konoha could minimize its losses. He believed that if he could secure Naruto, a weapon comparable to a nuclear bomb, he would become the village's true authority, and he could also use the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to annihilate the Uchiha clan. Inside the room, Naruto Uzumaki huddled in a corner, trembling. He had heard every sound of the battle. Those people were coming for him. He didn't understand why his very existence was so despised, nor why they wanted to take him away. At that moment, red chakra enveloped him. His pupils turned into vertical slits, and he muttered, "Why? Why? 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 What did I do wrong? Why treat me like this?" His emotions destabilized the seal, and Nine-Tails chakra began to leak out. Inside him, Kurama sensed an opportunity and pulled him into the consciousness space. Naruto was still curled up, which made Kurama frown. But to regain his freedom, he forced his voice to sound gentle. "Hey kid." Kurama started with the term kid. How gentle of him. Naruto Uzumaki slowly lifted his head, tears streaming from his eyes. Seeing Naruto like this, Kurama found the harsh words he had intended stuck in his throat, unable to come out. Yet he thought to himself, "Minato Namikaze Kushina Uzumaki. Is this the result of the lives you gave? How ridiculous. You couldn't even protect your own child. After you were gone, he was kept as a secret weapon, feeling the warmth of only that man Hiruzen." Returning to reality, Kurama grinned. "Kid, do you want revenge? Kill those who came to capture you. Kill the villagers who insulted you. Why were you born as the demon fox? Why do you deserve only scraps?" Every word Kurama spoke struck Naruto's heart like a hammer. Each sentence hurt so much he could barely breathe. He clutched his chest and asked himself, why of all things? His will began to waver. The 5 elements seal loosened again. Kurama sneered. The opportunity had come. "Minato, it seems your son's current state of mind is insufficient to seal me." Kurama roared. A massive surge of chakra began to batter the gate of the 5-element seal, while Naruto remained unresponsive. Kurama's words had plunged him into deep despair and degeneration. Just as the Nine-Tails was about to break the seal, a figure appeared. The figure began forming hand seals, reinforcing the 5-element seal and locking the Nine-Tails back in. The sudden change left the Nine-Tails dumbfounded. "Bro, I was about to succeed. Why did you seal me back in?" He looked toward the entrance. The entire fox, well, the entire being, was stunned. "Minato, aren't you dead?" Kurama's eyes widened, then instantly turned red. He grabbed the cage bars and roared, wanting to tear the figure before him apart. It was this very man who had, without explanation, split him into 2 halves. One half taken to the death god's belly, the other half sealed inside Naruto. Ninetales, long time no see. Minato Namikaze said with a smile, waving. Beast. You beast. Let me out. I swear I won't harm Konoha or your son. Kurama roared. Sorry, Ninetales. Your power is too great. You could threaten Konoha at any time. The only choice I had was to seal you inside Naruto. Now your lives are bound together. I cannot release you or my son will die as well, Minato said helplessly. Huh? Son, do you even know you have a son? Kurama, seeing an opportunity, decided to needle Minato. As expected, Minato frowned. What do you mean, Ninetales? Explain yourself. Minato's figure solidified and a massive surge of chakra clashed against Kurama's. Bro, it's exactly what it sounds like. You're not fit to be a father. Here are your son's memories. Do you dare to look? Kurama extended his fist with a smirk. Minato frowned and extended his hand, meeting Kurama's fist. The next moment, memories flooded in like a tidal wave. After sharing the memories, Minato Namikaze's face turned livid. He gazed at Naruto, who was curled up in the corner with reddened eyes, his heart feeling as though it had been struck by a 1,000-ton boulder. Then his gaze darkened. Kurama, lend me a sliver of your power. I beg of you, if you will. With that, Minato bowed his head. Kurama grew intrigued. Oh, you intend to take matters into your own hands, using your son's body, to strike at the village. Not at the village, at root. Minato replied coldly. Fine. I'd like to see just how formidable your yellow flash truly is. Kurama was at heart an entertainer. Since escape was no longer an option, he might as well cook up some amusement. He drew a mass of crimson chakra from within himself, letting it drift languidly toward Minato before finally merging into his form. Minato's figure became fully corporeal, his robes beginning to billow and dance with the wind. He walked up to Naruto and spoke. Naruto, I'm sorry. Once this affair has concluded, I will tell you everything. You are no demon fox. You are the son of a hero. With that, Minato took command of his son's body, and in the blink of an eye he had successfully possessed it. In reality, the whisker marks on Naruto's face faded away, leaving his visage smooth and handsome. Even his hair had grown considerably, making him resemble Minato all the more. He heard a voice from outside Raikiri. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips. Is that Kakashi? That boy has grown up as well, hasn't he? Closing his eyes, he sensed the number of people in the vicinity. Opening his eyes, he let out a derisive laugh. Old dog Danzo, I honored you as an elder and tolerated your misdeeds time and again. Yet you dared to dispatch 100 root ninjas to seize my son. Excellent. Minato kicked the door wide open, startling Uchiha Itachi and Hatake Kakashi. Both of their pupils constricted. How did Naruto manage to get out? Kakashi furrowed his brow. Something about the aura radiating from Naruto and his current appearance seemed off. Kakashi, it's been a long while. You've grown quite tall. Minato said calmly. Upon hearing that voice, Kakashi felt as though he'd been struck by lightning. Teacher. Minato smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Itachi. You must be Fugaku's son. Your facial contours are the spitting image of your father, while your features take after your mother. Indeed, a fine-looking young man. Are you Lord Fourth? Itachi was perplexed. Hadn't the fourth Hokage perished during the Nine-Tails rampage? How could he be possessing Naruto now? That is a tale for another time. By the way, you two little ones, have you hidden yourselves long enough? If you've had your fill of hiding, come on out, and keep Naruto's home safe for me. Minato chuckled. Uchiha Zhan and Uchiha Shursui exchanged a glance, then materialized beside Minato from the shadows. The Uchiha clan truly produces one prodigy after another in this generation. 3 pairs of Mangekyo. Minato laughed. However, Uchiha Zhan and the others tensed up, instinctively falling into defensive stances. You needn't be so wary. Kurama has told me of the deeds of the 3rd Hokage Danzo and the other higher-ups. I now realize I entrusted my son to the wrong people, and for that I am deeply disappointed. As for the aspirations of you 3 in the Uchiha clan, you have my support. Kakashi, you were my disciple. When your master's wife was alive, she looked after you well. How have you been looking after Naruto all these years? Minato's tone was heavy with complex emotions. Teacher, Kakashi's face turned deathly pale, his words catching in his throat. I know you have your unspoken difficulties and your own reasoning, and I understand. But from this point on, let me, as a father, know as a teacher, beg you protect Naruto during this time. This state of mind will not last long. Minato bowed to Kakashi. Kakashi was instantly choked with emotion. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed to his teacher. Forgive me, master. I was wrong. Minato sighed, helped him to his feet, and then looked at Uchiha Zhan and the others. Do any of you have kunai? A thought struck Kakashi, and he produced a large number of flying Raijin kunai from his ninja tool pouch, handing them to Minato. I never imagined you'd stashed away so many of my keepsakes. Minato shook his head, then received them. Now then, let me show you all the true might of the yellow flash. A faint smile graced Minato's lips. The next instant, he fixed his gaze upon a root ninja charging toward him and hurled a flying Raijin kunai. The root ninja twisted midair to evade, a look of derision flashing in his eyes. You brat, you can't even hit the mark with a kunai. A good-for-nothing through and through. I suggest you lay down your arms at once or else. Before he could finish his sentence, Minato vanished from his original position, leaving the root ninja stunned. A split second later, an overwhelming force pressed against him from behind. Rasengan. A miniature spiral sphere materialized in Minato's hand as he slammed the man from a height of 3 stories down onto the ground, grinding him against the earth. A sickening crack suddenly echoed through the air. The root ninja collapsed, paralyzed, his bladder and bowels letting go. With a single technique, Minato had shattered the spine of a root jonin. The onlookers drew in sharp breaths. This mere child, not even a ninja, could accomplish such a feat. Monster. An absolute monster. Shimura Danzo's lips curled upward. Naruto Uzumaki, do you realize that harming village ninjas is tantamount to treason? Your actions here have already strayed down a path of no return. However, I pity you. An orphan raised without father, mother, or proper guidance, so it's only natural you'd err. Should you be willing to follow me and join my route, not only will I absolve you of any wrongdoing, but I will also put you in a position of great importance. Do not bring ruin upon yourself. Danzo was certain of his victory. Naruto was utterly surrounded. A mere child with a few parlor tricks. Even if he could handle 1 or 2 opponents, could he possibly overpower over 100? Hep. Minato let out a faint chuckle before hurling out a flurry of kunai, each inscribed with the words, Blade of Ninja Love. The crowd faltered. There was something hauntingly familiar about those weapons. The next moment, Naruto's figure vanished, and a series of golden flashes streaked through the air. With every flicker of light, 1 or 2 figures collapsed with agonized cries. Danzo's expression shifted as the memory surfaced. Yellow flash. Flying Raijin. Naruto, you dare to secretly study the techniques of the Forbidden Scroll. Stop. Cease this at once. These men are the very foundation of Konoha, the strength of the leaf. Surely you would not truly raise your hand against your own villagers. Would you slaughter every single one of them? Danzo lamented, watching as over 30 ninjas lay stricken. Minato halted, gazing at him with cold indifference. Tell Hiruzen Sarutobi to come before me. Otherwise I will cut down every ninja present who dared to take part in this. You Uzumaki Naruto, do you realize that your actions have violated the laws of Konoha? I can order your execution at any moment. Shimura Danzo pointed at Uzumaki Naruto, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a demon from hell. Counselor Danzo, your tricks might work on others, but on me. Sorry, you're still lacking. Namikaze, Minato sneered. His gaze swept over the crowd. The root shinobi gritted their teeth, but dared not move, for Minato's earlier display had made them realize the vast gap between them. How dare you look down on me? Shimura Danzo formed hand seals, wind release pressure damage. Naruto's provocation had made him lose face. He attacked the boy without regard for his status. Well done. Minato sneered, extending his right hand as a Rasengan materialized and was launched. He broke through Danzo's pressure damage. Not finished, he continued, driving the Rasengan toward Danzo's withered, aged face. Danzo's expression changed. Rasengan. He knew this technique. An A-rank jutsu created by the 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato. The only one alive who could use it now was Jiraiya, one of the 3 ninja. Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto had already become Jiraiya's disciple? Impossible. Danzo had no escape and was about to use his Anaji when a voice rang out, Inma, find him. This voice allowed Danzo to breathe a sigh of relief, and he halted his original technique. A staff flew from afar, bypassing Danzo and charging toward Naruto to interrupt his movements. Minato seized the opportunity to throw a ninja love sword straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Thunder Shin. Minato's voice caused Hiruzen to falter for a moment. The next moment, Minato appeared before him, the Rasengan still in his hand. He spun in midair and slammed the Rasengan into the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Boom. Hiruzen was knocked down by this attack, letting out a painful cry. Ah. Minato's expression was indifferent. After landing the blow, he leaped to a distance. The Anbu and Root were stunned. They never expected that this boy, Uzumaki Naruto, could seriously wound the Hokage. Root leader Danzo's eyes lit up as he took command. All Konoha shinobi, attack now and capture the demon fox Uzumaki Naruto. Shiranui, Gunma, Ebisu, and Iwashir appeared beside Naruto, forming a triangle to protect him. You're the 4th Hokage, right? Shiranui Gunma asked softly, a twig between his teeth. Really, I didn't expect you to be the first to recognize me. Minato's face bore a warm smile. Ebisu and Iwashir's eyes lit up as they shouted, Yondaime-sama. Yondaime. Their voices were loud, and the shinobi present clearly heard their words. A piece of information spread instantly. Uzumaki Naruto is possessed by the 4th Hokage. No wonder the Flying Thunder God technique felt so familiar. Look at Naruto's appearance. Isn't it similar to Yondaime-sama's? The Anbu shinobi halted, their faces complex as they looked at Naruto. From the beginning they had sensed that familiar chakra. But everyone knew the common sense that the dead cannot return. The 4th and his wife had died in the Nine-Tails rampage, their bodies buried in Konoha's cemetery. This was an undeniable fact. Yet now the 4th Hokage had possessed the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Kakashi, hearing the talk, rushed down and knelt before Naruto-sensei. Kakashi, you came after all. I didn't want you to get involved, Minato's voice said, the faint tone making Kakashi's body tremble. A sensei is always a sensei. How could a disciple let his sensei face danger alone? Kakashi lowered his head. Minato shook his head. Then he looked at Shimura Danzo. Elder Danzo, it's been a few years, and you're still as calculating as ever. You are Namikaze Minato. No, Minato died long ago. You're the Ninetales the Demon Fox. Danzo knew in his heart that it was Minato, but he couldn't admit it because Minato's prestige was too high. In every sense, the fourth Hokage was beloved by the village. If he allowed this to be confirmed, it would be bad for him. The root shinobi gritted their teeth and charged again, but this time a shinobi appeared, Uchiha Fugaku. He stepped forward with a stern face, felt the familiar chakra, then snorted, and turned to the ANBU, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fire dragon technique. Uchiha Fugaku's gaze was firm as he expelled a fire dragon that slammed into the ground. Immediately cries of agony arose. The root shinobi were instantly knocked down by this technique. Fugaku's control was perfect, stunning without causing internal injury. He only knocked them down without damaging their organs. I'm not late, am I, Minato? Uchiha Fugaku didn't turn around, but Minato laughed at the voice. Fugaku, after all these years you've grown even stronger. Just as they were about to catch up, Shimura Danzo interrupted. Uchiha, what are you doing approaching the Ninetales Jinchuriki? Are you planning to start another Ninetales incident? Minato frowned. This old man's words were so harsh. As he was about to retort, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, got up. He looked at Naruto, possessed by Minato, with tears in his eyes. Minato, is it you? Have you returned? He had heard their conversation. He knew that this was not Uzumaki Naruto, but the fourth Hokage, Namikaze Minato. Minato, hearing the old man's voice, gave him a deep look. Hiruzen's body stiffened. What kind of gaze was that? Anger, coldness, disdain, madness, disappointment, and finally indifference. Lord Third Hokage Namikaze Minato was never the fourth Hokage, just an ordinary shinobi with slightly more power, Naruto said. Hiruzen closed his eyes. Minato, I'm sorry. Too late. Minato's voice came from within Naruto, tinged with sorrow. How did you promise us, Sarutobi? Namikaze Minato's voice echoed. You promised to take good care of Naruto and grant him the treatment befitting a hero's son. If it weren't for today, when you plundered Naruto and awakened my soul, I would never have known that this is how you protect him. Sarutobi Hiruzen grew anxious. Minato, it's not like that, let me explain. He feared that Minato would publicly reveal how he had treated Naruto. He dreaded that once these deeds were exposed, his prestige would plummet and the image of the greatest Hokage he had painstakingly built would shatter. He worried that the villagers would question Sarutobi Hiruzen. Where did the Uzumaki clan's legacy go? The most prosperous commercial street in Konoha belonged to the Minato family, yet now Naruto received only 3,000 ryo each month. Was this reasonable? No, it was utterly unreasonable. Alright, Sarutobi, you need not explain. You wish to say that this was to protect the Ninetales Jinchuriki, hence concealing his identity as a hero's son. Fine, but why did you call him a demon fox, making everyone despise him, scorn him, and ostracize him? You then stepped in to win their hearts, tossing a mere 3,000 ryo at my son each month. A bowl of noodles costs 1 or 200 ryo, and you give him 3,000. Who are you trying to starve? What about the inheritance left by me and Kushina? Did you devour it all? Namikaze Minato was completely enraged. He looked like a man possessed, unable to believe that the third Hokage he had always respected and admired had done so much after his death. Had it not been for Kurama passing the memories to him, and using Ninetales chakra to sustain this sliver of his soul, he would never have been able to stand up for his son. Namikaze Minato's words caused the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen to pale and stagger. He hadn't expected Minato to say it, and to say it in front of everyone. His already somewhat stooped back now bent even further like a flickering candle in the wind, as if a single gust could extinguish him. The Umbu ninjas turned their gazes to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing him in such a state of vile emotion stirred within them contempt and disdain. Shirinui Igama bit off a twig and spat it out, his face filled with anger as he looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hiruzen, for his part, had no heart to reprimand anyone. He stood motionless, stupefied. He knew that after today his name would be thoroughly tarnished, and the entire Sarutobi clan would be unable to hold their heads high. Kakashi remained silent. He had known all this, but overwhelmed by pressure, or perhaps by the death of his father, his twisted values had not yet fully healed. He simply carried out missions, carrying out his superior's orders, never once looking at Naruto. If guilt were to be measured, he was the most guilty of all. But at this moment Namikaze Minato did not reproach him, which caused his frozen heart to begin to thaw. Just as Sarutobi Hiruzen was sinking into despair, Shimura Danzo spoke. Hiruzen, this man is spreading lies and has killed many of my root ninjas. He cannot be let off so easily. Sarutobi Hiruzen was jolted by Shimura Danzo's words. His eyes lit up. Yes, if he could capture Uzumaki Naruto and win this battle, then silence everyone. His gaze turned sinister. He would have Danzo place the tongue-cutter seal on everyone present. A chill ran down the spines of the Umbu and root ninjas. Uchiha Zhan watched this scene from afar, a smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Fight, the fiercer the better. Ding system mission released, rescue Uzumaki Naruto. Reward based on mission completion and plot coherence. Failure, host annihilated. Damn it. You cheating bastard, you can't play fair. You little trash, you have no skill. Despite his complaints, Uchiha Zhan reluctantly rose to his feet. Beside him, Uchiha Itachi helped Yamato up, while Uchiha Shisui like Uchiha Zhan watched the distant battle. Zhankoin, who do you think will win? Uchiha Shisui inquired. On one side were the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki Uzumaki Naruto possessed by Minato and Uchiha Fugaku. On the other were Sarutobi Hiruzen hailed as the strongest Hokage and Shimura Danzo the darkness of Konoha. Uchiha Zhan rolled his eyes. How can you ask such a question? If the old man didn't hide his strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo combined wouldn't be enough to beat him. But if he didn't conceal his power, he wouldn't beat Uchiha Fugaku. That guy is just too stubborn. Having said this, Uchiha Zhan stretched his body preparing to join the main battlefield. His movement caught Uchiha Shisui's attention. Zhankoin, what are you doing? Seeing his eager stance, Uchiha Shisui already guessed. Well, although Uchiha Fugaku is hiding his strength, he is still my old man after all. I can't just let him get captured, can I? And you can see for yourself, if Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo win, then everyone here, including Yumi, these Umbu, and Root, will be in a dire situation. Even if we don't care about them, we have to worry about ourselves. With these words, Uchiha Zhan leaped down and slowly walked toward the battlefield. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, formed hand seals, boar horse, snake dragon, rat ox tiger. He took a deep breath, his lungs swelling. Fire release, great fire dragon flame bullet. Sarutobi Hiruzen chanted, then channeled chakra, spitting out a fire dragon head that charged straight at Uzumaki Naruto. He had no choice. Even if it meant losing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he had to destroy him. Even if he had to lose the Nine-Tails, he could not allow Namake's Minato to escape. Otherwise his power and status would slip away from him. Conversely, if Namake's Minato and Uzumaki Naruto died, and everyone present was placed under the tongue cutter seal, then he would still be the third Hokage, the strongest Hokage, the hero of the ninja Sarutobi Hiruzen. Namake's Minato's pupils constricted. He could dodge, but what about Shiranui Gunma and Bingzu Leitong? At that moment a figure appeared, hands forming seals at blinding speed. Dragon Snake Ram, Earth Release, Earth-style wall. Hatake Kakashi enters the fray. An earth wall with a dog head rose abruptly, briefly blocking the great fire dragon flame bullet. Shimura Danzo formed seals, wind release, vacuum, great sphere. The great fire dragon flame bullet merged with the vacuum great sphere, instantly doubling the compound jutsu's power and range. Kakashi's pupils shrank. Would he have to use that technique? He hesitated, for that technique was uncertain. Just then Uchiha Zhan appeared, forming seals, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger. Fire release, great fireball technique. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes lit up. Like father, like son, their combined strength could break metal. In an instant, he also performed the great fireball technique. The two fireballs merged into a colossal sphere, locking the compound jutsu of the great fire dragon flame bullet and vacuum great sphere in a stalemate. Super great fireball jutsu and fire dragon flame bullet clashed in midair, flames shooting into the sky as the surrounding temperature rose rapidly. Everyone stared unblinkingly at the collision. In the end, the two attacks exploded, and the tremendous noise alarmed many ninja clans. They sent out ninja one after another to gather intelligence, and learned that the Uchiha clan had come to blows with the Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the Hokage advisor Danzo Shimura. Before 3 minutes had passed, members of the major ninja clans gathered together ready to watch this fine spectacle. As the crowd grew larger, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura clenched their hands until their knuckles cracked. The law cannot punish the many. Now that the number of people on the scene had exceeded the maximum they could control, even if they subdued Naruto Uzumaki and the Uchiha clan, they could not silence everyone. They had failed. Uchiha Zhan and Fugaku Uchiha exchanged a glance. Uchiha Zhan smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Hokage and Hokage advisor, for accompanying us in today's ninjutsu training. Until we meet again." At this moment, a head-on confrontation with Hiruzen Sarutobi was clearly unwise. Only those who had come at the very beginning knew the full picture of what had happened today. As for Root, there was no need to say more. They would not dare utter a single word about what had just happened. They were absolutely obedient to Danzo Shimura and safeguarded his interests. The Umbu, however, were another matter. The Umbu had their own minds, and it was inevitable that some would tell their family members or relatives about what had happened. Uchiha. Hilarious. If I can't make the news spread across all of Konoha by tomorrow, I'll take the Sarutobi surname. What the hell is this? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. This is the perfect chance to weaken the Hokage's prestige and destroy the Hokage's power base. Hiruzen Sarutobi gave a smile that did not reach his eyes. The Uchiha clan truly produces heroes in abundance. At such a young age you already possess such formidable chakra. The Lord Hokage flatters me. It must not have been easy to be Hokage and rise to your current position. Uchiha Zhan said with a grin. The corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth twitched. Then with a chill in his eyes he flicked his sleeve. Let's go. His tone was filled with anger. Unconcealed anger. Just as Uchiha Zhan was still gloating, Fugaku Uchiha smacked him on the back of the neck. You little brat. Are you crazy? Directly butting heads with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Dad, you already made your move, so why are you scolding me? We're about the same. From the moment you acted, hadn't you already decided to contend with Hiruzen Sarutobi? Besides, with Senior Minato here and justice on our side, I think those major and noble clans won't get involved unless they're stupid. After all, the hero's son was humiliated and the hero's property was confiscated. If even a hero is treated like this, then what about those great clans? Don't you think so? Uchiha Zhan looked toward the ninja clans in the forest. About 20 minutes later, people came out one after another. Their expressions varied, but all carefully sized up Uchiha Zhan. They only knew a little about the battle just now, not the entire process. At this moment, Minato Namikaze appeared. Everyone, it's been a long time. A smile hung on his face. Since Naruto Uzumaki was currently possessed, his appearance was almost infinitely close to Minato Namikaze. Many people were taken aback when they saw Naruto like that. Why Yondaime? Murmured the head of one clan. Oh, clan leader Ida, it's been a long time. Back then you were still a young lad, but now you've become much more composed. Minato Namikaze replied. Clan leader Ida trembled all over. Yondaime. It really is Yondaime. Yondaime is back. Minato Namikaze smiled, then invited the clan leaders to his own home to catch up. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task complete. S rank, reward 30 AK-47s. Keep up the good work. Instantly, many AK-47s appeared in the system space, lying quietly in their slots. But Uchiha Zhan was anything but calm at that moment. His brain short-circuited. AK-47s. Holy crap, this thing can be a reward. He quickly checked them. He discovered that all 30 AK-47s had only one magazine each. That is, every gun could only fire one magazine's worth of bullets. In the ninja world, a world of high attack and low defense, the appearance of rifles could pose a huge threat to Jonin. The key was that using a rifle had no barrier to entry. Even a 7-year-old child could pick up a rifle and spray bullets. Kaga-level powerhouses all had various abilities, recovery, defense, and speed, and had already reached the peak of human capability. Ordinary bullets could not hurt them. But among Konoha's current leadership, only Hiruzen Sarutobi counted as a Kaga-level powerhouse. Danzo Shimura could only be counted as half of one. The other three were not in the village. These rifles might come in handy in the future when the Uchiha clan staged its coup. Obito Uchiha's intangibility lasted 5 minutes. As long as he didn't hide in the Kemui dimension, Uchiha Zhan was confident he could riddle him with bullets, unless Black Zetsu attached to him, of course. That old sly bastard had absurdly powerful self-healing. As long as he protected Obito Uchiha's heart, Obito Uchiha wouldn't die, though he would slowly expel the bullets from his body, and then slowly recover. Uchiha Zhan was lost in pleasant thoughts. Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha came to his side, and seeing Uchiha Zhan drooling wore strange expressions. This guy hasn't gone crazy, has he? What about the coup then? Shursui Uchiha hesitated for a long time before speaking. Zhan, what's wrong? Shursui's words pulled Uchiha Zhan back to reality. He immediately snapped out of it. Oh, it's nothing. Where's father? Where did he go? Itachi Uchiha pointed to Naruto's house without speaking. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Alright, let's head back. At an occasion like that, there will certainly be many important people wanting to talk with him. We shouldn't get involved. Although Minato Namikaze is very angry when it comes down to it, he is only a soul now. No one knows how long he can last. Besides, that is after all his son's body. I think today he probably hopes father and the leaders of the other clans will take care of his son rather than discuss too many political matters. Shursui frowned. You mean Yondaime won't tell them how his son has been doing? Does Naruto's situation even need to be said? Now the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, only needs to say that Naruto is his son. That's enough. He isn't a qualified ruler, but he is a qualified Kage. A Kage who risks his life to protect everyone. Uchiha Zhan looked toward Naruto's home and said with a sigh, Then what do we do next? Shursui asked. His mind wasn't as sharp as Uchiha Zhan's, so he understood that if they wanted to stage the coup, he needed to listen to Uchiha Zhan. Itachi Uchiha also looked at his younger brother, curious about what he would do. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled upward. Of course we publish a newspaper. His lips curled upward. A newspaper? What a novelty. In this world with underdeveloped information networks, whoever controls public opinion controls the political direction. Upon returning to the Uchiha clan grounds, Uchiha Zhan waved his hand, and all clan members sprang into action. Paper printing presses and content editors were set to work. After 5 hours, a newspaper with the bold title My Daily in the upper left corner was born, eliciting cheers from everyone. Uchiha Zhan picked up the newspaper and read it from beginning to end. Hero's son or demon fox? Let's delve into the Nine-Tails incident of that year. Shocking. The hero's son cannot even afford a decent monthly allowance. Is this a distortion of humanity or a collapse of morality? Human experimentation, is it the doing of Orochimaru or tacitly approved by the village's higher-ups? White Fang once saved a man, yet that very man joined the mockery of White Fang upon returning to the village. Was there someone behind this? Why did the Senju clan vanish, leaving only Tsunade? Are those trees before the Senju territory reminiscent of human silhouettes? Uchiha Zhan sneered at the newspaper. Alright, everyone, follow this template and start printing. Today's target is 10,000 copies, each sold for 1 silver tael. Yes. Both civilian and ninja members of the Uchiha clan swiftly mobilized. Now that Uchiha Zhan had unified the Uchiha, there were no more factional disputes. Thus, they silently regarded him as the new clan head, while Uchiha Fugaku. 3 more hours passed, and 10,000 newspapers were ready. Uchiha Zhan divided them into 20 groups of 500 each to be sold at 7 o'clock the next morning. Uchiha Itachi stared at the newspaper, his pupils trembling. He looked at Uchiha Zhan. Second brother, are these things true or false? If they're true then what? Too insane. Or too dark. Uchiha Zhan seemed to read Uchiha Itachi's mind. Uchiha Itachi nodded. He had never imagined the village's hidden secrets to be like this. In his mind, the towering image of the third Hokage crumbled instantly. At the same time, a chill made him shudder. Such a person was rotten to the core, and he had been conspiring with a tiger for so long. All that kindness was nothing but a facade. Uchiha Shursui frowned. Some of the content here must be false, right? He pointed to the section about Uchiha Fugaku and his son's trivial matters. Uchiha Zhan glanced over and nodded. Besides the serious content, we need some light-hearted stories to liven things up. That way it spreads widely. Men, women, old, and young will all buy a copy. It's not expensive, and it's just for reading. Uchiha Shursui nodded. He looked at the newspaper's front-page headlines and the deeds of the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo, falling into silence. Those two really were birds of a feather. Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat in the main seat. Somehow he felt the stool was burning his backside today, and a shadow of gloom hung over his heart. Across from him, Shimura Danzo slammed his hands on the table. Hiruzen, I don't know what you're hesitating about. Even if Naruto Uzumaki is possessed by Minato Namikaze, killing him solves the problem. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep drag of his pipe and exhaled. And then, killing Naruto to confirm those deeds, what good does that do either of us? By then the relationship between the ninja clans and the village will be completely frozen, and Konoha might even split. Wouldn't that destroy the first Hokage's life's work? Both of us would become sinners. Hiruzen Sarutobi stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The white smoke in the room drifted out, making it look from afar as if the building were on fire. Then we do nothing. Wait for Minato Namikaze to gather the clans and stage a coup. Shimura Danzo couldn't believe Hiruzen was hesitating over this. A coup. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a deep breath, staring blankly at the prosperity of Konoha village, silent for a long time. Danzo, which is better, a coup or Konoha falling apart? Do you think you can silence the mouths of millions of villagers in Konoha? Shimura Danzo lowered his head. Though he knew Hiruzen was right, he had his ambitions. He had waited so long, yet the Hokage position was about to slip away. Why? He refused to give up. He still had to do something. He gazed at Hiruzen's Hokage robe, desire burning in his eyes. I hope you won't regret this. Shimura Danzo turned and strode out the door. This time Hiruzen Sarutobi did not say, I am the Hokage. He still held his pipe, staring into the distance. Naruto Uzumaki's home. Minato Namikaze did not mention the coup. Instead, he asked the clan heads to look after Naruto and ease his hardships. Uchiha Fugaku asked if he had considered reclaiming the Hokage position. Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly. I am nothing but a soul now, and I might dissipate any day. Even if I took the Hokage seat now, how many days would I have to govern it? Minato felt helpless. He understood Uchiha Fugaku's intent. From Kurama, he had learned of the Uchiha clan's hardships over the years, but there was nothing he could do. He was already dead, and his lingering soul could vanish at any moment. A coup was impossible. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. Everyone present was silent. They had long suffered under Sarutobi, and even those who hadn't, now knowing what Sarutobi had done to the Namikaze family, began to fear that he might turn on them one day. In the end, everyone returned to their homes, but many clans subtly mentioned a coup to Uchiha Fugaku, and gradually aligned themselves with the Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku did not refuse, he chatted with them amiably. Only Minato Namikaze shot a deep glance at Uchiha Fugaku. He had just given Fugaku a note, and hoped he would read it. Back home, Uchiha Fugaku took out the note, which read, Brother Fugaku, the one who takes the Hokage seat, now must be the Uchiha. I only ask that you take good care of my son when you claim Konoha. If you need anything, just come to me. I will do my utmost to help you seize that position. Signed, Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku stared at the note with mixed emotions. Just then a small fair hand snatched the paper away. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed to, Uchiha Zhan smiled me. Why so angry? Let me guess. You wanted Minato to stage a coup, but he refused. Uchiha Zhan's words hit the mark. Uchiha Fugaku sighed. That's right, you're spot on. Minato doesn't know how long he can last, so a coup to seize power isn't feasible for him. Uchiha Zhan nodded. What Minato said was true. He glanced at the note in his hand and curled his lips. I see. So father, is it a yes or a no? Uchiha Zhan asked, his smile radiant as he gazed at Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's face was steeped in hesitation. Let me think it over for a few more days. The moment the words left his mouth, the smile vanished from Uchiha Zhan's face, replaced by a flicker of disappointment, complexity, chill, and mockery in his eyes. Father, I asked you whether you agree or refuse, and you reply that you need a few more days to think. Uchiha Zhan's chakra erupted. Instantly, it stirred the entire Uchiha clan, including Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui, who saw Zhan in the courtyard with his hair dancing in the wind, his chakra radiating outward without cease. Zhan, what is the meaning of this? Do I not even have the right to deliberate? Uchiha Fugaku scolded. Deliberate? Now is not the time for deliberation. All the major ninja clans are drawing near to the Uchiha, and you still need to think about whether to launch a coup. Is there even a need to think? If we go through with the coup, we remain one family. If not, then fine. Those willing to rebel follow me. We'll establish our own faction. Uchiha Zhan sneered. At once all the Uchiha ninjas knelt swiftly. We obey Lord Zhan's command. This scene left Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Fugaku stunned, and even Uchiha Shisui joined the ranks of kneeling ninjas. Uchiha Fugaku staggered, realizing that he was no longer the head of the Uchiha clan. Or rather, he was still the clan leader in name, but one whose authority had been usurped by his own son. He looked at Uchiha Zhan, and Uchiha Zhan looked back at him. The difference was that Zhan had once believed Fugaku was as determined to stage the coup as he was. But today Fugaku's hesitation once again plunged Zhan's heart into the abyss. As the leader of the Uchiha clan, one either acts or refrains. What is the meaning of this endless deliberation? Uchiha Fugaku sighed. Enough. From today onward the Uchiha clan is yours to lead. Perhaps I was never truly fit to be the clan head. A fire burned in the eyes of the crowd. They had long grown weary of Fugaku's neutrality, always avoiding offense to anyone. Now with the coup imminent, he still hesitated. Uchiha Zhan said nothing and turned to leave, followed by a throng of Uchiha, leaving only Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Itachi standing there. Uchiha Itachi watched Zhan with envy. Was this what it felt like to be recognized by everyone? Itachi, you should go too. Perhaps only your younger brother can save the Uchiha and save Konoha. After speaking, Uchiha Fugaku walked toward the house. Uchiha Itachi watched his retreating figure, his heart a storm of mixed emotions. In just a short moment the balance of power had shifted decisively. He shook his head and headed in the direction Uchiha Zhan had gone. By the time Zhan reached the meeting hall it was already midnight, yet every ninja in the clan, save Uchiha Fugaku, had gathered. Uchiha Zhan strode directly toward the clan leader's throne. Uchiha Sogi tried to speak, but was immediately silenced by the oppressive glare of the Uchiha crowd, their Sharingan activated. The pressure forced him to swallow his words and bow his head where he stood. Uchiha Zhan gazed at the clan leader's seat, his heart tangled. He had thought it would take much longer to sit here, yet today it had come to pass. He turned to face the crowd, then sat generously upon the throne reserved for the clan leader. My fellow clansman, the former clan head Uchiha Fugaku, is unwell. For the time being I shall act as the provisional clan leader, exercising all the authority of the position. As per tradition, we shall vote by a show of hands, pooling our wisdom. Uchiha Zhan said calmly, then propped his legs on the table, looking down at the ninjas below. Within 10 seconds every hand was raised, including Uchiha Sogi's. He understood that Zhan's command was unstoppable, and it was wiser to submit. Uchiha Zhan rose. Very well, then I ask everyone to follow my decisions from now on. Yes. The crowd knelt on one knee. Tomorrow's newspaper shall be sold by 20 teams in 20 districts. I must also trouble you all. We need a few plants. After buying the paper they should read it aloud. At the same time the Uchiha police force will patrol those 20 districts. If anyone causes trouble, even if they are from the Umbu or the root, they must be apprehended. The distribution of this newspaper is imperative. Nothing shall stand in its way. If any issue arises that you cannot handle, come directly to me. I will resolve it. Uchiha Zhan began issuing orders, his sole purpose being to circulate the newspaper, to seize control of Konoha's public opinion. In this era of scarce entertainment, public opinion was the voice of the people. Moreover, the events of today were known only to the ninja clans. The common civilians and villagers still saw Sarutobi Hiruzen as the benevolent, kind-hearted third Hokage. Uchiha Zhan's goal was to shatter the goodwill Sarutobi Hiruzen had cultivated over the years, sending his once illustrious reputation plummeting. Besides, every piece of news he published was true and verifiable. What was there to fear? The only trouble would come from Umbu ninjas discovering him tomorrow, but compared to the gains, that trouble was negligible. Thus, under Uchiha Zhan's arrangement, the Uchiha clan each took their roles, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Zhan returned to his room, ready to sleep, only to find Uchiha Mikoto waiting for him there. You're back, Zhan. Uchiha Mikoto's voice carried a hint of reluctance to speak. Uchiha Zhan paused, then bowed. Mother. Uchiha Mikoto smiled. Sit down. She gestured for Zhan to sit across from her. Zhan knelt in the formal Saiza position, back straight, looking at her. Did you quarrel with your father? I saw him come back without a word and go straight to bed. No matter how I asked, he wouldn't speak, so I wanted to know what happened. Uchiha Mikoto looked into Zhan's eyes as she inquired. Zhan pressed his lips together. He could be stern with his father Uchiha Fugaku, but when facing his mother, he dared not defy her. In his memory, Uchiha Mikoto had always protected him since childhood. She was gentle and kind, and he could not bring himself to contradict her. So Uchiha Zhan took out the note from Namikaze Minato explaining his father's hesitation and the urgency of their current situation. The Uchiha clan was now at a life-or-death juncture. They could only advance, never retreat. Every clansman had his life on the line. Even Uchiha Zhan, if he backed down now, the brothers behind him would hack him into pieces. Uchiha Fugaku's hesitation was even more dangerous. Everyone had agreed on the coup, and now he wanted to reconsider. How could they let such a golden opportunity slip? Hesitation leads to defeat. Finally, Uchiha Zhan took a deep breath and said, "Mother, father was too hesitant about whether to ally with Minato Namikaze in the coup. In the end, we had a quarrel." Uchiha Zhan said no more than that. But Uchiha Makoto was no ordinary person, as she understood the gist of the matter at once. So she said with a smile, "Zhan, I know you have your reasons for doing this, but I hope you will not be so blunt in the future. After all, Fugaku is your father. You should at least save him some face. Although your father has strong political sensitivity, his flaw is also obvious. He is good at planning, but lacks decisiveness. He cannot fully commit to any faction, so he chooses to offend neither. But in reality, this choice offends both sides. I have also advised your father, but he always shook his head and refused, saying he needed to think." At this point, Uchiha Makoto sighed and looked at Uchiha Zhan. "Your father has too many worries." But the clan leadership fell upon him, and his pressure is immense. Uchiha Zhan lowered his head. He knew his mother was right, but extraordinary times called for extraordinary measures. Now was an unprecedented turning point for the Uchiha clan in a century. Seize the opportunity, and they would soar, give up, and they would fall into an endless abyss. Uchiha Zhan knew that Sarutobi Hiruzen still had 5 years to live. 5 years later, during the Konoha Crush plan, if it weren't for Orochimaru using the impure world reincarnation technique, that old man might have lived even longer. For the sake of Konoha, for the Uchiha, for his mother, for Sasuke, he had no choice but to do this. "Mother." Uchiha Zhan stood up and bowed to her, then said, "Mother, I am sorry. This period is very critical. I cannot promise you. But please trust me. When everything is settled, I will personally apologize to you." Having said that, Uchiha Zhan turned and walked toward the bed. Uchiha Makoto smiled gently. "Good. I believe my son can definitely achieve what he wants to do." Uchiha Zhan waved his hand. "Good night, Mom." He did not close the door or set any defenses because the person in the room was the only mother he had in this life. Uchiha Zhan murmured in his heart, "Love you, Mom. See you tomorrow." The next day, Uchiha Zhan woke up early. As soon as he pushed open the door, a group of Uchiha ninjas holding the newspapers printed yesterday were chattering about something. As soon as Uchiha Zhan stepped out, they immediately stopped their discussion and looked at him with shining eyes. "Greetings, clan leader. The clan leader is up so early. We're about to set off." Voices came from all sides. Uchiha Zhan checked the time. There were still about 10 minutes before departure, so he asked, "Why are you all gathered at my doorstep?" "It's like this, clan leader. We spontaneously wanted to gather here. Seeing your home gives us peace of mind. After all, what's coming next is a bit too thrilling." As he spoke, the Uchiha's voice trembled slightly. Uchiha Zhan laughed. "Pull yourself together. Today is just the beginning. This is nothing. Tomorrow, the day after, and for the entire week to come, we will be distributing these." "Then, clan leader, what if the Hokage causes trouble for you?" "I've heard that Root is very cruel," another young ninja spoke up. "From now on, the Uchiha will only answer to orders, not summons. As long as Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo remain in power, the Uchiha will not attend any meetings." Uchiha Zhan sneered. The Uchiha had 4 Mangekyo users. They were being too generous by even attending meetings. If he didn't want to minimize casualties, Uchiha Zhan could start a war at any time. Uchiha Zhan's words made the young ninjas' faces flush with excitement. What a fine declaration. Only obey orders, not summons. A true man should be like this. After chatting for a while, the Uchiha ninjas rushed out, heading for the routes that Uchiha Zhan had planned yesterday. Uchiha Zhan watched them, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Soon Konoha would undergo a change of weather. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi appeared and stood silently. Uchiha Zhan said, "You two, one manages the east, the other the west. If any Umbu or Root agents interfere with our business, kill them without mercy." "Yes." Shursui and Itachi replied in unison, then vanished on the spot. Uchiha Zhan similarly flickered and appeared above the Hokage rock, arms crossed, looking at the Konoha below. He was standing right on the eye of the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. "You were truly blind to choose Sarutobi Hiruzen as your successor. If you knew how Hiruzen has ruined Konoha, would you be so angry that you jump out of the Pure Land?" Uchiha Zhan looked down at Tobirama's stone face. Inside Konoha, a large number of people wearing Uchiha clan uniforms spread out across the areas and began to shout, "Come and take a look. Come and see." The Konoha Times is published for the first time. It contains all kinds of short stories, many village secrets, and ways to cook delicious food. Plenty of content at a low price. Only 1 Rio. You can buy it for the price of a piece of candy. You won't be cheated, you won't be taken advantage of. Freshly printed newspapers recording many new things. They can improve your knowledge and help you learn more. What are you waiting for? Here, big brother, take this one. Free reading for 10 minutes. These lines were all taught to them by Uchiha Zhan just now. Kakashi happened to pass by and was stopped by an Uchiha ninja who offered him a free 10-minute trial. He was bored anyway, so he took a look. The first thing that caught his eye was the death of White Fang. Kakashi's pupils contracted, and his breathing became rapid. He then activated his Sharingan and read The Death of White Fang from beginning to end. His expression turned grim, his face beneath the mask twisted, and his Sharingan even evolved from 3 Tomo to Mangekyo. The Uchiha ninja's eyes widened. Kakashi's Sharingan was a Mangekyo. He then handed his work to a colleague. "I'll be right back." With that, the ninja left directly, leaving his companion alone, who couldn't help cursing him, slacking off on the very first day. "Are you worthy of Lord Uchiha Zhan?" However, the one who stayed still continued selling newspapers earnestly. When 10 minutes were up, the remaining Uchiha ninja said, "Kakashi-senpai, the 10-minute free trial is over. If you want to continue reading." Kakashi looked at him. By now he had already retracted his Mangekyo, and said sternly, "Who allowed you to sell such baseless speculation?" At that moment Uchiha Itachi appeared, and blocked Hitaki Kakashi. "Kakashi-senpai, are you really unaware of the truth? Have you never suspected the Hokage and Danzo at all? Plenty of people have failed their missions, yet no rumors spread through the village. Why was it that for Hitaki Sakomo the rumor of ninja who fail their missions are trash suddenly appeared?" Uchiha Itachi's words were sharp and irrefutable, leaving Kakashi with no defense. Kakashi's face turned pale. He had suspected before, but his father's selfish departure from this world, leaving him behind, had filled him with anger. He began to hate Hitaki Sakomo. Why were you so selfish as to leave just like that, while I have to live on alone? Uchiha Itachi, enough. If you still recognize me as your captain, then order your men to stop selling newspapers. Don't you know that once these things spread, the Hokage-sama? Kakashi was cut off before he could finish. Lose face. He did those things himself. Can't people talk about them? It's not like we forced him to do them. Indulging Danzo, harming villagers, sacrificing members of the village to avoid war, handing over corpses to appease the Cloud Village. Kakashi-senpai, don't tell me you don't know about all this. Uchiha Itachi narrowed his eyes as he looked at Hitaki Kakashi. Hitaki Kakashi stepped back repeatedly, his face pale, swallowing hard. He naturally knew about these things. Precisely because he knew his conscience told him he could not continue to be involved. Uchiha Itachi's intransigence proved a thorn in Hitaki Kakashi's side, and such incidents were unfolding all across Konoha. The Uchiha police force without a word set upon the obstructors with blows, then slapped handcuffs on them and tossed them aside. Villagers, after all, are born gossips. Initially they thought it was a scam, but because of the Umbu ninja's obstruction they grew all the more curious. Thus all 10,000 copies of the newspaper were sold out in under 2 hours. Those who got hold of the newspapers took them home and began reading. One steamed bun shop owner even had his underlings buy extra papers to wrap the buns while hawking, "Buy a bun, get a newspaper free." In an instant, he gained a considerable edge over his competitors. Countless people who had missed out on the newspapers lined up in front of his bun shop, which made the owner grin from ear to ear. His rivals were so furious they could spit blood. They wondered why the old man had bought 200 copies. How infuriating. And so this issue of the newspaper reached every single household. And then strange things began to happen. One parent after another went to the ninja academy to take their children home, and even the great clans did the same. Countless students were bewildered, but seeing their father's grim faces they dared not ask questions. The teachers were equally perplexed, unaware of what had happened. They stepped forward to inquire, only to be mocked by the parents who even branded them as lackeys. The teacher was dumbfounded. Bloody hell. I spend my days educating the young. How am I a lackey? At that moment Nara Shikamaru's side took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the teacher. The teacher unfolded the newspaper, and the headline that greeted his eyes was Demon Fox or Hero's Son. His attention was involuntarily drawn. After reading the first item, he gave himself a slap across the face. Yuma no Irika, you really are something. Naruto is the 4th Hokage's son, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who saved Konoha village. How could you? Yuma no Irika's eyes reddened, and he leaned against the wall, sobbing silently. Irika's condition instantly drew the attention of all the teachers. Like him, they had all seen their students taken away. Seeing Irika in tears, they couldn't help but approach to comfort him. Irika wiped his tears and finished telling the first story. All the teachers were stunned. They had always believed that Naruto was the demon fox, but the truth turned out to be quite different. Then they picked up the newspapers and read on. After finishing, many teachers wore grim expressions. Colleagues, I intend to resign. I really don't want to work under a principal like this. With one taking the lead, the others followed suit. And so students were taken home, and teachers resigned one after another. The hospital doctors fell silent. Watching the groaning ninjas, they resolved to resign as soon as they finished their operations. Konoha was too dark. One day they might be forced to participate in human experiments. The blacksmith shop canceled all orders from the Hokage building and paid triple the penalty for breach of contract. They sneered at the Umbu ninjas. You dare to harm your own people. Are you even fit to be ninjas? And so workers in every trade went on strike, students boycotted classes, and even some bold ones took to the streets. At this moment, Uchiha Zhan on the Hokage rock curled his lips into a smile. The real show had only just begun. At that moment, an Uchiha ninja appeared. Lord Zhan, that Hitaki Kakashi's Sharingan has evolved into a Mangekyo Sharingan. I fear he may affect the upcoming coup d'etat. Uchiha Zhan glanced at him and helped him up. You have worked hard. I will make early arrangements for this. Now go back and rest. I still have matters to attend to. The ninja nodded and left at once. Uchiha Zhan stood with his hands behind his back. Sarutobi Hiruzen, have you ever considered what would happen once those deeds of yours are exposed? Enjoy today then. In Konoha village, the Umbu ninjas continued to pressure and arrest people, but the villagers attacked them with pitchforks and rakes. They dared not kill, so they could only intimidate. Even as they threatened, they retreated. A most ridiculous spectacle. At the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed the table hard. A fine Uchiha indeed. After being marginalized for years, you still refuse to stay quiet. And you've been collecting evidence of my crimes and Danzo's. Indeed, I was far too merciful back then. I should have let Danzo raise your Uchiha clan to the ground. He clutched the newspaper, his voice trembling. 20 years of achievements were dashed in an instant, and he would be forever nailed to the pillar of shame. After venting for 10 minutes, Sarutobi Hiruzen said breathlessly, "Where is Danzo? Where have his men gone? Tell him to send his people to control the villagers." The Umbu ninja looked grim. Lord Hokage, after Lord Danzo learned of this, he shut the gates of Root. No matter how he knocked, he would not answer. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, "Damn Danzo! To desert at a critical moment like this." He was enraged, but in the end he could do nothing. Shimura Danzo sat in his chair as the leader of Root, equally disgruntled, for 7 of the 10 evils listed in the newspaper were about him. The crucial point was that he had indeed done all these things, and had no way to refute them, the death of White Fang blocking the Uchiha from rescuing villagers' human experiments. Shimura Danzo was somewhat infuriated. Who on earth had leaked this information? Soon a figure surfaced in his mind, Orochimaru. That was it. Only he knew about these sordid affairs. As for those within Root, Danzo was not worried in the least. They had been branded with the tongue curse seal. If they so much as mentioned his secrets, they would die mysteriously. But what was Orochimaru's purpose in doing this? Could it be revenge for making him take the blame back then? Or was it all Sarutobi Hiruzen's design? Was the goal to ruin him? But something didn't add up. Sarutobi Hiruzen had always been mindful of his reputation, yet this newspaper clearly mentioned him as well. The Konoha police force stood in a corner at that moment, watching with faint excitement. They hadn't expected that a few pieces of paper could stir up such massive public ire. Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi stood on the rooftop. This time they were not alone. Kakashi was with them as well. It seems the villagers are already enraged. Their presence is visible on every street. Uchiha Shursui said calmly. Uchiha Itachi replied simply. Only Hitaki Kakashi was drenched in sweat, never having imagined that the power of ordinary people united could be so formidable. Is all the information printed in your newspaper true? Kakashi voiced his doubt, looking at Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi. The two shook their heads. We don't know. The one who published the newspaper is Uchiha Zhan, and his information has always been accurate. Hitaki Kakashi committed the name Uchiha Zhan to memory, nodded, and continued to watch the tide of the people. We demand justice. Let the Hokage come out and explain whether what's in this newspaper is true or not. Looking back at the White Fang's death, I felt something was off. As a top combat force of Konoha, he had never suffered a single defeat except for his last failure. I can't understand why rumors spread like wildfire after just one defeat. Is that child Naruto really the son of the 4th Hokage? If so, why did the Hokage make everyone believe he was the demon fox? Isn't this making the hero's descendants feel disheartened? 3,000 Ryo a month. My son's school fees alone are over 1,000 Ryo. What can that little money do? Just now I went to the former site of the Senju clan compound and observed the trees at the entrance. I found the outline of an arm on the tree. Lord Hokage, could it be that the Senju clan, which had been integrated into the common populace, was really used for human experimentation? The Senju clan was the greatest contributor to the founding of Konoha. They had already abandoned the Senju name and become commoners. Why did the 3rd Hokage want to exterminate them? Sharp questions erupted one after another, voices deafening. Standing before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hokage building, Yuan Fei Rizen's hand, holding the smoking pipe, trembled slightly. He knew these matters would eventually come to light. He had thought he was prepared to face it all. Yet when all these issues were exposed simultaneously, the impact, the tremendous force, and the overwhelming public opinion, like towering waves, pressed down on him, suffocating him. Even Yuan Fei Rizen, the 3rd Hokage, began to doubt whether he had truly been wrong before. Once such a thought arose, he would gradually sink into despair. Report. Lord Hokage. The Umbu guards at the gate can't hold on much longer. The villagers are continuously ramming the door with their bodies. If we don't take measures, I'm afraid. The Umbu reporting was trembling and sweating profusely. He seemed never to have imagined that the ordinary civilian ninjas, who usually had little presence, could muster such great power and momentum when united. In fact, the main reason was that the Umbu ninjas dared not use force to suppress the unarmed villagers. If they did so today, the powerful ninja clans would immediately intervene. Whether in terms of wealth or ninja numbers, they far surpassed the Hokage's office. At that point it would no longer be a civil uprising, but a judgment of the Hokage by the entire village of Konoha, just as Louis XVI was sent to the guillotine for his tyranny. Therefore the Umbu now had no choice but to come and seek instructions from the third Hokage. The third Hokage Yuan Fei Risen took a deep drag of his pipe. Open the door. There's no way to avoid this. Of course he could choose to flee, escape from Konoha and live on in disgrace, but as the rightful Hokage appointed by the second Hokage, Qianshou Feijian, his pride and dignity would not allow him to run away. Even if he had done wrong, even if his subjects were to judge him, he would not evade. Such was the third Hokage Yuan Fei Risen. He took a deep breath, his gaze firm as he looked toward the door. The moment his decision was made, it was relayed to the root base by root ninjas. Zhiyun Tuanzang's expression was complicated. He sighed, never expecting that Risen would choose such a way to end everything. He was not as good as him, but Yuan Fei Risen's choice stirred Zhiyun Tuanzang's already restless heart even more. His eyes lit up, and he began to plot an armed coup after Yuan Fei Risen stepped down. He couldn't do it alone, so he would rely on the Yuzhibwa. With that thought, Zhiyun Tuanzang waved his hand, signaling Shan Zhongfeng to come over. Shan Zhongfeng immediately walked toward Zhiyun Tuanzang. Lord Tuanzang. Zhiyun Tuanzang leaned his mouth close to his ear. Shan Zhongfeng's expression remained unchanged. After Zhiyun Tuanzang finished speaking, Shan Zhongfeng acknowledged with a yes and left the base. Zhiyun Tuanzang looked at the ceiling of the root base, a smile in his eyes. The root hidden beneath Konoha is finally about to break through the soil, grow into a new great tree and bask in the sunlight, isn't it? But he had never considered that his relationship with the Yuzhibwa clan had already deteriorated to the extreme. Not to mention the incident a while ago when he tried to gouge out Yuzhibwa Jishui's eyes. He had always been calling them innately evil Yuzhibwa brats. Given the temperament of the Yuzhibwa clan, they would never agree to cooperate with him. Fuyi was like that, let alone Uchiha Zhan. But at this moment Zhiyun Tuanzang could not think of these things. His mind was full of becoming the fifth Hokage of Konoha. He looked at the Hokage robe hanging in the root base, which matched his build, his eyes blazing with passion. Thus Zhiyun Tuanzang stood up. His eyes were initially confused as he slowly walked toward the Hokage robe. Then they became firm. Approaching the robe, he extended his unoperated hand to touch the brim of the hat, his eyes filled with infatuation. His fingertips gently caressed the brim of the hat, his arm trembling slightly. In his mind, he saw himself wearing the robe, raising his arm to a cheer, receiving flattery from the crowd. But then he thought of his teacher, the second Hokage, Qianshou Feijian. The scene during the First Shinobi World War when Jin Jiao and Yin Jiao rebelled, and they were being pursued by Yuan Yin village ninjas. Now we are in crisis. Who among you is willing to stay behind and hold off the enemy? Only then can everyone retreat safely. Qianshou Feijian looked at the 6 disciples present. Zhiyun Tuanzang's pupils constricted. He wanted to stay, but the words stuck in his throat. He was afraid, he feared death. Although he was a passionate young man, he knew clearly that if he took that step, he would surely die. He hesitated. Yet a figure stepped past him and took that step. It was Risen, his good friend Yuan Fei Risen. Teacher, let me stay. Konoha needs you. Yuan Fei Risen's gaze was firm, his tone resolute, a smile on his face. Zhiyun Tuanzang was stunned. He looked at Yuan Fei Risen with admiration while feeling relieved inside, but soon began to despise his own cowardice. A rare smile appeared on Qianshou Feijian's stern face. He slapped Yuan Fei Risen's shoulder and said, "Monkey, from now on you are the third Hokage." After saying that, all 6 were shocked. Yuan Fei Risen shook his head. Teacher, you. Qianshou Feijian stopped him from continuing and said earnestly, "Konoha is not yet at the point where you young ones should sacrifice yourselves. Leave the rear guard to me." Then he looked at the others. "After you return to the village, you must assist Risen in managing it. If you need more people, the ninjas of the Qianshou clan compound are at Risen's disposal. The future of Konoha depends on you." Qianshou Feijian turned around, glanced back at Zhiyun Tuanzang with disappointment in his eyes. Disappointment. Yes, pure disappointment, tinged with the bitter confirmation of long-held suspicions. That expression haunted Samui team captain whenever he awoke from midnight nightmares, his throat raw from screaming. It wasn't like that. "I didn't do it, master, believe me." Yet his only response was the pitch-black room and the gray-white wall panels surrounding him. Danzo Shimura roused himself from his reverie and slowly returned to his seat, though his eyes remained fixed upon the Hokage's ceremonial robe. Outside, upon Hiruzen Sarutobi's command, the villagers flooded into the gate in a continuous stream. The ANBU attempted to organize them into orderly lines, but no one paid them the slightest heed. They had but one purpose now: to ask the beloved Hokage-sama whether what was printed in the newspaper was true. They wanted to know why the Hokage had acted as he did, and whether the deaths of those high-ranking figures truly connected to him. With doubts weighing heavily upon them, the crowd arrived at the entrance to the Hokage's office, exchanging glances and silently urging one another to push the door open first. Yet in the end, not a single person took that final step. Their hearts pounded with trepidation, for before them stood Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, the longest-serving ruler in Konoha's history, whose imposing presence was more than an ordinary person could bear. Hiruzen Sarutobi gently pushed the door open. The villagers took a step back, yet no tension filled the air. He was smiling at all of them. Come all of you. Whatever you wish to know I will tell you. With that, Hiruzen Sarutobi turned and walked toward the chair behind him. His retreating figure carried an aura of profound loneliness and sorrow, and the villagers followed in silence. No one spoke, yet all eyes remained locked upon the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. In the next moment, the third Hokage placed his Hokage conical hat upon the desk and smiled warmly. Ask away. At that moment, Iruka Yumino stepped forward. He was nothing more than an ordinary teacher at the Konoha Academy. His own parents had perished during the Nine-Tails attack, and Naruto was his student, making his feelings toward the boy the most complex of all. Who better than him to pose the first question? Hokage-sama, I need to know, is Naruto truly the son of a hero, or is he nothing more than that demon fox? Iruka's eyes were filled with confusion and uncertainty. Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered for a moment. Yes, his true identity is the son of the fourth Hokage. His birth name should have been Minato Namikaze. However, given Minato's status and that of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, I chose to conceal it. But that demon fox label was not mine to give. It belongs to all of you, Hiruzen said coldly. All I ever said was that he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, that the most powerful tailed beast was sealed within his body. It was the villagers themselves who spread rumors and distortions until Demon Fox became the name applied to Uzumaki Naruto. If you intend to hold me accountable for this, you have not nearly enough grounds. Hiruzen shook his head. Iruka froze. It occurred to him that the third Hokage had indeed never once called Uzumaki Naruto a demon fox in any public forum. That label had truly originated among the villagers themselves. Because of the Nine-Tails attack, every adult in Konoha harbored deep-seated resentment toward the beast. They knew that Uzumaki Naruto carried the Nine-Tails sealed within him. They were the children and young adults who had lived through that tragedy. Most of their families had perished in the Nine-Tails attack, and they harbored a burning hatred for the demon. And so they directed that same hatred toward Uzumaki Naruto the Jinchuriki. Since Naruto's true identity had been deliberately buried, many came to believe he held no power or influence, nothing more than a vessel designed to seal away the Nine-Tails. Thus they heaped every insult and abuse upon him. It was as though only through such treatment could they drive away the shadow that had lingered over them for years. Even some parents told their children, stay away from that demon fox. And so Konoha from top to bottom rejected Uzumaki Naruto. If Hiruzen Sarutobi had done anything at all, it was to set the tone. He concealed Naruto's true identity, giving the villagers implicit permission to scorn him. He had merely hidden Naruto's lineage. The villagers' faces turned pale. They opened their mouths to refute the third's words, but then remembered their own treatment of Naruto, and found they had no defense. Hiruzen let out a dry chuckle. Perhaps my actions contributed somewhat to Naruto's tragic fate, but the greater, more direct cause lies in the hatred you all nurture. Do not forget, when Naruto goes to buy things, no one sells to him. Some even sell him expired milk and watch him drink it. Do not do wrong, and then shift the blame onto others. At the very least, I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, have done nothing to wrong that boy. In fact, I set aside a portion of my own salary each month to support him. Hiruzen Sarutobi's presence surged back to life. He crossed his legs and regarded the villagers with a faint smile. They hung their heads in shame. Not a single person dared to speak. They realized the third's words rang true. At that moment, a member of the Uchiha clan hidden among the crowd spoke up. Hokage-sama, as far as I know, Kushina Uzumaki owned a villa and a commercial street in the most prosperous district of Konoha. Hiruzen's expression shifted. He turned toward the speaker's direction, but the person remained concealed within the crowd, their face obscured. Who are you? Do you dare reveal yourself, or will you only hide behind others? Hiruzen grew agitated. He could weave excuses for what he had just said, but regarding Naruto's inheritance, there was no way to cover his tracks. Hokage-sama, there's no need to rush. I've heard that the assets of Minato and Kushina were confiscated by you and put to personal use. Is this true? The voice came with a mocking laugh. I merely safeguarded their inheritance on their behalf. Naruto was still a child. If someone with ill intent had taken advantage and squandered everything, would that not have betrayed the trust of Minato and Kushina? Hiruzen retorted with feigned indignation. It was then that Uzumaki Naruto, or rather Uzumaki Naruto possessed by Minato Namikaze, emerged with a bright smile. Third Hokage, if you claim to have safeguarded Minato and Kushina's inheritance, then now that I have returned, would you not consider returning it to our son? Minato Namikaze said calmly. Minato, I. After the Nine-Tails attack, the village required extensive repairs and families needed compensation. With Konoha's resources stretched thin, I made use of some of your assets. Hiruzen's eyes flickered. Minato Namikaze's voice turned icy. Hiruzen, Minato, and Kushina gave their lives defending this village. And you not only appropriated the inheritance they left for their child, you also allowed him to suffer grievously for so many years. Is this the will of fire you speak of? If I had known you were capable of such betrayal from the start, I should have commanded you to perform the Reaper Death Seal. Minato's voice echoed through the entire office. The crowd erupted in shocked murmurs. Hiruzen's face drained of color. He drew a deep breath, walked toward Naruto, or rather toward Minato wearing Naruto's form, and fell to his knees. Thud. With a thud, Hiruzen Sarutobi's shocking kneeling moved everyone present. All the ninjas, even Minato Namikaze, were stunned. However, Minato Namikaze was no longer the naive innocent he once was. He was only taken aback for a moment before regaining his composure. This was nothing more than the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi's ruse of emotional blackmail and moral coercion. The original Uchiha's lips twitched. Fine, what a fine Hiruzen Sarutobi, what a fine third Hokage, able to bend and stretch using such a method to admit his mistakes. Regardless of whether it was genuine, that single kneeling alone could shake the villagers' hearts and dissipate much of their resentment. Instantly, the gazes of the villagers in the room became clear. They exchanged glances, opening their mouths, but unable to find words. Minato Namikaze stared coldly at the third Hokage. What do you mean by this? Do you think kneeling can make up for the years of neglect you've shown toward Naruto? Within Naruto Uzumaki's consciousness space, Naruto was moved to tears and struggled to seize control of his body, but Kurama used a single claw to pull his clothes back. Foolish boy, your real father is standing up for you. Don't cause trouble. That man named Hiruzen Sarutobi is no good person. I could sense the moment he knelt he harbored murderous intent toward you and your father. Kurama's eyes were fixed on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto was bewildered, looking at Kurama with doubt. No way. I feel like the third Hokage has realized his mistake. He watched Hiruzen Sarutobi kneeling on the ground, feeling uneasy, while Kurama gave him a look as if he were an idiot. I must say your personality reminds me of someone I once knew. Naruto was puzzled, drawn by Kurama's words. Who? Kurama glanced at him. A fool. Then it restrained. Naruto closed its eyes and pricked up its ears to listen to the conversation outside. Naruto, unable to break free, had no choice but to stop and watch the situation outside. Hiruzen Sarutobi knelt on the ground. Minato, it's all my fault. If you hold a grudge against me, then take my head. If I, Hiruzen Sarutobi, so much as frown, I am not fit to be Hokage. He kept his back straight, a man of iron resolve, putting Minato Namikaze in a very passive position. At the same time, Minato marveled inwardly. Truly a veteran actor, diving into the role in an instant, able to bend and stretch. His attitude softened. In that case, return what belongs to Naruto, and we'll let the matter rest. However, I intend to take Naruto and leave Konoha. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi changed expression. The property can be returned, but the Nine Tails cannot leave Konoha. Now that the village's strong shinobi are scarce, without the Nine Tails we may not be able to repel attacks from other villages. Minato, you were the fourth Hokage. Don't you understand? Hiruzen Sarutobi gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Minato Namikaze. The next moment the crowd began to discuss. They didn't care about the property's ownership, but if the Nine Tails Jinchuriki was the key to Konoha's peace, it affected their lives. They couldn't just watch idly. Yes, Lord Fourth, since the third Hokage is willing to return the property, why not just let it go? Right, let's all be harmonious. We're all Konoha people. Minato Namikaze saw through Hiruzen Sarutobi's shamelessness and the villagers' selfishness. In truth, he didn't want to leave Konoha, but to reclaim the property, he had to raise the stakes. In that case, third Hokage, please write a deed. Within 3 days I want the property rights to Kushina's commercial street. Otherwise I will take Naruto and leave Konoha to live in seclusion. Minato Namikaze tossed out a sheet of paper without further ado. Hiruzen Sarutobi, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, could only suppress his heartache and sign his name, pressing his handprint. Minato Namikaze took the promissory note with a cold smile, then stepped aside. Since he wasn't going to cause trouble, there would be plenty of others to do so. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi rose, Kakashi Hitaki rushed in with red-rimmed eyes, his right arm hanging limp with blue arcs of electricity occasionally leaping from his hand. Lord Hokage, was my father's death something you tacitly allowed Danzo to orchestrate? His Sharingan transformed into 3 Tomo, and the electric arcs in his hand solidified into substance, his chakra beginning to erupt. Hiruzen Sarutobi's head throbbed. Just as he had dealt with one matter, another arose. He pondered his words, then looked at Kakashi. Kakashi, your father was a hero of Konoha. I am also deeply sorry for his death. The White Fang of Konoha has always been one of the most reliable and powerful ninjas of the village. I am grateful he was born in Konoha. Before Hiruzen Sarutobi could finish, Kakashi interrupted. Lord Hokage, don't change the subject. I'm asking if you tacitly allowed Danzo to plot my father's death, spread rumors, and drive him to suicide. Stop with the irrelevant talk. I don't understand. Are comrades more important, or the mission? Did the first Hokage Hashirama Senju think that a comrade's life was less important than completing a mission? Or did your teacher, the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, tell you that ninjas who fail their missions are worthless trash? Kakashi's words were sharp and highly inflammatory. The fire in his eyes nearly solidified as he stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a chill and began to curse Danzo Shimura inwardly. If it weren't for Danzo's terrible idea back, then he wouldn't be facing such a fierce backlash now. He looked at Kakashi with determination. Kakashi, rest assured. I will immediately rehabilitate the White Fang's reputation. A hero will not be wronged. He patted Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi showed no reaction, only asking coldly. And what about Danzo Shimura? How do you plan to deal with him? Cover up, or execute him? Plotting the death of a Konoha hero, surely that cannot be overlooked. Or is it that just because he is a high-ranking official who has contributed to the village he can be absolved of his crimes? Kakashi's eyes were filled with killing intent, his bloodshot eyes mixed with tears as he stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi. At that single glance the smile on Hiruzen Sarutobi's face vanished. He distanced himself from Kakashi and spoke slowly, "This matter is so old. Besides, the content in that newspaper might be false. The Uchiha clan sells such unscrupulous newspapers with no basis whatsoever. I ask you and everyone to think carefully and not be deceived. The Uchiha have always coveted the position of Hokage. Perhaps this is their scheme. All of you are Konoha villagers, you should have the ability to discern right from wrong." Hiruzen Sarutobi diverted the blame directly to the Uchiha, simultaneously glancing at Fugaku Uchiha with narrowed eyes. Uchiha Fugaku sighed, unable to fathom that even at this critical juncture Sarutobi Hiruzen was still engaged in framing and planting false accusations. His finger traced a gesture toward the distant Hokage rock. Upon receiving the signal, Uchiha Zhan immediately broke into a smile, then vanished from before the Hokage rock and sped toward the Hokage building. "Uchiha Fugaku, am I not speaking the truth? You produced those newspapers, filling them with fabricated nonsense, intending to incite the villagers to hatred against me, laying the groundwork for your upcoming coup, is that correct?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stated coldly. Uchiha Fugaku offered no response, instead regarding Sarutobi Hiruzen with a stern countenance, his eyes brimming with contempt and disdain, secretly cursing the old man for his particularly disgusting tactics. The villagers had likewise calmed down. They looked between Uchiha Fugaku and Sarutobi Hiruzen, uncertain of what to do. Just then a voice rang out. "Yo, the Hokage certainly carries himself with imposing authority. Could it be that when the villagers harbor doubts and wish to seek your guidance as the third Hokage, you intend to engage in two-faced deceit, playing one role to their faces and another behind their backs?" As he spoke, everyone parted to clear a path, and Uchiha Zhan strolled in with his hands clasped behind his back, his casual roguish demeanor mirroring that of a street thug from Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku was about to rebuke Uchiha Zhan for his attire, but recalling that the clan was now firmly under Zhan's control, he silently closed his mouth and resolved to watch his son's performance unfold. Sarutobi Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. A strong intuition told him that everything today had been orchestrated by this youth, crafting a situation that left him embarrassed and turning his once flawless image into one riddled with holes. "You little brat, what right do you have to speak at an occasion like this?" An ANBU ninja immediately interjected to reprimand, then glanced toward Uchiha Fugaku, who stood behind. Uchiha Fugaku merely cast him a glance, and the ANBU ninja was instantly dragged into an endless jinjutsu. This sequence of events fell squarely into Sarutobi Hiruzen's sight. His pupils contracted. He could not believe Uchiha Fugaku was this bold this time, daring to strike at the Hokage's ANBU. At the same time, a wave of fear emanated from deep within his chest. Yes, he was afraid. Already afflicted by declining physical faculties, the only option he could envision to counter the vigorous and youthful Uchiha Fugaku was that one technique. But deploying that technique would cost him his life. He did not wish to die. He harbored selfish desires. He clung greedily to the taste of life and the intoxication of power. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to speak. But Uchiha Zhan laughed. "I am unworthy to speak at such an occasion. Sarutobi Hiruzen, you are remarkably bold, daring to address me thus." With that, Uchiha Zhan took his first step forward, and his chakra, no longer concealed, erupted from his body. The deep blue chakra, profound and heavy as the ocean itself, instantly saturated the entire Hokage office. Every ninja present felt their hearts constrict. This chakra, Sarutobi Hiruzen's earlier contempt and disdain, had completely vanished, replaced by gravity and pressure. He had witnessed such chakra density and magnitude before. It belonged to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Although the first Hokage was ordinarily cheerful and gentle in disposition, privately the second Hokage had occasionally requested that his elder brother Senju Hashirama substitute to lecture the children. One such lesson was titled, "Experiencing the Chakra Suppression of a Powerhouse," designed to prevent utter panic and helpless submission when genuinely confronted. Young Sarutobi Hiruzen had made the most progress in this course. But now, nearly 40 years later, he had likely not experienced such chakra suppression in decades. For 30 of those years, he had not set foot on the battlefield. His physical functions and chakra reserves had been steadily diminishing. Now, witnessing 10-year-old Uchiha Zhan unleashing such chakra, he could only maintain a grave expression and resist. Ding. Detected that Sarutobi Hiruzen previously underwent training under Senju Hashirama and possesses certain resistance to above Kage-level chakra. However, relying solely on Uchiha Madara's chakra can only shock and pressure him, not crush him. Ding. Scanning Sarutobi Hiruzen's abilities. Ding. Scanning complete. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. In his heart once burned a will of fire comparable to that of the first Hokage, but prolonged comfort and ease caused his will of fire to begin to waver. His strength has noticeably declined. Originally capable of reaching the above Kage realm after 30 years of neglect, his current strength ranks in the upper tier among Kage-level ninjas. Chakra volume rated A. Ninjutsu power rated A to S. Forbidden Jutsu rated S to above S. Hidden technique Reaper Death Seal. Can only be used once. At the cost of his own life, he enters a contract with the Shinigami who will then claim the soul of his enemy. The system thoroughly reviewed Sarutobi Hiruzen's biography, current condition, and all threatening abilities he could deploy, reminding Uchiha Zhan to exercise caution. In truth, throughout the entire confrontation, Sarutobi Hiruzen's ordinary ninjutsu could not inflict harm upon Uchiha Zhan. But his Reaper Death Seal was rather troublesome. Who the devil designed this ultimate life-for-a-life exchange jutsu? Senju Tobarama. What a young hero indeed. I never expected the Uchiha clan to produce such a remarkable young prodigy. No wonder Fugaka dared to strike directly today. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke in a calm voice, his eyes locked firmly onto Uchiha Zhan, even silently edging closer in his direction. Uchiha Zhan's pupils contracted. Was this old devil preparing a sneak attack? He thus made a grasping motion toward the Anbu ninja in the air. A massive Susanoo hand of deep blue seized the ninja and dragged him close. Uchiha Zhan's eyes remained fixed on Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen indeed halted his steps. He looked at Uchiha Zhan in utter astonishment. Was this guy really that wary? Third Hokage, take another step back, or I will not hesitate to take my Susanoo for a stroll through the Sarutobi clan compound. Uchiha Zhan regarded Sarutobi Hiruzen coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was suddenly shaken. When faced with public condemnation, he had shown no expression. When confronted with Uchiha Zhan's above Kage-level raging chakra, he had remained emotionless. But when Uchiha Zhan used the name Sarutobi to threaten him, he wavered. Thus, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped back, his eyes meeting Uchiha Zhan's, revealing a mixture of ingratiating and pleading. He knew of Susanoo's existence as it was recorded in historical texts, a power capable of standing equal to the first Hokage Senju Hashirama's true several thousand hands. Although he had never witnessed it firsthand, he had sparred with Senju Hashirama and was completely unable to land a single counterblow. The mere exchange of taijutsu and ninjutsu had left him feeling as though he stood on the edge of an abyss. And now the true secret art, true several thousand hands. If Uchiha Zhan unleashed his Susanoo, he could truly erase the Sarutobi clan from existence. After weighing the pros and cons, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to retreat, though his eyes remained fixed on Uchiha Zhan, his hands clasped behind his back, ready to form hand seals at any moment. Just then Hyuga Hayashi spoke in a clear, resounding voice. Sarutobi, I ask you, do you still remember the original purpose of the village's founding? Sarutobi Hiruzen trembled at the sound of that voice, turning his head to see Hyuga Hayashi clad in white slowly emerge from the crowd. His voice was solemn and dignified. Hyuga Hayashi, don't tell me you intend to meddle in today's affairs as well. Let me warn you, if you fail, your Hyuga clan will share the same fate as the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not afraid of Hyuga Hayashi. He never had been, and he was even less so now. The veins on both sides of Hyuga Hayashi's temples bulged. He looked at Uchiha Zhan, who nodded, then let out a whistle. In an instant, two figures shattered the glass window of the Hokage's office and flew in. At the same time, two Susanoo arms shot out. One was a jade-green giant hand brimming with life, forced the other a crimson hand imbued with devastating destructive power. Both hands reached out simultaneously and seized Sarutobi Hiruzen's left and right arms. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, then tried to channel his chakra to exert force, but the skeletal Susanoo hands gripped him firmly, rendering him powerless. You Uchiha are rebelling. Uchiha Shirsue, Uchiha Itachi, you two traitors. I trusted you so much, yet you've joined forces with Uchiha Zhan to suppress me. Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice carried bitterness and fury. Though he cursed Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shirsue, his gaze was fixed on Uchiha Zhan. He had no doubt that the shift in the Uchiha clan's attitude, as well as the defection of Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi, were all orchestrated by this young man before him. And now Uchiha Shirsue, who had nearly lost his Kotoame Tsukumi Mangekyo Sharingan due to Shimura Danzo's scheming, and Uchiha Itachi, who had witnessed his best friend being hunted down, felt no guilt towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. If you had not been unrighteous first, we would not be unrighteous now. Had it not been for your tacit approval, third Hokage Uchiha Shirsue and Uchiha Itachi would never have believed that Shimura Danzo could arbitrarily seize Kekii Genkai from the village's own people. However, they were mistaken about Sarutobi Hiruzen this time. He truly knew nothing of the matter. He was merely taking the blame for Shimura Danzo. Hyuga Hayashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with satisfaction. This disheveled state suited him well. The face of half-threatening, half-oppressing he had worn back then was still vivid in Hayashi's memory. That condescending, hypocritical Sarutobi Hiruzen, who preached righteousness and sacrifice, while sacrificing the village's own ninja for peace, was utterly unforgivable. Hyuga Hayashi turned to Uchiha Zhan, who smiled and extended his right hand in a gesture of go ahead. The next moment, before everyone's eyes, Hyuga Hayashi walked toward the restrained Sarutobi Hiruzen. He assumed a combat stance and roared, "Sarutobi Hiruzen, when you sacrificed my brother's life back, then did you ever think this day would come?" Hyuga Hayashi extended his right hand and struck the vital points on Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen grunted in pain, and his right arm went limp, unable to extract chakra. He knew the Hyuga clan's ability to seal chakra points, but this was the first time he had been the target. He laughed coldly, "Treacherous rebels. You and the Uchiha clan are nothing but traitors to Konoha." "What the hell did you say? Say it again." Uchiha Zhan laughed in anger, stepping directly in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen and delivering a resounding slap across his face. The crisp sound made the villagers and clan heads, already stunned, tremble inwardly. They exchanged glances. Had the Hokage, no, the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, just been slapped? Sarutobi Hiruzen was dumbfounded. Hitting his body, striking his chakra points, that was one thing. But his face. He stared blankly at Uchiha Zhan, his once kindly hypocritical expression twisting into extreme contortion. "Uchiha Zhan, you wet behind the ears brat, how dare you lay a hand on me? Don't you know that without me Konoha would have suffered devastating losses in the Second Great Ninja War? You're nothing but a beneficiary. How dare you strike me? Did you fight in the Second War? You weren't even born then." Sarutobi Hiruzen launched a tirade. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, no one denies your achievements in the Second War. But have you heard this saying? Merit is merit, fault is fault. They cannot cancel each other out. Do you intend to keep draining Konoha's vitality with your past glories? Persecuting innocent heroes? Oppressing the children of heroes? I recall a line from your Will of Fire, where the leaves dance, fire burns. The flames will illuminate the village and new leaves will sprout. That saying is about legacy. The old generation sacrifices continuously for the new sprouts so that under their efforts the new generation can thrive. Isn't that right? Uchiha Zhan's face darkened. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief as he stared at Uchiha Zhan. He had never expected the young man to have such a profound understanding of his philosophy. His resentment began to dissipate and his expression as he looked at Uchiha Zhan grew complicated. Suddenly Uchiha Zhan raised his voice, "Lord Hokage, tell me, does everything you've done since the Second War truly align with your original intentions and the ideals in your heart? Over the years you've continuously ceded interests for peace and the people's living standards have plummeted. Is this the Will of Fire?" Sarutobi Hiruzen's face twitched at Uchiha Zhan's words. His eyes grew moist as he recalled his past self and his original aspirations. At this moment he no longer wanted to resist. He wished to surrender, even to die. What have I done all these years? Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly came to his senses. He looked at his own hands trembling all over. Uchiha Zhan signaled Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui to release him. They exchanged glances and finally nodded. Sarutobi Hiruzen knelt on the ground weeping bitterly as he stared at his hands. From this moment on he was no longer the lofty Sarutobi Hiruzen, but an old man who had rediscovered his original heart. Seeing this, Hyuga Hayashi wanted to strike again, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. He had grown up listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's lectures. He knew how hardworking and ambitious the young Sarutobi Hiruzen had been, how dedicated to Konoha. It was only later that power clouded his heart, and his original aspirations were consumed by the lust for power. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat on the ground. The villagers and clan members looked at him with a complex expression, their eyes filled with regret and reluctance. At the same time, they turned their gazes toward Uchiha Tatsu, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui, their hearts filled with deep wariness. 3 Susanoo in one clan. Even the Uchiha of the Warring States period had only 2 Susanoo. At this moment, everyone felt as if a massive stone was pressing down on them. Previously, the villagers had isolated the Uchiha, but now they were about to soar. Some even believed that the next Hokage would surely be from the Uchiha clan. 3 Susanoo in one clan. If they were to rebel, the 3 of them could sweep through the entire Konoha. Each Susanoo was equivalent to a 9 tails. Kurama, Uchiha Madara, Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Tatsu took a deep breath. Since the third Hokage has acknowledged his mistakes, I wonder if he would be willing to step down voluntarily, so as to preserve some dignity. The third Hokage looked up at Uchiha Tatsu, his lips trembling. He did not want to abdicate. To be honest, even though he had committed so many wrongs, he still did not want to step down. The taste of power was truly exquisite, causing him to unconsciously indulge in it. With absolute authority, he could access resources and missions with priority. Standing at the apex, he allocated resources. Many clans would come bearing gifts, groveling and flattering in order to obtain resources. This made him, who was born into the ordinary Sarutobi clan, feel as if he had been elevated several levels. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the most honored person in Konohagakure. But at this moment, Uchiha Tatsu's pressure was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly rose to his feet. He walked to his desk to draft his resignation letter. At that moment, the space in front of everyone began to warp. A figure emerged from the spatial vortex and stood in the Hokage's office. Instantly, the entire room fell into dead silence. "Oh, it seems I have come at an inopportune moment. What are you all discussing?" The mysterious man wearing an orange spiral mask stood in the midst of the crowd. Namikaze Minato's pupils constricted. This figure was one he would never forget, even in death. It was him, the one who had summoned the Nine Tails on the night of the Nine Tails attack, assaulted Konoha, and held him back, so he couldn't provide support. Enemies truly see red when they meet. Namikaze Minato, sensing the flying thunder god mark he had left on that man, said in his heart, Kurama. Kurama naturally recognized him as well. This was the one who had controlled him during the Nine Tails incident. Although he had been freed, he had been controlled by that man's Sharingan with no freedom at all. It was essentially being used. Therefore, without hesitation, Kurama connected his chakra with Namikaze Minato. Little Naruto's body instantly turned golden, and then a flash of golden light appeared. He appeared behind the mysterious man. A voice inside the mysterious man warned him, Obito, watch your back. The mysterious man's Sharingan instantly transformed into a Mangekyo, and his body became intangible. Namikaze Minato's Rasengan failed to hit the target. The mysterious man sidestepped, pulling out a kunai and thrusting it toward Uzumaki Naruto's head. So it's you. I even held you when you were a child. But what a pity, you're going to die here today. Just as the kunai was about to touch Uzumaki, Naruto Uchiha Tatsu made his move. His face dark, he said, You bastard, are you too arrogant? With that he pulled out the Uchiha flame fan and swung it at the mysterious man's torso. The mysterious man's pupils constricted. On one side was his teacher's son Naruto, on the other his own torso. The choice was obvious, wasn't it? The mysterious man's intangibility time passed. He turned and clashed his kunai against Uchiha Tatsu's flame fan. The collision sent him flying backward. He rolled 3 times on the ground before crashing into the wall with a thud. Grinding his teeth, he looked at the figure holding the flame fan. Suddenly his pupils contracted. That voice was the same as the one who had taught him to train. Uchiha Madara. Even Black Zetsu spoke up. Damn it, Lord Madara has been resurrected. This demeanor, this aura, this movement, this flowing hair, an arrogant face. Black Zetsu's voice was even more excited than Obito's. In Black Zetsu's mind, this Obito had been okay before, but after Madara left, Obito had revealed his fangs. Although he was still executing the Moon Eye plan, he was doing it for himself. He would not resurrect Madara, so Madara could not reclaim the Rinnegan. Without the Rinnegan, Madara could not summon the Ten Tails, and thus could not release their mother. But Madara was different. Although Madara was smarter than Obito, he was easier to manipulate. Obito, though foolish, had his own obsessions, and was not easy to sway. If that 10-year-old boy across from him was really Uchiha Madara, then he desperately wanted to return to Lord Madara's side. Obito got up and muttered, Who are you? Why do you have such a face? I am your father. With that, Uchiha Tatsu formed a hand seal, the horse sign, channeled his chakra, and took a deep breath before exhaling a stream of fire. The flames surged and spread rapidly, rushing toward Obito. Obito's scalp tingled at the sight of this fire style, while Black Zetsu grew even more excited. This was Madara's signature technique, his masterful fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. Obito's face turned pale, but a wise man does not fight when the odds are against him. He immediately opened the Kemui dimension and hid inside. Intense flames burned inside the room. The nearby ninjas recovered and quickly used water style to extinguish the fire, while their gazes turned to the instigator Uchiha Tatsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent. Could he defeat Uchiha Tatsu? Probably not. Even his ultimate technique, the 5 elements great combo, might not be able to break through his defense. Uchiha Tatsu's expression was impassive. He had many ways to defeat Obito, so why did he choose a wide-range fire style, like Great Fire Annihilation? Because it was cool. It both displayed his power and drove away the enemy. Didn't everyone see that now in the Hokage's office the eyes of all clans, large and small, which had been full of scheming, had become much clearer? After the fire was extinguished, Namikaze Minato said that it was that man who had controlled the Nine Tails and caused the Nine Tails incident, leading to the deaths of him and Kushina. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and looked at Uchiha Tatsu. That meant Uchiha Tatsu's actions just now were to avenge the 4th Hokage and protect everyone. Then they all began to flatter Uchiha Tatsu. At that moment, Nara Shikaka stepped out from the crowd. In that case, since the 3rd Hokage is about to abdicate, in my opinion, why don't we jointly recommend Uchiha Tatsu as the 5th Hokage? These words caused the commoners to remain calm, but the ninja clan's faces shifted unpredictably, making them hard to read. Uchiha Tatsu, however, shook his head. Although the 3rd Hokage is stepping down today, I am too shallow in learning and talent to take on such a great responsibility. Thank you, Shikaku, for your high regard. Uchiha clan, all of you follow me back to the clan grounds. Uchiha Tatsu cast a meaningful glance at Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku's lips curled upward. He understood instantly this was not that he didn't want it, it was clearly that he was waiting for the 3rd Hokage to urge him a few more times so that he could gain a reputation for benevolence. The group made their way toward the Uchiha clan district. Upon reaching the entrance, Uchiha Fugaka finally spoke. Zhan, why exactly did you refuse Nara Shikaku's proposal? The 3rd Hokage has signed his abdication documents, leaving the position of Hokage vacant. You have avenged the 4th Hokage and the villagers, driving away the mysterious intruder. And you demonstrated your strength, proving to everyone that yours is the mightiest in Konoha. Why did you not seize such a perfect opportunity? Uchiha Fugaku voiced what was in everyone's hearts. All eyes were on Uchiha Zhan, hoping for an explanation. Uchiha Zhan chuckled. We just released the newspaper, and then the third Hokage abdicates. If the Uchiha clan holds the position of Hokage, won't people call it a conspiracy? Wouldn't they say this is a blatant scheme set by the Uchiha for the Hokage position? Uchiha Fugaku laughed in exasperation. So what if people say that? Right now we hold every advantage of heaven and earth. Whoever dies at our hands, that is simply the outcome. Uchiha Zhan looked at him and spoke slowly. One person accuses you of killing 1, 10 people accuse you of killing 10. But what if 100 or 1,000 do? Or half of Konoha village? Can you slaughter them all clean? Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. He lowered his head. Truth be told, he had been blinded by the impending victory. The Uchiha were on the verge of ascending to that supreme position, yet Zhan had stopped rationally, and it broke everyone's hearts. If all you desire is to vent the Uchiha's grievances, I will personally take people and slaughter Danzo Shimura and wipe out his entire clan. The Uchiha ninja shuddered. They shook their heads. They only wanted the village to stop ostracizing the Uchiha. They never contemplated annihilating entire clans. Uchiha Shursui smiled and looked at Uchiha Zhan. As expected, he knew Zhan was not a bloodthirsty man. Uchiha Itachi gazed at Zhan and felt that his younger brother's thinking transcended dimensions, even surpassing that of the Hokage. If the Uchiha wish to claim Konoha village and its people, then do not concern yourselves with temporary gains or losses. The day you win the hearts of the people is the day you ascend to the position of Hokage. Uchiha Zhan smiled faintly. The crowd relaxed. As long as Uchiha Zhan harbored ambition, they could rest assured. Everyone had followed him to change their fate, for he was their guiding pillar. Seeing the crowd pacified, Zhan smiled. However, right now I will take you to collect a small interest. Uchiha Itachi raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? He looked at Zhan, puzzled. Uchiha Zhan looked at everyone. Notify all Uchiha ninja and civilians. Follow me now to relocate the clan district to the very center of Konoha. The words fell, and the entire gathering fell silent for 3 seconds before erupting into cheers. Oh, Lord Zhan is mighty. Back to the heart of Konoha. One after another they shouted as they headed toward their homes. A slight smile played on Zhan's lips. They were indeed simple and honest clansmen. Merely relocating had them dancing with excitement. However, having read the story, Zhan knew this was not their fault. Having been suppressed for so long now, they could return to the center of Konoha. Wasn't this the moment to finally hold their heads high? At the same time, this was also a declaration to Konoha: the Uchiha clan has returned. Less than an hour later, all Uchiha had packed their belongings and stood at the entrance of the clan district, leaving behind items too cumbersome to move. Uchiha Soigi volunteered to guard the estate, promising to return to the center of Konoha once everything was settled. This move earned Uchiha Zhan his silent approval. Though the two had initially clashed over differing philosophies, Uchiha Soigi seemed to be aligning himself with Zhan's vision. Thus Uchiha Zhan saw no need to hold any grudge against Uchiha Soigi. They belonged to the same clan after all. Watching this scene, Uchiha Fugaku felt moisture gather at the corners of his eyes. When they were forced to relocate to the outskirts in disgrace, many had complained bitterly. A simple grocery run, a school trip, a mission assignment. All required an hour's journey, which was exceedingly inconvenient. Now under his son's leadership, they were about to return to the center once more. Uchiha Zhan looked at the clansmen carrying bundles of luggage and declared, "Let's move out. Move out. Home." Uchiha Zhan led the way at the front, with Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui flanking him as guardians, while Uchiha Fugaku followed behind the three, organizing the clan's relocation. Though weary, they walked with chests puffed out, a profound sense of glory rising within them. As they marched through the streets of Konoha, many caught their attention. Most already knew of the Hokage incident and that the Uchiha clan had been wronged. Villagers came out to greet them and offered water. Uchiha Zhan smiled and accepted, permitting his men to drink water, but forbidding them to accept food. Not a single thread or stitch would be taken from the people. The Uchiha ninja's loyalty to Uchiha Zhan had reached its zenith. It was he who had restored their dignity and was about to lead them back to the center. The villagers, witnessing the Uchiha's incorruptibility, silently cursed their past selves for being beasts who had treated such good people with such bitterness. Soon news spread throughout the entire village that Uchiha Zhan was leading the Uchiha clan toward the center of Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi, smiling, brought Niji Hinata and his trusted retainers to welcome them along their route. But when Hyuga Hayashi arrived, he saw Nara Shikakuwa, Kimichi Chozo, and Yamanaka Inoichi waiting with an honor guard, beating drums and gongs for Uchiha Zhan's arrival. Hyuga Hayashi's mouth twitched. What is this display doing? It makes us look foolish. Hyuga Niji glanced at his uncle, blinked, then led Hinata toward Nara Shikaku. Uncle Nara, could you spare us a drum? We are close friends with Lord Zhan. Since confronting the caged bird curse mark, Niji had become considerably friendlier, treating everyone with courtesy and humility. He was nothing like the original character who masked his deep-seated inferiority with arrogant displays of martial prowess. Nara Shikaku laughed upon hearing this. What kind of talk is that? The Ino Shikicho trio and the Hyuga clan have always maintained good relations, and we may very well work together in the future. So take this drum. He pointed to the large red drum and 2 drumsticks. Hyuga Niji's eyes lit up. Thank you, Uncle Nara. Carrying the large drum, Niji headed back toward the Hyuga clan, with Hyuga Hinata following close behind. Nara Shikaku looked at Hyuga Hayashi, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction, as if to say, brother, though we are colleagues in matters of social grace, you fall short. Hyuga Hayashi huffed and turned away. He had to admit that in this regard, he could not match Nara Shikaku's finesse. Uchiha Zhan walked over. Nara Shikaku's sharp-eyed called out, everyone strike up the music. Welcome the Uchiha's return. As his words fell, the ninjas of the Ino Shikicho trio began welcoming with drums and gongs. Uchiha Zhan was taken aback. Looking ahead, he saw Nara Shikaku and Hyuga Hayashi standing at the front smiling warmly. As for the Umbu ninjas, they were now in complete disarray. Because of today's events, only a small portion still supported Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, he was still the 3rd Hokage, and they believed a turning point might still come. The majority, however, had placed themselves under Hitaki Kakashi. These people saw clearly that Sarutobi Hiruzen could not hold on to the Hokage seat, while Uchiha Zhan's identity was sensitive, and he had no intention of reorganizing the Umbu. Therefore, at this moment, staying with Kakashi was a neutral stance. Though they had no merit in helping a new ruler ascend, they offended neither side. No matter the outcome, they would remain safe. No one was a fool, and no one would abandon their family and wife to defiantly pick a side. Political struggle was never that simple. Welcome the Uchiha back to the heart of Konoha. Hyuga Hayashi was the first to speak and bow. Nara Shikaku remained silent. He was a wise man. He had already brought so many people and held a celebration. If he were to curry favor any further, not to mention whether Uchiha Zhan would accept it, other ninja clans would likely call them weathervanes. For the honor of his clan, he could not continue to fawn. Such matters should be left at a measured gesture. Uchiha Zhan chuckled, then stepped forward and gave Hyuga Hayashi a big hug. Hyuga Hayashi's lips curled upward and he looked at Nara Shikaku provocatively, as if showing off. Do you have this ability? Look. The first person Uchiha Zhan hugged was me. Nara Shikaku didn't mind at all, merely watching the scene with a smile. After the embrace, Uchiha Zhan turned to Nara Shikaku and extended his right hand. Clan head Nara, you went to great trouble for the Uchiha's relocation. Such a grand display makes me feel deeply honored. What are you saying? The Uchiha were one of the original founders of Konoha village, creating it together with the Senju. Without you, how could Konoha exist? These were Nara Shikaku's true words. If not for the 3rd Hokage and Shimura Danzo's suppression of the Uchiha, he would have been very willing to befriend such a powerful ninja clan as the Uchiha. The other ninja clans, whether out of jealousy or fear, slandered and looked down on the Uchiha. In reality, they were merely satisfying their hypocritical self-esteem. Nara Shikaku, however, felt that the Uchiha clan was reliable and powerful. If they allied with him, then with the Uchiha providing martial strength and the Nara providing wisdom, who would worry about not settling the world? Uchiha Zhan enjoyed Nara Shikaku's eloquence. When Nara Shikaku praised people, it felt like a gentle spring breeze, without the slightest awkwardness. Uchiha Zhan chuckled. Where is our Uchiha clan's former compound? As soon as he said this, the smiles on Hyuga Hayashi's and Nara Shikaku's faces vanished, replaced by looks of difficulty. Seeing their expressions, Uchiha Zhan's smile faded. What? Don't tell me someone took over the clan compound as their own after we left. Don't forget, that is the Uchiha clan's compound, personally designated by the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju, who is so bold as to commit such an act of betraying their master and ancestors. Uchiha Zhan's voice was icy. Nara Shikaku pondered for a moment, then sighed, and said, Zhan-kun, since the Uchiha left the property, there has been divided up by Udatain Koharu and Midokado Hamura. Indeed, those 2 former Hokage advisors were lawless, outwardly fierce, but inwardly timid, forgetting righteousness at the sight of profit. They used Sarutobi Hiruzen's authority to embezzle who knows how much money. Most clans see this clearly. Hyuga Hayashi frowned. Nara Shikaku observed Uchiha Zhan's expression, wondering whether this man he had chosen to follow was worthy of his support, or whether he was just another Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Itachi's expression did not change. He had long known about this. When he had served under Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had often been suppressed by those 2 old men. If not for preventing the Uchiha clan members from becoming enraged upon hearing this news, he would have reported it long ago. Now hearing those 2 names, he clenched his fists, ready for a great battle. Uchiha Shirsue's expression also darkened. His grandfather was still buried in the cemetery within the clan compound, and these 2, his grandfather's contemporaries, dared to seize the Uchiha's legacy without the slightest scruple. Uchiha Fugaka's expression was complicated, but the bulging veins on his forehead revealed his inner turmoil. All the Uchiha clan members had bloodshot eyes, activating their Sharingan as they looked at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan laughed. In that case, Shikaku, please lead the way. I want to see just which stray cats and dogs are playing the tyrant, while the tiger's away from the mountain. As he finished speaking, he activated his Mangekyo Sharingan. Instantly, a cold, ferocious, yet desperately suppressed chakra enveloped everyone present. The ninjas of the Ino Shikicho trio turned pale, swallowed hard, and looked at Uchiha Zhan in fear. Hyuga Hayashi, however, carefully observed the Mangekyo Sharingan. This power that existed in legends was truly terrifying. Narashikaku's lips curled upward. He was not afraid, he was excited. Perhaps Konoha was about to welcome a ruler of resurgence. The ninja world might be about to change drastically. Moreover, he could take part and play an extremely important role. Narashikaku took a deep breath. Lord Zhan, please follow me. I will lead the way. With that, Narashikaku strode briskly, leading the Uchiha group toward the former Uchiha compound. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand. Everyone leave your luggage. 50 people stay to watch it. The rest follow me. With that, Uchiha Zhan took out the gunbai war fan and strapped it onto his back. Some of the Uchiha elders when they were still young had seen this figure before, but back then, that figure had left in sorrow. Now Uchiha Zhan's back was gradually overlapping with that figure from the past, causing many elders to weep. When some young people asked, the elders recounted the events of that year until the final words. Lord Zhan's back looks exactly like that lord's back. No wonder the second young master and third young master look familiar. So they are the reincarnations of Lord Uchiha Madara and Lord Uchiha Izuna. The elders began to ramble. Lord Madara and Lord Izuna must have been unable to bear the tragic state of the Uchiha, so they were reborn into the clan head's two sons. The elder grew more and more agitated, even intending to kowtow to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Takashi led the able-bodied Uchiha men following Narashikaku as they made their way toward the former Uchiha compound. A servant of the Mizumon family was cleaning the entrance when he suddenly looked up and saw a group of men dressed in black or indigo Uchiha robes approaching. Each man wore a standard-issue ninja sword at his waist, their faces twisted with ferocity and impatience as they strode toward him. The servant dropped his broom and retreated into the courtyard, his face pale. At that moment, Mizumon was playing Go with Uchiha Koharu. They were old friends and comrades in arms. When the newspaper had appeared days ago, they considered going to aid Sarutobi Hiruzen. But a route operative sent by Shimura Danzo had delivered a personal letter from him. Koharu, it's been a while. How have you been? The storm in Konoha is fierce lately. I hope you two will stay out of it. Once everything settles, you'll have the same as before. What Hiruzen could give you, I can too. After delivering the letter, the route operative left. In that moment, they realized Danzo had his eyes on them. If they insisted on acting now, they would be openly opposing him. Offending Hiruzen was not a big deal. At most a scolding, and it would pass. But crossing Danzo, their lives would be in danger. Danzo had changed. He was no longer the sunny, ambitious young man full of ideals. He had become possessed, constantly scheming to seize the Hokage's seat. If not for Sarutobi Hiruzen's lingering sense of old friendship, Danzo would have long since gone to meet Tobarama Senju in the afterlife. Koharu, do you think he'll succeed this time? Mizumon placed a black stone and looked up at Uchiha Koharu. She lifted a piece, searching for her next move, and replied offhandedly, I don't know. But this time Hiruzen is in danger. The Konoha daily exposed too many of his dirty secrets. And at least 70% of them are true. It's a devastating blow to his prestige. If a Hokage loses his prestige, who will still listen to him? Uchiha Koharu sighed and placed a stone carelessly. Mizumon was taken aback. He fell silent, then placed a stone to shore up his position. You're right. I heard that this morning the ANBU split into two factions. Oh, which two? Uchiha Koharu asked with interest. Mizumon replied, the pro-Hokage faction and the neutral faction. The ratio is 1 to 5. The pro-Hokage faction continues to follow Hiruzen, I suppose. And the neutral faction. Uchiha Koharu lifted a piece, her aged hand pausing in midair as she spotted a flaw in Mizumon's position. She placed the stone, and the situation reversed instantly. Mizumon chuckled calmly, adding a stone to restore balance, then said, the leader of the neutral faction is Hitaki Kakashi, or more precisely Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato left a contingency in Uzumaki Naruto, a fragment of his soul and chakra within Naruto's body, which only manifests when Naruto's life is in danger. This time Minato took control of Naruto's body. He not only injured the third Hokage, but also killed over a dozen Root and ANBU operatives. Uchiha Koharu paused. She looked at Mizumon. So the Hokage position is likely to return to Minato. Namikaze Minato posed no threat to them, but he was too pure, making it impossible for them to siphon benefits for their own clans. To be honest, Uchiha Koharu did not want Minato to ascend. No, Minato's soul won't last long. That's why they won't vie for the Hokage seat. Mizumon chuckled. Uchiha Koharu nodded. In that case, Danzo is secure. She smiled, took a sip of tea, and looked pleased. But Mizumon's expression turned serious. No, Danzo is far from secure. The next Hokage will likely fall to the Uchiha. This newspaper is the Uchiha's tool to topple Hiruzen. The Uchiha and Danzo are mortal enemies. If the Uchiha don't support Danzo, he has no chance of becoming Hokage. Mizumon saw it clearly. Now the Hokage position would almost certainly go to the Uchiha. Uchiha Koharu grew anxious. And how can this be? Don't forget, the land where our two families now live was originally the Uchiha clan's territory. If the Uchiha take the Hokage seat, what will become of us? Before she could finish, a servant came running in. What's the matter? Such panic. Uchiha Koharu's demeanor changed. As a longtime Hokage advisor, she exuded the authority of one in power. Mizamon said nothing, but his hunched back straightened. He gave the servant a look signaling that he need not hide anything. Taking the cue, the servant immediately reported, Master Lady Uchiha, a group of Uchiha men have arrived at the gate. They're all wearing ninja swords at their waists. They're charging toward our house with murderous intent. Both Uchiha Koharu and Mizamon stood up. What? How dare they? Didn't Hiruzen order them to stay at the village entrance? How? Uchiha Koharu suddenly realized that Sarutobi Hiruzen's influence had plummeted. His words now barely carried beyond the Hokage building. If the Uchiha wanted to reclaim their clan grounds, no one would come to their aid now. You may go. Mizamon adjusted his glasses, his face full of resignation. Yes. The servant nodded and retreated to his room. Now it all depends on Danzo. Will he step in to stop the Uchiha? If he doesn't, then today you and I, and our families, will become the laughingstock of Konoha. Mizamon rubbed his nose. The moment he said it, he already knew the answer. Uchiha Koharu slumped back into her seat, powerless. Danzo is desperate to win over the Uchiha right now. Why would he oppose them for the sake of two old relics like us? Comradeship. That works on Hiruzen, but for Danzo, nothing matters more than the Hokage seat. Don't you know? Danzo has repeatedly contacted enemies and leaked vital information, all to put Hiruzen in harm's way for the sake of becoming Hokage. Uchiha Koharu looked at Mizamon in anguish. Before he could respond, a figure lunged straight at him. So you're Mizamon? Think you're something special. A slap sent him flying, his glasses shattering. With a crack, Mizamon wailed in agony, trying to get up, but unable to move. You? Who are you daring to lay hands on a Hokage advisor of Konoha? Uchiha Koharu's face went pale as she fumbled to form hand seals. Uchiha Zhan activated his Xiaolunyan, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Zhuanqin Xiaochun's every move played in slow motion within his eyes. However, she finished forming hand seals and was about to unleash the wind-release tornado. The next moment, Uchiha Zhan's eyes rapidly transformed into the Wanhua Tong Xiaolunyan. In just 1 second, Zhuanqin Xiaochun was pulled into an illusion. Her body, lacking the support of chakra and force, caused the previously condensed wind-release ninjutsu to dissipate without a trace. Uchiha Zhan smiled faintly. In the illusion he had created, it was filled with something called desire. This desire was not only lust, but also greed for money, power, and so on. The illusion crafted by Uchiha Zhan could make 99 of people indulge in it. For instance, Zhuanqin Xiaochun realized she had been pulled into the illusion space by Uchiha Zhan, so she pinched her thigh. Pain could make one quickly break free from an illusion, but that was only for ordinary illusions. This level of illusion could not even be broken by the 3 Tomo Xiaolunyan's Jinjutsu. After a while, Zhuanqin Xiaochun gave up and began to circulate her chakra, forming the release seal. However, she found that she could not dispel it at all, which made her panic. This was clearly an illusion. She clearly remembered just now. Suddenly a voice sounded. Hey Xiaochun, what are you waiting for? The teacher said we're going to train together next. The speaker was the young Risen, his smile bright and warm, full of energy. This made Zhuanqin Xiaochun's pupils contract. She said, Risen you. Suddenly she realized something. Her own voice had become much younger. The next moment the scene before her burst into white light. Then with a flash of white her figure appeared in a hospital, and Yuanfei Risen looked at her with concern. Are you okay, Xiaochun? You just fainted. You scared me. Yuanfei Risen sighed in relief. Zhuanqin Xiaochun stared at her young hands in disbelief, her eyes wide. Is this real? She began to feel that this was not an illusion, but that heaven had granted her a chance to start over. Little did she know Uchiha Zhan was aware of everything she experienced. Watching Zhuanqin Xiaochun's illusion, Uchiha Zhan's expression turned strange. It turned out that Zhuanqin Xiaochun had always harbored certain feelings for Yuanfei Risen, and in the illusion, she voluntarily proposed to take the rear guard. Unsurprisingly, according to her inner thoughts, after returning to Mai, she became the first female Huiying of Mai, and was deeply entangled with Yuanfei Risen. Finally, when they reached the age of marriage, Yuanfei Risen confessed his love to Zhuanqin Xiaochun. The two were sweetly together, jointly ruling over Mai. As for Shuohomen Yen, his shadow never appeared. At this moment, Uchiha Zhan once again pitted Shuohomen Yen, this pathetic simp. He had been a simp his whole life, and now he was still an old bachelor without even a son. He had handed over all his property to his elder brother Shuohomen Shu. Uchiha Zhan shook his head. Soon Zhuanqin Xiaochun's consciousness returned to her body. She opened her eyes and saw Uchiha Zhan's mocking expression. Old thing, you sure have some secrets. I thought you and him were just comrades, but it turns out you've always liked him. Uchiha Zhan stopped there. But Zhuanqin Xiaochun flew into a rage. Nonsense. This old woman doesn't know what you're talking about. She and Yuanfei Risen had already spent a lifetime together in the illusion, and her lifelong wish had been fulfilled. Alright, since you don't want to talk, I won't force you. How about this: vacate our clan's land, and I'll let you go. If you don't, tomorrow's headline might be a scandalous story. Uchiha Zhan sneered. Shuohomen Yen was burning with rage, his right hand gathering chakra to form a water blade. He was about to attack Uchiha Zhan, but another aged hand grabbed his arm. Shuahoman Yin was startled. He looked at Zhuanqin Xiaochun, who shook her head, leaving him puzzled. Nevertheless, he put down the blade in his hand. Who are you? When did the Uchiha clan produce someone like you? Zhuanqin Xiaochun asked. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to know that I have the power to ruin your reputation in your old age. Uchiha Zhan clicked his tongue twice. Zhuanqin Xiaochun was silent. She looked at the prosperity of the clan land and the splendid clothes of the clan members, her eyes filled with reluctance. However, for the sake of her honor and Yuanfei Risen's reputation, she took a deep breath and said, the clan land can be returned to you, but you must buy it with money. Shuahoman Yin echoed, that's right. We've lived here for about 6 years, renovated many scenic spots, and spent a lot of money. If you want it back, you have to pay. Uchiha Zhan laughed in anger. Then he said coldly, it seems you two are rejecting the toast only to drink the forfeit. Men. The moment he finished speaking, groups of Uchiha ninjas appeared on the clan land, surrounding Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahoman Yin. At the same time, they activated their Xyalunian. Instantly, a pressure and the threat of death enveloped the two. Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Zhishui exchanged a glance, and the next moment 2 dark figures struck decisively at a speed too fast for the eye to follow. Zhuanqin Xiaochun forced herself to stay calm, while Shuahoman Yin faced death, as if returning home. However, in the face of absolute power, they had no way to resist. In an instant, the former high-ranking officials, the Huoying advisors Shuahoman Yin and Zhuanqin Xiaochun, were captured by Uchiha Yu and Uchiha Zhishui and now knelt on the ground. Now what will it be? Your money or your life? Uchiha Zhan crouched down, his Wanhua Tong Xyalunian fixed on the 2 old men before him, never shifting for a moment. Zhuanqin Xiaochun knew that if it came to a fight, she and Shuahoman Yin were no match. So she settled for the next best thing. I can return the clan land to you. But you must return the money we spent on renovations. Zhuanqin Xiaochun closed her eyes, ignoring Uchiha Zhan. Shuahoman Yin did the same, turning his head away and ignoring them. Uchiha Zhan looked at their expressions and knew that they had reached their limit of tolerance. If he pushed too hard, it would backfire. After staring at them for a moment, Uchiha Zhan nodded. All right, then please pack your belongings quickly. My clansmen are waiting. After saying these words, he turned to look at the members of the Uchiha clan and gave a happy smile. The Uchiha ninjas could no longer suppress the corners of their mouths from rising. They never expected Lord Zhan to reclaim the clan land with just a few words without costing a single soldier or arrow. Uchiha Zhishui produced a small notebook, gently opened it, and wrote something down. Forced by Uchiha Zhan's power and the return of the Uchiha clan, Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuahoman Yin had no choice but to lead their own people away from the large mansion where they had lived for 6 years. Before leaving, Zhuanqin Xiaochun gave Uchiha Zhan a deep, meaningful look as if warning him of something. Uchiha Zhan noticed Zhuanqin Xiaochun's warning, but paid no attention. He stretched and said, tell the elders we're going home. The Uchiha ninjas were trembling all over, and a few were so excited that they directly evolved from 2 Tomo to 3 Tomo Sharingan. Niliang Lujio inquired about what Uchiha Zhan had done inside, and in the end, he also became excited, trembling all over. The first step was to seize the initiative, giving Shuahoman Yin a big slap, and using Jinjutsu to render Zhuanqin Xiaochun defenseless. The second step was negotiation, driving down the price fiercely and finally obtaining a renovated mansion. The third step was thus to avoid bloodshed, and to tell everyone that the Uchiha's return was not to kill, but to coexist with everyone. This made Niliang Lujio completely won over. If Uchiha Zhan had chosen only a military solution, then in Lujio's eyes this man would be nothing but a brute, and he would only lead the Inoshikaicho in feigned submission. Treat Uchiha Zhan the same way they treated Yuanfei Risen. However, all these outcomes were good. Uchiha Zhan proved himself to be a qualified leader, a leader with the philosophy of the kingly way. On the other side, in a cave in the hidden mist village, Uchiha Dai, too, appeared out of nowhere. Clutching his charred mask, he gasped heavily, then took a water flask from his table and gulped down a mouthful of water. After calming his excited heart, he spoke, Hey Ju. What's wrong, Ubi Tual? Hey Ju's voice was elegant and loyal. Call me Madala. Now I am Madala. Uchiha Dai too said coldly. Hey Ju muttered inwardly, you Madala. Don't be ridiculous. If it were Madala during the Nine Tails incident, he would have charged in directly from the front gate. Why would he need to rely on the Nine Tails? Moreover, compared to that kid you just encountered, you are not Madala. By the way, who is that kid? He looks exactly like Madala-sama, as if cast from the same mold. And that ninjutsu like a sea of fire, and the chakra information on himself. If it weren't for the fact that the kid was only 10 years old and short, he would have almost thought that Uchiha Ban had been reborn. Hey Ju, are you listening to me? Uchiha Dai, too, said with anger. Oh Ubi. Oh no Madala-sama, what did you just say? Hey Ju was a bit speechless. How could he be bewitched by a brat who was 80 like Uchiha Ban? I said, shouldn't we change our plan? After all, the Uchiha clan has produced 3 Mangekyo users, Uchiha Yu, Uchiha Zhishui, and that kid. Now wiping out the bloodline of the Uchiha clan is probably impossible. Uchiha Dai too sighed regretfully. As an Uchiha, he knew well how powerful the clan's bloodline limit was. If in the future a few more Uchiha awakened gaining power as great as his own, then if they stood against him, he might not be able to contend with them using only his own strength. Therefore, he wanted to carry out the night of the clan massacre. But now the Uchiha house had 3 Mangekyo in one clan. Damn it. Heiju also entertained the idea of switching sides because he too understood the power of the Uchiha. At this point in time, unless Chinshou Zhujian were reborn, no one could deal with an Uchiha clansman who had awakened the Mangekyo. Moreover, on Uchiha Zhan's side, he had 2 Mangekyo supporters and a large group of Uchiha ninjas following him, which was far stronger than Dai-Tu and the remaining ninjas in the Blood Mist village of the Hidden Mist. Madala-sama, have you considered that besides extermination, there is also the method of cooperation? If we can persuade Uchiha Zhan to become one of us, wouldn't that be better? Heiju said. Then who will listen to whom? Who will have the final say? Uchiha Dai-Tu took off his mask, his ferocious face looking at Heiju, murder in his eyes. Heiju's mouth twitched. This mad dog, ever since that girl who died due to Bansama's scheming passed away, he bites anyone he sees. If it weren't for the great plan to save his mother, he would have just left. He's not going to serve anymore. Then allow me to think it over. Madala-sama, please take care of your health first. Oh, by the way, the new generation of the Blood Mist is about to begin. Would you like to watch the battle? Heiju changed the subject. Hearing the Blood Mist, Uchiha Dai-Tu's expression stiffened, then he let out a maniacal laugh. Hee-hee-ha. Of course I'll watch. This is the village that was the culprit in killing Lin back then. This Blood Mist is my gift to them, making them kill each other. It's absolutely wonderful. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Dai-Tu laughed ferociously. Seeing that he had fooled the fool, Heiju breathed a sigh of relief. Then he merged back into Dai-Tu's body, but he had the Baiju in Konoha keep an eye on Uchiha Zhan. Once he leaves the village, he must report to himself. Then Heiju would try to persuade him. If successful, who the hell would care about what a piece of crap Dai-Tu is? In Konoha, the news of the Uchiha clan's return directly swept through the entire village. The influential ninja clans had already begun discussing their next moves. Due to the newspaper incident yesterday, the prestige of the third Hokage had plummeted. The autobiography of the third Hokage and his understanding of the will of fire, which he used to bind and constrain the villagers' thoughts, were all thrown into the trash by the people. Now the factories were shut down, the schools were closed, and Konoha had long fallen into a collective movement event. And Yuanfei Risen had locked himself in the building for 2 days without leaving. He wanted to continue as Hokage, but now almost 70 of the people did not support him. He wanted to step down and let someone more worthy take over, but Uchiha Zhan refused, leaving him in a difficult position. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Jitsuin Tuanzang and narrowed his eyes. Old friend, I remember you seem to want to be Hokage. I'll grant your wish. Saying so, he took out paper and pen, wrote the abdication letter, the appointment letter, and the letter to the daimyo. At this time, the position of Hokage was a hot potato. It was estimated that no one except Jitsuin Tuanzang would take the risk to accept it. As long as Jitsuin Tuanzang takes over, I will return directly to the Yuanfei clan grounds and never ask about anything in Konoha again, living a carefree life. The waters in Konoha are too deep and turbulent right now. He couldn't handle it, so he had to let his good brother come. After all, he had already taken the blame for many things. One more wouldn't make a difference, and one less wouldn't matter. After doing this, he handed the letters to an Anbu loyal to him and ordered him to deliver them to the root and the daimyo. After the Anbu left, Yuanfei Risen smiled. He believed that when Tuanzang saw his abdication letter, he would be so excited that he couldn't sleep. Maybe even before dawn the next day, he would come to ask if he really intended to abdicate in favor of the worthy. In the land of fire's daimyo residence, the daimyo listened to his subordinate's report. Today was a fortunate day. Grain harvests across the land of fire had doubled compared to previous years. In other words, their tax revenue this year would also double. Just as he was about to host a banquet for his ministers, news from the Konoha Umbu turned his face dark, and he cursed loudly. Has Konoha run out of people? How dare he let this rebel traitor succeed as Hokage? The chief official's face turned ashen as he read the letter. Danzo Shimura had forced the daimyo at knife point years ago, and now Hiruzen was choosing him to succeed him. What was Hiruzen thinking? Did he wish to provoke a war? Did he not remember the humiliation the daimyo had suffered at Danzo's hands? The chief official found it hard to believe Hiruzen was so foolish. There must be something deeper at play. Your Excellency, I believe a power struggle, or perhaps a coup, is brewing in Konoha. Though it has not yet erupted, the aging Hiruzen wishes to step aside, so he passes this burning coal to Danzo Shimura. And in my opinion, Hiruzen himself cannot withstand this coming upheaval, which is why he seeks to shift the blame and flee. If even Hiruzen cannot handle it, do you truly believe Danzo can? It would be wiser to accept, then gather intelligence on Konoha's situation, establish contact with the families preparing for rebellion, and provide them with armor, ninja tools, gold, and provisions, in exchange for assassinating Danzo Shimura. That way we can cultivate relations with the rebellious families early on while using them as blades to eliminate that traitor Danzo. A cruel glint flickered in the chief official's eyes. The daimyo's face lit up upon hearing his advisor's analysis. Truly impressive, his top minister thought quickly indeed. Use another's blade to accomplish your aim. and settle old scores too. It was merely empty prestige, and some wealth he was willing to part with. As long as that scoundrel Danzo was eliminated, the daimyo would gladly spend 200 million. Previously, Hiruzen had dismissed his requests with excuses, claiming Danzo was a founding elder who had rendered immortal service to both Konoha and the Land of Fire, weaving elaborate reasons to deflect his demands. Now the tables had turned. He himself was desperate to abdicate. Since Hiruzen refused to kill Danzo, there were plenty of others willing to do it. Very well, I agree to your proposal. We shall immediately sanction Danzo Shimura's appointment as Hokage of Konoha. Root Foundation. Danzo Shimura sat in meditation when an unusual knocking rhythm echoed at his door. Once the tapping ceased, Danzo opened his eyes. It's Hiruzen's man. What does he want? Frowning, he glanced at Yamanaka Fu, who nodded and made his way toward the entrance. He opened the door to find an Umbu ninja kneeling on one knee extending a letter. Yamanaka Fu took it, preparing to hand it to Danzo, but someone blocked his path. It was Aburame Toryun. Removing his gloves, Toryun revealed his distinctive purple palms, took the letter, and carefully examined its interior for any anomalies before presenting it to Danzo, while keeping the paper itself. Danzo nodded in approval. Both of these subordinates had proven themselves fiercely loyal and exceptionally capable, repeatedly shielding him from harm. Toryun replaced his gloves and took position behind Danzo, his gaze fixed straight ahead, without deviation. Yamanaka Fu stood on the opposite side, equally silent. Danzo's eyes fell upon the letter, and his hand instinctively clenched, crumpling the paper. Danzo, for the sake of Konoha, for our sensei, and for the continuation of the Hokage lineage, the position must never fall into the Uchiha clan's hands. I am growing old and no longer possess the strength to shoulder these burdens. I intend to step down and pass the 5th Hokage position to you. Come to my office tomorrow, and I will secretly entrust the role to you. Signed, Hiruzen Sarutobi, with Konoha's official seal. Upon reading these words, Danzo's breathing grew heavy, his body trembling against his will. The ambition long smoldering within him erupted into flames at the abdication letter. Rising immediately, he carefully folded the document and handed it to Yamanaka Fu. Fu, guard this letter with your life. Should anything happen to it, I will kill you. Danzo declared, his excitement tempered by a flash of ruthlessness in his eyes. Yamanaka Fu nodded and secured the letter. A faint smile crossed Danzo's lips as he rose. Everyone accompany me at dawn tomorrow to pay respects to Lord Hokage. Also, root ninjas should prepare to assume the duties currently held by the Umbu. He never directly stated his intention to inherit the Hokage position, yet his instruction for Root to take over Umbu responsibilities spoke volumes about his plans. Yamanaka Fu and Aburame Toryun knelt before him. Congratulations, my lord. May your desires be fulfilled. We pledge our loyalty to the 5th Hokage. Both men were skilled at reading the situation, immediately addressing Danzo as the 5th Hokage. The title sent Danzo into hearty laughter. Excellent, excellent. Fu Toryun, you have followed me for many years, protecting me innumerably through countless trials. From now on, you shall be my right hand and left hand, one overseeing the Umbu, the other managing Root. Even before the victory was secured, he was already celebrating and distributing rewards. Uzumaki, Naruto's residence. Kakashi had gathered the Umbu ninjas together. The previous Umbu ninjas' letter had already been intercepted by them, which is why subsequent messages continued to arrive. This was possible because Kakashi now had former liaison officers under his command who understood the root codes, allowing the operation to proceed smoothly. As for the family members of the Umbu ninjas sent by Hiruzen, they had been taken into custody by Kakashi, leaving him no choice but to deliver the letters as instructed. Kakashi reported everything to his master Minato Namikaze, who sneered. What a fine pair, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura. Truly birds of a feather. I had hoped Hiruzen had reformed himself, but it seems I was mistaken. He remains the same, quick to eliminate dissenters and shift blame onto others. Having spoken, Minato was about to continue his instructions. Suddenly a wave of dizziness overtook him, his face contorting in pain. Kakashi was startled and rushed to support him. Master, are you all right? What's wrong? Kakashi's expression revealed his deep worry. After composing himself, Minato shook his head. I'm fine. It's likely the strain on my spiritual energy over these past 3 or 4 days. The soul I've placed within Naruto was never substantial to begin with. I can probably sustain it for no more than a week. Master, how could this be? His eyes reddened. They had only spent 2 days together, and now his master was preparing to leave once more. Why are you crying, you fool? Don't shed tears. During this time, we must act swiftly to deal with Hiruzen and Danzo, then pass the Hokage position to the Uchiha. Only then can we avenge our grievance and bring prosperity to the villagers. Uchiha Zhan was communicating with the system. System, I have a feeling that something bad is about to happen. Do you know why? The system fell silent, then displayed a large screen showing Sarutobi Hiruzen's resignation, Shimura Danzo's ambition, and the daimyo's scheming. Even in Iwagakure, Inoki convened an emergency meeting. Now, regarding the internal conflict in Konohagakure, let us begin the discussion. 1. Regarding the internal conflict in Konoha, should Iwagakure join in and support the 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in suppressing the Uchiha clan? 2. After the conflict, should we take advantage of the chaos and extort a large sum of money from Sarutobi Hiruzen, or launch a full-scale war to occupy Konoha? 3. Where should we start carving up Konoha? How should the benefits be distributed among the various clans and villages? 4. To prevent Kumogakure from taking advantage and attacking Iwagakure, causing massive losses, who should defend the village and who should lead the expedition? Item after item of the agenda was continuously voiced by Akatsuchi, who stood behind Inoki, provoking deep thought among everyone. Bunya crossed his arms with a sneer. Why should we help the third Hokage? I don't understand. Isn't it better to help the Uchiha? Are you all senile? As soon as he said that, the heavy atmosphere in the Tsuchikige's office vanished, replaced by laughter from everyone. Akatsuchi tried hard to purse his lips to keep from laughing, while Inoki let out a couple of light chuckles. Kuratsuchi, not understanding the situation, continued to jiggle her leg. Bunya was taken aback, looking around innocently. What are you all laughing at? Am I wrong? The Uchiha clan is arrogant and looks down on others. If they take power, Konoha will fall apart. Bunya was one of the strongest ninjas of the current generation in Iwagakure, possessing immense strength and a terrifyingly powerful earth-release jutsu that allowed him to fight 10 opponents of the same level. Because of his strength, he was able to participate in high-level meetings at just 20 years old. On one hand, it showed that Tsuchikige's high regard for him. On the other, it was hoped that he would learn more both in politics and in life. Inoki, seeing that the timing was right, stopped everyone. Alright, stop. Akatsuchi, go explain the reasons to Bunya. Akatsuchi bowed. Yes, Tsukikage-sama. He turned to Bunya and smiled slightly. Jonin, Bunya, regarding your question about why we help the third Hokage, the reason is that this man is cold and ruthless, arguably a master of politics. Bunya was stunned. If that was the case and Akatsuchi was praising the third Hokage, why then propose the topic of helping him? But precisely because he is a qualified politician, to satisfy his own power and vested interests, he allowed Danzo to act unchecked against their own people. To prevent war, he sacrificed Hyuga Hisashi, the younger brother of the current Hyuga clan head, sending his body to Kumogakure along with a large compensation. Hearing this, Bunya frowned, sensing something wrong. Later, Tsukumo Hataki's achievements overshadowed the Hokage, and he was secretly hailed as half-sleeve Hokage by the people 1 foot already in the position of the 4th Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt uneasy, so he indulged Shimura Danzo in plotting against Konoha's White Fang. In the end, White Fang could not bear the rumors and hanged himself. Bunya was dumbfounded. He looked at the others present as if asking if this was true. Some sneered, some were silent, and a few, noticing his gaze, nodded slightly. Just as they were worrying about how to deal with the increasingly powerful Uchiha clan, the Ninetales attack broke out. Originally, the Uchiha clan could have participated and helped quell the Ninetales attack, but at that time Shimura Danzo led the route to surround the Uchiha compound and forbade them from leaving. Afterward, they were expelled from Konoha's inner circle on the grounds of suspicion and non-contribution, forced to eke out a living on the outskirts of the village. When Akatsuchi reached this point, Inoki, resting his chin on one hand, raised the other to stop him, then looked at Bunya with a smile. What do you think? He had high hopes for this junior. His strength was formidable, and what he lacked was merely political sensitivity and control over the situation. I can't imagine that a village leader could do such things. Those strong individuals and clans were the pillars of the village. But he actually... Bunya's expression was complicated, and at the same time he understood why Inoki preferred to help the third Hokage keep his position. That was because as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen remained in power, the pillars of Konoha, those regarded as invincible by other ninja villages, would be eliminated one by one. If it weren't for the fact that Sarutobi Hiruzen was born as Sarutobi grew up in Konoha and was a disciple of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju, he would have started to suspect whether this man was a spy sent by one of the 4 great hidden villages. Konoha, through the joint efforts of Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju, had left behind many capable forces and talented geniuses, yet after Sarutobi Hiruzen's 30-plus years of rule, their strength had sharply declined. Now they were even on par with upstart villages like Iwagakure and Kumogakure. Truly, one wonders what happened to Konoha. Tsukikage-sama, I understand. Sarutobi Hiruzen's existence only weakens Konoha's power. If we were to eliminate Konoha's high-level combatants through war, we would also pay a heavy price. Instead, it's better to let Sarutobi Hiruzen continue to govern Konoha and ruin it from within. Then Konoha will become fish on the chopping block, ready to be carved up. Bunya was not stupid, he was simply less informed than the shrewd veterans present. Inoki nodded, approving that the student was teachable, and then continued the discussion. Uchiha Zhan saw this scene and was filled with rage. Indeed, your enemy knows you best. He scrolled through the system screen. All the major villages were discussing helping the third Hokage stabilize his regime while taking the opportunity to profit greatly. He silently closed the system. System, what do you think is the purpose of my transmigration? The system did not answer. Could it be merely to change the fate of the Uchiha clan? I don't think so. Since I have transmigrated here, I will follow the example of my predecessors, strive unceasingly, and unify the world. At that moment, Uchiha Zhan's thoughts became clear, and his mental state reached a new level. Host. The system, looking at Uchiha Zhan, whom it had brought to this world, felt somewhat dazed. Uchiha Zhan smiled slightly. But before that, this coup is inevitable. Although many will die, this is the necessary path for a diseased tree to grow into a towering giant. Uchiha Zhan looked into the distance. At that moment, the darkness gradually faded and the sun emerged from the horizon, slowly rising. The following day, Shimura Danzo led the root members to Hiruzen Sarutobi's office. Yamato Naka, catching Danzo's subtle gesture, rapped sharply on the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had not returned home the entire night, was smoking and lost in thought. Upon hearing the knock, his eyes brightened. They had arrived. He opened the window, and the once fog-bound office suddenly cleared. He stepped forward and swung the door open. Before him stood Shimura Danzo, Yamato Naka, and Aburame Torian. Danzo, you have finally come. Hiruzen Sarutobi pulled him into a firm embrace. Sarutobi, have you truly made up your mind that you will nominate me as the 5th Hokage? Shimura Danzo was in remarkably high spirits. He had waited over 3 decades for this position, and now Hiruzen was willingly handing it to him. How could he not be overjoyed? Whether this was a calculated shirking of duty or some deeper scheme no longer mattered to him. The Hokage seat was within his grasp. Danzo had barely slept the previous night, trying on the ceremonial robe he had secretly commissioned several times over, eagerly asking his subordinates, "How does it look? Does it fit?" Now he stood radiant and vigorous, a smile playing on his lips as he turned to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen placed a hand on his shoulder. "Danzo, for the sake of Konoha and for our master, I have deliberated long and hard, and I believe you are the most fitting choice for the position of 5th Hokage. From this day forward, I entrust Konoha to your care. I can rest easy." Hiruzen chuckled and gently led him toward the Hokage's seat. Danzo, whose face was usually devoid of expression, broke into a rare smile and spoke. "Sarutobi, and what of yourself? You yield the Hokage position to me. What are your plans?" Hiruzen replied evenly. "I intend to retire and withdraw from all matters of Konoha." He spoke with sincere conviction, words Danzo had longed to hear. Yet now that he heard them spoken aloud, a flicker of reluctance stirred within him. For Hiruzen Sarutobi was his closest companion, and Danzo did not wish to see him wither away in obscurity. Thus he said, "Sarutobi, should you ever desire it, the position of first counselor to the Hokage is yours." Hearing Danzo's offer, the 3rd Hokage immediately waved his hands in refusal. No, Danzo. I am old and my ambitions have faded. But you are different. Your strategic brilliance is more than enough to hold the skies of Konoha aloft. Honestly, in these perilous times, a single misstep could plunge one into irreversible ruin. There was no room to press further. Lying low and retreating was the wisest path. Shimura Danzo contemplated for a moment, then finally nodded. "Very well, Sarutobi. Rest assured. If you ever speak the word, that position shall be yours." Hiruzen exhaled with visible relief, then summoned the Umbu. "From this day forth, I declare Shimura Danzo the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Announce this throughout the village. The investiture ceremony shall take place in 3 days. Understood." The Umbu ninja bowed and departed, leading both Umbu and root operatives to spread the news throughout the village. After a few formal exchanges with Danzo, Hiruzen took his leave. Returning to his clan compound, he announced that the Sarutobi clan would henceforth remain in seclusion and receive no visitors. Only 30 minutes had passed when wave after wave of ninja from the various clans arrived at the Uchiha district, their faces grim, their anger palpable. Uchiha Tadakuru gestured for them to enter and closed the doors behind them. Hyuga Hizashi, leading the group, spoke immediately. "Tadakuru, the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi has acted without honor." He announced Shimura Danzo as the 5th Hokage without convening a single council meeting. Narashikaku's expression grew dark and unreadable. Moreover, he had already consulted the daimyo overnight yesterday, and only moments ago finalized the decision to hold the investiture ceremony in 3 days. Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Ainichi shared equally sour expressions, though their displeasure was directed not at Uchiha Tadakuru, but at Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kakashi and Minato Namikaze said nothing, nor did the Umbu ninja. But every eye rested upon Uchiha Tadakuru. A hint of madness flickered in Uchiha Tadakuru's eyes. What a masterstroke by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Rather than merely dabbing at boiling water, he has removed the fire entirely, handing the scalding hot potato of the Hokage position straight to Shimura Danzo. If we allow Danzo to ascend to the Hokage throne and then launch a coup, we will be branded rebels. History will not record us as those seeking to overthrow the Third's corrupt rule, but rather as the Uchiha leading all the clans in treason against the Hokage lineage. What cunning means Hiruzen Sarutobi. Truly formidable. And Uchiha Tadakuru said coldly. The Uchiha ninjas' eyes burned crimson, and they drew their blades without hesitation. Damn it, let us fight them to the death. Exactly. They are nearly trampling us beneath their feet. I will not endure this any longer. Elder, declare the coup already. Their voices rose in unified fury, eyes blazing with killing intent. Hyuga Hizashi nodded in agreement. Tadakuru, the times have changed. If Hiruzen had not made this move, we could have waited. Let him refuse the position 3 times as custom demands. But since he has played this hand, we must strike first. Precisely, Tadakuru. The only path forward now is to seize Shimura Danzo as swiftly as possible, expose his crimes, and produce Hiruzen Sarutobi to declare that Danzo forced his ascent. Only then can all be resolved. Shikaku immediately proposed the plan. It was a masterful stratagem, holding the Emperor's authority to command the realm. By capturing Danzo at the earliest moment, and forcing the third to publicly denounce him, they would secure the legitimacy of Uchiha Tadakuru's eventual rise to the Hokage throne. Let us move. Strike now, Tadakuru-sama. Elder, we cannot wait another moment. Faced with the relentless pleas, Uchiha Tadakuru closed his eyes, then opened them. A fierce killing intent swept across the entire district. Since Hiruzen Sarutobi remains obdurate and Shimura Danzo wears his shame like armor, then let us rebel. Uchiha Tadakuru declared, his voice heavy with solemn authority. At that moment, everyone surged with excitement. Nara, Shikaku, Hyuga, Hizashi, and all the Uchiha ninja. Even Uchiha Itachi felt his heart quicken. Uchiha Shursui simply smiled. It was precisely what he had desired. Uchiha Fugaku stood among the crowd, gazing at his son with an undeniable swell of pride. Uchiha Tadakuru swept his gaze across the assembly. Everyone. This struggle determines the trajectory of Konoha for the next 100 years. It is of paramount importance. Therefore, I pledge that all who contribute to this coup shall be rewarded with positions such as Hokage's aide or Umbu captaincy commensurate with their efforts. Let us labor together to restore clarity and justice to Konoha. Rise. Uchiha Tadakuru raised his right arm high above his head, his eyes burning red, his voice ringing out loud and clear, showing no concern for those beyond the walls. Rise. Rise. The crowd erupted with fervor regarding Uchiha Tadakuru, as though he were their very deity. Now return to your homes, don your gear, and in 20 minutes we march upon the Hokage Tower. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, heed my command. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, attend. Uchiha Tataka swept his gaze across the three present. The three inclined their fists in unison. Each of you will lead 100 Uchiha Jonin to guard all approaches to Konoha from the outside, ensuring no enemy dares strike at the village during the coup, sparing the villagers any unnecessary casualties. Uchiha Tataka waved his hand dismissively. Understood. The three saluted and departed. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui withdrew to change into their battle gear. Their combined forces of 300 Jonin were the entirety of their clan's strength for this endeavor. They were deployed to repel external threats. If none came, there would be no losses, but if enemies attacked, casualties were inevitable. Still, for the position they sought, it was worth the sacrifice. Nara Shikaku suddenly spoke up. Leader. The Ino-Shikicho clans each pledge 150 Jonin, pouring our full strength into protecting the village alongside you. Shikaku knew this was the moment to place his bet. If he didn't invest now, when would he? It was better to be a lifeline in hardship than a trivial addition in prosperity. He was wagering everything on Uchiha Tataka claiming the Hokage throne. If he succeeded, the three clans would rise together. If he failed, they would perish as one. This Konoha was no longer the village of the first and second Hokage. Wolves circled outside, coveting its wealth and resources, while politicians inside feasted on its blood. Even without rebellion, the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans would eventually be devoured by these parasites. He refused to accept that fate. Better to rise in fury than perish in silence. Uchiha Tataka nodded. Then the Ino-Shikicho's 150 Jonin will be organized into three-man teams, preserving their legendary synergy as they defend the village alongside Fugaku's forces. Nara, Shikaku, Akimichi, Choza, and Yamanaka Inoichi accepted their orders. Shikaku would serve as strategist beside Tataka Choza as his personal guardian, and Inoichi would interrogate prisoners. Hyuga Hayashi spoke next, offering his clan's 200 Jonin to aid Tataka's seizure of power. A smile touched Uchiha Tataka's lips. Good. Keep 180 to follow me into the coup. Scatter the remaining 20 across the three defensive units for reconnaissance. Hayashi had been about to suggest his people could also guard Konoha, but Tataka's piercing gaze silenced him. Tataka understood his unspoken words, but the Hyuga clan primarily excelled in close combat. Their Byakugan lacked evolution for ranged attacks. If committed to village defense, they'd be forced into brutal hand-to-hand combat, where hidden attacks proved most lethal. Since these clans had placed their trust in him, Tataka would not allow heavy casualties. Such was Uchiha Tataka. He would not squander his allies' lives recklessly. The other ninja clans, lacking the Hyuga and Ino-Shikicho's courage, contributed only 10 to 20% of their forces, preserving their strength regardless of outcome. Tataka bore no ill will. These modest contributions still represented meaningful strength. Their reduced share of future rewards was a minor matter. Turning to all present, Tataka commanded, move now. Summon your clansmen, arm yourselves, and in 30 minutes we advance on the Hokage monument together. As the words left his mouth, clan heads hurried home to prepare. Tataka returned to his quarters and summoned the system, equipped the Warring State's red armor and the Uchiha flame fan. As you command, my lord. The system's mechanical voice echoed, and golden light enveloped him as the legendary red armor materialized on his frame, a garment reserved for supreme leaders. Throughout the Warring States era, only 4 wearers had graced these plates: Uchiha Taijima Senju, Butsuma Uchiha Madara, and Senju Hashirama. The art had vanished after Hashirama and Madara founded Konoha, their blacksmith retiring from crafting such war gear. The techniques died with that generation, making Tataka's donning of the armor a spectacle destined to unsettle the entire shinobi world. Studying his reflection, Tataka nodded. The armor captured 8 parts of Madara's essence, though something still eluded him. A flame fan descended from above, and instinctive muscle memory from Madara's legacy carried his hand upward to grasp its shaft. He slung it across his back and surveyed himself once more, a satisfied smile forming. Now I lack nothing. Stepping into the courtyard 10 minutes later, the Uchiha ninja froze before their leader, clad head to toe in battle armor. An elderly veteran dropped to his knees, whispering reverently, "Madara, has our founder returned?" "Madara." The ninja glanced upward as Tataka's commanding presence pressed down upon them like an oppressive weight. "Hey, don't recognize me. I am Uchiha Tataka," he declared. Realization dawned on the crowd and relief washed over them, but the elders trembled with terror, for Tataka stood as a living replica of Uchiha Madara himself. Uchiha Munezane arrived at the courtyard and collapsed to his knees upon seeing Tataka. Madara. He had glimpsed the original as a child, and the spectral convergence of past and present overwhelmed him with dread. Before Tataka could clarify, someone else addressed the confusion, finally laying to rest the question of whether they stood before Madara or their current leader. Before departing, Tataka proclaimed, "All forces march. This battle determines whether our clan seizes power, whether Konoha can purge its corruption, and whether we reclaim our dominance over the shinobi world. By my hand, Uchiha Tataka shall topple those who have sabotaged our village and forge a new mighty Konoha." Raising the flame fan aloft, he channeled chakra and gave it a gentle sweep. Suddenly a gale erupted, forcing everyone to shield their eyes. When the wind subsided, all eyes fell upon the fan in Tataka's grip with burning reverence. The Uchiha clan's sacred treasure, the flame fan, had supposedly been taken by Madara. What remained in the village was merely a replica. That demonstration proved beyond doubt that Tataka wielded the authentic artifact, and whispers of divine favor soon spread through the clan. Hands pressed to their chests, the clansmen knelt and roared in unison, "For the glory of Uchiha." The great army advanced in 4 separate columns. The vast majority of shinobi were assigned to guard the village, while only Uchiha Zhan led the chunin of the major clans in a charge toward the Hokage building. As if the heavens themselves ordained it, the sky suddenly darkened. Many villagers, unaware of what was about to unfold, looked up to see roiling black clouds blotting out the sun, swiftly turning pitch black, promising a heavy downpour. Uchiha Zhan and his forces swiftly reached the Hokage building, where the ANBU guards immediately rushed forward. "Who are you people? This is the Hokage's place of work. Unauthorized personnel are forbidden to enter," the ANBU said sternly. Uchiha Zhan gave a contemptuous smile, swung his gunbai war fan in one hand, and struck the ANBU, sending him flying across the sky like a shooting star. The first ANBU to step forward was sent flying, tightening the hearts of the others, who stared at Uchiha Zhan with fear in their eyes. "Why you don't come any closer?" another ANBU stammered. Suddenly a figure flickered past, pinning his throat to the ground with a wakizashi. With Uchiha Zhan's demonstration of combat, the shinobi behind him now knew exactly how much force to use. In an instant, both sides entered a desperate deathmatch, momentarily locked in a stalemate. Uchiha Zhan's role was to swing his gunbai war fan while they were deadlocked. He sent ANBU after YNBU flying with a single sweep. Whether they survived or not was left entirely to their own fate. In the Hokage's office, Shimura Danzo had already donned the Hokage's ceremonial robe, bearing the title of 5th Hokage on its back. He sat upright, perusing documents with a smug smile curling at the corners of his mouth. No wonder Hiruzen never left this chair from morning till night, not even taking breaks elsewhere. So this is just how comfortable this seat is. Psychological effect. Then Shimura Danzo put on a solemn expression. "Let us all discuss what comes next." And truly, he bore an 8-part resemblance to Hiruzen Sarutobi. Suddenly a knock came at the door, irregular in rhythm, frantic in speed, making the 5th Hokage's smug smile droop at the corners. "Who is it? Mourning someone? Knocking that fast?" Danzo cursed. Were it not that today he had ascended to the seat of Hokage, any subordinate who dared knock like that would have died in the line of duty the very next day. The knocking stopped abruptly, filling Danzo with suspicion and a creeping sense of crisis. Instinctively, he formed hand seals, gathered his chakra, drew a deep breath, and shouted, "Wind release vacuum great sphere." Uchiha Zhan kicked open the door, only to see the cannonball-like vacuum great sphere hurtling straight for his face. His pupils contracted. Relying on pure instinct, he raised the gunbai war fan and held it before him as a shield. There was no denying it. Danzo's vacuum great sphere had reached the ceiling of A-rank jutsu. Should he ever achieve a sudden epiphany, he could unleash it at the level of an S-rank technique. The gunbai war fan was suited for offense, but equally for defense and counterattacks. As the fan and the vacuum great sphere strained against each other, Uchiha Zhan let out a thunderous roar. Susanoo. A blue Susanoo skeleton emerged, but that was not enough. Soon flesh and sinew grew over the bones, enveloping Uchiha Zhan entirely, while also dispersing Danzo's wind release without a trace. From a distance, Danzo saw the deep blue Susanoo, and his expression darkened. It was the Uchiha clan's exclusive dojutsu Susanoo, a power that sacrificed ocular prowess and physical health in exchange for overwhelming might. He raised a signal flare high into the air, launched it, and let out a whistle. Root shinobi swarmed in dense formation toward the second floor of the Hokage building. Watching it all unfold, Danzo smirked. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance, ordering over 1,000 root shinobi to abandon their days off and remain on standby at all times, tasked with protecting his safety. Besides, there was the saying, the law cannot punish the masses. He had dispatched so many men. Surely you wouldn't dare slaughter them all in front of the entire village. That would be absolutely impossible. If you did such a thing, you'd have to consider whether the clans and villagers would brand you a bloodthirsty Kage, doing immense damage to your reputation. Uchiha Zhan sneered coldly, quite thorough preparations. But today you must die? With Susanoo enveloping him, Uchiha Zhan charged at Danzo. The colossal blue figure raised a massive blade and brought it smashing down toward Danzo. Danzo's face turned pale. At this moment, he no longer cared about keeping secrets. His left hand found the edge of the bandage wrapped around his right arm, seized it, and yanked. The bandages flew through the air and fell swiftly to the ground, revealing an abnormally withered, ghastly pale arm embedded with 5 writhing Sharingan, a sight utterly revolting. Would release explosive burst technique. Danzo slammed his right hand onto the ground, and roots burst forth from the earth, coiling around the Susanoo. Strike first, strike hard. Remember, back in the day, Hashirama Senju had dominated Madara Uchiha time and again with his wood release. This wood release possessed an innate advantage not only over tailed beasts, but over Susanoo as well. With a great rustle, the roots grew and bound Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo tightly. Danzo's lips curled upward. Success. Well done, this old man. With this wood release of mine, even if the first Hokage himself descended, he would be no more than this. Perhaps he would even have to yield to me. Hashirama Senju. Tobarama Senju. Madara Uchiha 6666, Izuna Uchiha 6666. It was just as well that these men were all dead, otherwise a single wood dragon would have taught Danzo his place. Uchiha Zhan had originally intended to gauge just how strong Danzo truly was, whether he was really as weak as depicted in the manga. Instead, he discovered that was not the case at all. Because everything Danzo did in the manga was utterly bizarre, stabbing Susanoo with a kunai. Would any sane person do that? It was clearly the protagonist's plot armor, forcibly nerfing him, sealing away every means he had. Take this wood release, for instance. It was far stronger than in the manga. But to Uchiha Zhan, it was nothing special. He had wanted to see what tricks Danzo had, yet was instead infuriated into laughter by his claim that even the first Hokage would have to avoid his edge. Uchiha Zhan's blue Susanoo let out a furious roar, shattering the roots, binding its body, then released a piercing shriek. Danzo couldn't help but cover his ears, then suddenly spat out blood, utterly incredulous. Such was the might of a single shockwave. In that moment of distraction, flames engulfed him. Fire release, great fire annihilation. Uchiha Zhan formed the ram seal, drew a deep breath, and exhaled a blazing inferno. And it wasn't over yet. He swung the Gunbai war fan with his right hand, conjuring a gale that stoked the flames, elevating the power and reach of the great fire annihilation to even greater heights. Firelight blazed forth, illuminating the entire village of Konoha, and consumed the very sins of Konoha. The raging flames scorched the Hokage's office black, and amplified by the Gunbai Uchiha Zhan's great fire annihilation, not only engulfed Shimura Danzo, but also burst through the French windows, spreading outward. Where the leaves danced, the fire could not be controlled. This wave instantly illuminated the sky over Konoha and set the village's buildings ablaze. Uchiha Zhan's heart skipped a beat. He might have gone too far. Just then, heavy rain began to fall. The spreading great fire annihilation had only just ignited the houses, but before it could expand, it was extinguished. He breathed a sigh of relief. Damn good thing it was raining today, or he would have really burned down the village. As he stood stunned, a figure appeared behind him, hands forming seals, wind release vacuum serial waves. He inhaled deeply and exhaled 4 to 5 wind blades, striking a single point on Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo. He knew that to break through the Susanoo, he had to attack one concentrated point, to pierce the surface with a single strike. If he had maintained this mindset while fighting Uchiha Sasuke, he might have captured Sasuke alive. However, he had chosen the wrong opponent. This time his adversary was Uchiha Zhan, who had fused with Uchiha Madara's founding of the village essence. The quality of his Susanoo far surpassed that of Uchiha Sasuke, and after enduring so many attacks, his indomitable body had reached 100 damage reduction per second. At this moment, even the god of shinobi Senju Hashirama could do nothing to harm Uchiha Zhan in the slightest. Uchiha Zhan yawned. I have to say Danzo has both strength and intelligence, but he's still dumbed down by the protagonist's plot armor. With that smooth combo just now, how could that Sasuke possibly counterattack? Shimura Danzo said nothing, continuing to assault Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo. At first his attacks created ripples of energy on the surface. But soon he found that the vacuum serial waves could no longer cause any ripples, instead something like an air wall blocked his damage from the outside. This is truly a damn ghost. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, then used wood release to bind Uchiha Zhan, once more preparing to retreat. Uchiha Zhan, having inherited Madara's template, saw through Danzo's intention at a glance. With a tremor, the wood release bindings shattered. Then he controlled the Susanoo, grasped the 30-meter-long greatsword, and sliced Shimura Danzo into minced pieces. Shimura Danzo's body dissolved into dust once more. Uchiha Zhan closed his eyes, releasing his chakra to probe the surroundings. In less than 2 seconds, Uchiha Zhan smirked. Found you. He dismissed the Susanoo, for it was so massive that walking through the streets or swinging a single slash would be no less devastating than the Ninetales rampage. Shimura Danzo's figure appeared 300 meters outside the Hokage building. After landing, he did not hesitate to pour all his chakra into rushing toward the root headquarters. He knew that he would be caught by Uchiha Zhan soon after his resurrection. Having already died twice, he looked at the 5 Sharingan eyes on his arm. 2 of them had already closed, and his heart bled. At this time, he was not the Danzo after the Uchiha clan's extermination, when Sharingan were plentiful. He had no more than 10 eyes in total, and the battle with Shursui had cost him Uchiha Kageme's Mangekyo. Moreover, he had been assassinated before, and several times the enemy had succeeded, but he relied on the Sharingan and the special technique Izanagi. Izanagi, also known as the reality warping technique, is activated by a Sharingan wielder, forming the seals of boar hair and ram. It turns even the most adverse events within a certain period into something that never happened, only allowing favorable outcomes to manifest as reality. No matter what injury or even death the caster suffers, they can be physically restored to the recorded state, though expended chakra cannot be recovered, and the technique's eye itself remains intact. However, the eye used for Izanagi will be permanently blinded, hence it is listed as a forbidden technique by the Uchiha. In the past, the Uchiha clan, vying for the clan head position, used Izanagi without restraint, slaughtering each other. Eventually, the emergence of a more domineering dojutsu, Izanami, forcibly compelled those fighters to accept their own reality. Those who refused would be trapped in an illusion, forever suffering pain. This finally forced the Uchiha to stop using Izanagi to compete for the clan head. Shimura Danzo felt his right arm trembling, an imbalance between Yang and Yin chakra causing Hashirama cells to become active. He gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. But the next moment a voice rang in his ear. Where do you think you're going? Shimura Danzo's pupils contracted. Without turning his head, he formed seals and unleashed a wind release technique, spraying vacuum serial waves toward the source of the voice. However, he hit nothing but trees, cleaving many in half. The next moment, the gunbai descended from the sky with tremendous force, smashing Shimura Danzo into a pulp, leaving him dead beyond dead. Uchiha Zhan continued to search for Shimura Danzo's location, repeating the previous action. He charged forward again. Shimura Danzo panted heavily, gritting his teeth. This Uchiha Zhan was truly ruthless, not even leaving him a path to survival. If Uchiha Zhan knew what he was thinking, he would have sneered, if you don't root out the weeds, they will grow again when the spring wind blows. Since he decided to strike, he would do it thoroughly and without hesitation. After 2 minutes, Uchiha Zhan appeared before Shimura Danzo once more. Sonny boy. Oh no, Lord Danzo, don't run. Save your strength. Your men are all under control. And you are now a turtle in a jar, unable to escape, even if you grow wings. If you are willing to expose Sarutobi Hiruzen's crimes, I promise you that I will only keep you under life imprisonment and won't lay a hand on you. Uchiha Zhan began to whisper like a devil. For a moment, Shimura Danzo was tempted, but the next second he roared, I am the 5th Hokage. How could I become a tool for you to attack the 3rd Hokage? Summoning Baku. He bit his left hand and pressed it to the ground. Sealing runes spread from his palm outward. When the summoning array formed, a creature with orange fur appeared. It had an elephant's trunk on its face and boar tusks at its mouth, a truly intimidating sight. Shimura Danzo, seeing his old comrade, breathed a sigh of relief. The deep fear inside him dissipated, and a feeling called security welled up naturally. Meng Mo appeared beside Jitsuin Tuankang, exhaling misty breath, while his long snout spewed white steam like smoke. He raised his front hooves, stomping the ground, causing the earth to instantly cave in. Such a force was no less than the full-powered strike of a tailed beast. Oh, summon Beast Meng Mo. Not bad, it's a good summon, but it's a pity that it ended up with a scoundrel like you. Uchiha Zhan shook his head, as if lamenting a pearl cast into darkness. Jitsuin Tuankang naturally caught the sarcasm in Uchiha Zhan's words. He sneered. You bratty, you think that just because you can defeat me, you can defeat my summoning beast as well. Meng Mo, show him your power. Jitsuin Tuankang patted its rump. Meng Mo let out a furious roar and began to channel chakra into its lungs. Then it raised its snout and unleashed a tremendous suction force, aiming directly at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan laughed. Since you want to suck, then suck your fill. He formed the hand seal of the ox. Fire release, great fire annihilation. A stream of fire shot from Uchiha Zhan's mouth, expanding into a sea of flames after 2 meters, which was completely absorbed by Meng Mo. Uchiha Zhan glanced at Meng Mo in surprise. Interesting. It can actually withstand it. At first Mingmo's expression was smug, but soon he realized something was wrong. Why was Uchiha Zhan still spewing fire? Why? Its snout had started to turn red, and it felt a searing pain in its lungs. Finally unable to endure it stopped absorption, and instead released the flames back along the same path, blocking Uchiha Zhan's great fire annihilation. After about 20 seconds, it was once again overwhelmed by Zhan's flames. Jitsu Tuankang's pupils contracted. This place was no place to linger. He threw down 2 smoke bombs, and then made a quick escape screaming, "Mengmo!" It had never expected Danzo to be so disloyal, fleeing directly at this moment. From the panicked expression on Danzo's face, Mengmo could tell that he was greatly wary of the fire-using brat before him. "Well, I'll help him one more time. After all, the relationship between me and the Jitsuan clan is quite good." So Mengmo began to gather power, its left front claw gripping the ground, preparing to unleash its innate skill wild charge. It was completely unaware that Uchiha Zhan was already furious. "Beast, step aside, or I'll kill you." Cold, murderous words spilled from his lips. At the same time, his eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, the same as Uchiha Madara's. Mengmo paid no heed. After finishing its charge, it rushed straight at Uchiha Zhan. Zhan channeled chakra into his hands and materialized a sickle-shaped chakra weapon. This was an application of chakra nature transformation. Although the system hadn't given him the twin sides of Uchiha, he could directly forge one using his battle experience with Uchiha Madara. Aiming at Mengmo's mouth, Uchiha Zhan let out a mighty shout, "Ha!" His arms bulged with veins as he swung the chakra twin sides in a full arc, slashing from Mengmo's mouth all the way down to its belly, rump, and tail. With a tearing sound of flesh being cut, Mengmo still maintained its charging posture. After about 5 seconds, its upper body remained in place, while its lower body with 4 legs instinctively charged forward, finally crashing into a large tree. The summoned beast Mengmo fell. Uchiha Zhan retracted his chakra and continued to track Jitsuan Tuankang's location. After confirming that he was in the Genbu base, he immediately burst forth all his chakra to increase his speed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the advanced summoning beast Mengmo. Reward: advanced summoning beast ninja cat Shui. Uchiha Zhan was oblivious to the system's prompt at this moment. He understood the importance of capturing the leader first. He could not allow this cancer to survive and escape to other villages alive. If you don't pull the weeds by the roots, they will grow again when the spring wind blows. He transformed into a streak of light and charged toward Jitsuan Tuankang's Genbu base. Genbu base. Jitsuan Tuankang was gasping for breath in the damp underground air. He had escaped back to his stronghold. He had saved his life. Quick, close the gate. Also, all ninjas who can use earth release, start digging tunnels immediately. Hurry. Pack up all these experimental materials. We're leaving Muyi right now. Move fast. To hell with the Hokage position, to hell with the honor of being the disciple of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. In the face of life, they are all worthless. The Genbu ninjas began to move according to Jitsuan Tuankang's orders. Only one person was hiding in the shadows, staring at Jitsuan Tuankang with sharp eyes. If Uchiha Zhan were here, he would definitely recognize him, for he was the master of fulfilling dreams in the fourth war, the inheritor of the Snake Sage's immortality, the one who single-handedly instigated the first half of the Fourth Great Ninja War. Yaoshi Do. He had already learned the full reason for the death of his mother from the orphanage, Yaoshi Nanoyu. It was all because of Jitsuan Tuankang. His schemes had caused him to lose the only mother in this world who was kind to him. It was Jitsuan Tuankang who made him devoid of love. After Jitsuan Tuankang recovered his composure, he looked around and saw nothing unusual. He walked to a stone door and rotated a vase 180 degrees to the right. Soon the stone door opened. Jitsuan Tuankang walked in. After 10 seconds, the stone door closed and the vase returned to its original position. Yaoshi Do now emerged from the shadows, a cold smirk on his face. Let him send this old man on his final journey. His hand reached for the vase, about to turn it, when he felt a cold, hard object pressed against his spine. Instantly his body stiffened. As he turned around, a cold, murderous voice came over. "Do you know where Jitsuan Tuankang has fled to?" Yaoshi Do sensed his emotion and the icy words. He stopped his hand from reaching into his pocket for a scalpel and raised his hands. He had already realized that this person had come to kill Jitsuan Tuankang, meaning that this person was his ally. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Ahem, brother, Jitsuan Tuankang is behind this stone door, Yaoshi Do said with a gentle smile. Uchiha Zhan nodded and was about to ask him to open the stone door when a sudden change occurred. "Who are you? Why are you stopping in front of Lord Danzo's secret chamber?" The speaker was Yun Tsugen. Originally, he had not noticed the situation here until someone reported to him that someone had forcibly smashed the Genbu entrance and rushed and disappearing without a trace. Instinctively, Yun Tsugen thought of the secret chamber. The secret chamber must never be allowed to be entered. Once the things inside are exposed, Lord Danzo would not only lose the position of Hokage, but also be stripped of his identity as a citizen of Muyi. Torian Aburame realized the two people at the secret chamber door were not friendly, so he removed his gloves and extended both hands. A swarm of poison insects crawled out from his body. some so tiny their shapes were barely discernible, others thick and terrifying to behold. Uchiha Zhan's face darkened. He formed hand seals, snake, ram, monkey, boar, horse, tiger, and shouted fire-style great fireball jutsu. Not done yet. Uchiha Zhan swung the Uchiha flame fan around, and the great fireball instantly swelled, filling the entrance to the secret chamber as it hurtled toward Toryun Aburame in the distance. Toryun Aburame's expression changed, and he cursed inwardly. With fire like that, wouldn't his insects be? Sizzle, tens of thousands of poison insects were burned to death in an instant. Toryun Aburame spat out a mouthful of blood, stared blankly at the great fireball rushing toward him, and closed his eyes, waiting for death. Suddenly the back of his collar was grabbed, and he was yanked rapidly toward the main hall. Toryun Aburame froze. Who had saved him? He looked up and saw Yamanaka Fu expressionless, wearing gloves, tossing him into the hall. Fu, Lord Danzo. Toryun Aburame was frantic, wanting to go back and save him, but Fu glared at him. Idiot, do you know who that man is? That man is the current head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Zhan. His chakra is so immense that even if 100 of us attacked together, it would only take a single breath of his fire. And you still dare to meet him head-on? Yamanaka Fu roared at Toryun. Toryun Aburame shuddered. He had not expected that young man to have such an astonishing background. As for his fire, he had witnessed it firsthand. Just now he had released 60% of all the poison insects in his body. His chi and blood were now somewhat depleted, and his face was pale, but he still struggled to his feet. Fu, then what do you think we should do? They had been branded with the tongue curse seal by Danzo Shimura, and having been molded by Danzo since childhood, they were now completely Danzo's shape. Oh no, wait, not that. Their heads were filled with nothing but concern for Danzo Shimura's safety. Anyway, I can't just watch you charge and head on. That won't save Lord Danzo, and it won't do us any good either. The only option now is to wait. Yamanaka Fu frowned. Wait. That man's strength is ferocious and his chakra is overwhelmingly brutal. If we wait, Lord Danzo might be beaten to death on the spot. Toryun Aburame roared. Yamanaka Fu slapped him hard across the face. You stupid dog. When I say wait, I mean we wait 3 minutes after they go in, then we go in. By then, with Lord Danzo attacking from the front and us from behind, are you still afraid? We can't seriously wound him. Think about it. If we severely wound Uchiha Zhan, haven't we saved Lord Danzo? And haven't we brought Lord Danzo an even stronger Sharingan? Won't Lord Danzo value us far more in the future? Yamanaka Fu's words made Toryun Aburame's eyes light up. He immediately rose and gave Yamanaka Fu a thumbs up. That's the Yamanaka Fu I know. Alright, let's do it your way. Yamanaka Fu shot him a glance, then called a root ninja over. Casting the mind-body disturbance jutsu, he took control of the man and manipulated his body to scout the situation. At the entrance to the secret chamber, Uchiha Zhan turned around to look at the person behind him. Seeing the gentle expression and those glasses, he instantly knew who it was. Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto Yakushi was startled, then took off his cloak and murmured, I didn't expect Lord Zhan to recognize me. From the fire style, just now, and the flame fan that symbolized the position of Uchiha clan head Kabuto, Yakushi knew at once that this was Uchiha Zhan, the man whose reputation had been sweeping through the Uchiha clan recently. The corner of his mouth curled upward. If Uchiha Zhan joined the ranks of those assassinating Danzo, the success rate would rise from the 30 he had calculated at the start to 100. Others might not know Uchiha Zhan's power, but he knew it all too well. Because he had placed the white snake given to him by Lord Orochimaru in a rocky cave along the Naka River, he had witnessed everything with his own eyes, including Uchiha Zhan setting a great stretch of the Naka River ablaze with a single breath of fire. Uchiha Zhan was also taken aback. He knew Kabuto Yakushi because he had read the mangas several times. Could Kabuto have recognized him because he too had read the manga? But soon Kabuto Yakushi understood his confusion and answered it. That day at the Battle of the Naka River, I was fortunate enough to witness you setting the mountain ablaze. Only then did Uchiha Zhan realize that at the time he and Hayashi Hyuga had been entirely focused on Danzo Shimura and the Root Ninja, and had not paid the slightest attention to whether anyone else was nearby. Or perhaps Kabuto had disguised himself as a Root operative back then. But none of that mattered now. You can open this door, right? Uchiha Zhan knew of Kabuto's relationship with Danzo Shimura. And in a time of chaos like this, if Kabuto Yakushi had appeared here claiming to protect Danzo, that would be pure melodrama. Kabuto Yakushi bowed. Honored Lord Uchiha Zhan, I'll open it for you right away. But I have one condition. Oh, you're bargaining with me. Uchiha Zhan was displeased and a hint of fury began to show. Kabuto hurriedly added, my condition is very simple. After we capture Danzo Shimura, can you hand him over to me for interrogation? His eyes turned visibly bloodshot, red veins stretching from the corners of his eyes to his pupils. A murderous intent emanated from his body. Uchiha Zhan understood, and so he suppressed his own murderous intent. Fine. Hurry it up. The sounds of fighting here have probably already alerted Danzo Shimura. For all we know, he's changing his Sharingan right now. Kabuto Yakushi nodded. He walked over to the vase, and imitating Danzo Shimura's movement, twisted it. Crock. The stone door slowly opened. Uchiha Zhan charged into the secret chamber first, and Kabuto hurriedly followed. With Uchiha Zhan there, he no longer needed to watch every step or disarm traps. Uchiha Zhan and Kabuto Yakushi entered the secret chamber together. They had taken fewer than 10 steps when Uchiha Zhan stepped on a floor panel. The panel sank slightly, and the next instant countless Sunban shot at them from front and behind. Uchiha Zhan immediately activated Susanoo, covering both himself and Kabuto. Kabuto's pupils contracted. Was this the legendary Susanoo? The legendary Susanoo of the same caliber as that legendary figure Madara Uchiha. Those Sunban were blackish-purple, clearly coated with lethal poison. A single prick would likely mean death on the spot. Now they slammed against Susanoo, simply ringing with clink 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 before snapping or turning to powder and scattering to the ground. Seeing this, Kabuto Yakushi's body trembled uncontrollably. So strong, such overwhelming power. Lord Zhan's power was incredible. He stared at Uchiha Zhan with blazing eyes. He did not have Orochimaru's obsession or Danzo Shimura's twistedness. He was simply captivated by Uchiha Zhan's power. That such a powerful figure would protect him, a man he had only just met, moved him beyond words. The sharp clatter of shuriken echoed for a full minute. 500 needles in total, each uniformly coated with poison, and upon closer inspection flecked with rust. Uchiha-sen saw them all. He could not help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Poison, physical damage, tetanus. Whether Danzo had done this deliberately, carelessly, or simply out of poor hygiene and a failure to clean his mechanisms, the result was a veritable arsenal of debilitating debuffs. Still, any ordinary person would almost certainly have died here. Uchiha-sen spoke. Stay close to me. There are still poison needles on the ground. As long as you remain within my protection, those needles will not harm you. With that, Uchiha-san paid no further heed to Yakushi Kabuto and strode forward. Kabuto hurried after him, staying within the protective range of Susanoo, admiring Uchiha-sen's power while studying the structure of Susanoo itself. After all, he was not only the dream fulfillment master, but also Orochimaru's assistant. He was utterly devoted to research, so now that he had been given this opportunity, how could he possibly suppress his insatiable desire to investigate and understand? This secret passage was truly long and labyrinthine. Sunban needles, kunai, explosive tags, cleavers, crossbows, compound bows. If you could imagine it, it was there. Thanks to his Susanoo, Uchiha-san was able to charge straight through to the entrance. It seemed that even Shimura Danzo himself would have to endure quite a number of trials to get in. The inner door of the secret chamber was made of iron. Uchiha-san wasted no words. He drove his fist forward, chakra surging through the blow, and sent the iron door flying. Shimura Danzo had just retrieved a jar from a cabinet. Hearing the iron door smashed away, he turned to look, inadvertently revealing the jar before Yakushi Kabuto and Uchiha-san. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his eyes narrowing. His mouth twitched. As expected of you, Danzo, standing before the clan leader of the Uchiha, while holding a jar full of Uchiha Sharingan. You truly have a death wish. Yet he dared not sneer, nor make the slightest sound, for he had already noticed that the Uchiha-san beside him was radiating boundless, bone-chilling, murderous intent. Uchiha-san, how did you get here? And who are you? Why are you wearing the combat uniform of my root shinobi? Shimura Danzo's face turned pale. His voice trembled as he clutched the jar with his left hand and pointed at Uchiha-san and Yakushi Kabuto with his right. Shimura Danzo, you truly deserve to die, you bastard. Uchiha-san accelerated his chakra, rushed before Shimura Danzo, and raised the Uchiha flame fan, slamming it down upon him. Shimura Danzo had no time to dodge. Fear flooded his eyes as he stood frozen in place, and in the next instant he was crushed into a pulp. Uchiha-san caught the jar as it fell through the air, hatred flashing in his gaze. The fusion of Madara's template was subtly influencing his personality. Today, seeing the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan laid out by Shimura Danzo's hand, the darkness buried deep within his heart immediately surged to the surface. What Uchiha-san had fused with was the template of Uchiha Madara from the era of Konoha's founding. At that time, Madara still remembered the plea his younger brother Izuna had entrusted to him. To take care of the Uchiha clan, to protect the Uchiha clan. So when he saw Shimura Danzo clutching the Sharingan of the Uchiha in his hand, he could no longer suppress the killing intent surging within him. Yakushi Kabuto was stunned. Could Danzo really have died just like that? That shouldn't be possible, right? It was no wonder Kabuto was taken aback, for only 4 people knew of Danzo's: Izanagi, Sarutobi, Hiruzen Yamanaka, Fu, Aburame, Toryun, and the other root members knew nothing about it at all. Just as Kabuto was lost in thought, Shimura Danzo appeared directly above him, kunai in hand, murder flashing in his eyes. Since he was going to die today, anyway, he would take someone with him. This man had clearly led Uchiha-san here, so he had to be his accomplice. A chill ran through Kabuto's body. He looked up and saw Shimura Danzo descending from above, panic seizing him. When had this happened? Hadn't Danzo just been killed by Uchiha-san? Damn it. Yet in the very next instant, a Susanoo arm shot forward, its great hand opening wide and slamming Danzo against the wall with a wet splat. His body burst apart, internal organs crushed, bones shattered. Shimura Danzo spat blood, his eyes bulging wide. Ga? Kuza. The moment he cursed, his blood and body once again dissolved into dust. Uchiha-sen's expression darkened. If he remembered correctly, this was already the 5th time. There was only one left, and Danzo had not replenished his Sharingan. In other words, one more death, and Shimura Danzo would be gone for good. 20 seconds later, Shimura Danzo appeared directly before Uchiha Zhan, confusion in his eyes. Why? Since you want the position of Hokage, I'll give it to you. Since you want the village, I'll give it to you as well. Why? Why won't you give me even a single chance to atone? Why must you kill me? I, Shimura Danzo, have devoted my entire life to this village. Everything I did was for Konoha. You're just a brat who became clan leader of the Uchiha a few days ago. What right do you have to kill me? Shimura Danzo stared at Uchiha Zhan, his voice hoarse and desperate. He was a man of ambition and cunning. He never looked back, never reflected on his own faults. All he did was charge forward, crushing his political enemies. To seize control of Konoha and enjoy its supreme power. In the real world, such a man might easily succeed. But this was the world of manga. A shinobi world where the strong preyed on the weak, where one's own power and combat strength spoke louder than anything else. Conspiracies and schemes could never achieve true greatness. Only strength was the ultimate truth. Today it was not that Shimura Danzo had lost, but that Uchiha Zan's power far surpassed his own. Thus all of Danzo's years of careful planning crumbled to dust. From this one could see that the shinobi world did not care about schemes, only strength. If someone did deign to scheme against you, perhaps it was merely a superior entertaining themselves, watching how long you could keep flailing. In any case, the loser would always be the weaker side. Do you have any last words? Uchiha Zhan gazed at Shimura Danzo coldly, his look like that of a man staring at a corpse. Shimura Danzo stared at his pale right arm. The 5 Sharingan upon it had already closed, while the yang-release chakra in his right hand faintly began to show signs of violent instability. Hearing those words, Danzo gradually shifted from his earlier frantic outburst to a calm resolve. A flicker of determination passed through his eyes. He looked at Uchiha Zhan. This time he would not choose to evade. He had fled when he escaped from Kumogakure all those years ago. He had fled from the war of Amigakure, fled from the war of Sunagakure, fled from the Nine Tails incident. Fleeing. He had run his whole life. This time he no longer wanted to run. The Uchiha were a cancer upon Konoha. Today he would take the leader of that cancer down with him, and then personally atone before his teacher. A resolute expression settled on Shimura Danzo's face as he slowly advanced toward Uchiha Zhan. Countless images flashed through his mind, and the words in his heart echoed incessantly. Hiruzen, from now on you shall be the Hokage revered by all under the sun, the light of Konoha. Yet light must always be accompanied by shadow. Let me be the root of Konoha, buried underground, unseen, to handle the matters you find inconvenient to address. Memories surfaced one after another, and his right hand began to lose control. Danzo, this is the most crucial battle of the Second Great Ninja War. Let the Hidden Sand Village witness our might. Danzo, I entrust the front lines to you. In all of Konoha, you are the only one I trust completely. Danzo, failure is not a concern. As long as we remain, there is still hope. Danzo. His mind was filled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's voice. Trust, encouragement, support, and doubt. Am I hallucinating? Is this the taste of death? They say that before death, memories flash before one's eyes like a revolving lantern. I cannot suppress the division of Hashirama cells after all. Yet perhaps before I die completely, I can still do something. For Hiruzen, and above all for Konoha. Shimura Danzo's consciousness returned to reality. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes, and with resolute determination, he charged at Uchiha Zhan, simultaneously drawing a kunai and severing his own right arm. The pale right arm, upon touching the ground, instantly transformed into a tree bursting forth from the earth. But Shimura Danzo paid no heed. Staggering, he rushed toward Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo. When he reached the front of the Susanoo, he suddenly tore open his clothing. On Danzo's flesh-colored skin, hexagram patterns emerged. Uchiha Zhan, familiar with the plot, recognized this as the 4-symbol sealing technique, which had once sealed half a bridge. Uchiha Zhan, I admit your strength is remarkable, surpassing mine, surpassing Hiruzen. But my will of fire tells me I must stop you here. Otherwise Konoha's future will surely be destroyed by your hands. In my life I have done many things, but all for Konoha. I have a clear conscience. Now to die for Konoha is my highest honor. Uchiha Zhan, die with me. That way in the Pure Land I shall not be lonely. Danzo roared as endless black aura slowly spewed from his abdomen, and a tremendous sealing force enveloped Uchiha Zhan's entire body. Even his blue Susanoo shattered instantly. Witnessing this, Shimura Danzo grew even more frenzied, pouring all his remaining chakra into the technique. Uchiha Zhan's pupils contracted, his face turning pale. Shimura Danzo laughed maniacally. Haha, I never imagined I could take the leader of this generation's Uchiha with me. It's worth it. Before he could finish the moment, the 4-symbol sealing technique touched Uchiha Zhan's body. Bang. With a puff of smoke, Uchiha Zhan's figure vanished. At that instant, Shimura Danzo and Yakushi Kabuto's pupils contracted. A clone technique. When? The next moment, a voice came from the ceiling, truly worthy of Lord Danzo, who dedicated his life to Konoha. Even in death you choose such an extreme method of suicide to take the enemy with you. Impressive. Shimura Danzo, realizing the truth, roared in fury. Damn it. Uchiha Zhan, you despicable coward. You did it deliberately, feigning weakness to trap me in your scheme. Indeed, but it is too late. Once the four-symbol sealing technique begins, it cannot be stopped. Uchiha Zhan hereby bids the fourth and a half Hokage farewell to the Pure Land. Uchiha Zhan dashed toward Yakushi Kabuto's side. This spot lay just outside the range of the four-symbol sealing technique. Uchiha Zhan did not look back. Shimura Danzo tried to move his body, but the four-symbol sealing technique had already reached its mid to late stage, rendering his body immobile. Uchiha Zhan, I curse you. I curse you to die a miserable death, a fate 100-fold, 1,000-fold crueler than mine. The Uchiha clan will eventually be annihilated. As the words faded, the four-symbol sealing technique began to contract inward. The chamber formed a circular vacuum with Danzo at the center, extending 10 meters in all directions. After the contraction, Danzo's body and everything within 10 meters were devoured completely. Only then did Uchiha Zhan turn around, gazing at the now empty center of the chamber, his expression unchanged. Yakushi Kabuto had witnessed the entire process. On one hand, he felt terror and a creeping dread at Shimura Danzo's trump card, the four-symbol sealing technique. On the other, he felt a sense of recognition for Uchiha Zhan's cunning tactics. Now that the dust had settled, Kabuto realized that Uchiha Zhan had killed Shimura Danzo twice, both times using his clone. If that were the case, how powerful must his true body be? He looked at Uchiha Zhan with fervent eyes. Feeling the intensity of his gaze, Uchiha Zhan scratched his head. Apologies, Shimura Danzo chose to seal himself, so I couldn't preserve his body. Yakushi Kabuto shook his head. If it had been him, he might have been killed by Danzo by now, even if he had managed to reduce Danzo to his last life. He would have little physical strength or chakra left, and certainly could not have dodged the four-symbol sealing technique just now. Although he could have avenged the director, he would likely have died in the process. Moreover, from the duel between Uchiha Zhan and Danzo, he understood that if he himself had fought Danzo to the death, he would most likely have been killed by Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Zhan sighed, walked to the cultivation containers, and collected the eyeballs of his clansmen. Then he moved to another container. The labels read Hashirama cells, basic Hashirama cells, intermediate Hashirama cells, advanced. The corresponding danger levels were 1 star, 3 stars, and 5 stars. Another note indicated that the 1-star experiment had 2 successful subjects, Tenzo and Shimura Danzo. The 3-star and 5-star experiments recorded data, but all results were failures. Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes. He reached out to take the Hashirama cells, then suddenly sensed something and spun around sharply. Yakushi Kabuto's heart skipped a beat. He watched Uchiha Zhan's movement toward the glass jar containing a mass of flesh and blood. He recognized that substance. It was a sample from Orochimaru's secret lab Hashirama cells. At that moment, Kabuto cursed his own knowledge. Anxiety gnawed at him. Would Uchiha Zhan strike him down? Many thoughts raced through Uchiha Zhan's mind, including the notion of killing Kabuto on the spot. Just then a system notification chimed. Ding, mission released, recruit Yakushi Kabuto. Difficulty 1 star. Hint, Kabuto fears death. Upon receiving the system prompt, Uchiha Zhan's originally concealed murderous intent vanished without a trace, and a smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. The system wouldn't be idle enough to make him recruit Yakushi Kabuto for no reason. That meant Kabuto had caught the system's attention. Hey! Uchiha Zhan turned his gaze toward Yakushi Kabuto, who shuddered and nodded. Hi. Uchiha Zhan-sama, please, what are your orders? Kabuto's voice now trembled with fear. Clearly he was terrified, though it was understandable, for who wouldn't be afraid facing someone wielding the power of Uchiha Madara, founder of Konoha. Uchiha Zhan studied his forced smile and chuckled. Don't be so tense. By the way, if I remember correctly, you've already met Orochimaru, haven't you? Instantly Kabuto's expression shifted. Fear gave way to vigilance. To him, Orochimaru was a benefactor, a teacher, and a friend. He would never betray Orochimaru-sama, even at the cost of his life. Yet he couldn't understand how Uchiha Zhan knew of their meeting. I don't know what you're talking about. Orochimaru. Isn't he a rogue ninja of Konoha? The black market has a 50 million Ryo bounty on his head. Besides, with his caution, why would he bother meeting a nobody like me? I think Zhan-sama must be mistaken. Kabuto straightened his back without revealing his unease. He raised his head to meet Uchiha Zhan's gaze, all traces of cowardice gone. This puzzled Uchiha Zhan. Hadn't the system said he was timid? Uchiha Zhan opened the system panel again and noticed a small line of text at the bottom right. Whenever anything concerning Orochimaru is mentioned, Yakushi Kabuto becomes deadly serious, casting aside all fear and going all out. Uchiha Zhan frowned. Damn, it was the system deliberately hiding such crucial information in such tiny print. Helpless, he dismissed the panel and looked at the ready-to-strike Kabuto with resignation. Since that was the case, Uchiha Zhan channeled his chakra and focused it into his right eye. His right Mangekyo Sharingan spun once. Demon Seed, go. Yakushi Kabuto shuddered, then found his body suddenly immobilized. What's happening? Wait, what is that? A crimson demon seed was flying toward him. Let me introduce you to my Mangekyo ability, an instantaneous genjutsu that seizes control of the body, imprisons the consciousness, and plants a seed within the heart. If the target becomes disobedient, I can detonate the seed at any time. As Uchiha Zhan finished speaking, Kabuto shuddered and lost consciousness. The crimson demon seed passed through his chest and submerged into his heart. His consciousness was imprisoned in a dark cage. Though he couldn't control his body, he could witness everything unfold. The moment the demon seed entered his body, his consciousness was released, and he regained control. But before he could adapt, a searing pain erupted in his chest. Oh! Kabuto collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest. The agony was unbearable, and just as he neared the breaking point, the pain vanished. He looked up weakly, meeting Uchiha Zhan's condescending gaze of contempt. I am not Orochimaru, who would appreciate your loyalty and talent. Uchiha Zhan said coldly, since you've witnessed what I do, and since you know I'm after Hashirama cells, I'll give you two choices: submit, and continue your research in the security forces dungeon. You'll have 2 days off per week plus holidays. I'll triple your salary. At this, Uchiha Zhan still wore a smile. But a second later his expression darkened. If you disagree with any of that, then I'll have to send you to the Pure Land to meet Danzo. Uchiha Zhan uttered these words with murderous intent. Yakushi Kabuto knelt without hesitation. Zhan-sama. Zhan-sama, I submit. I submit. He remembered Orochimaru-sama once saying, a wise man adapts to circumstances. At this moment, preserving dignity was useless. Uchiha Zhan looked at Kabuto, then leaned down and whispered into his ear, the demon seed has been implanted. Unless you can replace your heart, killing you is just a thought away. You'd better not play any tricks with me. No matter where you are, the moment I activate my Sharingan, your demon seed will detonate. Boom. Along with your heart. Uchiha Zhan straightened up, cracked his neck, and said, Yash, now it's time to deal with some small fry ninja. Kabuto, follow me, and let me see your skills. Uchiha Zhan collected useful materials, research on Hashirama's cells, the list of root spies in various villages, and their communication codes, and a method to remove the tongue cutter seal. Then he set the entire secret chamber ablaze. A lifetime's work of Shimura Danzo, including plans targeting the Uchiha clan, data on bloodline limits, Sharingan applications, and Jinjutsu resistance experiments. If this information ever got out, how could his Uchiha clan, except for those who had awakened the Mangekyo, ever hold their heads high in Konoha or in the shinobi world? Before burning it, he glanced at the documents and grew more and more alarmed and irritated. One book had 2 tenths describing the characteristics of the Sharingan bloodline. 8 tenths detailed how to counter it. Uchiha Zhan formed the Boar Hand seal, fire-style Great Fire Annihilation. A sea of fire flooded the entire chamber, incinerating all those precious materials, those targeting the Uchiha and the other clans of Konoha. After finishing, Uchiha Zhan rushed toward the chamber door. Just as he was about to smash the stone wall with his gun, his ears twitched. He heard voices. Someone was lying in ambush outside. Sweat dripped to the ground. With no other choice, Uchiha Zhan slung the gun over his back. Susanoo. A blue Susanoo rose from the ground, and following Uchiha Zhan's will, a colossal blue arm materialized in the air and slammed into the stone gate. Rumble. The gate shattered and a voice shouted, now. Root ninja attack. Don't hold back on explosive tags. If we rescue Danzo-sama from Uchiha Zhan, you'll be repaid double. Brothers, capture Uchiha Zhan alive, and Danzo-sama will reward you with high rank, wealth, and glory. War cries and the whistling of shuriken filled the air, sending chills down the spine. Explosive tags detonated, raising clouds of dust, until Yamanaka Fu used mind-reading jutsu to relay. Everyone stop and assess the situation. Don't hurt Danzo-sama. As everyone ceased their actions, the acrid smell of sulfur in the air began to dissipate, while the dust gradually settled. The Umbu ninjas kept their eyes fixed on the entrance of the chamber. Their vision slowly cleared, revealing a deep blue energy barrier standing starkly before them. Through the energy barrier, they could see Uchiha Zhan standing with his arms crossed, gazing at them. At this moment, Shanzhong Feng was also dumbfounded, staring blankly at the scene. What exactly was that colossal energy entity? Why is it so hard? This impression flashed through the minds of every root ninja. At the same time, seeing such a behemoth, a chill ran through their hearts. Was this truly something they could overcome? Had enough of fighting. Uchiha Zhan sighed. Then he continued, in that case, it's my turn to strike. With that, Uchiha Zhan's eyes turned icy as he manipulated Susanoo to charge forward and slash with its blade. In a single sweep, the massive Chakratachi claimed over 30 lives. Their faces were etched with terror, pallor, and agony. Shanzhong Feng could not believe it. What kind of power was this? In one encounter, it had slaughtered nearly half of the Umbu ninjas he had brought. Run now. This colossal being is beyond our ability to handle. Shanzhong Feng was the first to speak. Following the sound, Uchiha Zhan's gaze locked onto him, and Susanoo's massive hand directly seized him. Foam. Yun Tsugen, ignoring his physical condition, removed his gloves and began summoning poisonous insects rushing to the side of Susanoo's giant hand. He then exhaled a cloud of toxic gas, attempting to flow along Susanoo and affect Uchiha Zhan. However, Susanoo was capable of isolating the poison. His little scheme unfortunately failed. Uchiha Zhan noticed this and hurled the hand gripping Shanzhong Feng toward Yun Tsugen. One was smashed into the wall, his internal organs compressed, the other crushed by Susanoo's massive hand, and then struck by the impact when released had already fainted. The remaining root ninjas were terrified, their teeth chattering as they stared at Uchiha Zhan. He looked back at them and asked, "Do you want to live or die?" "Alright, I almost forgot one thing, Jitsuin Tuanzang is dead." He sealed himself away. At these words the root ninjas were stunned. Did that mean they were free? Moreover, looking at the sealing jutsu on their tongues, they sighed. Although they could survive, they still could not speak of anything regarding Tuanzang, as the seal remained. As long as it detected any disrespect toward Jitsuin Tuanzang, it would kill them instantly. Their reactions were all within Uchiha Zhan's expectations. Uchiha Zhan spoke. "These are the hand seals to release the tongue cutter seal." As he said this, he manipulated Susanoo to hold Itachi and draw the hand seals on the wall in sequence. Then he left Root with Yao Shido. All the Root ninjas were stunned. They first looked at the direction Uchiha Zhan had gone, then at the hand seals on the wall. Something called freedom began to sprout from their dead hearts. As for the authenticity of the hand seals on the wall, they had no way of knowing. But they had clearly had enough of this life. In the past, they had not lacked the will to resist, but branded with the tongue cutter seal, they suffered even more bitterly than the Rishiang branch family. The Rishiang main family merely used the caged bird curse to warn and punish the branch family, but what about Jitsuin Tuanzang? Once you failed to meet his expectations or achieve his goals, the tongue cutter seal would activate directly, and these root ninjas would die instantly with no place to appeal. Due to long-term oppression, a young member of the Rishiang branch family was the first to follow the hand seals on the wall, reversing his chakra. Tongue cutter seal release. As soon as he spoke, he felt his tongue burn, so he hurriedly opened his mouth. The trigram-like mark on his tongue turned into black smoke and flew out of his mouth. After about a minute, there was no longer any mark on his tongue. The Rishiang root ninja suddenly felt himself cured, so he spoke. "Jitsuin Tuanzang is a traitor. He attempted to covet the position of Hokage, an act of high treason." To confirm whether he had returned to normal, he immediately cursed a smooth series of insults, only to find that he felt no discomfort, but instead felt refreshed. Ha, it worked. With that, he ran madly out of Root. He had been living a life of imprisonment, dark and sunless, for 10 years. Now he was about to taste the sweetness of freedom. How could he not be excited? And his success immediately planted the ambition of obtaining freedom in the hearts of all the surviving root ninjas. Thus they all performed hand seals to release the tongue cutter seal. With a precedent set, they were much more at ease, and their reactions varied. Some were ecstatic, others had red-rimmed eyes. But a shackle was lifted from their hearts. Soon the only ones left in the root base were the two brothers in adversity, Shanzhong Feng and Yun Tsugen. In fact, both of them had woken up just now, but seeing all their colleagues releasing the tongue cutter seal, their eyes flashed with complexity and size. They had no way to stop the liberation of the root ninjas. Moreover, Lord Jitsuin Tuanzang was dead, and Root was leaderless. As his lackeys, if they had spoken up, they might have been killed by those colleagues. Now only the two of them remained. So they stood up, exchanged a look, and then followed the hand seals on the wall to release the tongue cutter seal technique. Yun Tsugen spoke first. "Feng, do you think we were really wrong? Why did the colleagues who used to work together and laugh with us leave so quickly?" Shanzhong Feng could not answer him, because he also felt that Jitsuin Tuanzang was wrong. However, the debt of gratitude for being recognized outweighed everything. With Shanzhong Hai's lineage, he would never have risen to prominence. If not for Jitsuin Tuanzang's regard, how could he, Shanzhong Feng, have achieved what he had today? But considering that Yun Tsugen was naive and on good terms with him, he slowly spoke. "Perhaps it's a difference in perspective. The two of us were brought here by Lord Tuanzang since childhood and entrusted with important tasks. This is the grace of recognition. But they are different. They were likely outstanding ninjas in previous years, valued by Lord Tuanzang and directly requested from the Hokage. After being taken in, they were immediately branded with the tongue cutter seal to restrict their freedom. Those who disobeyed were eliminated. So I think their reaction is normal." Shanzhong Feng sighed. Yun Tsugen was silent for a long time, then slowly spoke. "Tell me, what kind of person is Uchiha Zhan?" He looked at Shanzhong Feng. Shanzhong Feng was stunned. He looked at Yun Tsugen incredulously. "Tsugen, don't tell me you. What kind of person is Uchiha Takaru?" Yamanaka Fu listened to Aburame Toryun's words and fell into deep thought. His contact with Uchiha Takaru was limited, but from the brief clash earlier he knew that Uchiha Takaru was a formidable individual whose strength far surpassed Shimura Danzo's. He even had a premonition that Uchiha Takaru's power might rival that of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. He is very strong. As for the rest, I know nothing. Our interactions have been too few. Yamanaka Fu's expression grew complex. Objectively speaking, Shimura Danzo was his boss, or rather his former boss, and the one who had discovered him. Hearing Aburame Toryun's words now, he felt a sourness in his heart, yet he was also shaken. After all, in the ninja world, power reigns supreme. Witnessing Uchiha Takaru's strength, Yamanaka Fu couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. "Tell me, what should we do now? Chosen as Danzo's guards with Danzo's fall, where do we go? You're not unaware of Danzo's reputation in the village." Aburame Toryun said, his face full of dejection. Yamanaka Fu gritted his teeth. Since being brought into Root, he had done no small amount of harm to the Yamanaka clan, albeit under the coercion of Shimura Danzo's orders. Yet this had earned him a terrible reputation within the Yamanaka compound. Even though he had a decent relationship with Yamanaka and Noichi's clansmen did not understand him. They failed to grasp the compulsion of the cursed seal of the tongue and saw him only as a traitor who had betrayed the Yamanaka clan. He hesitated. At that moment Yamanaka and Noichi appeared before the two. The sorrowful pair immediately rose upon sensing someone approaching with a chakra fluctuation. Yamanaka and Noichi raised his hands and smiled. Congratulations, Torian. And Fu. His gaze rested on Yamanaka Fu with a hint of complexity. This was the prodigy of his clan. Originally Shimura Danzo's primary target had been Yamanaka and Noichi himself. But at that time Yamanaka and Noichi's father was the clan head and rejected the matter. However, unwilling to burn bridges completely, he sent Yamanaka Fu, the clan's most celebrated genius at the time, in his stead. Yamanaka and Noichi had watched Yamanaka Fu leave back, then his eyes filled with reluctance and resentment. Over the years he had understood Yamanaka Fu's actions and never expelled him from the clan. Apart from the upper echelons of the Yamanaka clan, the ordinary members knew none of the details. They only knew that the Yamanaka clan had produced a traitor named Fu. Clan leader Yamanaka Fu greets the clan leader. Yamanaka Fu merely nodded, offering no kneeling salute. In his heart he had long ceased to consider himself a member of the Yamanaka clan, so why should he kneel before Yamanaka and Noichi? Yamanaka and Noichi sighed. Fu, I know you resent my father. I won't ask you to forgive him, but I've come today to show you a path forward. Yamanaka Fu's expression darkened at first, then returned to normal. He nodded. Very well then, please tell me, clan leader Yamanaka, where can we go from here? He was also at a loss. Truth be told, he was unwilling to leave Konoha. The village was his home. Even though its master had been killed, his attachment to home had not diminished much. Hearing Yamanaka Fu say, we, Yamanaka and Noichi glanced at Aburame Torian. Finally he nodded. Clan leader Nara said that Lord Uchiha Takaru is about to ascend to the position of 5th Hokage. When that happens, he surely won't use only members of the Uchiha clan. At that time the connection between the Yamanaka clan and the Lord Hokage will be entrusted to you, Yamanaka Fu. As for the Aburame clan leader, my stance is the same as Inoichi's. Torian, you've suffered all these years. A man wrapped tightly from head to toe surrounded by various parasitic insects floated down from the air. Hearing this voice, Yamanaka and Noichi's lips curled upward. Shibi, you've come. He turned to look at Aburame Shibi, who was encircled by insects. Indeed. If you old geezer can come, why shouldn't I? Besides, Torian has always been the pride of the Aburame clan. If it weren't for Shimura Danzo, I would have taken him as my personal disciple. With that, Aburame Shibi patted Aburame Torian on the shoulder. Aburame Torian began to bite his fingers, trembling nervously. Honestly, he was a bit afraid of this clan leader. Aburame Shibi exuded a low presence, but precisely because of that Torian found him even more terrifying. Moreover, every time the Aburame clan faced danger, Aburame Shibi would step in at the critical moment, resolving one crisis after another. Such actions were not those of an ordinary man. Torian, don't be afraid. From now on you will be the liaison between the Aburame clan and the Lord Hokage. Our Aburame clan also bestows this position upon you. Aburame Shibi said with a smile. After all, Aburame Torian's talent surpassed his own. The only reason he was outmatched now was his youth. A true major clan would never reject the return of a genius. Besides, his own son Aburame Shino was Torian's little fanboy, always wanting to learn how to control parasitic insects and use poisons. Even if Torian had done something to the clan in the past, so what? That was merely Torian biding his time, forced by the cursed seal of the tongue. He had already planned, once Torian returned to the clan, he would personally select the most suitable poison insects for him from the clan's collection and mythologize all the hardships Torian had endured. Then everyone would spontaneously feel for him, care for him, and accept him. Finally, he would tell Torian that he had done all this. Wouldn't that win his heart completely? Aburame Shibi could barely contain himself. His whole body trembled with excitement, and some of his parasitic insects, confused by the rapid vibration of his body, scurried out. Aburame Torian was overwhelmed with tears. Although he feared the clan leader, the leader had still shown him a way forward in this situation, and even if that path failed, he was willing to welcome him back into the clan. It was truly moving. Aburame Torian hugged Aburame Shibi's coat and wept. Shibi patted his head, of course, while wearing gloves. Torian's body was immensely talented, but ordinary people dared not touch it directly. Yamanaka Fu, naturally not as easily fooled, as Aburame Torian stared fixedly at Yamanaka and Noichi. Clan leader, what do I need to do? Send daily reports to the Yamanaka clan, or spy on Uchiha Takaru? Yamanaka Fu didn't believe Yamanaka and Noichi would be so kind as to give him this valuable position for nothing. After all, there is no free lunch in this world. Yamanaka and Noichi was stunned for a moment. He swore that when he had yielded the position of liaison, he truly had not meant for Yamanaka Fu to do anything. Yet seeing Fu like this made his heart ache. But that expression on Inoichi's face looked to Fu like a guilty conscience. He sneered inwardly, just as I thought. He really did come here to get something out of me. The clan heads of these great families never stir without some benefit. As for Aburame Torian, he was simple-minded. If the old fox Aburame Shibi was willing to take him back into the clan, so be it. After all, although Shibi kept a low profile, he genuinely protected his clansmen. Inoichi said dejectedly, "You've misunderstood, Fu. I was only bringing you home. I arranged for you to serve under the Lord Hokage because I was afraid you wouldn't be willing. As for passing messages, I never once thought of that." Fu looked into Inoichi's eyes and found them somewhat inscrutable. Well, if he couldn't figure it out, he wouldn't dwell on it. Meeting Inoichi's gaze, he said, "In that case, I will fairly compete for the position of liaison between the Yamanaka clan and the Hokage. Likewise, the clan can forget about prying any words about Uchiha Zhan out of my mouth. That is the foundation of personal conduct and of serving one's lord." Fu straightened up and looked at Yamanaka Inoichi. Inoichi nodded. "In that case, after everything is settled, I will let you take part in the selection of those who serve directly beside the Lord Hokage. Still, I believe that with your strength and ability, you will certainly be chosen." Fu did not answer, but he was indeed non-committal about it. He had the strength and he had the confidence. Outside the root base. As soon as Uchiha Zhan walked out, he was met by a crowd. Nara Shikaku Akimichi, Choza, Hyuga Hayashi, and the elite of the Uchiha clan. "We respectfully welcome Lord Zhan's return. The village's internal turmoil has been quelled. All root shinobi have been thrown into prison awaiting interrogation," Nara Shikaku said with a cupped fist salute. From this moment on, their status and Uchiha Zhan's were as far apart as clouds and mud. At this moment, Uchiha Zhan was the Kage, and all of them were his subordinates. Uchiha Zhan raised his hand. "Clan leader Nara, please rise. I am merely a young junior of the Uchiha clan. How could I bear such a grand salute?" That was what he said, but Uchiha Zhan kept staring down at Nara Shikaku from a height, as if contemplating something. But Nara Shikaku was no fool. Still on one knee in a posture of awaiting instructions, he said, "Lord Zhan, you are about to ascend to the Hokage's seat. And what if you were young?" Back then, Sarutobi Hiruzen became Hokage of Konohagakure at only 15 or 16. Your strength, your cunning, and your values are all above Sarutobi Hiruzen's. You are the Hokage. Nara Shikaku once again pledged his allegiance. This time he cast a glance behind him at Akimichi, Choza, who immediately knelt. "Indeed, Lord Hokage. Konohagakure has suffered under Shimura Danzo for too long. Although you are young, your strength and vision far surpass Shimura Danzo's. I would even dare to say that Sarutobi Hiruzen is no match for you." Having received his old teammates' signal, Akimichi Choza did not overthink it. Now that the fight had begun, he could not afford to let the team down. Uchiha Zhan chuckled. "You lot have really put me in a tight spot. How old am I to be pushed onto the Hokage's seat? Isn't that inappropriate?" Hyuga Hayashi stepped forward with a cupped fist salute. "Zhan, if you become Hokage, the entire Hyuga clan will support you. Wherever your finger points, that is the direction our Hyuga clan charges. Same for me. Same for me. Same for me." Damn it, those three clans had taken all the fine words. What else was there to say? Echoing the crowd was certainly the safe move. In an instant, more than half of Konoha's shinobi clans, those with private armies and voting rights at Hokage meetings, were won over by Uchiha Zhan. After deliberating for a moment, Uchiha Zhan spoke. "We'll discuss this later. Now that the village's internal strife is over, what is the situation outside?" Nara Shikaku immediately rose. In answer to Lord Hokage, Sunagakure has already formed battle lines 30 kilometers outside the village. Their opponent is Lord Fugaku. Having said that, Nara Shikaku observed Uchiha Zhan's expression. Zhan clicked his tongue, then swept his gaze over the people present. "You all go back first. Shikaku clan leader Hayashi, you two come with me. We're going to lend a hand." He did not even ask about a Wagakure and Kimogakure, because with his father's cautious nature, he probably would not unleash the Mangekyo Sharingan until the very last moment, which ran contrary to Zhan's plan. He was determined to use the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan in this battle to terrify the enemy. He knew Fugaku's abilities well. Though victory was possible, it would certainly cost manpower. Those were all Konoha's strength. In the end, Uchiha Zhan could not bear to see his own people wounded or killed. Nara Shikaku's eyes brightened. This was the perfect chance to observe what kind of leader and what kind of commander Uchiha Zhan truly was. He already knew Sarutobi Hiruzen well enough. To put it bluntly, he was a disaster. Whether it had been for political purposes or not letting a 2,000-strong Senju force be wiped out in the Second Shinobi World War was something Shikaku simply could not understand. In politics, Hiruzen was indeed formidable, but his external diplomacy made Nara Shikaku want to vomit. They paid reparations when they won, and they paid reparations when they lost. What the hell was the point of that? Their own village was starving, and yet he was feeding the enemy. Shikaku truly had no idea what was going through Hiruzen's mind. Yes, Lord Hokage. This time Shikaku will definitely minimize losses and preserve Konoha's effective strength to the greatest extent. Nara Shikaku's lips curled upward. His clan had been the chief strategists of every era. No one understood this business better than they did. Uchiha Zhan was startled, stopped, and looked at him in confusion. Losses? What losses? Nara Shikaku frowned. In war, people are bound to die. I will do everything I can to reduce our village's casualties in this war. He was stunned. Why did Uchiha Zhan give him such an ominous premonition? There won't be any losses. When the time comes, I'll charge their lines directly. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand grandly, then grabbed Nara Shikaku, and immediately took to the air. Narashikaku's face went pale. Holy crap, holy crap. Holy crap, holy crap. He had never expected Uchiha Zhan to be such a beast, grabbing hold of a person and bolting, and running so fast that he was practically flying. Firewind front. The Sunigakure shinobi had already formed their ranks. Raza stood at the very front with his arms crossed, while Granny Chiyo held command at the center. Though their clothes were ragged, their eyes gleamed with fierce light. The war was finally about to break out again. They happened to be short of money. When the time came, win or lose, the village would gain a considerable fortune. Uchiha Fugaku stood before the formation, his face stern, looking at the man in front of the battle line. This was the fourth Kazekage Raza, skilled in gold sand and magnet release, successor to the third Kazekage. Though his military acumen was not outstanding, he was leading the charge this time. In Uchiha Fugaku's eyes, this man was not worth fearing. He stopped and gazed into the distance, fixing his eyes on the old woman at the center of the battle formation. She was the true key to this war. Granny Chiyo had lived through 3 great ninja wars and was a veteran ninja from Hashirama's generation. Her puppetry was superb, and it would be no exaggeration to call her the greatest puppeteer in the shinobi world. However, these were minor arts. What she truly excelled at was making poisons and deploying troops. It could be said that in those 3 great ninja wars, without Chiyo's command, Sunigakure would have been no different from roving bandits. Chiyo was practically a one-woman army. Who goes there? State your name, and Uchiha Ninja shouted. Raza chuckled. I am Raza of Sunigakure. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. After I fight my way into Konoha, I might spare your lives. Don't resist stubbornly, or this will be your burial ground. Raza didn't want to be this arrogant either. If the one facing him now were, say, Tsukumo Hatake, he wouldn't have dared to be so reckless. Unfortunately, Konoha had been too formidable. A succession of powerhouses like Tsukumo Hatake, Minato Namikaze, Orochimaru Tsunade, and Jiraiya had died, fled, or left. This wiped out all of Konoha's elite in their prime, which inflated Raza's ego. You couldn't blame him. The old third Hokage might earn some respect from Raza, but everyone else was just a nobody. This directly wiped out all of Konoha's elite in their prime, which made Raza arrogant. You couldn't blame him. The old third Hokage might earn a little respect from Raza, but everyone else was just a kid. Uchiha Fugaku, clan head of the Uchiha. Is that enough of a title? Fugaku had originally only wanted to play along and keep the standoff going. But this brat had to come straight up and unleash his ultimate right in his face. Oh, I get it. So you're the turtle chief, huh? Raza's mockery was maxed out. The Uchiha shinobi glanced at Fugaku and pressed their lips together, not expecting their clan leader to be so famous that even Sunigakure knew him. Fugaku snorted coldly. What are you babbling about, whelpe? Hey, am I wrong to call you the turtle chief? Raza laughed. That laugh boosted Sunigakure's morale, and his men joined in the abuse. Turtle Fugaku. Who hasn't heard of your great name? Exactly. You clearly possess the strongest clan in Konoha and the standing to oppose the village's high command. As an equal, yet you cowered step by step, and let yourself be pushed to the edge of the village. Who knows if Uchiha Madara in the Pure Land knew that his descendants were like this, would he personally rise from the Pure Land to slaughter you good-for-nothing heirs? What strongest clan in the shinobi world? What Uchiha? The Sunigakure shinobi mocked them relentlessly. Their goal was to force Fugaku to strike. As long as Fugaku's subordinates made the first move, they were confident they could leave every one of them there. The Uchiha shinobi gnashed their teeth. Lord Fugaku, they dare mock us like this. Let's fight them to the death. That's right, Lord Fugaku. Attack. The Hyuga could no longer stand it. The Inoshikicho ninja voiced no opinion, but they felt the same as the Uchiha. They all wanted to kill the enemy. Fugaku shook his head. They must have made preparations and set up ambushes in advance. That's why they're taunting and provoking us, trying to make us attack. We can't fall for it. Fugaku, are you really a turtle? They're shitting on your face. If you won't fight, I will. An Uchiha Jonin, burning with rage, charged forward. The rest of the Uchiha glanced at Fugaku and followed. Fugaku's face turned livid. Even though he knew this was Sunigakure's scheme, everyone had been goaded past the point of no return. The Hyuga followed. Inoshikicho did not move. They still waited for Fugaku's order, because during the preparations before the expedition, their clan heads had each told them not to act without Fugaku's command. Although Fugaku was timid by nature, fewer than 10 people in Konoha could match his acute battlefield instincts. Fugaku finally gritted his teeth. Everyone attack. All he could do now was try to save some of his clansmen's lives. Raza's side immediately stopped the taunting. Raza raised his right hand, and Chiyo immediately raised the command banner. The Sunigakure ninja moved with the banner and quickly formed a semicircular arc, trapping the Konoha shinobi. Raza stepped onto a gold sand platform and flew behind the Konoha ninja. With arms crossed, he channeled chakra. Countless gold sands surged from the ground, forming sharp spears that stabbed at their backs. Magnet released gold sand piercing spear. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The gold sand piercing spears kept forming and shooting at the Konoha ninja from behind. The Akimichi clan's ninja immediately used the expansion jutsu, acting as meat shields to block them. However, the gold sand piercing spears were extremely sharp and soon broke through their defense. But they only pierced into fat. The Akimichi ninja's expression changed, and he immediately said, Lord Fugaku Raza's magnet release is very strong. We can withstand at most one more wave. If another comes, our lives will be in danger. Ahead, the puppet corps had already begun its assault. Although the puppets were fragile, there were too many of them. After about 10 minutes of fighting, everyone's strength began to decline. Raza watched this, the corners of his mouth curling up. It seemed he would reap quite a harvest this time. Sunagake, your ninja, hear my command. Release the Senbon. Raza, seeing that the time was about right, ordered his men to prepare a long-range attack. Fugaku's face darkened. This could not go on. He was just about to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan when a figure flew in and knocked Raza, who was issuing orders, straight off the gold sand platform. Raza was dumbfounded. What the hell had flown over? He tried to look up only to find a kunai pressed against his throat. Don't move, or I'll kill you. Nara Shikaku had arrived, and now held Raza hostage. Uchiha Zhan descended directly from the sky and activated Susanoo. Susanoo rose from the ground in its third form, covering all the Konoha ninja who had joined the attack. The next moment, a series of clinking sounds rang out. Sunagaku's poison Senbon struck Susanoo's body with crisp, clear sounds. Seeing this, Chiyo immediately signaled everyone to stop. Uchiha Zhan said, "Your Kazekage has been captured. Surrender at once." Controlling Susanoo, he swung its tachi, sweeping the blade tip toward Raza. Nara Shikaku hastily ducked his head and dodged inwardly, cursing Uchiha Zhan as a beast. When he had been thrown over just now, Zhan had said to him, "No time to explain. Shikaku, I'll give you credit for this." Before he could even ask, he had been sent flying over by Uchiha Zhan. If not for his quick reactions, he really wouldn't have caught Raza or dodged Zhan's horizontal slash just now. That guy is utterly inhuman. Luosha also came to his senses and tried to resist, but at that moment a kunai was pressed against his throat, and a dull pain throbbed in his chest. Nara Shikaku pinned 2/3 of his body down with crushing force. Not for a moment did he doubt that the slightest move or sign of resistance would earn him a severed throat from this sinewy ninja's kunai. "No, I can't. I worked so meticulously to bring us to this day. I cannot die. I absolutely cannot die, or else Grandmother Chiendai will surely drag up Yitsong's matter and never let it go. And my children." Luosha's expression grew dark and inscrutable as he attempted to circulate his chakra and communicate with the sand gold buried beneath the earth. But he had vastly underestimated Shikaku, and he understood nothing of this truth. There is no eternal protagonist nor anyone born to play a supporting role. Nara Shikaku, who rode upon his back, was no idle presence. The moment he sensed chakra moving, he would unleash the Nara clan's shadow possession jutsu. It could not only control the body of the fourth Raikage, but also shatter any defensive technique or ambush attack he attempted. This made Luosha laugh bitterly. If this manner of defeat reached Kumo and Iwagakure, they would likely mock him even in their dreams. After all, Uchiha Zhan, whom everyone had so gravely underestimated, had pulled off an aerial acrobat's maneuver. The truly ignominious part was that Luosha failed to react in time, was slammed down from the sky, and captured alive. Deeply humiliating. Moreover, the leader of a village once captured displayed neither anger nor any means of counterattack. A coward. On the main battlefield, the colossal Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Zhan enveloped the villagers within its protective domain. Before the deep blue Susanoo, Suna ninja exchanged bewildered glances, their eyes filled with confusion and disbelief. Only Grandmother Chiidao frowned as fragmented memories long buried beneath the depths of her mind began to resurface. Even her gaze carried a trace of nostalgia. When Chiidao was 15 years old. At that time, Lidu was not yet the first Kazekage, but was instead discussing matters with several clan heads. Lord Lidu Uchiha Madara summoned a giant 300 or 400 meters tall all by himself and fought the Senju clan leader Senju Hashirama in single combat. I saw it with my own eyes. Uchiha Madara wielded that giant twin swords in hand. Wherever those blades passed, not a blade of grass remained. Ordinary ninja brushed against them were already halfway into the gates of death. Indeed, during their battle, no ninja within 1,000 meters dared to intervene. Precisely. But Senju Hashirama was no ordinary man either. Behold, he summoned a colossal wooden Buddha that rose from the earth. Its height rivaled the giant summoned by Uchiha Madara. The Buddha and the giant clashed in frenzied combat, but in the end Uchiha Madara narrowly fell to a single strike from Senju Hashirama and was captured. Several Suna ninja vividly recounted the tale, and Lidu listened lost in thought. Meanwhile, he resolved firmly within his heart he must never provoke the Senju or Uchiha clans. He understood that none present would lie to him. These people shared both relationship and interests with him. They were bound as one. At that time, Grandmother Chiidao, no young Miss Chiidao, merely sighed at the sheer power of those two, for she had not witnessed it with her own eyes. They say what you hear is not real, but what you see is. Thus she harbored skepticism, until many years later when the Kazekage of Suna received a letter. It reads, Senju Hashirama of Konohagakure formally invites Kazekage Lidu of Suna and the Lord of Iron to jointly deliberate the matter of the tailed beast's distribution. Lidu ordered Chiidao and Ebizo to serve as his escorts. That was Chiidao's first encounter with Senju Hashirama, and she was quite curious about what manner of existence the greatest ninja in the world could be. However, this meeting left her somewhat disappointed. Holding absolute strength in his hands, he yielded repeatedly, even kowtowing before the first 4 Kage for the sake of that illusory peace. Yet even so, a trace of admiration stirred within her. This man had been willing to risk everything for peace. But such peace was merely a flower reflected in a mirror, a moon mirrored in water. It was also because of that very meeting that Senju Hashirama personally distributed the tailed beasts among the 4 great ninja villages. After his death, the jinchuriki of those beasts were frequently deployed to the battlefield as instruments of military intimidation and destruction against other villages. Yet on the battlefield, the legends of the wooden Buddha and Susanoo vanished without a trace. Gradually, people began to forget the events of the Warring States period. Now facing that immense Susanoo with her own eyes, Chi Dao finally understood everything she had heard all those years ago was true. Such giants had truly appeared upon the battlefield. Weapons from an army of over 1,000 ninjas struck against its body and could not even breach its skin. Moreover, she could feel the violent, exceedingly dangerous chakra radiating from that giant, and her face turned deathly pale. Everyone cease fire. Grandmother Chi Dao immediately shouted. Her status was like a pillar anchoring the sea. Her authority allowed her to control her own forces within the shortest possible time. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Instantly, everyone sheathed their weapons, though their expressions remained grave as they stared at the Susanoo. Uchiha Zhan, seeing this, stood upon the head of the Susanoo and glanced coldly downward, saying nothing. Grandmother Chi Dao raised her head and spoke. I presume you are the prodigy of the Uchiha clan who possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan. This Susanoo has not appeared on the battlefield in nearly 50 years. This time Konoha has won, and Suna concedes defeat. Grandmother Chi Dao sighed deeply. The Suna ninja, however, frowned deeply. They could not accept it. Their Kazekage had been captured, and they had yet to deal a fatal blow to the Konoha ninja. Why surrender now? We have not lost. Lord Chi Dao, what are you saying? Should we concede defeat before our forces have even fully engaged? Exactly. Our Kazekage has been captured, and shall we simply stand by and watch those Konoha dogs swagger before us? Grandmother, we cannot surrender. If we conquer Konohagakure, the people of Suna will gain a new homeland. The land of fire boasts fertile soil and abundant water. We would no longer need to return to that wretched, harsh existence. In truth, very few Suna ninja truly cared about Luosha. That wretch had sacrificed his own wife and brother-in-law in pursuit of a one-tails Jinchuriki's training. Who could blame them for feeling little for him? As for these rank-and-file soldiers, the only person they cared about and would die for was Grandmother Chi Dao. She gazed upon these young Suna ninja with a complicated expression, her heart full of conflicting emotions. It was not that she did not wish to fight, it was that she could not. Over 50 years ago, when Susanoo first appeared, the one who wielded it was Uchiha Madara, the Ashura of the ninja world, whose name was spoken alongside the god of shinobi himself. And the fact that the Mangekyo Sharingan had not appeared in 50 years, did that not alone prove the incomparable value of both the Mangekyo Sharingan and Susanoo? Everyone, this old woman knows you want to fight, and I feel the same, but do you know what this giant is, eh? Granny Qiandai squinted, drawing a sharp breath. Granny Qiandai's words instantly silenced the entire scene. The Sunagakure shinobi looked at the giant with wary eyes, not to mention anything else. Its sheer size exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is Shuzwa Nenghu. Perhaps you haven't heard of it, but you've all heard of Yuzebo Ban, right? That god of slaughter from 50 years ago. His technique was this very Shuzwa Nenghu. Granny Qiandai sighed. Her turbid gaze held a trace of lifelessness. She didn't know why, but in this Konoha civil strife, the Uchiha clan had actually dispatched a ninja capable of using Shuzwa Nenghu. The heavens of the ninja world were about to change. Yuzebo Zhan stood on high ground, initially puzzled that this Qiandai actually knew of the Uchiha clan's Shuzwa Nenghu. Then he thought about history. Oh right, when this Qiandai was still the flower of Sunagakure, she had seen Shinshojujin, so it all made sense. The Sunagakure shinobi fell silent. A suffocating feeling named death lingered in their hearts. Even if they had never seen Yuzebo Ban, history had recorded it clearly. That guy possessed the power to easily destroy a nation. Now that Shuzwa Nenghu had reappeared, it meant the rise of the Uchiha clan was inevitable, and the civil strife in Konoha would definitely end with the Uchiha clan's victory. This is not good news at all. Are you done? Yuzebo Zhan looked down at Qiandai from his high position. Qiandai frowned, staring cautiously at Yuzebo Zhan. Yuzebo Zhan manipulated Shuzwa Nenghu to raise its greatsword and slash downward from above. The greatsword fell toward Qiandai and a group of Sunagakure shinobi. Qiandai's expression changed. Everyone scatter. At the same time, her hands moved without stopping as she threw out a scroll. The next moment, the highest quality puppets in the ninja world appeared. Jinsong Shirenwai. White secret technique, Jinsong Shirenwai. Granny Qiandai shouted. Immediately, chakra threads from her 10 fingers pierced into the bodies of Jinsong Shirenwai, and from that moment, Jinsong Shirenwai was granted life. A puppeteer's talent lies in how many puppets they can control simultaneously, and a puppeteer like Qiandai was already tacitly recognized as the greatest puppeteer in the world. It's Granny Qiandai's Jinsong Shirenwai. Great. We are saved. Jinsong Shirenwai is the greatest invention of our Sunagakure village. Even Shuzwa Nunghu must bow before it. Go Granny Qiandai. The shinobi around Qiandai were all pumped up cheering one after another, but they knew their own situation. Granny Qiandai had no confidence at all in stopping this earth-shattering slash. As for using the white secret technique to save people, it was merely out of her responsibility as a high-ranking member of Sunagakure and the wife of the first Kazakage. You all hurry and go back to the village. Hai Laozong, prepare the surrender letter. I'll hold him off. Granny Qiandai shouted. Hai Laozong's eyes were filled with complexity. He opened his mouth, but ultimately couldn't say anything. After a moment's deliberation, he spoke again. All members of Sunagakure retreat to the village. This man cannot be fought head-on. His voice trembled, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. The Shuzwa Nunghu's greatsword descended from the sky, and the pressure made Qiandai's heart turn cold. However, when facing a powerful enemy, one must be brave, because fear only makes the enemy bully you more recklessly. Puppet technique, machine light shield seal. As soon as the words were spoken, Granny Qiandai's fingers moved. The 10 Jinsong Shirenwai stood in 10 positions, raised their hands, and using the chakra from Qiandai's chakra threads, simultaneously exerted force to form a massive shield. Granny Qiandai gasped for breath while inwardly hating herself. If she were 10 years younger, this technique would definitely be even stronger. Oh, this technique. A bit interesting. But I am not Uchiha Zhan, and I won't go easy. Uchiha Zhan continued to channel chakra. The greatsword, which was already falling at great speed, now ignited with blue flames, increasing its power even further. Granny Qiandai raised her hands to the sky, gritting her teeth. This technique, she was afraid she was done for. But even so, she had to hold on a little longer. To buy time for the Sunagakure shinobi to evacuate. Clang. Uchiha Zhan's greatsword made contact with her machine light shield seal, emitting a metallic ringing sound. In an instant, the people of Sunagakure were thrilled. Blocked, it was actually blocked. Granny Qiandai was so powerful. But only Qiandai herself knew how difficult it was for her at that moment. The moment Shuzwa Nunghu and the machine light shield seal made contact, she felt a surge of blood and qi in her throat, tasting a sweetness. However, she dared not show weakness, so she swallowed it down and increased her chakra output, pouring in 30 of her own chakra at once, barely managing to hold for a moment. In reality, the greatsword was still exerting force. She was not yet out of danger. Uchiha Zhan sneered. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Qiandai, you are quite good, quite strong. But I am stronger. Uchiha Zhan's right hand suddenly exerted force. Shuzwa Nunghu's eyes flashed, and it pressed down further. This time Qiandai couldn't hold back and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her gaze at Shuzwa Nunghu was filled with fear and relief. She had two regrets. One was that her son and daughter-in-law had died inexplicably in Sunagakure. The other was her little grandson Xia. She wondered how that child was doing, whether he had enough to eat outside, whether he had enough money, and whether he missed her. The machine light shield seal shattered. The Shuzwa Nunghu's greatsword, carrying boundless killing intent, swung straight at Qiandai. It seemed Qiandai was about to die under the blade. The fleeing Sunagakure shinobi couldn't help but cry, Lady Qiandai, no. Granny Qiandai, without you, how will Sunagakure walk its future paths? We don't know what to do. Please, can someone save Lady Qiandai? The Sunagakure shinobi wailed while Granny Qiandai, standing beneath the greatsword, closed her eyes and murmured in her heart, Son, mother is coming to keep you company. You must be lonely down there. Wait for me, mother will protect you even in the Pure Land. And Xia, I don't know where you are, my dear child. I want so much to tell you that I have a technique that can resurrect your parents. But it's not yet complete, just give me a few more years. Granny Qiandai's lips curled into a smile. Just then a sudden change occurred. Suddenly 20 puppets wearing red-brown robes flew out together toward the falling Shuzwa Nunghu greatsword. The ground began to tremble. A hideous-looking puppet burst out from underground, grabbed Granny Qiandai, and then escaped underground. Uchiha Zhan took in the entire scene, his pupils contracting. It was Filiu Hu and the 100-puppet performance. He had indeed come. Moreover, Uchiha Zhan understood a piece of information. Although Uchiha Zhan had joined the Akatsuki organization, he had always been watching over his family, his grandmother. Unsurprisingly, the 20 puppets that resisted the Susanu's giant blade of Uchiha Zhan were crushed within a single breath. That one breath was enough for Sasori to manipulate Hiriko and flee far away with Chio. Uchiha Zhan gazed into the distance at the thoroughly routed Suna forces and chose not to pursue further. After all, he had just quelled a civil war, and the public sentiment was unstable. It was not the time for a distant campaign. Protecting the village was the wisest choice. Underground, Hiriko frantically dug a tunnel. Even if the puppet's arms suffered excessive wear and tear, even if it wasted all the materials, he was determined to send that old woman out. Chio opened her eyes. Seeing the scene underground, she was startled. She was not dead, and it seemed a puppet had saved her. She was a bit confused, but out of a puppeteer's instinct, she began to inspect the puppet. Hiriko paid her no heed and continued digging. Once they left the battlefield between Konoha and Suna, he would put the old woman down. Suddenly Sasori heard a voice and Hiriko's movements halted. Sasori, good grandson of your grandmother, is it you? Feeling the heartbeat of their blood connection, Chio couldn't help but weep. And when she saw Hiriko pause, she burst into tears. "Grandson, why didn't you say a word when you left for so long? Grandmother has searched for you so bitterly." Chiyo wept. At this moment Sasori, who had turned himself into a puppet, had no tears, but his heart beat unsteadily. He silently used Hiriko to turn its head and observe his grandmother. He found his grandmother hugging the puppet and crying, her eyes full of heartache. Sasori's feelings were complicated, but he didn't intend to explain. Instead, he found a spot, used Hiriko to burst out of the ground, and then placed Granny Chiyo on a large stone large enough to lie flat on. He turned to leave, but Granny Chiyo grabbed Hiriko's arm. "Sasori, can you not leave this time? With grandmother here, I can settle the matter of the third Kazekage." Hiriko was silent. Then its tail coiled around Chiyo's neck and tapped her. Chiyo's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Then Hiriko threw out a secret scroll from which 20 mid-level puppets emerged with chakra pre-stored inside them, and then left. Sasori didn't want his grandmother to lose her integrity because of him. He hated White Fong, he hated the third Kazekage. Hiriko left, turning away as if he had made a certain decision. A debt of a father is paid by his son. "Hataki Kakashi, Raza, wash your necks, and wait for me." Sasori's voice came from within Hiriko. Raza was the third Kazekage's disciple, which made him half a son. After he had spent more time coordinating with the third Kazekage, he would go seek his revenge. The red-clad Sasori's figure instantly vanished. On the battlefield, Raza watched the departing Suna shinobi and couldn't help but curse. "You lot actually abandoned me. Haven't I treated you well on ordinary days?" Uchiha Zhan dismissed his Susanoo and slowly walked toward Raza, looking at him expressionlessly. "You're no good either. To be a Kazekage who has failed like this is truly pathetic." Raza's face turned livid, and he stared at Uchiha Zhan with a gloomy look. "Enough words. Kill me if you will. My child will surely slaughter Konoha in the future and avenge me." With that, he closed his eyes, stretched his neck, and said no more. Uchiha Zhan looked at him with interest. Not bad. Although his character was questionable, he at least had a heart that dared to face death. Someone arrest him, then demand compensation from Suna, no less than 200 million. This guy can dig gold from the ground. His own value is definitely more than 200 million. Uchiha Zhan sneered. Yes. The Inoshikacho ninja moved first. Seeing that Narashikaku was currently suppressing Raza, they became anxious. This was the shared brain of the three clans. Nothing could happen to him. Seeing his juniors arrive, Narashikaku breathed a sigh of relief, and then stood up. Below, Raza was furious and kept struggling, believing this was Uchiha Zhan's humiliation. Naked humiliation. "If you resist again, I'll crush you into a meat paste." Uchiha Zhan had already taken out his flame fan and raised it high. Raza instantly became obedient, stopped moving, and ceased resisting. Uchiha Zhan nodded. "Isn't that it? Did you have to force me to act?" And so Raza was subdued and obediently escorted back to Konoha prison. Uchiha Zhan glanced at Uchiha Fugaku and asked in confusion, "Father, why didn't you release Susanoo? Are you hiding it? I don't understand the meaning of your hiding." The current Konoha lacks high-end combat power. Only a few are worth mentioning. That's why the other villages came to provoke you this time. This battle, my purpose is to let them know that today's Konoha is ruled by the Uchiha, that it is strong and invincible. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand, instantly earning the worship and support of 90% of the people. It seemed everyone had been living poorly all these years, otherwise why would they get so excited hearing these words? Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Zhan with a stern face. "I understand what you said, but have you considered the drawbacks of the Mangekyo? Unless one possesses the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, one cannot infinitely use Mangekyo techniques and Susanoo. In this battle you faced Kaga-level fighters. Have you considered how long you would need to maintain Susanoo, and how many times you would use your ocular techniques? If after this battle all of us Uchiha lose our sight, then what's the point of fighting?" Uchiha Fugaku quietly whispered these words to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan pursed his lips, realizing he had been too simplistic. Now that Uchiha Fugaku had pointed it out, he immediately understood. First, not everyone had his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. They only had basic Mangekyo Sharingan. Depending on the number of battles and the number of times they released techniques, their vision would suffer irreversible damage. Second, if the weakness of the Uchiha's Mangekyo were to spread, would it trigger another great war? Do you still think other ninja villages would give you time to cultivate a new generation of Mangekyo? Third, if they become blind in the village, how would they intimidate the other clans? The old third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen might have his already dead heart rekindled. Uchiha Zhan took a deep breath. "I understand, father. I will handle the rest." Uchiha Fugaku looked at Uchiha Zhan with a complex expression. He was only a teenager, and yet he had to shoulder the heavy responsibility of Konoha and the entire ninja world. Could he really handle it? Ding. Congratulations to the host for subduing Yakushi Kabuto. Reward Hashirama Cell's side effect-free ultimate unlocked version data. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Suna in a direct battle. Reward Uchiha Zhan's scythe. Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing Razo alive and imprisoning him. Reward Uchiha Eye exercises which can prevent blindness caused by overuse of Mangekyo and excessive damage to physical health. It can even restore the vision deterioration and other adverse reactions after using the Mangekyo. The system's mechanical voice ended. Uchiha Zhan's eyes lit up. This system really was a pillow arriving just as he was nodding off. Having just discussed the Mangekyo Sharingan and health issues of the Uchiha clan with his chief father, the system bestowed upon Uchiha Zhan the Uchiha Eye exercises. And it seemed a weapon had been granted as well. Uchiha Zhan attempted to summon it, and soon the double-handed Uchiha War Scythe fell into his grasp. In the cave of the Mist Village, Uchiha Obito roared, "Damn it! Who stole my exclusive weapon? The flame fan is one thing, but at least leave me a weapon I can use. Why did they take even the last War Scythe? Better not let me find out who the thief is, or I'll make them pay dearly." Uchiha Obito, wearing a white mask in the cave, struck the wall hard with his right hand. Rumble. The wall trembled. On the battlefield, Uchiha Zhan couldn't help but smile as he looked at the Uchiha War Scythe in his hand. This was a good thing. Killing people with the flame fan all the time wasn't ideal. Afterward, cleaning the red and white from the flame fan was quite troublesome. Oh right, there was also the final side effect-free version of Hashirama's cells. Uchiha Zhan quickly flipped through the information in his mind. At first he could understand. First let's take a sample. Then a series of formula calculations that left him dizzy. Finally, unable to bear it, he shook his head and withdrew. He decided to write it all down later and hand it to Yakushi Kabuto, Professional Matters. Yakushi Kabuto looked at Uchiha Zhan puzzled. Why was Uchiha Zhan staring at him like that? He couldn't figure it out, so he gave up, thinking that since he had already been planted with the demon seed, it didn't matter. He was now completely under Uchiha Zhan's control. The man could end his life at any moment. Surely he wouldn't harm himself. As for the eye exercises, there were too many ears around, so he decided not to mention it. Uchiha Zhan looked at Fugaku and said, "I understand. In that case, I leave this place to you, father. I must go support the others." With that, he dragged Narashikaku, who was now vomiting all over the ground. "Narashikaku, not again, you bastard." Before he could refuse, he was lifted into the air again. Whoa, whoa. Holy shit. Whoa. The other ninjas watched their departure stunned, but Yakushi Kabuto was used to it and followed using chakra. West of Konoha, Inoki was not so impatient as to launch an attack 30 kilometers away. Instead, he waited for news from Sunagakure. Among the 4 great ninja villages besides Konoha, Sunagakure was second from the bottom. They could be used as a probe. If they failed, he would retreat. If they succeeded, he would attack full force. Suddenly, an IWA scout rushed to Inoki, his face pale. "Report, Lord Tsuchikage. Konoha." Konoha summoned a giant to fight. The giant was over 300 meters tall, wielding a katana. With each swing, mountains crumbled, and the ground erupted with blue sword energy. Inoki's expression changed. His subordinate's description sounded exactly like the Susanoo that Uchiha Madara had once manifested. Could it be that after 50 years the Susanoo would appear again? Perhaps this was his best chance to escape the shadow of that era. He looked at the scout and asked, "Do you have a portrait of that person?" Inoki wanted to see who the Uchiha prodigy was this time. Uchiha Shursui or Uchiha Itachi. The scout knelt and handed over a scroll from his belt. Akatsuchi inspected the scroll, found it harmless, and respectfully passed it to Inoki. Inoki took it with a chuckle and gently unrolled it. The next moment his smile froze, and his eyes visibly grew panicked. The man in the picture wore red armor from the Warring States period, carried the Uchiha flame fan on his back, and wielded the Uchiha War Scythe with both hands. His expression and features were carved from the same mold as Uchiha Madara. Next to it was a drawing of the Susanoo. Inoki looked at it, and the buried memories were awakened. Why? Why is this happening? Lord Hashirama, clearly. A young Inoki looked at Uchiha Madara in confusion. Mu, while on guard against Madara, stared at Inoki as if looking at a brave man. "You're really bold, Inoki. There is no alliance. Submit to the power of Konoha," Madara said, coldly glaring at the child Inoki. And Madara paused. He closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, they had transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. "Never mention that ninja's name in front of me." Immediately he activated Susanoo Susu. The Susanoo rose from the ground, its third form, muscle and bone, roaring. The roar caused Inoki and Mu to lose their composure. By the time they reacted, they were already sent flying by Madara's terrifying chakra. They landed on the ground like 2 dead dogs, but Inoki raised his head, gritting his teeth as he glared at Madara, who was encased in Susanoo. In his mind echoed the words of the first Tsuchikage, "That is the wall." Hitting a wall can easily make a person abandon their will. Find excuses for yourself, replace the missing will with hatred. Listen, never abandon your will. Hold on to it. The words of the first Tsuchikage Ishikawa resounded in the young Inoki's mind. The young Inoki grabbed a stone from the ground and stood up. Mu was shocked. His disciple seemed quite impressive. Uchiha Madara raised his head slightly, but still looked down his nose. "It seems you still want to dance, but you're too green." Madara closed his eyes, then opened them again, casting a Jinjutsu on Inoki. Inoki's right hand, which had been holding the stone, loosened, and the stone fell to the ground with a clatter. The young Inoki knelt on the ground, his eyes vacant. Madara stared at the master, and disciple snorted and turned away. The next morning, when Inoki woke up, his arms were trembling. In his dreams, he had been repeatedly slaughtered by Madara, utterly defenseless. Die, revive, die, revive. At first he was full of fighting spirit, but in the end he kept dodging to avoid death, because the taste of dying was unbearable. He was somewhat desperate. You're awake. Mu added fuel to the fire with the expressionless face, his eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Teacher, where is Uchiha Madara? He looked up at the house above. Gone. That guy left. Mu was somewhat relieved. Left? He didn't come to kill us. To force a Wagakure to surrender to Konoha, Inoki said in a low voice. For a powerhouse like him, there was no need to kill us at all. He alone could annihilate the entire Hidden Stone village. As for why he attacked us yesterday, I suppose he was bored and wanted to stretch his muscles. Mu's gaze was deep, filled with humiliation, helplessness, and final resignation. May I ask, in all the shinobi world, who could shake Uchiha Madara? Besides Hashirama Senju, is there anyone? Inoki listened to his master Mu's words with hollow eyes, his face full of unwillingness, until he saw the stone that had fallen to the ground, the stone symbolizing the will of stone, which he held in his hand. Finally he lowered his head. That day the master and disciple gazed at each other in silence, carrying both the gravity of the Hidden Stone village's future and their fear of Uchiha Madara. They knew well that Madara had probably not even used half his strength against them. Unimaginable. How powerful must he be at his peak? His thoughts returned to reality. Inoki stared at the portrait of Uchiha Madara on the scroll, his limbs went numb, his legs even began to tremble, and his heart pounded faster and faster. Impossible. How can it be him? He's supposed to be dead. Why has he come back to life? Who can tell me why? Inoki frantic tore the scroll to shreds, then found a stone to sit on, his whole body weak. Akatsuchi had never seen that Tsuchikage so losing his composure. He hurriedly took out his water flask and handed it over. Inoki didn't refuse. He raised the flask and drank, emptying the entire 800 milliliters of water into his stomach before his symptoms eased somewhat. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said, "All troops retreat immediately. The rear guard becomes the vanguard. Retreat now. No mistakes allowed. Any who disobey will be executed." With that he tossed the flask back, then stood up. His first 2 steps were unsteady, so he switched to the light heavy rock technique, and chose to fly back. Akatsuchi scratched his head in confusion, but he followed along. And so the gate guarded by Itachi Uchiha encountered no problems at all. As for Shisui Uchiha's side, things got a bit nasty. The 4th Raikage charged madly, every strike aimed at vital points. Have a taste of this. Lightning armor. Thunder fist. Shisui Uchiha, as a speed-type ninja combined with his Sharingan, was able to trade blows with the 4th Raikage. The 4th Raikage preferred one-on-one combat, so he suggested that the ninja army stay out of it. Just the 2 of them dueling. The 4th Raikage wanted to see just how strong this man known as Shisui of the Body Flicker was. A man ranked alongside the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze, who was hailed as the Yellow Flash. Come get some. A's right hand was covered in lightning release chakra. His forearm had lost all flesh color, now a pale white arc of electricity. The punch was incredibly fast, tearing through the air with an explosive boom, driving straight at Shisui Uchiha. Shisui's pupils contracted, his 3-tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into Mangekyo Sharingan, and he formed hand seals. The Phantom Body Flicker technique was activated. Shisui split into 7 figures spreading out. The one who had formed the seals couldn't dodge in time, and was struck by the 4th Raikage's attack. A's lips curled upward, a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. Lightning storm. Lightning burst from his right hand, crackling with thunderous roars. He was certain Shisui would die from that blow, but when his hand passed through Shisui's body, his expression changed. What? How is this possible? The one who formed the seals wasn't the real body. Just as he was stunned, a figure flew to his back. What? Just as A was about to take the hit head-on, a tentacle flew over. Shisui, in midair, frowned. These hidden cloud ninja had no sense of honor. They promised a one-on-one duel, yet they struck at this very moment. But then again, you don't understand the Phantom Body Flicker technique at all. Shisui still struck heavily toward A's back. Swish. The blade, imbued with chakra, easily sliced through A's lightning armor, leaving a 30-centimeter-long gash on his body. You're dead. Killer Bee roared in fury, controlling his tentacle to pierce through Shisui Uchiha. Shisui's body was pierced, but not a single drop of blood spilled. Killer Bee frowned. Did he miss? That shouldn't be. Suddenly, he realized something, a chill running through his body. Could it be? He looked at Shisui's other phantom copies, his eyes filled with wariness. This Uchiha is very strong. His technique is full of deception, hard to defend against. He can freely swap places with any phantom, both avoiding damage and dealing devastating blows. Gyuki, big brother, how can we defeat him? Killer Bee asked. Gyuki thought for a moment, then looked at Killer Bee with interest in the mindscape. I do have one. If you use it, both Konoha and the Uchiha will die. Gyuki licked his lips, killing intent blazing in his eyes. Killer Bee was taken aback and quickly asked, what method? Gyuki didn't answer directly, instead explaining the situation just now to Killer Bee. Against the Phantom Body Flicker technique, this monstrous ability to swap with phantoms at will, ordinary means are useless. So there's only one way to send him to the Pure Land. Killer Bee closed his eyes, understanding what it was, then said, is there no other way? None. Now the hidden cloud village has no retreat. Either we crush the enemy, or we get crushed. Which do you choose? Gyuki said calmly. After struggling for a while, Killer Bee finally said, Gyuki, big brother, I'll leave it to you. With that, he yielded control of his body. Gyuki accepted, then left the battlefield, and found a hidden spot with a clear view of the gate. Then, controlling Killer Bee's body, Gyuki opened its mouth wide. Various energies began converging into a small black sphere. Gyuki stared unblinkingly at Shisui Uchiha's position on the battlefield. Once the energy was fully gathered, Killer Bee, controlled by Gyuki, unleashed the tailed beast ball. Its target was the very center of Shisui Uchiha's phantom group. Every hair on Shisui Uchiha's body stood on end. In the next instant, he unleashed the Mangekyo's secret technique, Susanoo. A green Susanoo rose from the ground in its fourth form, clad in armor, one hand holding a shield, and the other a Western Knight's lance. Turning around, he saw the tailed beast ball shooting toward him at incredible speed. Shisui's pupils contracted. He swiftly manipulated the green Susanoo to drive the great green shield into the ground, pressing both hands on it to withstand the onslaught of the tailed beast ball. If he failed to block it, the innocent civilians of Konoha village would be hurt. So even if he had to die, he could not flee now. Meanwhile, Raikage seized the opportunity to put distance between himself and Konoha. He couldn't help giving Killer Bee a thumbs up. Uchiha Shisui at this moment had little difficulty blocking the tailed beast ball, but he noticed that as he released his Susanoo and used it to withstand the onslaught, his ocular power was draining at an alarming rate. At the same time, he felt his vision growing increasingly blurred. Putting two and two together, he realized a troubling truth. Overusing the Mangekyo Sharingan would lead to blindness, the loss of light itself. And in the future, once all light was gone, he had no idea whether the Mangekyo would still function. But one thing was certain, he would no longer be able to aim. He wanted to strike at Killer Bee, but the distance made it impossible for him to charge in immediately, while Killer Bee could easily dodge him and continue firing tailed beast balls at Konoha. Left with no choice, Uchiha Shisui could only passively endure the relentless bombardment of Killer Bee's tailed beast balls. Gyuki laughed heartily. Ha ha, how amusing. How amusing. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Back when Uchiha Madara came to my place alone, he beat me black and blue without a word. Now his descendant has awakened the Susanoo, yet because of the villagers, he can only passively accept my bombardment. Truly, karma has a way of making its rounds, and heaven spares no one. Gyuki, arrogant and overbearing, continued to fire tailed beast balls at Uchiha Shisui's Susanoo shield. Uchiha Shisui gritted his teeth and held on. If it weren't for Konoha behind him, he would have long since charged forward and made Gyuki taste the bitterness of being trapped in a Jinjutsu. Inside the mental space, Killer Bee watched the scene with a complex expression. Just how badly had Gyuki been tortured by Uchiha Madara back then to be this ruthless toward Konoha today? Uchiha Shisui ordered the ninjas from the various clans below to send word requesting Uchiha Zhan to come to the front. Only with Uchiha Zhan's arrival could Konoha find a glimmer of hope. Upon receiving the message, the clan ninjas quickly retreated into the village. The scale of the battle now was far beyond what they could participate in, and the only course of action was to follow Uchiha Shisui's orders and urgently seek help from Uchiha Zhan. Thus the Konoha ninjas entered the city one after another, searching for traces of Uchiha Zhan. Little did they know, when Uchiha Zhan passed by the west gate and heard the explosions from the north gate, his face had already darkened beyond recognition. Damn it, the Cloud Village has some nerve, openly using weapons of war. Alright, since you can't control them, then don't bother. Uchiha Zhan suddenly accelerated, and Nara Shikaku felt as if he were about to die, without even a sound of struggle. Uchiha Zhan saw the tailed beast balls continuously shooting out from the forest and let out a cold, sinister smile. What a perfect Jinchuriki, choosing such a distant location. Let me go and meet you. Uchiha Zhan concealed his aura this time, leaving Nara Shikaku at the foot of the mountain, as two people together were still too conspicuous. Moreover, tailed beasts had a keen perception of unfamiliar chakra and dangerous auras. Except for a ninja like Uchiha Zhan, who had merged with Uchiha Madara's founding of Konoha and could freely control his chakra, others would inevitably leak some unconsciously. That was also the reason why Nara Shikaku could not go. In the small forest, Gyuki was now laughing wildly, constantly absorbing natural chakra and releasing tailed beast balls. Blast away, blast away. Let me see how long this green giant can hold out. Who do you think you are? Do you think you're Uchiha Madara, able to keep the Susanoo active indefinitely? As long as you can't hold on the village behind, you will turn into a wasteland in an instant. Just thinking about destroying the village founded by the Senju and Uchiha makes me, old ox, so excited. He was speaking to Killer Bee and also to the heavens and his 8 siblings, telling them that Gyuki would avenge them. Hey, shut up, Gyuki, you're the one bombing Konoha, right? Uchiha Sen's voice rang out faintly, his hands gripping the Uchiha war scythe. Haha, that's right, little brother. Take a look at my tailed beast ball. Isn't it round? Isn't it smooth? Isn't it big? Gyuki was still boasting about his tailed beast ball when his expression suddenly changed. Turning his head, he saw a human. At first he thought the fool was courting death, but then he saw the red armor, the face, and the Uchiha war scythe in his hand, and his face turned pale. He still remembered the scene when Uchiha Madara had cut off all 8 of his arms. That soul-shaking trembling made him shiver like a sieve. You Uchiha Madara, how can you be here? How can a human live this long? And why are you getting younger and younger? Even the sage of 6 paths couldn't escape the fate of birth, aging, sickness, and death. How can you? Yuki stopped staring at Uchiha Zhan with a solemn gaze. Uchiha Zhan suddenly thought that borrowing Madara's identity might not be a bad idea, so he began to recall Madara's voice. He adjusted his tone and spoke, "Oh, so this beast still remembers me, huh? Those 8 arms of yours have grown back." Hearing Uchiha Zhan's words, Yuki panicked completely. He had thought this might be an impostor, but the tone, the way he addressed him, and the mention of his 8 arms convinced him that the person before him was indeed Uchiha Madara. Misunderstanding, Lord Madara. I just wanted to help you deal with the Senju clan. I wouldn't dare touch the Uchiha. Lord Madara, you know me. Little 8 the beast is the gentlest of all tailed beasts. I was forced to come here and release tailed beast balls. Yuki was drenched in cold sweat. Standing beside him was the king of the warring states, Uchiha. The battlefield rose the shinobi world's Azura, the only rival of the god of shinobi, a being who could annihilate a country single-handedly. Uchiha Madara. 8 tails. Ha, quite the 8 tails daring to strike at the Konoha that Hashirama and I founded. Show me your hands. Uchiha Zhan said coldly. After a series of mental struggles, Yuki sighed and chose to revert to his original form, because if his arms were cut off they could grow back, but if his arms were truly severed that would be a real loss. Lord Madara, which one would you like? Yuki asked politely. Uchiha Zhan chopped off the largest tentacle, swung his Uchiha war scythe, and shing, with a flash of the blade the largest tentacle fell and was sealed into a scroll by Uchiha Zhan. Not only could Yuki not get angry, but he had to force a smile. Madara-sama, do you have any other business? If not, I'll return to the land of lightning. I promise I'll persuade everyone to go back. Can you represent the Raikage? Uchiha Zhan stared at him coldly. Not before, but now that Lord Madara has appeared, I'm confident I can convince everyone in the Cloud Village. Yuki smiled slightly. Ridiculous. With Uchiha Madara appearing, who in the Cloud Hidden Village could possibly oppose him? Not even the 4th Raikage, let alone the 3rd Raikage, who was hailed as the strongest. Even someone capable of grappling with 8 tails and hand-to-hand combat could not inflict any damage upon Uchiha Madara. This man was on an entirely different level from mere Kaga-level powerhouses. Oh, is that so? Uchiha Zhan said with keen interest. But I saw you fighting the most fiercely with the heaviest firepower. I want to know, are you dissatisfied with me or with Hashirama? How could I dare? Madara-sama, little 8 will always remain loyal and obedient before you. 8 tails forced down its nausea and flattered Uchiha Zhan. Helpless though it was second only to Kurama among the tailed beasts, and was called Brother Ox by Killer Bee before Uchiha Zhan, it was nothing more than a little brother. There's no need for you to personally persuade him. Rest now. Uchiha Zhan's 3 Tomo instantly transformed into the Mangekyo, and with a wave of Jinjutsu, he dragged both Killer Bee and 8 tails into the illusion. Instantly 8 tails' true form appeared, but its eyes were white, devoid of any consciousness. After about 10 seconds, its pale pupils shifted into the shape of Uchiha Zhan's Mangekyo. Then a bovine roar erupted, echoing across the entire battlefield. Moo! The cry of the 8-tailed ox was something between a cow and a mythical beast, yet it easily instilled a sense of dread. The 4th Raikage, I was currently hiding behind a large boulder. He had found it strange that Killer Bee had stopped using tailed beast bombs, but upon hearing that roar he realized it wasn't fatigue. It was Killer Bee making a tremendous sacrifice. Complete tailed beast transformation. Killer Bee was willing to unleash his full-tailed beast form to breach the Leaf Village. With this, the Cloud Hidden Village had no reason to fail in conquering the Leaf. All Cloud Hidden shinobi hear my command: attack the Leaf Village. The first to break the gate shall receive 1/10 of all plundered spoils. The 4th Raikage, I waved his hand grandly. The Cloud Ninjas, stirred by ice words and the sight of the Leaf's prosperity, now breathed heavily with reddened eyes brimming with vigor. From the very beginning, the environment of the Cloud Hidden Village was one of survival of the fittest. Before the village was established, the land of lightning was rife with bandit clans. You heard that right, bandit clans. The Uchiha were once like that, but later, after conflict arose with the Senju clan, they focused their efforts on fighting the Senju. Now, although the major bandit clans had submitted to Cloud Hidden's rule, the bandit instinct in their blood had been reignited by Awo. Kill all the Leaf dogs. The women of the Leaf are the most tender hee. Once the village falls today, we'll plunder to our heart's content. Uchiha Shursui coldly regarded the crowd. He manipulated his Susanoo, the green spear materializing ever more solidly. A massive hand gripped it and swept sideways. Boom, 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 boom. Nearly 20 charging Cloud Ninjas were obliterated by that single sweep. The moment their bodies touched the spear, they felt an overwhelming force. Then they saw their great-grandmothers coming to greet them. This sight brought some clarity to the frenzied, red-eyed Cloud Ninjas. They stared in grim realization at the colossal green Susanoo, their hearts pounding with uncertainty. I spat in disgust and cursed, useless lot. It's just a Susanoo. We have over 3,000 men. Why should we fear one man alone? At that moment, Eight Tails appeared, its body slick and slimy, but moving with surprising speed. It soon reached ice position. I did not bother to examine Eight Tails or the figure standing atop its head. Otherwise, he would not have been so composed. I shouted loudly, "Be go and stop Uchiha Shursui. If we breach the leaf today, you will be credited as the foremost hero." He laughed heartily, muscles bulging. But unexpectedly, Eight Tails halted, then turned its head to look at I. I was confused. Why had he stopped? The next moment, a tentacle swung toward him. Ice pupils contracted, and his chakra flared explosively. "You damn fool, what are you doing? Have a duck neck." Lightning crackled around his right hand as he aimed at the tentacle and roared. His hand severed the tentacle that Eight Tails had hurled at him. Normally, Eight Tails would have cried out, but now it showed no reaction. It merely glanced at him and charged toward the Cloud Ninja ranks. I seemed to understand something. Stop. Those are our comrades, our brothers." But his only reply was another tentacle. Gritting his teeth, he used the lightning release lariat to smash it apart. Yet Eight Tails had already prepared a grand gift. A tailed beast bomb had been fully charged, and it aimed directly at the center of the cloud-hidden shinobi formation. There a large number of ninjas were gathered, poised to face Uchiha Shursui. They had also seen Eight Tails, but assumed it was Killer Bee coming to assist. They had not noticed its struggle with the Raikage. No. I activated lightning release chakra mode, and dashed before Eight Tails, grabbing one of its tentacles in an attempt to hurl it away. But he overestimated himself and underestimated Eight Tails. Eight Tails ignored I, firing the tailed beast bomb. When the black and red sphere struck the Susanoo, the cloud ninjas laughed uncontrollably. But when it came for them, they were struck with terror. First, they had no Susanoo to defend themselves. Second, their defensive jutsu were as fragile as paper against the overwhelming tailed beast bomb. No. How could this be? Eight Tails has gone berserk. Save us. Killer Bee-sama, what are you doing? Killer Bee, what have you done? Amid countless complaints, screams, and furious curses, the tailed beast bomb detonated with a deafening roar. Countless cloud ninjas were obliterated, leaving not even bones behind. A few lucky ones dodged the blast, but their limbs were torn off by the explosion, blood gushing. Silence, a deathly silence, fell over the battlefield. The cloud ninjas were filled with bottomless grief. Some stared at Eight Tails with bloodshot eyes, wishing they could devour its flesh alive. Uchiha Zhan stood atop Eight Tails' head, looking down at the masses below. A smirk curled his lips. These ruffian ninjas would pay for their bravado. No, by now I had gone mad. He activated lightning release chakra mode, channeling chakra into his legs, and raced along Eight Tails' tentacles and body to its top. There he saw Uchiha Zhan and instantly realized that this man was the cause of everything. He charged recklessly at Uchiha Zhan. Have a duck neck. Die, you beast. Uchiha Zhan glanced at him dismissively. A blue skeletal Susanoo materialized around him. He was not his foolish younger brother. He would not endure a Kage-level attack right after awakening the Mangekyo. However, he now possessed the eternal Mangekyo. The two were on entirely different levels. The fourth Raikage A's wrathful strike was nothing short of breathtakingly brilliant, a technique that had brushed the threshold of the so-called transcendent Kage level. Anger becomes a driving force. In a sense, impulsiveness can also unleash one's latent potential. Yet, even so, the fourth Raikage A had only earned a ticket to witness Uchiha Zhan, who had fused the template of Uchiha Madara Konoha's founding. The astonishing white light, the sharp and aggressive lightning release assault, caused the skeleton of Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo to tremble, prompting him to turn slightly more serious. As expected of the fourth Raikage, this strike made me feel your resolve to kill me, but as his words faded, Uchiha Zhan intensified the chakra output to his Susanoo. Merely possessing reckless courage and brute force will never accomplish great deeds. The reason you are about to lose is that you utterly fail to comprehend the vast chasm in our strength. Uchiha Zhan summoned another Susanoo hand and seized A in a firm grip. A attempted to evade, but every dodge he conceived was too naive and foolish in Uchiha Zhan's eyes. Merely by observing the bulging of A's muscles with his Sharingan, Uchiha Zhan could predict his movements. Trying to dive under, as A formulated his countermeasure, the Susanoo hand grasped toward the very spot he had planned to flee. Snap! The hand closed and A's heart jolted in shock. What? By the time he regained his senses, the Susanoo manipulated by Uchiha Zhan had already dragged him close. Merely rubble, not even a fraction of my worth. Uchiha Zhan said coldly. The Susanoo hand tightened relentlessly, and A felt his internal organs being crushed, spurting a mouthful of blood. Lord Raikage. Bastard, release our Lord Raikage immediately, you fiend. Attacking the leader of a village directly. Do you want to ignite an all-out war between Yunin and Mai? Though the Yunin village shinobi had been severely mauled by the Eight Tails tailed beast ball, they still regarded Raikage A as the village's hope. They could die, but the Raikage must survive. Stubborn and unyielding. Uchiha Zhan clicked his tongue, intending to make the onlookers witness with their own eyes as A whom they revered as a god and regarded as their hope died before them. Just as Uchiha Zhan was about to tighten the Susanoo hand again, 20 blue fireballs slammed violently into the Susanoo hand. It caught Uchiha Zhan's attention. He looked up, raised an eyebrow. So it was her. Release the raikage, and I'll spare your life. The two-tails Jinchuriki, Youmurin said calmly, while a black and red-tailed beast ball formed at her fingertips. Quite interesting. Uchiha Zhan flung away a who was limp as a dead dog, and turned to Youmurin. So the little kitty has arrived, ULV. Uchiha Zhan sneered. ULV trembled all over, warning Youmurin. Youmurin, flee now? This man's chakra is immense and his aura feels ominous to me. Seeing the raikage rescued, Youmurin considered her mission complete. As for Kilabai, sorry she couldn't defeat Uchiha Zhan, so she would have to deal with it another day. So Youmurin flicked her right hand, sending the tailed beast ball, imbued with raging natural chakra, hurtling toward Uchiha Zhan. This act angered him, an ant trying to shake a tree, a mote of dust daring to vie with the bright moon. Complete Susanoo activate. The Susanoo's skeleton muscles, skin armor, longsword, and a towering 300-meter form stood before Mai's gate. Instantly a fierce gale arose, dark clouds gathered, thunder rumbled, and lightning bolts streaked across the sky. Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo had manifested once more. Deep blue light and murderous intent, so dense it nearly materialized, saturated the land for hundreds of miles around Mai. Youmurin raised her arms to shield herself from the gale, which forced her eyes shut. But ULV spoke. Youmurin, hand your body over to me. Ooh, I'll take us away. That aura, I remember it now. Youmurin fell into slumber without hesitation, and ULV took control of her body. In an instant, Youmurin transformed into a partial-tailed beast form. She opened her eyes, her pitch-black pupils had turned into blue feline eyes. Then ULV continuously condensed tailed beast balls and fired them at Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo while retreating relentlessly. Only by putting distance between herself and Uchiha Zhan could she feel safe. Uchiha Shursui looked up toward Uchiha Zhan's direction. The 300-meter Susanoo made his heart and liver tremble violently. He finally understood the vast disparity in strength between him and Uchiha Zhan. The Susanoo he controlled was only about 170 meters tall, yet it could easily intercept tailed beast balls, and its combat prowess crushed Kaga-level fighters. But even so, when he saw Uchiha Zhan's complete Susanoo, he couldn't help but shudder. Zhan, is this your full strength? No wonder you could easily defeat both Itachi and Miha. Uchiha Shursui murmured. The high-level combatants of my village had all appeared on the observation platform, watching Uchiha Zhan's battle in the direction of Yunin village from afar. Hiruzen Sarutobi. His eyes were now vacant. He had never imagined that the Uchiha clan could wield such power. He had thought his suppression of the Uchiha was for the village's sake, but now his intestines were twisted with regret. He had long received news of Danzo's death. He hadn't believed it at first, but after seeing Uchiha Zhan's full strength, he closed his eyes, a single tear sliding from the corner. Whether that tear was for regret or longing for Danzo, no one knew. With Uchiha Zhan here, I'm afraid no one will dare to provoke me from now on. A hero emerges from youth. Now I finally understand why the Uchiha clan is so confident. If only one of my clan's juniors had such ability. Before he could finish, someone covered his mouth. Do you have a death wish? Then he glanced around and breathed a sigh of relief. There are the third Hokage and Uchiha clan shinobi around here. How dare you say such things? The man seemed to realize his mistake, so he scratched his head in apology. The Uchiha clansmen paid no heed to others' judgments. Their eyes burned with fervor as they gazed at the blue complete Susanoo. That was their current clan leader, the helmsman of the Uchiha clan. It was truly unimaginable where the Uchiha clan would go under the leadership of this Lord Uchiha Zhan. The position of Hokage. Too small. Their vision was too narrow. Uchiha Zhan watched the tailed beast ball flying toward him, drew his twin blades, and swung one. The sword aura swept out, splitting the rampaging tailed beast ball in two from afar. The tailed beast ball did not explode, but dissipated into thin air, transforming into the purest natural chakra. Yatsuki was left dumbfounded, and by Hachibi and Kilabai could only stare in disbelief at the scene before them. Even the ninja of Kumogakure, who had just been severely wounded by a tailed beast bomb, were equally stunned. Susanoo cut through the tailed beast bomb, not detonating it, but rather slicing its core in two. By adding chakra to disrupt the natural energy's trajectory, the natural chakra became untraceable, forcing it back into the heavens and earth. Trouble by Mu. Next I'm going to do my best to take you away. Don't look back. The raikage killa by Hachibi. All of that doesn't matter now. The most important thing is surviving. Yatsuki mobilized natural chakra to accelerate by Mu's escape. Uchiha Sun continuously wielded his katana, splitting each tailed beast bomb shot at by Mu into pieces, neutralizing them one by one. Kilabai remained expressionless, kneeling on one knee. Against Uchiha Sen's command, he had absolutely no means of resistance. Thud. Having accomplished all this, by Mu had already departed long ago. No trace of him remained. Uchiha Sun had no intention of continuing the pursuit. He looked down. Over 80 of Kumogakure's ninja had already fled. The rest were those too severely wounded to be saved. But it did not matter. Today's greatest prize was this 8-tails Jinchuriki Kilabai. He dispelled Susanoo and slowly descended to the ground. Upon seeing this, the Kanehagakure families who had pledged allegiance to Uchiha Sun immediately emerged to greet him and began cleaning the battlefield. Uchiha Zhan smiled and exchanged greetings with them, then turned to face the Eight Tails. His Mangekyo Sharingan activated. The Eight Tails vanished, and in its place appeared Killabai's figure. Kneel. Uchiha Zhan looked at Killabai's eyes, carrying an authority that admitted no refusal. Although Killabai wanted to resist, his consciousness was sealed within a lightless prison. He could see everything happening outside, yet was utterly powerless to change it. In the face of such circumstances, Gyuki had long grown accustomed. Whether sealed by jutsu or controlled by the Sharingan, it was all the same. These were merely methods humans employed to subjugate and extract tailed beast energy. Why resist when submission was inevitable anyway? Moreover, based on the strength Uchiha Zhan had just displayed, he could easily be considered the strongest in the ninja world today. Perhaps staying in Konohagakure would prove far less burdensome than remaining in Kumogakure. Killabai knelt upon the ground, leaving everyone present, and the Konohagakure forces stunned. This man, known as the Killer Bee, the pillar of the AB duo, and the sworn brother of the Raikage AI himself, was actually performing a kneeling tribute to Uchiha Zhan of Konoha. The Cloud Ninja, bewildered, felt as though the sky had collapsed upon witnessing this. Why had this come to pass? Why did Lord Bai kneel before an enemy? Why strike against his own people? Though all insisted to themselves that what they saw was illusory, the pain coursing through their bodies and their broken limbs told them otherwise. All of this was undeniably real. Lord Bai of Kumogakure had truly knelt. Ha ha ha, excellent. Excellent. Bai, from now on you must faithfully guard Konoha. Uchiha Zhan, in extraordinarily high spirits, patted Killabai's shoulder. Killabai nodded. Yes, Lord Zhan, if anyone dares to assault our Konoha, Bai will ensure they never return. Good. Prepare to return to the village, everyone. He glanced around satisfied, yet something felt conspicuously absent. Evening at the mountain foothills. Nara Shikaku shivered, wrapping his arms around himself, wondering why the Hokage hadn't concluded matters yet. The following day, Uchiha Zhan was still slumbering when someone knocked at the door. Bang bang bang. The sound irked Uchiha Zhan greatly. Who would disturb one's peaceful morning slumber so early? He reluctantly rose and opened the door, only to find Nara Shikaku staring at him with unmistakable resentment. Uchiha Zhan suddenly remembered. Disaster. He had forgotten to notify Nara Shikaku yesterday. What a predicament. With a guilty conscience, Uchiha Zhan sweated profusely under Nara Shikaku's steady gaze. Smiling awkwardly, he said, Lord Shikaku, what brings you here? Do come and please be seated. Someone fetch the tea, proper tea. Soon a beautiful Uchiha woman entered from outside and began preparing the tea. Nara Shikaku respectfully took a kneeling seat without looking at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan scratched his face. This was indeed somewhat embarrassing. Having explicitly promised to receive him, yet forgetting entirely on his own part. Fortunately, once the teacups were brought out and filled by the beautiful woman, both men took a small sip and Nara Shikaku's expression improved slightly. He looked at Uchiha Zhan and spoke. Son, I wonder how long you plan to take before changing into proper attire. How long until you assume the position? Uchiha Zhan froze for a moment, then set down his teacup. There should still be about 3 days until the season changes. At least 3 more days must pass, otherwise it would seem too hasty. Nara Shikaku's lips curved upward. Currently, the winter garments have already been prepared and are awaiting your trial. The Hokage's ceremonial robe is ready. You may assume office at any time. Uchiha Zhan sighed, his gaze fixed upon the tea in his cup, his thoughts racing. It seemed his supporters had grown restless, eager for action. After all, this was a contribution to the founding of a new regime. Having successfully rebelled, if he did not advance, how could they all advance together? This was simply human nature. In that case, please inform those below that I shall collect the garments in 2 days' time. Also notify the master craftsmen behind the scenes. They shall be crafting custom pieces for me henceforth. Uchiha Zhan closed his eyes and drained the tea in one draught. Inform those people to prepare the investiture ceremony in 2 days. Additionally, notify the daimyo that from now on the Hokage shall be Uchiha Zhan. Nara Shikaku smiled. I shall announce this immediately. He finished his tea in one gulp, then bowed deeply. Thank you, Lord Hokage, for bestowing this tea. Wait. Uchiha Zhan rose slowly and Nara Shikaku paused mid-motion. May I ask, Lord Hokage, what further instructions do you have? Uchiha Zhan walked to his side and patted his shoulder. Winter approaches rapidly. I shall need you to give considerable attention to the village's heating arrangements. In the future, I shall rely heavily upon your Nara family to assist with strategy and counsel. Nara Shikaku froze, then beams with joy. Thank you. Thank you so much, Lord Hokage. This signified Uchiha Zhan intended to grant significant favor to their clan. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand. Be gone. He smiled, then saw his guest out. Nara Shikaku nodded and departed from the Uchiha district. The Uchiha clan members treated him with great respect, for it was he who had orchestrated and secretly bribed the ninja clans assisting their Uchiha rebellion. The Uchiha clan members were straightforward. Gratitude was always repaid, and enmity was never forgotten. Nara Shikaku also smiled and greeted each person, finding this far more comfortable than the rigid protocols of the Sarutobi district. Here at least everyone's emotions were plainly visible on their faces. Oh right. Aside from Uchiha Zhan, this fellow's mind seemed no different from the Nara clan, perhaps even surpassing them in strategic and military acumen. At the Yuanfei clan grounds, Hiruzen Sarutobi stood upright, holding a cage in his left hand that contained a canary. He chuckled, teasing the bird, while making soft clicking sounds with his mouth. He had now shed his Hokage's ceremonial robe, and dressed in casual attire, he felt considerably lighter. Carrying the bird cage, he walked toward a stone table where two people were seated, Koharu Uchiha and Hamura Midokado. They stared at Hiruzen Sarutobi with grave expressions. As if oblivious to their gaze, Hiruzen Sarutobi placed the cage on the table and said cheerfully, "Koharu Hamura, don't you think my bird is beautiful?" Hamura Midokado was about to speak, but Koharu Uchiha stopped him with a slight shake of her head. He closed his mouth and sat back down. Koharu Uchiha spoke slowly. "Hiruzen, are you truly willing to hand over the position to the Uchiha clan whom the master despised? Remember, they are a bunch of battle maniacs. They can be used, but they must not be allowed to govern the village." Hiruzen Sarutobi glanced at her briefly, then continued playing with the bird. After an indeterminate time, he said leisurely, "I have already decided to pass the title of Hokage to Danzo. Whether he ascends, or the position goes to the Uchiha, is no longer my concern. If you wish to settle scores, go to Danzo. I did not pass the Hokage title to the Uchiha. Don't pin this blame on me." After saying this, Hiruzen Sarutobi resumed playing with the bird. Hamura Midokado could no longer contain himself. "Hiruzen, what has come over you? Don't forget, you are the disciple of the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, the chosen inheritor of the will of fire. Now the Uchiha clan, the cancer of Konoha, is about to seize the village left by our master. How can you remain indifferent? You have truly disappointed me." Hamura Midokado pointed at Hiruzen Sarutobi in fury. Hiruzen Sarutobi slammed his right hand onto the stone table with a loud crack, splitting it apart. Even the canary in the cage fluttered about in fright. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Hamura Midokado's expression changed as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose face had turned extremely grim. He sought Koharu Uchiha's intercession. Koharu Uchiha turned her head aside, feigning ignorance of the entire scene. Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the cage, rose, and cast a meaningful glance at Hamura Midokado. "Hamura, we've worked together for so many years. If you have something to say it directly. Don't test me with your petty schemes. The reason you and Koharu came here trying to incite me to vie for the Hokage position is simply because you fear that if the Uchiha take over, you'll have no more benefits to skim. You might even lose your positions as Hokage advisors. For the sake of your power status and wealth, you want me to contend with the Uchiha. When it comes to political maneuvering, Hamura Midokado, you are not qualified." Having said this, Hiruzen Sarutobi no longer looked at him, instead amusing himself with the canary chuckling from time to time. He did not immediately order them to leave, because he wanted to hear what Koharu Uchiha had to say. He noticed that she seemed changed, more calculative, and possessing a greater air of authority than before. Little did he know this was all due to the illusion cast earlier by Uchiha Tatsu, which had granted her the experience of a lifetime as a female Hokage, thereby sharpening her political acumen. Koharu Uchiha spoke. "Hiruzen, you're right. We are indeed worried about our own interests, I won't deny that. But what I'm more concerned about is you. Can you truly let go of the Hokage position and its power?" Her words struck at the core. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression shifted. His hands, hidden in his sleeves, clenched so tightly that his knuckles cracked audibly. Koharu Uchiha noticed this, and her eyes brightened. She knew that Hiruzen would never willingly submit to anyone. She rose slowly and walked to his side. "Hiruzen, don't forget, you are the direct disciple of the Senju clan. The Hokage title must follow the lineage. After all, Uchiha Madara, the one most likely to inherit the position, not only defected, but also waged war against Konoha. The death of Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, is also inseparable from Uchiha Madara. The Uchiha clan inherits Madara's bloodline. What right does such a family have to covet the throne of the Hokage?" Koharu Uchiha smiled. She argued, from a historical perspective, how could the descendants of a sinner ever command respect? How could they ever ascend to the seat of Hokage? Koharu Uchiha's words made Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contract, a flicker of joy surging from the depths of his eyes. Hiruzen Sarutobi set the cage aside, took Koharu Uchiha's hands in his, and breathed heavily. "Koharu, go on." He sensed that Koharu Uchiha's words could help him reclaim the Hokage position. Koharu Uchiha blushed. She glanced at Hamura Midokado and said coquettishly, "Hiruzen, there's someone else here." Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly came to his senses, awkwardly withdrew his hands, and then walked over to Hamura Midokado, who wore a look of utter bitterness. "Hamura Midokado, would you mind stepping out?" Hiruzen Sarutobi made a gesture of invitation. Hamura Midokado felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had remained unmarried for nearly 3 or 4 decades, all the while waiting for Koharu Uchiha. He also knew that Koharu Uchiha had always secretly admired Hiruzen Sarutobi, but he believed that if Hiruzen ever married, she might eventually turn to him. Yet even after Hiruzen Sarutobi married, Koharu Uchiha still could not forget him and remained single for life. Very well, Hamura Midokado resolved to spend the rest of his days warming her heart, hoping to change her mind. Today, seeing the shyness that was not feigned when Kohor Uchiha held Hiruzen's hand, he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he could never compete with a mere flick of Hiruzen's finger. Hamura Midokado took off his glasses and smiled bitterly. I'm leaving. Though the words seemed directed at Hiruzen Sarutobi, they were truly meant for Kohor Uchiha. Kohor Uchiha's expression remained unchanged. She even turned away, refusing to look at Hamura Midokado. He too turned around. It was time to draw a line between them. Those who are not meant for each other will never be, no matter how long you try to win them over with time. Otherwise, years later you will find that you have neither won their heart nor saved any fortune. A deep affection wasted like drawing water with a bamboo basket. It is time to wake up. After the third while Hamura Midokado had left, Hiruzen Sarutobi approached Kohor Uchiha with a smile, eager to ask for her advice. Kohor Uchiha looked at him shyly and said, "Don't speak. Kiss me, and I'll tell you." Hiruzen Sarutobi's eye twitched. He felt like he had swallowed a fly, but for the sake of the Hokage position, he steeled himself. Hiruzen Sarutobi, trembling, supported himself against the wall as he stepped out of the house. Since the passing of Biwako Sarutobi, he had maintained his integrity until now. Never did he expect that today, driven by a thirst for power, he would commit such an absurd act. A flicker of ruthlessness gleamed in his eyes. All of this was the fault of a man named Uchiha Zhan. Soon after, Kohor Uchiha emerged, casually linking her arm with Hiruzen's. "Hiruzen, did you remember what I just said? Besides questioning Uchiha Zan's legitimacy, you must also recall your disciple Jiraiya. Tsunade would be more suitable, but her identity and ideology ensure she will never walk the same path as us. Jiraiya, on the other hand, is different. He values bonds above all. With a little guidance, he will be utterly devoted to you. When that time comes, even if he becomes the 5th Hokage, he will still heed your words and seek your counsel. This is the optimal way to preserve power. Without the title of Hokage, you can still wield the true authority. How does that sound?" Kohor Uchiha smiled. Hiruzen said nothing, but his silence only confirmed her words. Suddenly, Asuma Sarutobi walked in. "Father Narashikaku has announced and is arranging for Uchiha Zhan to succeed as the 5th Hokage in 3 days. You." His eyes widened as he beheld a sight he would never forget. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, exuding the authority of an aging tiger, while Kohor Uchiha beamed with a sly glint in her eyes. "Father, you too." Asuma gritted his teeth. His mother had passed away 6 years ago, and throughout those 6 years Hiruzen had remained chaste, playing the role of a devoted husband. Today he saw his father's arm entwined with elder Uchiha's, and his father did not refuse. It struck him like a thunderbolt. Similarly, Asuma's cry of "father" jolted Hiruzen from his lust for power. He noticed his son's clenched jaw and resentful eyes. Immediately he tried to pull his arm free from Koharu's grasp, but she refused, tightening her hold and smiling. "Done is done. You'll have to face it sooner or later. Hiruzen, you're not going to use me and discard me, are you?" Kohor Uchiha had no intention of letting him slip from her control. Hiruzen's expression flickered with uncertainty. "Let go first." At that, Koharu released his arm. She understood that a woman must know when to advance and retreat. For now, she still relied on Hiruzen's prestige and connections, so she had to respect his commands. Only then did Hiruzen turn to Asuma. "Asuma, you say Uchiha Zhan plans to be crowned as the 5th Hokage in 3 days. Asuma glanced at the old man and nodded, having lost all desire to speak with him further. Who was Kohor Uchiha? How old was she? The old man must be truly desperate, willing to swallow anything without discrimination. Hiruzen sighed. What was destined to come would come. He instructed Asuma. "Asuma, contact Jiraiya. It must be done before Uchiha Zhan assumes the Hokage position. Remember, hurry. The resurgence of the Sarutobi clan depends on you, Asuma." With that, he patted Asuma's shoulder and turned away. Asuma stood dumbfounded, watching his father's retreating figure, his heart a tangled mess. He couldn't understand why his father, nearly 70, was still so obsessed with power. Not to mention whether his mind was still sharp. Could his body even endure it? The Hokage's duties were endless, trivial, or inconsequential matters required endless meetings and deliberations. Moreover, he had read many issues of the Konoha Times and held some disapproval of his father's governance. Whenever he questioned the old man, it only soured his mood, sometimes even earning him a demand to leave. Kohor Uchiha sighed, her gaze lingering on Asuma with a hint of pity. She wondered how that cunning Hiruzen could have fathered such a dull son. If Shinsuke Sarutobi were still alive, things would surely be easier for Hiruzen. After all, in appearance, temperament, and sharpness, he was the most like his father. Unfortunately, he died in the Third Great Ninja War. Otherwise, there would have been no Minato Namikaze, no Orochimaru, no White Fang, or any other Hokage candidates. The major clans either stood idle or sought to curry favor, hoping to claim a share of the credit for backing the new ruler. That period was rife with covert struggles. It was Danzo Shimura who used his schemes to kill the White Fang and force Orochimaru to defect. He had also intended to eliminate Minato Namikaze, but Hiruzen preempted him by handing the Hokage title to Minato. Kakashi, eavesdropping from the corner, caught every word. He felt that Hiruzen Sarutobi was not an easy man to deal with, and would not give up so easily. So he clandestinely listened to the entire conversation. After hearing it all, Kakashi Hitachi's eyes narrowed. Just as he thought that old dog would not stay quiet. He decided to relay this information to Uchiha Zhan first. The reason was simple: the one who had killed his father's true murderer was none other than Uchiha Zhan himself. According to rumors, Danzo had been killed and revived, repeatedly cycling through death 5 times before finally being slain. Kakashi figured that if he were to kill Danzo, he could at most manage 3 times before his chakra ran out, after which he would face Danzo's ruthless retaliation. Without chakra, the outcome was obvious: Danzo would gouge out his Sharingan and use his body for human experiments. Or he would extract his genes, clone a small Kakashi through medical technology, and from birth seal him with the tongue-tied seal, instilling absolute obedience to Danzo. Uchiha Zhan was holding a genuine copy of a book titled Makeout Paradise, his body flushed with heat, panting heavily. This book is truly a treasure. I've only been reading it for a short while, and I can feel my blood surging, my chi and blood rushing upward. The content is rich and substantial. A pity there's no rating system. Otherwise I would give this book a 5-star review and demand more updates. Uchiha Zhan said earnestly, then continued flipping through Makeout Paradise. Suddenly a knock at the door startled him. He stuffed the book under the blanket, took a couple of deep breaths to calm the flush on his face, and said indifferently, "Enter." Uchiha Zhan stood with his back to the door, hands clasped behind him, assuming the pose of a master. Kakashi Hitachi shuddered at the sight. He immediately knelt. Former ENBU Captain Kakashi Hitachi pays respects to Lord Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan slowly turned around, his gaze calm and profound, as if he had long anticipated this visit. The night breeze carried a slight chill as Uchiha Zhan and Hitachi Kakashi sat on the roof beam, separated only by a wooden tray bearing 2 flasks of sake and 3 plates of pastries. Hitachi Kakashi seemed somewhat reserved, but Uchiha Zhan was not one to stand on ceremony. He directly grabbed a flask of sake and took a drink. The sake was a clear rice wine, not very strong, and as he downed it in one gulp, he felt only a cool, smooth sensation. Kakashi's Adam's apple bobbed at the sight. He had been eavesdropping for a long time without eating or drinking. Faced with the fine wine and pastries, no matter how hungry or thirsty he still dared not overstep his bounds. "Kakashi, this is the first time you've come to my place since the village was pacified," Uchiha Zhan said slowly, gazing at the starry sky. "In response to Lord Hokage, I have been gathering the conversations of the major clans of Konoha, and I have also deployed former ENBU operatives to monitor those clans that have not yet pledged allegiance." Kakashi immediately moved to stand up, but Uchiha Zhan grabbed his hand. "Sit down, what's the hurry?" He smirked, pleasantly surprised by Kakashi's answer. He hadn't expected Kakashi to be so reliable. If it were just ordinary gossip and chatter, it wouldn't have warranted the personal visit of the ENBU captain. "Let me guess, it's about the 3rd Hokage." Uchiha Zhan looked at him with a half-smile. Hitachi Kakashi was startled. He hadn't expected the Lord Hokage to guess so easily. Uchiha Zhan pulled Hitachi Kakashi closer and asked, "All right, let me hear what schemes they are planning." Kakashi immediately recounted every detail of what he had heard. After finishing, he knelt on one knee awaiting orders. Uchiha Zhan sneered after hearing this. Legitimacy. Precedence. These people don't even understand the full story, yet they're so quick to spread rumors. In that case, let them see the truth of those years with their own eyes at the coronation ceremony. Uchiha Zhan, of course, remembered the original plot. He would use Jinjutsu to project the conversation between the 2 figures standing on the Hokage rock. Then we'll see if they have anything to say. As for Jiraiya, the man was a master at writing books, but a complete mess when it came to politics. Most importantly, the man had self-awareness. He would never refuse what he could do, and even if tricked into returning, he would not agree to what he could not do. It could only be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Koharu had thought too simplistically. The key point was, according to Kakashi, this scheme was actually proposed by Uchiha Koharu. This useless character who had little presence in the original story. Who would have thought she had such a mind? Although the scheme was riddled with flaws, its framework was quite complete. If Jiraiya were truly bound by the teacher-student bond, this conspiracy against his coronation might indeed cause some trouble. But only some. If Uchiha Zhan couldn't resolve it through amicable discussion, he wouldn't hesitate to activate Susanoo and send those who opposed him to hell. "Didn't you tell your teacher Minato?" Uchiha Zhan asked with a smile. "There's no rush for teacher Minato, so I brought the news to the Lord Hokage first." Kakashi chuckled. Uchiha Zhan looked at him with a somewhat complicated expression, then lifted a flask of sake to his lips. Kakashi was taken aback, not understanding Uchiha Zhan's intention. "Your voice sounded a bit hoarse during the report. Have some wine to moisten your throat. Besides, you've been monitoring for so long, you must not have eaten. These pastries are all for you. You've worked hard." Uchiha Zhan looked at Hitachi Kakashi solemnly. Hitachi Kakashi's body stiffened, and his heart pounded wildly. A strange warmth surged from the depths of his heart and spread through his entire body. He never expected that the soon-to-be enthroned Hokage Uchiha Zhan, the powerhouse who had once cleaved a tailed beast ball with a single slash, would show him such care. "I pledge my loyalty to the Lord Hokage." Hitachi Kakashi knelt on one knee, placed his right hand over his heart, and bowed his head. Uchiha Zhan shook his head with a wry smile, then crouched down to help him up. Kakashi caring about the health of one's subordinates is something every leader should do. Didn't the third Hokage do the same? Hatake Kakashi's mouth twitched. He didn't know if Uchiha Zhan was pretending or genuinely unaware. The third Hokage not only didn't care about his subordinates, but worked them to death. They were treated like beasts of burden, their wages delayed again and again. Whenever asked, he would say the village was in difficulty and everyone needed to share the hardship. He even required some people to pay for their positions. There were countless such incidents, but because the former leader was Sarutobi Hiruzen, they had grievances but dared not speak out. After all, there was a place for everyone. If you didn't do it, there were plenty of others willing to. The village wouldn't stop turning just because you were gone. Hatake Kakashi shook his head to clear his thoughts, then recounted the third Hokage's treatment of his subordinates. After hearing this, Uchiha Zhan nodded. No wonder he was a politician. No wonder the Sarutobi clan could muster a 3,000-strong Sarutobi army by the Fourth Shinobi World War. It turned out this guy was a capitalist reborn. Who said he was muddle-headed? Wasn't his accounting very clear? As for the accounts that weren't clear, it was because he didn't want them to be understood. Get it? And now I understand why Konoha, once the greatest village, has fallen to the point where even Kumogakure and Iwagakure dare to challenge it. This is what happens when a general is incompetent. It exhausts the entire village. No, that's not right. Sarutobi Hiruzen was too capable. He was capable of forming cliques for personal gain, of using public office for private benefit, of ceding territory and paying reparations, of suppressing those within. Uchiha Zhan's words left Hatake Kakashi stunned. Yet he could find no reason to refute them, because in his impression Sarutobi Hiruzen was exactly that kind of person. It could even be said that every word of Uchiha Zhan's evaluation of Sarutobi Hiruzen was fair and accurate, neither exaggerated nor understated. Suddenly Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow. You two, haven't you eavesdropped enough? Get out here. As he spoke, two figures jumped down from a tree. Originally, Uchiha Zhan hadn't detected them because this was the clan compound. Uchiha Shisui had not died and Uchiha Itachi had not been led astray, so within the clan grounds he had not been using chakra sensing. But just now Uchiha Itachi had yawned. Although Uchiha Shisui quickly covered it, the sound did not escape Uchiha Zhan's ears. Don't forget, he had merged with the founding of Konoha template of Uchiha Madara. In the Warring States period, when a single misstep could lead to death, Uchiha Madara, who became the supreme powerhouse, surely possessed unparalleled observational skills. The moonlight was like water, stretching the shadows of two youths wearing Uchiha clan kimonos long across the ground. Uchiha Zhan looked at the two, but said nothing. Eavesdropping was hardly polite. Uchiha Itachi did not react to Uchiha Zhan's gaze. After all, he was not good at social graces, and his way of handling matters was so unreasonable that it always ended in disaster. Uchiha Shisui, however, was different. There had been a time when, as the bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village, he was a master at saying the right thing to everyone, speaking human words to humans and ghost words to ghosts. He was especially sensitive to such things. He forced a smile onto his face. Zhan, this is all a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We were just passing by. We didn't mean to listen in on your conversation with Captain Kakashi. Even at this moment, Uchiha Shisui was winking at Uchiha Itachi and silently pleading with Kakashi. Uchiha Itachi was startled, but still nodded, indicating that Uchiha Shisui was right. Kakashi turned his head away. He had just pledged his loyalty to Uchiha Zhan, and now this punk was making faces at him. What was that supposed to mean? Should I agree or not? You're putting me in a position of disloyalty and dishonor. So Kakashi pretended not to have heard and looked up at the moon in the sky. That moon is a goddamn moon. Shisui felt a little awkward. After thinking for a moment, he knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, forgive me. We were patrolling the clan grounds, and were about to move elsewhere when we saw Senior Kakashi enter your room. We only thought to protect you, Lord Hokage. Please do not blame Itachi. This was all my idea. Uchiha Zhan nodded only after hearing this. I don't mean to blame you. But as members of the same clan, I don't want us to hide anything from one another. Besides, after the investiture ceremony 3 days from now, Shisui, Itachi, Kakashi, I will entrust you with important roles. We are all bound by mutual sincerity, so there is no need for concealment. Uchiha Zhan chuckled. Uchiha Shisui was deeply moved by Uchiha Zhan, so much that his eyes reddened. If not for Uchiha Zhan back then at the Naka River, he would likely have been in grave danger. Moreover, in the Battle of the North Gate with the Eight Tails and the Raikage's shameless fighting style, if Uchiha Zhan had not come to the rescue in time, he would probably have been subdued sooner or later. His Sharingan would have been ruined. Itachi looked at Uchiha Zhan without speaking because he still believed he himself was the elder brother. Still seeing how well Zhan treated Itachi, he felt pleased. Kakashi watched Uchiha Zhan with admiration. This was a truly wise ruler. Without speaking, merely standing there, he gave off an oppressive presence. When he spoke, it was like a spring breeze, making people feel comfortable and unable to help but pledge their loyalty. These methods were on a far higher level than the third Hokage's. To combine kindness and authority, one must first establish authority before granting favors. Showing only kindness will only make people think you are a soft-hearted fool. This is the same principle as the folk saying give someone a slap, then give them a sweet date. As a ruler, you cannot afford to be merciful. Since ancient times, true feelings have never held people's hearts, only calculated tactics won people over. These were things the people of the shinobi world did not know. Uchiha Zhan had learned them from a novel website called Yang Shizi in Another World, so handling these people was effortless. The group chatted about many more things from astronomy and geography to history and medicine. Uchiha Zhan could always speak eloquently, giving people the impression that he was learned and unfathomable. By this time, Uchiha Shursui and Kakashi admired Uchiha Zhan even more. Itachi said nothing, but his eager knowledge-seeking gaze betrayed the turmoil in his heart. Iwagakure. Inoki and his group hurried toward Iwagakure day and night, not daring to delay in the slightest. Only when Inoki stepped into the village did he let out a breath of relief. The trip from Konoha to Iwagakure usually took 4 days, yet he had forced it into a mere day and a half. Quick, tell me, did Konoha chase after us? Quick! Inoki panted, his expression grim. Lord Tsuchikage, no. Konoha's army did not chase after us at all. Akatsuchi looked at Inoki's terrified state and hesitated, as if about to speak. Inoki let out a sigh of relief and fainted. Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi turned pale. Lord Tsuchikage. Grandfather. The Iwagakure higher-ups soon arrived at the village entrance. Seeing the unconscious Inoki, they also turned pale and hastily called for the village's medical ninja to examine him. The medical ninja, seeing that the one who had fainted was Inoki, dared not be careless. He quickly put down his medical kit and began to examine him. After 10 minutes, the medical ninja breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the higher-ups Akatsuchi and Kuratsuchi present, he said, Lord Tsuchikage fainted because shock made his chi and blood unstable. On top of that, the tightly stretched string suddenly snapped, and so he lost consciousness. After saying this, the medical ninja packed up his medical kit and said, he will recover as long as he rests well. Thank you, doctor. Thank you, doctor. This is the consultation fee. Akatsuchi, as the third Tsuchikage's personal bodyguard, had a perfect grasp of social graces such as greasing palms and coordinating matters. The medical ninja declined again and again, but in the end, unable to refuse, he could only accept it. Kuratsuchi also sighed in relief. If her grandfather who loved her most had left her, she truly would not have known what to do. In the end, Akatsuchi carried the third Tsuchikage back to his home and gently laid him on the bed. Kuratsuchi meanwhile poured Akatsuchi a cup of hot water. Akatsuchi grinned sheepishly. Thank you, miss. Kuratsuchi shook her head. You are grandfather's guard, and I am grandfather's granddaughter. We are family, why talk about thanks? Kuratsuchi sat on a chair, crossing her long snow-white legs. Watching her sleeping grandfather, her thoughts drifted far away. Brother Deidara, where are you? Do you know grandfather fainted? Have you missed me? Have you been eating well out there? Akatsuki. Deidara was kneading spider clay when suddenly his chakra inexplicably went out of control, causing the spider clay to explode directly. Boom. A tremendous sound rang through the entire base. Nagato opened his eyes and glanced at Konan. Has Deidara wrecked the place again? Konan rubbed her head. Nagato, get some rest. I'll go take a look. Wait. After saying this, Nagato closed his eyes, and then Deva Path appeared in the hall. Let Pain's Deva Path accompany you. Otherwise I won't feel at ease. Nagato's lips curled upward as he spoke. Konan looked at Nagato, then at Deva Path, and her gaze softened. All right, Nagato. If you're tired, rest. Don't keep consuming chakra. You may still be relatively healthy now, but overusing chakra will consume your lifespan and rob you of your health. Konan's voice was gentle yet earnest. Nagato fell silent, then the corners of his mouth lifted. All right, go on. Deidara may be unreliable, but without a doubt his strength ranks in the top 4 in the organization. Don't let him get hurt. He will be the main force in our future plans. Nagato urged Konan to leave. Konan looked at Nagato with worry. Here she could still watch over him, and once she left, she would not know whether Nagato would recklessly use his chakra. In the end, it was only after Nagato's earnest persuasion that Konan left. After Konan left, the door was closed by Pain's Azura Path. Immediately afterward, Nagato's pupils contracted violently as he coughed harshly. Cough, 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 poth. Nagato spat out a mouthful of blood which dripped onto the floor. Then Pain's Preta Path wiped the floor clean and disposed of the paper. Nagato took a deep breath and looked in the direction Konan had gone. Konan, wait for me a little longer. Once I make this world feel pain, they will not dare to start wars carelessly. When that time comes, true peace will be achieved. Konan and Tiandao walked toward the organization's main hall, where they found Deidara standing there, his face smudged with soot, lost in thought. He stared at his own hands, brows furrowed. Xiaodi, what are you doing? Konan scolded. Gazing at the massive crater blown into the hall's floor, her heart ached. How much had this cost? Deidara shook his head. I don't know why. The explosive clay has been uncontrollable this time. It's the first occurrence in my life. This kind of thing. Sasori glanced at Deidara. Though he did not approve of Deidara's pursuit of art, Deidara was the only one who shared that same devotion to it. If Deidara himself claimed there was a problem with his controlled explosive clay, then matters were serious. Konan quickly stepped forward and placed a hand on Deidara's arm, her brows knitting. Your body seems fine. How could this be happening? Deidara shook his head, feeling an emptiness within. He hung his head, his mood deeply gloomy. Tiandao observed this scene and slowly spoke. Could it be that you miss home? Hearing this, Deidara paused briefly, then shook his head. A Wagakure has nothing worth missing. If there is anything, it would be the old man, and that brat Kuratsuchi. He sighed. But once I chose to desert, there was no turning back. If not for the old man pushing him too hard all those years ago, forcing him to learn dust release, he might still be serving as a jonin in a Wagakure today. Tiandao fell silent, walked over to Deidara, and patted his shoulder. When our shared goal is realized, you will have the chance to see them again. Deidara nodded, then left the organization's main hall, and headed to his private training ground to begin researching his explosion release ninjutsu. Tiandao suddenly turned to face Sasori. I heard your recent long trip caused quite a stir. MHM. Sasori nodded, then lowered his head to continue repairing his puppets. Hyaki Rasaku had been damaged by nearly a fifth during the last mission to rescue Chie. Over this period, he needed to work overtime to repair the damaged puppets. Kindo. He shook his head and walked toward the interior of the organization. As for the damaged floor, he chose to summon Kakuzu. Upon learning the full story, Kakuzu's face turned pale, his beady eyes trembling visibly. Leader, I must state beforehand. It's not that I'm unwilling to spend the money. I feel it is not worth spending money on a floor. Enough. Dismissed. Remember to take the money. Tiandao rubbed his head. He really did not want to argue with Kakuzu. When it came to money, Kakuzu could sit and lecture for an entire day over 10,000 ryo. Kakuzu shot Tiandao a resentful glance, cursing inwardly. Those who do not manage the household have no idea how expensive firewood and rice can be. That single floor, wouldn't it cost 100,000 ryo? Though 100,000 ryo was not a large sum, these 100,000s piling up would eventually be spent. However, since Tiandao had already spoken, he would still pay. So Kakuzu hired a craftsman and purchased the lowest grade materials for repairs. He had the craftsman perform the repairs. The craftsman, intimidated by Kakuzu's prowess, agreed immediately and got to work. Kakuzu secretly rejoiced. It seemed he could save another chunk of money on labor costs. Konan watched Kakuzu, her lip twitching. After all these years, how could Kakuzu still be so miserly? Over the past decades, the Akatsuki had taken on commissions from the black market totaling at least 1 billion ryo. Was he really going to throw away his pride over a mere 100,000 ryo? If Kakuzu knew what Konan was thinking, he would loudly declare, "Is it really that serious?" Oh, it was very serious. Konan merely shook her head, unable to change his stubbornness. Leaf Village. The preparations for the 5th Hokage's enthronement ceremony were underway, with everyone buzzing with excitement. Uchiha Zhan intended to pay a visit to the Hyuga clan district. The guards at the Hyuga residence, upon seeing that the visitor was Uchiha Zhan, naturally did not dare to block his way. One person went to notify Hyuga Hizashi while the other led Uchiha Zhan on a leisurely stroll through the Hyuga district. Suddenly, they heard the sound of fighting. Uchiha Zhan grew interested and followed the noise, spotting Hyuga Hinata and Hyuga Niji locked in fierce combat. Even while fighting, Niji was instructing, "Keep your footing steady, strike with precision. Let softness flow through your fists, yet hardness remain within your palms." The gentle fist may bear the name of softness, but hardness is equally indispensable. One must understand the harmony of both. In the original timeline, Niji might never have shared his understanding of the gentle fist with Hinata. But things were different now. Freed from the caged bird curse, he had found his liberty. His once shadowed heart had been illuminated by light. Everything around him appeared with newfound patience and joy. Moreover, Niji could feel her strength steadily approaching his own. This made Niji realize that Hinata's talent was no inferior to his own. Uchiha Zhan smiled and spoke, "Good. This is exactly how siblings should interact in their daily lives." Hearing his voice, Niji and Hinata paused their movements, turning to look toward the source. Recognizing it was Uchiha Zhan, both of their faces lit up with delight, and they simultaneously halted, running toward him. Hinata opened her arms, requesting a hug. Uchiha Zhan squatted down and lifted her into his embrace. A smile graced Hinata's face as she pressed her soft, chubby cheeks against Uchiha Zhan's. Uchiha Zhan's lips curved upward. Niji's mouth also tilted into a smile. It seemed his younger sister had fallen for Uchiha Zhan. Excellent. Niji would protect their love. Niji, Hinata, and Zhan, you are all here. Hyuga Hizashi's voice trailed off. His eyes widened in shock upon seeing his own daughter being affectionate with Uchiha Zhan. It was as if lightning had struck him. His eyes rolled back, and he nearly fainted, but the guards managed to catch him. "Lord, my lord, do not frighten me like this. Quick, someone come. The lord has fainted." Hyuga Hinata's face filled with worry. She looked at Uchiha Zhan, who nodded, and set her down before hurrying toward Hyuga Hizashi. He palpated Hyuga Hizashi's pulse, then breathed a sigh of relief. "There is no issue. Lord Hizashi simply has not rested well." With that, he pinched Hyuga Hizashi's philtrum. Soon Hyuga Hizashi slowly regained consciousness. He had just experienced a nightmare, dreaming that his daughter threw herself into Uchiha Zhan's arms. It was terrifying. I dozed off. Forgive me." As soon as he rose, he saw Uchiha Zhan crouching before him. Meanwhile, Hyuga Hinata held out a cup of tea to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan accepted it, then gently patted Hinata's head. Hinata lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushing, crimson steam almost visibly rising from her head. Witnessing this scene, Hyuga Hizashi nearly fainted once more. However, Uchiha Zhan spoke. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his accomplices still harbor designs and plan to cause trouble. If you faint again, I will not seek you out. Hearing these words, Hyuga Hisashi instantly perked up. He sat upright and fixed his gaze on Uchiha Zhan. Zhan, tell me, what should our Hyuga clan do? I shall follow your lead. I will regard you as our guiding light. Given the gravity of what was to unfold, Hayashi Hyuga led Uchiha Zhan toward the conference chamber. The room stood utterly vacant and eerily silent, only beginning to stir with life as Uchiha Zhan and his companions entered. Uchiha Zhan spoke first. Chief Hayashi, the Uchiha clan bears a notorious record in this village's history. As a member of that clan myself, do you believe I am worthy of becoming Hokage? Uchiha Zhan lifted his teacup to his lips and blew gently, waiting for Hayashi's response. Hayashi frowned. Who uttered such words? The one who devised such a remark is utterly vicious, daring to strike at you based on your lineage alone. You have yet to answer my question. Tell me, am I worthy of the Hokage position? Uchiha Zhan savored the tea, a trace of pleasure gracing his features. Hayashi immediately replied, Zhan, of course you are worthy. I support you. If not you, then who? Uchiha Zhan chuckled. What of Jiraiya? Upon hearing the name, Hayashi's expression shifted. You mean the third Hokage intends for Jiraiya to succeed as the fifth Hokage? Uchiha Zhan nodded. Frankly speaking, Jiraiya and Minato are not so different. Were I Sarutobi Hiruzen, I would also choose to hand the Hokage throne to Jiraiya. For that way I could remain behind the curtain, ruling from afar as the emeritus Hokage. Learning from Uchiha Zhan that the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still intended to resist filled Hayashi with fury. That old man had been offered dignity, yet he refused it. Did he truly believe the clans of Konoha were nothing more than clay figures? Hayashi slammed his palm on the table. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If Jiraiya were chosen as the fifth Hokage, I would never agree. Uchiha Zhan smiled and nodded. Calm yourself. Am I agitated? Hayashi's neck stiffened, his face flushed red. Hyuga Niji dared not speak. A mere genin had no place in discussions concerning the village's sovereignty. Hyuga Hinata watched Uchiha Zhan with deep concern, wondering if he might come to blows with her father. If a fight were to break out, which side should I take? Father or Uchiha Zhan? This matter has not been finalized. Besides, does he, Sarutobi Hiruzen, truly treat the other clans as fools? During the fourth Hokage's tenure, the manner in which all matters were handled bore the unmistakable style of the third. Such an incident has already occurred once. Does he wish for it to happen again? Uchiha Zhan sneered. Hayashi's eyes brightened. Then you have a solution, Zhan. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Minato. The key to resolving this matter lies with him. Do not forget his master is Jiraiya. You mean? Hayashi frowned. At the tavern, Jiraiya held a Konoha newspaper in one hand while sipping sake and devouring skewers with the other. Back then, I merely thought the old man's mistakes were limited to territorial concessions and reparations. But looking at it now, those were the mildest of consequences. Jiraiya downed an entire bottle of sake in one gulp, then burst into hearty laughter. Oh, that hits the spot. Suddenly a pale figure appeared beside him, its voice hoarse. Jiraiya, do you still intend to support the old man? Hearing that familiar voice, Jiraiya's pupils contracted. He turned to see Orochimaru raising a cup toward him. Jiraiya's eyes reddened. Orochimaru, why did you not return? Did you not know I have been searching for you all this time? He took another swig from his flask and let out a burp. Orochimaru sighed. Tell me, do you believe such a village deserves to exist? The Hokage lays schemes against his own people, seeking to use them as test subjects. Behind closed doors, people are abducted. And even after the experiments conclude, he seeks to silence all witnesses. I lost all faith in this Konoha. However, recently an interesting young one has appeared. Orochimaru picked up the newspaper and glanced at the editor's name printed at the bottom, Uchiha Zhan. The article not only documented Sarutobi Hiruzen's deeds over the years, but also included photographs of Uchiha Zhan critically injuring Chidori, capturing the eight-tails Jinchuriki alive, and severing a tailed beast bomb with his blade. Orochimaru, are you saying you were manipulated by your sensei and forced to leave the village? Jiraiya's pupils shrank. He had never imagined such a truth. Indeed, for someone of your intellect, grasping this much is already commendable. However, it was not the old man himself who ordered it. He merely permitted Danzo to act. Because Sarutobi Hiruzen required a compliant puppet, not a fourth Hokage with independent will. At first he had chosen you. But since you visited me and rarely returned to the village, he settled for the next best option, your disciple Minato. Orochimaru took a sip of his drink, closed his eyes, and savored the flavor. Truly a fine tavern. Compared to the wine served at the base he had established elsewhere, this was far superior. Jiraiya's mind grew clouded. He had never expected the old man to be so calculating, so scheming. Orochimaru observed Jiraiya's stunned expression and patted his shoulder. Shall we make a wager? A wager? Jiraiya paused, his thoughts drifting back to their childhood when they often gambled. Yet Orochimaru always emerged victorious, leaving Jiraiya deeply frustrated. This time Orochimaru proposed a bet right here, evoking a powerful sense of nostalgia. Let us wager that today Sarutobi Hiruzen will send someone to summon you and ask you to assume the role of fifth Hokage. If they do not come, I shall return to the village with you and face judgment. What do you say? Orochimaru's lips curled upward. Agreed, I accept. Before Jiraiya could finish, Orochimaru pressed a slender finger to his lips. Hold on. If they do come, you must promise me one thing: return and play along with his performance. Jiraiya was taken aback. Yet remembering that Orochimaru would return to Konoha, he knew he had to seize this opportunity. Orochimaru giggled softly. Someone approaches. I shall make my exit. With that, he transformed into a small snake and coiled itself around Jiraiya's wrist. Jiraiya stared in surprise at his wrist, but said nothing. Suddenly, a domineering voice rang out at the tavern entrance. Konoha shinobi on duty. All idlers clear out immediately. Upon hearing the word Konoha, the most powerful village in the shinobi world, the patrons fled without hesitation. Jokes aside, they feared that lingering even a moment longer could cost them their lives. In these times, the status of shinobi was exceedingly high, while commoners were regarded no differently from livestock to be slaughtered at whim. The tavern owner began to weep. You have not paid. Do not run away. Good heavens. Are Konoha people really this overbearing? The ninja frowned and was about to execute the noisy tavern owner on the spot. However, Jiraiya blurred forward in an instant, delivering a crushing palm strike toward the ninja. With a thunderous crash, the Konoha ninja was sent flying. Apologies, brothers. Yesterday, my fever reached 38. 3C, and today it rose to 38. 5C, so I updated a bit late. Please beg for updates. 5-star reviews and likes are greatly appreciated. Ow ow. Who the hell are you? How dare you lay a hand on a leaf ninja? Do you have a death wish? The leaf ninja, who had been sent flying, grimaced in pain. Hey, I'm Jiraiya. Got a problem with that? Jiraiya snorted coldly, utterly disgusted by such dissipated trash. Jiraiya. Your Lord Jiraiya. The ninja scrambled to his feet, his face lighting up with joy as he knelt before him. Don't try to cozy up to me. I ask you, why do you act with such arrogance? Do you not realize that this sort of behavior tarnishes the reputation of the leaf? Jiraiya's eyes burned with fury. Please forgive me, Lord Jiraiya. I have my reasons, the leaf ninja said bitterly. First, compensate the tavern owner for the damages. Then you can tell me your reasons. His tone brooked no argument, and he fixed the leaf ninja with a cold stare. Unable to bear the pressure, the ninja quickly paid for the day's meals and compensated for the damaged property. The owner wanted to kneel to Jiraiya, but Jiraiya waved a hand. This is merely what he owes you. If he dares to cause trouble again, come here and find a way to contact me. I'll skin him alive. Jiraiya glanced at the leaf ninja, who trembled and hastily stammered that he wouldn't dare. Only then did Jiraiya let him go, grabbing him and dragging him toward the back courtyard. Once they reached a secluded spot, Jiraiya released his grip and flung the man to the ground. You worthless cur. Unless you give me a damned good explanation, I'll personally haul you to prison. Hearing this, the leaf ninja's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically. Lord Jiraiya, we didn't mean any harm. It's just that Leaf Scouts reported you were on this street. And the third Hokage ordered us to bring you back, by any means necessary. So I resorted to slightly aggressive methods. The Leaf Ninja said pitifully. You're saying the old man put you up to this? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes, releasing a wave of killing intent. The Leaf Ninja suddenly realized he might have just sold out the Hokage. So he gritted his teeth and insisted, this was entirely my doing. It had nothing to do with Lord Third. Please just return to the village, Lord Jiraiya. Once we're back, I'll accept whatever punishment you deem fit. Jiraiya sneered and was about to refuse when a sharp pain shot through his wrist, Orochimaru's signal urging him to agree first. Jiraiya's expression flickered, and he finally stroked the little snake coiled around his wrist, which ceased its biting. He spoke very well. In that case, I'm curious to see the old man. I wonder when he became so unscrupulous. To track someone down, he'd even expel and beat civilians. With that, he strode out of the tavern first. But he found the area already surrounded by ENBU ninjas under Hiruzen Sarutobi's command. Beyond them, a crowd of civilians watched curiously. Who could be commanding such an extravagant display? The ANBU, upon seeing Jiraiya, immediately knelt and shouted in unison, Please return to the village, Lord Jiraiya. Please return to the village, Lord Jiraiya. Please return to the village, Lord Jiraiya. The thunderous chorus made Jiraiya's face darken. All of you get up. But the ANBU did not move. They remained kneeling, their eyes fixed on him, as if they would never rise unless he agreed. Unable to stand the strange looks from the crowd any longer, Jiraiya snapped, Lead the way. At once the ANBU rose in unison, splitting into two groups. One to lead the way ahead, the other to watch him from behind. It felt less like escorting him back to the village, and more like escorting a prisoner. Jiraiya was furious, but Orochimaru's voice urged him to endure. When they reached Konoha, the guards at the gate recognized Jiraiya and immediately made way. After all, he was the third Hokage's direct disciple, a legendary figure who had performed remarkable feats in the second and third Great Ninja Wars. Jiraiya waved them off. Once inside the village, the ANBU leader spoke. Please accompany us to the Sarutobi clan grounds to meet the Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. The Sarutobi grounds. Isn't the old man in his office? Jiraiya already knew what Hiruzen had done. He asked merely to put the ANBU on the spot. The ANBU's face turned pale, and for a moment they didn't know how to answer. In the end, they simply repeated, please accompany us to the Sarutobi clan grounds to meet the Hokage Lord Jiraiya. Jiraiya suddenly lost interest. He waved a hand. Tell the old man to wait. I've been travel-worn and dusty this whole way. I haven't bathed yet. I'll go after I've washed up. The ANBU tried to speak again, but Jiraiya's eyes had already turned vicious. They quickly shut their mouths. Yes, Lord Jiraiya. We'll report to the third Hokage immediately. With that, the ANBU scattered in a hurry. Jiraiya headed home, for Orochimaru was still on his wrist. There were things he couldn't rest easy about unless he asked clearly. Once home, Jiraiya shut the door and laid sealing jutsu to prevent anyone from prying into his privacy. Only after all preparations were complete did he speak. All right, the sealing array is in place. If you have something to say it now. At that, Orochimaru dispelled his transformation jutsu, unabashedly settling onto Jiraiya's sofa and smiling at him. Jiraiya's mouth twitched. If you need me to play along in some act, just say so. No need for all this posturing. You know I don't like negotiations. Jiraiya stood on the floor looking at Orochimaru, who wasted no time. You cooperate with Hiruzen Sarutobi and become the 5th Hokage's successor. Huh, are you serious? Me playing along with the old man as the 5th Hokage? Jiraiya frowned and immediately began, I know you love freedom and despise politics. But I said you only need to play along. Leave everything else to me. Orochimaru's eyes sharpened, and he licked his lips, a murderous glint in his gaze. During this time, I'll remain transformed as your bracelet hidden on your person. Orochimaru closed his eyes after speaking. But this time Jiraiya seemed to understand. His lips trembled. Orochimaru. You're going to assassinate the old man. Have you lost your mind? He's our teacher. The leaf has rotted to its core. And the root cause of all this decay is Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. Jiraiya, you and I both come from commoner backgrounds. We know how hard ordinary people have it. But since the old man took power, his deeds have only weakened the leaf further. If we don't remove him, my heart will never rest. And once the leaf falls, have you ever considered how commoners like us would survive? Have you forgotten the 3 commoner children from the land of rain? Orochimaru's eyes were red as he stared at Jiraiya. Jiraiya heard Orochimaru's angry roar of voice from the depths of his heart. He clenched his fists. When he looked up at Orochimaru's eyes, they were already bloodshot. It seemed he had been greatly shocked, and he sat down. Grasping his already snow-white hair, the concepts of morality and the village waged ceaseless war within his heart. Jiraiya, as long as you let me kill the old man, I will accept everything that follows. The trial, even exchanging my life for his. I will have no complaints whatsoever, simply because I want to protect our village. Orochimaru was about to kneel to Jiraiya. Jiraiya quickly supported him, recalling the bits and pieces of the past. He took a deep breath. I understand. I'll help you this time. Jiraiya felt his whole body go limp, wanting to sleep. The amount of information he had received in this moment was too great. The old man wanted to turn him into a puppet. Orochimaru wanted to kill the old man for the sake of Konoha. One thing after another made his head spin. Orochimaru steadied him, and then said, I'll go heat some water for you. Since you said you'd bathe, you must do it. We can't let the old man suspect anything. Also take this. If you encounter a question you can't answer, I'll tell you. Orochimaru handed Jiraiya an object resembling a magnet. This thing can be used for communication. Hang it on your earlobe. Orochimaru's lips curled upward. Jiraiya obediently hung it on, then Orochimaru closed his mouth and channeled chakra into the magnet in his hand. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. He heard Orochimaru's voice. Orochimaru smiled slightly. This thing is still just my recent invention, barely enough for us two to use. Jiraiya nodded, and finally he began to rest while Snake Ant, no Snake Uncle, was in charge of heating the water. Sarutobi compound. Sarutobi Hiruzen sat in the seat of honor with Uchiha Koharu beside him. Sarutobi Hiruzen knew that given Jiraiya's personality, once he returned to the village he would immediately come to pay his respects. After all, he was his most devoted disciple. Suddenly several figures appeared outside the door, kneeling on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen savored this feeling, slowly rising from his seat and walking toward them, with Uchiha Koharu following closely behind. When he drew near, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Didn't the message say Jiraiya agreed to return to the village? Where is he? Sarutobi Hiruzen was somewhat angry. Lord Hokage Jiraiya said that after the dusty journey, he plans to go home and take a bath first before coming. The Umbu ninja replied. Sarutobi Hiruzen was taken aback. Since when did his precious disciple start paying attention to hygiene? But since it was so, he would wait a bit longer. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded and dismissed them, then began to ponder what he should say to Jiraiya when he arrived. How could he make Jiraiya cooperate with him to become the 5th Hokage? Hyuga compound. Just as Uchiha Zhan was deep in discussion with Hyuga Hayashi about how to counter the conspiracy of the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Suddenly someone knocked on the door of their meeting room. Uchiha Zhan's voice stopped abruptly. Hyuga Hayashi couldn't help frowning. Who the hell is that? So rude. Hyuga Hayashi gave Hyuga Niji a look. Hyuga Niji nodded and walked toward the door. He opened it and saw Uchiha Itachi clad in a Uchiha ninja combat uniform. Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow at the sight of Uchiha Itachi. If his guess was correct, Jiraiya had returned to the village. Uchiha Itachi stepped forward and said to Uchiha Zhan, Jiraiya has returned to the village. Should we proceed with? Uchiha Itachi made a throat-slitting gesture. Uchiha Zhan shook his head. Wait until he returns from Sarutobi Hiruzen's place, then we'll pay him a visit. Call Shursui. If he won't listen to reason, we'll show him what it means to conquer with virtue. Uchiha Zhan said lightly. Uchiha Itachi nodded, then bowed to Hyuga Hayashi and left the hall, closing the door behind him. Hyuga Hayashi swallowed. Your brother. Has he always been like this? Uchiha Zhan nodded. In his eyes there are only missions and his little brother. Of course I mean Sasuke. Hyuga Hayashi nodded. He knew Uchiha Zhan didn't want to continue this topic, so he must be tactful and not dwell on the other's shortcomings. By the way, Zhan, what do you mean by conquer with virtue? Isn't reasoning with people the same as conquering with virtue? Hyuga Hayashi was puzzled. Uchiha Zhan smiled. I named my Susanoo virtue. If he doesn't appreciate the favor, I'll smash him with Susanoo. That's what I call conquering with virtue. This smile and tone sent a chill down Hyuga Hayashi's spine. Luckily, he and Uchiha Zhan were on the same side, otherwise he wouldn't even know how he died. What the hell? So that's how you use conquer with virtue. Hyuga Hayashi forced a smile on his face and poured Uchiha Zhan a cup of sake. Ahem, Zhan, let's drink. Let's not be hasty. After all, Jiraiya's prestige in the village is still very high. Uchiha Zhan drained his cup and sighed. Don't I know? He is a hero, a man of valor. But now that we've come this far, do you think we can still back down? If we retreat, will the ninja clans that rebelled with us and killed Shimura Danzo's forces agree? If we retreat, the Uchiha can be safe, because we have 3 pairs of Mangekyo. What about the Hyuga Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi? Uchiha Zhan said slowly. Hyuga Hayashi trembled, then poured Uchiha Zhan another cup of sake. He nodded. In that case, if he doesn't cooperate, we'll have to send him to the Pure Land. Next year, I'll have the entire clan bring flowers and paper money to visit him. Hyuga Hayashi felt he had been too merciful. From today onward, he would change. Uchiha Zhan glanced at him and then nodded. I'm a bit hungry. I hear the chefs of the Hyuga clan are exceptionally skilled. A perfectly timed opening of the pot can keep the fish meat at its most tender. I wonder if I'll have the chance to taste it today. Hyuga Hayashi was delighted and nodded. Of course we do. So he sent Hinata to inform the head chef to prepare the fish immediately. Hinata knew this was what Uchiha Zhan wanted to eat, so she opened the door and ran off as fast as she could. In Hinata's eyes, it was simply that Uchiha Zhan wanted to eat fish. Little did she know that those who eat together are considered one's own. In other words, Uchiha Zhan regarded Hyuga Hayashi and the Hyuga clan as his own people, which is why he acted this way. As for fresh fish, with the Uchiha clan's wealth and Sharingan, what kind of fish couldn't they obtain? Why insist on eating fish here? Jiraiya sat in the wooden barrel, his hands resting on its rim, eyes closed as he used chakra to draw water, cleansing his body and expelling impurities from within. Orochimaru meanwhile munched on potato chips, turned on the television, and held the Konoha Daily News, reading with relish the secrets of Shimura Danzo and the old man along with their crimes and evidence. Whoever invented this Konoha Daily News is a genius. Because of the information gap, the villagers are called fools, but newspapers not only enlighten the people, to some extent, they are a means of controlling public opinion. With the newspaper in hand, if you want to praise a clan, that clan becomes the pride of Konoha. If you want to slander a clan, that clan becomes a pile of dung. Orochimaru clicked his tongue in admiration. Jiraiya stood up, his body free of grime, and even his white hair seemed 3 shades brighter. Orochimaru tossed him a kimono without looking back, and Jiraiya caught it and quickly put it on. Do you think if we ran something like this, we could win back the people's hearts? Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru gave him a look as if he were an idiot. First of all, let's not even talk about whether you can produce such a newspaper or have any inspiration. Even if you did, do you think Uchiha Zhan would let you succeed? One Susanoo, and you and your shop would be selling in the Pure Land. Jiraiya realized the truth, scratching his head. He had been daydreaming. He picked up a towel and began drying his hair. Let's go, time to head out. He looked at Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded, transforming into a small snake tied around Jiraiya's wrist. At the same time, he wondered, after all these years, had Sarutobi-sensei's eloquence improved at all? Was he still mouthing off about the empty grandiose will of fire, or? Orochimaru didn't know, but he would soon see Sarutobi Hiruzen and find out. Sarutobi clan compound. Sarutobi Hiruzen waited and waited, but Jiraiya still hadn't arrived, which infuriated him. However, remembering that he needed Jiraiya's help, he suppressed his temper. In reality, less than 30 minutes had passed, but time is harder for those who wait, while those being waited upon act with impunity. It was just like college students waiting for their girlfriends outside the female dormitory at 8 a.m. They could skip class, but never skip bringing breakfast for their girlfriends. If you find a good one, great. Career and love both flourish. If you find a bad one who is picky, then good luck. Uchiha Koharu, standing nearby, also looked displeased. What was up with Jiraiya? Had he suddenly changed his nature? Just then the door swung open. Jiraiya walked in wearing a black kimono. The black kimono not only made him look slimmer, but also highlighted the handsomeness of his white hair fresh from a bath. Jiraiya, you're here. Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face lit up with a smile. He even rose from his seat, walked down, and grabbed Jiraiya's arm, showing great delight. Sensei, if you call I have to come back, Jiraiya said with a sunny smile. With an outsider Uchiha Kohara present, he couldn't call Sarutobi Hiruzen old man, so addressing him as sensei was appropriate. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen grinned from ear to ear and pulled Jiraiya inside. Jiraiya chose to comply. Suddenly a voice sounded, "Tisk, tisk, tisk, I really want to inject a lethal poison into the old man's body. That way he'll either die or be severely injured, and then I'll finish him with a sword." Jiraiya quickly channeled chakra to reply. Hey Orochimaru, don't be reckless. If you do that I'll probably be expelled from Konoha village forever. If it weren't for that concern I'd have already done it. Orochimaru had already prepared a backup plan for Jiraiya. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment someone came to announce report. Third Hokage-sama Namikaze Minato and Hatake Kakashi request an audience. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been in a good mood due to Jiraiya's return, but upon hearing that Namikaze Minato and Kakashi were coming his face immediately fell. Not seeing them. Tell them I'm not home. As soon as Sarutobi Hiruzen issued the dismissal, he heard a shout, Naruto. A figure appeared in the center of the group, a spinning Rasengan, still whirring in his hand. I said, Third Hokage-sama, aren't you home? Why lie to me? Namikaze Minato, controlling Uzumaki Naruto's body, looked up and sneered. Protect Yondaime-sama. Hatake Kakashi was the first to step forward, followed by the neutral faction ANBU, who had chosen to follow him. As soon as Kakashi spoke, the ninjas immediately moved to shield Uzumaki Naruto's body, preventing the third Hokage's side from using any underhanded tactics to harm the fourth Hokage's son. Jiraiya was stunned. Damn, how had he gotten caught up in the political struggle between the old and new Hokages? He really wanted to run away now. But the door was blocked solidly by Kakashi. Just then Orochimaru's voice echoed in his mind, don't panic. Just watch. No matter what, you won't be in mortal danger. Namikaze Minato values loyalty and friendship above all. You taught him too much for him to harm you. If the third Hokage is rejected by you, he will only concede defeat and stop contending for power. But if the new Hokage changes, he will seize control of Konoha again. That absolutely cannot happen. So Jiraiya, pretend to cooperate with the old man for now. When the inauguration ceremony comes, I'll take all the blame. Orochimaru's voice was calm as he analyzed the situation for Jiraiya, who was deeply moved. Yondaime, shouldn't you have informed me before coming? I could have prepared tea for you. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen said coldly. Hell, I can't afford your tea, third Hokage. I came here to warn my teacher not to stray from the right path. Namikaze Minato looked at Jiraiya with sincere expression. Jiraiya lowered his head under his burning gaze. Minato shivered. Could it be that his teacher had already made his choice? Even if the third Hokage was guilty of heinous crimes, even if he endangered the village, would Jiraiya-sensei still help him seize the position of fifth Hokage? In that instant Minato's mind raced. Suddenly the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen burst into laughter. Jiraiya, you need to discipline your apprentice well. He can't see the big picture. Everything I have done is for Konoha, for Lord Tobirama. Remember, I am the Hokage appointed by Lord Tobirama, the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly erupted. Oh, if Lord Tobirama were aware in the Pure Land that you have become this kind of person, I'm afraid he would personally come to clean house, wouldn't he? Minato Namikaze sneered. Not to mention anything else, the third Hokage's cruel treatment of his own son alone was enough to extinguish whatever gratitude had existed between them. Father. Naruto, within the consciousness space, had also learned the truth of what happened back then from the Nine Tails and his father over the past few days. Thus the gratitude he had once felt for the third Hokage had now turned into hatred. Minato, you are still young. You don't understand. I'm giving you a chance now. Stand down or don't blame me for being impolite. Hiruzen Sarutobi had already begun to threaten, waving his right hand. Enma. In the next moment a black iron staff appeared in his palm, and he assumed a battle stance. Impolite. How are you going to suppress and kill me and my son together? Minato Namikaze was enraged. Taking control of his son's body, he borrowed chakra from the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails curled the corners of his mouth. This sort of spectacle with humans slaughtering each other was his favorite thing to watch, so of course, he had to lend the chakra. In the next moment Naruto's body turned golden, and the Nine Tails' natural chakra within him surged endlessly. A sword of ninja love appeared in Minato Namikaze's hand, and he caught it, holding it protectively in front of his chest. Seeing this, Jiraiya couldn't help recalling that in the past when Minato fought him, he had used the same stance. Only then did he believe that Minato's soul truly resided within Naruto's body. Haha, a grand disciple attacking his grandmaster, truly worthy of the Hokage lineage. Killing one's master has become a tradition. Still, this Hiruzen Sarutobi truly deserves death. Orochimaru licked his lips and sent a voice transmission. Arrogant. The third Hokage hurled his iron staff, and at the instant it was about to strike Minato Namikaze, it transformed into a cage wrapping him inside. Hiruzen Sarutobi's hands swiftly formed seals. Fire release, fire dragon, flame bullet. A dragon-headed fire missile flew from his mouth, shooting straight toward the cage that trapped Minato Namikaze. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. A cage plus fire. The old man was truly out for blood. He had to stop him. However, just as Jiraiya was about to act, a kunai flew out of the cage. In a flash, Naruto appeared outside the cage and hurled 2 kunai at once. One shot toward Hiruzen Sarutobi, the other flew toward the space above him. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. The Flying Thunder God technique is it. Although Hiruzen Sarutobi had never mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, he still had some understanding of the ninjutsu within the sealing arts. He placed his right hand behind his back, channeled his chakra, and prepared to use Wind Release Gale Palm. In the next instant, Naruto appeared exactly as expected. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes hardened. His right hand glowed with white light and trembled with air currents as he struck toward Naruto. Naruto smirked, his figure vanishing and reappearing above Hiruzen Sarutobi. This technique is called Flying Thunder God second step. I comprehended it during the Nine-Tails Rampage. Prepare to die, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Huh. A Rasengan swiftly took shape in Naruto's hand. This Rasengan was condensed from Nine-Tails chakra, and its color was not blue, but blood red. Crimson Jade Rasengan. He smashed it toward Hiruzen Sarutobi's neck. Seeing the imminent danger, Jiraiya darted over in a flash, then spread his white hair and wrapped it around Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto's pupils contracted. He clearly had not expected Jiraiya to help Hiruzen Sarutobi. He struck with the Crimson Jade Rasengan, but it did not deal much damage to Jiraiya. Sorry, Minato. No matter how much you hate Hiruzen Sarutobi, I cannot allow you to slay him in Konoha. Don't forget you are a Konoha shinobi, and he is Konoha's third Hokage. Jiraiya closed his eyes, withdrew his hair, and sighed. Naruto landed at first bewildered, then gave a wry smile. So that's how it is. Master Jiraiya, this is the last time I call you master. With that, he walked toward the door as if his soul had left him. His own time was running out. He had to eliminate the third Hokage for Naruto's sake to ensure that Naruto could grow up strong in the future. Now that it had come to this, he could only go and beg one person, Uchiha Zhan. Parents do not ask their children for great achievements. They only hope their children can be healthy and safe. The third Hokage's deeds had made Minato Namikaze understand that as long as Hiruzen remained alive and in power, Naruto would never be safe. That was why he had originally wanted to persuade Master Jiraiya not to get involved. But who could have known that Master Jiraiya would cling to old bonds? That left him only one path: kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. But Master Jiraiya had just used ninja art Needle Jizo, a technique that had been used to withstand his Rasengan, costing him the best chance to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. In other words, there was now no way for him to kill Hiruzen Sarutobi. Everyone follow me. Naruto spoke, then turned sideways and cast a cold glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi. The corner of Hiruzen Sarutobi's mouth curled up. Jiraiya watched the departing Minato Namikaze, lost in thought. Just then Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. Jiraiya, you did very well. You are worthy to be called my proudest disciple. Hearing this, Jiraiya snapped back to reality. His proudest disciple. He remembered those words of Hiruzen Sarutobi. At first they had belonged to Orochimaru, then to Tsunade. Oh, as for himself, he had been the dead last. Had it not been for the inheritance he received at Mount Myaboku, he would probably still be an overlooked nobody. And now that 2 of the Sannin had already left, he had become the proudest disciple. How laughable. Still, it was better not to reveal any of this. Afterward, Jiraiya and Hiruzen Sarutobi went back and forth for a long while, but in the end it all revolved around one purpose: to have Jiraiya ascend to the position of 5th Hokage. Jiraiya declined, saying he had no idea how to run the village. Hearing this, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, brightened. If there is something you don't know, you may come and ask me. This old man will certainly tell you everything he knows. In the end, after a baffling conversation, Jiraiya agreed. This delighted Hiruzen Sarutobi, who personally poured wine for his disciple. Kohara Udatane was also nearby, cheerfully offering a toast, while Jiraiya played along with their performance. After the banquet ended and the guests dispersed, he headed home. As soon as he returned to the living room, Jiraiya felt a wave of stuffy heat and darkness, so he turned on the light, went into his bedroom, found a set of casual clothes, and put them on. When he came out of the bedroom, he was dumbfounded and half of his drunkenness instantly scattered. At some point, 3 young men had appeared in his living room. One sat in the front, one guarded the door, and the other was at his side. As he pushed open the bedroom door, 3 pairs of Sharingan turned to look at him in unison. Hello, Senior Jiraiya. Let me introduce myself. My name is Uchiha Zhan. The young man on the sofa rose to his feet and smiled. Just as Jiraiya stepped out of his own room, the Uchiha ninja beside him raised his ninja blade and pressed it against his neck. The steel blade gleamed under the light, almost blinding Jiraiya's eyes. He heard Uchiha Zhan greet him from the sofa, speaking with a forced smile. I've heard of you, I've heard of you. You're the one who eliminated Danzo and repelled the siege of the 3 great ninja villages. Lord Jiraiya, you're mistaken. It was through the joint efforts of the people and the ninja clans that we eradicated the Leaf's cancer Shimura Danzo, and through our united will that we drove away the invaders. Uchiha Zhan flashed his classic fake smile. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, muttering inwardly, this kid really has a silver tongue, turning black into white. Orochimaru chuckled softly, stepping down from Jiraiya's arm and canceling his transformation technique. He first looked at the person beside Jiraiya and spoke slowly. Itachi-kun, long time no see. Uchiha Itachi remained expressionless with an air of stay away. Orochimaru paid it no mind, and turned to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan, those words of yours just now left a deep impression on me. With everyone's joint efforts we eliminate the cancer and drive away the invaders. Oh, Orochimaru-senpai, are you interested in those words too? Uchiha Zhan looked at him. I'm fine, but I'm curious. How can someone your age understand politics better than us old-timers? Orochimaru studied Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan's expression remained unchanged. Maybe it's a talent, just like our Uchiha clan is born with the Sharingan, which many people can only dream of. His words were a jab at Orochimaru, for he knew that Orochimaru had once coveted Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, and still did even now. Orochimaru's expression shifted, and he looked at Uchiha Zhan warily, thinking to himself, could this brat know I want the Sharingan? Forget it, I won't talk about you. Today we mainly came to see Jiraiya-senpai. With that, Uchiha Zhan gave Uchiha Itachi a glance. Uchiha Itachi nodded, and then lowered the steel blade in his hand. Uchiha Zhan slowly walked toward Jiraiya. Jiraiya-senpai, are you really determined to step into the muddy waters of the 5th Hokage of Konoha? Think carefully. You're going against 70 of the ninja clans in Konoha. What's more, if things go wrong, even as one of the 3 legendary ninja, you might end up disgraced and ruined. Yes, Uchiha Zhan was threatening him. A blatant threat to make Jiraiya back down. Jiraiya was not without a temper. Regardless of whether it was Orochimaru's plan, being threatened like this would not leave him indifferent. You brat. Before Jiraiya could finish, he saw Uchiha Zhan's eyes transform from 3 tomo into the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. A cold, damp, and endless wave of chakra like the sea surged from Uchiha Zhan's body. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru turned pale the moment they felt it. They were like tiny fishing boats in a raging storm, facing the might of heaven and earth, only praying for the storm to pass quickly. Jiraiya shut up first. Uchiha Zhan, I think there's a misunderstanding. How about we put away the chakra first? Orochimaru smiled. He carefully watched Uchiha Zhan's expression, because from that single test he knew that even if he and Jiraiya combined, they were no match for this young man. Uchiha Zhan glanced at him, then withdrew his chakra, waiting quietly for his explanation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intimidating Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Reward: Impure World Reincarnation Complete Version 1 Mount Mayaboku Summoning Scroll. Uchiha Zhan was taken aback. There were rewards for this too. The Impure World Reincarnation technique was good, but what about the Mount Mayaboku Summoning Scroll? Was the system asking him to sign a contract with Mount Mayaboku? Lord Zhan, are you spacing out? Orochimaru tested. Uchiha Zhan came back to his senses. Go on, what did I misunderstand? Orochimaru then told Uchiha Zhan about his plan to assassinate Hiruzen Sarutobi. Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow. This was exactly the kind of thing Orochimaru would do. He looked at Jiraiya with suspicion and slowly spoke. Can you be sure that Jiraiya-senpai won't betray us? Orochimaru fell silent, looked at Jiraiya, then back at Uchiha Zhan. If he betrays us, I, Orochimaru, will take my own life before you as an apology. At these words, Uchiha Shursui and Uchiha Itachi frowned, and Jiraiya's pupils contracted. Orochimaru, what are you doing? Orochimaru looked calmly at Jiraiya. I've said it before. Konoha has become rotten to the core. Only drastic measures can breathe new life into this decaying village. For this I'm willing to bear the infamy myself. If you still care about the old man, then living is meaningless. Go ahead and take my head to the old man and trade it for your future. With that, Orochimaru summoned the Kusanagi sword, handed the hilt to Jiraiya, placed the sharp blade against his own neck, and smiled at Jiraiya. Now it's your choice, the old man or me. Orochimaru spoke lightly, but his eyes never left Jiraiya. Even Uchiha Zhan was confused by this scene. He had to admit Orochimaru had true courage and boldness. No wonder so many people followed him loyally and refused to betray him. With this kind of spirit, he was worthy of being the most charismatic person in the Hokage's world. Jiraiya tossed the sword aside, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. I understand. Orochimaru smiled and slung his arm around Jiraiya's shoulder. I knew you couldn't bear to lose me. Jiraiya pushed him away and snorted. Orochimaru didn't mind and looked at Uchiha Zhan. Now do you believe me? Uchiha Zhan hesitated slightly. I do. Thank you, Orochimaru said with a smirk. But Orochimaru-senpai, I had originally planned to rehabilitate you and let you return to the new Konoha to continue your research. Doing this makes it a bit difficult for me to manage. Uchiha Zhan looked troubled. After all, anyone who had transmigrated into Naruto knew that Orochimaru held the core technology. Losing a talent like that would be a terrible waste. Orochimaru was stunned. He stared at Uchiha Zhan, momentarily at a loss. You don't mind my past actions? Orochimaru's eyes locked onto Uchiha Zhan, trying to discern whether he was sincere. Shimura Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi conducted experiments on the Senju clan and the villagers. I won't do that. Instead, I'll hand over the most heinous criminals for you to experiment on. It won't violate the principles of humanity or the bonds of the village. Uchiha Zhan spoke slowly. Uchiha Zhan and Orochimaru conversed for a considerable time, eventually parting with mutual satisfaction. Shortly after their departure, Uchiha Zhan encountered Minato Namikaze and his party, who were walking toward Jiraiya's residence with solemn expressions. Uchiha Zhan quickly stopped them and cast a genjutsu on Naruto Uzumaki, allowing Minato Namikaze Naruto and Kurama to witness the events that had just transpired. Minato Namikaze's expression softened, and he said politely, thank you. Lord Fourth Hokage, you flatter me. My father was once your closest friend. Now that you've returned, why not visit the Uchiha compound for some hot tea? Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. Naturally, Minato Namikaze replied with a beaming smile, leading Kakashi and the others to follow him to the Uchiha compound. Outside Jiraiya's residence, a sake flask smashed against the window, startling Orochimaru and Jiraiya. They exchanged a glance and immediately stepped outside. Tsunade, her face blazing with fury, glared at Jiraiya. You bastard. Quite impressive, aren't you? You said you'd live freely and search for the child of prophecy. And what happened? You actually came back to inherit some damned fifth Hokage position. Isn't Konoha already rotten enough? Speak up, Jiraiya. She pinned him against the wall, her hands gripping his arms, her face twisted with rage. Don't you know the old man just wants a puppet? Yet you rush to offer yourself up. Are you trying to destroy Konoha? Drunk Tsunade didn't care if anyone was listening, launching a direct verbal assault. Watching the intoxicated Tsunade, Jiraiya swallowed hard, offered no explanation, and turned his head away. Seeing this, Tsunade's pupils contracted. What did that mean? Ignoring her, she gritted her teeth and raised a fist the size of a sandbag ready to strike. Orochimaru, who had been enjoying the spectacle, narrowed his eyes and hurried forward to stop Tsunade. Big sister, calm down. Listen to me. It's not what you think. Tsunade was initially surprised to hear Orochimaru's voice, but when he said things weren't what she thought, she took the opportunity to step down. She then swaggered into Jiraiya's house, plopped down on the sofa, and sat there pouting, waiting for an explanation. Shizune followed awkwardly. Orochimaru, however, struck her on the neck with a knife hand. His caution wasn't unwarranted, for secrecy was paramount, and this young girl was Dan Kato's niece. Seeing this, Tsunade said nothing. Jiraiya sat opposite her, opened his mouth as if to speak, but quickly swallowed his words. Seeing his cowardly demeanor, Tsunade's anger flared and her mood worsened. Orochimaru looked helplessly at Jiraiya. After the Second Great Ninja War ended, Tsunade had asked Jiraiya what he intended to do. At that time, Tsunade's eyes had sparkled with light. Orochimaru thought his good friend might finally find happiness, but then Jiraiya said he planned to seek out the child of prophecy who could change the world. Orochimaru clearly remembered the light in Tsunade's eyes fading, and she murmured, so this is Jiraiya's destiny. But now he must first resolve the matter at hand. Tsunade, you misunderstand. Jiraiya's succession as the fifth Hokage is a scheme I set up with him. Orochimaru explained the whole story from beginning to end. Tsunade slammed the table. Orochimaru, have you considered what will happen if you succeed? If you fail, will Jiraiya end up like you, a rogue ninja? The old man isn't easy to deal with. Though he's old, his strength is unfathomable. If he has some hidden trick up his sleeve, what will you two do? Orochimaru scratched his head helplessly. Tsunade was a tigress. There was simply no reasoning with her. Then Tsunade turned to Jiraiya. Really, at your age, you still get involved in a coup. Aren't you afraid that little brat from the Uchiha clan will kick you to the curb and pin the blame on you afterward? You're 45 this year, and your age has only increased, not your brains. Are you planning to have me collect your corpse too? As she said this, she bit her lip and turned away. Seeing this, Orochimaru looked at Jiraiya, signaling him to go for it. But Jiraiya didn't move, he just sighed. Orochimaru's face darkened. Enough. I can't take it anymore, I can't breathe. I can't take it anymore. In the end, the three legendary Sannin of Konoha had a meal of Odin at Jiraiya's place, drank some sake, and then went to sleep. Tsunade on the bed, Orochimaru on the sofa, and Jiraiya on the floor. Suddenly, Orochimaru spoke. Jiraiya, can't you see Tsunade's feelings? Jiraiya was silent. The child of prophecy has already appeared, but I haven't found him yet, nor have I taught him. The previous child of prophecy was ruined. I don't want to miss this one. My strength alone cannot change the entire ninja world, but I believe the child of prophecy can. When that time comes, the ninja world will become an era where everyone understands each other and puts themselves in others' shoes. Orochimaru looked up, his gaze complex as he stared at Jiraiya on the floor. He didn't know if Toad Sage was truly foolish or feigning ignorance. A beautiful woman was right in his arms, yet he refused her, choosing instead to believe in some illusory child of prophecy. In his opinion, it would be better to directly follow Uchiha Zhan and sweep through the ninja world. That would be faster and save time. Jiraiya looked around his room, then at Orochimaru, whose eyes were open, and sighed. In Mount Myaboku, the great Toad Sage Zhan woke up and immediately summoned the two sages Shima and Fukasaku. Tell Jiraiya that the child of prophecy has changed. He will lead the ninja world into a great transformation unseen in 100 years. Assist him, and you shall survive. The great Toad Sage fell asleep. This prophecy had consumed too much of his spiritual energy, causing him to fall into a coma immediately after uttering it. Sage Shima and Sage Fukasaku immediately sent a message to Jiraiya. Jiraiya was about to sleep when he felt the summons from the two sages, so he said to Orochimaru, the two Toad Sages want me to go to Mount Myaboku. I understand. Go early, return early. Orochimaru turned over and continued sleeping. Jiraiya nodded and used the summoning scroll to travel to Mount Mayaboku. Sage Fukasaku and Sage Shima looked at Jiraiya with serious expressions. Little Jiraiya, the great toad sage, just woke up. And this prophecy consumed a great deal of spiritual energy. The great toad sage fell asleep right after delivering it. Jiraiya was taken aback. Is it about the child of prophecy? He stared intently at the two toad sages, asking earnestly. Yes, little Jiraiya listened carefully. Sage Shima repeated the great toad sage's words while Sage Fukasaku nodded along. After hearing this, Jiraiya's expression changed. A great transformation unseen in 100 years. His own life at stake. Damn, this was too thrilling. Jiraiya never expected that his visit to Mount Mayaboku would yield such staggering information, leaving him utterly astounded. The new child of prophecy was destined to ignite a century-defining upheaval across the ninja world, with even his own life and death resting in that child's hands. Fukasaku sage, noticing Jiraiya's daze, tapped his staff on the ground. Little Jiraiya, are you listening? Set aside the original child of prophecy for now. We must focus all efforts on finding this new one. Jiraiya snapped back at Fukasaku sage's voice and nodded at once. I understand. He turned to leave while Fukasaku sage cast a meaningful gaze at his retreating back. Little Jiraiya, the burden on your shoulders is no longer as heavy. I hope you will make the right choice. 2 days later in Konoha, the coronation ceremony. Uchiha Zhan sat at home, with Uchiha Itachi kneeling behind him tidying his hair. From now on, our Uchiha clan has produced a Hokage. This will make everyone's lives a little easier. Mother, Uchiha Zhan began. At the ceremony, no matter what you hear, do not act impulsively. After this, the Uchiha clan's dominance over Konoha will be set in stone. Uchiha Itachi's hands paused. Uchiha Zhan could clearly feel his mother's hand tremble, but her voice remained gentle. Is it certain? If not, we can. Uchiha Itachi feared for her child's safety more than she desired him to become Hokage. Hearing his words, she instantly realized that today's ceremony would not be peaceful. Uchiha Zhan spoke slowly. Today I have finally broken through the Tobirama lineage's blockade against our clan. If I retreat now, this opportunity will vanish forever. Mother, I know you worry for my safety. But now the entire Uchiha clan, all of Konoha, and the whole ninja world are watching. If I step back today, not only will I become a laughingstock, but the Uchiha clan will be nailed to the pillar of shame. Besides, if reason fails, I will not hesitate to use force to sweep away all obstacles. As he spoke, a murderous glint flashed in Uchiha Zhan's eyes. Uchiha Itachi was taken aback, then sighed and nodded. All right, no matter what, mother supports you. You must protect yourself. She embraced him tightly. Uchiha Zhan patted her back reassuringly. Don't worry. By the way, mother, please give me the Hokage robe. Uchiha Zhan spread his arms, and Uchiha Itachi helped him into the robe. The white undergarment bore faint red clouds embroidered on the sleeves, and the 5 characters on the back stood out vividly. 5th Hokage. Uchiha Zhan tugged at the robe. It fits quite well. Which shop made this? He asked with a smile. This was made by Uchiha Izumi and the clan children. Speaking of Izumi, I wonder what Itachi is thinking. Such a good girl. He neither accepts nor rejects her. Uchiha Itachi muttered. Uchiha Zhan gave a wry smile. It seemed he would have to help his elder brother resolve his romantic issues, or else he would remain stuck in place forever. But first he had to deal with the matter at hand. His expression hardened. He bid his mother farewell and pushed open the door. Bang! The people in the courtyard immediately stopped talking and turned to look at the entrance. In an instant their faces flushed with excitement. They gazed at Uchiha Zhan, who stood 1.8 meters tall, and their breathing quickened. He had grown rapidly. The sight of the Hokage robe draped over him stirred a torrent of emotions within them. Our Uchiha clan has finally produced a Hokage. Excellent. With a Hokage protecting us, our days will no longer be as difficult as before. Lord Hokage, we wish to escort you to the coronation ceremony. Someone in the crowd shouted, igniting the entire Uchiha clan. We wish to escort Lord Hokage to the coronation ceremony. Row after row of Uchiha shinobi lowered their proud heads before Uchiha Zhan, their eyes burning with fervor. Uchiha Zhan sighed inwardly. Such popularity was not always a good thing. With the ceremony about to begin and the crowd blocking the way, he looked to Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku cleared his throat. Everyone, let us escort him together. That way there is no dispute. The ceremony is less than 30 minutes away. If you do not clear a path, you will cause Zhan to miss the auspicious moment. Hearing his words, the crowd first brightened. Participating in escorting the Hokage to the ceremony was a great honor. Uchiha Fugaku had settled the question of who would go, but the latter part turned their faces pale. The timing of the coronation departure and ancestral rites was extremely important. If they delayed the Hokage ceremony, they would be unforgivable. So they parted to form a path from the courtyard to the village. Uchiha Zhan was about to comfort them when Hyuga Neji came to report, causing a smile to curl at his lips. Brothers of the Uchiha clan, let us set out. Let us set out. Those words were far more stirring than any reassurance. The Uchiha shinobi clenched their fists and shouted, "Long live the Hokage!" Uchiha Zhan smiled faintly and strode toward the gate, followed by a crowd of Uchiha shinobi in black. Those in the know said the Uchiha clan was attending the coronation ceremony. Those who didn't might think it was a gang going to collect rent. Fortunately, the road to the ceremony was controlled by the clans that had once joined him in defeating Shimura Danzo. They had already set up cordons to prevent villagers from crossing and causing trouble. Uchiha Zhan greeted the clan heads at every intersection as well as the villagers behind the cordons. His warm smile combined with his handsome face made countless young women blush. Soon a news item titled, "The Most Handsome Hokage in Konoha" spread through the village accompanied by a photo of Uchiha Zhan's radiant smile. Meanwhile, spies from various villages and the Sarutobi clan hidden among the crowd slowly retreated to report every detail of Uchiha Zhan's departure and progress toward the venue. Upon receiving the news, Sarutobi Hiruzen's lips curled upward. He murmured, "This day has finally come." He looked at Jiraiya, his eyes burning with intensity. The venue for the investiture ceremony was arranged in front of the Hokage's residence. A temporary stage constructed from iron frames stood upon the platform bearing a banner that read, "5th Hokage Investiture Ceremony." Surrounding residents lined the streets or stood behind caution tape, watching the 5th Hokage's investiture with great curiosity. Upon receiving the news, the daimyo of the Fire Country dispatched his personal attendant Jinyuan Feishua to witness the ceremony in Konoha, bringing with him development funds for the next 3 years, totaling 1 billion ryo. The funds were now secured in a chest guarded by the escorts behind him, awaiting the moment when the new Hokage would receive them following the investiture as a gesture of goodwill. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked into the venue with Jiraiya at his side. Upon spotting Jinyuan Feishua, he eagerly stepped forward to greet him. Brother Feishua, you've also come to witness my Konoha's 5th Hokage investiture ceremony," Sarutobi said with a beaming smile. Jinyuan Feishua paused, the voice sounding strangely familiar. He looked up. "Oh, it is Lord Hiruzen. I recall the last time I saw you was when the 4th Hokage sacrificed himself, and you temporarily assumed the role of acting Hokage. Dressed in casual attire today, have you finally come to your senses? I always told you, you are no longer young. Stop tormenting yourself. The daimyo worries about your health as well," Jinyuan Feishua said with a warm smile, patting him on the shoulder. Sarutobi's expression darkened. He felt this was mockery, that a younger man, someone from the Uchiha clan who had forced him from power, was now condescending to him, as if telling him not to work himself into illness, and if he did not to expect anyone to care. However, he had misunderstood. Jinyuan Feishua merely intended to offer genuine comfort, hoping he would let go of the past and rest, having lived long enough. Sarutobi chuckled. "You speak wisely. I am old, but the future of Konoha should belong to my most accomplished disciple Jiraiya. Jiraiya, come pay your respects to Lord Jinyuan. He is the daimyo's most trusted confidant." To put it plainly, when the daimyo is absent, Lord Jinyuan speaks with the daimyo's authority. The guards trailing behind Jinyuan Feishua faltered in their steps, their eyes shifting to study him with probing glances. Jinyuan Feishua grew flustered. "Sarutobi, do not overstep yourself. The daimyo and I cannot be compared. One is in the heavens, the other on earth. Are you deliberately sowing discord between me and the daimyo?" Jinyuan Feishua's opinion of Sarutobi Hiruzen plummeted. As for the rough-looking man lingering behind him, his crude features suggested he was no good person either. Jiraiya had approached without knowing what had transpired. He only knew the old man had called him. Upon arrival, he found Jinyuan Feishua visibly angry, while the old man wore a smug smile. "Jiraiya, let me introduce." Before Sarutobi could finish, Jinyuan Feishua waved his hand dismissively. "No need to trouble yourself. There is nothing to introduce. We are here on the daimyo's orders to strengthen ties with Konoha's new Hokage. I was told he belongs to the Uchiha clan. But judging by your disciple, broad-shouldered, unkempt, bearing no resemblance to an Uchiha, I think I should take my leave." Jinyuan Feishua rolled his eyes. After being set up by Sarutobi moments before, he had no intention of showing him any leniency now. Jiraiya scratched his head, utterly bewildered, while Sarutobi let out a cold snort, leaving Jiraiya torn and uncertain. From somewhere nearby, Orochimaru's voice echoed with mockery. Teacher Sarutobi certainly holds grudges, and his revenge is limited to nothing more than moving his lips. Jiraiya sighed deeply, suddenly remembering that the old man would soon pass away. How should he explain this? Tsunade sat upon a rooftop looking down upon the bustling street. Whoever inherited the Hokage title, she resolved to ensure they would benefit Konoha, not harm it. She knew Minato Namikaze well. During the Third Shinobi War, he single-handedly turned the tide of battle. Thanks to his Flying Thunder God technique, he could teleport endlessly across the shinobi world. Facing enemies, he struck with a single blow, earning the title Golden Flash. His reputation within the village was equally immaculate, which is why she had felt secure, leaving Konoha in his care. After all, this village was the life's work of her grandfather. She could not entrust it to someone unreliable. Her grandfather had already made one mistake. She would not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Shizune, holding a small pig, sat beside Tsunade. "Lady Tsunade, are you cold? I have a blanket." She reached for a wool blanket to drape over her shoulders. It was early morning, and the wind atop the roof was brisk. Tsunade glanced at her and shook her head. "Shizune, do not worry. I am no delicate girl. Back in the land of rain through both rain and wind, I was perfectly fine. Shizun felt somewhat embarrassed. She wanted to say that back then she was only 26, but now she was nearly 50. Age was a woman's forbidden topic, and even Shizun dared not provoke Tsunade. Tsunade rested one foot on the eaves while the other hung freely. Supporting her chin with her hand, she gazed toward the Uchiha district and spoke calmly. He has arrived. Shizun paused, then followed Tsunade's gaze. Where is he? This time Tsunade said nothing. She observed the man wearing the Hokage's ceremonial robe. The chakra upon him was all too familiar. Even the necklace around her neck began to tremble. Inside the necklace, streams of green chakra converged, forming a human silhouette. The figure slowly opened its eyes and murmured, Madara. You scoundrel. You're not dead. I should have known. In an instant the chakra vanished. Uchiha Tyson, leading the vanguard of Uchiha Ninja, stumbled mid-step. Ding. Senju Hashirama's remnant soul detected. Target lost. The system's mechanical voice rang out. Uchiha Tyson was startled. Senju Hashirama's remnant soul. Had Hashirama also left behind a contingency? Thinking of Minato Namikaze, a chill ran down his spine. Minato had relied on chakra and the six-path seal to borrow the Nine-Tails' power, barely surviving until now. After all, Hashirama's wife was Mito Uzumaki, the princess of the land of whirlpools. Mito Uzumaki's heaven-piercing, earth-shaking sealing techniques were leagues beyond what Minato possessed. If Hashirama had truly relied on his wife's strength and left a safeguard solely to protect Konoha, that would be one matter. But if he had done so to strike at him, then he was truly finished. Lord Hokage, what troubles you? Hayashi Hyuga suddenly asked regarding Uchiha Tyson, with confusion and doubt. Uchiha Tyson snapped back to reality. Oh, nothing. I was lost in thought. By the way, Hayashi, have our people been properly arranged? Hayashi nodded. Everything is prepared. No matter what happens, the Hokage today will be yours. Hearing Hyuga Hayashi's words, Uchiha Zhan curled his lips into a smirk. He had already arranged for 3 Mangekyo wielders to stand by. If anyone violated the rules and made a move, they would be suppressed with overwhelming force. First, to uproot the ambitious hardliners who vainly sought to manipulate the Hokage like a puppet and destabilize Konoha's safety. Second, to send a clear message to spies of every nation from this day forward: Konoha is under Uchiha rule. The tables have turned. Uchiha Zhan nodded and led his people toward the platform. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, Lord 5th Hokage. The 5th Hokage is here. So handsome. This is the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Zhan. The one who crushed Chiyo, slew the Cloud Ninja, subdued the 8 Tails with a single hand, and sliced through a tailed beast ball with his blade. With a powerhouse like him guarding Konoha, our village's security will soar several levels higher. We can keep living in peace. The crowd's voices were endless, but over 90% were rejoicing that the one ascending to the Hokage seat was Uchiha Zhan, an unfathomably powerful fighter. In a sense, the villagers of Konoha had suffered greatly. They were supposed to belong to the strongest ninja village, yet their lives were miserable. There were constant reparations and endless donation drives. Every household could only manage to eat and dress warmly, with nothing left over for socializing, recreation, or any other comforts. On top of that, the Umbu under Hiruzen Sarutobi levied taxes under all sorts of pretexts. They might not have starved, but their quality of life could hardly improve. As human beings, people always crave better lives and refuse to be content with the status quo. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi had the audacity to tell everyone that suffering loss was a blessing. Thus the common folk had long harbored resentment against him. This time, joining the Konoha Times campaign was their own will. Don't underestimate the masses. Uchiha Zhan waved to the villagers, a gesture that irritated Hiruzen Sarutobi. The old man sneered coldly, laugh and gloat all you want. Soon enough, you'll be the one crying. But at that very moment, Uchiha Zhan glanced at Hiruzen Sarutobi, startling him so badly that he flinched and hastily lowered his head. That reaction amused Uchiha Zhan. This Hiruzen Sarutobi is definitely hiding something. Let me guess. Who will jump out to oppose me later? Very well, everyone quiet. I will now preside over the 5th Hokage enthronement ceremony. Please welcome the Hokage candidates to the stage. Nara Shikaku kept his expression stern. Though he was Uchiha Zhan's man on an occasion like this, he had to appear impartial and selfless, or the entire ceremony would become a laughingstock. Uchiha Zhan walked straight toward the stage, sweeping his gaze across the surroundings. Typically, there were 1 to 3 Hokage candidates, all requiring exceptional military achievements and prestige. The 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, didn't count. Among those with actual war merits and renown, only Shursui and Uchiha Zhan qualified, and Shursui would never contend with him for the position. Therefore, there was only one candidate. But at that moment, Jiraiya moved. Dressed in a deep blue kimono, he slowly ascended the stage. His towering frame and broad back gave people a sense of security. Many in the crowd began whispering among themselves at the sight. That's Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. He actually came. What's going on? Wasn't Jiraiya busy writing? Why did he leave the village and come back? I remember he's not someone obsessed with power, no. Hey, interesting. Are they trying to prop up another 4th Hokage? It seems our 3rd Hokage still refuses to give up. Many sharp-minded people had already guessed the truth, casting looks of disdain and contempt at the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. He however pretended not to notice and smiled at his disciple. Narashikaku was stunned for a moment but quickly recovered. Smiling, he announced, "Very well. Let our two Hokage candidates shake hands and introduce themselves. Then representatives of the ninja clans and commoners will cast their votes. The one with the most votes will become the fifth Hokage." Narashikaku gestured for the two to shake hands. Jiraiya turned first, extending his calloused hand. Uchiha Zhan looked at it and nodded. This was indeed the hand of a hero. Jiraiya, Uchiha Zhan. After exchanging brief greetings, the two turned to begin their speeches. Jiraiya's speech was practically identical to the third Hokage's inaugural address, word for word. After all, the script had been given to him by the third Hokage, who demanded he memorize it. The villagers frowned at these hollow, grandiose words, feeling that Jiraiya was nothing special. There wasn't a single constructive idea, just stale cliches. When he finished reading the script, applause erupted from the clans, led by the third Hokage. Clap, clap, clap. Uchiha Zhan sneered coldly, thinking they came pretty well prepared. He was about to begin his own speech when a voice rang out. Hold it. The voice was deep and aged. Everyone turned to look. It was Hamura Midokado. It was actually him. This old sycophant was willing to go head-to-head with Uchiha Zhan for the sake of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Koharu Uchiha. The clan leader of the Midokado family turned pale with fright, falling to his knees with a thud, muttering, "It's over. It's all over." Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes. He had expected someone to cause trouble, but never imagined it would be this Hokage advisor. Hamura Midokado took a deep breath, looked at Uchiha Zhan on the stage, and raised his index finger. Uchiha Zhan, as a ninja of the Uchiha clan, what face do you have to inherit this village built by the first Hokage? What right do you have to call yourself Hokage? The moment those words were spoken, the entire venue fell into dead silence. Then the clans aligned with Uchiha Zhan erupted in fury. "What did you say, you old dog of the Midokado clan? Say it again if you dare." Uchiha Zhan eradicated the root of evil led by Danzo, without even expending a single soldier, and repelled the tripartite alliance of Suna Iwa and Kumo single-handedly. We like to ask, besides the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, who else could have accomplished such a feat? As the crowd seethed with indignation, someone even grabbed an egg and hurled it at Hamura Midokado. Splat! The egg struck Hamura Midokado square on the forehead. Egg white and yolk slid down his face, yet he seemed to feel no pain at all. He glanced toward a nearby building. Koharu Uchiha smiled back at him, offering an encouraging look. He felt a surge of strength course through his body. Setting today's matter aside, let's talk about the Uchiha's past. Didn't Uchiha Madara defect from the village back then? And didn't he later return with the Nine Tails to attack Konoha? You all know about this, I'm sure. Hamura Midokado wiped the egg from his face. That battle indirectly caused Lord Hashirama to exhaust himself to death, and Konoha lost its greatest guardian. Tell me, are the Uchiha guilty or not? Please support us with Power Stone's golden tickets and 5-star reviews. We beg you. Midokado Hamura's words immediately stirred controversy. Many of the older villagers looked at Uchiha Zhan with changed expressions. It could be said that Midokado Hamura's statement was nothing short of vicious. Many people were proud to be villagers of Konoha, and what made them proudest was that their Hokage was named Senju Hashirama, a man hailed as the god of shinobi throughout the ninja world. He founded Konoha, brought peace and glory to Konoha, and his position was unshakable. Now Midokado Hamura had seized upon the fact that Madara Uchiha had once fought a desperate life and death battle with Senju Hashirama. Although Madara had been slain by Hashirama, that same battle had caused Hashirama to depart the shinobi world forever soon afterward. Madara Uchiha was already dead, so the Uchiha as his descendants became the targets of this rabble's attacks. Exactly. The Lord First Hokage united the shinobi clans and founded Konoha. For years he rendered outstanding service and exhausted every ounce of his mind for the village's livelihood. He even erased his own Senju name and hid among the common people. A man so selfless and great died in his struggle with Madara Uchiha. The Uchiha cannot escape blame. The Uchiha are unworthy of the Hokage seat. Uchiha, get out. Voices like these came from Konoha's rabble or from the planted agitators that Sarutobi, Hiruzen, and Uchiha Koharu had prepared in advance to incite the crowd. Uchiha Zhan gave a cold laugh and glanced at Midokado Hamura. He moved his lips silently, but Midokado Hamura could clearly read his lip movement. Bootlickers deserve a dog's death, and old bootlickers even more so. At that, Midokado Hamura's face turned an ugly shade of purple, and he stared at Uchiha Zhan through gritted teeth with vicious eyes. The next moment, Uchiha Zhan raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. But how could the planted agitators allow him to take control so easily? They prepared to keep stirring the crowd. Yet the Uchiha and Hyuga shinobi had already crept silently behind them. What followed was Uchiha-style swordsmanship and the 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Those planted agitators were either cut down on the spot or sent flying off the platform with a single palm strike. Blood splattered and heads rolled, far faster than any speech or amicable negotiation. Seeing this, the crowd's faces turned grim and a dead silence fell. Even Uchiha Koharu and Sarutobi Hiruzen had not expected Uchiha Zhan to be so ruthless and decisive in killing, and a chill surged in their hearts. Mitokado, the people you arranged are a little too obvious, Uchiha Zhan said coolly, sweeping his gaze over the crowd. You have all seen it. These men were skulking rats-based villains who deliberately stirred your emotions and incited hatred against the Uchiha. As for who arranged them, I will not say more. Since you insist that the Uchiha betrayed Konoha and betrayed the Senju, then please bear witness to everything that follows. As he finished, Uchiha Zhan's body erupted with chakra like surging waves. His eyes shifted into the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Countless chakra transformed into in-nature chakra to drive the Mangekyo, and in an instant everyone, including Jiraiya and Sarutobi Hiruzen, was pulled into the Jinjutsu. At this moment, they watched everything within the Jinjutsu from the perspective of bystander souls. I had thought that was only a dream, but unexpectedly it has come true today, and in our own hands. Uchiha Madara muttered, pinching a green leaf full of holes between his fingers. Well, who could deny it? Between fathers and forefathers, generation after generation, warfare never ceased. Too much blood has been shed, and too many innocent people have died in the chaos of war. Senju Hashirama said, with a genial laugh. Madara, thank you. If you had not brought the Uchiha to join hands with me, I think this day would never have come. Senju Hashirama stood atop the Hokage rock overlooking the village still under construction. What nonsense are you saying? We have waited for a day like this for so long. Now that it has come true, don't say such disheartening things. Uchiha Madara smiled. Huh, Madara, you smiled. I must say it really is quite handsome. Why not smile more often? So fierce. Hashirama began to fool around again. It seemed that only when facing Uchiha Madara did a smile from the depths of his heart appear on Senju Hashirama's face. Humph. Uchiha Madara's smile faded. He raised the leaf in his hand to his eye and looked through it toward the distant sky. Senju Hashirama looked at Uchiha Madara's profile, the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, and asked seriously, how about naming the shinobi leader who protects the land of fire from the shadows? Hokage the Fire Shadow. Because you are skilled in fire release, the name Fire Shadow is perfect. Everyone watching was dumbfounded. So this was the origin of the title Hokage. Anyone could see that Senju Hashirama had clearly chosen that name for Uchiha Madara's sake. As for protecting the land of fire, aside from Senju Hashirama, who had truly done such things, were they not all merely mercenary relationships? Each generation grew worse until the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo even dared to go directly to the land of fire's daimyo estate and threaten the daimyo with a kunai. But it was not over yet. Senju Hashirama went on, I want you to serve as the village chief and become the Hokage. The moment these words were spoken, the entire venue exploded. What? Back then Lord Senju Hashirama actually recommended Uchiha Madara to be the first Hokage. How could we not know this? Yes. Then why was the first Hokage not Uchiha Madara, but Senju Hashirama? The villagers were utterly puzzled. Uchiha Zhan listened with his arms crossed and a cold sneer, while the shinobi of the Uchiha clan had eyes burning red. Who could understand? They, the Uchiha, should have been the first Hokage. They should have been the Hokage clan, not traitors, not the side cast aside. Uchiha Madara was still in a daze when Senju Hashirama's voice came over. Madara, no time to daydream. I hear that the nearby shinobi clans, the Sarutobi and the Shimura, are already preparing to join us. Senju Hashirama smiled happily. Uchiha Madara's pupils contracted. Really? You rascal. Ha ha ha. Senju Hashirama laughed heartily, hands on his hips. Although this is good news, we should also think of a name for this village, Senju Hashirama said seriously. Suddenly, he turned to Uchiha Madara. Madara, what name do you think would be good for this village? Uchiha Madara stared blankly at the fallen leaf in his hand, then raised it to his eye. How about calling it Konoha, the Hidden Leaf Village? Because you use would release the name Konoha is perfect. Konoha. It is so simple. No deeper meaning at all. You just copied it directly. Senju Hashirama looked disappointed with a hint of disdain. This scene once again shattered everyone's understanding. Why did it feel as though the first Hokage Senju Hashirama was acting spoiled, and the target of his coquetry was the legendary Shura of the shinobi world? Was this not a bit too damaging to his image? Senju Hashirama's soul was also observing the illusion, a hint of delight appearing on his brow. I never expected to encounter Madara again here. Truly a joyful surprise. But how does this young man know so many details of those past events? He remembered never telling anyone about them. This was a secret known only to him and Uchiha Madara, yet now another person knew it. Wait, just a moment. Senju Hashirama's soul stared at Uchiha battle, his pupils contracting. My little Madara, how does this Uchiha battle look so much like Madara? Could this kid be Madara's descendant? The image continued. What's the difference between that and the name of Hokage? And haven't you gotten rid of that habit of sinking into despair at the slightest thing? Uchiha Madara jumped and shouted. All right, now the village construction is about to enter the main phase, and the Hokage will become busy. Senju Hashirama paused. So we must carve your giant stone face on the cliff below. Senju Hashirama's expression turned serious. As a symbol of protecting the village, Uchiha Madara's heart skipped a beat, the corner of his mouth twitching, yet joy surged within. What nonsense. Senju Hashirama chuckled, and even closed his right eye, acting cute and begging. However, your face is too fierce. It needs some touching up. Uchiha Madara's brow twitched as he retorted through gritted teeth, still better than your dejected, pathetic expression. Senju Hashirama performed an instant face change without deducting beans, immediately looking crestfallen, muttering, is it really that shameful? Seeing Senju Hashirama's woebegone look, Uchiha Madara laughed heartily. Ah yes, utterly disgraceful. The onlookers saw that the Uchiha Madara before them did not seem as cold and merciless, brutal and bloodthirsty as legend had it. Instead, he resembled a dashing, unrestrained, handsome youth. Is that so? Senju Hashirama also laughed, and the two figures gradually faded into the distance. The illusion ended. Uchiha Battle withdrew his chakra, and everyone emerged from the mesmerizing illusion. Hyuga Hayashi was stunned. Fifth Hokage-sama. Could this be the situation of Konoha's founding and the origin of the title Hokage? Uchiha Battle smiled and nodded exactly. This question and answer session resolved everyone's doubts, yet another question arose. If that's the case, why wasn't the first Hokage Uchiha Madara instead of Senju Hashirama? Yet from this perspective, Uchiha Madara-sama seemed perfectly qualified to be Hokage. Since it was agreed upon, why did Senju Hashirama end up as the first Hokage? Everyone sensed something was amiss, feeling there must be ulterior motives. They turned their gaze to Uchiha Battle, hoping for an answer. Then I have to mention a player who mastered the art of open schemes to the peak. That is our second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Compared to the first Hokage Hashirama-sama, he indeed fell short, but that's because he devoted all his energy to dealing with the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Battle sneered coldly. Sarutobi Hiruzen could no longer hold back, for Uchiha Battle had begun to insult his teacher, the second Hokage Senju Tobarama. As Tobarama's first disciple and the Hokage successor, how could he allow an Uchiha to disrespect his teacher? Uchiha Battle, how dare you? Do you know that Senju Tobarama-sama granted the Uchiha department with authority, second only to the Hokage, dedicated solely to the Uchiha? Isn't that enough? Uchiha Battle glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen without further explanation, releasing another illusion. This time, Uchiha Madara hid outside the room, biting his lip, while a quarrel erupted inside. Big brother, do you know what you're doing? Your strength is not inferior to Uchiha Madara's, so why would you hand over the Hokage position to such an emotionally unstable fellow? Senju Tobarama's voice was stern and full of doubt. Tobarama, enough. I promised Madara that once the village's affairs were settled, he would become Hokage with me as his assistant. No one can stop me, not even if they try. Senju Hashirama stood up to leave. Sarutobi Hiruzen's father entered, exchanging a covert glance with the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Senju Hashirama sensed nothing unusual greeted them, and was about to depart, when Sarutobi spoke first. Hokage-sama, this is the will of the villagers of Konoha. Senju Hashirama was startled, and turned to look at Sarutobi. What do you mean by that? Sarutobi smiled. I once conducted a survey on the candidate for the first Hokage and 90 of the ninja clans, and Shinobi hoped that Hashirama-sama would inherit the position of Hokage of Konoha. As he spoke, Sarutobi produced a pre-prepared document and handed it over. Hashirama didn't want to take it, but Tobarama snatched it. His white hair and mocking expression already revealed his stance. After scanning the document quickly, he handed it to Senju Hashirama. Big brother, you can ignore my words, but you can't turn a blind eye to the villagers' wishes, can you? Don't forget how many people died to achieve the peace we have today. If you insist on going your own way and disregard the villagers' voices, Konoha will eventually be doomed. Senju Tobarama struck at Hashirama's weakness. He used the villagers' hearts and the village's welfare to morally blackmail Senju Hashirama, forcing him to accept the Hokage position and abandon Uchiha Madara. Senju Hashirama did not refute this time, but his expression darkened. After about 5 minutes, he said flatly, I understand. Then, radiating a low pressure, he walked toward the door. He glanced back at Sarutobi and Senju Tobarama, then slammed the door shut and left. Bang! Sarutobi shuddered and looked at Senju Tobarama, who silently stared at the door. Outside the window, Uchiha Madara clenched his teeth, but ultimately chose not to reveal himself. Yet he knew in his heart, based on his understanding of Hashirama and Tobarama's methods, that the position of first Hokage was likely beyond his reach. But it didn't matter. Having Hashirama as Hokage while he assisted him seemed like a good choice. Thus, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama had their first disagreement, heading down two diverging paths. Inside the room, Senju Tobarama sat in the office chair and said, Sasuke, well done. That public opinion report was fake, wasn't it? Sarutobi was startled, checked the door to ensure Hashirama had left, then laughed. I can't hide anything from Tobarama-sama. Yes, it was fake. You did excellently this time. If not for your idea, my brother might not have so easily abandoned the plan to support Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobarama narrowed his eyes. A misunderstanding is like a seed, buried without a second thought at first, yet by the time one realizes it, it has already taken root and begun to sprout. The revelations of Senju Tobarama drew sharp intakes of breath from the Konoha villagers watching the screening. Now they understood why no one had ever told them of this before. They had simply been led to believe that Senju Hashirama alone had become Konoha's Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi opened his mouth speechless. So that was how it was. His own father had actually been involved in the struggle for the Hokage position back then. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that his master chose him as the third Hokage because they had pulled strings through his father? So that was why Master Tobirama had always shown such favoritism toward him. The remnant soul of Senju Hashirama clenched his fists. That cunning Tobirama, my dear younger brother. If not for you, perhaps your brother Madara and I would never have come to such an unfortunate end. And Konoha would not have withered to this sorry state. What a fool I was. To everyone's astonishment, Senju Hashirama's remnant soul actually began to weep. Pure land. Senju Tobirama shivered, a strange unease settling over him. Why did he feel such a cold draft on his back? Senju Hashirama opened his eyes and looked toward him. Tobirama, what is wrong? Are you unwell? Senju Hashirama gazed at his brother with concern. A warmth spread through Senju Tobirama's chest. Big brother, I'm fine. It must have been my imagination. Senju Hashirama nodded. I wonder where Madara is in this pure land. It has been 20 years since I last saw him. I miss him greatly. Senju Tobirama's expression hardened and he fell silent. He knew that Uchiha Madara had become his brother's deepest obsession. Now all he spoke of was Madara. He still couldn't understand why his elder brother was so drawn to those strikingly beautiful Uchiha. Wasn't Lady Mito enough? Yet beneath his thoughts lay a dark worry. After all, he himself had been the one scheming in the shadows behind Madara's departure. If his elder brother ever discovered the truth, who knew whether Hashirama might not sacrifice family for the village's sake? Konoha. The Uchiha clan members were apoplectic with rage. Damn that Tobirama upstart. Originally, our clan and Lord Hashirama's relationship with Konoha could be described as deeper than blood itself. Yet for his own selfish ambitions, he actually forged public opinion and drove a wedge between Lord Hashirama and our Lord. It seems the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. No wonder Konoha's elite warriors have grown fewer and fewer, falling further behind, while the Hokage's power has only grown stronger and more concentrated. A branch of the same rotten tree, a pack of the same wolf. Putting Konoha in their hands is nothing short of squandering a priceless treasure. Down with the Tobirama lineage. Down with Hiruzen Sarutobi. The Uchiha ninja no longer cared about propriety. With masks torn away, they unleashed their curses upon Hiruzen Sarutobi and Senju Tobirama alike. Hayashi Hyuga seized the opportunity to bring the Hyuga clan into the fray, lending their voice in solidarity with the Uchiha, and joining the chorus denouncing the third Hokage. The Inuzuka, Shikamaru, and Chusa factions entered the fray as well. Once a faction takes a side, there is no neutrality. One must strike down the fallen dog alongside one's allies. Before long, fully 70% of the ninja clans were participating in the condemnation of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Hiruzen Sarutobi's face drained of color. He did not know whether his father had truly commanded public sentiment, but what he knew with absolute certainty was that the people's will had slipped entirely from his grasp. Jiraiya remained silent throughout, lost in thought. Could it be that even the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the man who had created countless forbidden techniques to protect the village and serve the nation, harbored shadows beneath his noble exterior? Uchiha Tensei raised his hand, signaling for silence. In the past, such a gesture might have been ignored, but after his ruthless execution of Tobi and his assumption of control over the Jinjutsu screenings, the crowd quickly fell quiet. Hiruzen Sarutobi watched this unfold with a bitter heart. At the same time, he understood clearly. He would never again be able to leverage his Uchiha heritage as a political tool. Uchiha Tensei's Jinjutsu reached its conclusion, and he released it. Instantly, everyone's dazed expressions cleared as they returned to reality. They first patted down their bodies, confirming they had suffered no harm, and then all looked at Uchiha Tensei with blazing admiration. Just how many more hidden cards does this man possess? The mere feat of casting a Jinjutsu over 1,000 people at once was beyond the capability of any ordinary shinobi. Moreover, it seemed Uchiha Tensei knew even more of Konoha's hidden secrets. And as avid consumers of gossip, everyone was utterly captivated. Seeing this, Uchiha Tensei spoke, "Please calm yourselves. The time for revelations has passed. Now comes the time to address the issues at hand." Uchiha Tensei turned to Mifune Manen. "You old man, you said the Uchiha are unworthy. Then tell me, do the Uchiha or do they not deserve the position of Hokage?" Mifune Manen's face flushed crimson. If he said the Uchiha were unworthy, wouldn't he be contradicting the first Hokage himself? Senju Hashirama had openly declared Uchiha Madara suited for the Hokage throne. To say otherwise would be to challenge the founding patriarch directly. But if he admitted they were worthy, then his own earlier condemnation of Uchiha Tensei would reveal itself as sheer hypocrisy, as though he were slapping his own face with his own words. Trapped on a tiger he could not dismount, Mifune Manen looked toward Uchiha Tensei and saw only a cold, unyielding gaze. There would be no escape from this moment. He then turned his gaze to Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had lowered his head, refusing to meet his eyes. The message was clear: save yourself, old man. I cannot help you this time. Mifune Manen let out a sudden bitter laugh. Heh, ha ha ha. How unexpected. I Mifune Mon and have made poor friends. Friends who would watch me perish without lifting a finger. Drawing in a sharp breath, Mifune Mon withdrew a kunai from his ninja tool pouch and pressed it against his own throat. The move was swift, precise, and merciless, catching everyone entirely off guard. Uchiha Tensei reacted almost instantly. Itachi. Understood. Uchiha Itachi's crow flashed forward, appearing beside Mifune Mon in an instant. His hand closed around the wrist, gripping the kunai, and in the next moment the Mangekyo Sharingan's technique, Tsukuyami, was unleashed. Mifune Mon's pupils contracted sharply, and his body went limp. The kunai clattered to the ground. Uchiha Itachi exhaled slowly. This was the conferral ceremony of both his family and his younger brother. He would not allow this old man to ruin it with such gloomy misfortune. Uchiha Tensei nodded. Thank you for your trouble. Uchiha Itachi shook his head, then hoisted Mifune Mon onto his shoulder and carried him back to the Mifune residence. After all, the true mastermind behind all of this was not him. He was merely a pawn placed on the board, and now that the landscape of the game had shifted, even a pawn becomes expendable. Many of the ninja clans thought Uchiha Tensei's handling of the matter was splendid, righteous, and magnanimous. Others, however, considered it the mercy of a weak woman letting an enemy who had targeted him slip away. But then again, this conferral ceremony was fraught with complications from beginning to end. Every gesture, every word, all were being recorded, analyzed, and dissected for what they revealed of his character. I imagine that after witnessing what just transpired, no one will continue to attack me on the grounds of being an Uchiha clansman. Correct? Who says an Uchiha cannot become Hokage? Who declares the Uchiha clan to be traitors? Today I will restore the honor of the Uchiha. We are the oldest clan in this village, the original stock. We have the right to inherit anything, including the position of Hokage. Uchiha Tensei revealed his true blade, and chakra erupted from his body in a sweeping wave. Uchiha Tensei revealed his true blade, and chakra erupted from his body in a sweeping wave. Uchiha Zhan's powerful chakra swept across the entire venue, startling everyone into a sharp intake of cold air. The exit of Shuahoman Yin meant that in terms of orthodoxy, the Uchiha clan was unquestionable. Yuanfei Risen scowled. In that case, please proceed with the Hokage candidate's speech. He glanced at Uchiha Zhan. This guy is ridiculously young. What talent could he possibly have for speeches? On the other hand, Jiraiya's speech was carefully crafted overnight by us old folk. How could an amateur like you compare? I'll just sit and watch you make a fool of yourself. Yuanfei Risen stood still, the low-pressure aura emanating from him, chilling everyone to the bone. The villagers gradually began to distance themselves from him. Riri Rizu and Nalyang Lujio, however, were both beaming with excitement. They stared at the figure releasing chakra on the stage, feeling a hint of anticipation. Uchiha Zhan heard Yuanfei Risen's words, raised an eyebrow, then retracted his chakra and positioned his mouth toward the microphone. Zilai crossed his arms and watched Uchiha Zhan. The white snake in his sleeve slowly poked its head out, flicking its tongue as it surveyed Uchiha Zhan with curious vertical pupils. On the rooftop, Gangs Ho held a flask of sake, looking playfully at Uchiha Zhan below. Unbeknownst to her, a green soul materialized behind her, also crossing its arms and gazing at Uchiha Zhan with eyes full of anticipation for the younger generation. First of all, I have no preparation for this speech. No script, no contingency plan, because I think it's too fake. Uchiha Zhan's first word struck like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The villagers were also intrigued by these words, because in the past, speeches were always very serious affairs with prepared scripts, and everyone was afraid of saying something wrong or making a mistake that would invite ridicule. But Uchiha Zhan did the opposite, which made everyone look forward to his next words. Zilai nodded. He has guts and courage, better than me. Dashuan transmitted telepathically, hey you fool. His actions now are saying that your previous speech was all nonsense, pre-prepared without any true feeling. I think what he said is fine. Wasn't my speech just like that? Zilai asked. Dashuan opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He silently muttered to himself that this Zilai was simple-minded. If I become Hokage from this day forward, throughout the entire ninja world, Konoha shall be supreme. Any ninja village or bandits who dare to harm Konoha's people will be immediately suppressed and killed. The village will seek justice for you. Uchiha Zhan extended his left hand, raising one index finger, and spoke these words completely. The entire venue was stunned. The villagers' faces showed disbelief and astonishment. This Hokage candidate seemed completely different from all previous Hokages. Even this first point alone was at least tougher than the third Hokage, Yuanfei Risen. Riri Rizu looked at Uchiha Zhan with a resolute gaze, clenching his fists. If that incident from the past had happened today, would Riri Chi not have to die? Yuanfei Risen sneered at the sight. Easier said than done. Don't just talk without action. His words resonated with many. Everyone looked at Uchiha Zhan with suspicion. Uchiha Zhan calmly spoke. Second, after I become Hokage, there will absolutely be no ceding of territory, paying reparations, or tributes to other nations. His fingers changed from a single raised index to index and middle fingers. These words made the ninja clans nod. Over the years, to improve relations, Yuanfei Risen had not been stingy in sending warmth to other villages. Where did that warmth come from? Wasn't it all squeezed from their own villagers and ninja clans? The commoners might not feel it much because their money was already in the taxes they paid. Yuan Fei Rizen's face showed displeasure. What did Uchiha Zhan mean? Was he questioning his actions? He was considering the bigger picture. Besides, it was just a few external possessions. How could they compare to true peace? And back then, when paying the Yuan Fei clan also paid a lot. Why can't they get past this hurdle? If Uchiha Zhan knew Yuan Fei Rizen's inner thoughts, he might laugh. How did you Yuan Fei clan pay your money? Was it not through tax reductions, or military service, or taking money from the inheritance of fallen strong warriors, or the ill-gotten gains from gray areas? Those who served in the military all entered the Yuan Fei Corps. Nominally they spoke of sacrifice, but in reality, they secretly built up their own strength. This kind of payment was something other clans also wanted. I support too. I'm tired of this life, where we have to pay whether we win or lose. Damn it. Every time we win a war we have to pay reparations. They really think we're pushovers. Uchiha Zhan watched all this with a slight smile, everything under control. The villagers' uproar was understandable. After all, with Yuan Fei Rizen's excellent example set before them, anyone would be better than him. Yuan Fei Rizen's face darkened. He squinted at the surrounding ninjas, wondering if Uchiha Zhan had also prepared planted supporters. This matter wasn't that big, so why did it arouse such indignation among so many clan ninjas? First of all, Konoha village itself was formed by the union of major ninja clans during the Warring States period. They came to Konoha partly for protection and partly for profit. The first Hokage Senju Hashirama possessed absolute power that could suppress an entire era. Therefore, joining Konoha greatly guaranteed their safety. Moreover, fame and fortune, being in the #1 village, would make many envious. A powerful protector, abundant land resources, rich minerals, herbs, and food resources made their lives colorful. Third, in future wars Konoha would surely win. Since ancient times the victors reap the spoils. After winning as the victorious side, shouldn't they get reparations? Shouldn't those reparations belong to the village and to everyone? The village needs development, and everyone needs a better life, not to have no benefits after winning, but instead have each household take out a portion from their own coffers to appease the enemy. Isn't that just throwing meat buns at a dog, never to return? Don't be fooled by Sunagakure calling Yuan Fei Rizen the hero of shinobi, or Kumogakure verbally respecting the third Hokage Yuan Fei Rizen. In reality, they all saw Yuan Fei Rizen as a pushover. After all, the guy wins big if he wins, doesn't lose if he loses, and sends money to the enemy. They had never seen such a peculiar person in their lives. The key point is that Yuan Fei Rizen was not ashamed, but instead proud, always telling everyone that it was because of his great talent and bold vision that Konoha's people lived in peace and prosperity. Uchiha Zhan's speech had not yet concluded, yet the crowd was already ablaze with fervor. Silence. Silence. Hyuga Hayashi and Kakashi moved to restore order, for the chaos threatened to disrupt Uchiha Zhan's performance. As the Umbu and Hyuga ninjas acted, the crowd slowly extricated themselves from their fury, regaining composure and turning their gazes to the stage toward the man with the crooked smile and peach blossom eyes. Alright, I understand. All these years you must have endured much, following a Hokage as spineless as that, Uchiha Zhan said with a teasing voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen ground his molars to powder, glaring at Uchiha Zhan like a ravenous wolf fixated on its prey. Uchiha Zhan caught the gaze, raising an eyebrow. Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't you agree? This remark placed Sarutobi Hiruzen on the fire, and all eyes shifted from Uchiha Zhan to the third Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face paled. I refused to answer. He turned, but made no move to leave, clearly waiting for the crowd's decision. Even now he clung to the hope that the villagers would remember his blood and sacrifices for Konoha, as well as Jiraiya's contributions in the second and third Great Ninja Wars, and choose Jiraiya. Thus, even if today he endured humiliation, it mattered not, for history is written by the victors. As long as Jiraiya ascended to the Hokage seat, the heavens over Konoha would still belong to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Third, from now on Konoha will promote talent based on merit. Any ninja with ability, regardless of clan lineage, chakra, or rank, may report to me, and I will arrange positions and salaries. Fourth, draft a compensation letter to Sunagakure, Kumogakure, and Iwagakure. If they launch an unjust war against Konoha without giving an account, we will march to their homes. Uchiha Zhan's voice was impassioned and stirring. Instantly, over 90% of the crowd was captivated by his audacity, and they began to chant. Fifth Hokage! Fifth Hokage! Fifth Hokage! Zhan! 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 Jiraiya watched Uchiha Zhan's back, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. Perhaps Konoha needed such a dominant leader. He himself could never match this man. After today, he could leave with peace of mind. Uchiha Zhan spoke one last time. All future glory of Konoha shall be shared between you and me. With that he bowed and ceased his speech. The villagers were captivated by Uchiha Zhan's final words. All future glory of Konoha shall be shared between you and me. All future glory of Konoha shall be shared between you and me. All future glory of Konoha shall be shared between you and me. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the scene of unified hearts, bitterness welling up inside. He had underestimated Uchiha Zhan. This man was anything but a poor speaker. His oratory skills far surpassed his own. Moreover, he had not uttered a single hollow word. Everything was grounded in the current situation. In this light he had lost, utterly and completely. He sighed, knowing well whom the villagers would choose. Sure enough, after Uchiha Zhan's speech ended, Nara Shikaku appeared on stage holding a cardboard box. Now representatives of the ninja clans and villagers will come forward to vote. This vote is entirely anonymous. After voting, the count will be conducted openly and fairly to determine the final candidate for the 5th Hokage. Then I declare the voting begins. Nara Shikaku announced the rules and commencement. The clan heads held their prepared slips of paper in their palms and lined up to vote. Though they knew in their hearts whom they would vote for, the formality had to be observed. Uchiha Zhan closed his eyes in serene repose while Jiraiya's face showed hesitation as if wrestling with a difficult decision. His unease affected Uchiha Zhan, who looked up. Jiraiya-san, if you cannot bring yourself to decide, it's no matter. I do not fear Sarutobi Hiruzen. Jiraiya opened his mouth, then closed it again. Forget it. I've already promised Orochimaru. I cannot break my word. Uchiha Zhan nodded with a sigh. Orochimaru, though outwardly silent, even planning the Konoha crush in the future, seemingly attacking the village, it was actually because he loved Konoha too much to allow the senile Sarutobi Hiruzen to continue his misrule. His arrival had merely accelerated this process. Soon the results were tallied. Nara Shikaku cleared his throat. I announced Jiraiya-sama receives 69 votes. Uchiha Zhan-sama receives 241 votes. Let us congratulate Uchiha Zhan-sama as the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Applause. Nara Shikaku clapped first, followed by the Uchiha clan, who clapped until their palms were red, utterly immersed. The Hyuga clan followed suit, led by clan head Hyuga Hayashi and eldest son Hyuga Niji, then the Ino Shikicho and the Aburame clan. Even Jiraiya, his rival, clapped with a smile on his face, watching Uchiha Zhan's back. He had a premonition that Konoha's future would be bright. Uchiha Zhan smiled and waved to the villagers, repeatedly thanking them. Nara Shikaku, seeing the time was right, raised his hand to signal quiet. Since he was Uchiha Zhan's strategist, everyone gave him due respect. Now comes the moment of transition between the old and new Hokage. Let us invite the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen-sama, to hand over the Hokage hat to the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Zhan. Nara Shikaku said with a cold smile. He wanted to see if Sarutobi Hiruzen could maintain his composure in public. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was ashen, but he knew the importance of this moment. He took a deep breath to adjust his expression, making himself appear amiable. Then he stepped forward, and as he passed Nara Shikaku, he picked up the hat that had accompanied him for nearly 30 years, his eyes brimming with memories. His aged hand caressed the brim. At that moment he had already let go. With a sigh he walked onto the stage. Holding the Hokage hat with both hands, he solemnly asked, Uchiha Zhan, are you prepared to shoulder the burden of Konoha, to lead your comrades forward, never forgetting your original intention, never forgetting the will of fire? Sarutobi Hiruzen's question seemed to ask Uchiha Zhan, but in truth he asked himself whether he still remembered his own original intention. He could not answer, so he wanted to see how Uchiha Zhan would respond. Uchiha Zhan shed his contempt and mockery, standing tall. Of course. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, nodded, and prepared to place the Hokage hat on Uchiha Zhan's head. Just as Hiruzen Sarutobi was about to place the Hokage hat on Uchiha Zhan's head, 2 coffins fell from the sky. Written on them were the characters 1, 2, and root. Uchiha Zhan's pupils contracted. He knew Orochimaru would make a move, but he never imagined it would cause such a stir. Uchiha Zhan immediately spoke up. Not good, it's impure world reincarnation. Shikaku, evacuate the crowd at once, and have the ANBU ninja seal off the area. We cannot let the reincarnated ninja wreak havoc in Konoha. Hearing impure world reincarnation, Nara Shikaku immediately snapped into action. Clenching his teeth, he began evacuating the crowd. All ANBU, drop whatever you're doing right now and evacuate the people. Ino Shikicho assist the ANBU in the operation. Seeing the dire situation, Hayashi Hyuga also spoke up. Hyuga ninja, by my order, evacuate the crowd immediately and prepare for battle. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui exchanged a glance, then summoned Susanoo to surround the platform, preventing anyone from leaving. At this moment, everyone once again felt the profound heritage of the Uchiha clan. Only Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, an uneasy feeling stirring within him. Yet when he looked at the 2 Susanoo, he felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Jiraiya assumed a battle stance. He glanced at the stooped Hiruzen Sarutobi, a trace of reluctance in his eyes. Then he looked at Uchiha Zhan, as if asking whether his teacher could be spared. Uchiha Zhan fell silent. Whether Hiruzen Sarutobi lived or died made little difference to him, but the ninja clans were deeply wary of the old Hokage, fearing he might stage a comeback and settle old scores. They might not lend their aid. The question now was whether he truly wished to spare Hiruzen Sarutobi's life. Ha. Master, long time no see. A woman appeared on the platform, and no one quite understood what was happening. Hiruzen Sarutobi stared at the woman with a grave expression. You are Orochimaru. He immediately went on guard. Oh my. As expected of Master Sarutobi, you recognized your disciple at a single glance. As she spoke, the woman walked toward the three coffins, her pale hand caressing them with a look of intoxicated fascination. However, Master Sarutobi, I didn't come here to reminisce with you. It's time we settled our accounts properly. With that, Orochimaru slapped the coffins. Bang! The lids fell off, revealing the figures within. Three ninja whose bodies were covered in cracks. After Orochimaru struck the lids, they slowly stepped out. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, felt his pupils shrink. These three were... Oh, where's this? Wasn't I just chatting with Tobirama a moment ago? The man clad in crimson warring state's armor with flowing long hair, draped behind him, looked puzzled. Brother, it seems someone has used impure world reincarnation to summon us back to the living world. The man beside him, wearing blue warring state's armor with silver hair and red markings on his face, surveyed his surroundings before fixing his gaze on Hiruzen Sarutobi. Frowning, he said, "Monkey." Hiruzen Sarutobi dropped to his knees with a thud. "Master, first Hokage-sama, I never imagined I would see you both again in this lifetime." "Oh, so you are Monkey. How have you become so old?" Hashirama Senju exclaimed in astonishment. The man from the root coffin stepped out with a grim expression. "First Hokage, Master Sarutobi." His expression was complex. This man was none other than Danzo Shimura. Danzo. Hiruzen Sarutobi could not help but shed tears at seeing his old friend appear once more. Danzo Shimura, staring at his own abnormal skin, seemed to realize something. He suddenly asked, "Sarutobi, have you run into some kind of trouble? Enough to summon me along with the two Hokage-samas?" The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, frowned. He looked at the arm of Danzo Shimura wrapped in bandages and said, "Danzo, why do I sense the aura of an inherently evil Uchiha brat from you? What have you done, eh?" Uchiha Zhan laughed out loud, his eyes filled with savage cruelty as he stared at the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. "Old geezer, what did the Uchiha ever do to you that you open your mouth with inherently evil Uchiha brat? Don't forget it was the Uchiha clan who killed your younger brother." Uchiha Zhan was a man who knew how to strike where it hurt, and this blow cut straight to Tobirama's jugular. Tobirama Senju immediately abandoned his questioning of Danzo Shimura, glaring at Uchiha Zhan with fury. But upon seeing his face, his pupils contracted. "You? What, eh? Seeing my face, do you feel guilty? The things you did back then, how were they any different from a scoundrel's deeds? If not for you, Konoha might have unified the entire ninja world." "Shut up, you brat. Inherently evil Uchiha. This old man will." Tobirama Senju's right hand became wrapped in flowing water which spun at high speed to form a water blade. The argument naturally drew Hashirama Senju's attention. Seeing Uchiha Zhan's face, Hashirama lowered his head, his expression dark, and firmly gripped Tobirama's shoulder. "Brother, stop. Can't you see? He's wearing the Hokage's ceremonial haori and the Hokage hat of our Konoha village." A moment ago, Tobirama had focused entirely on Uchiha Zhan's face and hadn't noticed any of that. After his elder brother's reminder, he looked over, and his pupils contracted. Sure enough, this man who bore a striking resemblance to Madara Uchiha was wearing their Hokage robe, meaning he was now the Hokage. A member of the Uchiha clan actually became Hokage. Tobirama's vision went dark and he nearly fainted. This was more agonizing than death itself. And to top it off, the new Hokage was a man who looked so much like that person. "What? Can't an Uchiha wear this robe?" "First Hokage-sama," Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. Hashirama Senju shook his head. "Of course not. Besides, you look handsome and splendid in it. It reminds me of an old friend. If only I had been more resolute back then and overruled all objections to make him the Hokage of Konoha, perhaps the village would have flourished even more." Tobirama regained his composure and immediately said, "Brother, stop dwelling on those thoughts. And the person before you is not Madara Uchiha." Hashirama nodded. "I know. If you know, then why are you stopping me?" Tobirama fumed, his mustache bristling. "It's precisely because I know that I'm stopping you," Hashirama Senju said in a low, grave voice. Tobirama. Nevertheless, he obediently dispersed his chakra, and the hard whirlpool water blade in his right hand vanished. But his eyes remained fixed on Uchiha Zhan. If looks could kill, Uchiha Zhan would have died countless times already. Just then Orochimaru's voice rang out. Could you all please not ignore me? After all, you were all summoned by me. Well, the time for reminiscing is about over. Now prepare for battle." Orochimaru produced 3 kunai with talismans attached, and thrust them into the heads of the 3 resurrected by impure world reincarnation. As Orochimaru placed the cursed mark kunai into the 3 ninjas summoned by the impure world reincarnation, their originally lively eyes became as stagnant as a pool of dead water. Orochimaru chuckled. "Master Sarutobi, the impure world reincarnation technique is not yet perfected. It can only unleash 1/10 of their full strength. However, given your current abilities, I believe that should be enough." Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils contracted. He immediately assumed a combat stance and looked at Uchiha Zhan. "Fifth Hokage, leave Danzo to me and the other 2 lords to you." Saying that, he summoned his summoned beast Yuan Mo. Yuan Mo, sharing a telepathic bond with Sarutobi, Hiruzen instantly transformed into a black staff that Sarutobi Hiruzen grasped in his hand. "Danzo, Wake up. Have you forgotten the days we fought side by side? As he spoke, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals and took a sharp breath. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The blazing dragon-shaped fire bullet bared its fangs and charged straight at Shimura Danzo. This astonished everyone as Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke of bonds and past days, yet struck the most ruthlessly. This single fire dragon flame bullet had reached the level of a Kage. Just as Shimura Danzo was about to be hit, he opened his bandaged right hand and formed a single-handed seal. Izanagi. Shimura Danzo's figure disappeared, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned. In the next moment, a hurricane-like projectile attacked from behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sexy son boy. Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind reacted, and he wanted to turn around to defend, but his aged body could not form the seals in time to release the earth-style wall. Shimura Danzo's vacuum great sphere struck his back. Overwhelmed, Sarutobi Hiruzen was sent flying. Boom, 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 boom. He bounced off the ground like a skipping stone scraping along the earth. Finally, he seized an opportunity to thrust the Yuan Mo staff deeply into the ground, gradually stabilizing himself. If not for the incompleteness of Orochimaru's technique, which could only unleash 1/10 of its power, that single blow would have cost him half his life. Instead, he now stood leaning on his staff, gasping for air. But one wave had not yet subsided when another arose. Wood-style tree world advent. The ground beneath the stage suddenly erupted with countless giant trees, transforming the terrain into a forest. Sarutobi Hiruzen reluctantly prepared to dodge, but the next moment he heard, illusion technique, dark dusk. Instantly his vision was stripped away and his world plunged into darkness. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned. Wasn't it agreed that Uchiha Zhan would face the first and second Hokage? What was happening? Uchiha Zhan's mouth twitched. He didn't know either. He had been ready for battle, but the two Hokages glanced at him and then charged at the third Hokage. Then Uchiha Zhan turned his gaze to Orochimaru, who gave him a knowing smile and nodded. Uchiha Zhan instantly understood. This was all Orochimaru's doing. Poor Sarutobi Hiruzen was being toyed with by his beloved disciple. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had lost his sight, he was still a Kage-level powerhouse. Relying on his hearing, he continuously evaded the entangling and striking of the tree world. But age had its limits. The next moment he was bound by the first Hokage's wood style, and then Senju Tobarama appeared before him in a flash. Lay Xing. Senju Tobarama drew Itachi from his waist and thrust it straight at Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Sarutobi Hiruzen sensed danger and instinctively shifted his body half an inch. Puchi. The sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed. Rip. Expressionlessly, Senju Tobarama plunged Itachi into Sarutobi Hiruzen's abdomen, missing his heart by a hair's breadth and his vital organs by a fraction. Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, water-style water dragon bullet. Forming hand seals, a water dragon materialized from nothing, biting Senju Tobarama's waist and carrying him away. Perhaps because the caster was defeated, the darkness before Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes dissipated instantly. A colorful light once again appeared in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. But before he could rejoice, a log hurtled toward his face. Bang! Sarutobi Hiruzen was struck directly, his body flying backward, blood gushing from the impact site. Father! Sarutobi Asuma came to help and witnessed this scene. Orochimaru's lips curled upward. Judging by the situation, Sarutobi Hiruzen had likely suffered a concussion. If he woke up, he might be paralyzed. If so, then Sarutobi Hiruzen might not necessarily die. After all, they were once master and student. Sarutobi Asuma dashed forward, made a great leap, and caught Sarutobi Hiruzen, his eyes reddening. Uchiha Zhan knew they couldn't allow this to continue any longer, so he spoke up. You grip the Shirkuan sword tightly and seal Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Yu was startled, although he didn't know why Uchiha Zhan knew the ability of the Shirjong sword. However, at this moment he had no time to think. Yes. Uchiha Yu replied, and then he commanded his orange-red Susanoo to charge straight at the darkness of Konoha Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo suddenly regained consciousness. Indeed, this was Orochimaru's doing. He was not fond of his partner either. After all, it was this man who had set him up to become a rogue ninja. Is this? Susanoo. Uchiha Yu. Stop this at once. Are you Uchiha trying to rebel? Shimura Danzo blustered, glaring at Uchiha Yu. Uchiha Yu sneered. I'm sorry, Lord Danzo. Times have changed. My brother is in power now. The Hokage has ordered me to seal you. Prepare to die. Uchiha Yu had only wanted to avoid a mutual destruction between the village and the clan. Now that this concern was gone, why should he tolerate this old fart? With that, Uchiha Yu raised his hand and pressed down. The orange-red Susanoo's eyes flashed, and then its right hand raised the Shirkuan sword, blazing with flames and emitting a dazzling light, and pierced the impure world reincarnated Shimura Danzo. Puchi! The sound of a blade piercing paper rang out. Shimura Danzo was stunned. He then realized that he had already died once. Why should he be afraid? His eyes instantly blazed with killing intent, and he was about to strike down Uchiha Yu when a suction force emanated from his abdomen. Shimura Danzo's expression drastically changed. He felt his control over his body slipping away. He tried to activate his Izanagi, but now it was nothing but a wishful thought. Meanwhile, Uchiha Yu seemed to have a realization. The sealing property of the Shirkwan sword seemed to naturally counter the impure world reincarnation technique. Uchiha Susanoo opened its red gourd, emitting a pop sound. Shimura Danzo's soul began to be drawn into the gourd. He struggled and wailed, but to no avail, and was eventually completely sucked inside. Uchiha Susanoo narrowed its eyes, seemingly quite satisfied with the soul. Well done. Uchiha Zhan glanced at Uchiha Itachi with satisfaction, and Uchiha Itachi smiled gently at him. Finally, he too could help Uchiha Zhan. Orochimaru's pupils contracted. Oh my, so this is why I'm so infatuated with your eyes, Itachi. The ability to seal the Edo Tensei. Truly you are the ultimate vessel. Uchiha Zhan's expression turned icy. Orochimaru, do you wish for death? The next moment, Uchiha Zhan charged forward. Though he had initially held a certain respect for Orochimaru, now that the man coveted his elder brother's Sharingan, it was an entirely different matter. Orochimaru seemed intrigued. I've long heard of how Uchiha Zhan single-handedly repelled 3 villages. Today let me witness exactly what abilities you possess. Orochimaru formed hand seals. Triple Rashomon. The ground trembled as one after another stone gates bearing the visage of Azura rose from the earth. Uchiha Zhan clenched his right fist, and simultaneously the deep blue Susanoo threw a punch. The first Rashomon shattered instantly, causing Orochimaru's eyelid to twitch. He bit his right thumb and slammed it against the ground. Come forth, Manda. Whoosh. Amidst swirling smoke, a colossal figure materialized. Its body was purple, its immense form chilling, and a pair of glowing red eyes flickered within the haze. Orochimaru, you've summoned your Lord Manda again. This time I demand 100 humans to devour. Manda declared arrogantly, as if no one present warranted his concern. Orochimaru smiled. No problem. As long as you don't flee today, I'll prepare 100 blood sacrifices for you. Manda was stunned. This was the first time Orochimaru had agreed, without haggling. It seemed the man was truly in trouble. Very well, let me see who. But the moment he turned his head, his eyes bulged. Damn it, Orochimaru, you bastard. Although Manda had never seen a Susanoo before, the oppressive aura of the 3-stage Susanoo on the battlefield made him feel as if death was imminent. Manda, don't be so uncouth. Now we face them. Orochimaru swiftly formed hand seals. Manda's binding snake formation. The next moment the battlefield transformed once more. Countless yellow, blue, and green snakes burst forth from the ground, all venomous and vividly colored. Uchiha Zhan ignored the terrain, his Susanoo tank crushing through, pulverizing countless venomous snakes into pools of blood. Manda's eyes reddened. Those were his kin, and seeing Uchiha Zhan slaughter them without restraint infuriated him. Hiss hiss. Manda slithered in a serpentine path, aiming at Uchiha Zhan. He opened his massive maw, releasing purple venom mist from his 2 fangs. Uncertain of Uchiha Zhan's true strength, he first tested the waters with venom mist. After all, caution is the mother of survival. Uchiha Zhan pulled a flask of Realgar wine from his scroll and hurled it, then formed the ram hand seal. Fire release, great fire annihilation. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Fire-natured chakra activated, turning into a sea of blazing flames. The Realgar wine sack melted, and the wine within, meeting the great fire annihilation, caused an explosion. Boom. The purple venom mist burned by the Realgar wine was purified into white steam, dissipating on the spot. Manda stared wide-eyed, utterly baffled. His venom was no weak poison. Even the White Snake Sage had praised it highly. Why had it failed today? Uchiha Zhan had no time to explain. He manipulated the Susanoo to summon the Yasaka Magatama. Several blue Magatama shot toward the second Rashomon. Clearly the second gate was thicker and harder than the first. Yet everything is relative. Although Orochimaru's Rashomon was sturdy compared to Uchiha Zhan, who possessed the full power of Uchiha Madara's founding of the Hidden Leaf, its defense was pitifully fragile like paper. One Yasaka Magatama cracked the second Rashomon, 2 left it tottering on the verge of collapse. When the third Yasaka Magatama struck, the second Rashomon shattered completely, turning to dust. Jiraiya's expression shifted. Though he too could break Orochimaru's Rashomon, he could never do so with such ease. Orochimaru looked around, already contemplating retreat. Uchiha Zhan was invincible. Even 3 of himself combined could not match him. Suddenly he spotted Senju Hashirama, and a bold idea struck him. If he released Senju Hashirama, would the first Hokage suppress Uchiha Zhan? However, he shook his head. His current goal was to leave the Hidden Leaf. Having already grievously wounded Sarutobi Hiruzen, his objective was met. Continuing would only damage the village's buildings. Thus, with a hardened gaze, he ordered Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama to jointly attack Uchiha Zhan. Suddenly, a green light flashed from Tsunade's necklace, and an invisible energy surged into the reincarnated Senju Hashirama. The next moment, Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the first Hokage. Senju Hashirama has broken free from my control. This was disastrous. Orochimaru quickly connected to another cursed seal of heaven, preparing for the possibility of dying here. Meanwhile, Manda, seeing Senju Hashirama charging, was terrified, ended the summoning, and fled back to the Ryuchi cave. After all, this was the beast who once grabbed the Nine Tails with one hand, and said, "Nine Tails, your power is too great. I must seal you. Manda had no confidence in matching the Nine Tails. Compared to the Nine Tails, he was nothing. Senju Hashirama slowly turned his neck. When he opened his eyes again, he sighed. So that's how it was. I'm sorry, Madara. Uchiha Zhan shattered the final Rashomon, piloting the complete body Susanoo to swing its long sword, cleaving Orochimaru in two. Orochimaru let out a scream and fell dead on the spot. But Uchiha Zhan, familiar with the plot, knew that if Orochimaru died so easily, he wouldn't be Orochimaru. He had likely already resurrected through another cursed seal. Nevertheless, it didn't matter. Orochimaru had crippled the third Hokage, and Uchiha Zhan had killed Orochimaru once. That was enough to honor the seat of Hokage both outwardly and internally. Jiraiya was stunned, unable to believe Orochimaru had died so easily. Then a small white snake stealthily crawled onto his sleeve and transmitted a message with chakra, "Fool, I'm not dead. Don't worry." After speaking, it hung from Jiraiya's arm, like an ornament, motionless. Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief, marveling that Orochimaru was indeed Orochimaru. Ordinary people couldn't kill him. At that moment, Senju Hashirama arrived before Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo. Gazing at the massive blue Susanoo, he frowned. How could there be such similar chakra fluctuations in Susanoo appearance? This Uchiha Zhan held a great secret. Just as Uchiha Zhan was about to conclude the matter, a voice interjected, "Hey kid, you're Uchiha Zhan, right?" The voice was deep and resonant, impossible to ignore. Uchiha Zhan's pupils contracted as he turned to look at Shinsho Zhujian, his heart turning cold. Shinsho Zhujian. How could he still be alive? Shouldn't the impure world reincarnation technique have been dispelled upon the caster's death? Uchiha Zhan then glanced at Shinsho Feijin beside him. He was slowly fading away. Perhaps Shinsho Zhujian was merely experiencing a final burst of vitality. But when Shinsho Zhujian's voice rang out again, he confirmed that he had not dissipated. "Kid, tell me, what is your relationship with Madara? Why are your chakra fluctuations and even Susanoo identical?" Shinsho Zhujian frowned, staring intently at Uchiha Zhan. At that moment, Tsunade jumped down from the rooftop. "Great-grandfather, is it really you?" Her eyes brimmed with tears as if she had found an anchor. Distracted by this interruption, Shinsho Zhujian looked at the woman beside him, pondered for a moment, and upon noticing the necklace around her neck, a look of epiphany dawned on his face. "Oh, you're Tsunade. It's been so long, and you've grown into a fine young lady." Shinsho Zhujian burst into hearty laughter. "Grandfather." Tsunade blushed. At that moment, she was no longer one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, nor a master medic, but simply Shinsho Zhujian's granddaughter. All grown up. Do you have a man? Any children?" Shinsho Zhujian affectionately ruffled Tsunade's hair, but realizing his impure world body kept crumbling, he withdrew his hand. Tsunade, however, didn't mind. She grabbed his hand, placed it on her head, and then gave him a fierce bear hug. "Can't I act spoiled with you just because I have no man or children?" Tsunade pouted. Honestly, she had missed her great-grandfather terribly after so long apart. But upon hearing his words, she let out a snort, though her arms never stopped holding tightly around Shinsho Zhujian's waist. A flicker of tenderness passed through Shinsho Zhujian's eyes. Tsunade was his only remaining bond in the ninja world now, so naturally, he cherished her deeply. Jiraiya stepped forward at that moment, bowing respectfully to Shinsho Zhujian. "Lord First Hokage, it's an honor. I am Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha." Shinsho Zhujian was taken aback. "Oh." He looked at the man who seemed even more robust than himself with interest, the legendary Sannin of Konoha. Jiraiya nodded yes. "The Sannin are myself, Tsunade, and Orochimaru, the one who just summoned you." Shinsho Zhujian nodded vigorously, slapping his palm with his fist. "Oh, I see. So you're a powerhouse from my granddaughter's era. Young man, do you have a wife? Do you want one?" Shinsho Zhujian chuckled, winking at Jiraiya and jerking his chin towards Tsunade. Jiraiya for once scratched the back of his head, his face reddening, unable to respond. Shinsho Zhujian narrowed his eyes. There was potential. Just as he was about to press further, Tsunade grew flustered. "Great-grandfather, how can you be like this?" She threw a punch at him, but Shinsho Zhujian casually raised his hand and effortlessly blocked her enraged strike. Slap. Tsunade was not at all surprised, but Jiraiya's jaw dropped. He knew that even in his sage mode, he wouldn't dare to take a full-force punch from Tsunade head-on. Uchiha Zhan was startled. Shinsho Zhujian's current state was definitely not a fraction of his living strength. What kind of power did he truly possess? Would he use force to prevent him from ascending to the position of 5th Hokage? If it were him, both his strength and reputation far surpassed his own. Shinsho Zhujian suddenly turned to Uchiha Zhan and spoke. "Young man, you haven't answered my question." He gazed at Uchiha Zhan with a deep, penetrating look. Uchiha Zhan replied calmly. "Everyone has their own opportunities, Lord First Hokage. Didn't you awaken, would release one day, and rise rapidly?" Hearing this, Shinsho Zhujian rubbed his chin. "Yes. That makes sense." He nodded, then looked at Uchiha Zhan. "Uchiha Zhan, I want to know. Are you truly ready to inherit the will of Konoha?" Uchiha Zhan paused, then felt an immense surge of chakra emanating from Shinsho Zhujian. At the same time, his own chakra began to stir. Of course, The moment he spoke, blue chakra burst forth like a tidal wave clashing against Qinsho Zhujian's aura. Qinsho Zhujian's expression remained unchanged, his eyes fixed on the young man before him. Finally, he withdrew his chakra and burst into laughter. I see. In that case, I entrust the village to you. And the promise I made with Madala, I pass that on to you as well. I believe that under your leadership, Konoha will once again reach its peak. Qinsho Zhujian extended his fist. Uchiha Zhan compelled extended his own fist. One was a living body, the other an impure world shell. Their fists met. Thus the transfer of the Hokage's will and the village's legacy was completed. Nara Shikadaku had ordered this moment to be photographed. A record that combined with the Uchiha clan's newspaper would cement Uchiha Zhan as the most legitimate successor. They were no longer rebels, but warriors cleansing the corruption of Konoha, righteous avengers eliminating the decayed influence of the third Hokage's faction. Qinsho Zhujian wanted to say something more, but a green energy drifted out from his body, returning to Tsunade's necklace. He opened his mouth, then closed it. When he spoke again, his body had already begun to disintegrate. Uchiha Zhan, I think Madala would be delighted to see you wearing the 5th Hokage's Haori. I wronged him. Carry on the will we began with, and walk forward. Qinsho Zhujian smiled gently. Uchiha Zhan remained silent. Just before Qinsho Zhujian vanished, he said, I will. Qinsho Zhujian's hearty laughter rang out once more, before quickly fading. Grandfather. A single tear slid down Tsunade's cheek. She knew that his impure world body was not a normal state, and would eventually be undone, but she hadn't expected it to happen so soon. The loss of a loved one struck her again, plunging her into despair. At that moment, Jiraiya wrapped an arm around her. He could feel the faint tremor in her body, but she did not resist. Relieved, he said, Don't be sad. I'm sure the first Hokage would want you to be happy every day. Tsunade could no longer hold back her tears, and Jiraiya comforted her with gentle words. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand, instructing Uchiha Itachi and Shursui to deactivate Susanoo, and ordered the Hyuga Uchiha and Inoshikacho clans to clear the scene and assess the damage. The expenses would be covered by the Konoha treasury. Like his name suggests, Uchiha Zhan rose to the position of 5th Hokage amidst the chaos of war. He now leads the clan heads who have either pledged allegiance to him or fought alongside him against Danzo, as they make their way toward Konoha Hospital. The third Hokage has been injured, and regardless of the circumstances, as the new ruler, the new Hokage of Konoha has a duty to visit and offer his regards. If they are fighting for their life in the hospital, while you hold a victory banquet and bestow lavish rewards, no one would accept that on grounds of humanity or righteousness. As Uchiha Zhan, clad in the ceremonial cloak of the 5th Hokage, arrived, the normally tranquil Konoha Hospital immediately stirred to life, with the hospital director coming out personally to welcome him. Lord Hokage, may I ask what service you require? Before the 5th Hokage, even the esteemed hospital director had to bow his head. Uchiha Zhan said nothing but cast a glance toward Nara Shikaku, who instantly understood. Stepping forward, he said, The 5th Hokage has come to visit the 3rd Hokage. Please lead the way. Upon hearing this, the hospital director nodded and immediately sent someone to guide them. He also walked behind Uchiha Zhan, describing Sarutobi Hiruzen's injuries along the way. Soon they arrived at the special care ward. 2 ninjas stood guard at the entrance. One was Sarutobi Asuma, who was smoking a cigarette and leaning against the wall. The other was his girlfriend Yuhi Kurenai. Noticing a group approaching the ward, she tugged at Asuma's sleeve. Asuma, put out your cigarette. The Hokage has come to visit Lord Sarutobi. At Kurenai's reminder, Asuma looked up at the Uchiha procession, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He knew full well that his father had done everything possible to hinder Uchiha Zhan, yet here the Hokage stood leading the village's top officials to pay a visit. Unknowingly, the cigarette had burned down to the filter and continued smoldering until it scorched Asuma's fingers, jolting him back to reality. He dropped it to the ground and crushed it beneath his heel. He immediately bowed as Uchiha Zhan reached the doorway, saying, Lord Hokage. Beside him, Kurenai also bowed deeply, daring not to raise her head for fear of offending the newly appointed Hokage. Uchiha Zhan nodded and spoke. Jonin Asuma, we have come to visit the 3rd Hokage. Your father played a crucial role in quelling the Orochimaru rebellion this time. Uchiha Zhan patted his shoulder, acknowledging his father's contributions. Asuma stood frozen, speechless. Kurenai, exasperated, pinched his waist sharply, which finally brought him back to his senses. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Asuma knelt on one knee. Regardless of his former status, Uchiha Zhan was now the Hokage, and as a Jonin, he owed the Hokage his respects. Uchiha Zhan chuckled and stepped forward to help Asuma up. Asuma, how is your father? Asuma's expression turned somber as he crouched lower. Lord Hokage, I dare not hide the truth from you. My father suffered severe head trauma with intracranial bleeding. Had he not received timely treatment, he would have perished on the spot. Moreover, the physicians say that from now on my father will never be able to walk without a cane. After a month, he may begin moving slowly. But any vigorous activity could cause another cerebral hemorrhage, which would prove fatal. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zhan's expression grew grave. Director. The Konoha Hospital director, who had been accompanying Uchiha Zhan, immediately stepped forward. Lord Hokage, at your service. His manner was deeply respectful and humble. Uchiha Zhan looked at him and spoke slowly, spare no expense. Save the third Hokage at all costs. Yes, yes, Lord Hokage. I understand perfectly. With that he immediately departed to prepare the recovery plan. Uchiha Zhan exchanged a glance with Nara Shikaku, who watched the director and followed at a distance. Asuma was deeply moved. He never expected Uchiha Zhan to be such a magnanimous leader who repaid ill will with grace. He truly should have persuaded his father to stop opposing Uchiha Zhan. However, Kurenai had noticed Uchiha Zhan's subtle glance and fell into contemplation. As a clever woman, she kept her thoughts to herself. As for how the hospital would treat him, whether they could succeed, no one could say for certain. Uchiha Zhan instructed the various clan heads to set down their gifts, then offered a few words of comfort to Sarutobi Asuma before preparing to depart. Asuma continued thanking Uchiha Zhan profusely. The Hokage smiled warmly, praising him endlessly, calling him honest and capable, saying even Sarutobi Shinosuke could not compare. The future of the Sarutobi clan rested on Asuma's shoulders. With such commendations, Asuma's support and loyalty toward Uchiha Zhan reached a new height. In the end, even after Uchiha Zhan had left, Asuma personally saw him off. Witnessing all of this, Kurenai remained silently, hoping that Uchiha Zhan would show mercy, given the simple-minded nature of her beloved. Leaving the hospital, it was already afternoon. Uchiha Zhan dismissed everyone, but asked Hayashi, Hyuga, Nara Shikaku, and Fugaku Uchiha to stay behind. No one objected. After all, these three were the founding shareholders, their status firmly established. The others were either aligned with the Hyuga clan or the Ino Shikicho trio. How could they compare to the original insiders? The four entered the Hokage's office. Uchiha Zhan took his seat at the Hokage's desk and looked toward Hayashi Hyuga, who instantly understood and closed the door. Moments later, Uchiha Zhan's voice rang out. How did it go? He looked at Nara Shikaku. A satisfied smile appeared on Shikaku's face as he replied, everything has been settled. The third Hokage's injuries are severe. He will likely need to remain in rest for the rest of his life. Admiration glinted in Uchiha Zhan's eyes. Indeed, this cannot be helped. I feel deeply regretful. A disabled third Hokage would only strengthen Konoha's unity and ensure its stability. Upon hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga did not find Uchiha Zhan cold-blooded or cruel. Instead, he felt it was entirely appropriate and justified. On one hand, as one aligned with Uchiha Zhan, he naturally desired a stable regime. The third Hokage had been the greatest obstacle. With the greatest obstacle removed, who wouldn't rejoice? On the other hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen had caused the death of his beloved younger brother. Hayashi had long harbored resentment toward Konoha, and now that the culprit himself lay crippled, his vengeance had been served. Fugaku Uchiha's feelings were even more obvious. The Uchiha clan's position in the village had been precarious. Without Sarutobi Hiruzen's approval, he would never have believed such dire circumstances. So he was more than delighted that the mastermind had come to harm. Lord Hokage, please do not blame yourself. This matter has nothing to do with you. It was all Orochimaru's doing. If not for him, the third Hokage would not have suffered this fate. Hayashi Hyuga spoke first. Indeed, John. In the end, this was all Orochimaru's fault. By killing him, you have also avenged the third Hokage, Fugaku Uchiha said slowly. Nara Shikaku remained silent, but he continued observing Uchiha Zhan's expression. Deep down, he did not believe that Orochimaru had been killed so easily. Very well then, let us discuss the distribution of authority. Uchiha Azuna sat with his legs crossed, hands resting on his abdomen, gazing at the three before him. The three instantly changed expressions, turning solemn as they looked at Uchiha Azuna, for what followed was the crucial part. The very reason they had supported his ascension to the Hokage's seat. Uchiha Azuna glanced at the three and suddenly laughed. Don't be so tense, relax. I'd like to hear your opinions. Uchiha Azuna inquired. No one dared to answer rashly, for all authority currently rested in his hands. If they asked for too much, they feared his anger. If they asked for too little, they felt they had lost out and failed their clan. Thus the crux of the matter lay in finding the right measure. If the measure was well struck, they could demand more in the future. If it was poorly judged, they would incur Uchiha Azuna's displeasure, and even if they gained what they wanted this time, they risked being cast aside. Nara Shikaku pondered for a long while before speaking. The Nara clan wishes to assist the Hokage-sama in handling documents, and we need no power in return. Uchiha Azuna raised an eyebrow. A clever man retreating to advance. He represented the Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka clans. Doubtless, he sought benefits for the two allied clans. As for the Akimichi, they excel in commerce and capital flow. I would like to secure for them a position managing finances. The Yamanaka clan can read memories from an enemy's mind, which is a unique advantage for intelligence gathering. Nara Shikaku bowed his head. Uchiha Azuna laughed. Since it is recommended by Shikaku the strategist, I cannot refuse. Please inform the two clan heads when you return, Lord Shikaku. The positions of Minister of Finance and Minister of Interrogation in Konoha are vacant. I hope Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi can take up these posts and guide this junior in management. Nara Shikaku nodded excitedly, eyes gleaming, and knelt on one knee. Thank you, Hokage-sama. On behalf of the Ino Shikacho, I pledge eternal loyalty to you. as everyone knew these two departments were at the core of Konoha, one controlling money, the other intelligence. One was the foundation of development, the other allowed Nara Shikaku to analyze the situation both inside and outside the village. With these two departments in hand, and Uchiha Izuna's trust, the three clans would stand invincible. Very well then, Lord Shikaku returned and informed them of this news. Prepare for tomorrow, I trust you will not disappoint me. Uchiha Izuna smiled. Yes. Nara Shikaku's eyes shone with loyalty. Previously one department was held by Midokado Hamura, and the other by Shimura Danzo. As the oldest clans that had first supported Hiruzen Sarutobi's ascension to Hokage, the Ino Shikacho had repeatedly requested positions, but Hiruzen always found excuses to delay or dismiss them, eventually causing them to withdraw their allegiance. Now Uchiha Izuna not only refrained from nepotism, but heeded the advice of those who had helped him rise, a gesture that deeply moved Nara Shikaku. With Nara Shikaku's departure, Uchiha Fugaku and Hyuga Hayashi grew somber. The treasurer and the eyes had been claimed. Oh, what should they ask for? Hyuga Hayashi said in a low voice, Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan desires the authority over Konoha's defense patrol and reconnaissance. He looked up at Uchiha Izuna, somewhat apprehensive, for his request was substantial. To put it bluntly, he sought control over the entire village's security. Uchiha Izuna pondered briefly. The authority over defense is not possible. For patrol and reconnaissance, I will appoint you as deputy chief of the police force tomorrow, giving you command over 30 of its personnel. From now on, the police force will be jointly managed by the Hyuga and Uchiha. Initially, Hyuga Hayashi felt disheartened by Uchiha Izuna's refusal regarding defense, realizing he had overstepped. A ruler like Uchiha Izuna would never allow his own security to be in another's hands. But upon hearing that Uchiha Izuna would cede part of the police force's power to him, he was overjoyed. Others might not know, but he understood that while the department made enemies, it wielded significant authority. Moreover, it played an indispensable role in Konoha. If the Hyuga could enter, they would gain real power, tangible power. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Hyuga Hayashi's face lit up. Just as he was about to leave, Uchiha Izuna suddenly spoke. From now on, when the police force goes on missions, they must form pairs with one Uchiha shinobi and one Hyuga shinobi. Mutual supervision, mutual urging, mutual competition, ensuring the fairness of law enforcement. The purpose of law enforcement is, in the end, 5 words: serve the villagers. I do not wish for you to forget your original intent as time passes, why you hold the power of the police force. If that day comes, I will purge the ranks. Uchiha Izuna spoke softly. A slap, then a sweetener. Both reward and punishment combined. Uchiha Izuna's words set off alarm bells in Hyuga Hayashi's mind. He looked warily at Uchiha Izuna, sensing a layer of impenetrable mist around him. His thinking was undoubtedly ahead of his time. Hayashi understands. With that, Uchiha Izuna waved his hand, signaling him to leave. After Hyuga Hayashi departed, Uchiha Fugaku smirked and said, should I call you Hokage-sama or my son? Uchiha Izuna closed his eyes and spoke slowly. At work, address me by title. At home, we are father and son. Uchiha Fugaku understood instantly and said, Hokage-sama, what authority do you grant the Uchiha? Silence, a deathly stillness. The Uchiha. Keep things as they are. Uchiha Izuna said slowly. Uchiha Fugaku frowned. Izuna. Before he could finish, Uchiha Izuna opened his eyes and stared at him intently. If Lord Fugaku finds it unsuitable, then speak your mind. Uchiha Fugaku felt the oppressive aura of a ruler from his own son, more pure and terrifying than Hiruzen Sarutobi's. Sweat trickled down his back, but he still steeled himself and said, why not hand over the root to the Uchiha? At this, Uchiha Izuna slammed the table. Root? How you really dare to ask for that, Lord Fugaku? When root was established, it was only because Hiruzen Sarutobi wanted to appease Shimura Danzo and preserve their friendship. But what did root end up doing? In name, they were brothers with the Hokage's Umbu, but in reality, they were enemies. Root and Umbu became 2 factions battling for power. What, Lord Fugaku? Do you wish to contend for power with me? Or do you think I am unfit to be Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku was speechless. He understood everything Uchiha Zhan said. However, as the Uchiha clan, the maternal clan of Uchiha Zhan, would they not be criticized if they did not obtain some real power? Uchiha Zhan rubbed his throbbing nose bridge and finally spoke. From now on, the Uchiha clan will be in charge of the logistics of ninja tools for all departments of Konoha under the finance department. Uchiha Fugaku was somewhat dissatisfied and wanted to speak. Uchiha Zhan slammed the table. Don't negotiate with me. Take it or leave it. So far, no ninja of the Uchiha clan has emerged as a special talent capable of standing on their own. Moreover, my position is already the greatest benefit the Uchiha clan has obtained. As a Hokage's clan, the Uchiha have gained a high status and will no longer be bullied. However, do not be too arrogant. If I grant too much power to my own clan at this moment, many other ninja clans will become dissatisfied. I hope you understand this, clan leader Fugaku. It's not that I won't give power, but I will give it slowly, gradually, and optimally. You can't bite off more than you can chew, right? Uchiha Zhan reasoned with both logic and emotion. Finally, Uchiha Fugaku relented and nodded. All right. I will then go to the Nakomata clan to discuss the subsequent sale of ninja tools. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Okay, let's go back together. After saying this, Uchiha Zhan stood up and left the Hokage building with Uchiha Fugaku. The sky was dark now, the black night studded with stars. Uchiha Zhan stared blankly at the vast expanse of stars and said, Father, being Hokage is not as simple as you think. One must balance forces, develop, and assess the situation. Greedily seeking benefits for one's own clan will only end up like Hiruzen Sarutobi, despised by all and losing one's integrity in old age. If I give the Uchiha clan too much power, I'll be accused of abusing my position for personal gain. If I give them too little power, the clan members will be dissatisfied and call me heartless. The sale of ninja tools is essentially a lifeline industry for Konoha's ninjas. Entrusting it to the Uchiha clan is the biggest concession I can make. Uchiha Zhan spoke. Uchiha Fugaku nodded. He knew all this well enough, but he was soft-hearted. One moment he thought one thing was right, the next he thought another was right. This led to a severe split within the Uchiha clan. If not for Uchiha Zhan's sudden emergence to unite the clan, the Hawk and Dove factions would probably still be discussing a coup in a cramped hall. I understand. You've worked hard. I'll placate the clan members. Now that the Hokage of Konoha is from our Uchiha clan, what more could the others be dissatisfied about? Uchiha Fugaku said. Uchiha Zhan nodded and walked home. Upon arriving home, he headed to his room, when suddenly Uchiha Sasuke appeared and ran excitedly towards him. Uchiha Zhan's eyes softened. Sasuke, were you waiting for me? Uchiha Sasuke nodded. He was about 7 years old, very handsome, definitely a cute little boy. Second brother, I heard you became the Hokage of our village. Is that true? Then I'm the Hokage's little brother. From now on, anyone who dares bully me, I'll just say my brother is the Hokage. Who wouldn't show some respect? Sasuke said with a silly grin. Uchiha Zhan gave him a sidelong glance. Sasuke, it's true that I became the Hokage of Konoha, but the Hokage cannot bully people arbitrarily. As the Hokage's younger brother, you should be more magnanimous. If it's really the other person's fault, you can mention my name. But if it's your own fault, and you mention my name, I'll give you a good scolding. Uchiha Zhan's threatening yet affectionate tone made Uchiha Sasuke nod. I know, brother. He pouted a little, but soon clung to Uchiha Zhan, all sticky and affectionate. Brother, teach me a jutsu, please. I heard you have a fire release technique that when you spit it out, turns into a sea of flames. I want to learn that. Uchiha Sasuke's eyes sparkled. If he could use that move in the practical combat class, how cool would that be? Uchiha Zhan looked at Uchiha Sasuke with a strange expression. He could tell with his heel that Sasuke wanted to learn ninjutsu not for strength, but to show off. After all, there was a saying, the sky clears, the rain stops, and Sasuke thinks he's hot again. Recalling the 4 laughing madmen of the Uchiha clan in his past life, the weak one among the old, weak, sick, and disabled, Uchiha Zhan's mouth twitched. Listen to your brother, don't learn that. You're still young, and your chakra is insufficient. Even if you release it, the effect will be greatly diminished. Uchiha Zhan's words were true. Chakra is the foundation of all ninjutsu. With an endless supply of chakra, any nature transformation technique can unleash astonishing power. A specific example is Tobirama Senju, the man who signed a contract with the sea. He could use techniques like he was at the seaside, even in a waterless place. Hashirama Senju, that guy is not worth referencing, he's on a different level. Uchiha Sasuke pouted and still clung to Uchiha Zhan's Hokage robe, refusing to let go if Uchiha Zhan didn't teach him. Uchiha Zhan rubbed his head and finally selected a fire release technique from Madara Uchiha's memories. A C-rank technique, fire release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Uchiha Zhan said, in that case I'll teach you this Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Remember the hand seal order. Then Uchiha Zhan began to form hand seals: rat, tiger, dog, ox, rabbit, tiger. Fire release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. After forming the seals, Uchiha Zhan backstepped and leaped, aimed at the open space ahead, took a deep breath, and expelled it. Boom, boom, boom. 3 fireballs shot from his mouth and struck the ground. The 3 fireballs created shallow craters in the ground, leaving slight scorch marks. This was already the effect of Uchiha Zhan reducing his chakra input by 100 times, but to Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Zhan's moves looked super cool. Wow, so cool, second brother. So cool. I want to learn. Sasuke quickly ran to where Uchiha Zhan had landed. Uchiha Zhan smiled with pursed lips, melted by his little brother's cuteness. He pinched Uchiha Sasuke's chubby cheeks and nodded. Okay, I'll teach you. And so before bedtime, Uchiha Zhan taught Uchiha Sasuke the hand seals for the Phoenix Sage Fire Technique, explained the chakra pathway, and shared Madara's understanding of the technique from his memories. To be fair, Uchiha Sasuke's talent was certainly not a problem. He could remember every word Uchiha Zhan said without missing a single character. Moreover, he was highly motivated and immediately began practicing. Uchiha Sasuke's face was serious. Uchiha Zhan nodded, thinking he actually had a bit of a strong ninja's aura. Uchiha Sasuke formed hand seals, fire release Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. He repeated Uchiha Zhan's movements, backstepped, and spat out a fireball. However, the fireball was like a tiny flame, making Uchiha Zhan's mouth twitch involuntarily. He took back his words about Sasuke's good talent. Uchiha Sasuke practiced with exceptional dedication. This was one of the two fire-style ninjutsu techniques he had learned. The Great Fireball instructed by his eldest brother, and the Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu taught by his second brother. They were among his rare C-rank techniques, which most Ninja Academy students had not yet mastered. He would silently work hard and astonish everyone once he entered the academy. Uchiha Zhan watched his diligent younger brother practicing and sighed with emotion. As expected of a protagonist, even from childhood his moral compass was firm. Suddenly Uchiha Zhan's ears twitched, and he turned his gaze toward the entrance. "Big brother is back," Uchiha Zhan said with a smile, looking toward Uchiha Itachi. He was still assigned under Kakashi's command, handling umbu duties such as clearing the battlefield and accounting for losses, simply working overtime today. He must have just gotten off shift. Upon hearing Uchiha Zhan's voice, Uchiha Itachi paused slightly. The cold, ruthless expression on his face was suddenly replaced by a touch of warmth. He glanced at Uchiha Zhan before turning to look at Uchiha Sasuke. He then sat beside Uchiha Zhan and asked, "Zhan, what is Sasuke doing?" From his hand signs, is he practicing the Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu? One couldn't help but remark that Uchiha Itachi truly was the genius of the Uchiha clan. From the moment he entered until now, merely by observing Uchiha Sasuke's hand-seal gestures, he had already identified the Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Uchiha Zhan nodded. "Indeed. Don't let his young age fool you. He is very serious. He has been practicing for over 2 hours now, going from tiny sparks to barely managing small fireballs." Uchiha Itachi fell silent for a moment. He remembered that when he first learned the Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu, he had managed it on his first attempt, reaching even Fugaku's level. Looking at Sasuke, whose clothes were drenched in sweat, a flicker of empathy appeared in his eyes. Uchiha Itachi rose and walked toward Uchiha Sasuke, while Uchiha Zhan shook his head and turned to enter the house. He took 3 Asian pears from the refrigerator, washed them, and walked back into the courtyard. By this time, Uchiha Itachi had already begun patting Sasuke's head. Sasuke's previously spiky hair was now soaked with sweat, but Uchiha Itachi showed no reluctance. After patting his head for a while, he shared his experience with the Phoenix Sage Fire Jutsu. Then they saw Uchiha Zhan approaching with a plate. Uchiha Zhan cleared his throat lightly. "Ahem, would you too like some pears? I just took them out of the refrigerator. They're very sweet." Uchiha Sasuke's eyes lit up. He walked over to Uchiha Zhan, picked up 2 pears, and said, "Thank you, second brother." He then hurried over to Uchiha Itachi and offered him one of the pears. Uchiha Itachi smiled as he accepted the pear, took a bite, and thought, "Not bad. Cool and sweet, truly delicious." Uchiha Sasuke also grabbed a pear and began devouring it eagerly. Only family could truly understand. After training hard for over 2 hours, nothing brought greater happiness than a bite of chilled Asian pear. Indeed, sweet food could bring people joy. Uchiha Zhan also bit into his pear. Sweet juice exploded in his mouth. The cool, slightly sweet liquid was so delightful that one could not help but fall in love with it after the first taste. A quarter hour later, the 3 brothers entered the main room to meet Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku maintained his usual posture, sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, exuding the aura of a stern patriarch with impeccable authority. Uchiha Itachi showed no reaction. Uchiha Sasuke felt somewhat afraid, and Uchiha Zhan blurted out, "Old man, what are you doing? So serious. You're scaring my little brother, do you know that?" Saying this, Uchiha Zhan pinched Uchiha Sasuke's cheek. "Pinch your brother's face early before he grows up, otherwise he might regret it." Uchiha Fugaku heard these words and instantly broke character. "You rebellious child. You are neither as steady as your eldest brother nor as well-behaved as your younger brother. Calling me old man and referring to me only as clan head Fugaku. Do you wish to rebel?" Uchiha Zhan chuckled. "The sky of Konoha village belongs to me." This was not entirely without merit. As the 5th Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Zhan claiming to be the sky of Konoha was quite reasonable. Uchiha Fugaku clenched his teeth, his back teeth, grinding noisily. How could he have fathered such a creature? He should have shot him onto the wall back then. Ding. Congratulations to the host for becoming the 5th Hokage. Reward passive skill, peerless monstrous strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for defeating Orochimaru. Reward complete cell regeneration technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making a name that resounds throughout the ninja world. Reward title, Ninja World Azura. Attack increased by 20, defense increased by 20, speed increased by 20. A series of rewards poured into Uchiha Zhan's body, and he immediately felt his physical condition elevate to a whole new level. Uchiha Fugaku continued his nagging, but at this moment his words had already been cast to the farthest corners of Uchiha Zhan's mind. Zhan, what are you thinking about?" Uchiha Fugaku spoke with visible displeasure. Uchiha Zhan snapped back to reality, glanced at Uchiha Fugaku, and rolled his eyes. "You scared me." Uchiha Fugaku ground his teeth, took a deep breath, and told himself not to be angry, not to be angry. This was his own son, he must not get angry. If he ruined his health over this, it would be pointless. "I have called you here today to announce 2 important matters. The first and most significant one is that our Uchiha clan has produced a Hokage." Uchiha Fugaku's gaze fell upon Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan wore a calm expression as if all of this meant nothing to him. This made Uchiha Fugaku both pleased and annoyed. The position of Hokage was something countless Konoha ninja dreamed of, yet this boy remained so composed. Uchiha Itachi nodded. He had been helping his second brother with affairs recently, and was already aware of this matter. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke's eyes brightened. His father Uchiha Fugaku was a high-ranking official in Konoha, so his words were undoubtedly true. That meant his second brother had truly become the fifth Hokage. Seeing his youngest son Uchiha Sasuke's reaction, Uchiha Fugaku finally nodded. Yes, that was the appropriate response for a normal person. The second matter is that from now on our Uchiha clan shall be known as the Shadow Clan, entrusted with significant responsibilities. From this day forward, conduct yourselves with propriety. Do not become arrogant and compel merely because you are relatives of the Hokage. This matter is your responsibility, Itachi. Handle it. If any member of the Uchiha clan causes trouble, report it to me. I will show no leniency. Uchiha Fugaku straightened his back. More than half of this upright posture was due to his second son Uchiha Zhan becoming Hokage. From now on, the Uchiha clan would no longer need to fear retribution from the higher-ups. From this day forward, the Uchiha clan could live a normal life. This had always been his heartfelt wish, and now it was finally fulfilled. Uchiha Zhan turned his head to look at Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi returned the gaze, and both brothers' eyes carried a sense of relief. From now on, Uchiha Itachi would no longer need to serve as a double agent. He would no longer have to endure painful struggles, choosing between family and the village's peace. The shackles in his heart suddenly broke free, and he caught the scent of freedom. Uchiha Zhan's lips curved upward as he looked at Uchiha Itachi's faintly smiling face. In the original story, Itachi was a loner, ostracized by others and exploited by the village leadership. In truth, the elders all looked down upon Uchiha Itachi. Even at home, due to his role as a double agent, the clan members gave him no kindness either. But from this day forward, everything would change. Because he had a good younger brother, a Hokage, not only would the clan treat him with warmth and flattery, but there were also many in the village who wished to befriend Uchiha Itachi. As the saying goes, when one ascends to glory, even chickens and dogs rise with him. Uchiha Zhan chuckled and picked up his cup to drink tea. It seemed his transmigration had not been in vain. Only a home like this felt truly like home, rather than the stern atmosphere of superiors interrogating subordinates day after day. Uchiha Fugaku spoke again. Itachi, you're growing up. It's time you married. I think Izumi would be a good match. She is beautiful and has a kind temperament, and she likes you. Uchiha Itachi blushed. Father, I am still young. I have not yet reached the age for marriage. He was nearly 14 years old now. In the ninja world, one could already marry and have children at this age. Yet because of Uchiha Itachi's unique circumstances, no family was willing to marry their beloved daughter to him. Who would want a traitor or a rebel? Uchiha Izumi could freely express her love for Uchiha Itachi precisely because she had lost both parents. She lived with her grandmother. Fortunately, her parents had left her a substantial inheritance, allowing her to live comfortably. Moreover, her grandmother was merely an ordinary Uchiha clan member and knew nothing of what Uchiha Itachi had done. And Uchiha Izumi simply loved Uchiha Itachi beyond her control. Even when her peers spoke ill of him, she still stood by his side, telling everyone, Itachi must have his reasons. Alas, her explanation in the original story was not true. Uchiha Itachi had truly betrayed the Uchiha clan and conspired with Uchiha Obito to annihilate the entire clan. Nevertheless, Itachi had also given his last tenderness to Uchiha Izumi. After Obito killed her, he cast Tsukuyomi upon her, allowing her to spend a lifetime with him in the illusory world, sweet and fulfilled. Uchiha Zhan, who knew all of this, silently sipped his tea and glanced at Uchiha Itachi. Fortunately, he saw shyness and joy upon Itachi's face. So Uchiha Zhan rose and said, Brother, you are also of age. Indeed, it is time to marry. Sister Izumi is a wonderful person who holds only you in her heart. When you were a double agent, only she believed in you, supported you, and defended you. I think it is rare to have someone who truly loves you. Please do not break her heart. If you like her as Hokage, and as your younger brother, I can arrange a grand wedding for you both. Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. He did this not for Uchiha Itachi, but for Uchiha Izumi. That Izumi from the original story, who met such a tragic end. She deserved no such fate. Pure of heart, yet she died in the arms of the one she loved. Though Itachi was not the one who killed her, Uchiha Izumi indeed died because of Uchiha Itachi. This was undeniable. Uchiha Itachi froze, his thoughts drifting into the distance. At 6 years old, Uchiha Itachi walked dejectedly down the street. Because he was an Uchiha, many people treated him with icy coldness. He did not understand why. Was it simply because he bore the Uchiha name? Later he sat alone by a lake, lost in thought. Just then a sweet fragrance brushed past his nose. He looked up and saw Uchiha Izumi crouching beside him. Hey, Itachi, why aren't you happy? It's dangerous to be alone by the river. Uchiha Izumi said with a smile. Uchiha Itachi turned his head away and ignored her, though his mind kept fixating on the three-colored dango in her hand. Uchiha Izumi moved to his side and said, Itachi, I heard that eating sweets when you're sad can lift your mood. How about I treat you to some three-colored dango? Before she finished, Uchiha Izumi picked up a skewer of three-colored dango and handed it to Uchiha Itachi. Here, take it. Uchiha Itachi looked up, his eyes captivated by the pink, green, and white dango. He swallowed hard, took a bite. The mochi was soft and chewy, filled with sweet paste. One bite left a fragrant sweetness upon his lips and teeth. Most importantly, it was delicious. Uchiha Itachi, who loved sweets, immediately turned his eyes into sparkling stars and quickly finished the entire skewer. Uchiha Izumi laughed happily at his reaction and offered him another skewer. But Uchiha Itachi stopped. "Did you eat any?" Uchiha Izumi raised an eyebrow. "I already ate. I'm quite full. This was bought for you." Hearing this, Uchiha Itachi finally accepted it and continued eating with delight. Uchiha Izumi watched him with a smile and said, "Wait here for a moment. I'll be right back." Uchiha Itachi nodded, savoring the delicious dango. Just as he finished the last piece, Uchiha Izumi reappeared, carrying a bag filled with 3 or 4 boxes of 3-colored dango. Uchiha Itachi's eyes went wide, and he swallowed again. His little eyes fixed intently on Uchiha Izumi, who happily said, "Seeing you enjoy it so much, I want to have some too. Shall we eat together?" Uchiha Izumi coaxed him as if pleading with her own husband. Uchiha Itachi nodded, and thus the two sat by the river chatting and eating 3-colored dango until sunset. Uchiha Fugaku quietly arrived above the riverbank. Watching Uchiha Izumi chatting with his son below for the first time, he did not rush to call Itachi home. Instead, he waited until their conversation wound down, then said, "Itachi, time to go home." Uchiha Itachi's smile visibly faded, eventually returning to calm. This sight filled Uchiha Izumi with endless heartache. Uchiha Itachi said, "I must go now. Thank you for the treat, Izumi. Next time I will treat you to a meal." Uchiha Izumi nodded. Uchiha Itachi turned to leave, but suddenly Uchiha Izumi called out, "Itachi, if you're ever unhappy in the future, you can come find me. My home is at." Uchiha Itachi trembled. He turned around, eyes welling with tears, and looked at Uchiha Izumi. He noticed her eyes were also red, as if she could not bear to let him go. Another summer arrived. Uchiha Itachi, now bearing the same appearance as he would in the future, had just returned from an Umbu mission. He was covered in wounds, his consciousness fading on the verge of collapse. At that moment, a delicate hand caught him. He felt a sense of peace before losing consciousness. When he awoke, he found himself in a modest single-story house. He lay naked on the bed. A voice suddenly sounded, filled with joy and surprise. "You're awake, Itachi." The speaker hurried to his side. Uchiha Itachi looked at the woman's face, quickly rifling through his memories. At last, a figure perfectly overlapped with hers. "You're Izumi." Uchiha Izumi had grown into a great beauty. Many young men of the Uchiha clan admired her, but she remained unmoved, rejecting all marriage proposals with righteous indignation. This made many consider her an unattainable flower, but only Uchiha Itachi knew her gentleness, and only he understood her beauty. Now dressed in pajamas, Uchiha Izumi smiled sweetly at him. "You bad man, you promised to visit me often. What happened?" "For years with no word." Uchiha Itachi spoke. "My reputation is tarnished. If I came to you, it would bring you unnecessary trouble. It was the clan's decision, and I couldn't refuse." His eyes had lost their light. Hearing this, Uchiha Izumi's face showed concern. Fugaku-sama is truly heartless. Even when his own son is in this state, he still cares about missions. Uchiha Itachi said nothing, sighing inwardly. Born into the clan leader's family, he had to bear the corresponding responsibilities. As a member of Konoha, he had to fight for its safety. Seeing him silent, Uchiha Izumi sighed, then dipped a towel in warm water from the bucket and began to wipe his arms and face. She wanted to continue wiping his body, but Uchiha Itachi was shy and absolutely refused. In the end, she left the towel and bucket in the room. Taking the towel, Uchiha Itachi was about to lift his blanket when he froze. The bloodstains on his body had been cleaned and the wounds had been smeared with ointment, now scabbed over. He gazed dazedly at the door. Uchiha Izumi stood outside the sunlight, casting her shadow onto the paper door, outlining her graceful figure. Uchiha Itachi's pupils contracted. To claim he had no thoughts would be impossible. He was in the prime of his youth, and people in the shinobi world matured early. In the depths of his heart, through childhood memories, and this recent body-wiping, Uchiha Izumi had planted a seed within him. The recollection ended. Uchiha Itachi was lost in thought for a moment. Uchiha Fugaku tried to interrupt him, but Uchiha Takaru stopped him with a meaningful glance. When Uchiha Itachi came back to himself, Uchiha Takaru spoke. "Well, big brother, if you're willing, father will go to propose marriage tomorrow morning. But if you're not, I'll introduce Uchiha Izumi to other promising young men." Uchiha Takaru said with a sly grin. Uchiha Itachi grew anxious. "No, little brother. I am willing. I want to marry Izumi. Please, father, give your blessing." He knelt on one knee, pleading with Uchiha Fugaku. Hearing his voice, Uchiha Mikoto hurried to the room where they were talking. Seeing Itachi kneeling, Uchiha Mikoto grew angry. She pointed at Uchiha Fugaku and said, "Fugaku, what is the meaning of this? Why are you forcing my eldest son to kneel before you?" Fugaku was taken aback and quickly waved his hands. "No, Mikoto, let me explain. Let me explain." Uchiha Fugaku's cry of agony echoed through the house and outside. Countless Uchiha clan members who had already turned off their lights switched them on, creating an eerie spectacle in the night. After Uchiha Makoto had finished beating him, Uchiha Takaru recounted the whole story. Only then did she realize she had wronged her husband. She quickly went to her husband. "Honey, I'm sorry, I was wrong to blame you." Humph. Uchiha Fugaku turned his head away feeling wronged, but saying nothing. Uchiha Takaru suddenly spoke. "Dad, Mom. This is about my big brother's lifelong matter. Please don't argue." Uchiha Sasuke nodded in agreement. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Makoto also came to their senses blushing. Ahem, Takaru is right. Since Itachi likes her, let's arrange a meeting with Izumi's grandmother. Uchiha Itachi was a little shy. "Well, Mom, Dad, I'm going to sleep now." And Takaru, "Sasuke, thank you." With that, he headed to his bedroom without looking back. Uchiha Takaru and Uchiha Sasuke exchanged glances, then Takaru picked Sasuke up. "Mom, Dad, we're going back too." They left. Uchiha Fugaku looked at them with mixed feelings. He had wanted them to stay longer because, "Honey, tonight it's time to pay the grain tax." Uchiha Makoto gave him a flirtatious glance and dragged him by the collar toward their bedroom. Uchiha Fugaku said nothing, but sweat began to form on his forehead. He shuddered, his eyes going from bright to lifeless. He was already 40. Why was his wife still so insatiable? The next morning. Today was Uchiha Takaru's first day in office, the day to confer titles on the families that participated in the coup. He rose early, as did Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui. Though they were still Umbu ninjas, being Uchiha, they naturally became the Umbu tasked with personally protecting the Hokage's safety, a point confirmed with Kakashi. From now on, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui would report directly to Uchiha Takaru. Uchiha Takaru dressed and pushed open the door, only to find two towering guardians in Umbu combat gear standing left and right at his door. What the hell? What are you two doing here?" Uchiha Takaru was startled. He had no knowledge of being assigned personal Umbu. Finally, Uchiha Shisui explained, and Uchiha Takaru nodded. "I see. Then I'll entrust my safety to you from now on." Thinking of his two bodyguards who could unleash Susanoo at a moment's notice, one orange, one green, Uchiha Takaru felt quite pleased. Anyone foolish enough to provoke him would be crushed into a pancake. "Let's go. Today is mainly a big meeting to divide the spoils. No, I mean assigned duties and funds." Uchiha Takaru chuckled. Under the protection of Yuzhibo Yu and Yuzhibo Zhishui, Yuzhibo Zhan arrived, belatedly squeezing into the Hokage building at 7:59 a.m., the last second before his shift started. Kakashi, the captain of the Umbu, rose and bowed as Yuzhibo Zhan entered. Yuzhibo Zhan waved a hand and said, "Good work," acknowledging Kakashi's efforts. Then, under the gaze of everyone, he walked toward the Hokage's throne in the office. Donning the Hokage's robe, Yuzhibo Zhan slowly sat down and said, "Everyone, let's begin the council." After speaking, he rested his chin on one hand and smiled at all present. With all eyes on him, Naruto Lujo reluctantly stood and said, "Lord Hokage, now that my village has just been stabilized, every sector is in ruins and awaits rebuilding. We urgently need talented individuals to take charge." His words were pointed but subtle. Yuzhibo Zhan, having earned the Hokage position, was no fool. "Indeed, you speak my mind, Lujo. As they say, new rulers bring new ministers. The third Hokage is gravely wounded and can no longer govern my. The department heads who followed him have also reached retirement age. A nation cannot be without a leader for a day, and the same applies to every branch of the village. So today I intend to appoint these positions to you all." Seeing Naruto Lujo's veiled request for rewards, Yuzhibo Zhan smoothly made the arrangements. Thus, Yuzhibo Zhan allocated the key departments as he had planned the day before. No one was surprised. After all, Naruto Lujo and his group had been the first to invest in Yuzhibo Zhan, so it was natural they received important posts. If Yuzhibo Zhan had not favored them, those who followed later would have questioned whether he was worth supporting. Afterward, with Naruto Lujo's help, the smaller departments were also divided without any objections. In the Hokage's office, many clan members wore joyful expressions, exchanging compliments with one another. "Director Ding Yuan, I hope you'll support us in the future. Director Fuchin, you're the one we need more of." Watching this scene, Yuzhibo Zhan felt as if he were an emperor observing his ministers chattering idly in the court. As everyone was immersed in joy, the office door suddenly swung open. The newly appointed officials who had been excited immediately fell silent and turned to look at the entrance. An Umbu ninja knelt down and said, "Lord Hokage, an envoy from Yanin village has just arrived at the village gate. He calls himself Huang Tu. Learning that today is your first day in office, he has brought gifts and reparations. He said he hopes for an audience with you and wishes to sign a treaty of friendly development with my." The Umbu finished in one breath and fell silent. After hearing this, Yuzhibo Zhan did not rush to respond. Instead, he looked at the newly appointed officials and asked, "What do you all think of this?" Yuzhibo Zhan's purpose was to open up discussion and see if any talents could offer opinions on diplomacy. Naruto Lujo glanced at Yuzhibo Zhan, who shook his head, signaling him to observe the situation before making a judgment. Among the newly appointed officials, some showed disdain, while others appeared serious. The room quickly split into two factions. One faction advocated for a complete military resolution of Yanin village, another suggested defeating them one by one, still others proposed letting the four hidden villages fight among themselves, allowing Mai to reap the benefits. Hearing the officials' enthusiastic speeches, Yuzhibo Zhan was pleasantly surprised. It seemed his supporters were not all incompetent. Finally, he turned to Naoyang Lugio, who spoke, in my opinion, Mai has just won the war and repelled the 3 great hidden villages. Our priority now is to recover and rebuild. After the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars, as well as the recent battle at the village gates against the 3 villages and Orochimaru's betrayal, Mai's economy and people are in dire straits. War is not a matter of simply moving one's lips, it requires money, vast amounts of money. Where does Mai's funding come from? A large part comes from the Fire Country's daimyo's patronage and the rest from the villagers. If the people live poorly, waging war would be nothing but exhausting the nation's resources. In the end, the consequences would be endless. Naoyang Lugio's lengthy speech essentially told Uchiha Zhan that war was not an option. Uchiha Zhan understood his meaning and hummed in agreement. Then let's meet the envoy from Yanin village. As for waging war from this day forward, no one is to mention it. Everyone nodded and took their seats following the command of the 5th Hokage Uchiha Zhan. Kakashi, the Umbu captain, arranged for someone to contact the Yanin envoy, and then led the envoy toward the Hokage building. During the walk to the Hokage building, Huang Tu observed everything in my village. He had to admit that Mai's environment and geographical conditions were indeed excellent. Despite Mai's lack of effort in developing its people's livelihood over the years, its standard of living was still comparable to Yanin's. And yet Inoki, aside from warfare, had always prioritized people's welfare. Every time Yanin won a war, the reparations were not used to boost military strength, but to build the village and compensate fallen ninjas' families. Mai, on the other hand, had paid out reparations multiple times, yet its villagers still lived comfortably and happily. Huang Tu couldn't help but sigh. No wonder it's the #1 ninja village, such a deep foundation. Soon they arrived at the foot of the Hokage building. Kakashi was standing there, his back straight, waiting. An Umbu ninja introduced Huang Tu to Chimu Kakashi. Kakashi gave a glance to Yuzhibo Yu and Yuzhibo Jishui, who immediately understood and thoroughly searched Huang Tu from head to toe. Finding no weapons, they nodded to Kakashi. Chimu Kakashi smiled and extended his hand. My apologies, honorable envoy. The Hokage's person is precious, we must inspect your equipment. Huang Tu shook his head. It's only natural. Even in my Yanin village, the protocol for an audience with the Earth Shadow is even stricter. Chimu Kakashi nodded. Please come in. He gestured for Huang Tu to enter. Huang Tu nodded and turned to look at the attendants carrying 5 or 6 chests of jewels behind him. The attendants quickly set down the chests. Kakashi ordered my ninjas to arrange them neatly for the Hokage's inspection. Then he led Huang Tu toward the Hokage's office. Uchiha Zhan, bored, had his legs propped on the desk, leaning back with his eyes closed, feigning sleep. Suddenly his ears twitched. He opened his eyes and said, "Everyone there here." His casual remark instantly roused the distracted officials below. They straightened their backs, not wanting to lose face on the very day of their appointments. Huang Tu was led to the doorstep by Hitaki Kakashi, who paused and turned to face him. "IWA envoy, please wait here. I must first report to the Hokage." Huang Tu nodded. "As you wish, Kakashi-sama." He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. As the son of the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki and a standout figure on the 3rd Great Ninja War battlefield, he had every reason to be confident and proud. Hitaki Kakashi glanced at him, then turned and walked inside. Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui watched Huang Tu intently from front to back. Before Kakashi received Huang Tu, Uchiha-san had given a detailed account of the man. Despite his rugged appearance, around 30 years old with a plain face, Huang Tu's strength was not to be underestimated. His Earth Mountain technique in particular could cause the Earth's crust to tremble, forming a semicircle to crush a large number of ninjas. Many Konoha ninjas had fallen to this technique, which was why Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shisui were so vigilant around Huang Tu. Moments later, Kakashi emerged from the office and announced, "The envoy Huang Tu may now enter to see the Hokage." Upon receiving Kakashi's confirmation, Huang Tu nodded and strode inside. Pushing open the door, he began to scan the room, taking in the ninja clans present in the office. Hayashi Hyuga, arms crossed, fixed his Byakugan on Huang Tu, radiating an oppressive aura of authority. Shikaku Nara, looking down from above, had a calculating gleam in his eyes. Inoichi Yamanaka, expressionless, stared intently at Huang Tu's head, his intentions unclear. Choza Akimichi, meanwhile, was munching on chicken legs. It was necessary for them to maintain their physiques, otherwise their defensive and offensive capabilities would suffer. After scanning the room, Huang Tu's gaze settled on the legs in the center, specifically those of Uchiha-san. The latter was still sitting arrogantly. Though Huang Tu could not see Uchiha-san's face, he bowed and said, "Huang Tu, son of the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki of Awagakure, pays respects to the Hokage." Hearing this, Uchiha-san lowered his legs, straightened his posture, and rested his chin on one hand. Activating his 3-tomo Sharingan, he looked down at the bowing Huang Tu and spoke. "Honorable envoy, I heard that Inoki supposedly fainted from shock upon returning to the village. Is that true?" Spies existed between the major ninja villages, and an incident like Inoki fainting in public was hardly a secret. It was no surprise that Konoha knew of it. Huang Tu paused for a moment, then composed himself. "The weather has been hot lately, and our Tsuchikage suffered from heat stroke, which led to his collapse. I didn't expect the Hokage to be so well-informed, already knowing of matters in our village from afar. Haha, honorable envoy, what do you mean by that? Isn't it the same for you? Far away in Iwagakure, you already know that the Uchiha clan plans to stage a coup, seize the Hokage position, and you've discussed how to help Hiruzen Sarutobi retain his seat as the third Hokage, letting Konoha continue its decline. Uchiha Zhan sneered. Huang Tu's face paled. The information Uchiha Zhan had just revealed was of a different magnitude. The previous incident had occurred at the village entrance, so it was natural for spies to discover it. But what Uchiha Zhan had just described took place in the Tsuchikage's office, the very room where Iwagakure's top brass and the most talented young ninjas held their meetings. That information was supposed to be top secret. Moreover, all attendees were searched before entering the meeting. How could Uchiha Zhan know these details? Had Iwagakure's high-ranking officials been infiltrated by Konoha? Who could it be? Huang Tu's face was now ashen. If a high-ranking official had been compromised, the consequences would be severe. A mishandling would sow discord throughout the village, while proper resolution would be to find the traitor and eliminate them. But who was the traitor and who was loyal? Huang Tu's mind began to wander. Uchiha Zhan felt a private satisfaction watching him. Suspect doubt. Think all you want, but you'll never realize it's the system's ability. The system can broadcast every event in high-definition 1080p. Huang Tu took a deep breath as if making a decision. He knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, I have a humble request. Uchiha Zhan anticipated it. Impossible. Some matters, some people cannot be measured by money. Besides, I am not the third Hokage, am I? At these words, Huang Tu's face turned gray, the light fading from his eyes. Uchiha Zhan was far more difficult to deal with than Hiruzen Sarutobi. This man had no scruples, or rather his scruples were flexible. If he could play dirty, he would never do things openly. Huang Tu had wanted Uchiha Zhan to reveal the infiltrated high-ranking officials, and in return, he would offer a substantial sum of money. In other words, by their lives. Naturally, Uchiha Zhan would not agree. Even if he did, he could just name someone at random, and they would be dealt with. He would gain money without any loss. But that could never compare to hanging a sword of Damocles over the heads of everyone in Iwagakure. Let them not know who the spy was, let them suspect each other, let their unity turn into hidden daggers and mutual wariness. The results of that would far outweigh any silver. Honorable envoy. Honorable envoy. Uchiha Zhan frowned. Why had Huang Tu fallen into self-doubt and not said a word? Huang Tu snapped back to reality. He looked up at Uchiha Zhan and bowed slightly. Lord Hokage, did you call for me? Uchiha Zhan looked exasperated. Weren't you sent by that old man Inoki with a message? Speak. How will you compensate and how will the contract be signed? Uchiha Zhan got straight to the point. He had no desire to waste more time with this fool. What was Inoki thinking sending him to Konoha? Was it to broaden his horizons? Every thought was written all over his face. Utterly boring. Huang Tu finally collected himself. He nodded. Respected Lord Hokage, I apologize. Some time ago, our Iwagakure forces entered Konoha's territory, but did not engage in combat. However, it may have raised suspicion. As a gesture of apology, we are willing to offer 400 million ryo in silver to compensate for our rash actions. The silver has already been stored by the ANBU ninjas and awaits your inspection, Lord Hokage. As he spoke of compensation, Huang Tu straightened his back. Over the years, Inoki had focused on developing the village's economy, amassing a considerable silver reserve. Konoha's current silver reserves were far inferior to Iwagakure's. Indeed, the day before, the Akimichi clan had inventoried the treasury and found only 600 million ryo remaining. That amount was sufficient for basic village operations, but it fell far short of what was needed for technological development. In fact, it was completely inadequate. Now, with the arrival of Iwagakure's 400 million ryo, Konoha's finances would receive a much-needed boost. Uchiha Zhan stroked his chin and suddenly chuckled. Konoha has seen the sincerity of Iwagakure. But I wonder, how do you intend to formalize this pact? Huang Tu took out a scroll from his right hand and handed it over. Here is the contract. Please, Lord Uchiha Zhan, take a look. If you are willing to sign this pact, Iwagakure will present its corresponding sincerity. Uchiha Zhan opened the scroll and glanced at its contents. It read, Mutual Brother Villages. Iwagakure is willing to pay Konoha 300 million taels of silver annually in exchange for protection. Strategic alliance. Should one party face hardship, the other must provide support. Afterward, the supported party shall reimburse the mobilizing party's expenses. Non-aggression against each other's territories, non-interference in internal affairs, mutual respect, and mutual learning. As Uchiha Zhan's eyes swept across the text, though the entire contract was written in lofty terms from beginning to end, he perceived only one thing: cowardice. The cowardice of Oinoki. He knew well that Iwagakure's strength was no match for Konoha's. Before, he might not have thought so, but after seeing the images brought back by the scouts, his mind changed. Memories of his childhood surged like a tide, making him realize that Konoha had transformed. Your Tsuchikage is quite generous, isn't he? Uchiha Zhan examined the scroll, then placed it on the table, tapping it with a finger as he looked at Huang Tu. Huang Tu raised his head in silence, but his eyes brimmed with pride and confidence. Lord Hokage, this sum of money is but a trivial matter for Iwagakure. If you are willing to forge an alliance with us, a Wagakure shall treat Konoha as an honored guest. Huang Tu declared in a clear voice. Are you so confident that I would be blinded by such worldly wealth? Do you not know that in the ninja world power reigns supreme? Uchiha Zhan rose, his chakra erupting as he pressed it toward Huang Tu. Huang Tu's expression changed drastically, his legs trembling. This chakra? He suddenly understood why his father had fled in panic overnight, and why he insisted on signing this contract. Only this could give a Wagakure a glimmer of survival. Uchiha Zhan's power was invincible, and thus Huang Tu now comprehended his father's plight. Lord Hokage, if you find the terms unsuitable, you may propose new demands. We can negotiate. Huang Tu gritted his teeth, his face contorted sharply as he stared at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan regarded him coolly, then finally withdrew his chakra, closed his eyes, and sat back down. Both Huang Tu and the Konoha ninja present breathed a sigh of relief. If Uchiha Zhan had truly lost his temper, it would have been a difficult situation to resolve. The contract can be signed, but the amount is too small. 300 million. Are you trying to give alms? Uchiha Shao crossed his legs and sneered coldly. Very well, if the price is unsatisfactory, Lord Hokage, name your figure. The Wagakure lacks many things, but never money. Huang Tu's confidence surged when speaking of funds. After all, no harm befalls the envoy between warring villages. His father was the Tsuchikage Inoki, so he was certain Uchiha Zhan would not kill him. 900 million annually. As Uchiha Zhan uttered the words, his eyes locked onto Huang Tu, observing every shift in his expression. Huang Tu's eyes widened. Holy shit, you. Before he could finish, every ninja in the room rose to their feet, murderous intent blazing in their eyes as they fixed their gaze on Huang Tu. If he spoke recklessly, they would leave wounds on his body, even if it meant facing the Hokage's wrath. Feeling the killing intent, Huang Tu chose to play it safe. He smiled sheepishly. Lord Hokage, please don't jest. Tripling the amount at one go, 900 million taels, is no small sum. As far as I know, even the daimyo of the Land of Fire cannot spare such a vast amount at once. Uchiha Zhan looked at him, sighing inwardly. Truly, he was Oinoki's son. He had done his homework before coming, knowing exactly how much the daimyo allocated. In that case, take this agreement back. If war breaks out in the future, each village shall fight for itself. Uchiha Zhan tossed the scroll back. Huang Tu's face changed. By this did Uchiha Zhan mean he would still wage war? And he seemed quite interested in a Wagakure. No, this cannot be. Before his departure, his father had given him a clear order. Wealth is but an external possession. Only by living can a Wagakure have hope. Huang Tu caught the scroll, his expression fluctuating. Finally he spoke. Lord Hokage, I can authorize up to 600 million annually. Any more, and I will have to return. Uchiha Zhan's face remained impassive, but inwardly, he was jubilant. You really can make that decision. He needed to confirm. Huang Tu nodded, meeting his gaze. Uchiha Zhan turned to Narashikaku, who caught the signal, and immediately spoke. Lord Hokage, it seems a Wagakure is truly sincere in seeking an alliance with Konoha. In that case, why not accept? Uchiha Zhan still hesitated. The next moment, Narashikaku looked at Hyuga Hayashi, who rose. Lord Hokage, I also believe that peace is hard won. Moreover, a Wagakure has indeed shown great sincerity. Please accept. Then one after another influential figures in Konoha stood up to persuade him. Finally, the hesitation in Uchiha Zhan's eyes faded, and he turned to Huang Tu with solemnity. Lord Huang Tu, since you have shown such sincerity, and considering that the ninja world has been in turmoil for so long, and the villagers of both villages need peace, I am willing to sign this contract. After speaking, Uchiha Zhan looked at Huang Tu and spoke slowly. Huang Tu nodded. Lord Hokage, you are straightforward. However, I have one more condition. If you agree to it, a Wagakure will sign immediately. Uchiha Zhan's expression darkened, and even Narashikaku frowned. Was Huang Tu pushing his luck? Huang Tu declared, this alliance contract must be exclusive between Konoha and a Wagakure. If any other village comes to sign, Konoha must not accept. This was also Oinoki's scheme. He intended to use financial ties to bind Konoha, then launch wars against other villages, annexing lands and plundering resources. In that case, the 600 million taels was entirely worthwhile, for he could reap returns exceeding 10 billion within a year. Uchiha Zhan instantly understood. He spoke. Since you have added conditions, Konoha must also add its own. Huang Tu nodded. All right then, please Lord Hokage, add yours. He was indifferent as long as the contract was signed. He would have no problem sending his own wife to Konoha. After all, the glory of a Wagakure was above all else. Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes. After the contract is signed, a Wagakure must not initiate war against any other village. If war is forced upon you, Konoha will provide support. If you initiate a war, Konoha will offer no assistance, and we reserve the right to dissolve the contract at any time during that period. Huang Tu's face turned pale. If that were the case, wouldn't a Wagakure's 600 million taels annually be wasted? Wasn't this just paying protection money? He glared at Uchiha Zhan with displeasure. Lord Hokage, are you trying to get something for nothing? Not at all. We are merely peace-loving. Uchiha Zhan sneered coldly. Uchiha Zhan let out a cold laugh. Huang Tu gritted his teeth. Was Uchiha Zhan really only 10 years old? Why did he feel like an old monster? So meticulous. Lord Hokage, this isn't appropriate. Huang Tu took a deep breath. Whether it's appropriate or not is not for you to decide. If you're not convinced, let's have a fight, and see whose Susanoo is tougher, or his dust release. Uchiha Zhan sneered. Huang Tu snorted coldly, intending to leave angrily, but then he recalled his father's fear and instructions. My son Huang Tu, under no circumstances should you become his enemy. If he discovers the loophole in the contract, then follow the peace treaty, and pay the money as agreed. De Yimu, lying on the bed, touched Huang Tu's cheek. Huang Tu quickly agreed. Returning to reality, Huang Tu took a deep breath. Let's listen to Lord Hokage and sign the documents. Everyone widened their eyes in disbelief. The Hidden Rock Village paying 600 million every year just for a peace treaty. This was unheard of, unseen. Uchiha Zhan glanced deeply, and then said, Shikaka, go sign it. Nara Shikaka bowed. Yes, Lord Hokage. Then with an imposing air, he led Huang Tu to sign. After signing, Huang Tu cited physical discomfort and acclimatization issues, and chose to leave, while promising to deliver the annual tribute within 10 days. Uchiha Zhan listened to Nara Shikaku's report, and smiled. What do you all think? Everyone looked at each other, none able to gauge Uchiha Zhan's temperament, so no one dared to speak. Uchiha Zhan shook his head. It seemed he had been too forceful earlier. But while it was the first day of work, there was no need to be so serious. Today is the first day for all departments of Konoha. Don't be too reserved. This morning's meeting ends here. Dismissed. Uchiha Zhan stood up and left the office first. Akimichi Chozo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Our Lord Hokage really has a formidable presence. Yamanaka, Inoichi nodded. Although he's only 10 years old, the aura he exudes makes us all feel inferior. Stop discussing. Work hard from now on. Uchiha Zhan is never stingy with his own people. Let's just do our own jobs well. Nara Shikaku said. Hinata Hizashi stood up and slowly followed Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan had just come out of the building, and the blazing sunlight made it hard for him to open his eyes. The weather is nice, but the sunlight is too dazzling. Uchiha Zhan clicked his tongue, about to head home. At that moment, Risyang Rizu stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, would you like to have lunch together? Hinata told me she misses you very much. Uchiha Zhan turned around and looked at Risyang Rizu. I think it's not Hinata who misses me, but you who have some ideas about me. Uchiha Zhan said with some mockery. This was the first time Risyang Rizu had been given real authority, so he was somewhat at a loss. Although he was the clan leader of the Risyang clan, he still felt bewildered after being truly empowered. Risyang Rizu coughed twice, and then looked at Uchiha Zhan with pleading eyes. Uchiha Zhan sighed and nodded. Lead the way. Risyang Rizu's eyes lit up, and he immediately acted as a guide. Please. Hidden Rain Village. Uchiha Daitu, wearing an orange mask, sat in a cave listening to Heiju report on events in the ninja world. Madara-sama, many great events have occurred in the ninja world recently, and all of them are related to Uchiha Zhan. Heiju chuckled. Uchiha Daitu's fingers tapped on the stone chair, lost in thought. Suddenly hearing the name Uchiha Zhan, he immediately snapped back to reality. Tell me in detail. Uchiha Daitu sat up straight and looked at Heiju. Heiju recounted everything about Uchiha Zhan single-handedly repelling 3 villages, killing Danzo, and slaying Orochimaru. Its words were full of admiration. In Heiju's view, Uchiha Zhan not only resembled Uchiha Madara in appearance, but also had an identical style of conduct. He was now prepared to make 2 plans. Perhaps he could fool Uchiha Zhan, just as he had fooled Uchiha Madara back then. Uchiha Daitu was filled with rage. If it hadn't been for Uchiha Madara's insistence that he not go out back then, perhaps Rin wouldn't have died. At this moment, he had already developed a murderous intent. Kid, since you look so much like Uchiha Madara, don't blame me for taking my anger out on you. Uchiha Daitu thought to himself. Heiju sensed the aura emanating from Uchiha Daitu and knew that this guy was going to cause trouble again. He had intended to remind him to be careful, but then he thought letting him get beaten up might be good too. Heiju, do you think I can kill him? Uchiha Daitu naturally reached for his Uchiha Flame Fan, but suddenly remembered that he had lost it. His face darkened, and he changed his action to touching his own head. Heiju glanced at him. According to the information from White Zetsu, Uchiha Zhan's strength was formidable, and in some aspects Uchiha Zhan was almost on par with Uchiha Madara. Of course it's the great Madara-sama. Uchiha Zhan is nothing but a dog before you. Heiju smiled obsequiously, uttering yet another insincere statement. But Uchiha Daitu took it seriously. The corner of his mouth lifted. Heiju, just wait. I'll go and take Uchiha Zhan's head right now, so you'll know who the true Azura of the ninja world is. With that, a spatial distortion appeared before Uchiha Daitu. Kamui. His figure began to twist, and finally disappeared into the cave. After Heiju sensed his aura disappear, the fawning smile on his face vanished, replaced by an expression of endless mockery. Fool, how can you compare to Madara? Your power, intelligence, and combat experience are like a child's compared to his. If it weren't for your Kamui being somewhat useful, I wouldn't have chosen you as my proxy back then. Heiju said coldly, then merged into the earth to go watch the battle. Konoha Cemetery. Since it was the first day of work and Lord Hokage had already left, Kakashi handed over his tasks to his deputy and came to the cemetery to pay respects to Obito and Rin. Meanwhile, Uchiha Dai too had left his own unique coordinate on a large tree in the cemetery. Space began to warp, and Uchiha Dai 2's figure emerged from a vortex, landing on the tree. What he saw was Hatake Kakashi holding flowers, staring silently at his grave. Obito, if you were still alive, how wonderful it would be. I think if you were alive, maybe you would be the Hokage today. Hatake Kakashi placed the flowers in front of his grave. This birthday gift you gave me has now become a Mangekyo Sharingan. Through this coup, I have also come to understand what the Mangekyo Sharingan is. Hatake Kakashi said slowly. Uchiha Obito was slightly stunned by Hatake Kakashi's words. This useless Kakashi actually thought he could inherit the position of Hokage. His expression was complex, and he pricked up his ears listening to Kakashi's muttering. If you had grown up healthy with 2 Mangekyo Sharingan, you might have become an existence comparable to Uchiha Zhan. Rin might also be proud of you. Hatake Kakashi said with a dim expression, his tone tinged with sorrow. Uchiha Obito's face beneath the mask was contorted, veins bulging. His fists clenched, and the knuckles emitted cracking sounds. Kakashi, what kind of hypocrite are you acting like? It was you who pierced Rin's heart with Chidori back then. What right do you have to mention Rin? What right do you have to speak for Rin and say she would be proud of me? Uchiha Obito's resentment grew even heavier. Brother, I don't know how you're doing in the Pure Land, but rest assured the rotten roots of Konoha have been pulled out, and the diseases of the old era have been severed by Uchiha Zhan. Our Konoha will get better and better, thriving. Kakashi said with a smile. Uchiha Obito listened to Kakashi's rambling, finding it hard to calm his heart, and finally sighed. Useless Kakashi, so talkative. Then he activated Kimui again, and entered the Kimui dimension. The wind rose, blowing Hatake Kakashi's hair. He looked at the blue sky and thought, is it Obito? So you also support what I said? Hyuga clan compound. Uchiha Zhan followed Hyuga Hayashi into the compound. At this moment, Hyuga Niji was in a match. His opponent was no longer Hyuga Hinata but elites of the Hyuga clan. At the age of 7, he simultaneously challenged 3 geniuses in their 20s with Chunin-level strength. Bagua 32 palms. Hyuga Niji's gaze shifted, and a green Bagua formation emerged beneath his feet, inscribed with characters like heaven and earth enveloping the 3 Hyuga elites. The 3 Hyuga elites immediately sensed something wrong and instantly activated their Byakugan. Blood vessels bulged at their temples as they stared at Hyuga Niji's movements, no longer daring to be careless. After all, yesterday's news of Hyuga Niji taking on 10 Hyuga Genin single-handedly had spread throughout the clan compound. Even his current 3 opponents could not achieve what Niji had done. Hyuga Niji's figure flickered as he rushed toward the first Hyuga elite, turning his fist into a palm and pushing it against his chest. The Hyuga elite's pupils contracted. He was about to deflect Hyuga Niji's arm when he felt a suction force from his chest. His chakra was draining at a visible rate, and his face showed pain. Boss! X2-inch, the other 2 Hyuga ninjas exclaimed in panic. Don't get close to him. His Bagua palm can absorb chakra. After saying this, the first Hyuga elite's face turned pale. Hyuga Niji's face was rosy. Sensing that the opponent's chakra had dropped below half, he delivered a palm strike with an inch of force, sending him flying. At that moment, one of the 3 was down. The other 2 Hyuga ninjas exchanged a glance and immediately distanced themselves. Bagua air palm. X2-inch, they gritted their teeth, channeled chakra into their hands, and aimed at Hyuga Niji, unleashing ranged attacks. The Bagua air palms surged toward Hyuga Niji with white air currents. Hyuga Niji remained calm, waiting for the right moment. As the Bagua air palms approached, his hair was blown back. The next second, the corners of his mouth lifted, and he evenly extracted chakra from his body, gathering it in his arms. Revolving heaven. Hyuga Niji landed on one foot and spun rapidly, forming a blue rotating membrane of chakra. When the Bagua air palms struck the membrane, the rapid rotation nullified their impact. The 2 Hyuga elites' pupils contracted. What? This guy is from the branch family, yet he has learned revolving heaven. Could it be that Lord Hayashi taught him? Because they simply couldn't imagine that there could be a genius who could comprehend revolving heaven on his own. Revolving heaven requires chakra to flow along specific paths. If one makes a mistake, at best the meridians are damaged, requiring herbal nourishment to recover before continuing cultivation. At worst, the meridians shatter, rendering one a cripple for life. It's not that no one had thought of self-studying revolving heaven, but they all failed. It was precisely because of their failures and tragic outcomes that the branch family members stopped such suicidal training. But now Hyuga Niji could perform revolving heaven. Apart from Lord Hayashi teaching him, they couldn't think of any other explanation. Uchiha Zhan nodded at this scene. Niji, this kid is good. He knows when to advance and retreat, and has excellent timing. He's a promising talent. Hyuga Hayashi felt proud. This was his own nephew. For him to receive praise from Lord Hokage Uchiha Zhan was an honor for the Hyuga clan. Hyuga Niji heard the voice and looked at Uchiha Zhan, his face brightening. Then he spoke, Brother Zhan, wait for me. 1 minute, I'll finish the fight. Uchiha Zhan's arrival made Hyuga Niji abandon his playful attitude toward these 2. He now only wanted to quickly deal with them, and then go talk to Brother Zhan. Arrogant. At such a young age you dare to speak recklessly. Today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of clan leader Hayashi. The two Hyuga elite ninjas were clearly angered. After all, they were among the top 20 strongest in the Hyuga clan, yet they were being disrespected by a junior. So one engaged in close combat with Bagua 64 palms, while the other aimed at Hyuga Niji's back, and continued to use Bagua air palm. This combination caused Hyuga Niji some trouble. He dodged and retreated, waiting for the close combat Hyuga ninja to finish his set of moves, which would have a noticeable pause. He seized the opportunity, turning his palm into a claw and grabbing the close combat Hyuga elite's head, activating the absorption ability. The close combat Hyuga ninja felt as if he were flying, his soul continuously escaping outward. The ranged Hyuga ninja launched a Bagua air palm at Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Niji glanced sideways, formed a palm with his other hand, channeled chakra, and also executed Bagua air palm. The two attacks collided in midair, producing a violent explosion. Boom, boom. The air palms clashed, stirring up clouds of dust. The ranged Hyuga ninja angrily activated his Byakugan and then saw a figure rushing toward him at high speed. He quickly assumed a stance and executed Bagua 64 palms. Just as he threw the first palm, he suddenly realized the body shape was wrong. Hearing a cry of ouch, his face turned pale. That was second brother's voice. So he stopped his movement, intending to check his second brother's injuries, knowing that he hadn't held back earlier. At that moment, he heard Hyuga Niji's voice, Bagua 32 palms. 2 palms, 4 palms, 8 palms, 16 palms, 32 palms. Each palm struck the meridian junctions of the ranged Hyuga ninja. After the set of palms was completed, the ranged Hyuga ninja's acupuncture points were all sealed. And now he was kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely. I declare the battle is over. Hyuga Hinata raised her small hand and smiled, then turned to Uchiha Itachi and ran toward him. Uchiha Itachi smiled and opened his arms, preparing to lift her into his embrace, when suddenly the very fabric of space contorted and a hand emerged from a swirling vortex, reaching toward Hyuga Hinata. Uchiha Itachi's expression shifted abruptly as he struck decisively. A massive blue Susanoo hand materialized in midair. His aura turned ferocious and bloodthirsty, terrifying Hyuga Hinata at the sight. Hyuga Hayashi immediately bellowed. Hinata, move quickly. Hyuga Hinata froze for a moment before snapping out of it, her pupils contracting as she looked behind her. A giant hand reached toward her, and her face instantly turned pale. Hyuga Niji seized the opportunity and unleashed the 8 trigrams empty palm the very moment that hand was about to touch Hinata. Boom. A massive airflow carrying chakra slammed toward Uchiha Obito's hand. Obito had intended to deactivate his intangibility, but upon witnessing this he had no choice but to delay for 3 seconds, waiting for the 8 trigrams empty palm to pass through his body. 3 seconds were more than enough. Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo hand blocked between him and Hinata, then he rapidly closed the distance using the body flicker technique, grabbing Hyuga Hinata by the waist with one hand, while forming hand seals with the other. Fire release, Great Fireball Jutsu. Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan emerged, and the left eye's Mangekyo powerfully amplified his ninjutsu and taijutsu, boosting all 5 attributes by 50%. The left eye's Mangekyo spun once. Uchiha Itachi's Great Fireball Jutsu was already formidable, comparable to an A-rank ninjutsu, and now enhanced by the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Great Fireball instantly doubled in size. The originally crimson flames became nearly golden, and the temperature soared past 1,000 degrees. Uchiha Obito's pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth, silently cursing under his breath. What a nuisance. His body retreated into the Kamui dimension once more to evade Uchiha Itachi's Great Fireball. If Kuratsuchi discovered he had fled into the Kamui dimension merely to escape a single fireball, he would be thoroughly mocked to death. The fierce flames raged across the barren ground, threatening to ignite the Hyuga estate, until Uchiha Itachi ceased channeling his chakra. That Great Fireball halted a mere 0.01 centimeters from the Hyuga estate. Such a feat, and the sudden spike in temperature immediately drew the attention of ANBU operatives and Hyuga ninja, who swiftly encircled the area. With the colossal fireball suspended above the Hyuga estate, no one dared make a move, choosing instead to wait for the flames to burn out. Inside the Kamui dimension, Obito sat down heavily and observed the outside world through his Mangekyo, watching with his own eyes as this seemingly ordinary Great Fireball Jutsu burned for a full minute. It made him question whether the Great Fireball he had ever learned was some kind of fake, though he would never comprehend that Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo ability could amplify both jutsu power and his own mental attributes. Only a true powerhouse understands the magnitude of self-amplifying abilities. Such a skill operates on the principle that the stronger one becomes the greater the enhancement. Uchiha Itachi's technique amplified both his ninjutsu and himself simultaneously. In essence, this could be considered dual amplification, 2 abilities consolidated within a single technique. Within that very minute, Uchiha Obito's fighting spirit plummeted from its zenith to absolute zero. First, defeating Uchiha Itachi had become impossible. With Susanoo's unparalleled defense, Obito knew full well that attempting to manifest physically and charge at him would result in his body being cleaved in twain. That was precisely why he had seized Hyuga Hinata as leverage against Uchiha Itachi, just as he had previously captured Naruto as a bargaining chip against Minato-sensei. History proved its effectiveness. Though his combat experience paled in comparison to Minato-sensei's, the fourth Hokage had refrained from lethal force due to Naruto's captivity. But this time he sensed an overwhelming pressure of death emanating from Uchiha Itachi, a sensation he knew all too well. He had felt this same pressure only once before from Uchiha Madara. Despair crept in as he wondered whether his conviction that he could kill the aged Uchiha Madara was merely another illusion. Uchiha Itachi's expression remained unfazed. Supporting Hyuga Hinata on his left arm, he declared, "Hinata, wrap your arms around my neck. What comes next will be a fierce battle." Hyuga Hinata, though bewildered, instinctively enfolded her arms around Uchiha Itachi's neck, pressing her pale, cool cheeks against the side of his neck. As the old saying goes, protecting a sister doubles one's strength. Uchiha Itachi's right hand formed hand seals, once more awaiting Uchiha Obito's appearance, so he could unleash another sustained area of effect technique. Within the Kamui dimension, Uchiha Obito watched every detail clearly. Running his fingers along his mask, he gritted his teeth. A wise man avoids unnecessary confrontation. Retreat. Uchiha Itachi, you are formidable. Next time we meet, I will certainly take your head. The space contorted, forming a swirling vortex from which his voice echoed forth. Uchiha Itachi sneered. Fire release Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. The flames rapidly coalesced into the shape of a dragon's head, and simultaneously Uchiha Itachi activated his left eye's ability to double the jutsu's power. The Great Dragon Fire's speed, form, and destructive force all doubled, rocketing forward with a sharp whistle. Uchiha Obito stood dumbfounded. Damn it, this fellow refused to play by any conventional rules. Regret gnawed at him, and he nearly slapped himself. Why had he provoked this opponent? He could have simply fled, yet he had chosen to open the Kamui dimension and trade threats. Now the jutsu had breached the space. Helplessly, Obito first sealed off the Kamui dimension, and then Uchiha Obito activated his Kamui ability within his own dimensional space, evading the raging fire dragon that churned and struck for a full 2 minutes. Uchiha Itachi sneered, "Farewell. Enjoy yourself." After uttering these words, he released his chakra to sense the surrounding area, and only after 5 minutes confirmed that Uchiha Obito had truly departed did he deactivate Susanoo and set Hyuga Hinata down. "Few little Hinata, were you frightened by what just transpired? That villain's hand nearly caught you. It was Niji's empty palm that bought me the time to rescue you." Uchiha Itachi smiled, and then turned his gaze toward Hyuga Niji. Hyuga Niji returned a gentle smile. Though he remained a member of the branch family, the caged bird seal no longer bound him, and due to his exceptional talent, Hyuga Hayashi had bestowed upon him various resources, granting him the privileges of the main family. This transformation brightened his previously somber disposition considerably. Now he showed respect not only to his uncle Hyuga Hayashi, but also to his cousin Hyuga Hinata, no longer treating her with the harshness he had once displayed. His intervention this time stemmed entirely from a brother's concern for his sister. Hyuga Hinata nodded gratefully. "Thank you, Tatakanai." Then she ran to Niji and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Niji and I." Hyuga Niji paused upon hearing his cousin's thanks, then slowly turned around and said, "Starting today, training duration is doubled. Only by sweating more during daily practice can one remain composed when facing crises." Hyuga Hinata's Sahog stood up, and she looked at her father and Uchiha Tadakami with a pained expression. Hyuga Hayashi cleared his throat. "Ahem, Hinata, as the heir of the main branch, I think your brother Niji is right." Hyuga Hinata made a surprised sound and looked at Uchiha Tadakami, who raised his eyebrow. "If you study hard, Hinata, you can protect the ones you cherish." Hearing this, Hyuga Hinata was stunned, then murmured to herself, "Protect those I hold dear." She looked at Uchiha Tadakami, and a resolute determination settled within her. All right. Her cheeks flushed red, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Hyuga Hayashi felt a quiet satisfaction. Surely his dear daughter was thinking of protecting her family, including him, her father. In truth, he had overthought it. While whispering to herself, Hyuga Hinata's eyes were fixed on that handsome figure. Hyuga Niji witnessed the entire exchange and began observing Uchiha Tadakami, noticing that the man seemed quite popular among women. Beyond his formidable strength and impressive looks, Uchiha Tadakami was without a doubt the most physically accomplished man Hyuga Niji had ever encountered, hands down. Coupled with his self-assured demeanor and commanding presence, he proved to be utterly irresistible to women. Uchiha Tadakami ruffled Hinata's hair, then followed Hyuga Hayashi to the reception room to discuss future responsibilities and plans. Cave outside the hidden mist village. Uchiha Obito emerged from his Kamui dimension, the edges of his clothing singed, clearly caught in the Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. What he had not anticipated was Uchiha Tadakami's lightning-fast reflexes, channeling ninjutsu directly into the Kamui space. Who in their right mind would do such a thing? The Black Zetsu's figure rose from the ground, coalescing into a dark silhouette. "Madara-sama, I wonder how the battle against Uchiha Tadakami concluded." Did Black Zetsu truly not know Obito had lost? Preposterous. Every white Zetsu throughout the land served as his eyes, and Konoha no longer possessed any skilled censor or sealing masters. Konoha had become like Black Zetsu's private garden, accessible at will. The fellow wasn't bad. Match me for 300 exchanges before we called it even. Uchiha Obito grunted. Black Zetsu. If he hadn't been witnessing this firsthand, he might have actually believed the boast. How had he never noticed Obito's talent for exaggeration before? Oh, is that so? Madara-sama is magnificent. With you leading us, our Tsuki no Mi plan will surely reach perfection. When that time comes, you shall be the savior, the second sage of 6 paths. Black Zetsu stoked Obito's ambition, feeding his growing obsession. As expected, Uchiha Obito burst into raucous laughter upon hearing these words. Black Zetsu smiled beside him. Wait, mother, just a little longer. I will certainly rescue you. These self-righteous fools are nothing but my pawns. As Black Zetsu harbored these thoughts, a sudden shiver ran through him. Madara-sama, I've heard that a prodigy has emerged in the hidden mist village. Her name is Terumi Mei. Numerous families are secretly backing her as the 5th Mizukage. Shall we establish contact beforehand or risk losing control of the hidden mist village? Black Zetsu said with a sinister tone. The hidden mist village remained indispensable. It stood independent from the 4 major villages built upon the sea and provided the Akatsuki with a steady stream of wealth. He would never allow the village to fall back into the hands of its own people, so he urged Uchiha Obito, though Obito showed no concern. The incompetent fools of the hidden mist village stand no chance against the 3 Tails Jinchuriki. You're being far too paranoid, Black Zetsu. Uchiha Obito leaned back in his chair, his tone dismissive. Black Zetsu felt as though he'd been saddled with an incompetent ally who couldn't discern between advice and warning. Yet seeing Obito's dismissive attitude, Black Zetsu knew further counsel would be futile. He was certain Obito would come to regret his carelessness, and he would pay for it eventually. Hidden Mist Village. Within a secluded residence, a figure pushed open the door and stepped inside. A girl of about 16 years of age sat at the head of the room. At the creak of the door, she rose abruptly. Lord Yuanshi. At her words, everyone stood, their expressions filled with reverence and joy. Lord Yuanshi. XN, an elderly man with a hunched frame, entered. Surveying the assembled company, he nodded with satisfaction. Please everyone be seated. He took his place beside the young girl. The reason I've called you here today is singular to discuss the coup in Konoha. Yuanshi's voice carried a heavy solemnity. The gathered individuals sat upright, acutely aware that the blood mist period had left their village in ruins and its people suffering. Yuanshi had rallied those with the vision and courage to oppose Mizukage Kizurashi Yahira's tyrannical rule, positioning himself as their strategist with the gifted young Terumi Mei at their forefront. Gathered in this concealed location, they convened to strategize the overthrow of Mizukage Kizurashi Yahira. Lord Yuanshi, please speak. Is the Konoha coup of assistance to us? Terumi Mei gazed at Yuanshi with barely contained excitement. Yuanshi shook his head. Not directly. However, AO has confirmed that the 4th Mizukage is under someone's control, and from what I understand, only those eyes possess such power. Lord Yuanshi, do you refer to the Sharingan? AO, seasoned from extensive experience, and particularly after acquiring the Hyuga clan's Byakugan on the battlefield, had gained deep insight into Dojutsu Kekkai Genkai. Given that the Sharingan ranked alongside the Byakugan as one of the ninja world's 2 great dojutsu, AO naturally possessed considerable knowledge of it. Yuanshi nodded in agreement. In my assessment, our Mizukage is almost certainly under the influence of the Sharingan, which explains the countless oppressive measures she has enacted. Then how do you propose we resolve this, Lord Yuanshi? Terumi Mei fixed her gaze upon him, meeting his equally intense stare. Only the one who tied the bell can untie it, Yuanshi replied with a smile. Since this is a technique of the Uchiha clan, we must naturally request the aid of Uchiha Ninja. You mean? A flicker of understanding crossed Terumi Mei's luminous eyes as she grasped the implication. Precisely, Yuanshi confirmed. The only one capable of dispelling such genjutsu at present is Uchiha Tadakami, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. Terumi Mei frowned. Uchiha Tadakami. The newly appointed 5th Hokage of Konoha. Uchiha Tadakami. A man's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Uchiha Zhan, single-handedly slaying Shimura Danzo, who had entrenched himself in Konoha for years, managed the village, and possessed vast experience, was truly astonishing. Furthermore, when 3 villages simultaneously launched an attack on Konoha, Uchiha Zhan crushed Tsunagakure, intimidated Awagakure, and devastated Kumogakure. It is said that the Jinchuriki of Kumogakure is still being held by Konoha. It can be said that Uchiha Zhan's name now resounds throughout the entire ninja world. But Elder Yuan, have you considered why Uchiha Zhan would help us? What can he gain? Moreover, we know our own situation well. Originally, Kirigakure had nearly 10,000 ninja, but now there are fewer than 2,000. If we reveal the true situation to Konoha, even if we receive help from Konoha, won't they take advantage of our weakness and directly occupy Kirigakure? By then we will truly become Konoha's slaves. After all, the nearest village to Kirigakure is Konoha. If we make any move, they will probably know within a day. Shing said gravely. In fact, aside from the above points, he was afraid that if Uchiha Zhan pursued the matter of his Byakugan, he would have no way to resist, and might even lose this precious Byakugan, which he did not want to see. Yuanshi was well aware of all this, but did not call him out. Instead, he said, now we live a life worse than slaves. We don't even know which day if we offend the fourth Mizukage we will be killed on the spot. I really can't imagine any situation worse than this. Yuan sure sighed. The others lowered their heads. Over the years these surviving forces had all experienced the cruelty of the blood mist. Their strength was among the strongest of each generation, but facing Yagura, who possessed the three tails, their combined strength was far from enough. Originally the coup was to be carried out in Konoha year 63. Influenced by the success of Uchiha Zhan's coup, they could no longer restrain their desire for a coup and wanted to launch it early. However, their strength was a fatal weakness. Yuan Shi had deliberated for several days before making up his mind. Naturally, he could not let Qing cut off this path, due to personal reasons. So Yuan Shi said, since there is a disagreement, let's vote. Do we choose to seek outside help in the rule of the blood mist, and develop slowly, or continue the status quo, and let our descendants keep killing each other? Those who support seeking outside help raise your left hand. Those who support maintaining the status quo raise your right hand. Vote now. Yuan Shi finished looking at the 10 people in the room. Including Yuan Shi, there were 11 people, an odd number. The vote would certainly produce a result. Even if everyone disagreed with seeking outside help, Yuan Shi would not mind. After all, he had done his best to revive this village. If it could not be revived, then it was just fate. Qing was the first to raise his right hand. He firmly opposed letting Uchiha Zhan come to Kirigakure. Even if it meant enduring the blood mist, even if it meant no development, he could not let his Byakugan be taken away. However, when he looked at the others, his face turned livid because aside from Zhao Meiming, who had not yet expressed her stance, the remaining 9 high-ranking officials raised their left hands. This was because Yuan Shi's last words, about their descendants killing each other, had struck a nerve. They had all experienced the trials of the blood mist, knowing that such trials were a matter of life and death. Many of them had hidden injuries that would ache on rainy and windy days. They had consulted countless doctors who all shook their heads and lamented that the condition could not be cured, only alleviated. Therefore, they absolutely could not watch Kirigakure continue to kill itself. This feeling was unbearable. Yuan Shi looked around and sighed inwardly. It seemed everyone's eyes were clear. This village was not finished yet. Zhao Meiming looked up and scanned the crowd, finding that all eyes were on her. Because she possessed the boil release and lava release, she was regarded as the future 5th Mizukage, and only she could inherit the position and lead them further. Therefore, everyone placed great importance on Zhao Meiming's person and opinions. Even now, if Zhao Meiming were willing to raise her right hand, perhaps half of them would change their minds and choose to support the status quo. Even Qing looked at Zhao Meiming with hope. However, Zhao Meiming followed the majority's opinion and raised her left hand, because only their first reaction reflected what they truly thought. Although she was nominally the successor to the 4th Mizukage, she was still only a jonin whose strength was close to Kage level. Without the support of these high-ranking officials, she would never have been able to reach this point. Qing's eyes dimmed, but not because Zhao Meiming had refused. Rather, he felt he was doomed. Yuan Shi stroked his beard and nodded. In that case, send someone to seek aid from Konoha in the Land of Fire, and ask for Uchiha Zhan's help. After saying this, he was about to adjourn the meeting. However, Zhao Meiming spoke up, Elder Yuan, if Uchiha Zhan becomes more aggressive and refuses to leave, what should we do? After all, as the saying goes, it's easier to invite a god than to send one away. If this matter truly brought wolves and tigers to covet Kirigakure, even if they solved the blood mist, they would be sinners of Kirigakure. If it really comes to that, even if I die, I will make the world know the shamelessness of Konoha. Yuan Shi's eyes were firm, filled with a resolve to die. Zhao Meiming looked at him and finally sighed. In that case, let's do as Elder Yuan says. Qing began to think, where could he hide to lay low? After Uchiha Zhan left, he could come out again. Otherwise, he would have no peace of mind. Zhao Meiming called out to Qing. Qing was startled, but stayed. Yuan Shi, who had reached the door, glanced at the two and finally turned and left. Zhao Meiming looked at Qing. Qing, tell me the truth. Today you would rather have the blood mist than seek outside help. Ultimately, is it because Uchiha is Konoha's Uchiha, and you are afraid they will come to take your Byakugan? Qing had never concealed anything from Zhao Meiming. He nodded and frankly admitted it. Yes, he was afraid that Konoha would come to reclaim the Byakugan, a Kekii Genkai he had risked his life to seize on the battlefield of the Third Great Ninja War. How could he bear to return it to Konoha? If it were before, during the era when Hiruzen Sarutobi ruled Konoha, I would not be afraid, because he was a coward. Even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he would not dare to start a war. However, you know Uchiha Zhan's reputation. He fights if he disagrees. How could a person with such a character not hold a grudge against my past actions? Even returning the Byakugan would be the best outcome. Qing said. Perhaps he might even come for my life. Qing's eyes betrayed a flicker of complexity. Mei Terumi patted him on the shoulder. He won't. As long as I live, I will never allow Uchiha Zhan to lay a hand on you, even if it costs me my very life. Her gaze was unwavering, betraying not a hint of hesitation. Meeting Mei Terumi's eyes, Qing felt an unexpected sense of relief wash over him. He smiled. Indeed, you will be the 5th Mizukage, a woman of your word. Then I shall gratefully accept your protection, Mizukage-sama. If you flatter me. Mei Terumi smiled, then turned to leave. Qing watched her retreating figure, and the flame of loyalty within him burned ever brighter. At that moment Ching would willingly give his very life for Meiterumi. Konoha, Hyuga clan grounds. Uchiha Zhan and Heishi Hyuga discussed the role the Hyuga clan would play in Konoha and how their power should be wielded. Their conversation stretched well into the evening. Hinata Hyuga listened with some initial excitement. It was an honor to be included in such a meeting. But as time dragged on she grew bored and drowsiness slowly crept over her. She curled up into a ball and fell asleep against Uchiha Zhan's chest. Heishi frowned at the sight and was about to wake her, but Uchiha Zhan raised a hand to stop him. If Hinata wants to sleep, let her sleep. Let's keep our voices down. Uchiha Zhan looked at Hinata's adorable sleeping face and couldn't help but smile. Since Uchiha Zhan had no objection, what could Heishi possibly say? It was only when a Hyuga clan ninja knocked on the door, thump thump thump, that they realized the evening had arrived. Uchiha Zhan rose gently, careful not to disturb Hinata, who was sleeping soundly in his arms. Yet Hinata sensed the shift in his posture and woke instantly. She reached out and grabbed his pant leg. Zhan-gij, are you leaving? When will you come back? Uchiha Zhan paused then laughed. Haha, once little Hinata masters the 8 trigrams 32 palms, Zhan-gij will come see you again. Heishi frowned and said, Hinata, show some respect. Hinata had been filled with determination at Uchiha Zhan's words, but her father's scolding made her lower her head in disappointment, pouting as if she might burst into tears. Uchiha Zhan clicked his tongue and turned to Heishi. Heishi, not to criticize you, but you need to be more patient with girls. Hinata is still so young. Show some respect this, show some respect that, every single day. Heishi coughed twice. The Hyuga clan has always valued propriety. Children begin their etiquette training at age 3. Enough. Don't lecture me with all that. It gives me a headache. Or are you implying that I lack manners? Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes at Heishi. Haishi's expression shifted. Was this a warning from the Hokage? Was he saying Heishi was too bound by rules? Seeing Heishi grow serious, Uchiha Zhan sighed. Heishi, if you want to observe formalities with others, I have no objection. But with me, drop all that. You know me. I'm a practical man. I value a person's ability and character. As for those tedious formalities, don't bring them before me again. We're family. We staged the coup together. Don't be so stiff. You're a handsome man, so you should smile more. If you keep that stone face all day, those who know might think you're my colleague, but those who don't might assume you're my father-in-law. Uchiha Zhan began to slip into his usual, joking manner. Heishi nodded slowly, though he felt something was subtly off. Meanwhile, Hinata's face had turned crimson and steam all but rose from her little head. Seeing Heishi deep in thought, Uchiha Zhan quickly cut him off. All right, stop mulling it over. Go see why your clansmen came to interrupt us. I suspect it's something important. Heishi nodded, immediately abandoning his train of thought. He led the way, opening the door to find a Hyuga branch family ninja and an ANBU-clad shinobi kneeling on one knee. Clan leader Nara Shikaka-sama sent word through an ANBU ninja. He requests that you and the Hokage come to the Hokage Tower at once. Something urgent has happened, the Hyuga ninja reported. Uchiha Zhan stepped forward to stand side by side with Heishi. They exchanged a glance, then Uchiha Zhan spoke. Rise. We're on our way. With that, Uchiha Zhan and Heishi headed for the door. For Nara Shikaku to dispatch ANBU all the way to the Hyuga compound to summon him, something big must be brewing. Uchiha Zhan thought to himself. Heishi followed close behind the two of them, hurrying toward the Hokage Tower in quick succession. Nara Shikaku was massaging his forehead, utterly exasperated. Who could possibly understand his pain? After a full day of paperwork, he'd thought he was finally off the clock. Only for a messenger from Kirigakure to arrive demanding an urgent meeting with the Hokage Uchiha Zhan. When Shikaku pressed for details, the messenger refused, saying they could only reveal the matter to the Hokage himself. Those were Meiterumi's orders. Shikaka stopped asking. Meiterumi was well known in her own right, though not as aggressively prominent as Uchiha Zhan. Unlike the fourth Mizukage, who ruled through oppression and cruelty, she gave the impression of a wise, composed woman of both courage and cunning. In fact, most villagers recognized Meiterumi as the true fifth Mizukage. Many had even gone so far as to assassinate the fourth Mizukage Yagura for her sake. Yet every single one met the same fate, death. Facing the overwhelming power of the fourth Mizukage, Meiterumi could only bide her time and wait for the right moment. By Nara Shikaku's estimate, she would need at least another decade to rise to power. Just as he was pondering the political landscape between nations, the door suddenly flew open with a kick. Uchiha Zhan strode in first, his face unreadable. Shikaku, what's so urgent that you had ANBU summon me all the way from the Hyuga compound? Nara Shikaku's face darkened. Zhan, you're the Hokage. This mountain of paperwork should have been handled by you personally. And that door, that's your property. You just kicked it down without a care. You. Nara Shikaku jabbed a finger at Uchiha Zhan, scolding him relentlessly. Uchiha Zhan didn't dare talk back. After all, he'd left early today and dumped all his work on Nara Shikaku. Knowing he was in the wrong, he let Shikaku vent. It wouldn't cost him anything. Kakashi was biting his lips, struggling to hold back laughter. Uchiha Zhan caught the sight and narrowed his eyes. Kakashi, my brother has a talent for lightning release. I hear your self-made jutsu lightning cutter is quite impressive. Come to my place tomorrow and teach him. Hokage-sama, wait, Kakashi tried to refuse. Uchiha Zhan raised a single finger. Pick any jutsu from the forbidden scroll. I'll get it done. Kakashi's expression changed instantly, a grin spreading across his face. Are you kidding? The Hokage was offering far too much. Hey, don't ignore me, you two. What I'm about to say is very important. Could you please redirect your focus to me? Nara Shikaku rubbed his head, speaking in agony. Alright, go ahead. Uchiha Zhan looked at Nara Shikaku and began slowly. Nara Shikaku nodded. It's like this, the Kirigakure village sent an envoy here with something important requesting your presence. Oh, something important. Tell me more. Uchiha Zhan frowned, turning his gaze seriously to Nara Shikaku. Now that the Hokage had just been succeeded in Konoha merely a day ago, the arrival of someone from Kirigakure, whether it boded well or ill, was unknown to anyone. Moreover, the fourth Mizukage of Kirigakure was still under the control of Uchiha Obito. Could it be that Uchiha Obito, after his humiliating escape, was still plotting something? Unable to fight openly, was he planning to play dirty tricks on me? Uchiha Zhan pondered, then suddenly heard Nara Shikaku say, Lord Hokage, I don't yet know the specifics of the matter because the Kirigakure envoy said it can only be disclosed to you in person. Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow. What is it so mysterious? Fine, let him in. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Uchiha Zhan seated himself on the Hokage's throne, crossing his legs and folding his arms across his chest. His long hair obscured one eye, leaving only his left eye visible. If Uchiha Izuno were here and saw Uchiha Zhan like this, he might have directly dropped to his knees and cried out, Brother, my dear brother. After exchanging glances with Hatake, Kakashi, Nara Shikaku walked out of the door to lead the Kirigakure envoy to the office entrance. The door was gone. Oh no, it was lying on the floor. This left the envoy stunned. He remembered the door was still intact when he had arrived, but in less than half an hour it had become like this. Could some reckless fool have dared to attack Uchiha Zhan? Hatake Kakashi gave him no time to think, immediately saying, Go and don't keep the Hokage waiting. With that he turned and resumed guarding the Hokage's office. Regardless of the door's state, Hatake Kakashi's duty was to protect the Hokage. Now that the Hokage was in the office, he must stand guard outside ready to provide support if anything happened inside. The Kirigakure envoy still had some questions left unanswered when Hatake Kakashi shoved him inside. The Kirigakure envoy wanted to turn back and curse at Hatake Kakashi, but the moment he stepped into the office his expression changed drastically. Cold, an extreme cold. A chill that came from the depths of his heart, the agony of having one's fate seized by the throat of bone-deep iciness. I am a Jonin under Master Yuan Shi of Kirigakure, and I have come to Konoha to seek a collaboration with Lord Uchiha Zhan. Unable to bear the cold indifference, the envoy knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. Lift your head. Uchiha Zhan spoke calmly, then narrowed his eyes, releasing a sovereign's pressure from within. The Kirigakure shinobi shuddered, raised his head in bewilderment, and saw Uchiha Zhan's arrogant posture. He quickly lowered his head again. My respects, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Zhan curled his lips. A cowardly sort, then things would be easier. Master Yuan Shi sent you to discuss what kind of collaboration. I am here now, speak up. Uchiha Zhan crossed one leg over the other, placed his hands on his abdomen, and silently scrutinized the Kirigakure envoy. The Kirigakure envoy glanced at Hyuga Hayashi and Nara Shikaku. Uchiha Zhan chuckled. Rest assured they are all trustworthy. You may speak freely. But the Kirigakure envoy hesitated. If I'm not mistaken, you are afraid that the Kirigakure's decline due to the blood mist period and the fact that the fourth Mizukage is under control will be exposed, so you want me to dismiss the others. Uchiha Zhan could guess it even with his foot. The Kirigakure envoy trembled at these words, his eyes filled with disbelief as he looked at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan slowly stood up. What's the matter? Surprised? The Kirigakure envoy remained silent. No need to be surprised, because it's not just your Kirigakure. I know the intelligence of all the major hidden villages inside and out. Uchiha Zhan said leisurely. He walked over to the Kirigakure envoy, reached out his right hand, and patted him on the shoulder. So in my eyes you have no secrets at all. Since I'm in a good mood now, speak. Uchiha Zhan turned around, exposing his back to the Kirigakure envoy. The Kirigakure envoy's expression was complex, but he was not the only one. Hyuga Hayashi and Nara Shikaku were equally astonished. They hadn't expected their own Hokage to have such far-reaching insight, even grasping secrets that could decide a village's fate. Yes, Lord Hokage. Master Yuan Shi has already discovered that the fourth Mizukage is under control and deduced that it is the power of the Sharingan. Therefore he hopes you can intervene to remove the control over the fourth Mizukage and restore him to normal. The Kirigakure envoy stated the matter. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Good, I understand your request. But what about the terms? What can Kirigakure offer to move me into helping you? Uchiha Zhan chuckled. Now that he knew their demands, the rhythm was in his hands. The Kirigakure shinobi began with the lowest of the three conditions set by Master Yuan Shi. 200 million silver taels. After you defeat the fourth Mizukage and release him from the Jinjutsu, we will present it to you with both hands. The Kirigakure envoy bowed his head after speaking. 200 million. Not enough. This amount is but a drop in the bucket compared to the risks I would have to bear. Uchiha Zhan leaned back strategically. He believed Kirigakure had higher offers given Master Yuan Shi. A veteran like Master Yuan Shi was one of the top strategists and negotiators in the ninja world. If they had offered the highest condition right away, he wouldn't have believed it. So he needed to press the Kirigakure envoy further. Please return envoy and tell Master Yuan Shi that he has underestimated me, Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan smiled at the envoy whose eyes showed panic as he was about to speak. Uchiha Zhan made a gesture, meaning to throw the Kirigakure envoy out. Hyuga Hayashi received the order and without a word strode toward the Kirigakure envoy. The envoy's pupil shrank. How could Uchiha Zhan act so quickly? Wait, the Kirigakure envoy cried out. Then he straightened his clothes. Maybe I remembered wrong. The condition Master Yuan Shi mentioned was not 200 million. My fault. All my fault. The Kirigakure envoy kept apologizing. Uchiha Zhan watched as the Kirigakure envoy kept kowtowing and apologizing. He waved his hand again, signaling Hyuga Hayashi to stop. Hyuga Hayashi obediently stood aside and halted. The envoy breathed a sigh of relief and looked up at Uchiha Zhan. Lord Hokage, I misremembered earlier. Our elder said 500 million silver taels, 500 million. He extended 5 fingers, spreading his palm to accompany his body language explaining. Uchiha Zhan chuckled. This time the price sounds about right. However, I think 500 million is still a bit short. The Kirigakure envoy's expression changed drastically. This wasn't enough. 500 million. He had never seen so much money in his life. Nevertheless, he still asked, may I ask Lord Hokage what is not satisfactory? If it's about the money. The Kirigakure envoy took a deep breath. If it's about the money, we can add more. No, the money is enough. However, we require one more thing. If you agree, we will accept only 200 million in silver. If not, you may seek help elsewhere. Konoha will not act. Uchiha Zhan turned his head to the side. The envoy's pupils contracted. Something could be worth 300 million silver. He had to ask. May I ask Lord Hokage what is this item? It can be worth so much silver. Uchiha Zhan chuckled. 3 taels. He extended 3 fingers. 1 tael counts as 100 million. How about that? Quite fair, isn't it? The Kirigakure envoy nearly fainted. As a strategic weapon of Kirigakure, the 3 taels had extraordinary symbolic significance. Although it was currently in the hands of the controlled Yagura, once the control was lifted, Kirigakure would gain a guardian-like combat force. How could he possibly agree? Lord Hokage, perhaps we should discuss the monetary aspect. Our Kirigakure is very sincere. The Kirigakure envoy spoke with a fawning smile. However, Uchiha Zhan remained unmoved. You are merely a messenger. You have no authority to decide these matters. Tell your elder my conditions. If he agrees, I will personally act now. As for other conditions, forget it. Konoha is a large and prosperous village. It doesn't care that much about silver. Whether you want to recuperate or stubbornly hold on to a berserk Jinchuriki that can attack your village at any time, I won't interfere. Shikaka, see the guest out. After saying this, Uchiha Zhan turned and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, clasping his hands behind his back. He looked at the bustling and warm scenery of Konoha's streets and curled his lips into a smile. Nara Shikaka glanced at Uchiha Zhan, but did not question his decision. He walked to the Kirigakure envoy and said, Envoy, please. The Kirigakure envoy, as if having lost his soul, walked out of the Hokage's office like a walking corpse. He could not understand why Konoha could be so assertive. Was it just because a new Hokage had taken over? Back then, the first Hokage distributed the tailed beasts to create mutual deterrence and hope for peace in the ninja world. But now Uchiha Zhan wants to take them back. Isn't he afraid of starting a war? If Uchiha Shao knew what he was thinking, he might mock his naivety. Since the death of Hashirama Senju in the first, second, and third Great Ninja Wars, which time did the various nations not utilize the power of the tailed beasts? Take Lao Zi of Awagakure, for example. His lava-release, scorching river rock art burned countless ninja to death and caused so much slaughter. Shouldn't these real events tell them that the tailed beasts only serve as strategic weapons, increasing battlefield casualties and conflicts between villages? Today, Uchiha Zhan's subjugation of the 3 taels was not only in response to the current situation, but also to prepare for future unification. He intended to control all the tailed beasts under heaven. Let all quarters submit, and then a great harmonious era could be achieved. Outside the Hokage building, Nara Shikaka spoke. Envoy of Kirigakure, I will see you off to here today. I look forward to meeting you again. After saying these polite words, Nara Shikaku walked back into the Hokage building. The Kirigakure envoy grabbed his wrist, tears glistening in his eyes. Lord, please stay. At that moment, he looked like a child who had been bullied and was showing grievance to someone. Nara Shikaku inwardly complained and struggled several times, only to find that the other's grip was quite strong. Unable to break free, he finally turned around and said, Envoy, let go. The envoy said, No. I beg you, sir, save me. The Kirigakure envoy was truly terrified by Uchiha Zhan's appetite today. He had thought about everything. He had even considered that if Uchiha Zhan had asked for 1 billion silver, he could still agree. But he never expected that what he wanted was a tailed beast, a village's ultimate weapon. Not to mention that it was currently not under their control. Even if it were, probably no one would dare sell it. Now Uchiha Zhan was using the pretext of help to demand the 3 taels, which made him very conflicted. Narashikaku said, "Envoy of Kirigakure, I advise you are just a messenger. Don't take too much responsibility on yourself. You don't have to be responsible for the outcome. Just convey the message to your elder and to Terumi Mei." After saying this, Narashikaku ignored the dumbfounded Kirigakure ninja, shook his sleeve, and walked toward the Hokage building. He was also curious why the Hokage was so keen on the Three Tails. The Three Tails' combat power is inferior to the Nine Tails. Its endurance is inferior, and it has the possibility of going berserk at any time. Nowadays, those who know the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques are few. Wait, a figure suddenly flashed through his mind. Uzumaki Naruto. Oh no, it was Namake's Minato who was currently inhabiting Uzumaki Naruto's body. Minato's presence still existed, although it was about to fade, but the knowledge stored in his mind was abundant. He had fully mastered the Uzumaki clan sealing techniques. Otherwise, how could Uzumaki Naruto, a child, have kept the Nine Tails from rampaging all these years? It was precisely because he bore the authentic Uzumaki sealing technique. If Namake's Minato was willing to act, Konoha could once again obtain a Jinchuriki that could serve as a strategic weapon. That would be all benefit and no harm to Konoha. Thinking of this, Narashikaku's admiration for Uchiha Zhan reached its peak. He never expected that their Hokage, even in such a situation, would not forget to use his wisdom to seek benefits for Konoha. Indeed, it was no coincidence that Uchiha Zhan became Hokage. It was destiny. It seemed he had followed a great leader. Narashikaku's previous resentment over dealing with administrative affairs dissipated because of this matter. At the same time, he was considering how to obtain Minato's help for Uchiha Zhan. After much thought, he could only think of one person: Uzumaki Naruto. Narashikaku returned to the Hokage building. He saw that Uchiha Battle was no longer angry as before, but instead wore a smile and spoke respectfully. "Lord Hokage, you are 3 steps ahead in your calculations. I truly admire you." Uchiha Battle paused, his hand holding the teacup, and looked at Narashikaku with a strange expression, asking, "Have you lost your mind? What nonsense are you talking about? What are you on about?" Narashikaku chuckled. "Lord Hokage, don't beat around the bush with your subordinate. We're on the same side." Stop. Hold on a moment." Narashikaku's reaction startled Uchiha Battle, and he even began to wonder if this Narashikaku might be a gay. "What on the same side? Beating around the bush? Ew, disgusting. Since Lord Hokage won't speak, let me say it. Let's see how much it matches what Lord Hokage has in mind." Narashikaku poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and then spoke, telling Uchiha Battle what he had been thinking. After hearing this, Uchiha Battle was stunned. Bloody hell, why hadn't he thought of that? He could go ask Minato Namake's for help. He was just worrying about what sealing technique to use to seal the tailed beast once it returned, so that it wouldn't go berserk and wreak havoc in Konoha. He hadn't expected that Narashikaku had already arranged everything. Well, since Narashikaku thought he had figured it all out, then as the boss he naturally couldn't dampen his subordinate's enthusiasm. So, Uchiha Battle put down his teacup and sighed. "I can't hide anything from you, Shikaku. You're right, what you said is exactly what I had in mind, not a bit off." At the same time, he gave a proper warning. "I feel that your talent surpasses mine tenfold." As Uchiha Battle said this, he looked at Narashikaku thoughtfully. Narashikaku's face immediately changed, and he fell to his knees with a thud. "Lord Hokage, governing Konoha requires not only brains, but also battle strength. You, Lord Hokage, defeated 3 villages and routed Orochimaru, which I cannot compare to. Moreover, this method was thought up after you had already conceived and executed it. It's hindsight, and I'm afraid it's too late. Please, Lord Hokage, don't joke anymore. The position of Hokage is yours alone." Narashikaku began to sweat profusely. No master would want his subordinate to anticipate all his thoughts. He had been careless this time. He could only kneel on the ground, swallowing his saliva, hoping that Uchiha Battle would not blame him. Uchiha Battle saw that the moment was right. He smiled, stepped forward to help Narashikaku up, and then crouched down to brush the dust off his knees. "Shikaku, you're overthinking. I just think you're very smart. I don't have any other intentions." This move deeply moved Narashikaku. He had never expected Uchiha Battle not only not to blame him, but to brush off the dust on his legs. "Lord Hokaku." Narashikaku was about to kneel again, but Uchiha Battle held him. "We're brothers, why kneel?" he said with a smile, and taking Narashikaku's arm walked out. At this moment, Narashikaku became even more loyal to Uchiha Battle. Originally, it was out of interest, but now it was because of his vision, methods, and foresight. He decided to dedicate his life to serving Uchiha Battle. True feelings never last, but tactics win people's hearts. This must be what that saying refers to. That night, Uchiha Battle took Narashikaku's arm and strolled through the bustling streets of Konoha, constantly commenting on the lives of the people nearby. If only it could always be this peaceful, Narashikaku sighed. Within 5 years, or 10 at most, a war would break out across the entire ninja world. At that time, the people would be destitute, villagers would be in fear, and everyone would pray. They hoped their village would not be invaded by enemies, hoped their children fighting abroad would return safely. The economy in the village would be depressed, and all money would be used to support the front lines. At that time, the villagers would have to tighten their belts again. It will happen. There will be such a day. Then no one will have to live in fear. Everyone's face will be filled with happy smiles. And we can use all our knowledge to protect the village, protect the villagers. Uchiha Battle smiled. Upon hearing this, Narashikaku trembled all over. He looked at Uchiha Battle with an incredulous expression, never expecting Uchiha Battle to have such a grand ambition. Such an idea could never be realized in this selfish world, in this ninja world where everyone fights for themselves, in this society where people harm others for their own gain. Yet unexpectedly, Uchiha Battle could make such a grand vow. Hey, yes, he was different from ordinary people. He was an eagle in the sky, not a chicken on the ground. Since that was the case, meeting such a heroic leader, why shouldn't he give it his all? Lord Hokage, if you truly want to realize such a world, please allow me, Narashikaku, to join you. I will dedicate my everything for the arrival of a new era. Narashikaku no longer weighed the pros and cons. All he could think about was the peaceful world described by Uchiha Battle. He wanted to achieve it. If he could fulfill this wish, his journey through the ninja world would not be in vain. Uchiha Battle looked at Narashikaku with eyes full of stars. With your help, Shikaku, I am like a fish in water, like a drought meeting rain. It is truly a blessing in my life. Lord Hokage. Narashikaku, a man in his late 20s, almost 30 now, had tears in his eyes. He looked at Uchiha Battle with deep emotion, thinking how fortunate he was to meet such a Hokage. It was the luck of 3 lifetimes. Hyuga Hayashi coughed from the side. Ahem, how can such a new era lack the participation of the Hyuga clan? Lord Hokage, if you want to realize that era in your heart, I think the Hyuga clan is indispensable. Haha, of course. Clan leader Hayashi, your willingness to join is simply wonderful. For me, it's like adding wings to a tiger. Uchiha Battle put his arm around Hyuga Hayashi's shoulder. Hyuga Hayashi was not good with words, but the corners of his mouth lifted. Such days were truly wonderful, truly full of hope. Well, although the Hitaki clan has few talents, I, Kakashi, am willing to devote myself to Lord Hokage. From your words, I know you must be someone who refuses to be ordinary. I want to work under you, not to leave my name in history, but for the stability of Konoha, and to make a contribution within my power for the peace of the villagers. Kakashi was wearing a mask, but his curved eyes already showed his excitement and joy. Kakashi was definitely a capable and talented person. When he followed the 3rd Hokage, he only felt numb. But the Uchiha Battle before him pointed out the path forward. He understood what he should do and wanted to do his small part for Konoha and for Lord Hokage, following his own heart. Uchiha Zhan listened to the voices of those surrounding him, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since that's the case, let us join forces and reshape the entire ninja world, turning our dreams into reality. So everyone, what we are about to do will be very difficult and arduous. I hope none of you will forget the words spoken today on the streets of Konoha under the brilliant lights. For a new era of Konoha, we must work together. Uchiha Zhan raised his right hand and shouted loudly. Yes. The 3 of them exchanged knowing smiles. Their commotion soon drew the attention of nearby people. Everyone turned their gazes toward them and were instantly astonished. The Uchiha clan and Hyuga clan members who were patrolling the streets would surely go to check upon hearing the noise. It was fine not to look, but once they did, they were shocked. The clan leader of the Uchiha and the clan leader of the Hyuga were chatting and laughing cheerfully, smiles on their faces, and their hands were even stacked together as they shouted strive. This sight moved the 2 of them as well. They exchanged glances, then imitated Uchiha Zhan and Rizu's gesture, stacking their hands together. Please take care of me from now on, Ri Xiang Qing Tian. Alright, me too, Uchiha Xian. Ri Xiang Qing Tian said with a smile. Originally, the 2 were on their first mission and were somewhat reserved. The Hyuga thought the Uchiha ninja were terrifying, while the Uchiha thought the Hyuga were taciturn and dull. But now, because of the interaction between the Lord Hokage and Ri Xiang Rizu, the 2 learned from and emulated them, and their relationship advanced further. Xiao Dao Dingzhuo was originally tending to his shop when he suddenly noticed a crowd gathering. He told his clansmen to watch the shop while he went to check, and then he saw his elder brother Nai Liang Lu Jiao and the Lord Hokage stacking their hands in encouragement. A smile tugged at his lips. He chuckled, scratched his head, and returned to his shop. Today, to celebrate the Lord Hokage's ascension to the position of Hokage, all barbecue is 30 off, and this promotion will last for a whole week. The 30 discount still allowed Xiao Dao Dingzhuo to make a good profit, just less than before. But it didn't matter. Who cared when he was in such a good mood? Oh, shopkeeper Dingzhuo, you're generous. Long live the Lord Hokage. Xiao Dao Dingzhuo's lips curled upward as he listened to the cheers of the crowd. He glanced again at the Hokage and his elder brother on the street, feeling immensely pleased. It seemed that from now on he would have to serve this Lord Hokage well. He had to tell Hai about this, he would surely be delighted. So he called over a shop assistant and sent him to the Shanzhong clan to inform Shanzhong Hai. In the Shanzhong clan compound, Shanzhong Hai was playing with his daughter Shanzhong Jingyi. A glint of affection flashed in his eyes as he looked at the little girl. Suddenly someone arrived and knocked on the door. Shanzhong Hai raised an eyebrow. At this hour, could someone possibly be coming to visit? Clan head, it's a message from Lord Dingzhuo, the Shanzhong clan ninja said. Come in, Shanzhong Hai, he said indifferently. The door was pushed open and the Shanzhong clan ninja knelt on one knee. In this ninja world there was still a hierarchy of respect. Rise. Tell me, what news does Dingzhuo bring? Shan Zhonghai touched his daughter's cheek and said with a smile. In reply, my Lord Dings was said that the elder brother and Uchiha Zhan joined hands on the street to encourage each other, vowing to build Konoha well in the future, and their relationship has advanced by leaps and bounds. From now on we must honor the Lord Hokage above all, the Shanzhong clan member said. Shan Zhonghai was stunned and ecstatic. Good, very good. Tell my elder brother that from now on the Shanzhong clan will follow the Lord Hokage's orders. If anyone pays lip service while acting otherwise, I Shan Zhonghai will personally purge them. Yes, the Shanzhong clan member said firmly, then went to deliver the message. Shan Zhonghai set down Shan Zhongjingyi and paced around, his heart thumping wildly. This startled Shan Zhongjingyi. Father, what is wrong with you? Has something bad happened? Little Jingyi frowned. It was the first time she had seen her father so flustered. Her words reached Shan Zhonghai's ears, making him pause. Then he shook his head, picked up his daughter, and laughed. No bad thing, it's good news, enormous good news. From now on our Shanzhong clan might become the mainstay of Konoha. Then won't it be very hard? Jingyi doesn't want father to work so hard. Little Jingyi pouted, somewhat unhappy. Mainly because if father worked hard he wouldn't be able to play with her, and she would be so bored staying home alone. You can go find your brother Luan and your brother Dingxi. They will take you out to play. And if you encounter danger outside, hide behind brother Dingxi. If you have problems, ask brother Luan. There won't be any major issues. Shan Zhonghai patted her head. Well, alright. Shan Zhongjingyi sighed. Born into the Shanzhong clan, she naturally understood that being busy among great clans was not a bad thing. It was idleness that signified decline. Although she also wanted her father's company for the clan, her father was more important. Shan Zhonghai suddenly thought of something. He whistled, and instantly Shan Zhongfeng appeared before him. Clan leader Hai, do you have any orders, or is there a target you need me to eliminate? Shan Zhongfeng had returned to the Shanzhong clan, and far from being ostracized, he had received much concern from many people. They said, Shan Zhongfeng, you've worked hard. Under Danzo's command it must have been tough. They understood Shan Zhongfeng, knowing that he was not in control of his own fate, and they were well aware of the terror of the tongue cutter seal. Once a thought unfavorable to Danzo arose, or if one spoke against Shimura, Danzo death would come instantly. Shan Zhongfeng was astonished. He looked at Shan Zhonghai, who smiled at him. Then he realized that things in this world were not as bad as he had imagined, and that problems were not always unsolvable. After understanding this truth, Shan Zhongfeng let go of the grudges in his heart. He began to wear a smile, releasing his true self that had been hidden behind a mask, and decided to serve the Shanzhong clan. This whistle code was what he had taught Shan Zhongfeng. If he needed his help, he only needed to blow the whistle. No matter the mission, even if it meant walking through fire or jumping into a boiling cauldron, he would resolutely accept without refusal. Now Shan Zhonghai had blown that whistle, meaning he had an important matter for him to handle. Therefore Shan Zhongfeng stood straight ready for battle, and asked Shan Zhonghai what he wanted him to do. Shan Zhonghai patted his shoulder. Tomorrow come with me to see the Lord Hokage. From now on you will stay by the Lord Hokage's side, and do whatever he tells you to do. I'll handle the arrangements in between. Just be at ease and stay by his side. Shan Zhonghai laughed. Shan Zhongfeng was taken aback. He had thought it would be some kind of mission, but that was it. Don't think this is a light task. If you perform well, the Shanzhong clan, and even the Ino-Shikicho alliance will prosper for generations. If you perform poorly, there are plenty of people who will want to take your place. Shan Zhonghai said seriously. Shan Zhongfeng nodded. I understand, clan head. Good, get some rest. Tomorrow morning, I'll take you to visit the Lord Hokage. That night the names of Uchiha Zhan, Hayashi, Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, and Kakashi Hitaki spread throughout Konoha. Everyone knew that these four men had encouraged and cheered one another on, meaning they were the core of Konoha's future development and its future leadership. So the moment Kakashi returned home, he saw his teacher Minato Namikaze sitting at home brewing tea. At this moment Minato, borrowing Naruto's body, smiled at Kakashi and said, Kakashi, I never expected you to be valued by Lord Hokage at such a young age. Surely your future is limitless. This cup is your teacher's toast to you, the future high-ranking leader of Konoha. Minato raised the teacup and respectfully handed it to Kakashi. Kakashi was startled and immediately stepped forward to accept it with both hands. Teacher, what are you doing? You're going to overwhelm your disciple. I was brought up by you. No matter how far I go, I will always remember that you are my teacher. Kakashi felt a little nervous. It had never occurred to him that his teacher would speak in such a way, leaving him unsettled and somewhat frightened. A master offering tea to a disciple. Wasn't that turning the natural order upside down? Minato smiled outwardly, but inwardly, he felt somewhat gratified. He said, Kakashi, I don't have much time left. After I'm gone, I hope you can help take care of Naruto. Consider this both a master's plea and a father's plea. I hope you can agree. Minato looked at Kakashi earnestly. Kakashi was moved, so he nodded. Very well, teacher, I promise you. I will take care of Naruto. Minato smiled. In Naruto's inner world, Naruto did not understand why his father had to do this, but he felt warmth. This was the first time he had ever felt his father's love. The Nine-Tails saw this and sighed. Your father really is willing to go all out for you. Since ancient times, only disciples have begged masters. Today a master has come to beg his disciple. It seems your father has set aside his dignity for your sake. Naruto did not fully understand, but he was deeply moved and the corners of his eyes reddened. Kurama, my father may soon leave this world. When that time comes, I'll only have you. Will you keep living with me? This was the name the Nine Tails had told Naruto during their idle heart-to-heart talks over the past few days. He had also said not to call him Nine Tails anymore, because that was what ignorant humans called their kind. Naruto agreed. At that moment, hearing Naruto's words, Kurama felt something soft stir in his heart. He looked at Naruto and finally nodded. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm afraid I'll be staying inside your body for a lifetime. This statement was both truthful and playful, because he could clearly sense Naruto's dejection. He was simply too kind-hearted, and since Naruto was like the child of the old master, he naturally felt a certain closeness to him. Naruto chuckled. With tear stains still on his face, he could still smile in a sunny, radiant way. Kurama watched this scene with tender eyes. He smiled, stretched out one tail, and ruffled Naruto's head. Naruto smeared tears and snot all over his tail. Kurama immediately bared his fangs. Damn it, I shouldn't have taken pity on him. Shit. Outside, Kakashi Hatake looked at Minato with a troubled expression. Teacher, actually Lord Hokage has a matter that requires your help. If you go to him in person, perhaps he can protect Naruto for a lifetime. Minato's eyes lit up. In recent days, he had indeed investigated Uchiha Zhan. This man valued loyalty greatly. If someone helped him, he would be grateful for life and never forget the debt. If not for his sensitive identity, which made it impossible to pledge allegiance to Uchiha Zhan, he would have wanted to act during the coup and leave a good impression. Now it seemed it was not too late. Kakashi, tell me. As long as it's something I can do, I will do it. Not only for my sake, but for Naruto's too. Please tell me. Minato gripped Kakashi by the wrist. Kakashi said Lord Hokage plans to take control of all the tailed beasts in the world, gathering the tailed beasts of every village into Konoha. This will effectively ensure Konoha's safety and deter every village in the shinobi world. However, to accomplish this, sealing arts are needed. At that, Kakashi fell silent. Surely Minato's intelligence would allow him to understand what he meant. Minato understood at once. He smiled and said, I see. Uchiha Zhan believes that after obtaining the tailed beasts, ordinary sealing arts won't be secure enough, and a Jinchuriki going berserk would threaten the village. So he needs the Uzumaki clan's adamantine sealing chains and 5-element seal right. Kakashi nodded. That was exactly it. Correct. Teacher, your insight is keen. Besides, tomorrow Lord Hokage intends to come and ask for it. Minato nodded. It won't do to make the Hokage come personally. Kakashi, please take me to the Uchiha clan compound. I will personally present the Uzumaki clan's sealing arts. Now Minato thought of nothing day or night, but how to protect Naruto. Because of the third Hokage incident, he knew that asking anyone else to look after his son was not as good as doing it himself. But his time was running out. He was worried that after he left, Naruto would still live that unhealthy life, unable even to get a proper meal. Now Uchiha Zhan had a request for him, wanting his help to obtain sealing arts. This was a fine opportunity, and he had to seize it. Moreover, delivering it himself was a completely different matter from having the other party come over. If Naruto could obtain Uchiha Zhan's protection, then he would surely grow up healthy and happy in the future. Naruto's inner world. Kurama trembled all over and bared his fangs. This Uchiha Zhan is truly ambitious. He actually wants to gather all the tailed beasts in the world. Who does he think he is? Is he Uchiha Madara? As he spoke, his voice suddenly paused. It seemed that the man's power was not inferior to Uchiha Madara's. He suddenly felt a little disheartened. Naruto frowned. So Lord Hokage intends to invite all of you to Konoha to reunite you. Kurama's ears suddenly perked up. Right? Why hadn't he thought of that? Holy crap. Naruto was a genius. Looking at it from a different angle, the meaning was completely different. In other words, he would soon be able to see his other brothers and sisters. Excellent. Being the only beast in Konoha, lonely and miserable, was truly boring. If the other brothers and sisters came, they could chat whenever they had nothing to do. After all, the chakra of tailed beasts is interconnected, so they can pass messages. Chimu Kakashi saw his teacher cooperating so readily and nodded. In that case, there's no time to waste. Teacher, I'll escort you to the Yuzebo clan's compound right now. Bluffing Shueman nodded and immediately rose to his feet, abandoning his tea to head for the Yuzebo clan's compound. Chimu Kakashi's lips curled upward. It seemed that in building a new era, he would be the first to claim credit. Of course, he would never say that aloud. He believed that Yuzebo Zhan would recognize his efforts. At the Yuzebo clan's compound, Yuzebo Zhan had just bid farewell to the others. As he entered the compound, he spotted Yuzebo's Waju running toward him. Second brother. Today in combat training, I got first place again. I even used the Phoenix Sage Fire you taught me. Even the teacher praised me as a genius, saying I'm worthy of being your brother. Yuzebo's Waju laughed happily. Hearing this, Yuzebo Zhan patted his head. I knew my Zhuozhu is the best. It's so late. Were you waiting specially for your second brother? He crouched down to the same height as Yuzebo's Zhuozhu, their eyes meeting. Yes. I just wanted to let second brother know that your little brother is really strong. Yuzebo's Zhuozhu giggled. Yuzebo Zhan felt a bit relaxed. Looking at his silly little brother, he pinched his cheek. By the way, has eldest brother returned? No. I heard eldest brother took on a mission and went with his squad to carry it out. Zhuizhu sighed. He had originally wanted to show off. Oh no, to share with eldest brother, but unfortunately eldest brother was too busy. He had only come back to grab a pack of explosive tags and left. A mission? Uchiha Zhan was somewhat puzzled, and he had a bad premonition. What kind of mission required a power level like Uchiha used to execute? It seemed he would have to ask Kakashi tomorrow. Just as Uchiha Zhan was pondering, a Uchiha ninja suddenly approached and knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, Lord Kakashi, and Lord Bluffing Shuemin request an audience. Now the entire my village knew that the soul of Bluffing Shuemin resided within Xuanhua Mingren's body. Meanwhile, the villagers who had once insulted Xuanhua Mingren as a demon fox all went to Bluffing Shuemin's home to apologize. Bluffing Shuemin knew that these villagers were merely ignorant pawns used by the third Hokage to divert attention, so he did not take it too seriously. As for their gifts, he chose to accept them, but returned any valuable ones. He kept items like eggs, vegetables, and fish, and after cooking a meal for his son, he handed the body back to his son, letting him taste his father's cooking. Uchiha Zhan was startled. Talk about arriving just when needed. He nodded. All right, invite them to the main hall. I'll go wash up first. Ask them to wait a moment. When meeting important people, one must first bathe. It's a sign of respect for oneself and for others. The Uchiha ninja nodded. Yes, I'll do it right away. With that, he walked toward the door. Uchiha Zhan then patted Zhuizhu's head and said, Sasage, you go to sleep first. Be good. Uchiha Zhuizhu saw that his brother had serious matters, so he nodded and returned to his room preparing to sleep. Uchiha Zhan, on the other hand, walked toward his own room, where a Uchiha maidservant had already drawn hot water for him. All he needed to do was bathe. Bluffing Shuemin and Shimu Kakashi were now sitting at the entrance of the Uchiha main hall waiting for Uchiha Zhan. In the meantime, a steward of the Uchiha clan had already served them tea. Bluffing Shuemin and Shimu Kakashi took a polite sip and set the teacups back down. The steward nodded and left, knowing that as long as he had not been negligent with these guests, it was fine. About a quarter of an hour later, Uchiha Zhan, dressed in a dark blue kimono and drying his hair with a bright yellow towel, walked slowly toward the main hall. Upon hearing the sound, the two men immediately stood up. Uchiha Zhan, however, said, Sit down, no need to be so tense. He spoke calmly, then looked at the two and smiled. What brings two distinguished guests to visit tonight? Just as Shimu Kakashi was about to speak, Bluffing Shuemin stopped him, which surprised Kakashi. He didn't understand why Bluffing Shuemin wouldn't let him talk. But Uchiha Zhan saw through it. It seems Lord Fourth Hokage has brought me a surprise. Bluffing Shuemin raised an eyebrow. I wouldn't dare. It's merely icing on the cake. Perhaps this matter is trivial to you, but for me, oh no, for the stability of my and the peace of the human world, it plays a decisive role. Uchiha Zhan chuckled. He had already roughly figured out the situation. It must be that Kakashi had told Bluffing Shuemin about his upcoming plan and his need for sealing techniques, which was why the two had come in the middle of the night. Bluffing Shuemin's purpose was to find a protector for his son. His time was running out, and he feared that after Mingren left him, he would return to the life he had before. No one cared for him. Not his uncles, not his grandmother. He lived by fishing every day, surviving like a wild man. As a parent, he naturally didn't want his son to live like that. As for the third Hokage's fate, he felt it was well-deserved. But this also indirectly left him unsure whom to entrust his child to. At this moment, Uchiha Zhan's appearance reignited hope in his heart. Lord Hokage. Suddenly, Bluffing Shuemin became serious. Uchiha Zhan nodded, already guessing what Bluffing Shuemin was about to say. I can entrust the sealing techniques to you, but you must agree to one condition, Bluffing Shuemin said. I will take Mingren as my disciple, and at the same time let him reside in the Uchiha clan's compound. The Uchiha clan will take care of his daily life and meals. Uchiha Zhan said calmly. Bluffing Shuemin was deeply shaken. Disciple. When he came, he had only hoped that Uchiha Zhan would shelter his son and let him live a normal life. But now it seemed that Uchiha Zhan could not only fulfill his wish, but even treat Mingren as his successor in doctrine. It should be known that being a disciple of a Hokage carried extraordinary significance. It was the ultimate lineage of Mai. Which Hokage was not a true disciple of Mai? Oh, there was one, Uchiha Zhan. However, Bluffing Shuemin didn't dwell on these details. As long as Mingren could become Uchiha Zhan's disciple, at least he would eat healthily in the future. If he encountered any difficulties, he could also seek help from Uchiha Zhan. In this world, what could stump Uchiha Zhan? His strength had already reached the peak of Mai, and from his feat of single-handedly repelling 3 villages, it could be understood that his power was unparalleled in the entire ninja world. If Mingren had such a teacher, then he could depart in peace. Lord Hokage, are you serious? Bluffing Shuemin's voice trembled slightly, and tears glistened in his eyes. Even Bluffing Shuemin, who had weathered countless storms, was moved at this moment by his son's bright future. Really? Uchiha Zhan nodded, then rose to his feet. I will take care of him, let him enjoy a true life, and also teach him the ninjutsu and swordsmanship of the Uchiha clan. So spend this time with your son. I can sense that your soul energy will dissipate in just 2 or 3 days. Uchiha Zhan said indifferently. Minato Namikaze immediately stood up and looked at Uchiha Zhan, then brought his index and middle fingers together, gathered soul energy at his fingertips, and lightly tapped the air toward Uchiha Zhan's head. Uchiha Zhan was stunned, then his head felt swollen as a vast amount of knowledge about sealing techniques, their origins, development applications, and special sealing arts flooded into his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Uzumaki clan's perfect sealing technique. Reward: divine level sealing technique, absolute heaven's passage. Uchiha Zhan suddenly erupted with chakra. The chakra, like a tidal wave, toppled the surrounding vases, which fell to the ground with crisp sounds. Snap! In the next moment, Uchiha clan ninjas filed out. Their clothes were still somewhat disheveled, but their hands were already on their ninja swords and tool pouches. The sound had awakened them instantly. At this hour, vases falling could only mean either a thief had broken in or someone had come to the Uchiha compound to kill. The Umbu ninjas knew that Uchiha Zhan was discussing matters with Minato Namikaze, but upon hearing the sound their bodies reacted instinctively. Protect the Hokage-sama. Having said that, they leaped down from the rooftop and stood guard beside Uchiha Zhan, holding kunai and short swords aimed at Minato Namikaze. They didn't care about the identity of the fourth Hokage. They were Umbu promoted by Uchiha Zhan, and they answered only to him. As for the fourth Hokage, sorry, he could step aside. The fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, helplessly shook his head. Rest assured, I am only transmitting the memories of sealing techniques to Uchiha Zhan through soul energy. Such a memory transfer will allow him to master all sealing techniques. The only cost is mental confusion, but given Uchiha Zhan's strength and willpower, it won't be too much of a problem for him. Minato Namikaze explained anyway. First, he didn't want to clash with the Umbu and Uchiha ninjas, since Naruto would eventually become Uchiha Zhan's disciple, and it was better not to have conflict with his trusted subordinates now. Second, that single finger strike had already consumed 80% of his remaining soul energy. The remaining 20% was insufficient for him to control Naruto's body in combat, and after tonight, Minato Namikaze would disappear again. The Umbu ninjas frowned, unsure whether to believe him. Then Kakashi Hatake spoke up. Everyone stop. If anything goes wrong, I'll take full responsibility. Yes, Captain Kakashi. In that case, we'll stand down for now and wait until the Hokage-sama wakes up. The Umbu ninjas naturally sided with their Umbu captain, so they began to mediate, explaining the whole situation to the Uchiha clan members and Fugaku Uchiha. Fugaku Uchiha stroked his chin. Alright, everyone stop. I trust Minato, and I trust my son even more. Hearing this, the Uchiha clan ninjas finally stopped. They lowered their hands from their weapons while activating their Sharingan to stare at Kakashi Hatake and Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze scratched his head. As expected of the Uchiha, this really puts pressure on me. Fugaku Uchiha looked at Minato with a complex expression, then closed his eyes, waiting for the outcome. The two sides remained in a stalemate for 10 minutes. Suddenly, the chakra Uchiha Zhan had been releasing slowly retracted, drawing everyone's gaze toward him. Uchiha Zhan opened his eyes and said, as expected of the Uzumaki clan's sealing techniques, all-encompassing and fully functional. Fourth Hokage, I will do what I promised you. However, you probably. Uchiha Zhan didn't finish glancing at Naruto's small body. Minato Namikaze chuckled lightly. I am already a dead man. Being able to accompany Naruto these past few days has been enough for me. Even if I hadn't passed these memories to you today, I would only have lingered on for 2 or 3 more days. Meaningless. Otusen. At this moment, Naruto inside his body began to cry. Though he was slow-witted, he could feel that his father's spirit had greatly weakened. Silly child, you must listen well and grow up properly. No matter what you achieve in the future, you will always be the pride of me and your mother. By the way, Naruto, your mother. She was a very gentle and beautiful woman. If she could see you, she would be so happy and excited. Minato Namikaze felt his soul energy slowly dissipating. He realized he had overestimated himself. The remaining soul energy couldn't even last through the night. So Minato Namikaze ceased to hide anything and openly poured out everything he wanted to tell Naruto. The Uchiha female ninjas who heard Minato's heartfelt words were moved to tears. Sasuke Uchiha, hiding behind the crowd, felt a bit dazed. So Naruto was not unloved. Even in death, his parents still loved him, protected him, and left many measures for his sake. Like this time, his soul energy appeared to protect Naruto and reclaim what belonged to him. For Naruto, he was even willing to bow his head to his own second brother Uchiha Zhan. Sasuke closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his pupils turned red and 2 tomo appeared within them. Uchiha Zhan frowned. He sensed the chakra fluctuation of a Uchiha, awakening their Sharingan. He looked up toward the crowd. To his surprise, Sasuke Uchiha's pupils had already turned into 2 tomo Sharingan. His mouth twitched, and he drew in a sharp breath. What the hell? In the original story, his foolish younger brother had awakened only 1 tomo after annihilating the entire clan. Now, after witnessing Naruto's tragic story, he directly awakened 2 tomo. Was that reasonable? Minato Namikaze then spoke. 5th Hokage-sama, I entrust Naruto to you from now on. I hope you will take good care of him. I will be grateful for your kindness in the Pure Land. With that, Minato Namikaze transformed his remaining soul energy into the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan techniques, imprinting them in Naruto's mind. Because of the 3rd Hokage and Jiraiya's earlier protection of the 3rd Hokage, he ultimately did not ask his teacher Jiraiya to take care of Naruto. Because Minato Namikaze feared that Jiraiya might be like the third Hokage and also feared that his son Naruto Uzumaki would be exploited. Only by choosing a strong, loyal person who had no interest in tailed beasts and was also compassionate could he feel at ease in trusting Naruto. As for the village's safety or not, he no longer cared. He only cared about his son. Father, do not disappear. I do not wish for anyone else's protection. I only want you back. The body of Naruto Uzumaki was already under his own control. The soul of Minato Namikaze drifted out from within Naruto Uzumaki. The surrounding natural chakra gathered around his soul, gradually revealing his appearance. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky bearing an 8/10 resemblance to Naruto. Same eyes, same hair. A gentle smile graced his lips, and he wore the Hokage's ceremonial robe with the seal of the fourth Hokage emblazoned on his back. He bowed deeply to the assembled crowd. I hope all of you will continue to look after Naruto in the future. Minato Namikaze thanks you all. The spectral figure of Minato Namikaze in the sky bowed to the Uchiha ninja, then to the ANBU operatives. At this moment he was no longer the fourth Hokage, he was merely a father. Upon witnessing this scene, Mikoto Uchiha burst into tears while clutching the young Sasuke in her arms. Fugaku Uchiha too felt a deep ache in his heart. He nodded solemnly. Minato, rest assured. Naruto will never be bullied under the Uchiha clan. Thank you Fugaku. And thank you Mikoto. Minato Namikaze's soul trembled with regret. Why had he not agreed to ally with Fugaku back then? Had he done so, the Nine-Tails attack would not have been a battle fought alone against the beast. Kushina would still be alive. He and Kushina could have watched their son grow up together. But there is no regret medicine in this world. His mistake was naivety, believing Hiruzen Sarutobi's empty promises. He had pinned his hopes on Hiruzen to protect Naruto and raise him in health and peace. That hope had been shattered. Finally, Minato Namikaze's gaze fell upon Taijima Uchiha. Taijima gave a slight nod, saying nothing. A smile spread across Minato's face, his lips moving silently. Taijima Uchiha read his lips clearly. Taijima, I entrust Naruto to your care. Thank you. With those words, Minato's soul could no longer sustain itself against the force of natural chakra, dissolving into shimmering starlight. The starlight drifted downward gently, alighting upon the faces of all present. Many were profoundly moved, never expecting that Minato Namikaze, a legendary hero, would meet such a fate. It made them all think of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Some among the Uchiha clan even opened their Tomo Sharingan. One Tomo, then two, each marking a deepening of their resentment toward Hiruzen. Young Sasuke Uchiha stepped forward from the crowd and walked straight toward Naruto Uzumaki. Fugaku Uchiha saw this and did not stop him. Instead, his eyes filled with quiet satisfaction. Watching Sasuke approach Naruto, Mikoto Uchiha was reminded of a memory from long ago, when Kushina had fearlessly defended her against a gang of bullies, sending them flying one by one before standing firmly at her side. Sasuke Uchiha extended his right hand. From now on I will protect you. Kushina's spectral hand reached out as well. From now on I will protect you. In Mikoto Uchiha's eyes, the two figures overlapped perfectly, and she wept even more bitterly. The next moment blood began streaming from her eyes, terrifying Fugaku Uchiha. Wife, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me like this. Wife. Fugaku Uchiha, uncharacteristically loquacious, that day spoke rapidly with panic in his voice. Suddenly Mikoto Uchiha opened her eyes, and the sight that followed left both Taijima and Fugaku Uchiha utterly stunned. Inside her pupils 4 petals had formed. A formidable ocular power radiated outward, causing Taijima Uchiha to stare in amazement. Mother! He had never imagined such an unexpected blessing today. His mother Mikoto Uchiha had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Was it because of Sasuke? Taijima turned his gaze toward Sasuke. The young boy was crouching beside Naruto Uzumaki, both of them displaying the double Tomo Sharingan. Sasuke had his arm around Naruto's shoulder. Come on Naruto. Stop crying. I've got your back from now on. Naruto Uzumaki cried, even louder, and threw his arms around Sasuke. Wah! Thank you Sasuke. You're the best. I'm so moved. Hey, let go. You're getting snot all over my clothes. Let go. Sasuke Uchiha gritted his teeth and gently pushed Naruto away, but Naruto refused to release his grip. No, you promised you'd protect me. Hearing this, Sasuke couldn't help but laugh in exasperation, though he stopped pushing him away. He glanced at his eldest brother Taijima Uchiha, who gave him a thumbs up. Sasuke returned the gesture, his face breaking into a bright sunny smile. Taijima blinked, then chuckled helplessly at the ridiculous boy. Still, it was already quite late. He should let everyone return home to rest. Everyone, thank you for leaving your homes in the middle of the night to ensure my safety. As both the Hokage and the clan head of the Uchiha, I am deeply gratified. Tomorrow each of you will receive 20,000 copper coins as a token of my appreciation. Taijima Uchiha smiled. Fugaku Uchiha's brows furrowed. There must have been over 200 people present. All ANBU members receive the same compensation. This expense comes directly from the Uchiha clan's coffers. Fugaku Uchiha clenched his teeth and shot Taijima a venomous glare, vowing to settle scores once everyone had departed. How could even the ANBU be paid from Uchiha funds? However, this was all part of Taijima Uchiha's careful design. In principle, ANBU rewards should be paid by the Konoha treasury. Yet Taijima was covering the cost himself, not to flaunt his wealth. He wanted to use this money to win the ANBU's absolute loyalty, to make them feel truly valued and warm, so they would know they had followed the right leader. This was fundamentally different from Hiruzen Sarutobi, who would simply send the injured to the hospital and tell the uninjured to rest at home for a few days. Immediately the atmosphere erupted into jubilation. The Uchiha ninja shouted, "Long live the Hokage! Long live the clan head!" The ANBU operatives' hearts aflame with passion chimed in equally, "Long live the Hokage! Long live the Hokage!" Shursui Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha, fresh from their return, witnessed the scene immediately. They exchanged a glance, wondering what Taijima had done this time. It seemed everyone was in high spirits. Perhaps they should join in the cheers as well. Before Itachi could voice this thought to Shursui blurted out on his own, "Long live the Hokage! Long live the clan head!" Itachi's lip twitched, but he offered a perfunctory chorus as well. Seeing this, Taijima laughed warmly. "Very well, everyone. Thank you for your hard work tonight. Please return home and rest." At Taijima's words, the entire crowd fell silent at once. People began dispersing toward their homes. Aside from the ANBU Night Watch remaining behind to protect Taijima, the rest of the ANBU operatives also set off for their own residences. "Father, do not disappear. I do not wish for anyone else's protection. I only want you back." The body of Naruto Uzumaki was already under his own control. The soul of Minato Namikaze drifted out from within Naruto Uzumaki. The surrounding natural chakra gathered around his soul, gradually revealing his appearance. A middle-aged man appeared in the sky bearing an 8/10 resemblance to Naruto. Same eyes, same hair. A gentle smile graced his lips, and he wore the Hokage's ceremonial robe with the seal of the fourth Hokage emblazoned on his back. After everyone had left, Uchiha Zhan turned to Uchiha Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, it's getting late, and we're in a rush. Why don't you and Naruto share a room tonight? I'll have another room built next to yours tomorrow. Once it's ready, you two can separate." "No problem." Sasuke grinned. Uchiha Zhan nodded and summoned several servants. "Tomorrow morning, go to the tailor shop and have a set of the most expensive and comfortable clothes made for Naruto's measurements. As a member of the Uchiha clan and my disciple, how can he dress ordinarily? Naruto, what color do you prefer?" After Uchiha Zhan gave the servants their instructions, he turned to look at Naruto. Naruto was taken aback and stared timidly at him. Orange, he stammered. Uchiha Zhan nodded and glanced at the servants, who immediately took out measuring tapes and began recording Naruto's body measurements and favorite colors. This was no joke. Naruto was the clan leader's disciple, the only one at present, and certain to become the senior disciple in the future. How could they not treat this with utmost seriousness? Watching this scene, Naruto's eyes grew moist. This was the first time anyone had cared about him, let alone his clothing. But before he could finish feeling moved, Uchiha Zhan produced a scroll. "Here is 2,000,000 silver taels. It's your allowance for this month, the same as Sasuke's. Since you are my disciple, I cannot let you suffer any hardship. If it is not enough, come to me, and I will give you more." Uchiha Zhan smiled and patted Uzumaki Naruto on the head. Uzumaki Naruto shook his head and waved his hands urgently. "Lord Hokage, I cannot accept this. It is far too much. 3,000 will suffice. With 3,000 I can eat my fill, enjoy my favorite ramen, and drink milk." Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He clenched his teeth and thought Sarutobi Hiruzen was still hurt too lightly. That bastard. 3,000 silver taels per month. How was he supposed to manage that? Uchiha Sasuke cautiously glanced at his second eldest brother and spoke up. "Naruto, just take what your second eldest brother gives you. Every village is currently preparing to pay compensation to Konoha, and Konoha is quite wealthy. This amount is nothing compared to the gifts those envoys brought for your second eldest brother. It is trivial." Uchiha Sasuke was afraid his second eldest brother would grow angry and implicate Naruto. He knew well offending his eldest brother meant being ignored for half a day, at most offending their father meant extra training at most, but offending his second eldest brother, well, that was absolutely disastrous. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto paused and looked at the scroll, then at his future teacher. He nodded. "Lord Hokage, thank you. Your great kindness I, Naruto, will repay in the future." Uchiha Zhan chuckled at these words. "Still calling me Lord Hokage?" Sasuke slapped him on the back of the head. "Idiot, call me teacher." Naruto suddenly understood. "Hello, teacher. MHM. Good disciple. Your teacher has one final gift for you today," Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. He then summoned the second form of Susanoo and looked at Naruto. "Kurama, I know you can hear me. This child is my disciple now. If you dare interfere with his cultivation using chakra again, don't blame me for coming in and beating you. I am not as merciful as Kushina, so think carefully," Uchiha Zhan said coldly. Kurama gritted his teeth and finally lay flat on the ground, emitting a voice through his chakra. "I understand." Uchiha Zhan retracted his chakra and patted Naruto's head. "Tomorrow I will teach you the chakra extraction technique. What the academy teaches are merely the most basic methods. If the academy's chakra extraction technique yields 10 units per day, the Uchiha clan's method can yield 50. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who nodded in agreement, for his second eldest brother was right. He had once tried the Academy's chakra extraction technique, and found it fell far short of the Uchiha clan's method. Teacher, then why don't you teach the better chakra extraction technique to all the students at the Academy? Naruto asked innocently. Uchiha Zhan looked into his naive, innocent eyes, and finally spoke. Because this is the heritage of every clan. Who would casually teach their clan's foundation to ordinary people? If it were money left to you by your mother, would you be willing to hand it over to someone else? Uzumaki Naruto thought for a moment, and then nodded firmly. I would. Uchiha Zhan gritted his teeth. Stay calm, don't get angry. This is his disciple. Don't get angry. He had almost forgotten that this guy was the original protagonist, and his chakra was the reincarnation of Asura. Asura had once given everything away without reservation, and what was the result? The shinobi sect split apart, and war erupted everywhere. As the master of the shinobi sect, he could not side with either faction. If Itachi had come instead, the shinobi sect's legacy might have lasted several hundred more years. Instead, within just a few decades of Asura's era, the shinobi sect crumbled and scattered across the ninja world, eventually forming the 5 great hidden villages we see today. Naruto, stop talking already. Second eldest brother's face is turning black. Uchiha Sasuke said nervously, afraid his second eldest brother might fly into a rage. Uzumaki Naruto had intended to continue his persuasion, but upon seeing Sasuke's expression, he finally nodded. Uchiha Zhan looked at Uzumaki Naruto and said, in any case, whatever I teach you are not to pass it on to anyone without my permission. Understood? Uzumaki Naruto nodded. This went without saying. Although he believed in equality for all beings, he understood the principle of respecting one's teacher. Even if Uchiha Zhan had not reminded him, he would never have carelessly passed on what he had learned to others. Of course, the Rasengan was an exception. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Recalling the original story, Naruto had only taught the Rasengan to Konohamaru and had not taught anyone else anything. The Rasengan was Minato Namikaze's creation, and he could pass it to whomever he wished. That was beyond Uchiha Zhan's concern. Uchiha Zhan cleared his throat. Very well then. Naruto, Sasuke, go to sleep. Oh, by the way, here are ninja technique scrolls for both of you. From the Uchiha Ninja Technique Vault, Uchiha Zhan retrieved 2 techniques, the B-Rank Fire Release Majestic Flame Destruction and the B-Rank Vacuum Wave. One was a treasured Uchiha family secret art, and the other came from all of Danzo's ninja techniques, which Uchiha Zhan had collected after Danzo's death and stored in the Uchiha Ninja Technique Vault. They had been waiting for a day when a clan member who was not a fire release user could learn them. Today that day had finally arrived. Both of them widened their eyes as they saw the B-Rank designation on the scrolls. Especially Uzumaki Naruto. B-Rank ninja techniques were something he had only ever heard of, never learned. He struggled even with the 3 basic techniques, let alone anything else. Uzumaki Naruto stared at this B-Rank jutsu and swallowed his saliva. Was this something he could see for free? In the past, he thought that just being able to learn a C-Rank jutsu was already a gain. Now with a B-Rank jutsu before him, even he could not remain indifferent. Kurama silently added, how pathetic. This jutsu is far inferior to Shikaku's air bullet. Uzumaki Naruto was stunned. Shikao? Who is that? Is it also a tailed beast? Just a stinky raccoon. Let's not mention him. Kurama said proudly. Kurama, that's your name, right? Uzumaki Naruto looked at Kurama with starry eyes. Kurama remained silent. He did not answer Uzumaki Naruto because the current Naruto was not yet worthy of his recognition. In his eyes, Naruto was no different from Kushina, no Jushingnai. The reason he lent power to Namikaze Minato when Shimura Danzo was capturing the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was on one hand to let Minato know what kind of life his son had been living all these years. On the other hand, he hoped that Minato would cause a ruckus in Konoha and give him some entertainment. Perhaps at some point Minato would break under pressure and release the seal. But now it seemed he had only witnessed Minato's dejection, and Konoha had not fallen into chaos. Truly disappointing. No disappointing for the tailed beast. Now it was even being threatened by Uchiha Zhan. Damn it, today was its most humiliating day. No, the second day. The most humiliating day was when a certain beast summoned a giant Buddha while it was resting and grabbed it with one hand. Then he said to it with a straight face, Kurama, your power is too great. I must seal you away. That was the darkest moment of Kurama's life. It never expected that while it was being careful it would be captured. And how could he say such words? Kurama was lost in memories and did not respond to Naruto's words. In its eyes, Naruto was no different from an ant that could be crushed at will. Uzumaki Naruto saw that Kurama was ignoring him, and with his master watching him, now he decisively left the consciousness space. Thank you, teacher. Naruto chuckled and took the scroll. The corner of Uchiha Zhan's mouth lifted slightly. Your turn, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke did not stand on ceremony, took the scroll and smiled. Thank you, second brother. This fire-style jutsu is one I often use. If you practice diligently, perhaps one day you can reach my current level. Uchiha Zhan did not make a definite statement. He said perhaps. What he didn't know was that his words were like a shot of adrenaline to Uchiha Sasuke. Second brother, rest assured, I will train hard and someday defeat you head on. Uchiha Itachi touched his forehead while Uchiha Shursui was keeping a straight face as if he had heard something amusing. Uchiha Zhan smiled. It's getting late. You two go back to sleep. I still have matters to attend to. Just as Naruto excitedly wanted to start training on the spot, Uchiha Sasuke, beside him, grabbed his wrist and shook his head slightly. Naruto understood and nodded in agreement. Uchiha Sasuke then spoke. Second brother, in that case, I'll take Naruto to sleep. You should also get some rest early. Uchiha Zhan nodded, smiling, and watched the two return to the house. Then he turned his gaze, turning calm, and looked at Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui. Both of them trembled, sensing a dangerous aura from Uchiha Zhan. Suddenly, Uchiha Zhan spoke. Spill it. Where did you two go? Why are you back so late? Uchiha Zhan's gaze was aggressive and scrutinizing. They exchanged glances and nodded. Just now we went on a mission to escort Luo Sha to the mine. Because of Luo Sha's special identity and abilities, the higher-ups asked us to hypnotize him so that he could do more work before the Sand Village arrives. Uchiha Zhan's mouth twitched. The idea of using two Uchiha clan members of Kage-level strength to escort Luo Sha must have come from Narashikaku. It had to be said that guy was as steady as ever. In that case, take me to see him. After all, he is the Kage of a village. According to the rules of the underworld, his status is roughly equal to mine. Uchiha Zhan said. Uchiha Itachi nodded and prepared to lead the way, but Uchiha Shursui looked embarrassed. Noticing this, Uchiha Zhan suddenly had a bad feeling and looked at Shursui with concern. Shursui, is there something I did wrong? Uchiha Zhan smiled. Uchiha Shursui shook his head, while I used a short-term Koto Amatsukami on him and implanted a concept called Konoha Minor. Konoha Minor, for the prosperity of Konoha mining, is of utmost importance. Knowing this, how can one sleep? Uchiha Zhan felt dizzy. Luo Sha, as the fourth Kazekage being equal to him, was now digging for Konoha. How could this be spread? Uchiha Zhan frowned, then looked at Shursui and patted his shoulder. Well done. Uchiha Shursui, it's what I should do. For Konoha, for the Uchiha. His eyes lit up. Uchiha Zhan nodded. This version of Shursui was far stronger than in the original story. Let's go. Uchiha Zhan gestured for the two to lead the way, and they did not decline. Konoha mine. Luo Sha opened his eyes and extended his right hand toward the air, magnet-style golden binding. After he chanted, chakra was continuously extracted from his body, flowing through various meridians and finally released along his arm. Soon a golden sand ball formed in the air. This action stunned the Konoha overseer, who had been worried that the fourth Kazekage would not be accustomed to mine work. He even feared that the Kazekage would cause a scene in the mine, but unexpectedly this display turned him into a fanboy. But this wasn't the end. In less than 10 seconds, the golden sand ball converged into solid gold bars, dazzling the Konoha overseer. The overseer stepped forward, took a gold bar, bit it, and found it soft. He was overjoyed. He looked at Luo Sha with fanaticism. This was a natural miner god physique. With this ability, not only could it save the steps of resmelting and removing impurities from gold sand, it could also mine without damage, saving so much manpower, material resources, and money. Just as he was thinking about whether to add more burden to Luo Sha, a junior overseer under him suddenly spoke. Chief Overseer, there is someone outside claiming to be the Hokage. Uchiha Zhan here to see you. The overseer first hummed. Let him wait, I'll talk to Luo Sha. Then he realized and grabbed the junior overseer by the collar. Who did you say? Who is looking for me? The junior overseer was stunned. Did his boss change his face so quickly? The Hokage, Uchiha Zhan. The junior overseer said aggrievely. Damn it, are you an idiot? You dare make the Hokage wait. Fine, you're usually smart and clever, but today you're acting stupid. You better pray that when I see the Hokage he doesn't punish me, or else you're dead. The overseer's face darkened, and with a cold snort he prepared to walk outside. No need, overseer. Lord, we have entered. Uchiha Sen's voice came leisurely, tinged with a hint of amusement. Hearing this, the overseer shuddered, his face contorting into an expression more sorrowful than a grimace. Lord Hokage, it is this subordinate's fault. I failed to discipline my men, allowing them to offend you. Please punish me. The miner was drenched in sweat, wishing he could strangle the junior overseer. Uchiha Sun shook his head. However, it's fine. That little fellow's procedure was correct. I won't blame you for this matter. The overseer sighed in relief upon hearing this. If I may ask, Lord Hokage, why have you honored us with your visit late at night? The mine overseer chuckled. Since it wasn't to cause trouble, there was no problem. He was most welcoming. After all, this was the newly appointed Hokage. A chance to get familiar and curry favor was not to be missed. I heard Raza is assigned to the mine. I wish to know his whereabouts. Uchiha Sun cut straight to the point, asking for Raza's location. The mine overseer's eyes lit up. Excellent, excellent. He is right over there. Let me take you there. The mine overseer started to lead the way, but Uchiha Sun shook his head. I see him. I'll go myself. You follow behind me. The mine overseer immediately acknowledged the order. Thus Uchiha Sun, the mine overseer, Uchiha Itachi, and Uchiha Shursui set off toward Raza's location. The junior overseer was now sitting on a stone next to Raza, trembling. He had realized that the person just now was the Hokage, and he had seemingly turned him away. What audacity! What a reversal of heaven's order! Uchiha Sun did not reprimand the junior overseer. Instead, he patted his shoulder. Well done. From now on, no matter who wishes to come here, you must carefully verify their identity. The junior overseer was stunned. He looked at Uchiha Zhan, never expecting the Hokage to be so approachable. Not only did he not blame him for his offense, but he encouraged him to work hard. At that moment, the junior overseer's face flushed with excitement. He immediately bowed yes. Lord Hokage. Uchiha Zhan laughed. Keep up the good work. Keep it up. Witnessing this, the overseer also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed their Hokage truly had no intention of punishing the junior overseer. This made the overseer hold Uchiha Zhan in even higher esteem. Having done this, Uchiha Zhan turned to look at Raza. Raza was now staring at him expressionlessly. He could sense a cold, killing intent, but due to some restriction, Raza could only choose to ignore Uchiha Zhan and continue mining. Raza raised his hands and countless golden sands surged from the ground, coalescing into gold bars of extremely high purity. This sight left Uchiha Zhan utterly dumbfounded. Konoha's mine tunnels were rich in mineral resources, yielding a considerable amount of money each year. Yet behind this great wealth lurked many dangers, such as the possibility of collapses during mining. Konoha's miners worked long-term in the dark, damp underground, inhaling much dust, and lung diseases were common among them. Yet for the sake of this money, Konoha's high-ranking officials had to recruit workers and mine every year. Although Konoha had abundant mineral resources, they required a great many people to dedicate themselves, which had become a worry for the village. After seeing Raza's performance, Uchiha Zhan suddenly conceived an idea. If he could make Raza stay here forever, Konoha could reduce casualties. Meanwhile, Gaara from the original story would also grow up healthy, without becoming twisted and perverted. Now it seemed that Gaara had only just become a Jinchuriki, and his brother-in-law Yashimaru was still alive. It could be said that Yashimaru was Gaara's only ray of light at present. Perhaps under Yashimaru's influence, Gaara could grow up normally. As for this old beast, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Uchiha Zhan's eyes. Should he kill him, and then use impure world reincarnation to make him work for Konoha for the rest of his life? Just as this sinister thought emerged, he heard a thud. Lord Hokage, the Sunigakure elder Ebizo has arrived with people and gifts to pay his respects to you. Oh, Uchiha Zhan was taken aback. It was the middle of the night. Was Sunigakure out of their minds, coming to see him at this hour? But since the guests had arrived, Uchiha Zhan nodded. Arrange for them to rest for the night. Tell them we'll discuss matters tomorrow. Yes. The Umbu ninja immediately acted upon Uchiha Zhan's orders, finding Ebizo and his party the best hotel in Konoha and relaying Uchiha Zhan's words to him. Ebizo remained expressionless, but said, "Thank the Hokage on my behalf, Baki." As soon as Ebizo finished speaking, the ninja beside him, wearing a Sunigakure headband, and with half his face covered by a white cloth, took out extremely high-quality gold from his storage scroll. The Umbu ninja quickly refused. "Sorry, we cannot accept this money." With that, the Umbu ninja's figure vanished into the night. Baki looked incredulous, never expecting anyone to refuse a tip. This gold was worth as much as 100,000 silver taels. Ebizo's narrowed eyes opened wide. He drew a sharp breath. It seems this fifth Hokage of Konoha is no ordinary man to make his subordinates completely indifferent to money. Meanwhile, the Umbu ninja returned to the mine and reported the entire incident to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan looked at him with approval in his eyes. Then he walked over to the tower of gold bars made by Raza and took out 2 bars which were much heavier than what Baki had offered. "Well done. Take these 2 gold bars and share them with your brothers. Additionally, every brother who dealt with Sunigakure tonight may go to the Jutsu library and choose one A-rank technique. You performed well, so I naturally cannot be stingy." Uchiha Zhan smiled. The Umbu ninjas all knelt. "We are willing to offer our lives and our loyalty to Lord Hokage." Uchiha Zhan's eyes lit up, but he said outwardly, "We are all brothers. What are you doing? Follow me, and you'll have plenty of benefits." To put it bluntly, this world was one where interests reigned supreme. Of course, there might be some personal bonds mixed in, but in the end it was still about interests. If you could give your subordinates enough benefits, then you were their benefactor. What attitude one should have toward a benefactor? Everyone knows that well enough, don't they? Uchiha Itachi was dumbfounded, while Uchiha Shisui was deep in thought. Both were increasingly in awe of Uchiha Zhan. A-rank techniques were not like cabbages. The entire Konoha probably had no more than 50 of them. Moreover, most were stored in Konoha's Jutsu library. Without the Hokage's approval, most people would never see a single one in their lifetime. Now Uchiha Zhan was actually letting them choose. This was an immense favor. Uchiha Zhan left one Umbu member behind, instructing him to store all the gold bars in the Konoha Finance Department's treasury. He believed that with the previous rewards, no one would dare to embezzle or abuse their power for personal gain. Sure enough, the Umbu ninja left behind widened his eyes, filled with killing intent, and cautiously scanned the surroundings, watching the overseer, the junior overseer, and Raza. The Hokage-sama had entrusted him with such an important task, and had given him many rewards beforehand. He must complete this task perfectly, otherwise how could he face the Hokage-sama's kindness, and what right would he have to continue living as an Umbu ninja? After witnessing Uchiha Zhan's decisiveness and the Umbu ninja's performance, the overseer's admiration for Uchiha Zhan soared to new heights. He doubted that even when Hiruzen Sarutobi led the the members could have been so loyal. The fifth Hokage's skill and capability were now crystal clear to him. Such a leader could easily perceive what you were thinking. His understanding of human nature had reached a realm of perfection. Do not play any tricks before him, for he would see through them. Moreover, he would not punish you on the spot, but would make you lose power, wealth, and everything without you even realizing it. This was far more terrifying and brutal than wielding a blade or taking a life. Killing only ends with a severed head, but this method would plunge you into a lifetime of regret and suffering, ultimately leading to illness and a sorrowful death. However, the departing Uchiha Zhan had no idea how highly the mine overseer now regarded him. Even if he knew, he would not take it to heart. After all, he knew very well how to treat his own people versus traitors. Returning to the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Zhan was led to his room by a servant. Glancing at the clock, he saw the hour and minute hands aligned precisely at 12, and he couldn't help but grind his teeth in frustration. It was only his first day in office, yet so many things had happened. First, the Mist Village sought aid. Then Minato Namikaze offered a sealing technique. Raza started mining, and the Sand Village paid a visit. Could the people of the ninja world never tire? Harboring this doubt and confusion, Uchiha Zhan drifted into slumber. That night, he had a strange dream. Uchiha Zhan, you lose, a voice rang out. Immediately after, a hand pierced through his chest from behind. He saw the figure. It was Black Zetsu. Madara Uchiha's eyes split with fury as he roared. Huh. Similarly, Hashirama Senju clapped his hands together, summoning a giant Buddha to capture Black Zetsu, but Black Zetsu sneered and burrowed into the ground. The next moment, the demonic statue of the Outer Path, the Ten Tails, appeared. Obito Uchiha was possessed by Black Zetsu, who used the Ten Tails' power to activate the Rinnegan and break the seal on the moon. The scene ended there. Uchiha Zhan was jolted awake, gasping for air. Huff, 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 huff. Sweat soaked his clothes. Instinctively, he touched his chest, and upon finding it intact, he breathed a sigh of relief. System, get out here. Uchiha Zhan shouted frantically. Ding, this system is at your service. System, don't play dumb. You must have seen my dream, right? As a system, you should have. What the hell is going on? Uchiha Zhan forced himself to stay calm, but the mere thought of the dream sent chills down his spine, as if he had truly experienced those events. Ding. Host authority insufficient, cannot access. Please continue your efforts. After saying this, the system fell silent. Uchiha Zhan slammed his right fist against the ground. He was certain that it was no mere dream. And Black Zetsu, shouldn't he have been devoted to Madara Uchiha? Why did he stab me through the heart? Why? Why did he have to stab me through the heart? Moreover, in the dream his strength was far greater than now, yet he still couldn't block that fatal blow to the chest. What secrets did this Black Zetsu hold? Zhaner, my child, was that you shouting? Open the door quickly. Don't scare me. Uchiha Meichin's voice came from outside the door, calming Uchiha Zhan's agitated heart. Uchiha Zhan took out a notebook, intending to write down the scenes from his dream on paper. But inexplicably, after grasping the pen and taking out a blank sheet, his hand trembled uncontrollably. He realized something was wrong. He then used his left hand to hold his right hand in an attempt to write, but the pen tip was twisted directly by some irresistible force. This made Uchiha Zhan even more certain that this was not a dream. It was most likely a scene from the future. The will of heaven did not allow him to write these things down. On one hand, it feared that the content on the paper would be exposed, leading the ninja world to an outcome beyond his control. On the other hand, allowing Uchiha Zhan to dream of the future was purely an accident. It would continuously try to erase his memory of the future during this time. However, it did not know that Uchiha Zhan possessed an artifact beyond this dimension, the system. With the system by his side, Uchiha Zhan would not have his memories erased by the will of heaven. But similarly, Uchiha Zhan could not write about the future on anything in this world, for the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. After figuring this out, Uchiha Zhan took a deep breath, stood up, and opened the door. Immediately, he saw Uchiha Meichin looking at him with a face full of worry. Son, are you all right? Your shout just now startled the servants waiting outside, and they came to inform me. I rushed over immediately. Let mother see if you are injured anywhere. Uchiha Meichin's eyes transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and a beam of red light shot from her eyes, striking Uchiha Zhan's body. Uchiha Zhan suddenly found himself unable to move. He was terrified. Was this his mother's Mangekyo ability? Forcibly controlling the enemy's body? No, that's not it. At that moment, Uchiha Zhan felt the red light travel through his body from head to toe. Then it disappeared. After the red light vanished, Uchiha Zhan's ability to move returned. At the same time, a trail of blood dripped from Uchiha Meichin's left eye. Phew, you scare me to death, Zhaner. Your body is fine, it's very healthy. Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan connected the red light and the immobilization and had a strange thought. Could his mother's Mangekyo ability be equivalent to the medical examination machines from his past life? Was the red light actually a scan? A scan to check if there was any malfunction in the body. Seeing Uchiha Zhan frozen, Uchiha Meichin took out a towel to wipe the blood from her face and said, Son, are you confused? This is your mother's left eye Mangekyo ability, pathology scan. No matter what illness or wound, this Mangekyo Sharingan can analyze it thoroughly. Uchiha Machin smiled. She was very satisfied with this ability. Although it was not a combat power, it could keep the whole family healthy. Uchiha Zhan was startled upon hearing the function of Uchiha Mikoto's Sharingan. Just as he was about to inquire about the ability of her right eye, a voice suddenly rang out. Lord Hokage Ebizo has arrived with his people at the base of the Hokage building. The Umbu ninja knelt on one knee and spoke. I understand. Tell him to wait, I'll be there shortly. Uchiha Zhan said slowly. Learning that her son had important matters to attend to, Uchiha Mikoto smiled gently and returned to her own room. Uchiha Zhan shook his head helplessly. Being Hokage was no easy task, and he walked toward his own room. He draped the Hokage's ceremonial robe over his shoulders, snatched the Hokage hat from the desk, and pushed open the door to step out. The Umbu ninja, seeing him in this attire, quickly lowered his head, not daring to meet Uchiha Zhan's gaze, for this garment symbolized the supreme authority and status of my village. As he passed the Umbu ninja, Uchiha Zhan said, "Let's go. Let's see what trick Shine Village is trying to pull." With that, he strode toward the Hokage building. Ordinarily, Uchiha Zhan wouldn't have needed to wear this outfit, casual clothes would have sufficed. But since high-ranking officials from Shine Village had come, a meeting was inevitable and formal attire was required. At the foot of the Hokage building, Ebizo stood with Maki. Seeing that Ebizo was old and standing for long was uncomfortable, Maki bought a small stool from a shop. Ebizo didn't mind the stool's shabbiness and sat down slowly. Passers-by glanced at Ebizo's group, a rare sight of high-ranking Shine Village officials. Moreover, the high-ranking official seemed very approachable, not even minding a commoner's stool. Ebizo smiled and waved at the passers-by. To the villagers of Mai, he appeared as a kindly old man. But judging from his battle record, he was far from a docile person. During the Second Great Ninja War, his Shine forces had slain 2,000 Mai ninjas with 3,000 men, losing only 500, and withdrew intact. He relied not on strength or numbers, but on strategy. He advocated never fighting a battle without certainty, and when fighting, one must think 3 steps ahead. Commanders who couldn't achieve this were mediocrities, and that included Raza. If not for Raza's magnet release, whose nature was gold sand, which greatly alleviated Shine Village's financial problems, Ebizo would never have supported a man who leaked information to the Mist Village to eliminate rivals and reduce his political enemies to ascend to the position of Kazekage. The death of Scorch-released Ninja Pakura was riddled with doubts. Raza's facade was well maintained, and he wept bitterly, but his acting and methods were too crude in the eyes of Ebizo and Chio. However, for the stability of Shine Village, they did not expose him. Instead, they led the support and spoke for him during the Kazekage election. This allowed him, the weakest among the Kaga-level ninjas, to inherit the position of Kazekage. Thinking of this, Ebizo closed his eyes. He did not question whether he was wrong. Instead, he pondered whether Raza was worth the heavy price Shine Village would have to pay to retrieve him. At the same time, he considered who would be suitable as the 5th Kazekage if Raza couldn't return. He and Chio were obviously out of the question. Too old, the future belonged to the young. Yet searching through his memory, he could not find anyone capable of inheriting the Kazekage position and leading everyone toward unity. Just then a louder shout erupted from the crowd. It's the Lord Hokage. The Lord Hokage is so handsome. It's the 5th Hokage, Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan smiled and waved at the villagers, showing closeness while his gaze fell on the old man sitting on the small stool. Judging from the appearance, this must be Ebizo, one of the 2 elders of Shine Village. Upon hearing the clamor of the villagers, Ebizo opened his eyes. A glint of sharp light burst from his murky pupils, and a fighting spirit surged within him. So this is the my hero who defeated my sister Uchiha Zhan. His strength is profound, at least I can't see through him, Ebizo thought to himself. Maki looked at Uchiha Zhan with envy, surprised that the newly appointed Hokage was so popular among the villagers. This was not something that could be faked. It seemed their negotiation opponent today would not be easy. Upon seeing Ebizo, Uchiha Zhan immediately approached him. Lord Ebizo, what brings you here? The distance between Shine Village and Mai is no small matter. Ebizo stood up and smiled. I've heard that the newly appointed Hokage of my village is powerful and subtle. Since we are all intelligent, let's speak frankly. Uchiha Zhan's smile faded. In that case, please follow me, Elder Ebizo. Since we have matters to discuss, it should be done in the office. There are many ears and eyes on the street. If words are overheard, it won't be something that can be resolved privately, Uchiha Zhan said meaningfully. Ebizo nodded at these words. After all, some transactions and negotiations were not meant to be seen. In fact, the very purpose of his visit was to retrieve Raza. Although Raza was incompetent in governance and combat, he was good at generating revenue. Money emboldens the brave. Since Raza's ascension, Shine Village's economy had developed and water resources were relatively abundant. Then please lead the way, Lord Hokage. Ebizo kept his position low. After all, when under someone else's roof, one must bow the head. Please. Uchiha Zhan smiled, and then took the lead into the Hokage building. The Hokage building was now heavily guarded with Umbu ninjas stationed every few steps. After hearing about the events of the previous night, they were all fired up, standing tall and alert, staring fixedly at Ebizo's retinue. Maki felt a prickling sensation on his back. These Umbu ninjas were far superior to Shane's ninjas, especially their eyes. The eyes of those who had emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Ebizo, however, was unfazed by their stares. Over the years the ninjas he had schemed to kill numbered in the thousands at least. Soon they arrived at the office door. The two Umbu ninjas at the entrance immediately pulled open the doors and stood on either side. The moment the doors opened, inside the office people had been flattering each other, talking about how much money their families had made or who had been promoted. When they heard the door, they immediately rose, stopped their chatter, and looked toward the back door. Uchiha Zhan, expressionless, strode quickly to his seat and threw the documents on the table. Then he sat down, crossed his legs, and scanned the room. Sit down, everyone. Let's talk while seated. Upon hearing this, the clan heads of Konoha present at the gathering finally dared to take their seats. Their demeanor had undergone a complete transformation from the casual composure they had displayed earlier. Now their gazes were sharp as blades, their spines rigid with respect, and as they looked toward Uchiha Zhan seated upon his throne, their eyes burned with fervent intensity. Observing the scene, Uchiha Zhan spoke. Enough. Cease gawking at me. Today the high-ranking officials of the Sand Village have matters to deliberate upon. Upon his words, all eyes immediately shifted toward the Sand Village delegation seated to the side. Hellish, unmoved and composed, spoke. Hokage-sama, regarding the Sand Village's prior assault on Konoha, we were in the wrong. For this transgression our Sand Village is willing to pay any price. We only ask that the Hokage return our Kazekage to us. Hellish stated. Uchiha Zhan remained silent, instead turning his gaze to the assembly. What are your thoughts on this? Jirenkaru suddenly spoke up. I propose that in the interest of peace between Konoha and the Sand Village we release the fourth Kazekage. Ultimately, a Kage is the pillar upon which an entire village stands. The Sand Village cannot exist without Raza, just as Konoha cannot exist without its Hokage. Jirenkaru did not mention Uchiha Zhan by name, clearly revealing her continued reluctance to accept his position as Hokage. Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes slightly. So that was how it was, Jirenkaru. Even after Sarutobi Hiruzen had stepped down, she still managed to stir unrest. It seemed he had been far too lenient. Minamoto rose to his feet. Indeed, two nations at war do not execute ambassadors. Likewise, we do not kill Kages. Raza holds no place here in Konoha. Why not do them a favor and return him to the Sand Village? We would suffer no loss. Before Minamoto could finish his sentence, Uchiha Zhan snatched a water cup from the table and hurled it directly at Minamoto's face. Crash! The cup struck Minamoto squarely across the right cheek with a resounding crack, and two blood-stained teeth flew free. In the same instant his body was launched backward, and those nearby quickly cleared a path. Return him. Moral kidnapping. Have our interactions over this time led you to believe I am a man who values morality? Furthermore, you two ought to think twice before opening your mouths again. They committed full-scale invasion, not a military exercise. And you expect a mere verbal apology to settle it all. Uchiha Zhan barely restrained himself from overturning the table. Nara Shikaku, seated nearby, coughed several times to temper the rising fury within Uchiha Zhan. Minamoto now lay seated on the floor, his face contorted in agony. His right cheek was severely swollen and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet no one moved to help him or escort him to the hospital. Not even Jirenkaru among the assembled. Hyuga Hisashi rose. Hokage-sama, I agree, we cannot simply release him. From what I have heard, Raza is a man utterly devoid of honor. It is said that he leaked intelligence to the Mist Village's ninja, leading to the death of Yura's jutsu practitioner. If he treats his own villagers with such disregard, imagine how he would treat rival villages. Should we release him, he might well launch another attack on Konoha the very next day. Therefore, I suggest we sever his magnetic release ability and then return him. Hyuga Hisashi's words drew sharp intakes of breath from those around them. Ruthless. Far too ruthless. This was equivalent to permanently crippling Raza, reducing him to a broken man. Uchiha Zhan nodded upon hearing this. Now that was the sort of statement a true Konoha shinobi should make. Whether or not any jutsu existed capable of stripping a person of their Kekkei Genkai was another matter entirely. Simply chop off his limbs, would you? Did they genuinely believe that simply being human guaranteed some shadowed benefactor like Black Zetsu would intervene? Heilazang's brows knitted together. If what he brought back was nothing but a crippled Raza, then what purpose would it serve? Raza's greatest value had always been his Kekkei Genkai. The Sand Village relied upon his bloodline limit to continue generating wealth for the village. He therefore spoke. Hokage-sama, I find the Hyuga clan head's suggestion inappropriate. Regardless of Raza's misdeeds, destroying a man's bloodline limit is far too cruel. That said, the Sand Village under Raza's direction has indeed committed grave offenses. Our village is willing to bear responsibility for his mistakes. We offer 300 million ryo as compensation for the war and as ransom for our Kazekage. This represents the absolute maximum of our liquid assets. I ask that the Hokage show us some leniency. Heilazang's words carried both a plea for sympathy and a veiled threat. If Konoha continued to press their advantage and force their hand, the Sand Village would grow unstable. Sand Ninja Riot's relentless attacks upon Konoha. None of that could be contained by him alone. Should the Sand Village fall, the daimyo of the Wind Country would lose their protection. And since the daimyos were all connected by kinship, they would certainly demand answers from the daimyo of the Fire Country. By then, should the Fire Country's daimyo issue reprimands, Konoha would find itself in a difficult position. Uchiha Zhan smiled. Hey Zhang, do you truly believe such tactics would work upon me? I could simply muster my forces and march upon your Sand Village today. What say you to that? The power of the One Tail is an insurmountable burden for you, yet for me, it is negligible. Do not dream of wielding tailed beasts against Konoha, for you will discover that those beasts will serve only as Konoha's blade. With that, Uchiha Zhan snapped his fingers. Killer Bee, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki materialized expressionlessly within the hall. He immediately dropped to his knees before Uchiha Zhan, pressing both knees to the ground. Zhang's pupils contracted sharply. Nani, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Killer Bee, known throughout the shinobi world as the man-eating bee, had actually been subdued by Uchiha Zhan. If Ikariba were to face him in battle, the outcome would likely be. In this moment, Zhang finally recognized his true standing. The Sand Village remained the weakest among the 5 great ninja villages, while Konoha was no longer the village ruled by the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Zhang wished to say something further, but his throat grew tight with emotion. Beside him, Maki spoke. Hokage-sama, 300 million ryo truly represents the last of our liquid funds. If this amount falls short, we can sign a binding contract. We will pay 100 million upfront, followed by 50 million annually, until the full 500 million is satisfied. Only then shall we reclaim Lord Raza. What are your thoughts? Maki said, kneeling upon one knee. Uchiha Zhan's brows rose slightly. Looking at Maki, he spoke with a smile. You are far more sensible than your elders. Very well, we shall proceed, as you suggest. Does anyone else have objections? Uchiha Zhan turned to the assembly. The clan heads of Konoha shaking their heads vigorously like wind chimes. None whatsoever, Hokage-sama. Your judgment is simply flawless. This Raza has caused untold suffering. Such punishment is exactly what he deserves. We wholeheartedly support and stand behind all of Lord Uchiha Zhan's decisions. After all, had they not witnessed the Susanoo blot out the sun, its single blade cleaving through the shinobi world? Zhang gritted his molars. Today was the most humiliating day of his life. Fortunately, his elder sister Chiyo had not come, for she would undoubtedly have wept from shame over this very matter. Zhang drew a deep breath. Very well. Under the circumstances, let us sign. I pray that Lord Raza be treated with proper care. Konoha joyfully signed an equal treaty made in triplicate. One for Konoha, one for Sunagakure, and one for the Hokage Uchiha Zhan. The final clause of the treaty clearly stated all interpretation rights belong to Konoha. Ebizo's mouth twitched. He never imagined Uchiha Zhan could be so shameless, utterly without limits. In all his life, he had never seen such a treaty. All interpretation rights belong to Konoha. Did that mean if Konoha went back on its word, Raza couldn't return either? However, since things had come to this, further words were useless. Ebizo produced a scroll and tossed it out. Here is 100 million ryo. I will make up the remaining payments every year. Uchiha Zhan caught the scroll and chuckled. Respected envoy, go slowly. I look forward to your next visit. Ebizo's face was covered in dark lines. Was this really the Hokage? Why did he give off the feeling of a bandit? Those who truly accomplish great things must possess 2 temperaments, a roguish spirit and a scholarly spirit. A scholar. The 9 years of compulsory education Uchiha Zhan had received before his transmigration were enough to make him rival a literary giant in the ninja world. A roguish spirit. That was exactly what he was displaying now. After the Sunagakure envoy left, Uchiha Zhan burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha. I can't believe he actually agreed. Shikaku Nara rubbed his forehead. Their Hokage really was. A group of clan ninjas had been holding back their laughter until their faces turned red. So this is the strategic ninja of Sunagakure. Not that impressive. Don't tell me his battle record was fabricated. Hard to say. After all, his sister is Chiyo. Who is Chiyo? She was the woman of the first Kazekage. The crowd chattered noisily. Kakashi also nodded helplessly. During the 3rd Hokage's reign, he had the illusion that the 5 great ninja villages stood on equal footing. Now Uchiha Zhan had corrected that perception. Konoha was the strongest. For the other villages to survive, they had to live at Konoha's mercy. Alright, that's enough laughing. Everyone return to your duties. Uchiha Zhan's expression suddenly changed, becoming quite grave, and the crowd immediately fell silent. So their Hokage could change his face without even a pause. Uchiha Zhan walked out of the office. He didn't need to worry about anything. Shikaku Nara was there. Ding. Congratulations, host. For signing an unequal interest exchange treaty with Sunagakure, you are rewarded with a ninjutsu, the method of performing the Kigoro no Jutsu. Suddenly a torrent of memories flooded his mind, causing Uchiha Zhan, who was walking along the road, to stumble and lurch forward. Hinata Hyuga, who happened to be passing in front of Uchiha Zhan, froze. Seeing him falling, she tried her best to brace him, but her strength was too small. She could only watch helplessly as he came crashing down. Afraid of pain, she finally closed her eyes, tears welling at the corners. But after 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the expected pain never came. Instead, there was only the faint sound of heavy breathing. She opened her eyes and looked at Uchiha Zhan, finding him propping himself up with one hand on the ground while the other clutched his head. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Niji Hyuga following behind saw this scene, and his pupils contracted. What was the Hokage doing? Actually, it wasn't his fault for misunderstanding. Without his Byakugan activated the sight of his cousin, and Uchiha Zhan looked exactly like they were kissing. Hinata seemed to realize something, and quickly said, Niji and Zhan seems to have a terrible headache. Hurry, call a doctor. Niji was stunned for a full 2 or 3 seconds before nodding. Oh well. Then he was about to leave, but after only a few steps he turned back. Let me help you lift the Hokage up. Hinata nodded. Thank you, Niji and I. With that, she and Niji worked together to help Uchiha Zhan sit down on the steps. Hayashi Hyuga, who had just come out, was greatly alarmed at the sight. His face pale, he walked over to the Hokage Uchiha Zhan and placed his fingers on his pulse. Niji and Hinata watched Hayashi nervously. After a moment, Hayashi frowned. The Hokage's body is fine. How is that possible? I clearly saw Zhan and I in agony, his face twisted with pain. How can he be fine? Hinata was anxious, her tone carrying a hint of doubt toward Hayashi. Hayashi was about to explain when Uchiha Zhan's voice came tinged with weakness. All right, Hayashi, I'm fine now. Niji, Hinata, thank you. Uchiha Zhan had a smile on his face. Although his head had just felt as if it were exploding, he had been fully aware of everything happening around him. He hadn't expected the system to give him this ninjutsu. After all, this technique could plunder others' Kekkai Genkai. With his strength, did he even need it? At first he didn't care. But when the Kigoro no Jutsu was transmitted into his mind, a vast amount of information and operational adjustment methods flooded his brain. It was all the data and process of Kigoro's experiments along with the reactions and solutions after absorbing Kekkai Genkai. At least 100,000 characters. This caused his brain to work at high speed for a time, which was why the previous scene happened. Now that the memory transfer was complete, he naturally began to recover. Zhan and I, are you really okay? You look so pale. Hinata pouted, her eyes full of doubt. Niji also had concern in his eyes. Yes, Lord Hokage. You're the leader of the entire village now. Perhaps you should go to the hospital for a checkup. Uchiha Zhan shook his head. It's not an illness. I just didn't eat breakfast. Does anyone have something to eat? Hearing the word eat, Hinata's eyes immediately lit up, and she took out a dessert from a scroll. Seeing the dessert, Niji's pupils contracted. It was a limited edition chocolate he had begged for a long time without success. Only 365 pieces sold per year, making each one extremely hard to obtain. Uchiha Zhan chuckled, then reached out and gently pinched Hinata's cheek. Silly girl, this must be very precious. Keep it for yourself. Looking at the gorgeous packaging, Uchiha Zhan could tell with his toes how precious it was. Hinata shook her head. It's not expensive. It's only 1,000 ryo per piece. Uchiha Zhan was stunned. Such an exquisite dessert was actually this affordable. So he didn't refuse. He had been overusing his brain and was now slightly hypoglycemic. He needed high-sugar food to replenish his energy, so after thanking Hinata again, he took the dessert and began eating. Hayashi gritted his teeth and shot a vicious glare at Uchiha Zhan. This damn cur was trying to steal his family. Niji, meanwhile, curled his lips into a smile. It seemed his little cousin liked the Hokage. The age gap between them wasn't big, only 5 years. Once his little cousin grew up, perhaps she would be able to. The chocolate melted upon his tongue, carrying a delicate milky fragrance that invigorated his spirit. Uchiha Tyson never anticipated that the leaf village of this era would possess chocolate of such exquisite quality. Observing Uchiha Tyson savoring the chocolate with evident pleasure, Hinata Hyuga's face lit up with a tender smile. Joy bubbled within her heart, as though the earlier embarrassment of him toppling onto her had been entirely erased from her memory. From nearby, Hayashi Hyuga silently observed his daughter. He noticed that Hinata's entire attention had become wholly fixed upon Uchiha Tyson. He found himself puzzled. What exactly did Uchiha Tyson possess that was so special? Merely handsome features, some wealth, a measure of power, and considerable strength. Set all that aside, and what else remained? What else was he even worth? A father's heart ached with sorrow, gazing upon Hinata as though watching years of painstakingly cultivated cabbage be ruined by a boar. That boar, of course, referred to Uchiha Tyson, completely oblivious to the matter. He viewed Hinata merely as a close confidant, having no awareness of the father's torment. Feeling his strength returning, he opened his eyes and turned to Hinata, speaking softly. Thank you, Hinata. You've been of great help. The small tuft of hair atop Hinata's head trembled playfully, adding to her endearing appearance. Witnessing this, Uchiha Tyson could not resist gently patting her head. Simultaneously, Uchiha Tyson's inner voice railed against the system. System, have you lost your mind? You stuffed the complete knowledge of the Kikka-Ruin technique, including experimental data procedures and every operation, straight into my brain. Do you think I possess a supreme intellect, or are you considering replacing your host? Perhaps among all transmigration souls, I am the first to suffer near-fatal brain overload. In response to Uchiha Tyson's complaints, the system's mechanical voice finally sounded. Oh. Uchiha Tyson's fury burned brighter. System, if you disapprove of me and wish to replace me, just say so directly. I understand your urgency, but patience is key. The Kika-Ruin technique can completely sever an individual's Kekkei Genkai and transfer it to yourself. Didn't you find Rasha quite useful? Therefore my purpose in bestowing this jutsu upon you is that once the contract expires you may apply the Kika-Ruin technique upon someone. Thereafter the Leaf Village would be able to acquire gold in an endless stream. The system coaxed him gently, yet Uchiha Taisen was no fool. He replied, useful yes truly, but must you rush to cram it into my mind so hurriedly? The system retorted, you refuse even to be grateful for such a powerful ninja technique. Ignoring the system, Uchiha Taisen refocused on reality. Hayashi, thank you for your trouble. Lord Hokage, it is our Hyuga clan's honor to serve you, Hayashi stated calmly. Uchiha Taisen glanced at him and smiled faintly, pretending he had not noticed the fiery glare in Hayashi's eyes. These great clans truly valued face above all else. Retrieve 300,000 ryo from my residence and deliver it to Hinata's family, as my token of gratitude. Upon hearing these words, the Uchiha clan's undercover ninja knelt upon the ground and declared yes. Hinata was taken aback. The chocolate's production cost was indeed merely 1,000 ryo. It required considerable fortune to obtain such fine confectionery. Even with its true value elevated 30 times, that sum seemed absurdly excessive. She waved her hands modestly. Brother Tyson, this is unnecessary. Truly unnecessary, far too generous. Accept it as it is given. Uchiha Taisen seized Hinata's hand in an irrevocable tone, his voice patient yet firm. Seeing the earnest sincerity in his gaze, Hinata understood his resolute nature. There was no arguing with him, so she nodded. Yet she had no intention of spending the money. When the day came that Uchiha Taisen needed it, she would gather 500,000 ryo to repay him. Hayashi thought to himself, alas, I should have provided my daughter with more pocket money back, then otherwise she would not be so easily swayed by a mere 300,000 ryo. After bidding farewell to the gathered attendees, Uchiha Taisen immediately sensed someone watching him, a sharp intuition from a seasoned fighter. His mind raced. The only being who would dare monitor him so brazenly within the Leaf Village was Black Zetsu. He narrowed his eyes and sprinted toward the village entrance. The village guards, including Steel Subjugator, saw the Hokage approaching and hastily bowed in salute. Uchiha Taisen acknowledged them with a nod before pressing onward outside the gates. Steel Subjugator paused in bewilderment, but said nothing, resuming his post. The Hokage leaving the village surely indicated momentous affairs, matters best observed from afar rather than entangled. Uchiha Taisen walked approximately 5,000 meters before halting suddenly. Come forth. A figure slowly materialized, formless and featureless, entirely black save for two bold bright eyes. Oh, my noble master is magnificent as ever. Discover me with such effortless ease. The black figure's voice oozed with flattery. Uchiha Taisen had long anticipated this encounter, so he deliberately feigned shock and bewilderment. What nonsense do you spout? Who is your master? Black Zetsu cleared his throat and continued, Beloved master, I am the embodiment of your will. I am you, the most authentic desire buried deep within your soul. You mean that wretched sludge resembles me and claims to be my will incarnate? What absurdity is this? Uchiha Taisen found the reality intolerable. The one called a wretched sludge felt as though 10,000 arrows pierced his heart. Granted, Lord Madara held disdain for his form, yet he would never be so direct nor so utterly rejecting. Uchiha Taisen's expression of loathing dealt a critical blow to his psyche. However, for the sake of mother, he endured. In his eyes, Uchiha Taisen was the closest resemblance to Madara Uchiha. Furthermore, wielding the most formidable faction in the ninja world, the Leaf Village, he believed that if he could persuade Uchiha Taisen to serve him, war would ignite swiftly and the tailed beasts would be plundered without delay. Black Zetsu, who had waited over a millennium, could scarcely contain his impatience. If given the choice between seeing mother sooner or delaying further, who would willingly postpone? After constructing a series of psychological preparations, Black Zetsu shamelessly persisted. Honored Lord Uchiha Taisen, regardless of how you perceive me, I am the embodiment of your will. I understand your ambition, to restore the Uchiha clan to its former glory, to unify the entire ninja world. Is that not so? Black Zetsu had undertaken extensive preparation before arriving. He infiltrated the Leaf Village's archives, possessed numerous clan members connected to the Uchiha, and harvested their memories, deducing patterns within his own mind. It was a prolonged endeavor, yet through relentless persistence, he ultimately uncovered Uchiha Taisen's ultimate purpose. On the day he discovered it, even he had to concede admiration for Uchiha Taisen's grand strategy. Fortunately, as one beyond mortality, the wars and ninja bloodshed would not threaten his existence or safety. He remained simply the devoted son who yearned to rescue his mother. Uchiha Zhan's heart tightened at those words. Had he not been a time traveler who had watched Naruto, he might have truly believed Kuro Zetsu's deceitful lies. For Kuro Zetsu's performance was immaculate. Every detail of his upbringing, even the deepest ambitions and desires buried within his heart, were perfectly recounted. One might even find that Kuro Zetsu understood him better than he understood himself, not merely in terms of life events, but also psychologically. Uchiha Zhan remained expressionless. He neither affirmed nor denied, simply staring at Kuro Zetsu with an unblinking gaze. Kuro Zetsu observed Uchiha Zhan's expression, a silent roar erupting in his mind. So alike, so alike. This is exactly the same expression Uchiha Madara wore when he first met me. I'm sorry, I don't know where you learned all this, but what you've said is incomplete. I cannot trust you. Having spoken, Uchiha Zhan turned to leave. Kuro Zetsu's voice drifted languidly. What a pity. Though your ambition is to end this chaotic shinobi world, your future is destined to be utterly alone. Upon hearing these words, the windless arena fell into an eerie silence. Then a tempest of violent chakra erupted, pouring forth without restraint. Uchiha Zhan slammed his right hand onto the ground. Cerulean chains burst forth, coiling like serpents and snapping like whips, shooting toward Kuro Zetsu to bind him. Kuro Zetsu initially assumed it was an offensive ninjutsu from Uchiha Zhan. A smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he thought, what a fool, just slightly smarter than that fool, Uchiha Madara. But when he recognized the form of the blue chains, his expression twisted in horror. This is the adamantine sealing chains. He had witnessed Kushina using this technique to restrain the Nine Tails during the Nine Tails rampage. The chains were imbued with immense sealing power, of force that even he had dreaded at the time. Now with the adamantine sealing chains aimed directly at him, panic set in. He dove into the earth trying to evade the attack, but how could Uchiha Zhan fail to anticipate his move? Uchiha Zhan closed his eyes, using chakra perception to guide the cerulean chains as they tore through solid rock and earth, hurtling toward Kuro Zetsu. Kuro Zetsu's face twisted in sheer terror. He could not be sealed here. No, absolutely not. His great enterprise remained unfinished. His mother was still imprisoned, and he had yet to let her consume the chakra fruit formed from the entire shinobi world. He could not fall. He could not surrender. He must not perish here. Suddenly, he sensed a nearby white Zetsu. A flicker of joy crossed his face, and he swiftly darted toward it. The white Zetsu, who had been watching the commotion from underground, was stunned. Why was Kuro Zetsu rushing toward him? And why couldn't he move? Kuro Zetsu swept past the white Zetsu. A tendril extended from his liquid form, leaving a trace of his own aura on the white Zetsu, before he instantly vanished. The white Zetsu was left standing there, staring blankly at Kuro Zetsu's retreating figure. Strange what's gotten into Kuro Zetsu. No sooner had he spoken than a chain pierced through his chest. A piercing scream erupted from the white Zetsu. Ahak, it hurts. It hurts so much. Yet the adamantine sealing chains showed no mercy. The chain that had impaled his chest transformed into a triangular hook, embedding itself deep into his flesh. The white Zetsu tried to grip the chain and pull it out, but the cerulean chains only grew darker and more sinister. Then a searing heat emanated from the chain where his palm touched, eliciting another agonized shriek. At that moment, additional chains bound his limbs, unleashing scorching heat from every point of contact. Uchiha Zhan let out a cold snort, commanding the chains to drag the captured object out. With a clinking sound, the chains interlocked and pulled the white Zetsu from the earth. Uchiha Zhan looked at the captured target, a momentary pause crossing his face before he quickly grasped the entire situation. Kuro Zetsu had left his aura on the white Zetsu, using him as a sacrificial pawn. The adamantine sealing chains, being inanimate objects without vision underground, could only lock onto residual aura. The white Zetsu screamed wildly. It hurts. It hurts. Let me go. Let me go. I don't want to die yet. I haven't even experienced what it feels like to take a dump. I don't want to die. His agonizing cries were incessant, grating on Uchiha Zhan's nerves. Just as he was about to annihilate the white Zetsu, a sudden memory surfaced. He formed hand seals, and the adamantine sealing chains altered their binding pattern, firmly restraining the white Zetsu before tossing him into the system space. System? Dude, not everything belongs in my space. It's not a junkyard. Well, thanks. Uchiha Zhan ignored the system's complaints, returning his consciousness to reality. Squinting, he gazed into the distance. Failing to capture Kuro Zetsu this time was a mistake, but the effort was not entirely fruitless. He had discovered Kuro Zetsu's weakness, sealing techniques, despite his immunity to ninjutsu, jinjutsu, and taijutsu. More precisely, Kuro Zetsu feared being sealed, which would thwart his chance to rescue his mother. In his heart, even his own life mattered less than liberating his mother from the moon. Thus he could not gamble on whether sealing techniques would work on him. He had to flee. At the border of the land of fire, where it met the sea, Kuro Zetsu's figure reappeared. His face still bore the marks of terror, while deep in his eyes simmered a venomous resentment. He had underestimated Uchiha Zhan. He had mistaken Uchiha Zhan for another Uchiha Madara, and overestimated his own ability to sway an ambitious man's beliefs with his silver tongue. Uchiha Zhan, you are far sharper than Uchiha Madara, but as long as the tailed beasts remain scattered across the ninja villages, you will never achieve unification. To achieve true unification, you must gather all tailed beasts into Konoha. And the moment you do, the moon's eye plan will be set in motion. No one, not even you, Uchiha Zhan, can stop the grand scheme I have orchestrated for over 1,000 years. Kuro Zetsu hissed venomously, as though the words were meant both for others and for himself. He must never forget that his mother still languished on the moon, suffering in captivity. He must always remember to free her to restore her freedom and to make her once again the progenitor of chakra in the shinobi world. A white Zetsu poked its head out from the ground, listening intently to Kuro Zetsu's mutterings without uttering a word. In Kirigakure, at that secluded location, the same group of people gathered for a meeting. Their faces betrayed shame, reluctance, or furrowed brows. They were profoundly dissatisfied with the news brought back by the Kirigakure envoy. They wanted to rage at Uchiha Zhan, but they noticed that Elder Jin was silently pondering, as was the future 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Inside the secret hut of Kirigakure, Yuan Shi rose and closed the door. With a grim expression, he walked to his designated seat, then retrieved a flint from his sleeve and lit the oil lamp at the center of the table. The oil lamp cast an amber glow throughout the once dim room, accompanied by a faint sizzling sound. The silhouettes of numerous figures emerged from the lamplight, while the faces of Yuan Shi, Terumi Mei, and Xing were fully illuminated. Let us hear your thoughts. Should we invite Uchiha Zhan to eliminate the 3 destabilizing elements within our village, or continue stagnating, while our controlled Mizukage holds a blade to our throats? Yuan Shi's voice trembled slightly. Terumi Mei's pupils contracted. Something was amiss. Yuan Shi was typically the most vocal and proactive, yet today he appeared unusually despondent, and those concluding remarks. Something was deeply wrong. Qing failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, but rising to defend his position, he responded, "Lord Yuan Shi, surely you are exaggerating. Although the 4th Mizukage has been controlled, his days are consumed with either suppressing dissenters or reveling in the village's internal conflicts and bloodshed. We operate from such a concealed location that exposure would be impossible without a traitor among us. How could the 4th Mizukage possibly threaten us from afar?" Qing's measured and well-reasoned words earned nods of approval from several present. Only one person stirred. A flicker of movement that under different circumstances would have drawn suspicion, but the limited reach of the oil lamp's glow obscured it. As he convinced himself that nothing was amiss and his cover remained intact, he raised his gaze toward Yuan Shi, and his pupils constricted sharply. Yuan Shi's aged features were unreadable in the dim light, yet his attention was fixed directly upon him. While others assumed he was merely lost and thought the traitorous ninja understood the reality, he had been discovered. Overwhelmed by terror and the desperation to avoid passive death, he reached for his ninja tool pouch behind him. In that instant, 2 Nodachi flashed through the air and severed both his arms. "Qing, I have no interest in debate. What I am telling you is that a traitor has surfaced among us. The 4th Mizukage Kikuchi Yuzura is already aware of our plans. Our escape routes have been cut off. We have only one option left: ally with Uchiha Zhan. Otherwise survival will be far more than simply enduring." Yuan Shi's words carried both menace and icy detachment. 2 Kirigakure ninja dragged the armless man forward, and he collapsed onto the ground, his balance completely compromised without his limbs. Yuan Shi lifted his foot and pressed it down on the man's head. "Speak, Ihara Kumaji." His tone was devoid of warmth. Aside from Terumi Mei, the others could hardly believe what they were hearing. Lord Yuan Shi Kumaji could not possibly be a traitor. He was one of your earliest followers. Yes, Lord Yuan Shi, surely you have made a mistake. Doubt began to spread among the group, and they could hardly be blamed. Ihara Kumaji was well liked by all, kind, gentle, humble, and principled in his conduct. No one could accept that someone like him would betray them, least of all Qing, who shared a particularly close bond with Ihara Kumaji. Seeing him now stripped of both arms, Qing's eyes burned with anguish. "Lord Yuan Shi, if you have a grievance with me, say it directly. Why drag innocent people into this?" Qing's eyes were bloodshot as he confronted Yuan Shi. Yuan Shi felt a pang of exasperation. He could not fathom how someone like Qing had risen to the position of Kage Guard. Loyal, yes, but seemingly devoid of any intelligence. Has he not heard? When Yuan Shi takes action, how often has he been wrong? It was my strategy and negotiations with the 4th Mizukage that kept these people alive and well until now. Will you confess on your own, or must I force it from you? Choose carefully. I never act without absolute certainty. I give you this warning. If you speak voluntarily, only you will die. But if I force the truth out, your entire household will be wiped out down to the last child and servant. Yuan Shi delivered these vicious words with icy calm. Ihara Kumaji gritted his teeth before speaking. "I will confess everything. It was I who revealed our meeting place to the 4th Mizukage. They have already dispatched a ninja force heading this way." "What a—" Qing froze for a moment, then raised his right hand high, his eyes blazing with rage, as he contemplated crushing Ihara Kumaji's skull. Seeing Qing's reaction, Ihara Kumaji could not help but sneer. "So this is what they call brotherhood. One moment, they call you friend, the next they are ready to kill you and distance themselves." Terumi Mei spoke up at that moment. "Stop, Qing. Step back." Her voice drew everyone's attention, and Yuan Shi's lips curved into a slight smile. Indeed, Terumi Mei was intelligent. Terumi Mei rose and crouched before the traitor, her movements causing a slight sway. With gentle grace, she opened her lips and spoke softly. "Ihara Kumaji, I want to know, why did you betray us? If your words move me, I may spare your life. If not, I will leave you to Lord Yuan Shi's judgment." Terumi Mei offered a faint smile. Ihara Kumaji's heart raced with dread, Yuan Shi's judgment. He knew exactly what the old man's methods entailed, dying at his hands would be far kinder than surviving them. Because Yuan Shi would never allow a traitor to die so easily. He would endure endless torment, while still alive experiencing different tortures each day until his spirit finally broke, and only then would he be permitted to die. And everyone from the 80-year-old matriarch down to the newborn infant would be spared none. There was once a rule about sparing children who had not yet reached the height of a wheel, but Yuan Shi had simply scoffed and said, just tip the wheel over. He was a devil in human form. Despite his serene, almost transcendent appearance, when this old man showed his true ruthlessness, he surpassed anyone in cruelty. Because he understood all of this, he knew he must never fall into Yuan Shi's hands. Terumi Ai Mei, however, represented his only opening. Everyone knew she was gentle and kind-hearted and destined to become the 5th Mizukage. Her word was law. So Iharakuma-ji spoke up, my son gambled away 5 million ryo at the casino. Though I am a jonin, I simply could not raise that sum. Right after our last meeting, the casino came collecting. I had no way to pay, but the 4th Mizukage stepped in and settled my debt. So, I am sorry. I have let you all down. Everyone knew about Ihara Zhan Kamaji's son, a notorious prodigal who indulged in drinking, women, gambling, and vice, mastering every form of deceit and theft. He relied on his father's name to gamble and play recklessly, accumulating countless debts that Iharakuma-ji always had to clean up after him. A deathly silence hung over the room. Everyone stared at Jingyuan Xiong'er with complex expressions. He lay prostrate on the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. He never imagined that his illustrious reputation would be shattered by his own son. Originally among this group, he had been distinguished in battle, steady in his actions, and could rank among the top 10. Yet because of his son he had fallen to such a state. It was truly lamentable. Zhao Meiming rose to her feet. In that case, there is nothing more to be said. Jingyuan Xiong'er, regardless of the reason, you have betrayed everyone here. Hence you cannot escape death today. Jingyuan Xiong'er nodded. I understand. But may I plead with Lady Zhao Meiming to spare my son? He is only a child. Zhao Meiming's eyes held no tenderness, only coldness. Tonight, because of you, everyone here has been placed in danger. And because of your son's incorrigible gambling addiction, you have ruined your reputation. If I were to spare your son, have you considered whether your colleagues here would feel their hearts turn cold? What? Is your son's life the only life that matters? Are the lives of everyone here not worth anything? Are you the only one with a family? Doesn't everyone here have a family? Betrayal is betrayal. Because of your betrayal, we are all now in grave danger. Jingyuan Xiong'er, go on ahead. Your son will join you shortly. Zhao Meiming formed a single hand seal. Lava release melting monster technique. Zhao Meiming spat out a glob of acid. No, a stream of corrosive liquid. Master Yuan, seeing this, immediately evaded the attack. Jingyuan Xiong'er could only watch helplessly as the acid engulfed his body. Jingyuan Xiong'er writhed in agony as his flesh began to corrode, sizzling and hissing, then disintegrating, revealing his skeleton. The skeleton came into contact with the acid, rapidly dissolved, and finally turned into a pool of bloodstains, disappearing without a trace. This action served 3 purposes. First, to steady the morale of the group. After all, regardless of the reason, when a traitor appears in a team, if one fails to deal with them with swift and severe measures, but instead shows leniency, it would create an impression of Zhao Meiming as a soft and inexperienced girl. If she were not a candidate for Mizukage, that would not be a major issue. But she was. Therefore, she could not afford to be associated with weakness in any way, or else people would perceive her as someone who mixes personal feelings with official duties. At that point, morale would waver, and leading the team would become difficult. Second, it was a warning to everyone present. Regardless of any reason or excuse, betrayal is betrayal and unforgivable. The lava release ensured that the victim died in agony and erased all traces of their existence, silently evaporating them. Third, it was a gesture of acknowledgement toward Master Yuan. Identifying the traitor so quickly was something that even she, the future 5th Mizukage, could not have accomplished. This demonstrated that Master Yuan's network of informants spanned the entire Hidden Mist Village, something Zhao Meiming lacked but desperately needed. Thus, she had to cultivate a good relationship with Master Yuan, making his eyes her own. It must be understood that throughout history, no one who achieved great things ever underestimated the importance of intelligence. Zhao Meiming was no exception. She carried the responsibility of revitalizing the Hidden Mist Village, and thus she took this matter especially seriously. That was precisely why Master Yuan had chosen her, nurtured her, and intended her to become the 5th Mizukage. From the way she handled this incident, Master Yuan knew he had not chosen the wrong person. Zhao Meiming possessed the potential and the methods to become Mizukage. He smiled faintly. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Rebels inside, listen up. We are Umbu ninjas of the Hidden Mist Village. You are surrounded. Be sensible, put down your weapons, and come out to surrender. The Mizukage is merciful. Only the chief culprit will be executed, the accomplices will not be held accountable. Anyone who chooses to abandon the darkness and embrace the light, now will be given a second chance by the Mizukage. The Umbu ninja's voice was loud, piercing through the entire house. Several nearby villagers upon hearing this immediately extinguished their lamps, fearing they might be implicated. Zhao Meiming rose to go out and face the enemy, but all the ninjas present immediately stopped her. Lady Zhao Meiming, you cannot go. Your life is far more important than ours. Yes, Lady Zhao Meiming, everyone sincerely hopes you will inherit the position of the 5th Mizukage Restore Order and lead the Hidden Mist Village back to its peak. Lady Zhao Meiming, you go first. We'll hold them off. Amid the shouts of the Umbu ninjas, Zhao Meiming's heart was deeply moved. Her eyes even began to redden. Witnessing this, Master Yuan coughed twice. Ahem, rest assured none of you will die. These words stunned everyone present. They turned to look at Master Yuan. Master Yuan, are you joking? Yes, right now the forces gathered outside are all the claws and fangs of Uchiha Itachi. These are just the advanced troops. More ninjas will come to besiege us here. Perhaps even now Uchiha Itachi is watching us from not far away. As danger loomed, the minds of everyone present raced. Master Yuan chuckled. Don't worry. I have long anticipated this day. There is a secret passage in this room. A passage known only to me. From this passage we can leave the Hidden Mist Village and reach the border of the Land of Water. From there we can take a ship across the sea to the Land of Fire and seek external aid. Master Yuan stroked his beard and smiled. Everyone was stunned for a moment, then felt a surge of excitement. Zhao Meiming's eyes lit up. She looked at Master Yuan and marveled inwardly. Truly this was a veteran who had lived through the first, second, and third great ninja wars. His resources were abundant. In contrast, when faced with the 4th Mizukage's approach, all she could think of was a desperate fight to the death. It seemed she still had much to learn. Master Yuan seemed to perceive Zhao Meiming's emotional shift. He spoke. Zhao Meiming, let's go. Everyone will be safe. Zhao Meiming nodded. Master Yuan, please go first. Everyone go ahead. I'll cover the rear. Master Yuan did not decline. He walked to the center of the main hall, lifted the carpet, took 3 steps to the left, then 2 steps to the right, and pressed his finger against the floor. Immediately the floorboard slid apart. Master Yuan smiled. Everyone quickly get down. Hearing his words, the others hesitated no longer and jumped down. Master Yuan looked at Zhao Meiming. Let's go. Zhao Meiming nodded. Qing also glanced at Master Yuan. Master Yuan shook his head. The young were still too young, the little schemes in their hearts were too easily seen through. Master Yuan jumped down. The floorboards slowly closed, and the carpet automatically returned to its original position as if nothing had happened. The Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village shouted outside for half an hour until their throats were nearly dry. Yet there was no response from inside. Could it be that they were scared? Uchiha Itachi was taken aback. He released Tailed Beast Chakra to sense the area and found the house empty. He gritted his teeth and slapped the Umbu. Stop yelling. No one's there. What? The Umbu was stunned. Could Jingyuan Xiong'er have been lying? Uchiha Itachi was on the verge of exploding with rage. Hearing the name Jingyuan Xiong'er, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Go. Raid the Jingyuan household. Leave no one alive. The Umbu of the Hidden Mist Village shuddered. Initially, he had resented Uchiha Itachi for slapping him for no reason, but now that resentment vanished completely. Yuan Shi and his companions made their way through a secret passage and soon arrived at the coastline. Stepping up to a ship, Yuan Shi presented a token. Upon seeing it, the man immediately greeted them with utmost reverence and ushered them aboard, setting sail toward the Konoha coastline. Once the vessel reached Konoha and docked at the shore, the Konoha coastal garrison swiftly appeared and called out, "Halt! Identify yourselves and register." The fishermen nodded respectfully, then pulled back the curtain. Mei Terumi stepped out first, leaving the Konoha coastal guard stunned for a long moment, for she was in the prime of her youth and exceptionally beautiful. Every smile and gesture could captivate the heart and stir the soul. Young man, please inform them that Mei Terumi of the Mist Village, accompanied by Master Yuan, requests an audience with the Hokage. Mei said gently, causing that Konoha ninja to swallow hard. Realizing he had been somewhat inappropriate, he excused himself and had his subordinates escort them for registration, while he personally went to deliver the message to the Konoha Hokage, Uchiha Zhan. In Konoha, Uchiha Zhan had just returned from the forest and was about to head home when he heard someone calling out to him, "Hokage-sama, Hokage-sama. Mei Terumi from the Mist Village requests to see you. She is currently still under our control." "Oh, Mei Terumi. Besides her, who else is there?" Uchiha Zhan straightened his posture and looked at this coastal garrison ninja with piercing eyes. The ninja replied, reporting to Hokage-sama, "Besides Mei Terumi, there is also Master Yuan and a group of Mist Village jonin." "How many?" Uchiha Zhan asked him. The ninja responded, "Approximately 50 people. 50 people. It seems they can no longer wait. Or rather, they were discovered by Kagari Yada and forced out. If that is the case, then the bargaining chips need to be adjusted." Uchiha Zhan's lips curled into a sinister smile. This made the ninja reporting to him feel a chill run down his spine. He trembled as he stared at Uchiha Zhan's feet, afraid to speak, fearing that Uchiha Zhan might implicate him. Meanwhile, Uchiha Zhan's demeanor quickly dispelled his illusions about Mei Terumi. What beauty compares to one's own life? Never let your minor desires control your major judgment. Let them come. Have them wait in the Hokage's office first. I will be there in an hour. Uchiha Sunrue waved his hand, signaling the coastal defense ninja to leave. The ninja acknowledged and then vanished. As he left, he even used several body flicker techniques in succession. Only when he saw Uchiha Sunrue not following did he finally relax. Phew, that is terrifying. The chilling aura emanating from Hokage-sama is enough to strike fear into one's bones. One must never offend the Hokage. After seeing the coastal defense ninja depart, Uchiha Sunrue could not help but shake his head. Was he really that frightening? He then gestured with his hand. Kakashi. Kakashi's figure appeared from somewhere unknown, kneeling before Uchiha Sunrue. Hokage-sama, is there anything you need me to do? I do not be so nervous. Uchiha Sunrue helped him up and then clasped his hands behind his back. Mei Terumi from the Mist Village will be visiting shortly, and Uchiha Sunrue shared his analysis with Kakashi, revealing that Mei Terumi was likely to become the 5th Mizukage. Kakashi's pupils contracted. Hokage-sama, do you mean? Hatake Kakashi's expression turned ruthless as he drew his thumb across his throat in a slicing motion. Uchiha Sunrue's lip twitched at this display. Actually, there is no need for such measures. Kakashi, we should not be so ruthless and decisive. Konoha is a great village and should demonstrate magnanimity. Constantly resorting to violence is not appropriate. Hearing this, Hatake Kakashi was momentarily stunned, then nodded. Your subordinate is dull-witted. Please instruct us, Hokage-sama, Kakashi said respectfully. Uchiha Sunrue smiled faintly and signaled Hatake Kakashi to come closer. Kakashi leaned in to listen as Uchiha Sunrue whispered something in his ear. Hatake Kakashi's pupils contracted as he looked at Uchiha Sunrue. Can we really do this? Won't it anger them? Their current situation allows no further hesitation. Otherwise, they will never be able to return home. As for Mei Terumi, who is considered the most likely to inherit the position of Mizukage, how would she handle herself? The ninjas who followed her to Konoha all have families in the Mist Village. They came hoping to share in the dragon's rise. If this dragon has no desire to advance further, what do you think would happen? Yes. Hatake Kakashi suddenly understood. He cupped his fists and said, Yes, Hokage-sama. I will go contact the clan leaders to play the role of the harsh face and extort a heavy sum from the Mist Village. Uchiha Sunrue nodded. Go. By the way, if Mei Terumi does not agree after some time, we will spread rumors among their people, claiming that after witnessing Konoha's prosperity, she has lost her former fighting spirit and no longer wishes to return to the Mist Village to fight. Yes. After Hatake Kakashi finished speaking, his figure quickly vanished. At the same time, he could not help but draw a cold breath. Fortunately, Uchiha Sunrue was on their side. If it were someone from an enemy nation employing these tactics against the 3rd Hokage, he truly could not imagine whether he could withstand it. Spread rumors to undermine the enemy, employ both harsh and lenient approaches, force them into action, and cut off their retreat. In such a short time, Uchiha Sunrue had orchestrated so many stratagems, with each gesture filling Hatake Kakashi with awe and reverence. Uchiha Sunrue stretched lazily upon seeing this. The arrangements are settled. Next, it is time to bathe and change clothes. After all, the other party is a stunning beauty and the future 5th Mizukage. At the very least, we should show some respect. However, respect is respect, but the money we are owed. We will not give up a single coin. Uchiha Sunrue chuckled wickedly. System, host, you are the most shameless person I have ever encountered. How have you mastered the tactics of a capitalist so adeptly? Uchiha Sunrue thought for a moment. I was a corporate drone in my past life. These are all tactics my boss used against me. How could I not know how to apply them? System, impressive. It felt a twinge of regret. The host it had chosen seemed destined to bring significant, if not transformative, changes to this shinobi world. It wondered whether such alterations would ultimately benefit or harm this world. After the squad leader returned, he recounted these events to the people of the Mist Village. What struck Mei Terumi was that the squad leader she had bewitched now looked at her with such composure this time around. This made her even more curious about Uchiha Sunrue. What kind of person was he? How could he undergo such a dramatic transformation after just one visit to Konoha? There was surely Uchiha Sunrue's influence at work here. What manner of leader was he that his subordinates could instantly recognize their station and forsake their inner desires? Terumi Mei said with a smile, Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have known when we could meet Uchiha Zhan. This is for you as a token of my gratitude. Terumi Mei took out several banknotes and handed them to the captain. The captain said without even blinking, Lady Terumi Mei, you are insulting me and insulting Konoha. As a member of Konoha's coastal defense force, we cannot accept any form of bribe. Please take it back. He said sternly, his gaze toward Terumi Mei turning hostile. This was making him commit a mistake, for as everyone knew, the newly appointed Hokage of Konoha would not tolerate even a speck of sand in his eyes. He was strict with all Konoha officials. Indeed, he had previously gone out of his way to serve Terumi Mei because of her beauty, but after meeting Uchiha Zhan, he realized that women and wealth would only obstruct one's path to advancement and ensnare one in the inescapable trap of corruption. Therefore, he had to work even harder and fulfill his duties well so that the Hokage would see him in a better light. Terumi Mei looked at him in utter disbelief, frowning. Could he have been placed under some kind of jinjutsu? Otherwise, how could there be such a drastic difference in his behavior? Just as Terumi Mei was about to try again, Yuan Shi suddenly spoke. Lady Terumi, Mei, we should set off to meet the Hokage. The villagers and ninja of the Hidden Mist Village are currently suffering in deep distress. Our top priority is to suppress the rebellion in the Hidden Mist Village. Terumi Mei snapped back to reality. Right, her purpose here was to ask Uchiha Zhan to help them pacify the Hidden Mist Village. Why was she letting a minor official get under her skin? Feeling a little ashamed, Terumi Mei nodded immediately and said, Yuan Shi is right, let's go. After speaking, she nodded to the captain and left. The captain remained expressionless, standing there dutifully, watching the situation at sea. In a cave in the Hidden Mist Village, Uchiha Obito lay on a stone bed, drenched in sweat, his face contorted with ferocity, while muttering a name repeatedly, Rin Rin. The moment the name left his lips, footsteps suddenly sounded at the cave entrance. Uchiha Obito immediately opened his eyes, murderous intent flooding his face, and his body phased into the Kamui dimension. Then he appeared at the entrance and lunged, grabbing at the figure. Who are you? How dare you disturb my afternoon nap? Uchiha Obito's right hand began to tighten, the muscles in his arm bulging. Karatachi Yagura let out a muffled groan. He had not intended to fight back, but as Uchiha Obito's grip grew stronger, the Three Tails Isabu within him sensed danger and immediately released a chakra cloak, shielding Yagura from Obito's hand. It was precisely this icy chakra that gradually soothed Uchiha Obito's raging emotions. He looked carefully at the man in his right hand and recognized Karatachi Yagura. A flicker of hatred and murderous intent passed through the depths of his eyes, but it vanished in an instant. He hurled Karatachi Yagura against a rock wall to the side. Speak. What do you want from me? Karatachi Yagura coughed twice and slowly got to his feet. Because his body was enveloped in tailed beast chakra, the impact against the rock wall had made a loud noise, even shattering some of the rocks on the wall. In truth, his body had not sustained the slightest injury. Only his neck was a bit red from where Uchiha Obito had gripped it, and his throat felt a little uncomfortable. Master, this subordinate has an important matter to report. Karatachi Yagura showed no resentment. There was no light in his eyes. He spoke mechanically like a puppet. Uchiha Obito glanced at him, then walked over to the throne that once belonged to Uchiha Madara and sat down. If this matter is not important, this old man will definitely make you taste the agony of a living death. Uchiha Obito was still playing the role of Uchiha Madara. The reason for his rage was that he had dreamed again of that rainy night when Kakashi's hand crackling with lightning pierced Rin's chest. Rin died in agony, and at that moment the world lost its color, leaving only crimson in his eyes. And although Karatachi Yagura had not personally taken part in that mission, he was the third Mizukage successor and must have known about it, perhaps even supported it. If it hadn't been for these beasts, how could Rin have died, and how could he have betrayed Konoha and abandoned his former ideals? The first half of that thought might have been sincere, but the latter half was merely Uchiha Obito's excuse for his own beastly behavior. Betraying Konoha was one thing, the real crux was that he had plotted to kill Kushina, the woman who had treated him with the greatest kindness. And he had also caused the death of his teacher Minato. Every time he set out on a mission, Kushina never failed to encourage Uchiha Obito, reminding him to stay safe and never get hurt. At every family gathering, Kushina would cook the foods Obito loved. It could be said that besides his grandmother, Kushina was the one who treated Obito best. But what about him? What had he done? For the sake of the Nine Tails, he killed his own teacher and murdered the big sister who had cared for him so deeply. Karatachi Yagura continued. Some time ago, Yuan Shi colluded with Terumi Mei and a group of jonin from the Hidden Mist Village, conspiring to assassinate me. Hearing this, Uchiha Obito's eyes showed impatience. You have to ask me about such a trivial matter. Can't you handle it yourself? Don't tell me your status as the Three Tails Jinchuriki is just for show. Uchiha Obito had no concern for the Hidden Mist Village at all. Although they were his tools for making money, tools were just tools. He didn't care if they broke. Karatachi Yagura shook his head. No, master, you misunderstand. In my eyes, their strength is nothing more than clay chickens and tiled dogs, utterly worthless. But the leader of this incident is the key. Terumi Mei holds a high position in the Hidden Mist Village and enjoys equal prestige. She advocates a policy of rest and recovery, which stands in extreme opposition to the blood mist that master established. Moreover, the ninja and villagers of the Hidden Mist Village have grown utterly weary of the current way of life. Though they dare not speak out due to the suppression of force, this has laid a solid foundation of popular support for Terumi Mei and her faction. I fear that if this continues, we may find ourselves surrounded by enemies on all sides. A flicker of struggle passed through Karatachi Yagura's eyes. At that moment, as he looked at Uchiha Obito, a trace of hatred surfaced, but it quickly vanished, replaced once again by a deathly stillness. Uchiha Obito did not notice this. He continued, surrounded by enemies. So what? Are you telling me you can't handle it? As I've said, kill anyone who disobeys and punish the families of those who are dissatisfied. The blood mist must proceed. This is how we select talent for the Hidden Mist Village. Who dares to say that the ninja who emerged from the blood mist are weak? None, not a single one. So Karatachi Yagura continue the blood mist. At the same time, issue warrants for the traitors. Uchiha Obito said, and with that he used Kamui to teleport him away. Facing Uchiha Obito's icy words, Yagura Karatachi remained silent, offering a quiet response, yes. Then he silently departed. Uchiha Obito sneered at Yagura's retreating figure. He knew full well that the consciousness within Yagura witnessed all this, saw everything unfold, yet could do nothing to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as these calamitous policies were enacted upon the hidden mist village, could only witness with his own eyes as the village's talents were driven into the arms of other nations, expelled from Kirigakure. Within Yagura's heart, tears streamed endlessly. He had wept countless times watching the world outside. As the fourth Mizukage, he should have been the guardian deity of the hidden mist, protecting its sanctity. Yet reality was far from it. He had just sealed the Three Tails Isabu within himself, ready to sharpen his blades and forge a grand destiny. Then Uchiha Obito appeared. With his eerie phasing ability, he ignored every attack strode before him, and with a single glance from his Mangekyo Sharingan, imprisoned him within this world. He could hear, perceive, and see everything outside, yet within this realm, he could only rage impotently. Three Tails Isabu urged him countless times to cease his futile efforts. This was the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan. Even a tailed beast, upon beholding that, I would be instantly enslaved. What hope then for a mere human like Yagura? Better to simply remain in this space, talk with him, and find some solace. At first Yagura struggled endlessly. He refused to believe that a Jin Jutsu could be so inescapable that he, the fourth Mizukage, could not break free from a mere illusion. Three Tails Isabu glanced at him, shook his head, and resumed his slumber. Truly, ignorance breeds audacity. Even the Nine Tails, the old man's favorite, could not break the Mangekyo's hold. How could a mere human stay out of this? 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Yagura rested not within his consciousness, ceaselessly attempting to break free. Yet each effort was like a stone cast into the sea, at first stirring ripples, but ultimately sinking into silence and oblivion. Eventually Yagura gave up. He lay in his inner world, expressionless, watching the shinobi of the hidden mist slaughter one another in the bloody mist. Yet tears silently traced down his cheeks. Mizukage-sama, a guard asked in confusion. Are you all right? Yagura snapped back to reality. Is the entire Inohara family dead? His voice was cold, carrying a bone-chilling frost. The guard nodded. Everything has been handled. Not a single earthworm was spared, they were all split vertically. As he spoke, a twisted, ecstatic grin curved across the guard's lips. He seemed devoid of emotion, finding such genocide and confiscation deeply satisfying, even thrilling. Yagura's expression softened slightly. He nodded. Well done. Also list Terumi Mei the Elder Ao and others as missing nin. Terumi Mei and the Elder Ao are to be classified as S-rank missing nin. Kill on sight, no need to take them alive. Bounty 200 million. I want proof of death, body or not. Yagura crossed his legs, fixing his gaze upon the guard. The guard was taken aback, then nodded. I'll see to it immediately. Mission complete. Yagura gave the guard a long, profound look, a complex emotion stirring within him. Indescribable. The guard stepped out, the perverse smile fading from his face, replaced by a troubled expression. I hope Terumi Mei-sama and the others can stay safe. He reached a secluded spot, whistled once. A sea eagle descended, wings flapping, landing gently. The guard tied a small strip of paper to its ankle, then released it. The sea eagle had barely flown 3 seconds before a voice rang out, utterly cold and devoid of emotion. Water-style water gun jutsu. A stream of water shot toward the bird in the sky. Thud. The water pierced the sea eagle, and it fell. A pale hand caught it, squeezing it tightly. Akazono-rin, what are you doing here? Yagura's voice was flat. Akazono-rin's expression stiffened, his face ashen. So Yagura had suspected him all along. Heh. With that, Akazono-rin drew a kunai from his pouch and thrust it toward his own throat. But a hand seized his arm. He froze, looked up, and saw it was his own water mirror clone. He gave a bitter smile. Well, Mizukage-sama, do with me as you will. I have fallen into your hands, and I have no complaints. I only ask that in memory of my service to you, you make it quick. Akazono-rin knew he was doomed. No one, including Yagura, would tolerate a traitor at their side. From the moment they evacuated ahead of time, I knew there was a mole among my men. But I never imagined it would be you. Yagura's calm voice carried a hint of complexity. Mizukage-sama, are you still the Mizukage now? Look at the villagers under your rule, gaunt and starving. Yes, you turn a blind eye to this. You only know how to levy excessive taxes and gather military funds. If it were truly for the army, that might be acceptable. But the shinobi of the 12 mist battalions haven't received new equipment in 3 years. Even their armor is patched and mended. I ask you, Mizukage-sama, where has the money gone? Yagura did not reply, staring at him. Veins bulged on his right hand, and his eyes blazed with killing intent. Akazono-rin knew he would not survive, so he smiled bitterly. Mizukage-sama, you are no longer the man who accepted the mission in a time of crisis, vowing to reshape the hidden mist. You are a puppet manipulated by another, preying on the villagers. I know I have no future, and I also know that the one controlling you can see everything through your eyes. So do it. Allow me to call you Mizukage-sama one last time. Akazono-rin closed his eyes, awaiting death. Suddenly Yagura let out a roar. His left hand shot up, grabbing his own right wrist. His face contorted, half ferocious, half sorrowful. Get out. Get out of here. Don't come back. Run to Terumi Mei. Go. Yagura was now struggling against himself. One part of his mind commanded him to slay the traitor, but his own consciousness fought to prevent the act. Mizuki-sama, you're not going to kill me. Akizono Rin was bewildered. He looked at Yagura and saw that half his face was streaming with tears while the other half burned with killing intent. I can't hold on much longer. Get out. Yagura's left hand quickly formed hand seals, water-style water wave. Akizono Rin was blasted away by the jutsu, yet found himself not seriously injured. Instead, he was flung far from Yagura to a safe distance. Yagura ceased his struggle. His expression reverted to indifference. He cast a glance in the direction Akizono Rin had fled, then turned and walked back to his office. Within the Konoha reception chamber, Terumi Mei and her entourage had been escorted inside. Nara Shikaku, who had been seated at the head, rose to his feet. Welcome everyone. The 5th Hokage has already briefed me on your affairs. Until he arrives, I shall receive you in his stead. Nara Shikaku rose and regarded the assembled guests with a gentle smile. Anyone could see that beneath Nara Shikaku's smile lay profound confidence, a confidence bestowed upon him by Uchiha Tataka. Thanks to Uchiha Tataka's exploits, Konoha had already struck dread into 80% of the undercurrents across the shinobi world. Provocations had become exceedingly rare. Tsunegakure had retreated inward, focusing on development. Iwagakure had signed a peace treaty, and though Kumogakure had shown no recent movement, their capacity to stir trouble was waning. Their strategic ace, the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, remained firmly in Konoha's hands. Any rash assault would only invite further losses. Terumi Mei pondered for a moment. Then I place my trust in your capable hands. Having spoken, Terumi Mei and Jinshur took their seats within the office, their eyes examining the surroundings. Not long after Uchiha Tataka, fresh from his ablutions and newly clad, set forth toward the Hokage Tower. Kakashi followed in his footsteps, while Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shursui provided covert protection from the shadows. By any measure, this constituted the finest security apparatus within all of Konoha. Uchiha Tataka pushed open the great doors draped in the Hokage's ceremonial robe, a faint smile gracing his lips. Konoha is truly privileged by the arrival of our honored guests. I am most delighted. He approached the desk where Nara Shikaku sat. Nara Shikaku immediately gathered his documents, rose from the seat of authority, and stepped aside, taking his position respectfully behind Uchiha Tataka. Uchiha Tataka settled slowly into his seat and regarded the assembly. Might I ask which of you is Terumi Mei? His gaze swept across the room and finally rested upon a woman of slender grace clad in blue. Terumi Mei's lips curved into a knowing smile, her eyes shimmering with playful intent. I am she. I had long heard of the 5th Hokage, a youthful hero who single-handedly quelled internal and external rebellions, spreading Konoha's name across the entire shinobi world. Today I see those tales were no exaggeration. She glided toward Uchiha Tataka with every graceful step. He regarded her with appreciative eyes free of any lewd intent. His gaze held only refined admiration for beauty. This was Terumi Mei, the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, celebrated beauty of Kirigakure. During the 4th Shinobi World War, she had once boldly taunted Uchiha Madara, declaring, "Since you are Uchiha Madara, it only seems fitting that we 5 Kage would band together against you. Is that not so?" The words had drawn a wry laugh from Madara. You make a fair point. Since you number 5 Kage, then it stands to reason that 5 of me should overwhelm a single one of you. With that, Uchiha Madara formed his hand seals, summoning 24 would release clones, including himself, distributing 5 per attacker, and closed in to deliver a relentless beating. These clones alone could unleash the 3-stage Susanoo. Had not the old man Inoki suddenly unlocked his full power, they would have been decisively defeated. Young master, might I inquire what has caught your interest? Terumi Mei's lips curled upward. She had not expected the 5th Hokage to be quite so prone to wandering eyes. What she failed to realize was that Uchiha Tataka had been lost in thought, replaying that infamous scene from the original narrative. His gaze had grown distant, and it was only when she spoke that his attention returned to the present. Oh, nothing of consequence. I merely found myself reminiscing. Terumi Mei, might I ask what your demands are? As for the nature and difficulty of your mission, our compensation shall be commensurate. Uchiha Tataka smiled. Terumi Mei frowned inwardly. Was the 5th Hokage truly unmoved by her charms? She composed herself and spoke. Lord Hokage, the people of Kirigakure now suffer under the brutal tyranny of Danzu Yagura, enduring untold hardship. We beseech you to intervene and dismantle Yagura's regime. Rest assured we shall honor every condition you previously stipulated, including the 3 Tails Isabu. Terumi Mei continued. Uchiha Tataka chuckled softly. Honorable Terumi, if your situation mirrored that of old, if you still commanded influence and hidden networks within Kirigakure, we might readily agree. However, you are now but a band of desperate fugitives, destitute in both strength and coin. How might I be certain you shall honor your promises once our task is complete? Furthermore, should my understanding prove correct, you have since been branded missing nin of Kirigakure. By what right do you claim to speak on behalf of your village? Uchiha Tataka leaned back, crossing one leg over the other, a triumphant smile playing upon his lips. His gaze sharp as a falcon's fixed upon Terumi, Mei with the intensity of one who longed to tear a chunk of flesh from Kirigakure itself. His words were merely the opening gambit in the negotiations to come. Terumi, Mei contemplated briefly before responding. Then what does your excellency propose? I merely wish to remind you that your circumstances today are far more precarious than before. The sum of 500 million ryo will no longer suffice. Uchiha Tataka's smile deepened. Then tell me, what price do you seek? Terumi Mei's voice carried an edge of resignation. Uchiha Tataka spoke truth. Without his intervention, they stood no chance against Yagura, and their families remained hostages within Kirigakure's walls. As the ancients said, when one's parents live far away, one should not travel afar. Should they succeed in toppling the tyrant, they might yet restore honor. But should they fail, they would bear the stigma forever, and their families would suffer for generations. 1,500 million ryo. Final offer non-negotiable. Uchiha Tataka took a leisurely sip of tea. 1,500 million. Aoki's voice thundered. Would you rather we rob a bank? Do you even comprehend what that sum represents? Uchiha Tataka's attention shifted to this newcomer. Studying his appearance, memories surfaced. This was the Kirigakure ninja who had seized the Byakugan from the Hyuga during the Third Shinobi War. Aoki, Uchiha Tataka murmured, recognition dawning. The same Aoki who during the 5 Kage summit had exposed Danzu Shimura's true nature. Uchiha Tataka rose abruptly and whispered something to Kakashi, who narrowed his eyes and exchanged a knowing glance with Aoki before a faint smile touched his lips. Understood, Lord Hokage. I shall see it done. With that he departed without another word. Uchiha Tataka watched him with an inscrutable smile. Sweet drama awaited. At this juncture the elderly man, leaning on a walking staff, eyes closed, spoke up. 1,500 million ryo. We shall accept the terms. Aoki, heedless of the gravity of the situation, retorted sharply to Genshin. Genshin, it seems age has clouded your judgment. 1,500 million ryo equals 5 years' revenue from Kirigakure itself. Besides, we possess neither the means nor the wealth to pay such a sum. All our funds were embezzled by Yagura. Aoki ground out through clenched teeth, his eyes blazing with barely contained fury as he glared at Genshin. Genshin remained unfazed. Lord Hokage, there must surely exist assets in our possession sufficiently valuable to offset such an amount. Is this not correct? For instance, the 3 taels we yielded last time was valued at 300 million ryo. His clouded eyes turned toward Uchiha Tataka. Refreshing. I do appreciate a clever person. Uchiha Tataka clapped his hands, acknowledging Yuan Shi's words. Last time your envoy proposed 500 million and I countered with 200 million plus 3 taels, with each tael valued at 100 million. He refused. This time 1,500 million ryo, or you may substitute with tailed beast 3 taels for 300 million, 6 taels for 600 million. I shall round it down to 1 billion for you. Upon conclusion of this war, the 3 taels and 6 taels shall be ours. You need only pay 500 million to acquire a complete Kirigakure. How does that sound? A rather favorable arrangement, would you not say? Uchiha Tataka was nearly moved by his own magnanimity. He even rounded the figure down for them. Where could they possibly find such a benevolent individual? He could have simply seized it by force, yet he granted them a pretext instead. Aoi's face turned the color of bruised iron. He was about to launch into another vituperative condemnation of Uchiha Tataka's shamelessness when the office door was suddenly kicked open. Hatake Kakashi led the way in, with Hyuga Hayashi following behind, his expression grim. The instant they crossed the threshold, Kakashi identified Aoi. Without a word, Hayashi unleashed the 8 trigrams empty palm. An invisible vortex of air wreathed in chakra crashed into Aoi's chest with devastating force. He was hurled backward like a deflated balloon, smashing against the wall and spewing blood. Preposterous. He never anticipated that a Konoha ninja would display such blatant disregard for propriety, attacking an envoy of Kirigakure without provocation. Mirai interjected urgently. Hokage-sama, let us set the transaction aside for the moment. I must inquire, does Konoha permit its people to assault individuals from other villages with impunity? The 5th Hokage, Uchiha Tataka, leaned back in a calculated manner, a smirk curling his lips. No one asked you to question the matter. But I would suggest that before one hastily condemns others, it is prudent to ascertain the underlying cause. Would you not agree? Uchiha Tataka's eyes instantly transmuted to a blood-red hue, the intricate patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan swirling within both orbs. Mirai attempted to intervene, but discovered her body utterly immobilized. Uchiha Tataka rose and took his position beside her. Mirai, it would be wisest for you to remain still and merely observe. As for everything else, our negotiations remain incomplete. Uchiha Tataka intoned in a chilling voice before turning his gaze toward Aoi, his eyes radiating murderous intent. To dare plunder the Kekkai Genkai of Konoha, such audacity deserved only death. Hayashi spoke with a darkened expression. Aoi, is it not? During the Third Shinobi War you instigated coordinated attacks against our primary Hyuga branch. The sheer audacity. You seize advantage and still dare set foot in my Konoha. Today shall be your death. Hayashi channeled his chakra and vanished, reappearing instantaneously before Aoi. Aoi hastily formed hand seals. Suten Suryuden no Jutsu. A serpentine water dragon materialized from nothing and surged toward Hayashi. He had already ascertained the man's identity. Hayashi was the current patriarch of the Hyuga clan. Should he learn that someone had dared to threaten his clan within Konoha's territory, he would certainly not relent. In that case, he had nothing left to lose but to fight with everything he possessed. Hayashi remained utterly composed. Confronting the enemy's jutsu, he instantly activated Kaiten. Spherical blue chakra enveloped him in a complete 30-60-degree protective barrier. The water dragon jab collided with the barrier and was obliterated by the rapidly spinning chakra. Uchiha Itachi clicked his tongue in annoyance. You Aoi, if you dare employ wide area jutsu again, I will kill you myself. Within the Hokage's office, and you still dare to unleash ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi had abandoned all pretense of reasonableness, though he had little need for it, for strength alone was the ultimate authority. Aoi seethed inwardly, cursing the sheer brazenness. Nevertheless, harboring deep reservations about Uchiha Itachi's power, he ceased his hand seals, and instead concentrated his chakra into his palms. Relying solely upon his comprehension of the Tenketsu and Taijutsu, he unleashed a punch wreathed in azure luminescence. Such rudimentary nintaijutsu was laughably crude to Hayashi's discerning eye. He smiled, faintly meeting Aoi's strike with a palm technique from his right hand, while his left hand pressed 2 fingers firmly against a critical Tenketsu point on Aoi's body. Instantaneously, Aoi discovered that the chakra in his extended arm could no longer be drawn forth, causing the blue radiance to dissipate entirely. Compelled to rely exclusively upon taijutsu, he clashed with Hayashi. Hayashi, being a specialist in taijutsu, delivered a devastating blow that produced the unmistakable sound of fracturing bone from Aoi's fist. Crack! Gritting his teeth to suppress any vocalization, Aoi attempted to withdraw. However, completely unaware that his feet had already entered the formation of Hayashi's 8 trigrams, 8 spiritual gates, he found himself with no avenue of retreat whatsoever. Hayashi snorted derisively. To possess the Byakugan, yet lack the requisite ninjutsu and taijutsu to complement it, you are a profound waste of talent. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Hayashi's fists remained clenched, periodically transitioning to open palms as his fingertips relentlessly bombarded Aoi's various Tenketsu points. Bang, bang bang, bang bang bang. The relentless barrage of 8 trigrams palms delivered without any restraint caused Aoi's vital energy to churn violently. Blood erupted from his lips as he lost all command over his own body. All he could do was passively receive Hayashi's 64 palms upon his frame. Composed and methodical, Hayashi immediately seized Aoi's hair with his left hand, removed his ocular covering with his right, and then extracted the Byakugan from its socket. A pouring sound. Blood cascaded from the hollowed socket. Aoi emitted another agonized scream. Hayashi sneered, discarding the man's body to one side, before carefully placing the Hyuga clan's ocular organ into a petri dish he had prepared beforehand. With the recovery of Aoi's Byakugan, Hayashi exhaled in palpable relief, as though some monumental endeavor had been successfully concluded. Aoi, meanwhile, curled into a fetal position, his right hand pressed desperately against his bleeding socket in mournful wailing. He had now experienced firsthand the exquisite torment of having one's eyeball forcibly excavated. This bore no resemblance to surgical intervention where anesthetics would be administered. This direct, brutal excision inflicted agony beyond endurance. Not every individual possessed the cold indifference of Obito or Lord Madara, capable of removing and implanting eyes without the slightest alteration to their countenance. Hayashi approached Uchiha Itachi and inclined his head. I am profoundly grateful, Hokage-sama, for granting me this opportunity to reclaim the Byakugan that had strayed from our clan. Uchiha Itachi shook his head. I rendered you no assistance. You subdued him entirely through your own efforts. Yet Hayashi fully comprehended that without intelligence provided by Uchiha Itachi, he would never have learned of Aoi's infiltration into Konoha, thereby denying him the opportunity entirely. Had Uchiha Itachi not employed the Genjutsu of his Mangekyo Sharingan to neutralize Mirai, Hayashi feared he might not have secured victory over Aoi in a one-on-one confrontation. You may return first, Hayashi. I still have matters of difficulty to attend to here. Uchiha Itachi understood the elation coursing through Hayashi, yet negotiations concerning Kirigakure still remained to be concluded. Alternatively, he could have Hayashi remain should Mirai lose her composure and a young woman act upon sheer caprice. The situation would become complicated. After all, his true objective centered upon the 2-tailed beasts of Kirigakure. Seeing this, Hyuga Hizashi nodded, and then left the Hokage's office. Before reaching the door, he cast a vicious glare at Ao. If it weren't for the fact that the Hokage still had matters to discuss with the Hidden Mist Village, today would be the day Ao fell. Ao's initial fury gradually gave way to tranquility, then to silence, as he began to accept the loss of his Byakugan. Thus, Uchiha Itachi ordered that Ao be carried away for intensive treatment at the hospital. Finally, he released the control over Terumi and leisurely returned to his seat. Terumi turned around and roared, Uchiha Itachi, why did you harm my guards? Terumi, I ask you to face reality. It was your guards who plundered our Leaf Village's bloodline limit, the Byakugan, on the battlefield, and killed the Hyuga clan's ninja. This time I only asked him to return the Byakugan and didn't take his life. That's already giving you face, Terumi. If you refuse to be reasonable, I wouldn't mind collecting your heads and using them as currency to compensate Kuratsuchi's father. Uchiha Tataka smiled cruelly. Terumi felt as though she'd fallen into an ice cave. She nearly forgot that the man standing before her was the 5th Hokage of the Leaf Village, a powerful existence who alone dominated 3 villages. If he wanted to, they could all die here at any moment. How could they even discuss removing Kuratsuchi's father from power? As the situation grew tense and the Mist Ninja reached for their weapons, dozens of ANBU ninja emerged from the shadows. In the next instant, their blades and kunai aimed at their necks, wrists, ankles, the vital points where force could be applied. In just a moment, all the jonin who accompanied Terumi had blades pressed against their throats, taken down in an instant. This made Terumi stumble backward 2 steps. She hadn't expected that not only the Hokage but also the ANBU ninja of the Leaf Village would be so efficient and decisive. Although her people were elites, they were far too green compared to the Leaf's ANBU. Jinji, who had been watching from the sidelines, now rose and spoke. Hokage-sama, we agree to everything you've said. We hope you won't take action against your partners. Hey, you Jinji are always practical. Uchiha Tataka smiled and continued, Terumi, what do you have to say? Now, whether in strength or presence, Uchiha Tataka had completely overwhelmed the Mist Village's side, causing Terumi to tremble, all from anger on one hand and fear on the other. Nevertheless, considering the bigger picture, she spoke up. If that's the case, then let's proceed as Lord Jinji has said. Good Shikaka, draw up the contract. After Uchiha Tataka finished speaking, Nara Shikaku brought forward a document stating that the Hidden Mist Village voluntarily ceded the 3 tails and 6 tails along with 500 million silver coins to the Leaf Village and requested the Leaf's intervention to save the Hidden Mist Village. Facing such terms, even Terumi, who had mentally prepared herself in advance, bit her lips until they turned white. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. She would make Uchiha Tataka pay for all of this in the near future, but for now they needed to bide their time and conceal their strength. After Terumi signed and pressed her seal, it wasn't over yet. Uchiha Tataka presented the document to Jinji, who raised an eyebrow and finally sighed. Right, with a member of the Nara clan present, how could his little schemes ever succeed? He had originally planned that after Terumi or he signed and sealed the agreement, once this matter was resolved, whoever signed would be expelled from the Hidden Mist Village under the pretext of betraying its interests. At that point, he would refuse to honor the terms. His life was already forfeit anyway. If Uchiha Tataka chose to move against them, every village in the ninja world would live in fear. It might even ignite the 4th Ninja World War, with their rallying cry being the overthrow of Konoha's dominance. But if both of them signed and sealed the document, and the Hidden Mist Village then refused to pay the reparations, the village would be leaderless. Even if he and Terumi took power, their claim would lack legitimacy. This was precisely why Nara Shikaku had set things up, to pin Terumi and Jinji down, so they had no choice but to accept everything. After piecing it together, Jinji smiled bitterly. Hokage-sama, having the Nara family's assistance is like a tiger gaining wings. One is the strongest combatant, the other the sharpest mind. You flatter me, Lord Jinji. We're all clever people after all. Certain matters require consideration. Nara Shikaku replied. Jinji nodded, completed his signature, and sealed, and shook his head. Hokage-sama, now that we've signed, when will the Leaf Village make its move? Jinji asked cautiously. A smile played on Uchiha Tataka's lips. Now. With that, he instructed Nara Shikaku to secure the documents and departed for the Leaf Village alone. Shikaku, realizing what was happening, quickly urged, Anbu, stop standing around. Go after him. The Hokage plans to take on the entire Hidden Mist Village single-handedly. The ANBU members immediately snapped out of it and surged toward the exit. Good heavens, this was the first time they'd seen such an impulsive Hokage, launching into action the moment the papers were signed. Wasn't he supposed to be more strategic? Uchiha Tataka channeled his chakra to its limits, and with the boost from his left eye, his figure became a streak of light, hurtling toward the coastline. The coastal defense ninja were currently feasting on grilled lobster. Staring at the bright red crustacean, he sighed. Eating lobster every day. When will this ever end? Tell me about it. I miss home-cooked vegetables so much. If someone offered to trade vegetables for this right now, I'd take it in a heartbeat. A group of Konoha coastal defense ninja complained among themselves. Uchiha Tataka arrived at the coastal defenses just in time to hear their complaints, and his eye twitched. Shouldn't they be grateful for lobster at every meal? It was nutritious and delicious. But this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Clearing his throat, Uchiha Tataka called out, "Where is the captain of the coastal defense ninja?" His words immediately drew everyone's attention. They set aside their lobsters, drew their ninja tools, and surrounded Uchiha Tataka. "Who are you to summon our captain by name?" that ninja roared. "I am Uchiha Tataka. Send out your commanding officer. I need a vessel to take me to the Hidden Mist Village." After finishing his words, Uchiha Tataka regarded them calmly. Some of the coastal defense ninja, noticing his extraordinary bearing, immediately went to report to their captain. Upon hearing this, the coastal defense captain sprang to his feet. Damn it, how could you not inform me that the Hokage has arrived? We're finished. He had only just begun to perform his duties well and make a good impression, and now here came Uchiha Itachi, so suddenly requiring him to prepare a vessel. Hurry, tell the Hokage immediately that the boat will be ready at once. No mistakes. Having spoken, the coastal defense captain hurried toward the door. The coastal defense captain hurried over, and upon seeing Uchiha Battle's face, his features immediately broke into a smile. Lord Hokage, your ship has been prepared for you. Uchiha Battle nodded. Good, so it's you. He remembered now. This was the man who had reported that someone from the Hidden Mist village had come seeking an audience. Yes, it was indeed your humble subordinate. The coastal defense captain chuckled softly. As for where Uchiha Battle intended to go, the captain dared not ask. The Hokage was the village's supreme leader. Though he held the title of coastal defense captain, he was still far beneath the upper echelons of Konoha. Uchiha Battle smiled. Since we're acquainted, this is simple. Captain, I need a ship. Before he could finish his sentence, a vessel appeared from the docks. This startled Uchiha Battle. Could it really be this smooth? He could hardly believe it. Just then the coastal defense captain quickly spoke up. Lord Hokage, the moment I heard you needed a ship, I immediately summoned one. You're thoughtful. Uchiha Battle patted his shoulder, then made his way toward the vessel. The helmsman on board saw him approaching and immediately came forward to greet him. The coastal defense captain had already informed him. The Hokage was coming to requisition a ship. He should provide the largest vessel and ensure the most seasoned helmsman served the Lord Hokage with utmost devotion. Welcome, Lord Hokage. Our ship is the finest in Konoha, and I have been a captain for 10 years. Rest assured, wherever you wish to go, I can take you there. The helmsman smiled. Hell, old fellow, take me to the Hidden Mist village, Uchiha Battle said casually. The helmsman's body trembled at the words. Does Lord Hokage truly intend to go there? Indeed, old fellow. Why such a strong reaction? Is the Hidden Mist village some kind of man-eating den? Uchiha Battle grew intrigued, and seeing the helmsman's reaction, he pressed for an answer. It's nothing. It's just that the Hidden Mist village is not peaceful. Every merchant ship that arrives must pay 3 million taels of silver. If they refuse, the villagers seize the crew and subject them to harsh treatment before finally releasing them. If I hadn't been transporting Konoha's high-ranking officials for negotiations back then, I might have been detained as well, the helmsman said with a wry smile. Uchiha Battle replied, steer with confidence. I guarantee your safety. With that, he closed his eyes and began to doze. The helmsman nodded heavily at those words. Good. With the Lord Hokage's word, I would brave mountains of swords and seas of flames. With that, the helmsman ordered his crew to set sail. The great ship soon charted a direct course for the Hidden Mist village. Roughly an hour later, the helmsman came to remind him, Lord Hokage, we are approaching the dock. Uchiha Battle opened his eyes. Good. Find a suitable place to dock. If there's any trouble, come to me. Hearing this, the helmsman nodded and directed the crew to bring the ship ashore. The waves slapped ceaselessly against the hull, and as the sailors cast anchor, the great ship came to rest at the dock of the Hidden Mist village. Boom. Suddenly, shinobi of the Hidden Mist village rushed over from nearby kunai, and swords trained on the helmsman. I've seen you before 3 years ago. You know the rules of the Hidden Mist village, don't you? The helmsman said nothing, instead turning to Uchiha Battle beside him. Uchiha Battle spoke. What rules? Do tell. Oh, looks like we've got ourselves a fat sheep, wearing clothes of such fine fabric. Well then, since this boss wishes to know, I'll enlighten you. No matter what kind of vessel, large ship, small ship, merchant ship, all must pay tribute to our village. 3 million silver, no exceptions. Otherwise, you'll be arrested on charges of illegal entry, and only after a month of detention will you be released. The shinobi declared arrogantly. Oh, such overbearing rules. What if I said this is a mission vessel, and I've come to seek the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village, Yagura of the Bloody Mist? Would you still collect your fee? Uchiha Battle wore a faint, enigmatic smile. The Hidden Mist shinobi had been swaggering moments before, but upon hearing that this man sought Yagura, he wilted like a frosted eggplant, his entire body trembling. Why, you are an envoy, my lord. May I ask if you have any credentials? Credentials? What credentials do you want? Uchiha Battle possessed an innate nobility, every fiber of his being radiating the aura of a leader. The Hidden Mist shinobi immediately realized this was no man to trifle with. So he forced a smile and said, Lord Envoy, credentials usually take the form of a letter or an object that proves one's national identity. You see. Uchiha Battle raised an eyebrow, then produced a hat from his storage scroll and handed it over. Will this do as proof? The shinobi accepted the object with a smile, then his expression changed drastically, and he blurted out a curse. Holy shit. The Hokage's straw hat. He stared wide-eyed at Uchiha Battle, then immediately fell to his knees. Forgive me, Lord Envoy, forgive me. I failed to recognize your eminence. I never imagined you were the personal confidant of the Lord Hokage himself. How would our Hidden Mist village dare to charge the Hokage's envoy money? Please disembark, and we will arrange the finest room for your rest. After we report to the Mizukage-sama, we shall bring you to meet him. The one who had been shouting the loudest among the Hidden Mist shinobi was now drenched in sweat. He held the Hokage's hat with both hands and respectfully offered it back. Had this been the third Hokage, the hidden mist shinobi might not have been so deferential, perhaps even sneering, though in the end they still would not have collected the fee. But now the fifth Hokage of Konoha had single-handedly defeated 3 villages in battle, a feat known across the entire shinobi world. Even the isolated Hidden Mist village had heard of it. If the Hidden Mist shinobi's negligence caused Konoha to harbor ill will toward their village and launch an assault, they would bear an unforgivable crime 1,000 deaths could not atone for. Uchiha Battle had no intention of revealing his identity. These men, though of low standing, could serve as intermediaries, making it easier for him to secure a meeting with the Mizukage of the Hidden Mist village. After all, he had an agreement with Meitarumi to restore to her a complete Hidden Mist village. That way, when he took the 3 tails and the 6 tails, his conscience would not feel even the faintest sting. And so the Hidden Mist shinobi escorted Uchiha Battle into the village with careful, flattering smiles. Through layers of reports, word eventually reached the ears of Yagura of the Bloody Mist. So you're saying the Hokage's personal envoy arrived in the Hidden Mist village today and wishes to see me? Yagura looked at his subordinate and asked. Yes, Mizukage-sama. My man personally witnessed him produce the Hokage's straw hat and request an audience with you, the shinobi said, kneeling. Yagura tapped his fingers against the table. His instinct was to report to Obito Uchiha, but the voice in his mind commanded him to handle it himself. At last his fingers came to a stop. Arrange an immediate meeting with the envoy. Yagura turned to prepare for a bath, then suddenly halted mid-step. No, tell me where the envoy is. I shall go to meet him personally. Uchiha Zhan was brought to an inn. The sanitary conditions were immaculate and the location was excellent, situated in the first ring of the Mizukage Tower in Kirigakure. Given his status, he was placed on the top floor. From there he overlooked all of Kirigakure, where a few landmark high-rises were faintly visible through layer upon layer of mist. As he awaited news, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Uchiha Zhan opened it, and in walked a short man with a black iron rod as tall as a man strapped across his back. Uchiha Zhan's pupils constricted. He recognized him at once, the 4th Mizukage Itachi Yagura. Yagura stepped inside and closed the door. Emissary, if you have something to say it now. Then with composure he seated himself on the sofa, poured himself a glass of water, and studied Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan looked at Yagura. Lord Mizukage, you came to me with such confidence. Are you not afraid for your life? Yagura said flatly, with just you. You cannot harm me. Enough. Tell me, what important matter did your Hokage send you here for? Uchiha Zhan understood. So Obito was still asleep at this moment. Otherwise he would certainly have been able to see him through Yagura's body. That would have made Yagura flee immediately. Well, this was fine too. In that case, everything would become quite a bit simpler. Lord Mizukage, the Hokage told me that today is the day you die. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled upward, and then both eyes transformed into the pattern of the Mangekyo. Mizukage Yagura saw those eyes, and immediately cursed inwardly. Damn it. He had seen those eyes before. They were the eyes of the one who had controlled him. He wanted to retreat, but Uchiha Zhan had already locked onto him, leaving his body unable to move. Inside Karatachi Yagura's inner world, the one imprisoned in that inner space felt a glimmer flash through his eyes. This man has the same eyes as that one. He said he would kill me. Does that mean I can finally be released? Yagura began to struggle, doing his utmost to interfere with his main body's resistance so that he might die at this man's hands. Then at last Kirigakure would return to normal, wouldn't it? Uchiha Zhan used Jinjutsu to appear in his inner world. My Lord Mizukage. So you've been locked away in here. I had quite a time finding you. Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. Isabu is here too. His voice carried a hint of delight. The 4th Mizukage Karatachi Yagura was now kneeling before Uchiha Zhan, tears streaming down his face. Please kill me. I beg you. Isabu the 3 Tails let out a sigh. Young man, just grant his wish. He has already suffered far too much. Grant it. Oh, you're not afraid of me. That takes nerve. Uchiha Zhan looked at Isabu. Isabu chuckled. Once you kill him, I will revive. Tailed beasts cannot be killed. Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow. Is that so? What if I use Jinjutsu to force you into Baryon mode? Would you still not die? Isabu's pupils constricted. Who are you really? How do you know about Baryon mode? That is the tailed beast's most guarded secret. Who in the world are you? At that moment a tempest raged within the 3 Tails' heart. The shinobi of today only used their power at a superficial level, yet Uchiha Zhan's words struck at the tailed beast's innermost secret. What now? Still so unshakably confident. Uchiha Zhan laughed. Isabu fell silent, watching the man with all his vigilance roused. Uchiha Zhan stopped toying with him and turned to Yagura. I will kill you, but not now. Everything must wait until the tailed beast transfer is complete. Yagura said nothing, then finally nodded. I understand. He was satisfied with this outcome. As long as he would die, he could accept any condition. Uchiha Zhan nodded, left the consciousness space, and returned to the real world. He cast a glance at Yagura and immediately understood where that Obito had cast his Jinjutsu. Uchiha Zhan snapped his fingers. Uchiha Obito's Jinjutsu shattered, and then he laid his own Jinjutsu over it. In the next motion, Uchiha Zhan struck the side of his neck with a knife hand. Yagura's body instantly went limp and collapsed. Uchiha Zhan caught him around the waist, the corner of his mouth curling upward. Done. Uchiha Zhan shattered the window and repeatedly used the body flicker technique, muttering, "Today is a fine day to climb the ranks." Inside a cave, Uchiha Obito had been sleeping soundly when he suddenly jolted awake. Damn it! The Three Tails Jinchuriki has been taken. At once he opened the Kamui dimension and warped through. At that same moment, Uchiha Zhan, who had fled into a small grove, felt his right eyelid twitch as he sensed a familiar chakra. The next second, he stopped short and leaped upward. Obito burst out of the ground, a black rod in his hand, thrusting it straight at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan's face turned cold as Susanu's skeletal frame materialized and blocked the blow. Uchiha Obito ground his teeth. "Curse it! This accursed Susanu again." He pulled back, and Uchiha Zhan manipulated Susanu to extend a skeletal hand and snatch at him. Obito instantly phased through it. The giant hand passed through his body without causing any damage, which drew a click of the tongue from Uchiha Zhan. Phasing dogs are so damn annoying. Uchiha Obito felt a pang of regret. If he had not given his Sharingan to Kakashi back, then could he have unlocked an intangible Susanu? What level would his combat power have reached then? Unfortunately, this world had no ifs. Uchiha Obito's body hung in midair. He tightened his core, hung upside down, and formed a hand seal with one hand. Fire release storm dance. A slender stream of flame shot from his mouth, spiraling through the air and charging at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan sneered. A paltry trick. He produced the Uchiha flame fan from his system space and aimed it at Obito. A seal-less great fireball shot toward Uchiha Obito while his right hand swung the flame fan further, empowered by the Mangekyo technique, in his left eye. The great fireball swelled to 20 times its normal size and hurtled at Obito. Obito's pupils shrank. Not again. That guy's Mangekyo is definitely an amplification jutsu. He had tried the flame fan plus great fireball before, but it had never come anywhere close to this level. Storm dance lasted barely 3 seconds before being destroyed by the great fireball, which continued charging toward Uchiha Obito. With no other option, Obito phased in midair and dodged the attack. "I told you phasing dogs need a nerf. If they aren't nerfed, how is anyone supposed to play?" Uchiha Zhan complained. "Seems the white mask got nerfed right." Uchiha Obito cursed angrily. "Uchiha Zhan, you've ruined my plans more than once. Why are you so set on hounding me?" Uchiha Obito could not understand why such a man had appeared in the shinobi world. He was practically his personal nemesis. "Oh, I don't know either. Perhaps I just can't stand beasts." Uchiha Zhan said with a faint smirk. You call me a beast? You're asking for death. Hell, I may not be able to kill you, but your father and mother aren't Mangekyo users, are they? Uchiha Obito began to threaten. "Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention. My father and mother both have the Mangekyo." Uchiha Zhan shrugged. He had been worried that his mother might be ambushed, but now that concern vanished. When Naruto was taken in last time, his mother had awakened the Mangekyo, freeing him from that worry. As for his younger brother, that one was the child of destiny, the reincarnation of Indra's chakra. Although the old man of 6 paths had his physical body destroyed, his chakra lingered in every corner of the ninja world. If his child were in danger, wouldn't he intervene? Uchiha Obito's mouth twitched. Damn, what kind of family is this? Every single one of them has the Mangekyo. Since when did the Uchiha clan's Mangekyo Sharingan become so cheap? Let me ask you, is killing one's master considered beastly? Is scheming against the big sister who was always good to you for personal gain considered beastly? Uchiha Zhan finished saying this. Uchiha Obito roared, "Bastard! Shut up." He aimed his right hand at Uchiha Zhan, with style cutting technique. Immediately numerous wooden wedges appeared beside him, their sharp ends aimed at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan curled his lip. If it were the real first Hokage, he wouldn't use such a shoddy cutting technique. He'd just suppress you with a single Myojin gate. Your cutting technique is no different from a child's play to me. Uchiha Zhan manipulated his Susanoo into its 4th form. The complete Susanoo appeared, swinging its arm. The cutting technique couldn't even break its defense. Instead, upon touching the complete Susanoo, it was crushed by the intense chakra energy. Uchiha Obito swallowed hard, staring at the 400-meter-tall complete Susanoo. He couldn't help but say, "Are you insane? Don't you know you're using your health and life to fuel this Susanoo?" "Oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you. My eyes are eternal Mangekyo, so as long as I have enough chakra, I can keep it up." Uchiha Zhan's voice, like a demon's whisper, reached Uchiha Obito's ears. Obito's mind felt as if it had exploded. He gritted his teeth in disbelief. Is this even human? An eternal Mangekyo at age 10. How did he achieve it? Neither his parents nor his brother died. How did he awaken the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? This man has secrets. At that moment, Black Zetsu spoke. Obito, calmed down. You're no match for him. Now that the plan to recruit and manipulate Uchiha Zhan had failed, he could only continue using this rebellious puppet. If Uchiha Obito died, he would have nowhere to turn. Who knew how long he would have to lie low before he could rescue Mother? Uchiha Obito also came to his senses. He knew Uchiha Zhan was stalling for time because his Kamui could only maintain intangibility for 5 minutes. Once the 5 minutes were up, if he didn't escape, even a scratch from this complete Susanoo would mean death. Seeing this, Uchiha Obito tore open the Kamui dimension and said coldly, "Uchiha Zhan, one day, I'll tear you limb from limb and ease the hatred in my heart." Uchiha Zhan laughed. Come talk to me again when you've collected all 9-tailed beasts and become the 10-tails Jinchuriki. But I doubt you'll ever get that chance. Just as he was about to leave, Uchiha Obito's heart tightened. How did this guy know about his ambition? Damn it. Uchiha Obito felt as if Uchiha Zhan had seen through his every secret, while his own knowledge of Zhan was limited to surface-level strength with no understanding of his background. Let's go, Obito. Black Zetsu urged him to leave, for Uchiha Zhan had already raised the Susanu's blade while Obito was distracted. Uchiha Obito snapped back to reality at Black Zetsu's words, turned around immediately, entered the Kimui dimension, and closed it. Boom. Uchiha Zhan's blade struck the earth. The blade aura and chakra raged, carving a chasm across the flat ground. Uchiha Zhan sighed, still too slow. This Black Zetsu really is a headache. Congratulations to the host for repelling Uchiha Obito head-on. Reward maxed spacetime talent. Instantly, white light surged into Uchiha Zhan's body, filling him with a warm, pleasant sensation. His understanding of space deepened. After it all ended, Uchiha Zhan dismissed his Susanu and asked the system, can you store Uchiha Itachi in your world? I can, but you must agree to one condition. Uchiha Zhan didn't refuse immediately, but said with interest, alright then, tell me first. As long as the host allows me to extract a strand of the Three Tails Isabu's origin power, I will agree. My system, I know the term origin power. If you extract this strand, will it greatly affect the tailed beast's abilities? Uchiha Zhan asked. No. Although origin power is precious for a tailed beast, it can recover in a month. Oh, then what do you need the origin power for? Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes. Once I obtain its origin power, I can infinitely replicate its chakra. I can even perfectly replicate a fully obedient Three Tails for the host to absorb painlessly. Uchiha Zhan's eyes lit up, but he didn't believe the system would be so generous. After thinking through the typical cliches of system novels, he finally said, you're probably the main system that just started developing in the Naruto world. Your subsystems are still waiting for your code to support their families, right? Uchiha Zhan's mouth twitched. Warning, warning, host insulting the system. The system will ignore the host for 1 month. The more flustered the system became, the more it confirmed Uchiha Zhan's guess. But he didn't intend to expose it. After all, the world isn't all about fighting and killing. It's about human relationships. Ahem, don't you want the Three Tails? Uchiha Zhan tried to coax the system. As expected, the system nodded at those 4 words, yes. Uchiha Zhan smiled. From now on, share a copy of whatever you replicate with me. I'll help you. Deal. This way your system family will be more complete, and I'll grow stronger. The system seemed to ponder for a moment. After a minute, it said, deal. The Uchiha Zhan hurled the Three Tails Jinchuriki into the system space. The system extracted a strand of original essence from Uchiha Itachi's body, using the power of its exclusive domain. The sea, the lakes, the water sources. So this is what it means, the system chuckled. It then replicated a vast amount of Three Tails chakra and infused it into Uchiha Zhan's body. Uchiha Zhan stood frozen, instantly feeling his meridians accelerate and his body temperature rise. Damn system, what did you do? He gritted his teeth. I'm making you the Three Tails Jinchuriki. As the words fell, a blue orb of light continuously struck into Uchiha Zhan's body. A round pill, icy blue and engraved with the pattern of Xuanwu, coalesced in Uchiha Zhan's abdomen. Like a heart, it pumped chakra, ceaselessly expanding his meridians. Uchiha Zhan clenched his teeth. Damn it, can't you discuss things with me next time, you rotten system? This hurts so much. He was like a madman, fists tight, roaring in the forest. Soon the ANBU of the Hidden Mist Village were alerted. Knowing this guest was the Mizuki's honored visitor, they intended to bow. Uchiha Zhan looked at them, delirious. Die. Uchiha Zhan raised his right hand, and countless water dragons materialized out of thin air, charging at every living being in the vicinity. Water Dragon Bullet. No, impossible. This is not Water Dragon Bullet, it's 100 dragon bullets. The Hidden Mist ANBU instantly tried to flee, but they were too late. The Super Water Dragon Bullet was unleashed. 100 dragons surged forth, targeting every ANBU, tearing them apart and crushing their organs. No, I don't want to die. Despite being the Hidden Mist's ANBU, they were still human. They feared death, had families, and begged for mercy when facing mortal peril. But Uchiha Zhan, as if possessed, kept summoning Water Dragon Bullets, blasting them in all directions. Rumble, rumble. Row after row of trees fell, but this time the attack did not continue toward the severely wounded ninjas. Only after Uchiha Zhan vented the excess chakra did he slowly regain his sanity. He gasped heavily. Ha ha ha. The ANBU looked at him with complex emotions. No one expected a stranger to wield water release more powerfully than their own mist ninjas, even if he was the Mizuki's guest. Forgive us, envoy. For the sake of the Hidden Mist Village, a ninja as powerful as you must die. Their faces were resolute as they drew kunai and charged at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan had intended to spare them, but now his dantian began to erupt with chakra, forming an azure-tailed beast cloak that enveloped him. Unlike the original, his tailed beast cloak was purer, softer, and his body was continuously replenished with an endless stream of chakra. Flowing water does not contend for the lead, it contends for an endless torrent. Since you insist on seeking death, fine. I'll send you on your way. Uchiha Zhan laughed in anger. He clapped his hands, and the charging ANBU were suspended in midair as if time had frozen at that moment. Then the ground beneath Uchiha Zhan cracked, and countless seawater gushed out, forming water spears that pierced the ninjas who came to kill him. The ANBU's pupils shrank in disbelief. 10,000 water spears shot up from the earth. Such density, such sharpness. Could an envoy truly produce this? Alas, one must pay for one's actions. Since they chose to eliminate Uchiha Zhan for the Hidden Mist Village, they had to bear the consequences of insufficient strength and the wrath of an opportunist detected. Uchiha Zhan coldly gazed at their corpses. With a wave of his hand, the seawater swept their bodies away, carrying them into the ocean to become food for the fish. System U. Uchiha Zhan began to argue, but the system replied, "System is under maintenance and upgrade. Do not disturb." The system unilaterally ended the call. Uchiha Zhan gritted his teeth. Damn it. But after calming down, he began to inspect the blue round pill inside his body. It was perfectly round, crystal clear, emanating the power of the water element. Doesn't this look like an inner Dan from a fantasy novel? And it's like a perpetual motion machine, actively absorbing chakra from heaven and earth, constantly drawing it in and storing it, Uchiha Zhan muttered to himself. But let's put that aside. The most important matter now is the Six Tails Jinchuriki Yugao. After all, he loves solitude and disagrees with the Hidden Mist's high-ranking policies, so he lives in seclusion on a grassland. He had to act personally, waiting for the Hidden Mist Village to hand him over. Ridiculous. No matter how much they disagreed with policies, they would never willingly surrender a Jinchuriki. Thus, Uchiha Zhan trusted his own ability more. He asked around for a nearby grassland with a single house within a radius of 10 li. At first he searched for a long time, but found no one who knew, or rather no one willing to tell. When they heard Uchiha Zhan inquire about that place, their eyes showed hesitation, fear, and suspicion. Then a little girl, after her parents refused, let it slip. I know that place. Isn't it Lord Yugao's retreat? Her parents quickly covered her mouth. The child is young and knows nothing. Please don't take it to heart, noble sir. They could tell this man was extraordinary and didn't want to offend him, but they also dared not reveal Yugao's location. After all, Yugao lived there in seclusion, occasionally helping the villagers catch fish and using his chakra to heal their wounds. He had earned their gratitude. It is said that a life-saving grace should be repaid like a gushing spring, but how should one repay this protection and care? Uchiha Zhan activated his Mangekyo Sharingan and used the most basic hypnosis to put the two under, then asked about Yugao's residence. This family of three was just ordinary people. How could they resist the famed hypnosis of the Sharingan, renowned throughout the ninja world? So they told everything they knew, including Yugao's address. After getting what he wanted, Uchiha Zhan smirked and snapped his fingers. Bang! Uchiha Zhan's figure vanished, and he lifted the hypnosis. When the couple regained normalcy, their faces turned pale as they exchanged glances. Their eyes were filled with pain and despair. Though hypnotized, they knew exactly what they had done. Moreover, seeing the villagers look at them like traitors, they realized this place was no longer suitable for their family. So they packed their belongings and left the village. Uchiha's son followed the directions and soon arrived before the small hut, only to hear a soft voice from inside. Someone comes, friend or foe. Though Haku often helped the villagers, he had set a rule: no one was to approach his house. So the grateful villagers would leave their gifts 500 meters from his door, thank him, and leave. Uchiha's son fell silent. From the villagers' behavior, just now it was clear they were protecting Haku, indicating that Haku held a high place in their hearts. Such a respected man was not evil, but the innocent possess a treasure and become guilty. In this age, possessing power, while seeking to isolate oneself in a corner, was clearly impossible. Rather than letting him be taken by the Akatsuki later, it would be better to bring him back himself. As for life or death, that would depend on Haku's choice. That depends on how Lord Haku thinks. If you are willing to unify the shinobi world, we are friends. If you prefer to hide in a corner with empty power, then we are enemies. Uchiha's son stared straight at the house. Soon a handsome man emerged holding a bamboo tube for blowing bubbles and sized up the newcomer. Oh, unify the shinobi world. Bold words. Even a man as strong as Hashirama Senju dared not say that. What makes you think you can? Haku scrutinized Uchiha's son, trying to discern something. Because I am Uchiha's son, the leader of Konoha. Is that enough? Uchiha's son said calmly. On hearing this, Haku's bamboo tube fell to the ground, and he said, so it's you, the fifth Hokage. My reputation has reached even a hermit like you. I suppose I've been too conspicuous. Uchiha's son narrowed his eyes. Lord Hokage, have you come to recruit me? Haku was stunned for only a moment, then lowered his head, bent down, and picked up his bamboo tube. He gently caressed the bamboo tube, blew off the dust, then blew a bubble, and watched the sunlight pass through it. The bubble shimmered with colors, and a smile curved his lips. Yes. Uchiha's son did not beat around the bush, nor did he care about formalities of thrice refusal. Originally, he had only intended to bring Haku back to Konoha, extract the tailed beast, and claim it for his own. But on the way here, the villagers' support had changed his mind. Since Haku disagreed with the Kirigakure's policies, perhaps he could try to recruit Haku for Konoha. Haku's eyelids twitched and he looked at Uchiha Zhan seriously. This guy is interesting, truly interesting. He thought to himself, let me ask you, if I were to submit to you, how do you plan to realize your ideal, the so-called unification of the shinobi world? Haku began to test Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan chuckled, of course, build high walls, stockpile grain, and defer claiming the title of king. Haku's pupils contracted. The vision within these words astounded him, and he trembled all over, murmuring, build high walls, stockpile grain, and defer claiming the title of king. Wonderful, wonderful. With this 9-word mantra, Konoha's future achievements will be immense. Lord Hokage, may I ask who devised this strategy? I wonder if I could personally seek his counsel. If Lord Hokage can introduce me, I will owe you a debt. Haku excitedly stepped forward, trying to grab Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan extended a hand, his expression odd. You're excited, but why are you trying to hug me? Trying to scam me? Thinking that in this world there was no Li Shanchong, Uchiha Zhan cleared his throat. This is a conclusion I drew after reading history books and studying military strategy. Haku stepped back in shock, frozen in place. He thought to himself, Uchiha Zhan possesses such power, yet never forgets to think devising such a powerful strategy. Such a lord traveling thousands of miles, risking his own life to come to the perilous Kirigakure to recruit him. It moved him deeply. He began to hesitate. On one side were the people of Kirigakure, on the other the people of the shinobi world. He gritted his teeth. Lord 5th Hokage, the rogue ninja Haku, is willing to contribute his strength to the unification of the shinobi world. Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow and smirked. He hadn't expected Haku to be so easily persuaded. Oh, not persuaded, but recruited. He wondered what Yagura Karatachi under Obito's control had actually done. How could the Jinchuriki of Kirigakure retire to the countryside and even eagerly agree to be recruited by an enemy? This Kirigakure really had a death wish. Having Haku's help is worth more than 10,000 shinobi. Uchiha Zhan laughed. They shook hands and reached an agreement. Sometimes a single glance or gesture between men is enough to understand each other's intent. After having a meal of seafood sashimi at Haku's home, the two headed out. As they passed through the town, everyone who saw Haku was overjoyed. Lord Haku, are you all right? A middle-aged man looked at Haku first, but Haku stopped him. What could happen to me? By the way, let me introduce you all. This is the foremost person of our time, Uchiha Zhan, the 5th Hokage of Konoha. His strength far surpasses mine, and he came here to recruit me to work for him. I, Haku, thank the villagers for your kindness and care over the years. I came today only to see you all once more before I leave. Haku said with a smile. The villagers were reluctant to let him go, but seeing his handsome face break into a smile for the first time made them realize that Haku had found his own path. Haku, Auntie didn't know you were leaving. I came in a hurry and don't know what to give you. Take these 2 eggs, they're still warm. A woman in her 30s or 40s with gray hair, but a spirited look, extended her hand and offered the eggs to Haku. An old man held a bamboo bubble-blowing tube and handed it to Haku with a smile. This old man made it specially for you using the finest purple bamboo from the village entrance. If you miss home, come back anytime. If you can't return, blow this bubble. It's good quality, and it will let you smell the scent of home. He patted Haku's shoulder. Haku's eyes reddened. Looking at the familiar faces, his heart wavered. Uchiha Zhan sighed. I'll wait for you at the village entrance. We'll return to Konoha soon. Say a proper goodbye to the villagers. With that, he walked toward the village entrance. Haku wanted to say something, but didn't know what. Seeing everyone's reluctance, he took a deep breath and gave a 90-degree bow. The crowd was moved by Haku's gesture and began to cry. After bidding farewell to the villagers, Yugao turned resolutely and followed Uchiha Zhan, leaving the village to board the large ship headed back to Konoha. The man who had been arranged earlier eyed Uchiha Zhan warily when he returned, accompanied by a handsome, young man, suspicion flickering in his gaze. Lord Hokage, who is this? His tone was cautious and guarded. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhan laughed heartily. Haha, don't be nervous, don't be nervous. This is a new subordinate I've recruited, named Yugao, a powerful shinobi returning to Konoha with me. Uchiha Zhan was not exaggerating. Though Yugao's combat prowess was inferior to his own, he had reached the Kage level, even though he was weary of war and battle. As a Jinchuriki, he instinctively fought. That was what made a Jinchuriki superior to others. The captain raised an eyebrow. Poaching. The Lord Hokage had come to Kirigakure to poach talent, and succeeded. Thus the captain warmly welcomed Yugao, leaving him somewhat flustered. He cast a pleading look at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan chuckled lightly. Jishin, you're too enthusiastic. Don't scare him. Noticing Yugao's embarrassment, he intervened to stop Jishin. The captain had no choice but to desist, and waved at the steward on board, who relayed orders, causing the crew to start fulfilling their respective duties. Soon the ship set sail. A gentle breeze blew, billowing the sails, and the wind chimes hanging from the mast rang incessantly. Uchiha Zhan occasionally discussed the ninja world's political landscape and solutions with Yugao. Many bold policies left Yugao stunned. His rigid way of thinking was being challenged by the modern governance concepts he encountered, gradually becoming more flexible. When the ship docked, Yugao was still lost in thought, pondering the lessons learned aboard. The more he delved, the more he found Uchiha Zhan terrifying. He saw through the current situation with crystal clarity, critiquing the ills of the times, while offering corresponding solutions. Though Yu Gao asked many questions, Uchiha Zhan always grasped the essence. In theoretical knowledge, Yu Gao was defeated. Thoroughly, willingly, and gratefully. This only deepened his interest in the man. Hearing the clatter of the anchor and the bump of the ship against the dock, Uchiha Zhan paused, then shifted his tone. Come, let me show you Konoha village. This is where I grew up, my esteemed six-tails Jinchuriki Yu Gao. Yu Gao was initially annoyed by the interruption of Uchiha Zhan's words, but sensing his warmth, the irritation and anger dissipated like smoke in the wind. As the two stepped onto land, the coastal defense captain rushed up with tearful eyes. Lord Hokage, you ventured alone to Kirigakure, and I've been worried day and night, unable to sleep a wink. Look at my dark circles. The captain wasn't lying. Yesterday, knowing Uchiha Zhan had gone alone into the tiger's den, he had initially carried out orders mechanically. But later, the more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and the more he feared, until he couldn't sleep at all. It even affected his performance in the bedroom, earning him expulsion from his wife, and he had no choice but to rough it overnight at his workplace. But the wooden plank bed at the office could hardly compare to the soft, fragrant large bed at home, so after tossing and turning, he found it impossible to fall asleep. Finally succumbing to insomnia, he got up, brewed tea, and drank it alone in gulps, which is why his eyes were now swollen. Thus the scene before them unfolded. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman judges by deeds, not intentions. Uchiha Zhan couldn't possibly investigate the details. Seeing the captain's state, he would likely promote him. True enough, Uchiha Zhan nodded and patted his shoulder. You've worked hard. Get some rest. Later I'll have the village send you some food as a token of appreciation. After eating and resting, continue your duties. Protect Konoha's maritime defenses. Uchiha Zhan said seriously. The coastal defense captain, upon hearing this, could only redouble his efforts, vowing to work diligently and live up to the Lord Hokage's expectations. Uchiha Zhan nodded approvingly, and then led Yu Gao away. On the way, Yu Gao asked in confusion, you said earlier you'd promote him, but why leave him in the same position? Promotions and transfers aren't that simple. If someone got a promotion just because they didn't sleep and had dark circles, wouldn't Konoha's bureaucracy be thrown into chaos? Uchiha Zhan remarked with a smile. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Yu Gao couldn't quite grasp Uchiha Zhan's reasoning. Uchiha Zhan shook his head. Say what? Tell him he was acting for a promotion. Or something else. Doing so would only embarrass him. What do I gain? Nothing. I'd only end up being resented by my own subordinate. Uchiha Zhan sighed. Yu Gao fell silent. He seemed to grasp Uchiha Zhan's intention. Thinking about the matter from Uchiha Zhan's perspective, he realized this was the most cost-effective method and the best way to appease a subordinate. No wonder you were able to defeat Shimura Danzo and become the ruler of Konoha. It seems Danzo's death was not unjust. Yu Gao sighed. Say you talk about Danzo, but why the sigh? What do you feel sorry for him? Uchiha Zhan chuckled. No. From your account, Danzo in his early years was decent. He had ideals and ambitions. But in his later years, he formed cliques, pursued personal gain, harmed the village, and stopped at nothing to become Hokage. Such a man could serve as a blade, but never as Hokage, or else the entire Konoha would become a tool for his power enhancement. Yu Gao said earnestly. Good Yu Gao. It seems you've learned a lot on this journey. Uchiha Zhan laughed heartily. Yu Gao didn't reply, but his mood was light, his eyes clear and bright. When they reached Konoha's gate, the gatekeepers bowed respectfully to Uchiha Zhan. Though curious about Yu Gao by his side, they remained silent. After all, what right did they have to interrogate someone brought back by the Lord Hokage? Uchiha Zhan voluntarily approached them. Register him. Six-Tails Jinchuriki of Kirigakure Yu Gao. As of today, he pledges allegiance to Konoha. Gang Ziti shuddered at these words, then opened his mouth in shock. Yes. Yes, Lord Hokage. With trembling hands, he took out the registration book and handed it to Yu Gao. Lord Yu Gao, please sign your name here. After this, the Lord Hokage will take care of everything, and you will become a true Konoha villager. Gang Ziti's voice trembled as well. His heart was racing. What kind of person was their Lord Hokage to go on a trip and bring back a Six-Tails Jinchuriki? Yu Gao gently took the pen and, guided by the procedure, wrote his name on it. After receiving Yu Gao's signature, Hagane Tetsu breathed a sigh of relief. Welcome to Konohagakure. I hope your life in the Hidden Leaf Village brings you joy. With that, Hagane Tetsu waved his hand, and the Konoha gates opened. Uchiha Sun walked at the forefront with Yu Gao following closely behind, his gaze filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Is this Konoha? I recall the Nine Tails being sealed within these walls. The voice of the Six Tails Shikuan echoed within Yu Gao's mind. Yes, regarding the Nine Tails, you mentioned it received the most favor and the greatest portion of power among the tailed beasts, correct? Yu Gao inquired. Yes, back when the young Nine Tails was the most handsome, whenever Sage of Six Paths distributed natural chakra to everyone, it received an extra portion. Do you consider this favoritism and doting? Shikuan asked enviously. Yu Gao was speechless. If that were the case, the other 8-tailed beasts combined couldn't match the Nine Tails. That Six-Path Sage is quite the appearance fool. Ho ho ho, a newcomer arrives at Konoha. Shikuan, were you just being jealous? Envious that the old man likes me more? The voice of Kyubi echoed, though it was cut off from Yu Gao's perception. The Six Tails paused before responding. QB, aren't you still alive? TCH, after more than 50 years your mouth is still as unpleasant. No wonder you were allocated so little energy back then. You deserve it, the Nine Tails retorted. You were given so much power yet you're still sealed within a human's body. What exactly do you have that I don't? The Six Tails refused to back down. The Nine Tails gritted its teeth at this creature. Suddenly the Eight Tails chimed in. You two can still argue, but I'm the one suffering. My host is controlled by Uchiha Sen's Mangekyo Sharingan, so I can only message you occasionally. The Six and Nine Tails both fell silent, having nearly forgotten about Gyuki residing within the village. Hey, how are things over there, Gyuki? The Nine Tails suddenly asked. I'm not dead yet, at least I won't die, because Uchiha Zhan seems to be collecting all the tailed beasts across the world. I'm not sure what his exact purpose is, the Eight Tails analyzed. Perhaps he wants to use our power to deter the entire shinobi world and prevent war. The Six Tails had been listening to the conversation between Uchiha Zhan and Yugao. Had to admit he naturally exudes leadership qualities. He's ruthless, yet a wise leader. War is inevitable. Wherever there are people there will be conflict over resources, territory, and population, the Nine Tails spoke up. In all these years I've witnessed too much of humanity's darkness. Except for Konoha, which fights to protect its village, other villages wage war solely for their own interests. As long as interests exist, wars will never cease. We are merely tools in their struggle for power and wealth, the Nine Tails said with a touch of melancholy. The Eight Tails fell silent. This time I agree with QB. Although Killer Bee is different from other Jinchuriki, his existence is still utilized on the battlefield. Although he wears a smile every day, I know he's fully aware he's being used. But he doesn't care. He just wants everyone's recognition and his brother's attention. Gyuki's voice carried a hint of helplessness. The Six Tails shook its head. Yugao is much better. I don't like fighting, so I just live in seclusion enjoying a carefree life. By the way, QB, you haven't seemed to participate in any battles these years. I've never even heard your name mentioned in war contexts, Shiquan remarked. QB's eyes grew distant before letting out a sigh. Because I'm not needed. Konoha's strength is still quite formidable. Unlike your village's tailed beasts, whenever you can't win you just charge into battle. The Eight and Six Tails both wondered, is he bragging indirectly? So all these years you've stayed within Konoha? The Six Tails was stunned. Yeah, exactly. The Nine Tails sighed. Fate is beyond our control. We tailed beasts have no say in our destinies. The Eight and Six Tails fell silent, simultaneously feeling that joining Konoha had been the right decision. Suddenly Uchiha Sen's voice rang out. Right. Konoha isn't so bad, is it? I think so too. Hua. The three-tailed beasts panicked. This was an encrypted system exclusive to tailed beasts. How could another voice suddenly appear? The Nine Tails concentrated its perception. Is this the Three Tails' power? No, that's not right. This energy is far purer than the Three Tails. Its quality rivals my own. QB, you're saying this power's quality can match yours? You must be joking. Gyuki exclaimed in disbelief. Why would I lie? What benefit would it bring me? Moreover, this power seems to share the same origin as ours, which is why it can join our conversation, QB said gravely. Brothers, please stop talking. This is terrifying us tailed beasts. Shiquan's voice trembled weakly. Uchiha Zhan had been eavesdropping while walking and casually interjected, frightening the tailed beasts this badly. Sigh. If it weren't for the system assigning him this task to join the encrypted chat group and send a message, he wouldn't have done this. Ding, congratulations on completing the task. Reward Ninja Blade Kusanagi no Tsurugi Amenomura Kumo no Tsurugi. The Amenomura Kumo no Tsurugi, also known as Heavenly Grass-Cutting Sword, was said to have emerged from the tail of the slain Yamada no Orochi by Susanoo. In this world, modified by the system, Amenomura Kumo is categorized as a variant of the Kusanagi. Its sharpness is unrivaled. Even Uchiha Itachi's Tenchi sword pales in comparison. The system briefed Uchiha Zhan on this reward. Immediately a long sword materialized within him, responding to his will at any moment. Then I shall name it Murakumo. Uchiha Zhan smiled. The divine blade acknowledged the name, its spirit expressing joy through subtle vibrations. Uchiha Zhan suddenly halted, leaving Yugao puzzled at the abrupt stop. In the next instant, an overwhelmingly domineering sword aura began swirling around him. Uchiha Zhan's face paled. Why do these guys never follow convention? This is a main street. If Murakumo's sword aura even grazes someone, they're dead. Yugao, quick. Help me to the forest of death on the left, then run. Activate your tailed beast shield immediately. I'll find you once this is over. Sweat beaded on Uchiha Zhan's brow. All his strength was consumed suppressing Murakumo's sword aura, making his voice tremble with weakness. Uchiha channeled tailed beast chakra and sent Uchiha Zhan to the center of the forest of death. Next, he mobilized Saiken's chakra to form a shield, thinking that would be enough. But Saiken said gravely, Uchiha, give me control of your body. You can't handle this. The relationship between Uchiha and Saiken was undeniably close, so when Uchiha faced mortal danger, she would certainly intervene. Uchiha did not resist, and directly handed his body over to Saiken the Six Tails. After Saiken possessed him, she immediately began a partial tailed beast transformation while forming hand seals, strong acid liquid acid shield slug protective fluid tailed beast chakra cloak. This wave of techniques truly maxed out the Six Tails' defensive power. At this moment, even the Nine Tails might not be able to break through her defenses within 5 minutes. Huh, what a powerful Six Tails chakra fluctuation. Saiken, what's going on over there? Kurama asked, startled and suspicious. No time to explain. There is an extremely sharp sword chi inside Uchiha Zhan. He may be on the verge of losing control. This sword chi gives me a sense of threat, so I have to mobilize chakra for multiple layers of defense. Saiken said hurriedly. Sword chi. Didn't that kind of thing disappear in the ancient era? Nowadays sword chi is mostly just a chakra blade produced by infusing chakra into a ninja tool. Saiken, are you sure you saw it clearly? Yuki frowned. Even someone as powerful as Madara Uchiha could only unleash pseudo-sword chi by relying on Susanu's twin blades and pouring chakra into them. I'm absolutely certain. I can't talk anymore. Here it comes. Saiken stopped speaking and focused her attention on Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan let out a furious roar. A purple longsword tore through the void and appeared before him. It was engraved with the patterns of Yamada no Orochi, its whole body a deep purple-red 3 shaku and 3 sun in length. Unlike a traditional Japanese tachi, this sword was more like a longsword, double-edged, radiating endless sharpness. Within it also dwelt the intent to pierce and slaughter. What a killing weapon. Uchiha Zhan could not control himself and instinctively gripped the sword. Aim no Murakumo. Be still. Although Aim no Murakumo was a Kusanagi sword that was merely a classification given to it by ordinary people, its true identity was a divine artifact, a genuine, authentic divine artifact. A divine artifact has a spirit. Even though it had been summoned by the system, it would not fully obey the system, instead it would put its master to the test. The instant Uchiha Zhan grasped Aim no Murakumo, his hand moved on its own. With a 360-degree sweeping, purple, sword chi flew out. With Uchiha Zhan at the center, all trees within a radius of 5 li were sliced in half. Saiken's pupils contracted. She increased her chakra output, but the layered defensive barriers only held for 5 seconds before collapsing. If the defensive barriers had not blocked the purple sword chi and worn away its killing razor-sharp and piercing qualities, that one strike alone would likely have cut Utakata in half, leaving him dead, without a complete corpse. Utakata's face turned pale. He realized he had still underestimated Uchiha Zhan. With a move like that, aside from the Nine Tails who could neutralize Uchiha Zhan's attack without paying any price. Just as Aim no Murakumo was guiding Uchiha Zhan to prepare another slash, Uchiha Zhan's expression darkened. Have you had enough fun? If not, and you still want to cause trouble, I'll lock you back in the place you came from. You can just live on as a sword spirit. Hearing this, the sword spirit stopped as docile as a loyal hound. No way. It had barely escaped from the sealed land, and it had no desire to go back. Since Uchiha Zhan had been able to release it, it wasn't stupid. It knew it was entirely possible for him to seal it back. Moreover, this master's talent was outstanding. The moment the blade touched his body, it knew that this man's talent was the best it had ever seen. Even the mythological figures of legend could not compare to him. Submitting to someone like this was no disgrace. After seeing that Aim no Murakumo had calmed down, Uchiha Zhan wore it at his waist, straightened his disheveled clothes, and walked toward Utakata. Brother Utakata, I have given you a fright. If I have offended you in any way, please be magnanimous and forgive me. Uchiha Zhan cupped his fist in salute. Utakata was taken aback. What was this? A fist salute. But he reacted quickly and returned the same gesture. It's nothing. I wasn't hurt. Brother Zhan is truly formidable, to be able to subdue such a divine weapon in an instant. The Six Tails was speechless. Utakata, you little brat, do you have any idea? If I hadn't used all my strength to defend you just now, he would have cut you in too long ago. Six Tails Lord Hokage didn't do it on purpose. Besides, he apologized afterward, didn't he? Don't be angry. Utakata comforted her. The Six Tails' expression turned extremely sour. She listened to Utakata's words in disbelief. What? How could that have come from her, Utakata? The wise, indifferent to fame and fortune Utakata. Ahem. In that case, come with me to meet the people of your village. They have been waiting for a long time. Uchiha Zhan gave him a pat, while the system quietly extracted a wisp of the Six Tails' origin essence. The Six Tails, who had been about to berate Utakata, suddenly felt her body go limp and sank into a deep sleep. System ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the origin essence of the Six Tails Jinchuriki. Analyzing. Acid-based hallucinogenic, mucus-based body protection. About to be issued to the host. Wait a moment. Give it to me after I am ready. I still have important matters ahead, and I do not want to make a fool of myself in front of my subordinates. The system was silent for a moment, then nodded. In that case, the Six Tails chakra pill will be stored in the system space. Please consume it within 24 hours, or it will lose its effect. Okay, I remember. Uchiha Zhan replied, then led Utakata to the Hokage's office. Hokage's office. Nara Shikaku was still reviewing official documents without lifting his eyes. Meitarumi, however, was growing anxious, pacing back and forth in the office as she wondered about Uchiha Zhan's progress. She also wondered whether Uchiha Zhan's strength was truly as formidable as the rumors claimed. If so, even if Uchiha Zhan helped them reclaim Kirigakure, they would absolutely never oppose Konoha. Instead, they would cling firmly to Uchiha Zhan's coattails. The present Kirigakure was riddled with wounds, and its strength was uneven. The only true path was to rest and recuperate. Elder Jinji, however, sat there drinking tea, with an unhurried air, calculating the time, and thinking that Uchiha Zhan should be arriving soon. The Jonin of Kirigakure, however, were dejected. The thought that their home had to be reclaimed by someone else made them uneasy. Suddenly, an Umbu ninja appeared and began reporting to Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku nodded, then looked at everyone present. Lord Hokage says that the Three Tails and the Six Tails have both been subdued, and Karatachi Yagura has fallen unconscious. Please follow me downstairs to see Karatachi Yagura. If the situation is confirmed, the agreement will take effect. Nara Shikaku stopped the work in his hands and said calmly. Uchiha Zhan and Yu Gao had barely entered when they saw the corridor doors slowly opening. Inside, led by Nara Shikaku, a group approached with smiles on their faces. Hokage-sama, you grow more distinguished with each passing day, Teriyama May remarked, but her gaze quickly shifted to the figure beside Uchiha Zhan, her pupils contracting. Yu Gao, the Jinchuriki of the Six Tails, was someone she had attempted to recruit more than once in the past to counter the third Mizukage, only to be rebuffed each time. He declined on the grounds that he did not wish to see the already fractured Kirigakure burden further, a rebuttal so compelling she could not argue against it. On one occasion, his refusal so enraged Yu Gao that he nearly struck her. It was only through Master Yuan's intervention that the confrontation was averted, sparing Teriyama May from serious injury. Congratulations, 5th Mizukage. With the 4th Mizukage now in custody, you may return to the village and commence the succession ceremony. Uchiha Zhan spoke. Yet Teriyama May's mind was elsewhere. She asked, may I inquire why Lord Yu Gao is here? Once curiosity took root in a young woman's heart, she sought to unearth every detail. Master Yuan's expression shifted. Uchiha Zhan was no native of Kirigakure. Should he find himself displeased, death would be a distinct possibility. Uchiha Zhan looked at Teriyama May seriously. I cannot disclose that information. Could he really tell her it was for the unification of the ninja world, for subduing the other villages and absorbing them under his control? That would surely provoke a backlash across the ninja world. Though Konoha was mighty, it was not yet capable of waging war against all villages simultaneously. Aside from Uchiha Zhan himself, who wielded the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the rest, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Fugaku, and Uchiha Makoto, possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan. Its use was strictly limited, for overuse would impair both vision and health. Except during that coup, unless facing existential peril, Uchiha Zhan forbade them from activating the Mangekyo Sharingan. If all the villages were to rise against them, even blindness would not prevent their demise. Upon hearing this, Teriyama May's face registered astonishment alongside a bitter sense of failure and humiliation. This was the first time she had suffered repeated setbacks at a man's hands. Uchiha Zhan cast the 4th Mizukage Kusanagi Yashiro out from his dimensional storage. Everyone's attention focused on Yashiro, causing them to overlook how Uchiha Zhan retrieved him. The instant the 4th Mizukage hit the ground, Teriyama May and Master Yuan moved to act, but Uchiha Zhan's lips curled upward. Yu Gao stopped them. In an instant, Yu Gao drew upon the tailed beast's chakra and deployed his foam technique surrounding the 4th Mizukage to prevent any covert strikes. Teriyama May clenched her teeth. Uchiha Zhan, what is the meaning of this? We have signed an agreement. You captured him, yet you refuse to let us kill him. Killing him is permissible, just not now. Do not forget, the Three Tails belongs to us, Uchiha Zhan replied coldly, a faint smile playing on his lips. You truly believe I am ignorant? If he dies, the Three Tails dies with him, and after a long interval it will revive once more in the waters near Kirigakure. You seek to reap without sowing. Uchiha Zhan's words caused the Konoha ninja to exchange glances, their expressions toward Teriyama May shifting noticeably. Nara Shikaku spoke directly. The matter of the 4th Mizukage is none of your concern. Since the contract is clear, you may all return home. He gave a signal, and Hatake Kakashi appeared, revealing his Sharingan, as he kept his gaze fixed upon the Kirigakure delegation. Teriyama May's face darkened, but she ultimately accepted the outcome. Master Yuan stepped forward at the critical moment. Hokage-sama and distinguished Konoha friends, on behalf of Kirigakure's people, I thank you. We shall depart now and deliver the full payment within 7 days. Uchiha Zhan studied Master Yuan deeply. This old man knew when to yield, and when to advance, when to press, and when to retreat. A natural politician. No wonder Kirigakure flourished under his and Teriyama May's joint leadership in the original timeline. Then we shall not detain you further, Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. The future holds much promise. Master Yuan chuckled. The future holds much promise indeed. The future holds much promise. The words carried weight. And so the Kirigakure delegation made their way toward the village exit, accompanied by ANBU ninja along the entire route. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, and only after they left the village did the ANBU vanish once more. Uchiha Zhan then proceeded to his office alongside Yu Gao and Nara Shikaku. Shikaku asked, whatever is on your mind, Uchiha Zhan said with a faint smile. Narashikaku scratched his head. I wonder, Hokage-sama, do you have a candidate for the Three Tails Jinchuriki? Oh, you two have thoughts on the Three Tails allocation. Uchiha Zhan turned to him. Narashikaku nodded. A father must secure advantages for his descendants. Narashikaku's intentions were clear. If the Three Tails were sealed within his son Shikamaru's future accomplishments would undoubtedly be significant. Primarily because the Three Tails' nature conflicted with the Uchiha clan. Narashikaku saw an opportunity. Uchiha Zhan had briefly considered entrusting the Three Tails to Mariboshi Koruma, but recalling the man's ties to the third Hokage and Danzo Shimura, he dismissed the notion. Narashikaku's request was transparent. After a moment's thought, Uchiha Zhan nodded. Very well. Bring Shikamaru here whenever you're ready. I will perform the sealing myself. Narashikaku's eyes lit up. Right now? That boy complains endlessly about how tedious life is, idle and unproductive at the academy. I'll fetch him immediately. With that, Narashikaku departed at a rapid pace, his figure vanishing swiftly. Uchiha Zhan watched him go and sighed, weary but fond. Parents always plan far ahead for their children. Narashikaku clearly desired his son to become a formidable shinobi rather than remain mediocre. This concession from Uchiha Zhan was a reward for Shikaku's unwavering dedication throughout the conflict. Having asked for nothing previously, Narashikaku's sole request deserved fulfillment. Konoha Ninja Academy. Narashikamaru watched as Uchiha Sasuke prepared to yield. He detested conflict. Just then Narashikaku burst through the doorway. Irika Yumino began, "Sir, you cannot simply," but his voice cut off when he recognized the visitor. This was the Hokage's office. The man standing there was Narashikaku, Uchiha Zhan's secretary, and in many ways his shadow. And he had come for Narashikamaru. Yet what utterly stunned Irika even more was when Narashikamaru suddenly called out, "Father, what are you doing?" Yumino, Irika's eyes widened, his pupils contracting. "Shikamaru, is that your father? Why didn't you at least tell me beforehand?" "I don't know either. He specifically instructed me to conceal my identity when coming to the academy. I was only permitted to say I'm a shinobi of the Nara clan. He forbade me from revealing our relationship." Narashikamaru shrugged his shoulders. Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino chimed in with the same greeting uncle. Upon hearing his son and the two younger ninjas speak, Narashikaku finally snapped back to reality, realizing he had let his excitement get the better of him. Abandoning his earlier cheerfulness, he turned to Yumino Irika with a grave expression. "Teacher Irika, I am Shikamaru's father. Shikamaru has a matter on hand, and I would like to request a leave of absence for him." With Narashikaku speaking directly, Yumino Irika naturally dared not detain Shikamaru any longer. He quickly replied, "Of course, Lord Shikaku, please proceed. Sasuke, I will arrange a different sparring partner for you later. How about Naruto?" Yumino Irika's head began to ache. Watching the face of his sparring partner Uchiha Sasuke darken considerably, he realized the delicate situation. This boy was the Hokage's younger brother, while Narashikamaru happened to be the son of the Hokage's secretary. Who was he supposed to offend? Thus he had no choice but to pull out his trump card, Sasuke's bond with Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke was just about to protest when he heard his opponent had been changed to Naruto. His earlier dissatisfaction instantly evaporated, and he even nodded in agreement. "Sure, let's do it." Then with his usual cool demeanor, he glanced toward Naruto. Naruto merely grinned, giving a thumbs up in Sasuke's direction. Sasuke's lips curled into a slight smile, the unspoken understanding between them reaffirmed. And so Narashikaku departed with his son Narashikamaru. Akimichi Choji watched them go before cracking open a bag of potato chips. Beside him, Yamanaka Ino leaned in curiously. "Choji, do you think Uncle Shikaku wants to take Shikamaru away for some reason?" "I'm not sure, but it's probably for the best. By the way, Ino, do you really like that Uchiha boy that much? You'd better think it over carefully. His brother is the Hokage. Once you step into a Kage's household, it's like diving into an unfathomable sea." It was Choji's sincere advice to Ino. The Uchiha clan was far from simple, and he certainly didn't wish to see his family's little princess become a bride of the Uchiha. Hearing this, Yamanaka Ino's face flushed crimson. "What are you talking about? Choji, believe it, or not I'll punch your stupid head right off," she exclaimed in flustered indignation. Akimichi Choji sighed wearily at her infatuated state. All right. As long as you know what's best for yourself. I'm full anyway." Yamanaka Ino fell silent, yet her gaze drifted toward Uchiha Sasuke, all the same. There was no helping it, he possessed not only striking good looks, but also extraordinary talent. Rumor had it, he had recently awakened his two-tomo Sharingan, greatly augmenting his combat prowess. Teacher Irika had noted that his current strength was such that even a chunin should approach him with caution. Women naturally gravitate toward the powerful, a truth that transcends any world. Consequently, Yamanaka Ino had quietly become one of Uchiha Sasuke's devoted admirers. In fact, Uchiha Sasuke's admirers were not limited to her. Haruno Sakura, despite her commoner origins, harbored similar feelings as well. Unfortunately, in this life, it would be exceedingly difficult for Sakura to ever catch up to him. In the original tale, their eventual success stemmed partly from the bonds forged within Team 7. Though pivotal, the paramount obstacle they faced was never love itself, but the rigid divisions of clan lineage. By this era, the Uchiha clan had dwindled to insignificance, leaving few barriers of bloodline prestige. Would Uchiha Fugaku ever consent to his son marrying a woman of common birth? Even if he were to wed outside the clan, the bride would undoubtedly be the daughter of a prominent family, not a 3-0 ninja like Haruno Sakura. Shinobi clans had always placed paramount importance on status, influence, and advantage, making such a union naturally unacceptable. Of course, if Uchiha Zhan were to speak on the matter, even Uchiha Fugaku would fall silent, but only on the precondition that Sasuke truly harbored feelings for Sakura. Haruno Sakura's affection for Uchiha Sasuke was openly displayed. She brought him meals every single day. Though each offering was rejected, she persisted relentlessly. Uchiha Sasuke, after all, hailed from a prestigious clan and could not be swayed by such trivial gestures. Yet Uzumaki Naruto felt a quiet joy watching Sakura's devotion. Shaped by his childhood experiences and his own nature, he had quietly fallen for her himself. Though Sakura did not return Naruto's affections, she neither outright accepted nor firmly rejected him. Having heard that Uzumaki Naruto was now a disciple of Uchiha Zhan, the current Hokage's student and his foremost senior apprentice, she reasoned that if she could not marry the Hokage's younger brother, then wedding Naruto would hardly be a loss. Should Uchiha Zhan ever learn of these schemes, he might fly into a fury. Yet Uzumaki Naruto kept the matter hidden within his heart and earnestly begged Uchiha Sasuke to let it remain a secret. Consequently, Uchiha Zhan remained entirely ignorant of such machinations. Behind them, Hyuga Hinata frowned, her gaze fixed upon Haruno Sakura. The girl she had once known was completely transformed. Having gained courage through Uchiha Zhan's guidance, she had also learned much about reading people from her father. Through her observations, Hinata deduced that Sakura was a woman of both ambition and intellect. In a shinobi world where Kekkei Genkai held supreme value, the only path for Sakura to alter her social standing was through strategic alliance. Had it not been for the fact that Uchiha Sasuke was Uchiha Zhan's younger brother and Uzumaki Naruto, his disciple Hinata would have never bothered to scrutinize a commoner girl so closely. I must find an opportunity to inform Brother Zhan of this, Hyuga, Hinata murmured softly. As her personality shifted, she had carefully styled her hair into a sleek waist-length black cascade, simply because Brother Zhan preferred it so. Hyuga Niji approached her, sensing the oppressive aura radiating from his younger sister. Frowning, he asked, "What's wrong? Hinata, why do you look so troubled?" Hyuga Hinata shared her observations and suspicions with Hyuga Niji. Casting a glance toward Haruno Sakura laced with thinly veiled contempt, Niji replied coldly, "A toad coveting swan meat. Does she truly believe herself worthy? Leave this matter to me. By the way, have you mastered the rotation technique I taught you a few days ago? If not, I will request a sparring session with you shortly." Hyuga Niji asked with genuine concern. Since the removal of the caged bird seal, he had felt as though shackles had finally been shattered. While he no longer carried the arrogant disdain depicted in the original chronicles, his innate pride remained intact. It simply was never displayed toward ordinary folk. It was words Uchiha Zhan had once imparted to him: one may possess unyielding dignity, but never arrogance. Ever remember that beyond every mountain lies another, and beyond every sky stretches a vaster expanse. A true master must forever nurture the heart of an apprentice. Hyuga Hinata nodded. I believe I have grasped the fundamentals, but I cannot sustain it for as long as you can, Niji Onii. That issue is easily resolved. Hyuga Niji proceeded to pour out his comprehensive understanding of chakra flow and meridian channeling directly to Hyuga Hinata. Upon hearing his explanation, her pupils contracted in sudden realization. As expected of you, Niji Onii. You are truly the Hyuga clan's greatest prodigy. Hyuga Hinata giggled happily. You foolish girl, your natural talent is by no means inferior to mine. Hyuga Niji's eyes softened with unmistakable affection. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto now stood on the arena, drawing the attention of the crowd. Unlike the original story, Haruno Sakura did not wildly cheer for Sasuke. Instead, she quietly watched the duel. It was already known that in this class, only Uzumaki Naruto could rival Uchiha Sasuke in combat prowess. Though no one knew how the Hokage had managed it, they understood that Naruto had undergone a complete transformation, mastering wind release techniques with extraordinary skill. Thus, all the ninja clan children were fixated on this battle. Hyuga Niji was concealing his strength, otherwise he too could have matched these two. Hyuga Hinata turned her gaze toward them. I wonder which one will win. Hyuga Niji spoke. I've heard that Uzumaki Naruto is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. If he can reconcile with the Nine Tails, he might stand a chance to win. If not, the odds are heavily against him. Hyuga Niji analyzed cautiously, for on the surface Uchiha Sasuke's strength was superior. His two-tomo Sharingan and mastery over fire release techniques made him appear capable of overwhelming Naruto. Yet he could not be absolute. Yuma no Irika announced. Alright, now form the seal of confrontation. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke formed the seal simultaneously. Irika nodded. I'll count down from 3, 3, 2, 1, start. Uzumaki Naruto's pupils contracted as he formed hand signs. Wind release, great breakthrough. Then taking a deep breath, he expelled a blade of wind from his mouth. Uchiha Sasuke instantly activated his two-tomo Sharingan. Naruto, such a technique won't harm me. With that, he leaned back, arching his body. The great breakthrough missed Sasuke but sliced a distant poplar tree in half. The tree, unable to withstand the cut, collapsed, and several ANBU ninjas immediately appeared to clear the area. Uchiha Sasuke reached for his ninja tool pouch and unleashed the Uchiha-style Shuriken Jutsu. For Shuriken collided mid-air, tracing an erratic arc, yet all ultimately aimed for Uzumaki Naruto's back. Uzumaki Naruto performed the clone technique, summoning 2 clones, and then began forming a spiraling ball in his palm. Once he successfully shaped a Rasengan, Uzumaki Naruto spun around gracefully and roared Rasengan. The powerful Rasengan with overwhelming force shattered the Shuriken with irresistible momentum. Uchiha Sasuke raised an eyebrow. An A-rank ninjutsu Rasengan. It seems my younger brother does have some skill. After destroying the Shuriken, Uzumaki Naruto charged at Uchiha Sasuke with the same momentum. Sasuke smirked. This was the battle he sought. Uchiha Sasuke's right hand crackled with electricity, faintly visible. When Naruto was 300 meters ahead, Sasuke's hand blazed with lightning, as if 1,000 birds were chirping. That's... Hyuga Niji's pupils contracted as he activated his Byakugan, sensing the chakra fluctuations from both combatants. An A-rank ninjutsu. Are they insane? Using such techniques in a routine training match. Haruno Sakura watched the 2 ninjutsu with a complex expression. Indeed, those with talent and bloodlines could effortlessly reach heights others could never attain. Uzumaki Naruto bellowed, Rasengan. Uchiha Sasuke roared back, Chidori. Faced with this scene, even the Yanbiyu ninjas dared not intervene recklessly. This was no ordinary child's play. The intensity clearly reached the level of a jonin. Hatake Kakashi had planned to go home and rest as it was his day off. However, passing by the Ninja Academy, he sensed 2 familiar chakra signatures. One was his Chidori, the other, equally familiar, was the Rasengan. He used the body flicker technique to enter the school only to find the 2 brats using A-rank ninjutsu against each other. What nonsense was this? Even Jonin rarely used A-rank ninjutsu carelessly on the battlefield. Moreover, Rasengan and Chidori were among the top-tier A-rank techniques. Kakashi quickly performed the shadow clone technique, exchanged a glance with his clone, and both flickered between the 2 combatants, simultaneously forming hand signs. Earth release, earth-style wall. 2 walls bearing doghead reliefs rose from the ground, blocking their attacks. Hyuga Niji's eyes narrowed so fast. Even my Byakugan couldn't track his body flicker. Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke were startled, but they could no longer stop. They directed all their power into the earth-style walls. 3 deafening explosions rang out, stirring up thick clouds of dust. Hatake Kakashi felt exasperated. Why did he have to intervene, even on his day off? He decided the 2 needed a lesson. When the dust settled, both walls collapsed simultaneously. Kakashi spoke darkly. Hey, you 2 brats, it's wrong to go all out against your comrades. The oppressive aura from Kakashi made it hard for both to breathe. Uchiha Sasuke's scalp tingled at first, but after recognizing Kakashi's face, he tilted his head. Sensei. Don't call me sensei. I'm not your sensei. I taught you Chidori to use against enemies, not to unleash on a friend in a spar. Are you insane? Kakashi scolded. This made Sasuke shrink his neck, not daring to speak. And you, Naruto, how could you use Rasengan on a comrade? That's an A-rank ninjutsu. Even a graze could cause fractures. I want no B-rank or higher ninjutsu in future sparring matches between comrades. Kakashi treated both equally. Uzumaki Naruto lowered his head. Senior Kakashi, I understand now. Seeing Sasuke and Naruto both remorseful, Kakashi sighed, then turned to Irika. Teacher Irika, may I take these 2 youngsters out for a meal? Irika readily agreed. After all, Kakashi was the ANBU captain, commanding the ANBU, and holding one of the highest positions in Konoha's power structure. He was merely a small teacher. Kakashi smiled and nodded. You 2 rascals, follow me. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto followed him closely, heads bowed, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Kakashi, which the 2 students could barely withstand. As the turmoil subsided, Hyuga Niji said gravely, Little sister, both of them are probably on par with Jonin. Look at the 2 earth-style walls. One bears a clean cut. In battle, an enemy struck by that would be cleaved in 2. And the other was a spiral explosion, continuously inflicting internal damage. Fractures would be minor, their organs might be pierced by bone fragments from within. Hyuga Niji deduced this from the remnants of the walls. Hyuga Hinata nodded. You're right. Their talent simply isn't on the same level as ours. Hyuga Ningxi was taken aback by his sister's words. Was talent not on the same level? A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. He suspected otherwise. His Byakugan had throbbed again yesterday, awakening a dojutsu technique called Wheel Slash. By channeling chakra into the Byakugan, 2 luminous rings would appear in his hands, each edged with serrations. Upon being hurled by the user, they would spin at high speed, a long-range cutting ninjutsu. Hyuga Ningxi was confident he could defeat both opponents before they even reached him. However, this technique was only meant for enemies. Targeting allies would be foolish. He felt that while Sasuke and Naruto possessed talent, they were far too melodramatic. This time, he reckoned Kakashi Senpai would teach them a proper lesson. At Ichiraku, Ramen Tucci was kneading dough at his cart. A long queue had formed, and Kakashi stood roughly fifth in line absorbed in a book labeled The Self-Cultivation of a Jonin. The onlookers couldn't help but admire Kakashi, a special Jonin and captain of the Umbu, for still striving to become an excellent Jonin. Only Naruto and Sasuke standing behind him blushed as they tiptoed, and discovered the book was filled with photographs and stories. Kakashi's Sharingan had turned red from reading. Occasionally he let out a low chuckle, instantly shattering their image of him. So this was the esteemed special Jonin, the Umbu captain. This was how he spent his days. Suddenly Tucci spoke up. "Oh, Captain Kakashi, what brings you here for ramen today?" Kakashi put away his book and replied with a serious expression, "Well, it's my day off, isn't it? I warmed up a bit and got hungry, so I came for some ramen. One tonkatsu, one chashu, and one miso. Extra portions of tonkatsu and chashu," Kakashi said with a smile, glancing at the two youngsters behind him. Using chakra consumed stamina, and Naruto with his larger chakra reserves needed more food. Upon hearing extra tonkatsu noodles, Naruto's eyes lit up. Sasuke preferred chashu while the miso was Kakashi's choice. Kakashi's lips curled beneath his mask, but who could see his expression clearly? Tucci remarked, "Looks like Captain Kakashi is in a good mood, treating the two kids to a meal." Kakashi was taken aback. "Ahem, well Tucci, I just gave the kids a lesson, so to prevent any resentment, I had to buy them ramen." Naruto retorted, "I wouldn't hold a grudge. After all, if not for Kakashi-senpai Naruto, and I would have been hurt in that ninjutsu duel." Sasuke added, "That's right, don't underestimate our magnanimity." Kakashi paused at the word magnanimity, which reminded him of his taciturn subordinate. He grimaced, "Sasuke, you might want to use that word less often." Sasuke didn't understand, but nodded. Meanwhile, Uchiha Itachi was accompanying Uchiha Izumi on a stroll. Suddenly he sneezed, and Izumi frowned. "Itachi, are you all right? Catching a cold?" "No, I just feel like someone's gossiping about me behind my back," Itachi said, frowning. His intuition was usually accurate. Could it be Kakashi-senpai? Izumi nodded, then spotted Sasuke and tugged at Itachi. "Itachi, look, isn't that your brother?" Izumi had already met Itachi's family, as she remembered the faces of both younger brothers-in-law Sasuke and Uchiha Tadakai. Itachi's pupils contracted as he looked over and saw it was indeed Sasuke. He smiled. "Yes, it's my troublesome little brother along with Kakashi-senpai and Naruto." He was naturally familiar with his second brother's disciple, a polite child who once prepared food for him when he returned late one night. At that time Itachi felt the boy had high emotional intelligence and would surely achieve great things. With his brother's guidance, he might even become a future Hokage candidate. That day Uchiha Itachi and Naruto talked at length, from childhood experiences to future dreams. To Itachi, Naruto was innocent like a blank sheet of paper. Yet he was not easily stained by ink, staying true to his heart. His only dream was to become Hokage and protect everyone. In Itachi's eyes that was an impossible goal, but the ideal was worthy of respect. The conversation ended when Naruto grew sleepy. That day Uchiha Itachi ate more than usual, feeling that dining and talking could indeed be joyful. He was happy for his second brother for finding a good disciple, and for his third brother for finding a good comrade. Uchiha Itachi believed that with Naruto around, his brother would be happy for life. "Should we go say hello?" Izumi asked the handsome man beside her. Itachi hesitated, about to refuse, when Naruto's loud voice rang out. "Oh, it's Itachi Shirbois. Shirbois, we're here." Naruto's social prowess made Itachi abandon his thoughts, and he gracefully walked over with Izumi. "Naruto, Kakashi-senpai, and Sasuke, what brings you here to eat?" Itachi asked Kakashi, who was about to answer when he noticed Sasuke's tense expression. Naruto understood the situation and shook Kakashi's hand, signaling him. Kakashi nodded. "Oh, I saw the two kids getting along well, and given my position as you know, I thought I'd treat them to a meal." Kakashi didn't mention the A-rank ninjutsu clash, changing the subject instead. Itachi pondered. He knew Kakashi wasn't lying, but recalling his identity as Minato Namikaze's student and his brother's right hand, he said nothing more. Naruto quickly interjected. Shirbois, mother is so beautiful. You two are a perfect match. When are you getting married?" This made Izumi blush deeply, and even Itachi's face flushed with embarrassment. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, thinking, "Nice one." Sasuke silently gave Naruto a thumbs up. "Good buddy." Uzumaki Naruto suddenly spoke, causing Uchiha Kwan to blush slightly, feeling a bit shy, yet she softly hummed in agreement, indicating her approval of his words. Seeing this, Uzumaki Naruto became even more excited, showering her with endless compliments, until Uchiha Kwan felt quite embarrassed. Finally, Uchiha Itachi spoke up to put an end to it. "All right, seeing that you are all well, I can rest assured. Kakashi-senpai, I leave Sasuke and Naruto in your care." Uchiha Itachi stood up and pulled Uchiha Kwan to her feet, and the two left Ichiraku Ramen together, inseparable. Somehow Uzumaki Naruto felt a twinge of envy watching their retreating figures. What would it be like to have a girl who liked him? However, Uchiha Sasuke had noticed this scene. He pondered whether Naruto was feeling lonely and starved for affection. He knew that Uzumaki Naruto was different from him. Though he pretended to be strong, his heart was more sensitive than anyone's. The look in his eyes just now clearly carried longing. Could it be that Uzumaki Naruto was in love? Uchiha Sasuke suddenly pushed his bowl over. "Here, I can't finish it. It's yours." There was still more than half of the noodles left in his bowl, while Naruto's was almost empty. Uzumaki Naruto's attention was caught by Uchiha Sasuke's words. He turned around and looked at the bowl Sasuke had offered, scratching his head. Really? Are you sure? You haven't eaten much. Stop nagging. If you don't eat it, I'll dump it. Uchiha Sasuke said coldly. Uzumaki Naruto quickly stopped him. Ahem, don't waste food, Sasuke. Since you're not eating, I'll take care of it for you. Uchiha Sasuke nodded, then watched Uzumaki Naruto burying his head in the noodles, the corner of his mouth lifting. Idiot. Kakashi glanced at Sasuke, then at Naruto, and a smile crept into his eyes. It seemed the bond between Naruto and Sasuke was quite deep. Satisfied, Kakashi finished his meal and picked up Make Out Paradise, on No the Ninja's Self-Cultivation, and began studying it. Meanwhile, Nara Shikaku dragged Nara looming to the place they had agreed upon with Uchiha Zhan. Utakata was sitting cross-legged on a large stone blowing bubbles. Whenever his gaze fell on the bubbles, they emitted a bright light. Uchiha Zhan couldn't help shaking his head at this sight. Utakata, why do you like blowing bubbles so much? Suddenly a bubble popped. Utakata withdrew his thoughts, put down the bamboo tube, and looked at Uchiha Zhan. Because bubbles are fun. They can suppress the restlessness in my heart. Is the six tails that fierce? Uchiha Zhan frowned. The six tails inside Utakata trembled upon hearing this. She felt that if Utakata answered fierce, something bad would happen. However, Utakata shook his head. Not at all. I just feel that this world is too filthy. During the first Hokage's reign, all the villages were developing their livelihoods, which was a good thing. But after he died, those people started vying for supremacy again, and the economy of the entire ninja world regressed by 20 years. I can't stand such things and don't want to join them yet, because I am the Six Tails Jinchuriki. I was forced to participate in the Second Shinobi World War. Utakata began to recall the past. At that time, the second Mizukage Lord guiding Huanyue insisted that I lead the 7 ninja swordsmen alone to attack a stronghold of Sunagakure. To this day, I cannot forget the cruelty of the Kirigakure ninja and the terror of the Sunagakure ninja. Utakata's expression was complicated. Second Shinobi World War. Utakata, wearing a navy blue kimono, stood on a cliff overlooking the Sunagakure camp. The ruins all around made him think that Sunagakure was nothing but a barren wasteland. Why did Kirigakure attack Sunagakure? However, at that moment 7 figures appeared behind him. Lord Utakata, the second Mizukage, has sent word. Seeing that the northern battlefield is raining, release a tailed beast ball at this stronghold immediately. Utakata nodded. I understand. He glanced at the man and suddenly asked, what is your name? Tonkawai Aaron. The ninja replied respectfully. Although he was one of the strongest 7 jonin, he dared not show any arrogance before this young man. Are you sent by the Mizukage to supervise me? Utakata said flatly. Tonkawai Aaron's expression changed. How was he supposed to answer that? No. Then where did your orders come from? Yes. What does it mean? Not trusting Utakata. Seeing that Tonkawai Aaron did not answer, Utakata sighed. He took out his bamboo tube and blew bubbles. A cold wind blew and Tonkawai Aaron felt a chill down his back. Unbeknownst to him, his back was already soaked with sweat. It was said that a Jinchuriki, when rampaging, would attack indiscriminately. With their abilities, the 7 of them could not possibly subdue Utakata. Only the second Mizukage could possibly do so. Utakata was disgusted by this feeling, but he said nothing. Soon it began to rain in the north. Utakata knew that was Kirigakure's rain jutsu, which had little effect, but could transmit messages. So Utakata stood up, borrowing the tailed beast chakra. A huge slimy tail burst out from his body and red chakra enveloped him. The 7 ninja swordsmen quickly distanced themselves. Utakata communicated with the 6 tails, and a tailed beast ball began to form in front of his mouth. As natural chakra was continuously infused, the tailed beast ball compressed to the size of a fist. However, the violent chakra within clearly signaled danger. The next moment, the tailed beast ball paused, and a red beam shot out from it, blasting toward the camp. The camp had just opened its gates, preparing to send Suna Ninja to support the northern battlefield. But they had barely gone a few steps when they felt a surge of violent chakra. Then they turned around, and the red-tailed beast ball arrived as expected. Boom. A huge explosion sounded, and all life within the camp and the surrounding 10 miles was extinguished. Only a few ninjas managed to escape covered in dust. Among them, a female Kunoichi fled in panic. Utakata initially wanted to spare her, but the 7 behind him laughed eerily. Tonkawai Aaron took the lead and grabbed the female Kunoichi. Then some cruel things happened. Utakata's eyes burned with fury, and he rushed over immediately. What are you doing? Lord Utakata, the victor has the right to decide everything about the defeated. Surely you know that. Tonkawai Aaron was displeased by Utakata's arrival. Utakata trembled with anger. He looked at the others. Do you all think so too? The others remained silent, but the flames of desire in their eyes were almost tangible. Utakata gritted his teeth, glanced at the group, then formed hand seals, and spat out a strong acid enveloping the woman. The 7 ninja swordsmen quickly scattered and frowned at Utakata. If you're dissatisfied, you can report it to Lord Genjutsu. With those words, Utakata left the battlefield. Tongchao Wild Bait Man glared darkly at Yu Gao's receding figure. If not for his inability to defeat him, he would have killed Yu Gao on the spot. Where did that freak come from? He was utterly incompatible with everyone. Later the incident reached Hozuki Jinjetsu's ears. He only heard that the 7 ninja swordsmen said Yugao was dissatisfied with the Mizuki's arrangements and had nearly injured them with strong acid. Thus frowning, he summoned Yugao's teacher and ordered him to investigate the matter. The teacher pale-faced returned, and without discerning right from wrong scolded Yugao as a beast. Yugao, you have disappointed me greatly. If you continue like this, I think the 6 tails Jinchuriki will have to be replaced. Yugao's teacher only used this threat. But upon hearing this, Yugao erupted, Teacher, do you want to kill me? Yugao's face darkened, his expression almost unrecognizable. Moi. When did I ever say I wanted to? Before the teacher could finish, a white tail coated in corrosive mucus pierced straight through his stomach. The strong acid seeped into the flesh, emitting a sizzling sound. The teacher, unable to speak, stared at Yugao in disbelief. He never imagined his own disciple would kill him. Teacher, you came back and blamed me without knowing the truth. Do you know what the 7 ninja swordsmen were planning? They wanted to assault female ninjas on the battlefield. Yugao roared in anguish. If they had simply killed her on the battlefield, I would have considered it a ninja's fate. But, his voice broke as tears began to flow. Hearing this, Yugao's teacher realized he had wronged his disciple. Regret overwhelmed him. Somehow mustering a final surge of strength, he endured the searing pain of the acid and the grievous wound to stagger before Yugao. Disciple, I was wrong. I was only afraid that your arrogance would turn the entire Mist Village against you. One person's strength is limited, but the village's power is boundless. Even if you are the 6 tails Jinchuriki of the Mist, there is still Lord Jinjetsu, who could defeat you. As he spoke, the teacher's consciousness began to fade. He rested his chin on Yugao's shoulder and whispered into his ear. The reason I spoke harshly was to make you yield. With your status as the perfect 6 tails Jinchuriki, how could Lord Jinjetsu bear to kill you? But now, it's too late. Yugao, run. Run as far as you can. Otherwise, when the war ends, Lord Jinjetsu will surely kill you. I know this is not your fault. The fault lies with this world. With those final words, the teacher collapsed into Yugao's arms. Shaken to the core, Yugao retracted his tail and held his teacher's corpse, weeping bitterly. Why do the wicked thrive while the good are framed and slandered? Yugao howled in anguish. The 6 tails sighed at the scene. Humans were indeed complicated. Yugao then gave his teacher a lavish burial. Instead of fleeing, he decided to wait for Hozuki Jinjetsu's return and lay out the entire truth, hoping to see what the Mizuki would decide. Before he could determine whether to defect, news arrived at the end of the 2nd Great Ninja War. The 2nd Mizuki Hozuki Jinjetsu and the 2nd Tsuchikage Mu had perished together. The 3rd Mizuki took office and Yugao fell into confusion. To appease the 7 ninja swordsmen, the 3rd Mizuki declared that Yugao had attacked fellow villagers on the battlefield without cause and sentenced him to death. Upon hearing the verdict, Yugao burst into wild laughter. That night, countless ninjas of the Mist Village died by his hand. The only one he had ever feared was Hozuki Jinjetsu. Now that Jinjetsu was dead, Yugao was the strongest combatant in the Mist. Even the elder advised him to seize power, but Yugao refused. He declared, I hereby announce my withdrawal from the Mist Village. If you come after me, don't blame me for killing you. The 3rd Mizuki had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Back to the present. After recounting all this, Yugao looked at Uchiha Zhan. Tell me, has my life been a complete failure? Uchiha Zhan shook his head. You are a hero, one who amidst a battlefield of blood and tears still preserved his humanity. He patted Yugao's shoulder. Such tragedies occur time and again in the shinobi world. What I aim to do is change this to reform this devouring world. Sunlight fell on Uchiha Zhan's back, making his silhouette appear even more imposing. This path is destined to be strewn with thorns and corpses. I need like-minded companions to help me unify the entire shinobi world. So comrade, welcome to Konoha. I will soon announce to the entire shinobi world that Yugao has joined us and become a part of Konoha. Uchiha Zhan smiled. Yugao was captivated by Uchiha Zhan's presence. He nodded, thank you. Thank you for accepting a beast like me. Uchiha Zhan shook his head. I told you it's not your fault. It was the 7 ninja swordsmen and this dark world. Raise your head, Yugao. Our dream is to bring true peace to this world, to bring order and peace to the entire shinobi world. Let the shinobi world understand murderers are guilty, rapists are executed, child traffickers are annihilated, and corrupt officials bring disaster upon their descendants. We shall govern the shinobi world with law and deal with lawbreakers according to legal statutes. Uchiha Zhan's eyes tolerated no impurity. Since one has committed a wrong, one must pay the price. Yugao felt that Uchiha Zhan was radiant at that moment, and that light revealed the dawn of a prosperous era. Yugao is willing to give everything for your great cause, even my life. Having made up his mind, Yugao knelt on both knees, pledging his allegiance to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan helped him up. Welcome, comrade. Hearing this, Yugao's eyes reddened, and he nodded firmly. Just then Narashikaku pushed open the door and entered. Lord Hokage, we have arrived. As Narashikaku finished speaking, he froze on the spot, then his pupils constricted. Had he interrupted the Hokage's intimate moment? Good heavens, he had wondered why so many clan leaders had sent women to his house, and none caught his fancy. Turns out he liked men. Indeed, Yugao's looks were androgynously appealing. Just as Naruto's son Shikamaru was about to enter to check the situation, Nara Shikaku covered his eyes. Since the Hokage is busy, I'll come back later. He turned to flee, but Uchiha Sen's voice turned icy. Come here, both of you. Cold sweat dripped from Nara Shikaku. Was he about to be silenced? Uchiha Zhan said indifferently, what are you running for? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Ahem, it's just that we suddenly remembered something at home. Nara Shikaku was very embarrassed. His timing for barging in was really off. Actually, it couldn't be blamed on him. The main reason was that although Uchiha Zhan was not old, he looked exceptionally mature. Most importantly, he had no romantic scandals at all. Who could be blamed for that? Nara Shikamaru's eyes flickered. Lord Hokage, hello. I am Nara Shikamaru. It's the first time we meet. Please take care of me. Uchiha Zhan was also attracted by Shikamaru's words. Shikaku, this is your son, right? Not bad, calm in danger, and measured in action. Your Nara clan has a worthy successor. Nara Shikaku, because Uchiha Zhan had shifted the topic to his son, suddenly became exceptionally composed. Lord Hokage, my son's intelligence surpasses mine. I believe that if the Nara clan is entrusted to him in the future, it will surely flourish. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Indeed, wasn't it true? Shikamaru later became Hokage and a member of the Hokage clan, so wouldn't that be flourishing? Haku saw this and spoke. Zhanku and you two chat. I'll go back to my room and rest. Uchiha Zhan nodded. Okay, later remember to help me teach Nara Shikamaru. No problem. Haku stretched and walked toward the house. Uchiha Zhan smiled slightly. Come sit down. Uchiha Zhan patted the seat beside him. Nara Shikaku slowly sat down. Uchiha Zhan looked at him. Shikaku, can your son endure hardship? Sealing a tailed beast is an extremely painful process. One must remain fully conscious throughout. Of course. Nara Shikaku nodded. Huge benefits often come with risks. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more expensive the fish. Nara Shikamaru then realized that his father wanted him to become a Jinchuriki. He had heard before that the only Jinchuriki in the village was Uzumaki Naruto, and he was told to be careful around him not to get scratched. But now that it was his turn, the situation had changed. It seemed that being a Jinchuriki was a good thing, but a rampaging Jinchuriki could easily hurt others. Uchiha Zhan nodded and looked at Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru, although the sealing process is painful, the rewards are enormous. As long as you endure it, the tailed beast's power will be at your command. But Nara Shikamaru raised his hand and asked, then why can't Naruto do that? Because Naruto treats Kurama as his comrade and refused my use of adamantine sealing chains to enslave Kurama. Therefore, he only has the 5-element seal and the 4-symbol seal, but not the adamantine seal that can forcibly extract the tailed beast's power. Uchiha Zhan said with a smile. Nara Shikamaru pondered for a long time. I choose the same choice as Naruto. I believe tailed beasts are also living beings. They should also yearn for freedom. Even if one can obtain its power through enslavement and forced extraction, one will never gain its recognition. I have also heard of the existence of perfect Jinchuriki. Those ninja villages don't have the adamantine seal, either do they? They must have relied on reaching a reconciliation with their tailed beasts to become perfect Jinchuriki. So, I don't want the adamantine sealing chains. Nara Shikamaru said with a serious expression. Nara Shikaku frowned and was about to persuade him, but Uchiha Zhan waved his hand to stop him. Are these your true thoughts? Uchiha Zhan asked. Yes, because I want to be friends with the tailed beast, not master and servant. Nara Shikamaru said firmly. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled up. Isabu the Three Tails, did you hear that? I won our bet. From now on, please take good care of Nara Shikamaru. Suddenly the figure of Yagura appeared, but the voice that spoke sounded old and wise. Am I lost? I promise you I will cooperate with this kid to make him a perfect Jinchuriki. Isabu's voice was somewhat gentle. Nara Shikaku was stunned. Bet. He looked at Uchiha Zhan in confusion. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled up. Isabu and I made a bet. If Shikamaru did not use the adamantine sealing chains, it would become Konoha's tailed beast from now on, fully assisting Nara Shikamaru. If Shikamaru had used the adamantine sealing chains, then after his death, I would set it free to return to its ocean. Nara Shikaku raised an eyebrow. Either way, it seemed to be of no harm to his son. Nara Shikamaru, however, looked at Yagura with caution. Such a strong fluctuation of chakra. Seeing this, Uchiha Zhan chuckled. All right, relax, Shikamaru. Isabu, are you ready? Uchiha Zhan looked at Yagura. Isabu nodded. Ready anytime. It looked at Nara Shikamaru with a gentle expression. Uchiha Zhan looked at Nara Shikamaru. This process will be very painful. Are you ready? Nara Shikamaru nodded. He was not afraid of hardship, only afraid of having no reward after enduring it. And the reward of this tailed beast was simply enormous. Uchiha Zhan nodded and formed a single hand seal. Instantly, dark blue chains appeared, abruptly piercing through Nara Shikamaru's abdomen and Yagura's abdomen. Isabu transmitted its chakra along the chains. The blue chakra surged violently, causing the adamantine sealing chains to shake violently. At the same time, cold sweat streamed down Shikamaru's forehead. Because the chains were shaking violently, it felt as if something was scooping out his internal organs. From time to time, Shikamaru let out muffled groans. Nara Shikaku watched with a pained expression, extremely worried about his son, but dared not make a sound. He was afraid that disturbing his son might cause him to be injured by a careless mistake. The Three Tails chakra was continuously extracted from Yagura's body. Yagura's face began to contort. If it weren't for Uchiha Zhan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu ability being powerful enough, at this moment Yagura might have dragged the Three Tails and Nara Shikamaru into mutual destruction. Unfortunately he couldn't. As always, he could only watch helplessly as the Kirigakure ninja slaughtered each other, initiating the bloody mist. Nara Shikamaru suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His pupils contracted and many memory fragments appeared in his mind. This is, Shikamaru thought to himself. Indeed, these were the memories brought by Isabu's chakra transmission. Isabu's memories as well as parts of Yagura's memories. Among them were even Yagura's secret techniques, such as water release coral palm and water release water mirror technique. The massive chakra alone had already made Nara Shikamaru tremble all over and clench his teeth tightly. At this moment, the vast amount of memories, ninjutsu, and combat experience made Nara Shikamaru feel like his brain was about to explode, but he still endured with all his might. After the last drop of chakra flowed along the chains into Nara Shikamaru's body, Uchiha Zhan withdrew the adamantine sealing chains, then quickly formed hand seals. Instantly, a 4-symbol seal and a 5-element seal appeared on Nara Shikamaru's abdomen. That's done. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled up. A cerulean blue chakra emanated from Nara Shikamaru, swirling around him before vanishing after the Uchiha Zhan's sealing technique struck his body. Shikamaru opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and gazed at his own hands. He now felt an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra residing deep within his viscera. At the same time, a voice resonated. You are Nara Shikamaru, correct? I am Isabu of the Three Tails. I reside within you, no need to speak aloud. Just think your words to converse with me. Isabu, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Nara Shikamaru. I look forward to working with you, Shikamaru said, radiating goodwill toward Isabu. As a tailed beast, Isabu could naturally perceive the depths of the human heart. Even before entering Shikamaru's body, he had already shared his memories. He knew this young boy possessed extraordinary intelligence and a keen mind for strategy. Coupled with his own chakra, Shikamaru would likely ascend to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Uchiha Zhan turned to Shikamaru and asked, how do you feel? There are 8 others in the shinobi world who will enjoy a similar privilege. Lord Hokage, I feel fantastic, better than ever before. The chakra of the Three Tails is like a vast surging ocean, boundless and overwhelming. Shikamaru was visibly excited. Isabu's usually calm heart stirred with a sense of exhilaration. This kid is good, this kid understands, this kid truly gets him. Nara Shikaku immediately rushed forward, wrapping his arms around his son to check his condition. Son, are you alright? Let your father see if you're injured anywhere. Though parents wish for their children to achieve greatness, compared to their health, even a child with no accomplishments brings them joy. As the saying goes, having children close at hand is a happiness in itself. Father, I'm fine. I've never felt better. Shikamaru exclaimed excitedly, then recalled something and communicated with Isabu. Senior, my father is worried about my well-being. Could you lend me some of your chakra to show them that our bond is close? Shikamaru pleaded. This was also a child's nature. Youngsters love to show off things they have that others don't. However, Isabu didn't find this annoying. Shikamaru was pure-hearted and genuinely treated him as a friend, not a tool. For a friend, he would not be stingy. Very well, little one. Let them witness the power of a perfect Jinchuriki. With that, Isabu shared his chakra with Shikamaru. In an instant, Shikamaru felt a surge of energy. A crimson chakra cloak enveloped him, and 3 tails gradually formed behind him. Suddenly, Hozuki Ko pushed open the door, frowning. He recalled that when he became a perfect Jinchuriki, it took a long time to earn the recognition of the 6 tails. How could this boy achieve it so quickly? Had Uchiha Zhan used some Jinjutsu? Uchiha Zhan's eyes flickered with delight as he heard the door open. He turned to see Ko's questioning and puzzled gaze. Uchiha Zhan shook his head and spread his hands, indicating that Shikamaru had accomplished this on his own. It had nothing to do with him. Ko received the signal and looked at Shikamaru with admiration. Such a talented prodigy would make an excellent disciple in the future. Nara Shikaku stepped back, sensing the vast, overwhelming chakra emanating from his son, and couldn't help but gasp. The last time he encountered similar chakra was during the Nine Tails rampage. Though the Nine Tails chakra was similar, it was fundamentally different. The Nine Tails chakra was colder, more violent, and malevolent with immense destructive power, while the chakra of the Three Tails and Nine Tails shared the same essence. Their divergent experiences had shaped their chakra in different directions. Shikamaru stood upright, his 3 tails thrashing wildly. Scales grew on his skin and his cheeks bulged. This was the semi-tailed beast form of a perfect Jinchuriki. Congratulations, Shikamaru. It seems you have gained Isabu's recognition. Use this power to protect Konoha and reshape the chaotic shinobi world. Uchiha Zhan smiled. After displaying his power, Shikamaru immediately signaled Isabu to retract the chakra. Isabu complied, and once the chakra faded, Shikamaru returned to his normal state. He was not one to show off, but under the circumstances, releasing his chakra and proving himself as a perfect Jinchuriki would demonstrate the value of both himself and Isabu. This would elevate the Nara clan's status in Konoha, and both he and Isabu would receive better treatment. Sensing Shikamaru's true intentions, Isabu clicked his tongue in amazement. This partner of his was extraordinary. At just 6 or 7 years old, Shikamaru was already strategizing, gradually revealing his and Isabu's worth to gain the village's attention and resources. Uchiha Zhan understood this and said, "Shikaku, I believe Shikamaru is worthy of training. When he comes of age, let him join the Umbu as a squad leader." Nara Shikaku's pupils contracted. The Umbu were the Hokage's personal guard, and for his son to start as a squad leader meant he could become a battalion commander before age 25, controlling the entire Konoha. Shikamaru's eyes lit up. He scrutinized Uchiha Zhan. This newly appointed Hokage truly had boldness, already reserving a battalion commander position for him. Nara Shikaku's breath quickened. This was an honor beyond compare. He looked at his son, swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing, and said, "Lord Hokage, my son Shikamaru only has some talent and is still young. He's not worthy of such a great responsibility." Nara Shikaku feared this might be a test from Uchiha Zhan, but Uchiha Zhan shook his head. "You underestimate me, and you've been overprotecting Shikamaru. I am not one to test my own people. Trust those you employ and employ those you trust. That is my principle," Uchiha Zhan said sternly. Moreover, the Umbu is a place that forges character. Becoming an Umbu shinobi requires not only strength, but also wisdom and capability. Finally, you're thinking too small. Do you think I only intend for him to be an Umbu battalion commander? No. I want to cultivate him into the supreme commander of all Konoha shinobi. In the future, Nara Shikamaru will lead Konoha's ninja to attack the 5 great shinobi villages, subduing them with unparalleled prowess and achieving the glorious name of all shinobi under Konoha. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled upward. Painting a grand vision, especially a future one, was a skill he had learned thoroughly from his own boss. Clang! The flatbread hurled by Uchiha Zhan sent the young Shikamaru reeling, his body trembling slightly. Could he really lead the Leaf Ninja to war against the other hidden villages? Nara Shikaku was taken aback. He hadn't expected Uchiha Zhan to place such great hopes on his own son. It seemed he could no longer allow Shikamaru to idly coast through life. "Shikamaru, from now on, aside from attending school, you will come here often to learn combat tactics from Master Hagoromo. In the evenings when you return home, I will personally teach you the art of strategy and formation. Since the Hokage has placed such high expectations on you, you can no longer afford to be lax or negligent," Nara Shikaku said solemnly. Nara Shikamaru nodded firmly. He had once believed that effort was pointless. His combat ability and the Nara clan's potential were too limited. Even without training, time alone would eventually bring them to that level. But now things were different. Within Shikamaru's body dwelt the 3 tails, enhancing his talent more than threefold. He could now wield not only the shadow imitation technique, but also the sea release. Uchiha Zhan's mood improved at the sight. He then stored Yagura's corpse back into the system space. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully entrusting the 3 tails to Nara Shikamaru. Critical hit reward triggered. Ding! Scanning system space. Yagura detected. The system will resurrect Yagura, restoring his strength to its peak and erasing all his memories to serve as your personal bodyguard. As the words faded, Yagura's corpse within the system space was enveloped by a radiant light. His lifeless body gradually regained its normal warmth. When the light dispersed, Yagura slowly rose to his feet, standing within the system space. Uchiha Zhan's expression stiffened. Just what kind of system did he have? Even the dead could be recycled. While he was lost in thought, an Umbu ninja appeared in the courtyard and knelt before Uchiha Zhan. "Report, Hokage-sama. The Hidden Cloud Village has sent an envoy named Dodai to negotiate with Leaf." At the mention of Dodai's name, Uchiha Zhan immediately recalled that old man who played football, the esteemed retainer of the 3rd and 4th Raikage, and a wielder of the lava release Kekkei Genkai. He was undoubtedly one of the few true powerhouses of the Hidden Cloud, holding considerable status and strength. During the last attack on Leaf by Killer Bee and the 4th Raikage, Dodai had been the one guarding their village. Their aim is to take back the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, isn't it? Uchiha Zhan said coldly. The Umbu ninja nodded. "Yes, Hokage-sama, your foresight is impeccable. They've already been escorted to the reception area. Shall we?" The Umbu ninja drew a hand across his throat, making a slashing gesture. Uchiha Zhan stared at him in astonishment. Was this fellow even more ruthless than himself? Even in war, envoys must not be slain. The Umbu ninja explained, "Hokage-sama, the tailed beast belongs to Leaf. It cannot be bought with money. I believe Killer Bee must not be returned to them." Uchiha Zhan mused for a moment. "Let them rest in the village for a day. It's getting late. Also bring Killer Bee to me." The Umbu ninja was puzzled, but he nonetheless followed the Hokage's orders and made the arrangements. The envoys from the Hidden Cloud grew displeased. It was only noon, so what did he mean by getting late? Samui crossed her arms, impatience written plainly across her brow. Dodai, after a moment's thought, smiled lightly. He produced a gold ingot from a scroll and offered it to the Umbu ninja. "For your trouble. A small token of gratitude from the Hidden Cloud." The Umbu ninja glanced at him, and turned away without a word. Was he joking? Who would dare accept that bribe? Did they truly take Uchiha Zhan for a fool? Dodai fell silent. At last the hand clutching the gold ingot slowly sank. A cold draft slipped through the window the Umbu ninja had left behind. Samui spoke up. Dodai-sama, I see no sincerity from Leaf at all. Tonight we should capture a few of their Kekkei Jinkai brats and force Uchiha Zhan to hand over Killer Bee. That would be the wiser course. Dodai frowned at her words. He couldn't fathom how the so-called greatest beauty of the hidden cloud could utter such utterly brainless nonsense. If they truly did such a thing, even if they got Killer Bee back, who would stop Susanoo when Leaf marched on the cloud? Her tits. Enough. Our objective is unmistakably clear, secure an agreement at any cost, and implore Hokage Uchiha Zhan to release our man. Do not create unnecessary complications. The Leaf village of today is no longer the weak and inept Leaf of the past. Dodai rubbed the bridge of his nose. He found himself longing for the days of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. Under his leadership, Leaf had constantly inflicted wounds upon itself, its strength steadily waning. Even during the Byakugan incident of old Dodai had been certain Leaf would make outrageous demands for compensation. Instead, not only did they pay reparations, they even offered up Hyuga Hizashi to settle the matter. That had made Dodai question his very sanity. Could the third Hokage truly be such a fool? Was this man who inherited the will of fire of the second Hokage Tobarama Senju really worthy of that legacy? Had the second Hokage Tobarama Senju been blind? In the Pure Land, Tobarama Senju sneezed without pause. Something was wrong, deeply wrong. What the hell was going on? Could the dead catch cold? Someone must be speaking ill of him behind his back. Those detestable Uchiha brats, it had to be them. Outside the inn where the Cloud envoys were lodged, shinobi from both the Uchiha and Hyuga clans furiously transcribed every word of their conversation. All of it would be delivered to the Hokage. Samui remained unimpressed, lounging in her seat with legs crossed. Humph. So they've awakened a few Mangekyo Sharingan. Our history books clearly record that overuse of the Mangekyo leads to deteriorating eyesight and ultimately total blindness. After such an intense war last time, I refuse to believe the Uchiha clan's eyes remain unscathed. Samui said coldly. Dodai interjected. Even so, we cannot let their hatred be directed at the hidden cloud. Our village has suffered heavy losses. Now is the time to recuperate. His meaning was clear. They must wait until the Uchiha's Mangekyo had withered away. Only then would the time for counterattack come. Until then, they had to remain in hiding. This time Samui raised no objection, for Dodai's logic was sound. Uchiha Zhan returned to his clan compound, where a shinobi promptly arrived to deliver a report. Report, Hokage-sama. The Cloud envoys Dodai and Samui were in their room saying. The Uchiha Umbu recounted everything. A Hyuga shinobi added, Hokage-sama, the hidden cloud's ambitions are blatantly exposed for all to see. We must remain vigilant. Uchiha Zhan said nothing for a time. Finally he spoke. I am already aware of this matter. Tomorrow bring them to the Hokage's office. Tell Hayashi that tomorrow. A smile crept onto Uchiha Zhan's lips. The Hyuga Umbu's mouth twitched. How splendid. All the dirty work was being dumped on their clan head. Still, for the sake of Konoha. The Hyuga Umbu ninja fixed his gaze. Yes, Lord Hokage, I guarantee to complete the mission. With that his figure vanished. Uchiha Zhan smiled as he watched the Hyuga Umbu's back, feeling satisfied. The Uchiha Umbu ninja beside him spoke. Lord Hokage, I will continue to keep watch. If there is any sign of trouble, I will report to you tomorrow. Go ahead. By the way, take this A-rank fire release ninjutsu to train. Saying that, Uchiha Zhan tossed out a scroll as if throwing away trash. The Uchiha Umbu ninja's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly caught it, and upon hearing Uchiha Zhan mention an A-rank ninjutsu, he nearly jumped up in excitement. Although there are many types of fire release ninjutsu, A-rank ones are extremely rare. In his current situation, most of his techniques are B-rank, and he only has one A-rank as his trump card. Now that Uchiha Zhan had bestowed an A-rank ninjutsu, it meant he had another trump card. Who would ever complain about having too many trump cards? Thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you, Lord Hokage. The Uchiha Umbu ninja quickly bowed in thanks, but Uchiha Zhan helped him up. If you are exposed, prioritize saving your life. With your 3 Tomo Sharingan strength, they wouldn't dare use particularly powerful ninjutsu within Konoha. As long as you are determined to escape, there is no problem. Even if you fail, I will personally come to rescue you. Uchiha Zhan patted his shoulder to reassure him. Yes, Lord Hokage. He was deeply moved, never expecting the Hokage to care so much about the life of a mere pawn. In the past, during the reign of the third Hokage, whether it was the third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen or the Uchiha clan head Fugaku, they only cared about results, not the process. Moreover, the prevailing attitude at the time was that a ninja who failed to complete a mission was worthless. They would be condemned by the villagers. Now the Hokage's words made the Uchiha Umbu ninja willing to die for him. Go, Uchiha Zhan said calmly. The Uchiha Umbu ninja also vanished from the spot. A glint of killing intent flashed in Uchiha Zhan's eyes. The Hidden Cloud village was truly an ungrateful wolf. Perhaps in this era of war, only by behaving like them could one advance further and strengthen one's own village. But understanding was one thing. Uchiha Zhan would not show them mercy just because he understood. Soon another group arrived at the Uchiha compound bringing a large man. Uchiha Zhan had waited for a long time. He ordered them to bring the man to the courtyard and also summoned Uchiha Shisui. Upon receiving the news, Uchiha Shisui did not dare to decline and hurried over. Lord Hokage, is there an important matter that requires my action? Uchiha Shisui's gaze was firm, but his voice trembled slightly, as if he had come in such haste that he forgot to regulate his breathing. Uchiha Zhan sighed in admiration. No wonder he was one of the most perfect ninjas in the original story. Who wouldn't love such an attitude? Uchiha Zhan nodded, then pointed at the figure in the courtyard. I need you to implant an idea into his mind. When the Hidden Cloud Village decides to strike against Konoha, he must immediately after the meeting ends hand over the meeting's contents to Konoha's spy. Uchiha Shisui looked over. The Umbu ninja removed the cloth bag covering the prisoner's head. Uchiha Shisui's pupils contracted. This face. How could he ever forget it? The one who had tailed beast transformation in the forest, constantly releasing tailed beast balls. The 8 tails Jinchuriki Kalabi. Instantly he flew into a rage. If not for the sake of Hokage Uchiha Zhan, he would have cut off his head right now. Seeing Uchiha Shisui's reaction, Uchiha Zhan quickly said, Shisui, rest assured, he is already under my Jinjutsu control. He is now one of us. After you cast Kodoame Tsukumi on him, I will summon a Yamanaka clan ninja to erase his memories of this period in Konoha. Finally, I will release the Jinjutsu on him. However, I will plant 3 cursed seeds in his heart. If I detect him making a move against Konoha, I will detonate them. The explosive power of the 3 cursed seeds is such that even the 9 tails could not save him. Uchiha Zhan's face had turned completely cold. He didn't care about the enemy's life or death. If Kalabi were not still useful, he would have cut off his head long ago and hung it on the northern gate pillar. Uchiha Shisui heard this and nodded. Alright, I will use Kodoame Tsukumi now. With that he walked toward Kalabi, his eyes shifting from black to the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Inside Kalabi's mental space, Baka Yuru Kono Yero. Konoha people are really bad. 8 tails, I cannot wait. SKR. On the other hand, Gyuki the 8 tails didn't find it a problem. In fact, he thought staying in Konoha was quite nice. Although his brothers couldn't meet, they had endless topics to chat about every day. This was much better than being in the Hidden Cloud Village. As for Kalabi's plea, sorry, he hoped Konoha would quickly unify the ninja world and would not help Kalabi. Kodoame Tsukumi. Uchiha Shisui's Mangekyo eyes spun, and then a large amount of released chakra gathered in his eyes. Since this was a puppet Uchiha Zhan wanted to control, it certainly wouldn't be a short-term Kodoame Tsukumi. He decisively used the Kodoame Tsukumi with a cooldown of nearly 20 years. Within Kalabi's mental space, a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan appeared, the pattern of which belonged to Uchiha Shisui. Kalabi, who had been singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball, suddenly stopped all movement and sound the moment those eyes appeared. The 8 tails shrank into a corner, curling up silently, watching everything. This is terrifying. The pressure of the Mangekyo Sharingan is so overwhelming. I'd better conceal my presence as much as possible and avoid standing out. To prevent Kalabi from acting too abnormally after being hit by Kodoame Tsukumi, Shisui not only added the condition given by Uchiha Zhan, but also added another one: act normally in daily life. After doing all this, the Mangekyo Sharingan in the air shot out a green beam of light that surged into Kalabi's body. At the same time, Uchiha Zhan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan also appeared. He ignored Kalabi and instead looked at the 8 tails Gyuki, who was trying to lower his presence, wishing he could bury his head under his own rear. Gyuki, you're a smart beast. I think life here is much more pleasant than in the Hidden Cloud Village, since your comrades are all here, aren't they, eh? Uchiha Zhan coaxed. Next I will plant the cursed seeds. You'd better not meddle, or else. From the projection of Uchiha Zhan's eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, a beam of adamantine sealing chains as thick as a bucket shot out. You can experience what Kurama went through. Uchiha Zhan said coldly. 8 tails' pupils contracted. Damn, is the adamantine sealing chains really this powerful? That overwhelming sealing power, I feel like I'm going to explode. Uchiha-san didn't answer him, his Mangekyo Sharingan projection silently fixed on it. I agree, do what you will, just don't suppress me with that thing. 8 tails looked at Killer Bee and could only say, brother, I'm sorry, for the sake of my freedom, I have to sacrifice you. Uchiha-san saw that Killer Bee was so sensible, so he nodded. I'm good. With that, the arm-thick adamantine sealing chains vanished, and his projection appeared again in the space. The more 8 tails looked at that figure, the more familiar it seemed. Why did this human give him such a terrifying feeling? As Uchiha-san approached, all 8 of his tails stood on end. Damn, Uchiha Madara. That's it, this kid looks exactly like Uchiha Madara. No wonder he feels so familiar. 8 tails had been captured by Uchiha Madara back then, but years had passed. Coupled with constantly listening to Killer Bee's brainwashing songs and the battle with the third Raikage, he had forgotten his former weakness and fear. Uchiha-san didn't bother guessing what 8 tails was thinking. He walked straight to where Killer Bee was in the consciousness space, activated his right eternal Mangekyo, condensed 3 bluish-purple demon seeds, and thrust them into Killer Bee's heart. At the same time in reality, Killer Bee's chest emitted a bluish-purple light. Uchiha Zhan stopped chakra transmission only after the demon seeds had germinated. Thus Uchiha Zhan left Killer Bee's consciousness space, glancing at Eight Tails. The Hachibi shuddered and said, "Please take care, please take care." Uchiha Zhan nodded in satisfaction, and his figure vanished. Eight Tails breathed a sigh of relief, wiped the non-existent sweat from his head, looked at Killer Bee, and a hint of relief flickered in his eyes. "Brother, I'm sorry, I have no choice. I can't beat him," Yuki muttered, and then closed his eyes to rest. Uchiha Shirsue, after completing the will modification, exited Killer Bee's consciousness space, drenched in sweat. Did he really think casting Eternal Kodoame Tsukumi was that easy? This wave had drained his chakra completely. Just as he was about to fall, Uchiha Zhan caught him with his right hand and infused his own chakra into Uchiha Shirsue's body. Soon Uchiha Shirsue breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lord Hokage, I feel much better." Uchiha Zhan sighed. "You drained your chakra for my sake. If anyone should say thank you, it's me." Uchiha Shirsue smiled lightly and shook his head. Uchiha Zhan whistled, and instantly 30 to 40 ANBU appeared, all kneeling. "Lord Hokage X40. Rise. Go to the Yamanaka clan and request Yamanaka Inoichi. Tell him there's an important matter that requires his help." Uchiha Zhan gave the order. The ninjas replied, "Yes," and then vanished one by one. Uchiha Zhan helped Uchiha Shirsue into a chair. In the Yamanaka clan, Yamanaka Inoichi, who was reading, suddenly heard a subordinate running in frantically. The first words were, "Master, bad news, bad news. Something's happened. A huge disaster." Yamanaka Inoichi was about to scold him for being so flustered. Had the sky fallen? Then he saw over 40 agile figures appearing on his roof in the courtyard and on the ornamental trees. His face turned pale with fright. He thought, damn, could someone in the clan have violated the village's laws? Are the ANBU here to arrest them? And the person involved must be high-ranking. 40 ANBU ninjas, this is too much of a show of force. Even a Kage-level powerhouse probably couldn't escape this unscathed, right? "May I ask which reckless brat from the Yamanaka clan has committed an offense worthy of your presence here? Just say the word, even if it's my daughter, I'll tie her up and hand her over." Yamanaka Inoichi was helpless. This was the first time in his life he had encountered such a grand display. This force could annihilate his entire clan. "Lord Hokage orders that you accompany us. The mission is classified rank SSS. Please understand," one of the ANBU explained. Yamanaka Inoichi frowned, then the heavy stone in his heart suddenly dropped. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wasn't targeting the Yamanaka clan. He sighed, and then clapped. Yamanaka Fu appeared before him. "Head of the clan, shall I take care of them?" Yamanaka Fu looked resolute, knowing he was no match for these people, but he felt he owed Yamanaka Inoichi for taking him in and giving him a chance. Yamanaka Inoichi was gratified by his reaction. Such loyalty was rare among the other Yamanaka ninjas. However, he patted his shoulder. "Fu, put down the kunai. I believe the Lord Hokage won't harm me. Besides, this is an opportunity. You must seize it." Yamanaka Inoichi smiled slightly. Yamanaka Fu was stunned when he heard Yamanaka Inoichi request to bring the clan's genius Yamanaka Fu along. "I asked the ANBU captain for leniency." The ANBU captain understood the Yamanaka clan's loyalty and the nature of the mission, but due to confidentiality, he couldn't explain, leaving Yamanaka Inoichi to guess. Presumably the genius he mentioned was this Yamanaka Fu. In any case, he was just a jonin. With so many jonin around, what could one man do? That's fine, but he must hand over his ninja tools. Meeting the Lord Hokage is a serious matter. If he were to offend the Lord Hokage, our lives are trivial, but the Hokage's safety is paramount. The ANBU captain had already relented. Yamanaka Inoichi smiled slightly. "Thank you. Fu, put down your kunai and hand over all metal items, including explosive tags." Yamanaka Fu nodded. He could disregard the ANBU captain's words, but since his clan head had spoken, he naturally cooperated. Thus Yamanaka Inoichi handed over his ninja tool pouch and scroll. The ANBU captain signaled his men, who immediately searched them. Finally, they shook their heads. The ANBU captain nodded. "Apologies, clan head Yamanaka, and this jonin." Yamanaka Inoichi smiled. No matter. It's only proper." At the same time, he was calculating how serious this matter was to have mobilized so many ANBU. Then he and Yamanaka Fu followed the ANBU toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Meanwhile, this news reached the ears of the Kumogakure envoy Tudai and others. Tudai frowned. 30 to 40 ANBU went to the Yamanaka clan and are now heading toward the Uchiha clan's compound. Yamanaka clan. Yamanaka clan. Tudai muttered softly. Suddenly his expression changed as he recalled the Yamanaka clan's ability. He exclaimed, "Not good. Killer Bee is in danger." Despite his advanced age, Dodai moved with remarkable swiftness, his face stern as he charged toward the Uchiha clan grounds. Samui spoke up, "Lord Dodai, should I notify the Raikage? He is concealed just outside the village and will burst in the moment he sees the signal. With only a few third-rate ninjas from Konoha, they are no match for the Raikage." Samui said, her tone earnest and grave. "Know if the Raikage storms in and kills someone, the nature of the matter changes. Setting aside ourselves, even he would have to lay down his life here." The Hidden Cloud Village cannot afford to lose the fourth Raikage now. Should anything happen to him, the third Tsuchikage Inoki would surely turn into a wolf catching the scent of blood and launch an all-out assault on our village. Dodai stated calmly. Sammy was taken aback, then put away the flare and continued running. What they did not know was that Konoha was under a curfew, and to the eyes of the Umbu their movements were no different from those of live targets. Kakashi spoke coolly, everyone follow them. If they make any suspicious move, strike immediately. The moment his words fell, countless Umbu ninjas sprang into action. Sensing that they were being watched, Dodai formed hand seals while running Lava Release Guardian Guy. In an instant, a massive rubber sphere materialized out of thin air. Scum, like you get out of my way. Dodai roared, leaping into a spinning kick that struck the rubber sphere, sending it hurtling toward the cluster of Umbu ninjas. Beware! The Umbu ninja abandoned their concealment and shouted. The Guardian Guy shot toward them faster than they could react, sending a group of Konoha Umbu flying with pained cries. Dodai sneered. These were nothing but a pack of chickens and dogs. Even Kitsuchi of the Hidden Stone Village could not fully block this technique. With mere trash like these, they thought they could chase him down. Samui's delicate frame trembled. She had never imagined that Dodai, usually so refined and even somewhat artistic, could be such a formidable fighter. What she did not know was that this amiable middle-aged man had once been the partner and bodyguard of the third Raikage. How could a guard chosen by a human monster like the third Raikage ever be weak? After repelling the Umbu, the Guardian Guy curved back toward Dodai at a bizarre angle. He repeated the trick, delivering a spinning kick that sent the rubber sphere barreling back into the crowd. He had not put his full strength into the blow, only driving the Umbu back. Killing them would change everything. The Guardian Guy shot through the air like a cannonball toward the Umbu. Their faces turned pale, desperation flashing in their eyes. This is youth. Konoha Whirlwind. A young man in a green bodysuit appeared. Bowl-cut hair, beaming smile, and muscles coiled across his entire frame. Kakashi, after this is over, let's have a race. With that, Mike Guy drove his foot into the Guardian Guy. The rubber sphere warped violently, then snapped back to its original shape and shot toward Dodai. Dodai's expression changed drastically. He blurted out a curse and began channeling his chakra, only to realize the Guardian Guy was no longer under his control. Because of the force it had absorbed, his chakra could no longer alter its trajectory. He swiftly formed hand seals, preparing to dispel the technique. The Guardian Guy hurtled toward Dodai at tremendous speed, but at the very last moment before impact, it dissolved into soft rubber, liquefied, and splashed onto the ground. Mike Guy furrowed his brow. How could the ball be so fragile? It must have been all show. Kakashi appeared beside him, glanced at his leg, and couldn't help but marvel. As expected of Konoha's strongest taijutsu, that Guardian Guy had sent over a dozen Umbu flying, yet Mike Guy had kicked it back with raw power. Guy, thanks. From here on, please handle the old man's rubber ball. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow. Kakashi said coolly. Oh, no problem, my eternal rival. Mike Guy flashed a sunny grin and gave a thumbs up. Kakashi nodded, then moved swiftly, closing in on Dodai. As the captain of the Umbu, he was no slouch. To realize the noble ideals in Lord Uchiha's heart, he would become the sharpest blade, severing every thorn that dared to obstruct the arrival of a new era. Lightning Cutter. Kakashi's Sharingan locked onto Dodai. Dodai's pupils contracted as he saw the lightning crackling around Kakashi's right hand, terror surging in his heart. My life ends here. Dodai closed his eyes, for Kakashi's speed was so immense that he reached him in the span of 2 breaths. The lightning cutter was raised high, murder gleaming in Kakashi's eyes. Die, scum. Lightning Cutter. Cloud-style flying blade. Samui leaped into the air, short blade in hand, channeling her chakra as lightning enveloped the weapon, and she slashed toward Kakashi's right palm. Kakashi's pupils shrank. He abandoned his kill on Dodai and prematurely detonated his lightning-natured chakra. Boom. Blue electric light exploded outward, blasting Samui away and preventing her flying blade from harming his hand. In the same breath, Dodai recovered and formed a seal with one hand, Lava Release Guardian Wall. He slammed both hands onto the ground and rubber liquid surged up from the earth. One part catching the airborne Samui, another part rising into a colossal rubber wall that sealed them off from Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the wall with his listless eyes, then drew his white light chakra saber and gave it a poke. Feeling its resilience, he realized, so it's rubber, is it? Rubber doesn't conduct electricity, which greatly weakens my lightning cutter. But then again, who said I'm a lightning-natured ninja? Kakashi sneered and began forming hand seals at a rapid pace. Fire Release Dragon Fire Technique. A colossal serpentine dragon of flames erupted from his mouth and surged toward the rubber wall. With its sheer momentum and searing heat, the guardian wall began melting into liquid. Seeing this, Kakashi increased his chakra output, and within less than 5 seconds the rubber wall dissolved, revealing a gaping hole. Kakashi passed through the guardian wall, only to find that the group from the Hidden Cloud Village had already vanished without a trace. His expression soured. Having his entire squad held up by these cloud envoys was a disgrace. Dodai clutched his chest, his breathing ragged and unsteady. A wave of lingering dread washed over him. Konoha's genius ninjas were truly beyond count. The one who nearly killed him moments ago must have been the legendary copy ninja Kakashi, the man known as Konoha's technical ninja. To think someone so young could unleash a lightning technique no less formidable than lightning-release Liger Bomb. Konoha's geniuses truly came in droves. If the Hidden Cloud Village wished to survive, they would have to tread carefully and play along. Samui spat out a mouthful of blood, her weary gaze turning to Dodai. Lord Dodai, please go, don't worry about me. I know my own condition all too well. That Kakashi's technique carried a thunderous explosion with terrifying power. If he hadn't held back, my chest would have been pierced clean through. Samui clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Dodai's expression turned ugly at Samui's words, and he looked grimly at the Umbu ninja from Konoha who had caught up. Taking advantage of everyone's inattention, Dodai's right hand began to transform into liquid rubber while murderous intent blazed from his eyes. Since he could not survive today, he might as well take a few people with him to the Pure Land as burial companions. At that critical moment, a young child's voice rang out, water-style water formation wall. Nara Shikamaru slashed his right hand through the air, and a great amount of water burst out from where his hand had passed, forming a wall of water. This wall blocked the Umbu ninja's advance and drew everyone's attention. Hey kid, do you have any idea that you're making an enemy of the Umbu and of the Lord Hokage? They are spies from Kumogakure. They just wounded many of our Umbu. We must take them into custody and await sentencing. The Umbu ninja were seething with indignation. Several of their comrades had been sent flying injured or even fractured for no reason, and now this little brat was blocking their way. Everyone, the Lord Hokage has ordered me to invite these people into the Uchiha clan compound. Please return now. Hospital beds and 2 months' salary will be arranged shortly as compensation for your valiant efforts tonight. Nara Shikaku's figure appeared. His appearance silenced everyone. Everyone knew that when the Lord Hokage was absent, this man served as the acting Hokage. He was someone who could truly have an audience with the Lord Hokage at any time. Since he had said so, there could be no problem. Except, they looked behind them. A white-haired figure, one hand resting on the short blade at his waist, walked slowly forward. Hitaki Kakashi. Lord Shikaku, the Lord Hokage, said he wants to see these people correct. Hitaki Kakashi looked up and asked. Nara Shikaku nodded in acknowledgement. Hitaki Kakashi waved his right hand. Everyone prepare to tie up these Kumogakure people. Lord Shikaku and I are going to see the Hokage. With that, he activated his Mangekyo Dojutsu. Suddenly, space distorted above the heavy water wall, and a huge hole was torn open. The pupils of the three tails contracted. This power. It suddenly spoke. Shikamaru, be careful. The aura on him shares the same origin as that man who controlled the Three Tails Jinchuriki in Kirigakure back then. Shikamaru's brain short-circuited. Kakashi's power and that of the mastermind behind the scenes in Kirigakure were of the same origin. Why? But before he could think it over, a group of Umbu ninja rushed over, pinned Dodai and the others to the ground and put handcuffs on them. Nara Shikaku gave Kakashi a meaningful look, and Kakashi looked back at him. The two exchanged a smile. Finally, Shikaku spoke. Shikamaru released the jutsu. Yes. Nara Shikamaru ceased his chakra output, and the water formation wall immediately turned into a puddle of water that soaked into the earth. Hitaki Kakashi walked over to him. Hey kid, the chakra fluctuation on you belongs to the Three Tails. Shikamaru was taken aback, but nodded anyway. That's right. I am the Three Tails Jinchuriki, personally chosen by the Lord Hokage. Kakashi understood. Do well. Control the tailed beast. Don't let it run wild. When he said this, he didn't know whether he was speaking to himself or to Shikamaru. This left Shikamaru feeling rather bewildered. Shikaku was silent as if he knew about this matter, and that silence also fell upon the Three Tails. What had happened back then was not something it had wanted to do. It had also been forced into that little girl's body. All right, Kakashi. Around 4 people are enough. Let the rest go back. As for what you did today, I think it still needs to be reported to the Lord Hokage. Nara Shikaku said. It wasn't that he wanted to make things difficult for Hitaki Kakashi, but rather that Kakashi's actions just now had been somewhat reckless. Hitaki Kakashi's body trembled. I understand, Lord Shikaku. He too had been carried away by the power of the Three Tails just now. Nara Shikaku sighed. It seemed Kakashi still couldn't let go of that girl from back then. And so the group led the envoys from Kumogakure toward the Uchiha clan compound. Meanwhile, Yamanaka and Noichi, accompanied by Yamanaka Fu, knocked on the gate of the Uchiha clan compound. Before long, someone came to receive them. The Lord Hokage said that if 2 people came to the gate, we should invite them straight in without ceremony. You must be the 2. Please come in. The Uchiha clan's greeter showed not a trace of arrogance. They knew very well that these were people invited by their own clan head. If they failed to entertain them properly, they might as well quit and kill themselves in apology. Yamanaka and Noichi nodded and walked in ahead. Uchiha Zhan was in the courtyard drinking tea. Hearing the footsteps, Uchiha Zhan smiled. Brother Inoichi, I've waited for you so long that the flowers have withered. There is something I need your help with. Yamanaka and Noichi knelt on one knee. Lord Hokage, what are you saying? To be able to work for you is the honor of Yamanaka and Noichi. Seeing the clan head kneel, Yamanaka Fu also knelt. Get up. Don't be so nervous. These are just small matters. Do today exactly as you would on any other day. Uchiha Zhan helped the 2 of them up and patted their knees. This gesture moved them deeply, and they marveled at Uchiha Zhan's humility in treating able men with respect. What matter could have moved the Lord Hokage to mobilize on such a scale? Yamanaka, Inoichi asked. On his way here he had heard the distant wails and the sounds of Umbu ninja fighting. Uchiha Zhan spoke. I need you to erase all of Killer Bee's memories from the past 2 hours up to now. As for the tailed beast, rest assured, it won't dare obstruct you. Inoichi had initially thought that with the 8 Tails Jinchuriki protected by tailed beast chakra, erasing his memories would be quite difficult. But now that Uchiha Zhan had said the 8 Tails Jinchuriki would not interfere, the corners of his mouth curled up. Just as he was about to begin, he glanced at Yamanaka Fu beside him and suddenly spoke. Lord Hokage, this is the finest ninja of the Yamanaka clan. Though he once served en route, from my observations over this period, his ability and moral character are both excellent. Especially his memory removal jutsu. Fast, accurate, and merciless. Yamanaka Inoichi said with a smile. Uchiha Zhan understood what he meant. He was recommending someone to him. Yamanaka Fu not bad. His loyalty and ability had been displayed to the fullest in the later 5 Kage Summit and in the battle against Sasuke. In that case, Yamanaka Fu, I'll leave it to you. Uchiha Zhan patted his shoulder. Yamanaka Fu assented, then focused chakra into both of his hands and placed one hand on Killer Bee's head. With the other hand forming a sword finger gesture before his chest, he closed his eyes and began to search Killer Bee's memories. Locking onto the point 2 hours earlier, he stirred his chakra and erased that segment of Killer Bee's memories. He then opened his eyes. Lord Hokage, I have erased his memories. Uchiha Zhan was taken aback by these words, looking at Shanzhong Feng with some surprise. So fast. Shanzhong Hai seemed to perceive Uchiha Zhan's confusion. He stepped forward, making the same gesture as Shanzhong Feng, and began to examine his memories. After about 2 minutes, he opened his eyes and laughed. Lord Hokage, Shanzhong Feng is not lying. The memories from now until 2 hours ago have been completely erased. His memory stops at the moment he was just brought out of the cell. And to increase authenticity, Feng added a memory of Killer Bee being knocked unconscious into his mind. It can be described as seamless and perfect. Shanzhong Hai looked at Shanzhong Feng with appreciation. Shanzhong Feng's body leaned slightly forward, his face devoid of any arrogance or complacency, entirely the expression of a subordinate doing his duty. All this was observed by Uchiha Zhan. Shanzhong Feng, are you willing to work under me? Uchiha Zhan looked at Shanzhong Feng with a smile, his eyes full of appreciation and satisfaction. Shanzhong Feng knelt on one knee. This was what Shanzhong Hai had discussed with him before coming. If Uchiha Zhan extended an offer, do not hesitate. Shanzhong Feng is willing to serve Lord Hokage, Shanzhong Feng said. Uchiha Zhan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, you will stay by my side from now on. Additionally, I need you to help me put on a performance. Uchiha Zhan told them about the imminent arrival of the envoy from Cloud Village and asked them to pretend they were just about to erase the memories. The two did not understand the reason, but still nodded in agreement. Uchiha Zhan looked at Killer Bee, a hint of amusement in his eyes. The stage was set, all that was left was the arrival of the protagonist. Just then a Uchiha ninja came to report again. Lord Hokage, Lord Narashikaku, and Lord Kakashi have brought a group of people to the clan grounds and wish to see you. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled upward. Good, go bring them in. Yes. The Uchiha ninja immediately went to the clan entrance and brought the people inside. Uchiha Zhan sat with his legs crossed while Shanzhong Feng was performing the memory reading action, with Shanzhong Hai guiding from the side. The moment Kakashi and the others arrived with the Cloud Village delegation, Tutai immediately spoke up. Lord Hokage, you must not. Our Cloud Village has come with sincerity to redeem Lord Killer Bee. Do not touch his head. Tutai could see that Shanzhong Feng had not yet erased the memories. It was not too late. Thus, disregarding his dignity, he broke free from the Umbu ninja's restraint and crawled wriggling toward Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan frowned. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my affairs? Not to mention you, even the fourth Raikage would not dare to order me around. Uchiha Zhan displayed his roguish demeanor to the fullest. Tutai felt contempt in his heart, but his face still wore a polite smile. Lord Hokage, I am the envoy sent by Cloud Village to negotiate the matter of the Jinchuriki Tutai. As for the Jinchuriki, our Cloud Village does not place much importance on him. The most important thing is that Lord Killer Bee and our Raikage are sworn brothers. They have long said they would live and die together, share survival and destruction. Now that Lord Killer Bee is in your hands, our Raikage is willing to spend 1 billion to redeem him. We only hope that Lord Hokage, considering that we are both among the 5 great ninja villages, will grant our Raikage's wish. Tutai laid out both good and bad arguments, trying to morally bind Uchiha Zhan from the high ground of ethics and friendship. In normal times, given Uchiha Zhan's temperament, he would certainly not be easily swayed. But now with the demon seed planted in Killer Bee, he posed no threat to Leaf Village. If he dared to attack Leaf, he would detonate the seed and kill him. Now he wanted to send Killer Bee back without leaving a trace, but it could not be done too easily. The other party had offered 1 billion, but the money had not yet been paid. Hell, Lord Tutai, you jest. I have heard something about your village's Raikage and Killer Bee, but the ninja world is not your private domain where you can do as you please. 1 billion for the second strongest of the 9-tailed beasts. Do you take us for fools? Would we give it to you so easily? 1 billion. Why don't you just die, eh? Uchiha Zhan stood up, and behind him a blue Susanoo skeleton rose up. An immense pressure erupted from his body, forcing Tutai to lower his head once more. His heart was filled with terror. Damn it, this pressure alone could suffocate a person. His strength is definitely greater than the Rakich's. Beside him, Sammy, however, braced against the pressure to lift her head. Her movement caused her ample bosom to tremble, and the deep cleavage caught Uchiha Zhan's attention, making his pupils contract. Uchiha Zhan turned around, took out a handkerchief, and covered his nose. Because he was wearing the Warring State's red armor, Tutai and the others could not detect his unusual behavior. Lord Hokage, I never expected that Leaf Village, as the greatest village, would still rely on a Jinchuriki. Isn't that somewhat undeserving of its reputation? Sammy gritted her teeth and spoke. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Zhan's resolve no longer wavered. After wiping away the bloodstains, he turned around and said coldly, "Moral coercion didn't work, so now you're trying to coerce with strength. Since you think the Jinchuriki doesn't demonstrate strength, why don't you just get lost? You want the Eight Tails Jinchuriki, don't you? You want that power that can level everything on the battlefield. Why say it's so high-sounding? And besides, since when does Leaf Village need your meddling? What do you think, I'm dead?" The domineering pressure intensified once more. Sammy could no longer endure and finally collapsed to the ground with trembling legs, her eyes filled with disbelief, fear, and admiration. In Cloud Village, the strong are always revered and girls are indoctrinated to submit to the powerful. If it weren't for Sammy's exceptional abilities, she would have long been taken as a concubine. It was the third Raikage who took her in, giving her dignity, respect, and chakra extraction techniques, which is why she now assists the fourth Raikage. But now the genetic call to worship the strong began to stir her heart. If she could marry this handsome, powerful, and charismatic man before her, wouldn't she bear a strong child? 1.5 billion. We are willing to pay 1.5 billion silver to redeem Lord Killer Bee. Please, Lord Hokage, agree. Tutai did not notice Sammy's unusual state, but he felt Uchiha Zhan's pressure. This force made it hard for him to breathe, and his whole body went weak. He could not hold out any longer, so he could only raise the stakes, hoping to tempt Uchiha Zhan. Sure enough, after he said this, Uchiha Zhan withdrew his pressure and turned to look at him. 1.5 billion is too little. 25 billion. If you have 25 billion right now, I will return the man to you immediately. 2.5 billion. Why don't you just go rob a bank? One of the Kumogakure Umbu ninja cursed angrily. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing? Say one more word, and I'll take your life. Uchiha Zhan crouched down, extended his palm, and patted the man's face. You? The Kumogakure ninja was about to curse further, but Tudai intervened. Enough, Chingjia. Do you think the Hokage is someone you can debate with? Shut up. Tudai did not want his subordinates dying here. Even though they were not bound at this moment, the handful of them combined could not defeat Uchiha Zhan. Moreover, there were so many experts in the courtyard now. If they wanted to die, it should not be here, but in the future war against Konohagakure. Dying here served no purpose whatsoever. Hokage-sama, 2.5 billion is a bit too much. I am not afraid to tell you that I only have 2 billion on hand. This is also the limit of our Raikage. If it exceeds this amount, we will no longer care whether Kurabi lives or dies. Tudai stiffened his neck. Kill me or cut me apart, do as you please. He closed his eyes and snorted coldly. Uchiha Zhan's mind raced. Could this really be their bottom line? Forget it, if this is the case, 2 billion it shall be. Uchiha Zhan would not speak it himself. Instead, he exchanged a glance with Narashikaku. After all, in a business like this, how could the leader be the one to open his mouth? Narashikaku's mouth twitched, secretly cursing inwardly. What a guy, you are too embarrassed to say it, so you throw me to the wolves. Will I get the title of Konoha's debt collector later? Nevertheless, he cleared his mind and carefully drafted 3 copies of the contract, which stated that Kumogakure voluntarily exchanged 2 billion ryo for the freedom of the Eight Tails Jinchuriki Kurabi. The process was open, the terms accurate, both parties confirmed. Uchiha Zhan first glanced at the contract, nodded, and said, "Untie them." Hatake Kakashi stepped forward to untie Tudai. Although Tudai felt uncomfortable and resentful, he ultimately had no choice but to accept it. There was no way around it. Circumstances were stronger than individuals. Besides, they were still the weaker party. Was the weaker party always merely fish on the chopping board at the mercy of others? As a strong person, one must grow accustomed to such matters. Moreover, it was merely 2 billion ryo. Before, Sarutobi Hiruzen had paid Kumogakure compensation as high as over 3 billion ryo. This time was simply returning what was owed with little impact on himself. Tudai moved his limbs and sat at the negotiation table. Uchiha Zhan spoke politely, "Lord Tudai, please." Tudai glanced at him, picked up the pen prepared nearby, signed his name, and pressed his thumb into the vermilion ink to leave his mark. Narashikaku's eyes lit up. He quickly took the contract signed by Tudai, reviewed it from beginning to end, found no issues, and nodded to Uchiha Zhan. Good, the contract is established. In triplicate, Kumogakure may take 1 copy. Gather 2 billion ryo within 3 days, and you may leave. For each day beyond, the amount increases by 1 billion. Take Kurabi back with you. Remember, you only have 3 days. After Uchiha Zhan finished speaking, his violent chakra erupted outward, blasting everyone present away. When everything settled, they found themselves exactly outside the Uchiha district. At the same time, the ropes binding them were severed by the chakra explosion, and they regained their freedom of movement. Sammy immediately inspected Karabi's body and found that he was even more muscular than an ordinary person. Her lip twitched involuntarily before she turned to Tudai. Lord Karabi's body shows no abnormalities. Should we run directly, or? Tudai shook his head. We cannot run. Do you think Uchiha Zhan is Sarutobi Hiruzen? You want to run and you can run. Did you not see just now how his strength resembled an endless ocean, surging and relentless? Forget about running. Contact the Raikage outside the village now. He and the other Kumogakure Umbu ninja are guarding 3 billion Ryo. Have them deliver the 20 billion into Konoha. Tudai issued his orders. Upon hearing this, Sammy nodded. Recalling Uchiha Zhan's overwhelming strength, her gaze grew distant, and she felt a trace of excitement and weakness in her legs. Uchiha Zhan sat in the courtyard taking a sip of tea when Hatake Kakashi knelt on one knee. Hokage-sama. Uchiha Zhan had naturally noticed Kakashi's intention due to his earlier chakra release. He spoke no matter. Everyone has their moment of recklessness. Besides, I believe what happened back then dealt you a considerable blow. This remark indicated that Uchiha Zhan had already investigated Kakashi's entire record. It made Kakashi shudder, but knowing he was in the wrong, he could only lower his head. Actually, this world is not simply black and white. What you experienced may have been a carefully orchestrated chess game. You are a piece on the board, as is Obito. Uchiha Zhan rose and gazed at Hatake Kakashi. Only by living well and making the most of your life can you do justice to the sacrifices of your two teammates, can you not? Uchiha Zhan spoke slowly. Hatake Kakashi fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, live well, huh? His gaze grew hollow as memories from the depths of his mind resurfaced: Obito's death, Rin's death, the deaths of Minato-sensei, and Kushina, and his own father's death. Suddenly those images began to shatter. He felt himself breaking free from his cage and seemed to understand the meaning of his current existence. Uchiha Zhan noticed the transformation in Hatake Kakashi's demeanor and the sharpness in his eyes. The corners of his lips lifted. Very well. This time I will not pursue your responsibility. But if it happens again, the punishment will be doubled. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand and Hatake Kakashi immediately acknowledged the order before withdrawing with a large contingent of Umbu ninja. Narashikaka glanced at Kakashi, then at Uchiha Zhan. Finally, he pulled his son and brother Yamanaka Inoi, bowed deeply to Uchiha Zhan, and prepared to leave. Uchiha Zhan did not stop them, merely waving his hand to signal they could depart. The next day, Uchiha Zhan had barely gotten out of bed when he was informed that the 4th Raikage and his guards had arrived at the village entrance. He grumbled as he rose. When was a good time to deliver the silver? It had to be early in the morning. Servants accompanied him with smiles, attending to his washing, dressing, and breakfast. Once everything was done, he was escorted by Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Shisui, and Uchiha Fugaku toward the village entrance. Uchiha Zhan wore the Hokage's ceremonial robe, hands clasped behind his back, striding forward with confidence. His face was hidden beneath the brim of his hat, and no one could see his expression at this moment. Soon after, Narashikaku, head of the Nara clan, Hayashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan, Inoi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, and other high-ranking ninja clan leaders learned of the news and hurriedly followed behind him. Even the 3rd Hokage had not enjoyed such influence. The 3rd Hokage lacked such rallying power because during that period he was the one desperately footing the bill. Members of each prominent family felt it would be too disgraceful to be seen accepting his payments. Thus, whenever Hiruzen Sarutobi came to deliver funds, they would close their gates and bar their doors, forbidding their kin from venturing outside, lest they be conscripted by Hiruzen to represent their clans. If such a thing were to occur, that family would be mocked by the others the very next day for willingly bending the knee to Hiruzen Sarutobi like a dog. But times had changed. Though the negotiations had taken place late into the night, the contract worth 2 billion had left them invigorated and buzzing with excitement. 2 billion, good heavens. Aside from the 1st Hokage's dealings with the tailed beast, no other Kage had ever amassed such wealth so effortlessly. Once the group reached the village entrance, Dutai's eyes immediately lit up. Brothers, bring forth the funds Cloud Hidden Village has prepared. At his command, countless Cloud Village ANBU revealed their bulging muscles, each shouldering 2 treasure chests before setting them down. Over 100 in total. Uchiha Senbushibi watched Dutai intently, eager to see what scheme he had up his sleeve. Once the 100+ chests were placed upon the ground, the 4th Raikage appeared. His gaze steely, his chest thrust forward with pride, striding confidently through the gates of Konohagakure. The watching Konoha villagers' expressions darkened. This towering brute looked impossible to get along with, especially with his rigid, scowling face gazing down upon them all. Uchiha Senbushibi felt an itch in his hands, his 5 fingers curling into a fist with an audible crack. This also worried some of Konoha's higher-ups, who wondered whether their Hokage would lose his temper and strike. Upon hearing that sound, the 4th Raikage AI shuddered slightly, cleared his throat, and spoke. Honored Hokage, these represent the sincerity of our Cloud Village. Brothers, open the chests, the 4th Raikage roared. Yes. The Cloud Village warriors bellowed in unison, prying open the chests beside them. Clang, clang, clang. As the chests were thrown open, sunlight glinted off the contents, radiating a brilliant silvery gleam. The Konoha villagers gasped in shock. Heavens! It's money, so much money. I could never earn all that silver in a single lifetime, let alone this many chests. What's going on? We've been paying reparations for years. Why the sudden windfall? Suddenly someone was punched soundly from above. Are you stupid? Can't you see who runs things now? Uchiha Sembushibi. The strongest of the Uchiha, the strongest in all of Konoha. Exactly. He's nothing like that spineless coward, the third generation. A man who only bullies those underneath him. Sigh. I wonder what our fifth Hokage will do with all this money. At least he won't embezzle it. Before, when he uncovered corruption among the elites, he beheaded them publicly and confiscated their entire fortune to fund the military. Hiss. The Konoha villagers showed no hesitation in speaking openly before the Cloud Village ninja. For now, it was Cloud who paid tribute to Konoha. Why would they care what the latter thought? Have you ever wondered how we Konoha commoners earn the title of troublemakers? Listening to the Konoha villagers' Dutai's vigilance toward Uchiha Sembushibi rose another notch. Those who could be ruthless to others were impressive, but those who could be ruthless to themselves, that was extraordinary beyond measure. It seemed he would need to list Uchiha Sembushibi as an S-rank target upon returning, and put a bounty on his head in the black market, hiring top killers to eliminate him. Uchiha Sembushibi had been half asleep until that silver light pierced his eyes, jolting him fully awake. Once his vision adjusted, his eyes widened, and both irises shifted into the shape of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. His mind raced. Damn it, system. Have seen this much money in my entire life. Host, calm down, calm. This is a SSS small matter. Don't panic. Even the system was excited. It had never seen so much wealth either. As the main system of the Naruto world, born from nothing, its experience was limited. It too was encountering such an enormous amount of silver for the first time. Uchiha Sembushibi chuckled, watching the silver while observing the system's reaction. Just then the fourth Raikage waved his hand, and his subordinates covered the chests and stood at attention. Having long heard of the fifth Hokage's tremendous strength, I am the fourth Raikage AI. I wish to test my taijutsu against yours. Should you prevail, I shall present an additional 10 billion in silver. The Raikage crossed his arms. His words sent shockwaves through the crowd. A smirk curled Dutai's lips. This was an open scheme. Among all the world's martial artists, how many could surpass the Raikage? Uchiha Sembushibi had previously relied on his massive reserves of chakra and Susanoo. There was no word of exceptional taijutsu prowess on his part. Meanwhile, the Raikage's ninja taijutsu had been inherited from the third Raikage, formidable beyond compare. In such a setting, Uchiha Sembushibi could not back down. The Konoha villagers were watching. If he retreated, if he refused, his reputation would plummet overnight. But if he accepted winning in taijutsu against the Raikage, what kind of joke was that? Uchiha Sembushibi's expression turned cold. An open scheme. In terms of pure taijutsu, he could absolutely crush ordinary jonin. But against the Raikage, he was uncertain. Just then the system spoke. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining your second template draw opportunity. Time suddenly froze, and a spinning wheel reappeared before him. Uchiha Sembushibi was startled. Why had the system appeared now of all times? Nevertheless, he pulled the lottery lever. The wheel spun, and finally landed on the Crimson UR character. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the Hashirama Senju, founding of Konoha template. You will now receive Hashirama Senju's complete talents, physique, and chakra. System U. Before Uchiha Sembushibi could complain, a colossal force descended from the heavens and flooded into his body. Uchiha Sembushibi's eyes rolled back, foam gathering at his lips. Every inch of his bones and every strand of his flesh felt as though tiny blades were slicing and reconstructing again and again. His feet took root in the earth as immense chakra coursed from his soles throughout his entire body. This was the profound weight of the earth itself. The transformation lasted 10 minutes. Uchiha Sembushibi panted heavily. If time had not been paused, he would have suffered public humiliation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have activated both the Madara Uchiha, founding of Konoha, and Hashirama Senju, founding of Konoha templates, obtaining the bond, Primal Konoha. Ding. Host can complete the hidden condition and awaken the special template, Myriad Phenomena. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Defeat the fourth Raikage AI in taijutsu, and let him understand that the authority of the Hokage must never be challenged. Ding. Mission reward, Kekkei Toda, dust release. Uchiha Sembushibi felt the surging vitality and power coursing through his body, a smile spreading across his face. Previously, he had worried whether the Madara Uchiha template would suffice. Now, what was there to fear? With passive monster strength and passive sage body, even if the Otsutsuki came, Uchiha Sembushibi could backhand them both. Could it be that the Lord Hokage doesn't dare to fight me? Well, with such slender arms and legs, you look as if you have no strength at all. The fourth Raikage mocked. The villagers of my village did not speak, but their eyes began to wander, and they started whispering privately, discussing whether Uchiha Zhan was up to the task. Maite Kai rushed out and first bowed to Uchiha Zhan, Lord Hokage, I am Maite Kai, a ninja specializing in taijutsu. Please allow me to fight in your place. He conducted himself with propriety, his eyes gleaming with sharp light, his body standing as straight as a pine, muscles bulging across his back. This appearance not only moved Uchiha Zhan, but also sent a jolt of alarm through the fourth Raikage AI. Although the man before him also looked to have slender arms and legs, his intuition told him that this guy was extremely strong. He even posed a threat to his own safety. No, I can't let him substitute. I need to add fuel to the fire. The fourth Raikage AI harbored this thought, and finally he shot a meaningful glance at Tutai. Since it is human nature to seek advantage and avoid harm, now that AI sensed something was amiss, he would not continue to act recklessly. Tutai understood. He cleared his throat. Ahem, since this is a battle between Kage, this taijutsu ninja, please step aside. Tutai placed his hand on Maite Kai's shoulder, and suddenly blue steam erupted, even scalding his hand. When I am speaking to the Lord Hokage, what business is it of yours? If not for the sake of our Hokage, it would not have ended with just a burn on your arm. Maite Kai turned around and stomped one foot on the ground, instantly cracking the solid floor. The fourth Raikage's pupils contracted, and his eyelids twitched wildly. A casual strike could rival the force of his Raiga bomb. This guy was a rare taijutsu genius. Damn it, I had long heard that I had no shortage of talented people, and now that I see it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Just then Uchiha Zhan placed his hand on Maite Kai's shoulder and gave it a gentle squeeze. Kai, I can see your loyalty. But to deal with this brainless fool, there's no need for the 8 gates. Uchiha Zhan exerted a slight force, and Maite Kai immediately felt a tremendous power from his left shoulder that made him dizzy. Even the chakra in his body became briefly disordered, and he nearly dropped out of the 8 gate state. Hissed the Lord Hokage's taijutsu. Is this formidable too? It seems I made a spectacle of myself. Maite Kai thought. 8 gates. The forbidden taijutsu that kicked 4 of the 7 ninja swordsmen to death. The fourth Raikage AI seemed to remember there was a genin who, to save his child, opened the 8 gates and kicked the 7 ninja swordsmen into fear, scattering them. Could this kid be that genin's? Hey, stop looking around, AI. I accept your challenge. Bring it on. Uchiha Zhan extended his hand palm, facing upward, and beckoned inward. AI instantly felt furious. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish. Raiga bomb. Lightning radiated around AI's body, and he vanished, transforming into a bolt of lightning that charged at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan instantly activated his Sharingan, spread his legs, planted his feet firmly on the ground, and assumed Jujian's starting stance, one hand guarding his chest, the other ready to strike. A paltry trick. Uchiha Zhan's defending hand suddenly shot out. Bang! A tremendous force burst from his arm, slamming into Raikage AI's arm. Monstrous strength. The two hands collided, and a surge of air burst out in all directions. Everyone retreated 3 steps, staring in shock at the clash before them. They had never expected that Uchiha Zhan not only possessed the formidable power of the Sharingan, but also had taijutsu at the peak. From this, it seemed Uchiha Zhan had been far too low-key. Laymen watched the spectacle, but experts watched the craft. Only the fourth Raikage AI, who was currently locked in a contest of strength with Uchiha Zhan, knew just how terrifying Uchiha Zhan truly was. A casual strike could match his rare nintaijutsu Raiga bomb evenly. Even AI felt this was not Uchiha Zhan's full power. He was still holding back. The fourth Raikage AI stepped back, withdrew his fist, and then employed technique, using speed to add force, unleashing a Raiga bomb even stronger than the one before. Lightning flashed, muscles bulged, both fists clenched, and power surged from his waist and abdomen. In this state, the Raikage touched the threshold of Super Kage. If this technique had been used against Gansho, perhaps he would have won. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was facing Uchiha Zhan, who had just fused with the Chinsho Zhujian template. Drawing on the Chinsho combat art from his memory, the collapsing mountain fist, Uchiha Zhan elevated his chi and blood to their peak and punched out. With mountainous heaviness, the punch drove straight at his arm. The two fists clashed once more, stirring up clouds of dust. A figure wrapped in dust flew out. The crowd was alarmed. Some watched the flying figure, while others looked at the indistinct figure in the arena. As the smoke dispersed, the crowd drew in a cold breath. Uchiha Zhan's fist was still smoking. His fist had merely been scraped, nothing serious. Even the wound on his hand was healing at an astonishing speed. I declare the winner to be the Hokage of my Uchiha Zhan. Nalyang Lugio quickly jumped out to announce the result. The entire arena fell silent for a moment, then erupted into frenzied cheers. My God, my village's Hokage is so powerful. He defeated the fourth Raikage, who combines ninjutsu and taijutsu with taijutsu alone. That punch from the Lord Hokage just now. Why do I feel like I've seen it somewhere? It seems similar to Lady Gansho's fist technique. Look at the fourth Raikage's fist. The wound is deep enough to show bone blood splattering. I dare not imagine how hard the Lord Hokage's fist is. Lord Raikage, how could Lord Raikage lose? Impossible. I don't believe this is real. Damn it, Uchiha Zhan must have used some cheating trick. It's just that we didn't notice it. Tutai had no time to care about this. He ordered the medical ninja to step forward and treat the Rakich's injuries, while watching Uchiha Zhan with extreme wariness. Uchiha Zhan had already withdrawn his hands behind his back, coldly looking at these people. 1 billion, don't forget it. Otherwise I wouldn't mind killing my way to your home. Uchiha Zhan snorted. Yes. Tutai bowed his head in submission. The situation was stronger than him. He had no choice but to yield. Now he sighed inwardly. Yunin village might not have a chance to contend for supremacy in the world for the next 50 years. Ding. Congratulations host on completing the mission. Reward Keki Toda, Dust Release rated SSS. Bonus reward Dust Release Buddhist Bead Bracelet, which can be used simultaneously with the true several thousand hands. Each bead can fire a detachment of the primitive world technique. Uchiha Zhan was stunned. What the hell? A Great Buddha plus Dust Release. A Buddhist bead bracelet where each bead can fire a dust release detachment of the primitive world technique. Didn't this mean he could continuously unleash the detachment of the primitive world technique? Uchiha Battle, after receiving the system's reward, felt elated, though he dared not show it on his face. After all, he still had to collect the money. Someone bring in the remaining dozens of chests of silver. We lost, and we'll honor the bet. The fourth Raikage slowly regained consciousness. His voice was hoarse, yet still brimming with vigor. He gazed intently at Uchiha Battle, certain that the man had just used pure taijutsu, whereas he himself had relied on an improved version of ninja taijutsu, ultimately still borrowing from ninjutsu. Since Uchiha Battle's pure physical arts could defeat him, it meant that he was completely inferior to Uchiha Battle. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he dared not welsh on the debt. Besides, Killer Bee had already been rescued, so even spending every last coin was worth it. Afterward, they could simply make the villagers endure a bit of hardship. Began continuously psyching himself up, while Uchiha Battle at that moment gained a measure of respect for him. This man was truly a stand-up fellow. Someone from the finance department come count the 3 billion taels of silver and deposit it all into the Konoha treasury for the village's development. Uchiha Battle said with a smile, nodding toward A of Kumovikure, as if thanking them for their generous contribution. Turned his head away. After recovering his ability to move, he stood in place waiting for the settlement. After all, with so many eyes watching, skimping on the amount would be a loss of face. In truth, people are strange creatures. When struck by a major setback, their first reaction before others is not remorse, but stubborn pride. Even in defeat, they insist on keeping their spine straight. Akimichi Chozo wore a grave expression as he arrived with 20 ninjas behind him, 10 Akimichi clan prodigies skilled in arithmetic, and 10 members of the Hyuga clan's inspection unit tasked with verifying the authenticity and quality of the money. The 3 billion taels of silver were counted from midday until late afternoon. Uchiha Battle and A neither left the village gate, so Uchiha Battle took the initiative to have chefs brought to the scene with pots, pans, and utensils, preparing to cook Wagyu beef on the spot. He invited the messengers from Kumovikure to eat their fill, declaring that this meal was on him. After all, this feast wouldn't cost more than 500,000, a mere drop in the bucket compared to 3 billion. The fourth Raikage wasted no ceremony. As soon as the Wagyu was properly grilled, he grabbed it directly with his bare hands, startling the chef. Damn, in this day and age was there someone who didn't fear heat. In truth, it wasn't that. The fourth Raikage's hands were covered in thick calluses, making him utterly indifferent to temperatures of this degree. Uchiha Battle also had his subordinates bring out the sake that the Uchiha clan had aged for 20 years, drinking it with the Raikage. This made Uchiha Fugaka's mouth twitch. Damn it, that was sake he had hidden away since childhood. Seeing it served to these rough men today truly pained him. Still, in light of those 3 billion taels, he gritted his teeth and uttered a single word: fine. And so the high-ranking members of both sides feasted on meat and drink, while Akimichi, Chozo, the Akimichi clan, and the Hyuga clan worked until their eyes blurred. Finally, just before the sun set, Akimichi Chozo spoke up. The tally is complete. 3 billion and 20 million taels in total. Please review it, Lord Hokage. Uchiha Battle waved his hand. You handled it, I trust you. Take it all back. At that moment, Samui suddenly spoke up. Lord Hokage, isn't there 20 million extra? Shouldn't that be refunded to us? Uchiha Battle replied, consider that the cost of the drinks. I'm sure the Raikage won't mind, right? He patted the Raikage's shoulder. The Raikage's face was flushed, and he hiccuped while smacking his lips. Don't mind, don't mind. It's only right, only right. We've eaten and drunk our fill. Time for us to head back. Dodai and Darui, let's go. The fourth Raikage rose unsteadily and staggered toward the village gate. Dodai's side bowed to Uchiha Battle and left. Darui stepped forward to support the fourth Raikage, while casting a barely noticeable glance at Uchiha Battle. In that single look, he etched Uchiha Battle's face deep into his memory. Someday, every humiliation Uchiha Battle had inflicted on Kumovikure, Darui would repay to Konoha twofold. Only Samui remained where she stood, grinding her teeth as she glared at Uchiha Battle. He smiled, and in a single flash step closed the distance, his right arm wrapping around her slender waist while his left hand tilted her chin up. What Miss Samui still hasn't left? Don't tell me you're thinking of staying to be my wife. Uchiha Battle said teasingly. Samui froze, then flew into a rage. Her right foot suddenly stamped down hard onto Uchiha Battle's big toe, yet he remained utterly unmoved, standing exactly where he was. When Samui's right foot landed, Uchiha Battle's expression was impassive while tears of pain welled up in Samui's eyes. Uchiha Battle's foot was simply too hard. Still, she had her pride. She pushed Uchiha Battle away, then enduring the searing pain from the sole of her foot, walked toward the village gate. After she left, Uchiha Battle's lips curled upward. But the moment he turned around, he saw his own high-ranking officials staring at him with peculiar expressions, and he immediately had a bad feeling. Ahem, I was merely disciplining a disobedient foreign kunoichi. Don't overthink it. Now put all this money into the Konoha Finance Department's vault and register it. I'm heading back first. Uchiha Battle waved his hand and departed. Nara Shikaku then began arranging the various tasks. That very night, a flood of scandalous rumors spread far and wide, and their credibility was remarkably high. So much so that even spies from other villages sprang into action, reporting the matter to their respective kages. The next day, Uchiha Battle rose at his usual noon hour, then skimmed through a newly purchased newspaper while brushing his teeth. Suddenly he coughed and roared, "Damn it! Who did this? This is nothing short of blatant slander." He stared at the headline on the newspaper, shocking. "The woman the 5th Hokage of Konoha loves is." So it turns out the Hokage isn't uninterested in women. He simply can't find one suitable big enough for him. Heavens! The things that must be told between the Hokage and a foreign kunoichi. One sensational story after another, each backed by photographs as evidence, made Uchiha Battle feel his image crumbling before his very eyes. Itachi Uchiha pursed his lips as he walked over, taking a deep breath to steady himself. Ahem, little brother, what's wrong? Uchiha Battle narrowed his eyes at Itachi's expression. Big brother, are you trying to laugh? Cough, I'm professionally trained. Under normal circumstances, I don't laugh. Itachi extended his hand and said with the utmost seriousness. Uchiha Battle stared at him for 2 seconds, then turned away. Go find out who did this. Do what? Itachi nearly burst out laughing. Uchiha Battle looked back, and Itachi's face instantly turned serious. Little brother, tell me what you need, and I'll see it done. Uchiha Battle's mouth twitched. He felt that today he had suffered an unprecedented betrayal from behind. His image, his precious image. And so, with a face full of dark lines, Uchiha Tatsu walked out of his house and headed off to the meeting. This time, when he pushed open the door, he brought no sense of pressure at all. Instead, everyone instinctively lowered their heads, stifling their laughter. Who among us could understand this? The 5th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf was at the center of such explosive gossip. Who could be the genius contributor behind it? And what's more, the newspaper actually approved it. That was truly something. Jiraiya let out a sneeze in the press office. Who's talking about me behind my back? No matter, time to keep printing. Ahem. Uchiha Tatsu walked up to the stage and coughed sharply into the microphone, instantly drawing everyone's attention. Today, the reason I've gathered all the clan heads and civilian representatives is the most important matter at hand: how to spend the 3 billion from the Hidden Cloud Village, Uchiha Tatsu said with a grave expression. This made those below realize the seriousness of the situation. One by one, they straightened their backs, their gazes converging on Uchiha Tatsu. Uchiha Tatsu looked around at everyone and was quite satisfied. That's right. During work hours, one must be earnest and diligent and not let their mind wander to irrelevant things. Nara Shikaku rose to his feet. Lord Hokage, last night, 3 parties applied for funding. The first is the Hidden Leaf Academy. It's been nearly 10 years since their textbooks and facilities were last updated. Some walls are even covered in graffiti, and the surfaces have partially weathered. Here is the photographic evidence. Nara Shikaku gave the principal a signal, and the principal immediately handed the documents forward. Uchiha Tatsu also straightened his back. No matter how hard life gets, the children must not suffer. No matter how poor the times, education must not be neglected. This was something he knew well. When he opened the files, he couldn't help but frown. The 3rd Hokage gave speeches there year after year, preaching the will of fire every time. Did he never allocate funds for renovations, new textbooks, or teaching equipment? Uchiha Tatsu swept his gaze across the room. Everyone let out sighs and looked at him with resentful eyes. Uchiha Tatsu drew in a sharp breath. Shikaku and principal, tell me. Nara Shikaku spoke up. As far as I know, the 3rd Hokage collected a considerable amount of silver every year. But in the end, it all vanished without a trace. It was said to be military expansion funds, yet in truth, no one knew where it went. It was like a cooked duck flying right out of the pot. Uchiha Tatsu raised an eyebrow. Oh, military funds indeed. Except they weren't for the Hidden Leaf. They were for the 3,000-strong Sarutobi Corps. Those 3,000 Sarutobi soldiers were each strong in build and finely equipped. Had Shikaku not brought this up today, he would have nearly forgotten to deal with them. Shikaku immediately allocate 200 million for the renovation of the Hidden Leaf Academy. The students will have 2 months off. Uchiha Tatsu made the final call. Nara Shikaku nodded in agreement, wrote out a check, and stamped it with both the Nara clan head seal and Uchiha Tatsu's Hokage seal. He then handed it to the principal. The principal's eyes turned red and his voice trembled. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Thank you, Lord Hokage. On behalf of the children of the school, I thank you for your great kindness. He knelt down, and that kneeling startled Uchiha Tatsu and Nara Shikaku alike. Although the man was only a chunin, he was nonetheless the old principal of the Hidden Leaf Academy. He had devoted his entire life to education, nurturing countless talents for the Hidden Leaf. Even Uchiha Tatsu himself had once been taught by him. Old principal, your words are too heavy. No matter how hard life gets, the children must not suffer. No matter how poor the times, education must not be neglected. The Hidden Leaf is relatively peaceful now, but education cannot be lacking. You have given your time and poured your heart into teaching the children. You must not kneel before us. Uchiha Tatsu helped him to his feet. At this scene, Nara Shikaku nodded in approval, while the other shinobi clans and civilians were deeply moved. The old principal broke down in tears. This was the first time he had seen disaster relief funds issued by the leadership. In the past, there had never even been more than 2 million silver. Now with a single move, 200 million was granted. How could that not move him to his core? After comforting the old principal, Uchiha Tatsu returned to his seat and was about to continue asking questions when the representative of the Hidden Leaf Hospital spoke. Lord Hokage, the Hidden Leaf Hospital receives an annual allocation of 10 million, which is only enough to maintain surgical equipment. It's nowhere near sufficient for developing new medicines. Over the years, the Hidden Sand Village has continuously developed new types of poison, while the Hidden Leaf remains stuck in the past. In the short term, this may not seem like a problem, but if it continues, frontline shinobi may lose the golden window for rescue due to the outdated medicine. Therefore, the Hidden Leaf Hospital requests an investment of 500 million. The environment can be a bit rough, but drug research cannot stop. The director of the Hidden Leaf Hospital was white-haired. She hunched over as she looked at Uchiha Tatsu. After hearing her words, Uchiha Tatsu immediately nodded. Shikaku, write the approval. 1 billion for the maintenance of the Hidden Leaf Hospital's equipment, drug development, and medical research. Be sure to bring down the annual death count of Hidden Leaf shinobi. Nara Shikaku nodded and approved the order. By now, 1.2 billion had been spent. The shinobi clans present drew in sharp breaths. Their new Hokage was truly generous. The director of the Hidden Leaf Hospital was equally grateful to Uchiha Tatsu. With this money, the hospital could save more lives, and the shinobi sent to the front lines would also have a guarantee of support. Lord Hokage, the final applicant, is the Border Defense Command Post. Supplies at the border are scarce, and each year, they can barely maintain the most basic necessities. Their shinobi tools are rusted, their equipment is outdated, and they want a request. Before Shikaku could finish, Uchiha Tatsu waved his hand. 1.5 billion. Tell the border troops that every Hidden Leaf shinobi is born of flesh and blood raised by their parents. Let them buy the best equipment and arm themselves to the teeth. Furthermore, the border troops' meals must also be improved. Fighting on the front lines year-round is hard enough, and their daily training is exhausting. I demand that the border troops receive 3 dishes and a soup every day with a meat dish at every single meal. Uchiha Tatsu slammed the table. The shinobi clan's pupils contracted. With 2.7 billion already spent in just this short, while was there only 300 million left? Then how were they supposed to line their own pockets? Uchiha Tatsu saw through their thoughts and sneered. Additionally, I'm establishing an oversight committee formed by 1 team from the Uchiha Hyuga Ino Shikicho and 3 civilian shinobi. Every 2 months, they will rotate regions to conduct regular audits. If the accounts are unclear or the data is murky, the responsible leaders and their superiors will all be locked up. Those guilty of serious corruption, starting at 30,000 silver, will be sentenced. They will be imprisoned for at least 3 years to reflect on their crimes, stripped of their Hidden Leaf citizenship, and their descendants will be barred from taking the civil service exams. After Uchiha Tatsu finished speaking, Nara Shikaku wrote it all down. This also extinguished any intention among the shinobi clans to take advantage. For the sake of a little money, offending the Hokage and offending a genius was simply not worth it. And if they were to bring disaster upon their descendants because of their own actions, they would have no face to live on. In the end, the remaining 300 million was also allocated to livelihood projects and handed over to Hyuga Hayashi for management. After discussing for a while longer, Uchiha Tatsu announced the adjournment, and everyone slowly left the Hokage's office. Uchiha Zhan wandered aimlessly. Near noon, he had a bowl of ramen at Ichiraku Ramen, and soon a small hand landed on his shoulder. Uchiha Zhan was startled and turned around to see Hinata Hyuga puffing her cheeks like a blowfish. Little Hinata, what's wrong? Hinata snorted coldly. Are you in love with that woman from Kumobikure? Uchiha Zhan's mouth twitched. Over this. He shook his head. No, I'm not. Hinata activated her Byakugan to observe Uchiha Zhan's expression, and only after confirming that he truly had no micro-expression changes did she let go and sit down beside him. You're not allowed to like other women. Whatever she has, I'll have it too in the future. Hinata stared at Uchiha Zhan. Tuchi's hands kneading noodles froze. What the hell did he just hear? A little girl. In love with the Hokage. And he was a witness. Damn it, wasn't this a disaster falling from the sky? Uchiha Zhan seemed to understand something. He put down his chopsticks and leaned closer to Hinata. Hinata froze, then instantly turned into a steaming locomotive, but this time she didn't collapse. Instead, she raised her head and closed her eyes. Uchiha Zhan's eyelid twitched. So his guess was right. But when had it started? He had always treated Hinata as a little sister. How had things suddenly become like this? Just then Niji Hyuga's voice rang out in the street. Hinata, little sister, where are you? Uncle is calling you home. Hinata. Hina. Suddenly Niji halted mid-step, his Byakugan activated, staring at Uchiha Zhan in disbelief. Uchiha Zhan was also drawn by Niji's shouts. He turned his head and saw Niji looking at the two of them, and he closed his eyes for a moment. Damn it, Niji had misunderstood. Hinata frowned. Why hadn't Zhan and I kissed her yet? Could it be that he didn't like her? She opened her eyes and saw Uchiha Zhan's gaze shift to the side. She followed his gaze and gritted her teeth. Damn you, Niji. Damn you, big brother. Interfering with your little sister's lifelong happiness. Uchiha Zhan chuckled, then picked up Hinata like a child and walked over to Niji. Niji, Hinata is here. Take her home quickly. Niji nodded and pulled Hinata away. Hinata's face darkened as she left with Niji, but in the final moment before departing her eyes brimmed with tears as she looked at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan instantly felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His heart seemed to be clenched by a pair of invisible giant hands, and an indescribable ache welled up inside him. Ding. Mission issued: rescue Yujito ni the Two-Tails Jinchuriki, who is under attack. Reward: lava release, chakra mode. Uchiha Zhan was puzzled. System, something's wrong. I remember that Kakuzu and Haiden along with the Akatsuki should be carrying out missions 3 or 4 years from now, right? Why are they acting already? Ding, that was originally the case. However, due to the host's intervention, Nagato has sensed something is wrong. Konoha now holds the 3 tails, 6 tails, and 9 tails, a full 1/3 of all the tailed beasts. And this is only after 1 month. What about 2 months, 3 months? He cannot afford to gamble, nor can he afford to wait. The Moon Eye plan, or rather the piece of the shinobi world he envisions, using tailed beasts and absolute military force to teach people the meaning of pain. If that plan collapses, he would have no choice but to strike first. But why today? Because your transaction time with the 4th Raikage has been overheard by Black Zetsu. After convening a meeting, Nagato decided this was the perfect opportunity, so they dispatched Haiden and Kakuzu to fire the first shot in capturing the tailed beasts. The system finished explaining the chain of cause and effect. Uchiha Zhan frowned. No, wait, what does this have to do with me? Let them capture whoever they want. System, just tell me whether you're going or not. If you go, I can give you a share of the Two-Tails spirit pill. The system finally gritted its teeth and said, I'll go. Why wouldn't I? Only an idiot would turn down a good deal. Uchiha Zhan's expression twisted into a sly grin. This also confirmed his suspicion the system intended to sample tailed beast chakra. Perhaps the system really was a newly debuted main system eager to sample and replicate data, planning to distribute it later to its subordinates as rewards in subworlds. With that one man and one system left, Konoha with lightning speed. The immortal duo fresh out of the Akatsuki headed north. Kakuzu, I heard you're the oldest here, and you even fought Hashirama Senju. How strong was he? Haiden licked his lips. As a believer of the Jashin cult, one acknowledged by the god of evil, he wanted to offer the most beautiful blood to his revered Lord Jashin. The best offerings were the blood of the strong. If not for the leader's oppression, he would have sacrificed all his partners one by one. That way he could receive even more blessings from Lord Jashin. Like Kakuzu with his Earth Grudge, Fear Deidara with explosive release, Sasori, the genius puppeteer of the 100 puppets, and Conan with paper release. And of course that man who hid his face and called himself Madara Uchiha. He probably thought he was hiding it so well. Kakuzu, who was sensitive to death, quickly deduced after inquiring about the birth year of Madara Uchiha that Madara was already dead. As for the others keeping silent, it was because the man's abilities were useful to the organization. If he wanted to call himself Madara Uchiha, let him. They would just act when the critical moment came. Only Obito Uchiha himself thought he was playing the role, perfectly unaware that everyone else was playing along in his drama. As he walked, Kakuzu recalled, it was a protracted, epic battle. And so along the way Kakuzu began to brag while Haiden listened with great interest. Uchiha Zhan followed them according to the system's radar alerts, eavesdropping on their conversation. Soon the corner of his mouth began to twitch. Truly, when the man himself isn't around, you can brag all you want. I fought Hashirama Senju for 3 days and 3 nights, and in the end I lost by a single move. He told it as if it were real, even weaving every technique into the story. Would release Advent of a World of Flowering Trees, would release Cutting Technique, would Dragon Technique. Oh right, no, true, several thousand hands, because he had never heard of it. Listening nearby, Haiden's eyes lit up. He could barely restrain his hands. He truly wanted to kill Kakuzu and sacrifice him to Lord Jashin. The blood of such a strong man was far too tempting to him. At that moment Haiden's ring flashed, and Pain's voice reached his ears. If you cause trouble, I'll cut you into 8 pieces and bury you across the 5 great nations, so you'll never be able to revive in this lifetime. Pain's voice, like the Grim Reaper himself, instantly calmed Haiden down. Finally he nodded and replied, Understood, leader. Konoha. Inside the Hyuga clan compound, Hinata Hyuga, murder written all over her face, was sparring with Niji Hyuga. Knowing he was in the wrong, Niji did not dare to use his full strength against her. At this moment he was at a disadvantage. Suddenly Hinata's eyes turned sharp. 8 trigrams vacuum palm. Her small hand unfurled from a bent position chakra gathered, and she struck out at Niji. His expression changed, and he instantly activated rotation. Azure blue chakra whirled at high speed, forming a 360-degree barrier with no blind spots, and completely repelled the attack. Hinata did not simply wait to be defeated, she likewise executed the 8 trigrams rotation. Niji's pupils constricted. He had not expected his younger cousin to be so fierce this time. The 2 rotations ground against each other. Whichever one's chakra ran out first would be severely injured. Damn it, is this really necessary? I was only worried about your safety, and I ended up stumbling upon your romantic moment with the Lord Hokage. Was that such a crime? Niji thought with a bitter smile. But he did not know how long Hinata had waited for that one opportunity. Now that the opportunity had been ruined, she was absolutely furious. Then Hanabi suddenly appeared. Seeing her sister and brother Niji playing inside the circular barrier, she walked toward the middle of them with great excitement. That movement startled both of them. Hinata and Niji exchanged a glance and stopped at the same time. The last traces of their rotations collided in midair and vanished. Hanabi did not understand why the two had stopped just because she came near. She wondered if her brother and sister simply did not want to play with her. Her eyes reddened. She sat down on the ground and began to cry. The sound of her crying immediately brought Hayashi's voice. Hanabi. Hanabi. What's wrong? Don't scare Daddy. Daddy. Hug. Hanabi reached out her hands and looked at Hayashi with a face full of grievance. Daddy, sister, brother, no play with me. Tears fell from Hanabi's eyes in pattering drops, and a faint sobbing sound escaped her. Hayashi glanced at Hinata and Niji and at the traces of rotation beneath their feet. Seeming to understand, he said gently, Hanabi, your brother and sister are bad. How about Daddy plays with you? Hanabi seemed about to say something, but remembering that Hinata and Niji had just refused to play with her, she puffed out her cheeks and pouted. Let's go. Daddy, play. Hayashi smiled, kissed Hanabi on the cheek, then set her on his shoulders and walked out of the compound. Niji watched this scene with a hint of envy. Envious that the second young Miss Hanabi had family to dote on her. Thinking of himself, he felt a little forlorn and suddenly no longer wanted to train. He turned to look at Hinata when a voice rang out, gentle step, twin-line fists. Hinata spread her legs and settled into a horse stance, coiling her strength. Chakra rapidly gathered in both hands. Her long straight blue hair was stirred by the chakra current and swayed in the wind. She gritted her teeth. Her arms became wrapped in blue chakra that gradually took the shape of a lion. Her feet moved in the gentle step, blending the real and the unreal, drifting as elusively as a spirit, and her twin fists drove straight at Niji's chest. Niji reacted quickly, countering every move. Bending backward, spinning into a Thomas flare, blocking left, raising his right arm, sweat pouring down his face. Inwardly he screamed, what the hell? In this state, Hinata's combat power, speed, and striking force were vastly increased. Simply put, overwhelming force broke all techniques. After about 10 exchanges, Niji was clearly running low on stamina, while Hinata, as if nothing were wrong, continued to throw punches. Niji gritted his teeth. He could not stay on the defensive any longer. If those bizarre fists landed, he would be seriously injured. Just as he was about to make his move, a figure walked in from the entrance. Hey, a spar is a spar. Don't go for the kill. Then the figure smiled slightly and cast a Jinjutsu demonic illusion, tree binding death. Tree vines surged wildly around Hinata's feet and bound her. She tried to struggle, but found herself utterly unable to break free. Little girl, save your strength. I came at your father's invitation to teach you combat. I happened to pass by and noticed that your taijutsu is rather interesting. After saying this, Kurenai stood at the foot of the wall, the corners of her mouth lifting. Hinata gritted her teeth and kept struggling, but in the end she gradually lost her strength. And you, boy, if I'm not mistaken, you're the boy from the Hizashi branch. Your chakra is rich and your foundation is solid. By all rights, you should have been able to subdue this little one. Could it be that you couldn't bear to strike? Kurenai laughed. Greetings, elite Jonin Kurenai-senpai. Niji bowed respectfully. Konoha's 4 elite Jonin were Kakashi, Might Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai. Though part of it was hype, if they truly had no skill, someone would have raised doubts. Kakashi was an all-around ninja, Might Guy was the peak of taijutsu, Asuma wielded his wind blade with supernatural mastery, and Kurenai was the strongest in Jinjutsu. Of course, Kurenai's Jinjutsu was the strongest, second only to the Mangekyo Sharingan. At the time the 4 elite Jonin were established, Itachi and Shursui had not yet awakened or revealed their Sharingan, so Kurenai became the strongest Jinjutsu user in the open. Oh, as expected of the prodigy of the Hizashi branch. At your age, few can identify me at once through my jutsu. Kurenai became intrigued by Niji. Niji, however, did not take the bait. Please, Lady Kurenai, release my younger cousin. She was merely overcome by a moment of anger. Niji had a way to end the fight without hurting Hinata. But the arrival of a Jonin at that moment made him abandon that idea. After all, the Tensigen must not be exposed. If it aroused others' wariness or envy, that would be bad. Fine, I'll do as you ask, interesting little one. Kurenai snapped her fingers, and the vines wrapped around Hinata swiftly vanished. Hinata's body had already lost all strength. She slowly sank to her knees, gasping for breath. Kurenai slowly walked over, crouched in front of her, and said, "Little one, would you like to become my disciple?" She reached out and patted Hinata's head. Hinata looked at her defiantly. "I don't accept this. If we're going to compete, let's compete in taijutsu, not jinjutsu." Little Hinata gritted her teeth and glared at Kurenai. "Oh, you're quite tough. I like that. Today is your first day as my disciple, so I'll teach you the first lesson as a ninja, as long as you can achieve victory and complete the mission. Whether it is taijutsu, jinjutsu, or ninjutsu, all are good arts." Kurenai laughed. Her smile was so enchanting, so bewitching it could steal a soul. "The second lesson is this: never imagine that your enemy will fight you in the field you excel in. If they do, the first possibility is that they are a fool. The second is that their strength far surpasses yours. In that case, do not hesitate. Run as far away as you can. Because only the living have the means to win." Kurenai picked Hinata up, then pinched her dainty nose. Kurenai Yuhi's decision to take on a disciple was partly out of deference to Hayashi Hyuga, and partly because the third Hokage, though showing signs of recovery in the hospital, remained unconscious. The doctors attributed it to excessive intracranial bleeding affecting the brain and brainstem, but she sensed something amiss. Thus, for the sake of Asuma, she resolved to curry favor with Uchiha Zhan. Rumor had it that Uchiha Zhan had a penchant for young girls and was entangled with Hinata Hyuga, so she set her sights on Hinata. She thought that if she became Hinata's teacher, perhaps Uchiha Zhan would spare Asuma in the future. She had told Asuma many times about the third Hokage's deeds, and each time Asuma went to argue with the old man, he returned defeated. From this, it was clear that Asuma Saratobi and Hiruzen Saratobi were not cut from the same cloth. Niji Hyuga pondered and quickly realized that Kurenai Yuhi indeed had genuine knowledge to impart. What she had just said, though cliché, was wisdom few truly heeded. To have such a profound lesson on the first day of school, it seemed Hinata had found a good teacher. Hinata Hyuga had been momentarily blinded by anger, but hearing Kurenai's guidance, she also calmed down. "Why do you want to take me as your disciple?" Hinata Hyuga inquired. "For my man," Kurenai Yuhi replied, without concealment. "Your man?" Hinata Hyuga was puzzled, but Kurenai nodded. "If you agree to be my disciple, I can find you teachers for illusion techniques, taijutsu, and ninjutsu." Hinata Hyuga ignored the conditions Kurenai offered and glanced at Niji Hyuga before saying, "Follow me." Kurenai smiled and nodded. Niji Hyuga wisely refrained from intruding and practiced the plum blossom stakes and Wing Chun that Uchiha Zhan had described. He felt he was on the verge of grasping the true essence of Wing Chun. In a secluded spot, Hinata Hyuga asked what she meant by "for my man." Kurenai recounted the whole story. "That's how it is. You like the Hokage, don't you, Hinata?" "In no way." Hinata turned into a steam engine, her face flushed crimson. Kurenai laughed and said, "What if I told you that if you become my disciple, I'll teach you how to win his heart?" This. Hinata hesitated, for this seemed truly important to her. Finally she nodded, and thus the bond between Kurenai Yuhi and Hinata Hyuga was forged. At the gates of Cloud Village, Kakuzu and Haiden stood still, their forehead protectors marked with the symbol of rogue ninjas, immediately drawing the guards' attention. "Stop. Where do you rogue ninjas think you are? This is Cloud Village. Do you dare show up here with just the two of you? Get lost, or we'll capture you and claim the bounty." The Cloud Village ninjas, as usual, were all talk. Kakuzu narrowed his triangle eyes, ready to strike, when a red, three-pronged scythe flew out and slit the throat of the loudmouth. Blood gushed forth. The ninja clutched his neck in disbelief. Someone dared to kill a Cloud Village ninja right here. "Haiden, didn't I tell you to kill slowly? You've wasted a perfectly good lightning attribute heart." Kakuzu's face darkened with annoyance. Sorry, Kakuzu. The Cloud Ninja was just too noisy. I couldn't help myself." Haiden retrieved his scythe, a smirk curling his lips. "Help! Someone's attacking Cloud Village." The other guard fired a signal flare and shouted. In the next instant, Kakuzu appeared behind him. He extended his green fingers toward the guard's chest. With a sickening tear of flesh, the guard's eyes went wide as he saw his own heart clutched in that ugly, aged hand and ripped out. "'Tis just a Chunin's heart. I thought at least a Jonin would be guarding the gate." Kakuzu sighed and crushed the heart. The Cloud Guard took his last breath, dying with eyes wide open. "Haiden, are you afraid?" Kakuzu looked up at the exploding fireworks, his green triangular eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could capture the two tails, Jinchuriki, extract the tailed beast, and immediately take the heart of Yujito Ni, would he then possess a shadow-class Jinchuriki's fire tribute heart? Recalling the intelligence about Yujito Ni's blue hellfire, he trembled with anticipation. That heart was his for the taking. "Ha ha ha ha, Kakuzu, you're scared. I'm the chosen child of Lord Jashin, immortal and indestructible. What have I to fear?" Haiden cackled maniacally. Kakuzu glanced at him. "Leave the final blow to me. Earth Grudge needs that special heart." "No problem. But after you take the heart, her body is mine. I'll sacrifice her to Lord Jashin." Haiden's grin grew twisted. But the next moment, countless rat-shaped blue fireballs hurtled toward them. Kakuzu dodged while Haiden spread his arms and laughed wildly. "Ha ha, you finally come out, Two-Tails Jinchuriki." Haiden's arrogant voice was drowned out by explosions. Yujito Ni stood with arms crossed, 1 foot planted at Cloud Village's gate. "What lunatics are you? To take my rat-tailed jade head on? What fools?" "Yujito, something's wrong." "Duck," Matatabi warned. Yujito instinctively obeyed, and Kakuzu's heart-seeking strike missed, but he didn't pause. He kicked out, but in the next instant a blue chakra cloak enveloped Yujito, blazing with dark blue flames. Kakuzu's shoes caught fire. He quickly tore them off, pulled out the banknotes inside, and after seeing they were undamaged, heaved a sigh of relief. He even brought the seasoned banknotes to his nose, sniffing them with a look of utter bliss. Yujito was utterly stunned by the sight. She quickly distanced herself, then extended cat-like claws and thrust them at Kakuzu. But Kakuzu stood still, summoning Earth Grudge to unleash fire, lightning, water, wind, and Earth Jutsus simultaneously. Facing such a dense barrage, even Yujito with her tailed beast cloak had to retreat. Though the cloak mitigated damage, it didn't mean she was invulnerable. If she were hit by such concentrated jutsus at close range, she would be gravely wounded. Yujito planted one hand on the ground and leaped into the air, evading Kakuzu's attack. Just as she thought she was safe, a scythe flew out from the explosion zone. With no way to change direction in midair, she could only cross her arms in front of her. With a thud, Yujito was sent flying. The flying scythe spun twice and returned to Haiden's hand. So this is the Two Tails Jinchuriki. Pathetically weak. Haiden stepped out of the smoke, licking his lips. Pathetically weak. Haiden stepped out of the smoke, licking his lips. Yujito, her face deathly pale, spat out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't understand why these two Kage-level powerhouses had suddenly attacked Kumogakure. Against one she might have held her own, but against two, she was at a disadvantage. Most importantly, something about these two was off. One had taken her rat-tailed jade without a scratch, and the other moved like a phantom, mastering all 5 chakra natures. Damn it, this was Kumogakure. This was her home, where she couldn't unleash a tailed beast ball or undergo full-tailed beast transformation, leaving her restrained and helpless. Haiden, don't kill her. Her heart is mine, Kakuzu said with a sinister smile. Don't worry, Kakuzu. I'll hand her over to you, but before that let me have some fun. Haiden, scythe on his shoulder, charged forward. His target was Yujito. There was no time to think. If she remained hesitant, she would die. In the face of life and death, what couldn't be abandoned? So Yujito called out inwardly, Matatabi, help me. Meow, the Two Tails Matatabi took over her entire body as Yujito fell into slumber. Her form suddenly swelled more than tenfold. A great cat, its body long and lithe, wreathed in eerie blue flames with 2 tails trailing behind, appeared on the field. It glared at Kakuzu and Haiden. Humans, get out of here. This is no place for you to run wild. If you insist on your folly, don't blame me for burning you to cinders. As it spoke, Matatabi let out a meow, and a vast array of rat-tailed jades materialized in the air. The scene was suffocating with pressure. Haiden cracked his neck, let out a cold laugh, and was about to charge forward with his crimson scythe, but Kakuzu stopped him. Two Tails, you are indeed strong. In a short fight, we might not be able to take you down. But what about the villagers of Kumogakure? Unless you release your full-tailed beast transformation, we will slaughter everyone in the village. I'd love to see how many people in Kumogakure today can stop our assault. Kakuzu understood her weakness all too well. He cared nothing for honorable frontal combat. Winning at the smallest cost was what a true merchant should always consider. Haiden rolled his eyes. Kakuzu was always so long-winded. In his opinion, they should just beat the Two Tails down, drag the Jinchuriki back to headquarters, and be done with it. Clean and simple. An enraged female voice rang out from within Matatabi's body. Cowards! Who exactly are you, and why have you come to invade my Kumogakure? Stubborn to the bitter end. Kakuzu narrowed his eyes and summoned his Earth Grudge Fear. 5 creatures, each with a different masked face and a body woven from black threads, burst forth from behind him. One of them, the mask-bearing lightning-natured chakra, opened its great maw and aimed directly at the slums within the village. Lightning gathered and condensed into a sphere. Even from such a distance, Matatabi and Yujito could feel the overwhelming destructive force contained within it. 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, this lightning cannon will fire. It may be nothing to you at Two Tails Jinchuriki, but what about the villagers of Kumogakure? So make your choice now. Will you surrender without a fight, or resist stubbornly and let the innocent people of Kumogakure be buried with you? Kakuzu's voice was ice-cold enough to make even Haiden beside him feel uneasy. That sly old bastard. What a scheming dog. He'd better never cross him. Who knows when the guy might just stab you right through the heart. Yujito angrily denounced his shamelessness, but her words meant nothing to Kaku. Little girl, when I first started out in this world, you weren't even born yet. You know Hashirama Senju. That's right. The first Hokage of Konoha, hailed as the god of shinobi. Even he couldn't do a thing to me. So what makes you think a mere Two Tails Jinchuriki can accomplish anything? Kakuzu's words were a blend of truth and falsehood, a psychological attack. He was trying to shatter Yujito's mental defenses. And truly, upon hearing those words, Yujito herself showed little reaction. After all, she had never met Hashirama Senju. She didn't believe in rumors, as she trusted only what her own eyes had seen. But Matatabi shuddered and grew wary. If what Kakuzu said was true, then this man might very well be hiding his true depth. Yujito, I have a suggestion. Let's run. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we'll never lack firewood. Even if the Raikage investigates afterward, your status as the Two Tails Jinchuriki should protect you from any serious punishment, right? But if you stay here you'll die. And once you're dead, there's nothing left. Matatabi said worriedly. Yujito gritted her teeth. Was she really going to abandon her home? Life was indeed precious, but some things were simply impossible to let go. I'm sorry, Matatabi. If I die and you're willing to fulfill my wish of protecting the people of Kumogakure, then find another outstanding ninja of this village. If you don't want to, then just leave. Retire deep into the mountains, and you'll be free. Yujito spoke with utmost sincerity. Matatabi was deeply moved. After pondering for a long while, she drew a deep breath. Yujito, you may have a terrible temper, but you suit my taste. If you die today, this will be the last time I help you. Matatabi let out a sigh. After all, if she herself died, she could always be revived. It was no big deal. Yujito curled the corners of her mouth upward. In that case, let's surrender. All right. Just as Matatabi was about to withdraw her power, a figure appeared before her. The person had long black hair and wore a suit of crimson Warring States armor. He spoke. I heard you say you fought me for 300 rounds. Is that so? The man's words made Kakuzu's pupils contract violently. This can't be. Weren't you already dead, right? Hey, if you don't believe it, then try me. Hashirama Senju assumed a fighting stance. But this Hashirama was not the real Hashirama. It was Obito Uchiha transformed into Hashirama's likeness using the transformation jutsu. The main reason was that Obito Uchiha wanted to see how Kakuzu would react when he laid eyes on the old rival he had longed for day and night. Hashirama Senju. Kakuzu was momentarily speechless, his body trembling slightly. That face, he knew it all too well. Back when he had taken the mission, he had seared that visage into his memory. Not to mention the reconnaissance back then. Standing 800 meters away, he'd strained his eyes nearly to the point of bursting just to get a clear look at Hashirama Senju's face. Haiden frowned. You fake. Even I, a follower of the Jashin faith, can't possess the power of immortality. So who the hell are you? Kakuzu suddenly snapped back to reality, his face darkening. Were it not for Haiden, he might have been made a fool of by a fraud. At that thought, Kakuzu straightened his back, his legs stopped trembling, and his voice grew bold again. Hey, even if the real Hashirama Senju himself stood before me, I wouldn't be afraid. And you, a mere fake. How laughable. Haiden, kill him. Kakuzu barked. He planned to hold back for now, just in case. Just in case this Hashirama Senju was actually real. Yamino gazed at Uchiha Tadakawa playing the role of Senju Hashirama, and the imposing figure before her filled her with a sense of awe. Yet she did not believe that the first Hokage Senju Hashirama could truly rise from death. She spoke up. Sir, you had best depart quickly. Neither of these two is ordinary. Each possesses power rivaling that of a Kage. What is Kage level? Is it truly that formidable? Uchiha Tadakawa asked casually. Yamino's lip twitched. He didn't even know what Kage level meant, yet here, he was playing dress up. Haiden, however, lacked the patience to listen to their hesitation. Whether you are Senju Hashirama or Senju Tobarama Dai. He dragged his bloody sickle forward and charged, leaping high after calculating the distance, his mouth releasing a manic cackle. Uchiha Tadakawa glanced at him and clapped his hands together. Would release wood dragon technique. The ground trembled violently as countless vines burst forth from the earth, transforming the entire battlefield into a sprawling forest in an instant. The vines did not remain idle. They immediately coiled around Haiden, who was suspended in midair, binding him tight. Haiden was stunned. In fact, even before witnessing Uchiha Tadakawa's would release Kekkei Genkai, he had already been awestruck. But his body was airborne, and he could not adjust his posture. Although he swung his bloody sickle and severed some of the vines attempting to bind him, the vines only multiplied. After just 2 or 3 swings, Haiden was completely immobilized, unable to move a single limb. WHWA. What ninjutsu is this? Why is it so relentless? Haiden strained with all his might, but could not break free. In the face of nature's power, his own strength was utterly insignificant. Uchiha Tadakawa sneered at the scene. You who couldn't even break free from Nara Shikamaru's shadow jutsu in the original story, what makes you think you can escape my would-release forest dominion? Kabuto, standing nearby, nearly lost his soul. He activated his earth grudge fear, and Uchiha Tadakawa frowned, preparing to block. But in the very next moment, Kabuto had vanished. He had fled at full speed. This infuriated Uchiha Tadakawa to the point of laughter. He turned to Yamino. I will pursue him. You keep an eye on this guy. If he escapes, I hold you responsible. Uchiha Tadakawa spoke seriously to Yamino. Yamino was dumbfounded, but quickly reverted to her Jinchuriki form and nodded. Lord Hashirama, thank you for saving the Kumogakure village and my life as well. Uchiha Tadakawa turned and sprinted in the direction Kabuto had fled, as if he would let someone escape right before his eyes. Back in the day, Hashirama hadn't pursued an enemy who threw a kunai from 800 meters away, not because he couldn't, but because it was beneath his dignity. But now, Kabuto ran with wind beneath his legs, never looking back toward the base, cursing furiously in his mind. Who the hell said Senju Hashirama was dead? That would release technique. Only Senju Hashirama could have wielded it. At this point, Kabuto had abandoned all thoughts of capturing the tailed beasts. Running and saving his own life was what mattered. As for his partner in murder and greed, the murder part had already gotten him captured. Was embezzlement really a death sentence? Kabuto prayed to the Six Paths Sage. If he survived this time, he would burn incense in the Six Paths Sage's honor. Kabuto, I still haven't settled the score from over 50 years ago, and yet you dare to boast in my presence. Uchiha Tadakawa clapped his hands together as he ran. Would release wood dragon technique. With a thunderous roar, vines surged from beneath the earth, forming a massive wooden dragon that lunged toward Kabuto. Kabuto didn't dare look back, but his pursuer had eyes nonetheless. He gritted his teeth. This was a matter of life and death. Sometimes you must sacrifice to succeed. He commanded one of his Earth Grudge Fear entities to step forward and unleash its most devastating attack. The Fire Attribute entity drew a deep breath and spewed forth a torrent of dragon-shaped flames. The scorching fire dragon shot toward the wooden dragon. Kabuto ran while keeping his eyes on Senju Hashirama. What terrified him was that the wooden dragon was completely immune to fire. His Earth Grudge Fear's most powerful flame attack hadn't even scorched a single splinter of wood. What is this? How can I fight like this? Kabuto cursed in his heart. And in the very next moment, the running Kabuto stumbled and collapsed to the ground. Blood sprayed from his mouth, splattering onto the earth. This meant one thing: his Earth Grudge Fear had been destroyed, and the backlash was affecting him directly. TCH. Kabuto covered his mouth, then spread his hand open. His pupils contracted. Blood. How long had it been since he had suffered such grave injuries? The last time had been at Kirigakure, when he risked his life to assassinate Senju Hashirama. Upon returning to the village, he had faced the elder's interrogation, endured disgrace and severe punishment, and was imprisoned in Kirigakure's dungeon. For an elite jonin of a major village, such treatment was torture. In the end, Kabuto chose to break out of prison, stole Kirigakure's most forbidden jutsu, the Earth Grudge Fear, and carved out the hearts of all the elder officials to serve as nourishment for it. That was the closest Kabuto had ever come to death. However, the gains were enormous. Relying on the Earth Grudge Fear and the hearts of 5 high-ranking officials, he had achieved a tremendous breakthrough, entering the ranks of Kaga-level warriors. However, he was branded a missing nin from Kirigakure and could only survive in the black market, constantly taking missions to earn money. From that day forward, Kabuto came to understand only money never betrays you. Love, affection, and family ties will all abandon you. But more important than money was one's life. Kabuto wanted to keep running, but in the next instant, Uchiha Tadakawa stomped his left foot against the ground. The recoil shattered the earth beneath him as he leaped into the air, his massive hand descending straight toward Kabuto's abdomen. Kabuto screamed, "First Hokage-sama, please don't kill me. I will offer you everything I have amassed over the years." Ignoring his wounds, he fumbled for a scroll hidden within his robes. "There are 20 billion inside. By my life, please spare me." Kabuto knelt on the ground, completely abandoning any sense of dignity. Losing to the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, was no disgrace, rather it could be considered an honor. After all, throughout the ages, there had been only one individual revered as the god of shinobi. The prestige of Senju Hashirama needed no further explanation. 20 billion. You actually have that much money? Uchiha Tadakawa looked genuinely surprised, his naive expression only adding to the absurdity. Kabuto seemed to have found a lifeline. His eyes lit up. "First Hokage-sama, I am extremely adept at making money. I can make money grow. I still have value. If you spare me, I can go to Konoha and manage its finances." Kabuto's desire to live surged, veins bulging on his neck. Panting heavily, he gazed at the figure before him with sincere eyes. Uchiha Tadakawa pondered. Kabuto was a man of low morals and weak loyalty, subdued only by money and power. Having endured the Kirigakure assassination incident, he no longer trusted emotions or bonds. Such a person, it seemed, might be perfectly suited for managing finances. Uchiha Zhan raised an eyebrow. "In that case, I accept your surrender. But do not speak of my resurrection to anyone." Kakuzu, though puzzled, quickly nodded. Yes. Lord First Hokage, I will certainly heed your teachings." After speaking, he let out a sigh and collapsed onto the ground. At 89 years old, he had already exhausted half his life running so fast. Uchiha Zhan spoke. "Take my token and go to Konoha. Don't try any tricks, or even if you flee to the ends of the earth, the remnants of wood release will annihilate you." With that, Uchiha Zhan pulled a scroll from his pocket. Kakuzu quickly rose and respectfully took it. Uchiha Zhan then turned and headed toward the direction of the Hidden Cloud village. At that moment, the third raikage of the Hidden Cloud, along with Darui Tutai and Samui, had already returned to the village entrance. Their faces were grim as they listened to what the Two-Tails Jinchuriki Yujito was saying, and their expressions darkened. Initially, it was because Haiden and Kakuzu had been killing indiscriminately, trying to capture the Two-Tails Jinchuriki. Later, upon hearing that the god of shinobi, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju, had been resurrected, their hearts were filled with anguish. Damn it, how can the dead come back to life? But looking at Haiden, who was bound by the forest of the world tree and still shouting, they had no choice but to accept the fact and decided to wait there for the appearance of Hashirama Senju. In less than 10 minutes, Hashirama Senju arrived at the entrance of the Hidden Cloud village. Haiden saw him and began to curse. "What kind of bullshit god of shinobi? Let me go. Let's fight one-on-one. Do you dare give me a drop of your blood? Give me a drop of your blood. Bastard, let me down." My leader is Pain. He is the god who possesses the Rinnegan. If you catch me, the Akatsuki won't let you off. Uchiha Zhan glanced at him, and with a thought vine sprouted from the ground covering Haiden's mouth. MMPH. Haiden could only glare, unable to utter a word. Uchiha Zhan scratched his ear. Finally some peace and quiet. He looked at the fourth Raikage with a blank expression. The fourth Raikage had initially suspected someone was impersonating, but at that moment Uchiha Zhan displayed would release before him. His mind felt as if it had exploded. A piece of information forced him to believe that Hashirama Senju had been resurrected, or perhaps Hashirama Senju had never died. But that didn't make sense. If Hashirama Senju hadn't died, how could he have watched Konoha decay? Could it be that Hashirama Senju was truly resurrected? It seemed he had heard that the second Hokage Tobarama Senju had once created a jutsu that could summon the dead. However, before he could continue his research, the first Hokage had sealed it away, claiming it desecrated the souls of the ancestors. Could it be that Hashirama Senju had been resurrected through this method? Damn, if Hashirama Senju could be resurrected, what about Tobarama Senju? Thinking that Uchiha Zhan's appearance in Konoha had already forced them to keep a low profile, if Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju were also resurrected, what was the point of even trying? Might as well surrender. Ahem, Lord Raikage, stop daydreaming. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju is walking toward us. Tutai whispered. Alerted by Tutai, the fourth Raikage snapped back to reality. He took off his yellow Raikage hat and said, "This junior, pays respects to Lord Hashirama." Starting with junior, set the tone. A senior wouldn't bully a junior, would he? We are grateful for your intervention this time, but please don't make excessive demands. Uchiha Zhan laughed heartily. Raikage, are you afraid I'll harm your two tails, Jinchuriki? The fourth Raikage's expression stiffened. That was exactly what he was thinking, but could he say it? However, when he looked at Yujito, he saw something he would never forget in his life. To his surprise, Yujito's eyes were now moist and full of affection as she gazed at the powerful first Hokage Hashirama Senju. He suddenly grew anxious. Damn, was this iron tree about to bloom? That wouldn't do. If the two-tails Jinchuriki went to Konoha, he would lose both his wife and his soldiers today. So adjusted his stance, subtly blocking Yujito's line of sight. This displeased Yujito, who frowned, but soon she realized why the Raikage was doing this. Uchiha Zhan just smiled. I'm not in charge of Konoha, so don't be so tense. I was just traveling here when I saw this beautiful lady being bullied by two men with no one to help her. So I lent a hand. This further increased Yujito's goodwill. It seemed that this first Hokage Hashirama Senju was actually quite a nice person. In the Pure Land, Hashirama Senju, Achu, why do I feel so strange? Tobarama Senju pointed at Mito Uzumaki. Brother, look at sister-in-law's hair. Isn't it a little green? Yujito stepped around the fourth Raikage, extended her hand toward Hashirama Senju, and said, Lord First Hokage, thank you for your help. Uchiha Zhan's eyes lit up, and he casually scratched the back of his head with one hand, while extending the other to shake hers. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the quest. Reward lava release, chakra mode. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining the trust of the two tails, Jinchuriki, and physical contact. Extracting a trace of the two tails' origin power for replication. Ding. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the two tails Matatabi's chakra pill. Do you wish to fuse? Cancel fusion. If he fused now, even if others didn't know, wouldn't the two tails Matatabi sense it? The two tails Matatabi only felt that its origin power had diminished slightly and felt a bit tired. Probably due to the injury and the complete tailed beast transformation. It wasn't a big problem, a few days of rest would restore it. Yujito, I'm feeling weak. I'll go into a deep sleep now. Matatabi spoke in her mind. Go ahead and sleep. Yujito replied, and Matatabi chose to sleep after hearing that. Having achieved his goal, Uchiha Zhan exchanged some trivial words with the fourth Raikage, then gave Yujito a wink, sealed Haiden, and packed him up to leave. The fourth Raikage was still in a daze. How could he not understand the first Hokage's way of doing things? Was this how the older generation operated? Tutai sighed. Lord Raikage, don't dwell on it. From what that Haiden, who claimed to be a follower of the Jashin cult, said, we can infer one thing: there is an organization called the Akatsuki that is collecting tailed beasts everywhere. If Lord Hashirama hadn't arrived in time, we might have seen Yujito as a corpse by now. The fourth Raikage finally snapped out of it. Then Tutai, what do you think we should do? Tutai shook his head. Since they're after the Jinchuriki, we should keep our Jinchuriki at home, suspend all activities, cancel all missions, and have them stay in the village at all times. As for the other villages, except for informing Konoha, forget about the rest. Tutai said calmly. Since Hashirama Senju had intervened, Konoha would know about this anyway. The other villages were rivals, so why bother about the fate of their Jinchuriki? Uchiha Zhan, the moment he distanced himself from the land of lightning and stepped into the land of fire, reverted to his original appearance, which left Haiden stunned. You are not Hashirama Senju. I said so. If Hashirama Senju were alive, he'd be over 90 by now. How could he be so young? Then why were you calling him Hashirama Senju just now, Uchiha Zhan looked at him with amusement. Haiden turned his head away but soon turned back. Who exactly are you? Haiden was puzzled. When did Konoha have a ninja who could use would release? He had heard of someone named Yamato, but according to intelligence, Yamato's wood release was an inferior product only useful for building houses. Compared to the first Hokage's wood release, it was a completely different breed. Haiden asked himself if it were the legendary Yamato. Given his physical strength, he could definitely break free. But the moment the wood release of the man before him bound him, he felt as if he had merged with the tree itself, and could not move easily. Uchiha Zhan said flatly. Damn, your Uchiha Zhan, the SSS class powerhouse, defined by the Akatsuki leader Pain. Shit, I'm screwed this time. But no, the intel says you only have the Mangekyo Sharingan, and can only use Susanoo. But why can you use the wood release Kekei Genkai? Could it be that you're the illegitimate son of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha? Haiden proposed a very bold speculation. Uchiha Zhan stopped a vein bulging on his forehead, then released Haiden. Haiden was stunned. What was he going to do? Then 5 vermilion gates fell from the sky, pinning his arms and head tightly to the ground. You're damn curious, aren't you? Don't you know curiosity killed the cat? Oh, right, I just remembered you're immortal, aren't you? In that case, you'll just have to endure Hashirama's wrath. With that, Uchiha Zhan came before him and stomped his foot. Dong! Uchiha Zhan stomped and broke one of his arms, the bone cracking with a crisp sound. He stomped again, breaking his other arm. Still calling me an illegitimate son. How can 2 men have a child? Answer me. Uchiha Zhan leaped up, a ball of chakra appearing in his hand, and smashed it toward Haiden's waist. The ball spun at high speed, causing an explosion that blew Haiden's body to pieces. Haiden began to roll his eyes and scream in agony. Damn, he had only spoken a few truths, and this guy couldn't take it. Haiden's limbs struggled constantly, but compared to the Myojin Gate, his strength was negligible. Haiden's body began to repair itself continuously. Flesh and blood returned to his body and reconnected, quickly restoring him to his original state. Uchiha Zhan suddenly spoke. Hey, if you keep getting beaten and don't get any blood to replenish yourself, will you truly die? Or if I twist off your head, limbs, and torso and seal them in 4 or 5 different places, will you truly die? Answer me. Look in my eyes. Why, baby, why? Hearing this, Haiden immediately trembled all over. Devil, you are the devil. You are even less human than our leader. The usually bloodthirsty follower of the Jashin cult, Haiden now had tears streaming down. A foul stench flowed from his crotch, which made Uchiha Zhan very displeased, so he said, if you had done this earlier, wouldn't it have been fine? Did you really think being invincible meant you could do whatever you want? In my eyes, it's just a recovery technique. A recovery technique that doesn't get replenished will eventually turn into a pile of white bones. Uchiha Zhan took out a handkerchief, wiped his hands, then threw it away, intending to pull Haiden up. The next second, a pulling force came from behind him. Universal pull. Bansho Tenin. Hearing the sound of Bansho Tenin, Uchiha Zhan immediately realized who it was. How had he exposed his location? Kakuzu. No. His gaze fell on the ring on Haiden's finger. The emerald ring engraved with the character 3. The 3 represented Santai, the heavenly god, who governs punishment and life and death. Here it was used by the Akatsuki as a tool for communication, contacting each other and determining each other's coordinates. When Kakuzu decided to defect to Konoha, he threw away the ring. Their conversation was also heard clearly by the members of the Akatsuki, especially Orochimaru, who curled his lips. Didn't he know whether the first Hokage was dead or not? What had he been researching in the basement of Konoha? Hashirama's cells. This was obviously a fake. After all, he was the one who personally dug up the grave back then. Pain's Tendo path clearly couldn't sit still, so he ordered the 6 paths of Pain to follow him and meet Uchiha Zhan, while the others were to suspend all activities and return to the organization to await orders. He would deal with Kakuzu later. Now he was going to rescue Haiden. In the immortal duo, although Haiden wasn't absolutely loyal, he was still a rare combat asset. Uchiha Zhan curled his lips, standing still. Oh, the skill of the Rinnegan. Unfortunately, your pulling force can't affect me much. Pain's Tendo path was silent. He suddenly lowered his hand and said, 6 paths of Pain. Assemble. Swish, 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 swish. Pain's Predator path, Pain's Animal path, Pain's Hell path, Pain's Azura path, Pain's Human path, and the leading Pain's Deva path. Ding detected that the host has encountered the 6 paths of Pain. Now activating a time-limited mission, defeat the 6 paths of Pain and teach Nagato what it means to be low-key with your fists. Suddenly the sky changed. The originally clear sky became overcast with dark clouds. The leading Pain's Deva path twisted his neck. Uchiha Zhan, right? Do you know that you have offended a god? As the god of this world, I will punish you. The voice of the Deva path echoed, his purple Rinnegan filled with killing intent. Then he changed his tone. You turned Kakuzu against us. How about you inherit the northern ring, which symbolizes wealth? As long as you hand over the 9 tails, the 3 tails, and the 6 tails Jinchuriki, I promise you can become the second god of the Akatsuki on par with me. How about it? The Deva path scrutinized Uchiha Zhan, and Uchiha Zhan scrutinized the Deva path in return. He felt that the Deva path's brain must be seriously ill. He was supposed to hand over the Jinchuriki, and the Deva path was empty-handed, giving him the title of second god. Did he really think this was a Naruto mobile game, where titles add combat power? Fuck that. Sorry, but I'm not really interested in being a god. Because gods are all fake. Some people have played the role of god for so long that they forget they were once human. They forget whether their original ideal was to fight for peace or to bring people pain. Uchiha Zhan said leisurely. The Deva Path of Pain felt the corner of his eye twitch almost imperceptibly. He stared darkly at the man before him, and boundless murderous intent surged within his heart. He knew that Uchiha Zhan was talking about him, provoking him, mocking him as a failure. Moreover, Uchiha Zhan's words caused a flood of past memories to rush back into his mind. After 2 minutes, Nagato, controlling pain, opened his eyes. Very well. If that is so, then there is nothing left for us to discuss. Uchiha Zhan, you will pay for what you said. The Deva Path of Pain leaped forward, and the Animal Path of Pain, the Preta Path of Pain, and the Azura Path of Pain all moved up in front. The Azura Path grinned and extended both hands. With a flick of its wrist, its palms dropped away, revealing arms packed with missiles. Arm missiles? He grinned, baring his teeth. Then the bones of his arms transformed into missiles that shot toward Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan's expression did not change. Susanoo. The azure Susanoo enveloped Uchiha Zhan's body. Even under the Azura Path's relentless bombardment, he remained as calm as a drifting cloud. Boom, 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 boom. The missiles exploded one after another, unleashing thunderous roars and kicking up clouds of dust. The shock waves carrying the wind swept toward the 6 paths of pain. The 6 paths of pain stood motionless, watching it all. When the smoke dispersed, they all fixed their eyes on the center, expecting to see Uchiha Zhan blown to pieces, not even his bones remaining. But they were destined to be disappointed. After all, where there is smoke, there is no damage. Pain, is this all you can do? If so, I won't play with you any longer. Uchiha Zhan waved his hand, and the blue Susanoo behind him hurled the Yasaka Magatama. The Preta Path of Pain stepped forward, raising a large hand. A white chakra barrier covered both it and the Azura Path, a milky shield with a natural affinity for all things. The instant the blue Yasaka Magatama struck the barrier, it began to be decomposed, turning into the purest chakra and replenishing the Preta Path's body. The Deva Path smiled faintly. Uchiha Zhan, how is my coordination? Uchiha Zhan remained expressionless. Just as he was about to make his move, a long tongue slammed against his Susanoo, causing his body to quiver. His Mangekyo Sharingan contracted, and he turned toward the direction of the attack. There a chameleon flickered in and out of view. You're seeking death. Uchiha Zhan raised the enormous blue tachi and slashed at the chameleon. The chameleon was locked in place, unable to move under a powerful wave of pressure. The Animal Path of Pain's face turned cold. Summoning Hell's 3-headed hound. Summoning Bull. The moment the words fell, the Animal Path slammed both hands to the ground. Dense summoning marks spread out. With 2 bangs, smoke appeared, and a vicious 3-headed hound burst out. With a howl, it lunged at Uchiha Zhan, ready to tear him apart. It charged with overwhelming ferocity, its face twisted in a savage snarl. Uchiha Zhan ignored it completely and cut the chameleon in one stroke. Shing! The chameleon was split in 2, green blood spilling out. Hatred filled the Animal Path's eyes. The 3-headed hellhound went mad, opening its bloody maw and biting at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan manipulated the Susanoo into a turning strike. Swallow return. A flash of blue sword chi passed, and with a whimper the hellhound's heads were sliced off. The bull charged at Uchiha Zhan with bloodshot eyes. The impact was immense, forcing the Susanoo's leg to step back 0.5 centimeters. Uchiha Zhan frowned. Gripping the tachi with both hands, he thrust it into the ground, piercing through the bull's body and into the earth. The ground exploded and pure chakra energy gushed up from beneath. The rapidly surging chakra broke the bull's body down into atoms, completely dispersing it between heaven and earth. Seeing this, the Deva Path of Pain fell into thought. It seemed that the Rinnegan's summoned beasts could not test the depths of Uchiha Zhan's power at all. Moreover, Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo had been active for nearly 10 minutes. Didn't his eyes ache? Even if his eyes didn't, his chakra should have run dry by now. Could it be that Uchiha Zhan also possessed the Uzumaki bloodline like him? 6 paths of pain, all of you come at once. In one-on-one combat, even you Deva Path are no match for me. Arrogant. Human Path, take your position. Hell Path, prepare to retrieve the summoned beasts. The Deva Path issued the order and charged toward the Susanoo at the same time. Shinra Tensei. Huh. A sphere of near absolute defense appeared around the Deva Path and rapidly expanded. Uchiha Zhan roared Susanoo. Slash. He was ready to meet the attack head-on. The giant blade descended, hacking into the sphere and stirring up wave after wave of air. The Deva Path felt a tremor in both hands, so he began to resist the blow with the classic method of pouring all his power into yelling. The Shinra Tensei grew larger, forcing the Susanoo's steel blade aside and bearing down on Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan was somewhat shaken. He had not expected Uzumaki Nagato to drive the Rinnegan to such a level. In truth, Uzumaki Nagato knew only too well how bitter he felt. This one move had drained a third of his chakra. In his hidden refuge, the fat on his body shriveled, rapidly drool ran from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with resolve. At a certain moment, Nagato's face and the Deva Path's face merged. Huh, die. Nagato once again stepped on the gas as he manipulated the Deva Path. Uchiha Zhan clapped his hands together and bellowed would release, true, several thousand hands. A 300-meter Buddha rose from the ground, its face compassionate and its muscles knotted. Uchiha Zhan's Susanoo was draped over the Buddha like armor protecting it. Emerald green sage markings appeared on Uchiha Zhan's face. By now Uchiha Zhan's height had long surpassed the Devapathas, while the Devapath Shinra Tensei had entered its cool-down period. He stared at the scene in disbelief. He who called himself a god felt his own insignificance before a human for the first time. Buddha of the summit. Uchiha Zhan continuously poured chakra into the great Buddha through both feet. The Buddha's eyes suddenly opened, radiating golden light. That gaze looked down at the Deva path of pain and the other paths of pain with compassion for the world. After what seemed like a sigh, the 1,000 wooden arms behind the Buddha descended. They crashed down. Uzumaki Nagato's pupils contracted, and he manipulated the other 5 paths of pain to gather beside the Deva path. When Shinra Tensei's cooldown ended, the Deva path clapped his hands together. Super Shinra Tensei. Shinra Tensei erupted violently, forming a gigantic arc-shaped barrier of absolute defense. At first the Deva path was able to block with ease. The first 300 strikes landed without any pressure. But when the number reached around 400, the Deva path's Super Shinra Tensei began to shrink back at a visible speed. In the distance, Nagato poured in powerful chakra, trying to slow it down, but all his efforts were in vain. By the 600th strike, Shinra Tensei vanished. The Deva path hurled the Hell path away, while the remaining 5 paths of pain took the next 300 strikes. Boom 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 boom. Standing atop the colossal Buddha, Uchiha Zhan surveyed the land beneath him, feeling the power of the top of the 1,000-hand Buddha. His eyes burned with fervor. No wonder Senju Hashirama had once been able to overpower Uchiha Madara. With such force unleashed, it was clearly beyond what Susanoo could resist. 3 minutes later, the bombardment subsided. The earth was cracked and fissured. All of Pain's 6 paths except the Hell path were obliterated, including the Tendo. Uchiha Zhan deactivated the top of the 1,000-hand Buddha. As soon as he landed, he saw a monstrous creature burst from the ground, extending its long tongue to devour the 5 paths of pain. Uchiha Zhan narrowed his eyes at the creature. This was the Hell path being revived. It seemed it intended to resurrect its comrades. Sure enough, as Uchiha Zhan's thoughts subsided, the other 5 paths of pain were spat out, their wounds completely healed, as if nothing had happened. The Tendo narrowed his eyes. He knew he was no match for Uchiha Zhan at this moment, but he could not sit idly by. He raised his hands, Chibaku Tensei. The earth cracked and rocks gathered in the sky, coalescing into a sphere. From its center, a gravitational force relentlessly pulled, attempting to suck Uchiha Zhan inside. Having deactivated Susanoo, and being in a falling state with no foothold, Uchiha Zhan was soon pulled into the air. After completing the technique, the Tendo immediately departed without lingering. Uchiha Zhan gazed at the Chibaku Tensei in the sky, summoned Susanoo, and flung 3 Yasaka Magatama, blasting it apart. Boom. The Chibaku Tensei exploded, the gravitational force vanished, and everything returned to normal. Uchiha Zhan descended from the sky, landing with both feet one after the other, and looked in the direction the Tendo had fled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Pain's 6 paths, severely damaging their morale and shaking Nagato's resolve. Reward 1 substitute doll. When facing death, the substitute doll will die in the host's place and teleport the host to his safe location. The system explained the function of the substitute doll. Uchiha Zhan's eyes lit up upon hearing it. A substitute doll. A fine item, essentially an extra life in critical moments. Although no one could currently kill Uchiha Zhan, given his abilities, who would complain about having too many life-saving trump cards. Composing himself, Uchiha Zhan prepared to return to the village. Oh, and there was that unlucky fellow Haiden who wouldn't die easily. He could study him, his terrifying regenerative ability, and the blessing of the Jashin. On the other side, the Tendo wore a grim expression as he dashed through the dense forest. Recalling what had just happened, his eyes gleamed with malice and brutality. He couldn't understand why it had come to this. Was he not the child of prophecy? Master Jiraiya had said he was the key destined to end this chaotic era. But if he were the child of prophecy, how could he have been defeated? How could his Rinnegan lose to a Mangekyo Sharingan, and with style? Nagato laughed bitterly. Master Jiraiya was all lies. What child of prophecy am I? I'm just a butcher relying on the power of 2 Rinnegan. Konan, who had just entered, heard this. Her eyes showed a hint of pain. Nagato, maybe we should stop. Your body now. She looked at him. Due to forcibly drawing chakra and extracting energy from his fat, he had gone from plump to skeletal. She had witnessed it all. She had already lost Yahiko. She didn't want to lose Nagato too. They had once vowed together to change the Rain Country, to change their homeland. Yahiko had chosen to die willingly because of Hanzo's fear, Danzo's scheming, and Konan being taken hostage. But Konan would never forget that day. The sky was gray rain mixed with violent wind lashing against her and Nagato's faces. Yahiko's once warm body gradually turned cold. Nagato's shock stopped restraining his power, and his personality changed drastically from then on. He used the overwhelming force of the Rinnegan to kill Hanzo, who was hailed as a demigod. Only Konan stood there staring blankly at Yahiko's corpse, sobbing quietly. It was all her fault. Because she was too weak, Hanzo had captured her, using her as leverage to threaten Nagato and Yahiko. Yahiko had died because of her. Later, to give Yahiko a sense of involvement, Nagato had his body refined into the most powerful of the 6 paths of pain, the Tendo. From then on, they unified the entire Rain country and recruited talented individuals. It was also because of this incident that Nagato understood one thing: only by making people feel pain would they cherish the hard-won peace. So he devised a plan to collect all 9-tailed beasts, seize power in his own hands, and make the so-called great ninja villages feel pain, making them fear the power he held, thus preventing them from starting wars. As for the so-called Moon's Eye plan, don't be ridiculous. It was merely a world of illusion. What good was it? Only a bunch of self-deceiving mediocrities would cling to the Moon's Eye plan wholeheartedly. Konan didn't know what to say, but she had always silently supported Nagato because now she only had him. Nagato, I'm fine, don't worry. Nagato's weak voice came from within the 10 tails. Tubes were inserted into his body, used to control the 6 paths of pain. These tubes constantly drained Nagato's chakra and life force. His originally crimson hair had now faded considerably, starting to turn white. I won't fall. This is merely a minor setback. Believe me, I will make the people of this world understand what pain truly means. I will make them realize the preciousness of peace. Though Nagato was weak at this moment, a blazing fire burned in his eyes. Konan covered her mouth, wanting to cry, but she knew she couldn't. Her tears would be an insult to Nagato. What he needed was support, not tears. Konan trembled all over. After 2 minutes, Nagato lowered his head to rest. She embraced him. I will walk this path with you even if the end is death. Uzumaki. Nagato suddenly looked up at Konan's beautiful face. He wanted to cry, but he clenched his teeth, lowered his head, and forced out 2 cold words: thank you. Konan shook her head and rested her head against Nagato's emaciated chest. Don't say thank you to me. Nagato's expression showed reluctance. He shouldn't have dragged Konan into this. He knew that it would be either success or death, and as the angel of the Akatsuki, Konan would inevitably face retaliation. Originally, Uzumaki Nagato could have avoided these thoughts, but when Uchiha Zhan's true technique, the top of the 1,000-hand Buddha, shattered his invincible heart, he began to fear Uchiha Zhan. He didn't want to, but he had no choice. In a cave in the hidden mist village, Uchiha Obito sat on the throne that once belonged to Uchiha Madara. His expression was grim, and his right hand clenched. You mean to say Nagato failed? As expected, he's useless. Even with the Rinnegan, what can he do? He can't even defeat that Uchiha Zhan, and he still calls himself a god, who will bring peace to the world. What a joke of a god. Uchiha Obito was furious. Nagato's failure made him burn with rage. Black Zetsu chuckled. He really didn't want to deal with this utter fool, who only flew into a helpless rage whenever something went wrong. He'd be better off using that time to think about how to continue advancing the Moon Eye plan. His mother is still waiting to be rescued. Then what do we do, Black Zetsu? With Uchiha Zhan's absurd combat power right now, can we really collect all 9-tailed beasts? Obito was unwilling to accept it. He wanted to build a world where Rin existed, but Uchiha Zhan's current power was far beyond his reach. As long as he existed, the 9 tails, the 6 tails, and the 3 tails could never be captured by him. Without capturing them, he could not attain the Sage Body and become Obito the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu said calmly, then do you have any ideas? Dumbass, if I had a damn idea would I be asking you? Uchiha Obito glared at Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu felt annoyed. Fine, you damn pawn. Just you wait. Once you become the 10 tails Jinchuriki, I'll have a heart-to-heart talk with you. Black Zetsu took a deep breath and said, since the power of the living is not an option, perhaps we should think about borrowing power from the dead. Black Zetsu's eyes glinted, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sly smile. The dead, you mean? A technique suddenly flashed through Uchiha Obito's mind. That's right, the impure world reincarnation, the reanimation jutsu. Black Zetsu transformed into Orochimaru's form. In Konoha, now the only one capable of using the impure world reincarnation is Orochimaru. He is the only one in Konoha who once touched the scroll of seals, and is now on the outside. And I heard that at the inauguration ceremony of the 5th Hokage Uchiha Zhan, Orochimaru once used this technique to resurrect the 1st Hokage Hashirama Senju, the 2nd Hokage Tobirama Senju, and Konoha's darkness Danzo Shimura. If, and I mean if, you can control Orochimaru and make him yours, then you'll command all the masters of the ninja world. The dead will fight for us. By then Uchiha Zhan will be too overwhelmed to respond. Won't that be our chance? The moment Black Zetsu opened his mouth, he was every inch the veteran schemer. As soon as this scheme was laid out, it completely wrecked the chessboard. Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up. Great idea. Then I'll go now. Black Zetsu shook his head. No. Since Orochimaru launched the Konoha Crush plan last time, he hasn't shown himself in a long time. His ability to conceal himself is remarkable. Even I can't detect his location when he hasn't surfaced. Besides, a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, Orochimaru has at least 300. For now, let's first go help Nagato get the funds flowing, build up our forces, and win over experts. One person alone can't accomplish anything. After saying that, Black Zetsu possessed Obito. Obito listened to his words and fell silent. Finally he nodded. All right, I'll do as you say. If Uchiha Zhan had heard Obito's analysis, he might have blurted out, good grief. This guy would be a top-tier commander in any strategic contest or war. It was in no way inferior to crossing the river in a shroud, courting death. Konoha. Uchiha Zhan locked Haiden up and arranged for a wood clone to keep him under control at all times. Afterward, he returned to the Hokage's office to look into Jiraiya's whereabouts. Shikaku Nara, my Lord Hokage Orochimaru's whereabouts are elusive. However, I hear that Lady Tsunade recently lost 200 million in ancestral assets at a gambling house in Tanzaka town. Shikaku Nara stopped there. In the workplace, one cannot be too clever or too perfect. Otherwise, where would that leave the boss's dignity? He had mentioned Jiraiya, and then Tsunade stopping at precisely the right point. Uchiha Zhan rubbed his fingers together and said, in that case, let's go see Tsunade first. I've heard it rumored that Jiraiya likes Tsunade. If so, Tsunade should have his contact information. And earlier at Jiraiya's home we saw Tsunade and Orochimaru, which shows that Jiraiya is in contact with Orochimaru. Moreover, Orochimaru's last appearance was extremely suspicious. So to find Orochimaru we must first find Tsunade. Tsunade contacts Jiraiya, and Jiraiya then goes to find Orochimaru. Shikaku Nara smiled. The Hokage is truly perceptive, Lord Hokage. You saw the problem at a glance. Shall I send someone to find Tsunade now? No. Send me her latest location. I'll go find her myself. Perhaps this time I might even be able to recruit the Sannin of Konoha. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled upward. He had a hunch that if he could unravel Haiden's secret it might bring great benefits to Konoha and to those who had died. However, even if you gathered all the researchers in the entire ninja world, none would be as powerful as Orochimaru alone. Because the saying that Orochimaru holds the core technology was definitely not just talk. Even in Boruto, Uchiha Zhan felt that Orochimaru's power and technology might be enough to crush the Otsutsuki. Shikaku Nara nodded. I'll get it organized right away. 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, Shikaku Nara handed Uchiha Zhan a classified file. Uchiha Zhan nodded. After all, as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, Tsunade was noble in status. She was the princess of Konoha and the Land of Fire. She could disappear, but she could not be murdered. Therefore her whereabouts were kept sealed and never allowed to leak. Uchiha Zhan opened the file. The first words that met his eye said that Tsunade had sold 3 ancestral properties yesterday, converting them into 300 million, paid off 200 million in debts, and had made an appointment to continue gambling tomorrow, determined to win back all 300 million with interest. He got a headache. Could the Senju clan really have no one to object to this spendthrift woman doing such things? The moment that thought crossed his mind, he froze. Where were there still people in the Senju clan? He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have obtained a complete version of the impure world reincarnation technique. If so, could he revive Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju? Let them go rein Tsunade in. At that thought, Uchiha Zhan smirked. I have a plan. Shikaku, I'll give you a list of materials. Prepare everything on it. Tonight come with me to an abandoned laboratory outside Konoha. I have something good to show you. Shikaku Nara's expression was complicated as he looked at Uchiha Zhan. Could that rumor be true? Was the Hokage gay? Lord Hokage, about the materials, I'll have someone take care of it. I'd rather not go if that's all right. Shikamaru is still waiting for me to come home and help him with his homework. Shikaku Nara said with a wry smile. Nara Shikaku wore a bitter expression. Could it be that he really had to sacrifice himself today? But then he thought about it. If he allied with Uchiha Tataka, wouldn't the Nara clan reach its peak of development? For the sake of his clan, his family, and Shikamaru, he would just have to endure it. As Nara Shikaku pondered these thoughts, tears began to well up in his eyes, which frightened Uchiha Tataka terribly. Shikaku, what's wrong? Don't scare me like this. If it's a matter your body can't handle, don't keep it from me. It's mainly that this matter isn't suitable for others, so I came to you. If you're unwilling, I'll just go find Hizashi instead. Uchiha Tataka sounded genuinely worried. Nara Shikaku grabbed his arm. No need, Hokage-sama. I understand, I completely understand. I won't tell a soul. He wiped away his tears. Uchiha Tataka was deeply moved. He reached out and squeezed Shikaku's shoulder. You've worked hard. Starting today, your monthly stipend increases by 30,000 ryo. Nara Shikaku was even more convinced. It had to be that. He nodded and shed tears of bitter yet happy resignation. Uchiha Tataka sighed. Don't be so tense. Everyone faces the unknown for the first time. You'll get used to it. Get used to it. Nara Shikaku's pupils contracted. That meant it wasn't just once. He felt like he might lose half his life. But even if he resisted, what good would it do? He grabbed the note Uchiha Tataka had written and ran out with bloodshot eyes. This could never come to light. His wife and Shikamaru must never know. He needed someone to claim. He was working overtime at the Hokage's office. Uchiha Tataka watched Nara Shikaku leave with an approving look. As the supreme commander of the 4th Shinobi World War in the original story, no one did it better. Even when unwell, he still reported for duty. That kind of responsibility and dedication far surpassed those who slackened off. For a witness of Edo Tensei, he was the perfect choice. He wouldn't leak any secrets, and he could help identify any shortcomings in the ritual. Around 10 o'clock at night, Uchiha Itachi had already taken his pre-prepared seat, while Nara Shikaku trudged forward in a daze. Who knew how many persuasive words Uchiha Itachi had used to trick him into coming? Even with all the preparations he'd made, seeing Uchiha Itachi still filled him with dread. His chastity preserved for over 40 years, was it all about to be lost today? Uchiha Itachi kicked the burlap sack beneath his feet. I told you to behave. To Nara Shikaku, those words sounded like punishment inflicted upon one of Uchiha Itachi's previous male favorites. He shuddered so violently he nearly wet himself. Uchiha Itachi glanced at him. Is everything ready? Nara Shikaku nodded. Everything is prepared. He never imagined the Hokage played such games. Kunai Talisman's pig's blood, a small blade. He wouldn't make it home tomorrow. He'd need to recuperate for a while. Very well. Then let us begin. After Uchiha Itachi spoke those words, Nara Shikaku took a deep breath and said, understood. He went to undress, which startled Uchiha Itachi. What the hell are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Hokage-sama, I understand. I won't speak of this to anyone. Unless you prefer to take the bottom position. Nara Shikaku looked at Uchiha Itachi in bewilderment. Uchiha Itachi flew into a rage. Damn it. Mangekyo Sharingan activate. Nara Shikaku was instantly pulled into the Jinjutsu space. He found himself bound to a cross, his body hanging limply. He couldn't understand why Uchiha Itachi would use a Jinjutsu. Still, a sense of relief welled up inside him. Jinjutsu was wonderful. It would leave no marks, it wouldn't defile his body. Uchiha Itachi cursed furiously. Nara Shikaku, what on earth is stuffed in your head? I treat you as a brother, and you want to sleep with me? Huh. Hokage-sama, aren't those what you meant? Nara Shikaku finally realized he had misunderstood. Uchiha Itachi suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with Nara Shikaku. He remembered that the system had let out a sound like a pig's snort. He had been too distracted to notice at the time. System, replay our conversation from the beginning. Uchiha Itachi said calmly. Ding. Uft. Cough cough. Ding. Host playing the video requires 1 point. Play. After Uchiha Itachi gave the command, the system began to broadcast the original footage. After watching the video, Uchiha Itachi's face turned pale. Damn, this really did seem to be his fault. His words had indeed carried misleading implications. After the playback ended, Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath and looked at the innocent-looking Nara Shikaku. I'm sorry, Shikaku. It was my poor wording. The reason I called you here tonight is to study the Edo Tensei together. I've just learned the procedure, and I want you to check whether there are any flaws. After saying this, Uchiha Itachi weakly dispelled the Jinjutsu. Nara Shikaku's face twisted in disbelief. So it was only this after all. Holy crap, he'd been terrified for nothing. His chastity was safe. Huh. Wife Shikamura, daddy loves you. Having gone through such an emotional roller coaster, Nara Shikaku now felt considerably more at ease. Hey Hokage-sama, it's no big deal. Since you mentioned Edo Tensei, where's our sacrifice? I heard this jutsu requires a living offering. Nara Shikaku, fearing Uchiha Itachi might fall into the same misconception, deliberately changed the subject. This is it. These are all death row inmates. They're going to die anyway, so they might as well contribute to Konoha. Uchiha Itachi kicked the burlap sack once more. Nara Shikaku nodded. Death row inmates then. That was fine. There would be no guilt in taking their lives. May I ask, Hokage-sama, whom do you intend to revive? Nara Shikaku asked, looking at Uchiha Itachi curiously. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. Uchiha Itachi spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, Nara Shikaku immediately had no objections. His Hokage was exceptionally capable. Perhaps Orochimaru's inability to control Senju Hashirama was merely a reflection of his own inadequacy. With that thought, Nara Shikaku began preparing the sacrificial ritual. He took out a brush, dipped it in blood, and started drawing the pattern around the offerings according to the diagram provided by Uchiha Tatsu. Next, he bound the offerings into mummies, leaving only a nose exposed for breathing. Uchiha Tatsu used a black brush to draw layers of runes on their bandages. After completing the preparations, Uchiha Tatsu said, Shikaku, step back. Hearing this, Nara Shikaku did not hesitate and swiftly moved to the other side. Uchiha Tatsu rapidly formed hand seals, tiger, snake, dog, dragon, then clapped his hands together and shouted, Impure World Reincarnation. As chakra surged, the two living sacrifices were immediately pulled underground by coffins, only to resurface shortly after standing upright. Nara Shikaku glanced around the desolate mountains and witnessed Uchiha Tatsu performing the Impure World Reincarnation technique. A shiver ran down his spine, but he remained silent so as not to disturb him. The coffin lids opened, clicking. In less than 2 seconds, they slowly fell to the ground, revealing the figures within. One was Senju Hashirama, the other Senju Tobarama. One red and one blue, one black and one white. Both opened their eyes simultaneously. Senju Tobarama immediately spotted the figure bearing a striking resemblance to Madara and roared, Madara. Die. Flying Raijin slash. Senju Tobarama vanished and reappeared behind Uchiha Tatsu, drawing his long sword and striking. Uchiha Tatsu summoned the Uchiha Flame Fan from his system space, slung it over his back, and raised it effortlessly to block the lightning-fast strike. Senju Tobarama's pupils contracted. What? Even Uchiha Izuna couldn't withstand this move. Without preparation, he couldn't believe anyone could react so quickly. In truth, the nearby trees had long been infused with Uchiha Tatsu's chakra. Thanks to the Hashirama template, these trees had become his eyes. Combining the combat techniques of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Tatsu could tell where Senju Tobarama's sword would strike with just a slight move of his hand. As the second Hokage Senju Tobarama was about to unleash the mutual explosion tag technique, the figure before him spoke in a deep voice. Enough, Tobarama. Cease this at once. Can't you see this young man merely resembles Madara? I told you in the Pure Land. The current fifth Hokage is an Uchiha. Senju Hashirama's tone was stern. Senju Tobarama clicked his tongue. Of course he knew, but seeing an Uchiha triggered an instinctive reaction, and he couldn't help but deliver a flying Raijin slash. Was his older brother really this harsh with him? Was his own brotherly status worth less than an Uchiha? Just as Senju Tobarama was about to sheath his sword, Uchiha Tatsu clenched the Uchiha flame fan, spun around, and delivered a powerful blow, infusing it with wind-release chakra to create a tornado. Seeing this technique, Hashirama was momentarily stunned. That was Madara's skill. Why did this young man always give him the feeling of being Uchiha Madara? But reason told him this was not Uchiha Madara, but Uchiha Tatsu. Senju Tobarama's pupils contracted as he was struck by the flame fan, half his body obliterated, then swept away by the tornado. If he were not an impure world body, that strike would have killed him outright. If word got out, it would be a laughingstock. The weakest Hokage in history killed by the flame fan. Impure world, Tobarama landed the surrounding dirt clinging to him. You sure are ruthless, kid. Not at all, second Hokage. It's still a far cry from your zero frame flying Raijin slash, Uchiha Tatsu said calmly. Nara Shikaku was completely dumbfounded. Holy crap, the second Hokage, a veteran of the Warring States period, had been sent flying by their own Hokage with a single fan strike. Senju Tobarama was getting angry. Just as he was about to move, a familiar voice rang out. Would release deep forest emergence. This was not Uchiha Tatsu's technique, but Senju Hashirama's, and its target was not Uchiha Tatsu, but Senju Tobarama. Enough, Tobarama. The most important thing now is not internal conflict. Let's first hear why this young man summoned us, Senju Hashirama said in a deep voice. Senju Tobarama gritted his teeth. Did he think his older brother couldn't see it? He simply couldn't bear to strike that kid who looked 9/10 like Uchiha Madara. Damn it, inherently evil Uchiha Madara, inherently evil Uchiha Tatsu. He tried to break free, but as the first user of wood release, how could Senju Hashirama give him that chance? Whenever Tobarama exerted force, the trees would be damaged, but Hashirama tightened the bindings on his hands, preventing him from forming hand seals. Senju Tobarama let out a frustrated roar. Finally, he lowered his head and said nothing. Senju Hashirama glanced at his brother, shook his head, and turned to Uchiha Tatsu. Young man, since you are the fifth Hokage, I shall call you fifth Hokage. Very well, first Hokage-sama, Uchiha Tatsu replied. A name was merely a label. Fifth Hokage, I wish to know what matter could compel you to summon me and Tobarama. What is it you intend to do? Senju Hashirama's brow furrowed. If Uchiha Tatsu wanted them to fight other ninja villages, he would not agree. As for Tobarama, he wasn't sure. In truth, summoning you both back to the ninja world concerns a grave matter. And this matter, Hashirama-sama, is your fault, Uchiha Tatsu said with a faint smile. Senju Hashirama was stunned. What had he done? Senju Tobarama seized the opportunity to sneer. Uchiha Tatsu, my brother may be simple and foolish, but he served diligently during his tenure and made great contributions to Konoha. Tell me, what fault did he commit? Yes, second Hokage is right. But Hashirama-sama, are you truly blameless? Was it not because of your wavering back then that Uchiha Madara defected from Konoha? Was it truly his ambition? Or was it that some in Konoha village could not tolerate him? Uchiha Tatsu looked at Senju Tobarama. Senju Tobarama's expression changed. Nonsense. It was Uchiha Madara's overwhelming ambition. What do you mean couldn't tolerate him? He simply had no regard for Konoha. Senju Hashirama suddenly became dejected. This matter was a pain in his heart. Konoha and the Hokage position were their promise, and he had agreed that Madara would be the next Hokage. But he had broken his word. Because of the so-called opposition from the villagers, he abandoned his promise, causing Madara to sense danger and leave Konoha. Uchiha Zhan sighed. Enough. I didn't summon you two for that, but for Tsunade. Hearing the name, Hashirama was taken aback. Little Tsuna. Last time I recall seeing her. What youngster is she in danger? Big brother, why waste words with him? Untie me, I'll cast a genjutsu on him and get the whole story. Tobarama immediately suggested. Standing off to the side, Nara Shikaku stepped forward. Honorable Hokage's greetings. I am Nara Shikaku, the Hokage's advisor. Allow me to explain the situation. Nara Shikaku swiftly and clearly laid out everything he needed to say. Both brothers were dumbfounded. Hashirama scratched the back of his head, thinking this hardly counted as a major crisis, while Tobarama rolled his eyes. That was his money, his hard-earned family fortune. Big brother, this is all your fault. At this rate, Tsunade might gamble away the entire clan compound within 6 years. Tobarama gnashed his teeth. Hashirama, ha ha ha, come on, it can't be that bad. You two are truly blood-related grandfather and granddaughter. Doomed to lose every bet, fleeced like fat sheep. Haven't you realized all the gambling houses use rigged tables? Loaded mercury dice cards that change with a rub. If the casinos didn't pay such enormous taxes to Konoha, I'd have shut them down long ago. Tobirama seethed with anger. Uchiha Zhan was surprised. He hadn't expected Tobirama to be so knowledgeable. Hashirama turned solemn. What? You mean the money I lost back then was all rigged? His focus seemed to be misplaced. Tobirama sneered. What else? And your money wasn't actually lost. I had a word with them. If you lost, they had to return the funds to the Senju clan, or I'd overturn their tables. At your spending speed, the Senju clan would be begging on the streets within 10 years. Hashirama instantly fell silent, and Tobirama turned his head away. Uchiha Zhan clutched his aching forehead. Gentlemen, we're missing the point. I summoned you to persuade Tsunade to return to the village and quit gambling. Not for you two to debate who's right or wrong. Surely you don't want Tsunade at her age to keep indulging in wine, women, and dice. Uchiha Zhan said helplessly. Tobirama nodded. Fine, I'll help you. But understand this. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for Konoha. Hashirama agreed. Indeed. For Konoha, I will bring Tsunade back. Uchiha Zhan nodded. In that case, return to Konoha and rest for the night. Tomorrow we'll head to Tanzaku quarters together. With that, Uchiha Zhan turned and walked toward Konoha, Narashikaku following close behind. Hashirama dispelled his would release and released Tobirama. The two brothers exchanged a glance and followed. On night duty was Reito Namishi, a former member of the 4th Hokage's guard. Seeing Uchiha Zhan, he dropped to one knee. Hokage-sama. No need for formality. Rise. I'll be bringing 2 people into the village shortly. Say nothing. Uchiha Zhan said calmly. Reito's expression shifted. Understood. With that, he took his men to patrol elsewhere, deliberately leaving the blind spot unguarded. Uchiha Zhan smiled. Minato's former guards were quite sharp. He couldn't understand how Minato himself could be so dense. And so Hashirama and Tobirama entered the village with Uchiha Zhan wearing bamboo hats and cloaks, looking utterly out of place. Yet their eyes darted everywhere. Though it should have been curfew, the streets blazed with lanterns. Some homes left their doors open and lost items were left untouched on the road. A vendor beamed with excitement. Fresh pastries. Fine pastries just out of the oven. Don't miss out, everyone. Uchiha Zhan stepped forward with a smile. Boss, 2 boxes of pastries. How much? The vendor chuckled. Right away, honored guest. He looked up, saw Uchiha Zhan's face froze on the spot, and trembled all over. Watching this, Tobirama sneered. Heck, could this brat have become a tyrant after taking office, overtaxing and brutalizing the people? Why else would that vendor shake like a leaf? Hashirama said nothing. If that were true, he would have to step in and correct this wrong. Konoha must never be corrupted by a tumor. Hokage-sama, what are you saying? You created the night market, made our lives more prosperous, and even give us subsidies to cut our costs. If I took your money, my wife would probably divorce me when she found out. Come, Hokage-sama, take these 2 baskets. No charge. Come back when you've eaten them all. Our shop is always free for the Hokage. The vendor grinned. Uchiha Zhan didn't refuse. Then thank you, boss. May your business thrive. I should be the one thanking you, Hokage-sama. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Your visit brings immense honor to my humble stall, a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. The vendor said emotionally. Tobirama was stunned. Doubly. Impossible. How could this be? He couldn't believe how deeply Uchiha Zhan was beloved. Those 2 large baskets of pastries were worth at least 40 to 50,000 silver, and he just gave them away like that. Hashirama fell into thought. Tobirama, I think you were wrong to suppress the Uchiha. They're so friendly, so kind. Why did you do it? Tobirama ground his teeth. One vendor proves nothing. Let's keep walking. There are plenty more stalls. I refuse to believe every one of them is like this. An hour later, Uchiha Zhan strolled down the street, using Susanoo to carry bags upon bags of goods. Far from being afraid, the villagers warmly greeted the Hokage. Uchiha Zhan returned every greeting he could, showing just how cherished he was. Tobirama was utterly defeated. Uchiha Zhan activates Susanoo publicly, and the villagers aren't frightened. They greet him enthusiastically. This proved his place in their hearts had reached an appalling height. Perhaps even his own brother Hashirama, the founder of Konohagakure, could not rival Uchiha Zhan's standing among the villagers. Humming a tune and piloting Susanoo, Uchiha Zhan headed toward the Hyuga clan. It had been a long time since he'd seen little Hinata, and he missed her. Little Hinata sat on a stone stool in the courtyard gazing at the sky. I haven't seen big brother Zhan in so long. I miss him so much, but I'm afraid of disturbing his work. Little Hinata was missing Uchiha Zhan when a blue Susanoo stopped at her doorstep. The Susanoo's height far exceeded the wall, and the oppressive chakra it emitted immediately attracted the attention of many Hyuga clan members. Hyuga Hinata was the first to react. The moment she looked up and saw the scene, joy surged within her. She leaped up and dashed toward the gate like a startled deer. Hyuga Hayashi, who had been leisurely sipping tea at home while reading the Konoha Daily, had just returned from work after handling many matters. Only now did he have a moment of leisure to catch up on the day's events. Before he could even read a single line, someone knocked on the door. Frowning, he wondered who could be visiting so late. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see his nephew Niji standing there. Uncle, something terrible has happened. Uchiha Zhan has come to our clan grounds with his Susanoo. As soon as Hyuga Niji spoke, Hyuga Hayashi's hand trembled, and his teacup fell to the floor with a clatter. Niji, are you sure the Hokage-sama came with his Susanoo? Absolutely certain. That blue Susanoo belongs to no one else. Itachi's is red, Shirsue's is green, only his is blue. Niji said urgently. Hyuga Hayashi ignored the shattered teacup, stood up, and paced the hall. After 2 laps he said, but did any blind clan member do something wrong and get caught by the Hokage-sama? Probably not. Hyuga Niji shook his head. Then did some clan member verbally insult the Uchiha clan and was overheard by the Umbu or the Uchiha? Hyuga Hayashi asked again. Probably not either. Hyuga Niji shook his head. No, not this, not that. Why would Uchiha Zhan come to my house with his Susanoo? Damn it, forget it. Now is not the time to discuss this. Prepare to welcome him quickly. Hyuga Hayashi's mind was in turmoil, because he couldn't think of or understand why Uchiha Zhan would come to their clan, especially with his Susanoo. But thinking about it now was useless. Whether he faced it or not, it was the same. At worst he would get scolded. Hyuga Hayashi steeled himself and urgently summoned all the Hyuga elders to join him in welcoming. Uchiha Zhan stopped outside the Hyuga clan grounds. He manipulated his Susanoo to set down the gifts one by one, then dismissed it, just as he was about to knock the door open. At the same time, Hyuga Hinata burst out and gave Uchiha Zhan a big hug. Brother Zhan, you finally came to see me. I've been so sad not seeing you all this time. As she spoke, Hinata's eyes reddened and her lips pouted. Uchiha Zhan laughed heartily. I sensed you missed me, so here I am. Look, these are all gifts I picked for you, snacks, jewelry, and all sorts of novel trinkets. As he spoke, Uchiha Zhan took out a translucent purple gem. This is a high-quality amethyst gifted to me by Kumogakure as a token of gratitude. You can take it to a craftsman to have it made into jewelry to wear. Uchiha Zhan handed the obviously valuable purple gem to Hyuga Hinata, but she quickly waved her hands. No, this is too precious, I can't accept it. Hyuga Hinata was flustered. Her only wish was for Uchiha Zhan to come and see her. She never expected him to give her such a precious gem. Last week, she had accompanied Ino to buy a gemstone necklace for her mother. There was a necklace much inferior in quality to this one, yet it sold for over 5 million silver. This one must be worth tens of millions. If Uchiha Zhan knew what Hinata was thinking, he might have laughed out loud. The raw material of this gem alone was worth over 200 million. Once crafted into jewelry, it would be among the finest in the ninja world. These things are nothing. As long as Hinata likes them, we'll take them. With that, he handed the gem to Hyuga Hinata, who gazed at the magnificent purple jewel. Her heart stirred. Is this a dowry? She murmured softly. What? Uchiha Zhan was puzzled. Hinata's voice had been too quiet, and he wanted to ask for clarification. Hinata quickly shook her head. No, nothing. Brother Zhan, bringing so many things must have cost you a lot of money. Had this kid spending money? He got them for free, Tobarama Senju sneered. Hey old man, who are you? Why are you so angry? Did you eat gunpowder? Hyuga Hinata was not intimidated at all. She was very perceptive to people's emotions, and the white-haired uncle's words were clearly mocking Uchiha Zhan. Tobarama Senju was taken aback. Good heavens, it had been years since anyone dared to speak to him like that. This little girl, judging by her eyes, must be from the Hyuga clan. Brother. Hashirama Senju frowned. Indeed, his brother's words just now were like provocation. Even he, the naturally dull first Hokage, could sense it. Uchiha Zhan smiled slightly, turned his head, and used his Mangekyo Sharingan to cast a Jinjutsu, dragging Tobarama Senju directly into an illusion space, replicating what Itachi had done to Kakashi in the past. To make Tobarama Senju feel pain, Uchiha Zhan restored his sense of pain within the illusion with a perfect one-to-one replication of reality. Tobarama Senju stood still, his consciousness already dragged into a moonlit illusion. In his mind, he was tied to a cross, shouting curses. Uchiha Zhan. You sneak attack. You can't play fair. You little trash. You have no skill. Uchiha Zhan's illusionary projection coldly said, annoying. With that, his clones stepped forward one by one to finish him off, wielding the most basic ninja blades. Chopping, slashing, cleaving, thrusting, and lifting. No technique was left out, they were all used on Tobarama Senju. At first he managed to hold on with his willpower and the will of fire. Just when he thought the Jinjutsu would break if he died, he realized it didn't. He had been too naive. If the Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu were as simple as he imagined, why would it be called Mangekyo? After Tobarama Senju died, his wounds quickly healed. He looked at Uchiha Zhan in bewilderment. Isn't the Jinjutsu over? Why are you still here, and why am I still tied up? Who told you that a Jinjutsu only has one layer? Did you think my Sharingan was just for show? Sharingan. Sharingan, Tobarama Senju frowned. This touched on his blind spot. Although he knew that the Uchiha clan's awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan greatly increased their power, he had never imagined that Jinjutsu was also this formidable. At that moment, he suddenly realized something. Why hadn't Izuna ever used Jinjutsu when fighting him? In their final battle, Izuna Uchiha should have awakened his Mangekyo. You must have realized it too, that there was something suspicious about the incident when you killed Quan Nai with the Flying Thunder God / back then. Uchiha Zhan, within the space of consciousness, looked at the disheveled Senju, Fei Jian. Nonsense. What did I discover? That Uchiha, Quan Nai, simply lacked skill and died at my hands. I was not wrong. Senju Fei Jian roared. Oh really? Let me tell you, my mastery of the Mangekyo Sharingan's Jinjutsu can be said to be the worst among all Uchiha, yet back then ancestor Quan Nai's illusion techniques reached the pinnacle of perfection. Do you think that with so many opportunities before at the moment you two clashed, he could have controlled you with his Mangekyo Sharingan? So why didn't he? Because he wanted to give the Uchiha clan a bright future. Uchiha Zhan said coldly. Bullshit. Do you think I don't know what Quan Nai was like? Senju Fei Jian clenched his teeth, his heart knowing the mistake, but he would never admit he was wrong. Since you refuse to admit it, then let our Jinjutsu return to the day before the battle. Uchiha Zhan snapped his fingers within the space of consciousness, and instantly, their Jinjutsu space transformed from a red moon into the great tent of the Uchiha clan. Brother, we cannot fight anymore. After years of continuous warfare, the population of the Uchiha clan has been reduced by half compared to its peak. If we continue, I fear the Uchiha face the risk of extinction. Uchiha Quan Nai knelt before Uchiha Ban. Uchiha Ban was moved, wanting to help Uchiha Quan Nai up, but then he thought of something and shook his head. It's not that I don't want to stop the war, but if I stop, how will the clansmen view me? How will the families of the fallen view me? Sometimes as the clan leader it's like this. One has no choice. Hearing this, Quan Nai's expression carried a trace of sorrow. Brother, must we really fight? But I promise you tomorrow will be the final battle. I will either die in battle or achieve victory. After saying this, Uchiha Ban walked toward the camp exit, leaving only Uchiha Quan Nai kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of tears. Senju Fei Jian suddenly walked over to him, looking down at the weeping Quan Nai, and felt a twinge of pain in his heart. After Uchiha Ban walked away, Uchiha Quan Nai began to murmur, Big brother is absolutely no match for Senju Jian, and tomorrow's battle will surely be extremely fierce. The worst outcome is that Big brother will die. No, I won't accept it. I cannot allow such a thing to happen. Big brother cannot die. Big brother cannot die. Big brother cannot. Suddenly Uchiha Quan Nai paused, then slowly stood up. He looked at the main seat in the tent, the chair that was exclusive to the Uchiha clan leader, and on the wall behind the chair was painted the clan's emblem. For the glory of the Uchiha, for Big brother, I have no choice but to do this. Thus Uchiha Quan Nai walked to the desk, and Senju Fei Jian quickly followed. Uchiha Zhan sighed. If it weren't for the system that had fused the template of Lord Ban into him, he would not have known the truth of those events. Because fragments of Lord Ban's memories were also in his mind, and the system's big data operations had filled in the details of the situation, every time he saw this scene, Uchiha Zhan felt that the little angel Quan Nai should not have died. Uchiha Quan Nai wrote, To my dear brother, by the time you read this letter, I may have already died. Tomorrow's decisive battle will see both sides in a rage. Only when one side is annihilated can the other survive. The outcome of this battle has never been decided by us, but by the fight between Big Brother and Zhu Jian. Though Big Brother's power is great, he is still slightly inferior to Zhu Jian, so tomorrow you will likely die, and the same goes for us. When the nest is overturned, no egg remains intact. The Uchiha clan will thus face extinction. For the honor of the clan, and for you, my dear brother, I have thought of a way to preserve both the Uchiha clan and yourself. That is my death. Seeing this, Senju Fei Jian's pupils contracted, and an endless chill enveloped his limbs. He struggled to recall the situation at that time, finding it strange that Quan Nai always chose to give up pursuing when he could have pressed the advantage. Now it all made sense. In a situation where both sides are fighting with genuine fury, someone of high status must die in order to calm everyone down. Senju Fei Jian, I thought if we killed him, no matter how benevolent Zhu Jian is, he would never reconcile with Big Brother. In that case, the Uchiha and Senju would both be weakened. So forgive me, brother, I will die tomorrow at the hands of Senju Fei Jian. I hope you will work hard, recover, and live well in the future to see a peaceful ninja world for me. Putting down the brush, Uchiha Quan Nai smiled, called a servant, and instructed him to keep the letter and deliver it to Uchiha Ban after the battle tomorrow. Senju Fei Jian's hands trembled. He never expected that the truth of that year was like this. What had he done? He suddenly roared and cursed, Quan Nai, what is this supposed to be? Coward. Using death to settle the conflict between the two clans. If you had just written me a letter, I would surely. Suddenly he remembered the angry faces and bloodshot eyes of the Senju elders who had sworn to destroy the Uchiha clan and avenge their clansmen. Many Senju warriors even threatened Senju Zhu Jian with death if he didn't go all out tomorrow. Under pressure from the clan and the authority of the elders, Senju Zhu Jian, despite his reluctant expression, could only nod helplessly. Uchiha Zhan laughed. You say that, but do you believe it yourself? Even a clan like the Uchiha had such a desperate scene of forcing the leader's hand. Could the Senju clan have been without one? Senju Fei Jian fell silent. Was there not? Of course there was. Of course there was. He still remembered the ferocity on the faces of the war hawks, and to prevent the Senju clan from mutiny, he had advised his brother to go all out tomorrow. Just as he was thinking, the Jinjutsu changed again. On the battlefield, Senju Fei Jian found himself on the battlefield, and standing opposite him was Uchiha Quan Nai. Don't look around during a battle or you'll die, Senju Fei Jian. Uchiha Quan Nai taunted him, but Senju Fei Jian's expression was complex and his movement sluggish. The Quan Nai in the Jinjutsu was startled. What was going on? This shouldn't be happening. But since he had prepared for death, he must not delay. Uchiha Quan Nai rushed towards Senju Fei Jian, who had no will to fight, raised the kunai in his hand and stabbed it toward his own heart. Senju Fei Jian, knowing the full story, his pupils contracted. Why? Even in the Jinjutsu, if he didn't want to kill Uchiha Quan Nai, would Quan Nai still die? Uchiha Quan Nai looked at Senju Fei Jian with a mocking expression, then slowly fell. Then the whole battlefield was shocked into silence until a Senju clan ninja shouted, "Hail, Lord Fei Jian! Lord Fei Jian has slain Quan Nai. Everyone charge!" No, stop. Don't. Tobarama's words seemed unable to reach them. The ninjas of the Senju clan, after Senju Tobarama had slain Uchiha Izuna, all had bloodshot eyes, wielding tachi blades, slaying Uchiha ninjas. Some Senju ninjas even wore gauntlets, delivering one violent blow after another. A large number of Uchiha ninjas fell in a short time. Uchiha Izuna looked at him mockingly, thinking to himself, "Senju Tobarama, do you truly believe you can control everything before you? This situation, even your father Senju Butsuma could not achieve. But soon everything will come to an end." Uchiha Izuna leaned against a large boulder, casting his gaze towards the distant battle between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. "Brother, I entrust the glory of the Uchiha clan to you. This is the only method I have found to break the deadlock." After thinking these words, Uchiha Izuna's pupils lost focus and his head drooped. Tobarama's mind went blank. So that was it. No wonder he had felt something was off. Now everything connected. In those days, Uchiha Izuna could have activated Susanoo just like Uchiha Madara. If he had, even if Tobarama's flying thunder god had no cooldown, he would never have been able to break through his defense. The illusion shattered, and everything ended. Tobarama's consciousness returned to his body, but the memories he had just witnessed in the Jinjutsu were firmly imprinted in his mind. Tobarama lowered his head, unsure whether he felt guilt or admiration. In the real world, only 2 seconds had passed. "Little brother, what's wrong?" Senju Hashirama noticed Tobarama's unusual state and asked. "Big brother, I'm fine." Tobarama gave a bitter laugh. "Big brother, I'm fine. I just suddenly realized something." Senju Hashirama stared at Tobarama in silence, feeling that his younger brother had matured a lot in those 2 seconds, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Or perhaps someone has realized that speaking ill of others behind their backs is not right. Uchiha Zhan said with implication, then pinched Hinata's cheek. Hinata's face flushed with a rosy hue. She giggled and planted a kiss on Uchiha Zhan's cheek. Smack. Soon members of the Hyuga clan began to file out of the door one after another. Upon seeing Uchiha Zhan, they wore ingratiating smiles. "Lord Hokage, what business brings you to the Hyuga residence at this late hour?" Hyuga Hayashi said with a smile. Uchiha Zhan was not polite. "Clan leader Hayashi, I came to see our lovely little princess Hinata." He smiled and pinched Hinata's cheek, making her blush and bury her face in Zhan's chest, too shy to look at anyone. Hyuga Hayashi. "No, are young people these days so unconventional? Coming to see people with Susanoo." Hyuga Niji reacted quickly. "Lord Hokage, please take a seat. The Hyuga clan has prepared a meal, and we hope you will honor us." At the same time, he looked behind Uchiha Zhan. "Lord Hokage, who are these 2? He asked, somewhat puzzled. Hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi looked over, his expression changing. The first Hokage, the second Hokage. He had seen these 2 at the 5th Hokage's inauguration ceremony. When they appeared, an aura of absolute dominance suppressed the entire venue. Meanwhile, the 3rd Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was currently in the recovery period for cerebral hemorrhage as diagnosed by Konoha Hospital, remained in a coma. "Moi. Have we met?" Senju Hashirama asked, puzzled. Senju Tobarama nodded. "Big brother, don't you remember? At the last inauguration ceremony of this kid, this guy was in charge of maintaining order." Senju Hashirama might not remember who you are, but he would always ask, "Are you hurt?" Tobarama, on the other hand, had a good memory and immediately recognized Hyuga Hayashi's identity. Hyuga Hayashi nodded, then looked at Uchiha Zhan, as if asking him what was going on. Uchiha Zhan smiled and said, "Since clan leader Hayashi so kindly invites us to dinner as juniors, we cannot refuse. Shall we talk while we eat?" Hyuga Hayashi glanced at Narashikaku, who nodded and finally agreed. Hyuga Hinata cheerfully shouted, "Yeah." Then she jumped to the ground, took Uchiha Zhan's big hand, and ran towards the Hyuga residence. Hyuga Hayashi's mouth twitched, and he sighed. However, the elders and members of the Hyuga clan were delighted, thinking that this might not be a bad thing. It seems that Lady Hinata has feelings for the Lord Hokage, and the Lord Hokage seems to enjoy this relationship. Doesn't this mean that in the future the Hyuga clan will become one of the Hokage's clans, receiving the same high honor as the Uchiha clan? Clan leader. In the future, if there's anything you need from me, Hinata-chin, just command me. Give my regards to the young lady. Clan leader. I think the main family inheritance system should be changed. We all agree that the clan leader's 2 daughters should not be branded with the caged bird for such a trivial matter. Oh, by the way, my name is Hinata-kin. Clan leader, please put in a good word for me in front of the young lady. The wind in the Hyuga clan shifted quickly. They would do anything to curry favor with Hinata. Senju Hashirama listened to their chatter and smiled. Tobarama, look how friendly they are. Suddenly, he felt grateful that Konoha could have a Hokage like Uchiha Zhan. Tobarama glanced at him, turned away, and didn't reply. He wondered if his big brother without his immense strength would have been killed by those politicians and old schemers. How could he be so naive like a child? Uchiha Zhan suddenly stopped in his tracks. Actually, I think the Hyuga clan should completely abolish the main family and branch family system. Uchiha Zhan's words silenced the entire scene. A glint of sharp light flashed in Tobarama's eyes, tinged with a hint of appraisal. If the previous suggestion of allowing the clan leader's children to avoid the caged bird was already a rare opportunity, then Uchiha Zhan's words were a direct challenge to the Hyuga's ancestral system. The next moment, the atmosphere among the main family members turned terrifyingly gloomy, while the branch family members looked up at that figure. Hyuga Hayashi felt his heart skip a beat. What was the Lord Hokage trying to do? The entire venue was silent, not a sound to be heard. Uchiha Zhan turned around. Originally, when Hyuga Tenjin researched the caged bird, it was only to train the clan's spiritual power. Only when spiritual power is enhanced can the Byakugan evolve. But what have you done? Using the caged bird to oppress and enslave your own blood relatives. No wonder the Hyuga clan, once equal to the Uchiha clan, can now only chant slogans. Uchiha Zhan directly confronted them. He understood that the Hyuga clan needed a drastic remedy to change their current self-imposed stagnation, and that remedy was the evolution of the Byakugan. The heads of the Hyuga main house trembled at Uchiha Tassen's words, their eyes filled with venom as they glared at him. He was seeking to uproot the very foundation of the Hyuga main lineage, to drag the Hyuga main house down from its pedestal and force them to deal with those commoners on equal terms. Impossible. From birth, they were destined to enjoy wealth, privilege, and abundant resources. As the saying goes, it is easy to descend from luxury to frugality, but difficult to return from frugality to luxury. Regardless of whether Uchiha Tassen's claims about the evolution of the Byakugan and the caged bird seal were genuine, the Hyuga main house would never accept such a notion, for this struck at the very core of their interests. If Uchiha Tassen succeeded, they would no longer reign from their lofty height as before. Absurd. Lord Hokage, we respect you in your role as Hokage and have treated you accordingly, yet you would overturn nearly a century of our clan's traditions. Hyuga Qian's face contorted with rage. Hyuga Jin echoed the same sentiment. Indeed, the ways of our ancestors must not be altered. If we change them, how can we face our forebears? Hyuga Luo spoke. Lord Hokage, you should know that the first Hokage's agreement with the Hyuga contained no interference in our internal affairs. The first Hokage stands before us now. Ask him directly. Is this true or not? The weight of these words shifted squarely onto first Hokage Senju Hashirama's shoulders. All eyes turned toward Senju Hashirama, eager to hear his response. Senju Hashirama fell silent before speaking. Uchiha Tassen, you must not interfere in this matter. I made a pledge to the various ninja clans that I would not meddle in their internal affairs. I ask you on my behalf to step away from this. His gaze remained resolute, fixed directly upon Uchiha Tassen. Behind closed doors, Senju Tobarama shook his head. He believed Uchiha Tassen's intentions were genuine, seeking to bridge the clan divisions and unlock the Byakugan's potential for the benefit of the village. Yet to dismantle a century of tradition before everyone present was far too reckless. Uchiha Tassen set Hyuga Hinata down and turned only for her to grasp his hand, her eyes etched with worry. She understood the gravity of the situation all too well, yet those from the main house would never concede so easily. Hyuga Luo's lips curved into a sneer as he called out, "We beg the fifth Hokage to heed the first Hokage's directive and retract his previous words. The Hyuga clan shall pretend they never heard them." Empowered by the first Hokage's backing, the main house disciples straightened and demanded, the fifth Hokage must rescind his earlier statements. Senju Hashirama remained silent, watching the smug satisfaction on the main house members' faces, then witnessing the light die in the branch family's eyes. He fell quiet once more. Though uncertain whether his decision was just, he knew the agreements he had sworn could not be broken. Integrity was the foundation upon which he built his principles. Uchiha Tassen urged Hinata to rejoin Hyuga Hizashi. "Be good, wait here while I finish this, then we'll eat together." "I'm not leaving. I'll face this with you," Hinata declared with fierce determination, positioning herself before Uchiha Tassen. Hyuga Hizashi's face paled. "Hinata, return at once. This matter is beyond your participation." Hyuga Hinata stood her ground. "Father, you are well aware the caged bird seal hinders the Byakugan's evolution, yet you continually shield those parasites among the main house. Tell me, father, do you wish to be a mere guardian of tradition or a pioneer driving our clan toward progress and reform?" Hyuga Hinata declared. This struck the branch family ninja with disbelief. They had not expected the Hyuga clan's most noble princess to speak on their behalf, leaving them deeply conflicted. Hyuga Niji fell silent, then advanced step by step toward Uchiha Tassen. Upon reaching him, he turned to face the gathered Hyuga clan members. He removed his forehead protector, exposing his pristine brow. Immediately a main house member shouted, "Hyuga Niji, you dare to remove the caged bird seal without authorization. Do not forget, your father Hyuga Hizashi was branch family. You are branch family. Your descendants will forever remain servants to the main house. Before the words faded, Niji's Byakugan shifted to a pale blue hue as twin white rings of energy materialized around his outstretched hands. The Hyuga ninja's pupils contracted in shock as he hurled the luminous discs forward. The white rings carved through the man's neck in an instant, decapitating him. Say another word. Veins bulged around Niji's eyes as he glared down at the remaining main house members. They stood frozen in terror. What was this? Why was it so powerful? Was this the evolved Byakugan? The branch family's eyes blazed with unprecedented hope. Uchiha Tassen's words had been true all along. You parasites of the Hyuga clan, watch carefully. This is the power of the Tensigen. Hyuga Niji regarded them with icy disdain. Senju Tobarama felt a shiver run through him at the sight of this jutsu. Extremely powerful. Its destructive capacity reached S rank, and its speed was no less impressive. Good heavens, with just this single display, Hyuga Niji possessed the strength of a Kage-level warrior. Hyuga Luo ground his teeth, directing his glare towards Senju Hashirama. First Hokage, Hyuga Niji has slain a Konoha ninja before all of us, in open defiance of your authority. You declared that ninja of the same village must not kill one another. Before he could finish, Uchiha Tassen unleashed a massive fireball jutsu. Hyuga Luo had no time to evade and was reduced to charred remains, sending tension rippling through the crowd. Silence your jabbering tongue. If you have the courage, prove it with action. Uchiha Tassen spoke with contempt. The main house members turned ashen with fury, their glares locked onto him. With matters reaching this juncture, Hyuga Hizashi had no choice but to act. Drawing a deep breath, he approached Uchiha Tassen and stood silently at his side, making his position clear as head of the Hyuga clan. Senju Hashirama's frustration grew. Uchiha Tassen, what is the meaning of this? Are you slaughtering your own people? Do you truly honor the title of Hokage? As Senju Hashirama prepared to press his moral authority against Uchiha Tassen, the latter drew forth the Uchiha Ino fan, planted it firmly in the ground, and casually picked at his ear with his pinky finger. Dead men need not speak, simply observe. With an arrogant smirk, Uchiha Tassen flicked away his earwax and wrenched the Ino fan from the earth. Senju Hashirama, if you disagree, then come fight me. Pointing the fan directly at Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Tassen's eyes burned with battle fervor. Tobarama Senju's pupils constricted. This was the first time in all these years that someone had dared to challenge his elder brother to battle. Although the young man was undoubtedly powerful, he did not believe he could measure up to his brother. Since birth, his elder brother had never known a single defeat. Every enemy who crossed his path was either vanquished or failed to survive and returned to the Pure Land. The Hyuga clan elders watched this scene with smiles on their faces. They too had heard that the first Hokage had never suffered a defeat. Even the legendary shinobi no Shura Madara Uchiha had been suppressed by Hashirama Senju, had he not. They believed that no matter how powerful Uchiha Tatsu might be, he could never defeat Hashirama Senju. Hashirama watched his movements and froze. This was exactly how Madara Uchiha had once challenged him. Madara Uchiha had raised his gun by Hashirama, fight me, defeat me, and prove to me that you are right. Yet that battle was also Madara's last, and the one in which Hashirama had killed his own friend for the sake of the village. I may indeed be a dead man, but what you have done has gone too far. Uchiha Tatsu, if you are willing to apologize to the Hyuga main family, I can refrain from fighting you. Hashirama took a deep breath and said, enough of your pointless prattle. Come on, Valley of the End. I'll be waiting. With those words, Uchiha Tatsu dashed toward the Valley of the End. The moment Hashirama heard the name, his entire body trembled. It was the place where he had once again carved his name into legend, and also the place he never wished to mention. It was where the god of shinobi slew the shinobi no Shura, and where Madara Uchiha had been laid to rest. That battle had only magnified his fame, but it had also cost him his dearest friend. After his friend's death, he sank into grief, and before long his body could no longer hold on, and he followed Madara Uchiha into the afterlife. Brother, I think this young man is a talent, and what he says is not without reason. The Hyuga main family has since ancient times been nothing but parasites. If the Byakugan of the Hyuga could evolve, then Konoha would gain overwhelming power. Tobarama hesitated for a moment before finally voicing his thoughts. I know, but rules are rules. I was the one who established them in the first place, and even if I have returned from the dead, I must honor the pact I made. Forgive me, my brother. I understand what you mean, but this I must do. Hashirama said. Then he followed close behind. Tobarama fell silent and let out a sigh, murmuring in his heart. Izuna, I have already spoken up for your descendant as best I could, but my brother won't listen. There is nothing more I can do. Then he followed as well. Some of the Hyuga main family exchanged sly glances and sent their retainers to spread word throughout the entire village. The duel between Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Tatsu would decide who had the final say. The villagers of Konoha, who should have been resting, wore complicated expressions upon hearing the news. Some simply wanted to watch the spectacle, others felt the dead should not meddle in the affairs of the living, and still others believed Hashirama was overstepping his bounds. Regardless of what anyone thought, the entire village now knew. One after another, skilled warriors and ordinary villagers alike made their way toward the Valley of the End to witness this earth-shattering battle. When word reached them, the Hyuga main family smirked. Uchiha Tatsu, don't blame us for this. Today is the day your reputation is destroyed. Think you're a good fighter. What good is being a good fighter? Can you actually beat Hashirama Senju? The Hyuga branch family members burned with rage as they stared at the main family, only for the main family to trigger the caged bird seal, sending them to their knees in excruciating pain, begging for mercy with no dignity left. As the main family left, they did not forget to sneer. Branch family servants are nothing but servants. You still dare to dream of breaking the caged bird seal? Let me tell you, from birth, destiny is fixed. Your fate, and the very reason you exist, is to serve us, to serve the main family. The Hyuga branch family members were pale and hollow-eyed, but they still struggled to their feet and made their way toward the Valley of the End. They had to see how the fifth Hokage, the one who had risked incurring the wrath of the first Hokage for their sake, was faring. Valley of the End. Uchiha Tatsu stood on the side beneath Madara's statue, while Hashirama Senju stood at the foot of his own. Both statues were packed with people, and the nearby high ground was crowded, as well, giving the scene the atmosphere of a concert. Uchiha Tatsu, it is not too late for you to regret. If you kneel and apologize to the Hyuga main family, I will not raise a hand against you, and this matter can be allowed to pass. Hashirama said calmly. Unlike you, Lord First Hokage, I don't go to a 5 Kage summit and kowtow to the other 4 Kage before it even starts. My spine is not so weak. With that, Uchiha Tatsu let out a fierce roar. Susanoo. A colossal blue Susanoo rose from the earth, Uchiha Tatsu's hair whipping in the wind as his body appeared within the helmet of the Susanoo. The 300-meter perfect Susanoo manifested fully, its immense chakra oppressing all the onlookers. Even the clear sky darkened under the overwhelming presence, and a chill wind began to blow. Hashirama looked at the Susanoo with complicated emotions and murmured, so alike. Far too alike. Why does this Susanoo resemble Madara's so much? And even his face. Lord First Hokage, if you don't summon the Great Buddha, soon I'll make my move. Uchiha Tatsu manipulated the Susanoo to draw its twin blades, summoning the Yasaka Magatama to float at its side. At last, Hashirama made his decision and clapped his hands together, the sage-like markings appearing on his face. Sage art would release true several thousand hands. In the next instant, the earth shook violently as a 300-meter Great Buddha rose from beneath the water. Hashirama stood atop the Buddha's head, rising higher and higher as the colossus grew. Soon the Great Buddha reached the same height as the Susanoo, and Hashirama Senju and Uchiha Tatsu locked eyes with each other. The chakra radiating from the Great Buddha was benevolent and magnanimous, while the chakra from Uchiha Tatsu's Susanoo was domineering and ruthless. The two forces were evenly matched. Suddenly, Hashirama struck first to probe his opponent. Would release Wood Dragon Jutsu. He clapped his hands together, and a giant wooden dragon took shape, surging toward Uchiha Tatsu's Susanoo. The Susanoo extended its right hand and closed its grip. Yasaka Magatama, go. The instant the command was given, one of the Magatama floating beside it shot toward the wooden dragon. Nara Shikaku watched the duel with a serious expression. Suddenly a figure appeared at his side. Nisan, which of them do you think would win this exchange? Yamanaka Inoichi had quietly slipped over to Nara Shikaku's side and could not help but ask upon seeing the scene. Hard to say, but one thing is certain. This clash is merely a probe. It may well end in a draw. The moment those words left his mouth, the Yasaka Magatama collided with the wooden dragon, immediately transforming into a blade. Using the dragon's own momentum, it split the dragon in two from the mouth downward. The wooden dragon flew on for a moment longer before plunging into the sea and vanishing without a trace. The Yasaka Magatama, its chakra exhausted, faded away as well. A draw. A draw indeed. Big brother, you're amazing, you called it, exclaimed Yamanaka Inoichi in utter astonishment, turning to gaze at Nara Shikaku. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow. A draw. He felt something was off. Senju Hashirama was stunned. He had lost the first exchange. Uchiha Tatsu had severed his wood dragon with just one Yasaka Magatama. And it was a crushing blow. Furthermore, he had incorporated chakra nature transformation into the technique, turning the Yasaka Magatama into a blade. Uchiha Tatsu was rough, yet meticulous, seemingly wild and reckless, but every step was calculated and brimming with lethal intent. This guy is even more troublesome than Uchiha Madara. But then again, isn't that what makes it more interesting? The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, broke into a grin. I'm delighted that someone has achieved this level of combat prowess. Uchiha Tatsu, I acknowledge you. From now on, I will use everything I have to defeat you. Save your breath. Uchiha Tatsu formed hand seals, lava release, chakra mode. The next moment, the Susanoo, which had been a deep azure, turned a shade of pink, its entire body flowing like molten lava, and the temperature of the surrounding space rose significantly. Lava release. It's actually the lava release. I've seen this lava release chakra mode on the battlefield before. It belonged to the Four Tails Jinchuriki Rashi. A voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a man with a limp leg shouting loudly. This very lava release crippled my squad, leaving us dead or maimed. My leg was burned off by that lava release. The man screamed as he saw the Susanoo, its chakra flowing like molten rock. Senju Tobarama sensed trouble immediately. This mode was a perfect counter to his brother's wood release. Senju Hashirama also realized the problem. His eyes grew serious, and then he clapped his hands together. Wood release, wood dragon technique, wood release, wood human technique, wood release, flower tree world descends. Uchiha Tatsu analyzed and weighed his options, then immediately charged toward the giant tree that was sprouting flowers, raising his blade to strike. The poor flower tree world descends was cleaved in two before it could fully grow, and the scorching heat of the lava release instantly incinerated the tree. But it was not over yet. The wood dragon and wood human charged toward Uchiha Tatsu, attacking simultaneously from both sides. The wood human extended its right hand to grab the Susanoo, while the wood dragon rushed in from the other flank. Uchiha Tatsu raised both hands, catching the wood human's fist with one, while the other hand touched the wood dragon's head. The three forces locked in a stalemate. At first it was evenly matched, but within 3 seconds both the wood human and the wood dragon burst into flames. Their heads and arms began to melt rapidly. Chakra leaked from the wounds, and eventually the wood human and wood dragon collapsed into worthless piles of timber. Uchiha Tatsu swept his leg, sending the remains of the wood dragon and wood human sinking into the sea, vanishing from sight. The crowd erupted in cheers. Long live the 5th Hokage. With chakra advantage, how can he lose? It seems our 5th Hokage is superior. 1st Hokage admit defeat. Hearing the exclamations, Senju Hashirama felt a sense of daze. Once these cheers had belonged to him, but now why had the object of their adoration changed? Had Uchiha Tatsu truly won the hearts of all? Uchiha Tatsu would not give Senju Hashirama a moment to catch his breath. Using his dojutsu, he enhanced his Susanoo's twin blades, making them even sharper. With a body flicker, he appeared behind the great Buddha. A glint of heat flashed in his eyes. Just then someone from the Hyuga main house acted without honor. Lord Hashirama, he's about to attack your back. Senju Hashirama, who had been lost in thought, immediately reacted. He manipulated the great Buddha to shift half its body, but due to its slow speed the other half was severed by a single slash. Kill. Uchiha Tatsu commanded the Susanoo to bring down both blades simultaneously. The twin swords in lava release chakra mode were scorching and fierce, carrying a sharp edge as they descended straight down onto the 1,000-armed Buddha's nearly 400 arms. With a clatter, the 400 wooden arms of the Buddha fell into the lake, sending ripples across the surface. Uchiha Tatsu pressed his advantage. Senju Hashirama hesitated no more. Chojo Kabutsu. The remaining 600 arms came crashing down without further delay. Uchiha Tatsu halted his advance, manipulated the Susanoo to grip both blades, balanced on one leg, and spun into a slashing frenzy. Swish, 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 swish. The descending wooden fists were swiftly cut down by Uchiha Tatsu's twin blades. With the lava release and the sharpness of the swords, those fists were like paper shattering upon contact. By this point, Senju Hashirama, looking at the Susanoo, had already realized the truth. He was no match for his opponent. 5 minutes passed. When the last wooden fist was severed by Uchiha Tatsu, he stopped moving. Uchiha Tatsu gasped for breath, his heavy consumption of chakra and physical stamina pushing even him with the merged templates of two individuals to the brink. But thankfully, Senju Hashirama's great Buddha, having lost its arms, was like a tiger stripped of its fangs, leaving only its torso and head standing still. Senju Hashirama dismissed the great Buddha and stood on the water's surface, looking up at Uchiha Tatsu in silence. After resting for a moment, Uchiha Tatsu likewise dispelled his Susanoo and stood on the water, exchanging a silent gaze with Hashirama from afar. At this moment, the surrounding ninjas held their breath. The previous battle had plunged them into silence. That kind of power. Even if the entire ninja army of Konoha, or even the whole shinobi world, were to attack, they might not be able to match it. Senju Tobarama smirked. His brother had lost. Since ancient times, the victor possesses everything and writes history, while the vanquished eat dust and turn to ashes. Senju Hashirama was not one to refuse defeat. He spoke slowly. I lost. You are strong. With that, he leaped over to stand beside Tobarama, remaining silent. Senju Tobarama smiled faintly. Brother, how does it feel to taste defeat? Senju Hashirama said nothing, but his gaze remained fixed on Uchiha Tatsu. Lava release, Susanoo, relentless slashing with the twin blades for 5 minutes, destroying the wood dragon and wood human with a single hand. This was already a miracle. Even Uchiha Madara in his prime, had he destroyed the wood dragon and wood human, would not have done it so effortlessly. And against the Chojo Kabutsu, even the mighty Uchiha Madara had been defeated. Upon hearing Senju Hashirama's words, the villagers of Konoha erupted in joy. Standing on the surrounding cliffs, they craned their necks and shouted, "Fifth! Fifth! Fifth!" A rift suddenly opened in the gloomy sky, and sunlight poured down, illuminating Uchiha Tatsu. He curved his lips, feeling exhilaration and warmth. The next moment, he raised his right hand and roared, "Ha!" The sound was so powerful and piercing that it shook the hearts of everyone present. Yet one man's joy is another's sorrow. The Hyuga main house members, seeing Senju Hashirama's defeat, and hearing the victorious roar of Uchiha Tatsu fell to the ground in terror, their eyes filled with disbelief. Uchiha Sen's victory signified that his power had surpassed that of Konoha's founder Hashirama Senju. From this day onward, the title of strongest Hokage belonged to a new name. The Ino-Shikicho affiliated with Uchiha Sen's line along with Heishi Hyuga were filled with excitement, and Uchiha Sen's prestige within the village rose even further. Consequently, his direct followers would also enjoy higher standing in the future. The Hyuga clan is willing to heed the Hokage's command and abolish the caged bird. Heishi Hyuga was the first to voice his stance. Though the main house members of the Hyuga were indignant, times had changed. Even the god of shinobi had been defeated, and all of them combined could not compare to Hinata Tenjin, let alone resist Uchiha Sun. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. If they continued to resist stubbornly, even if Uchiha Sun spared their lives, their days would be far from easy. It would be better to agree and do him a favor, allowing themselves to live comfortably in the future. The only cost was a weakening of their grip over the Hyuga clan. The main house members exchanged glances, then spoke. We have no objections. We support the Hokage and the clan head, and for the future of the Hyuga we agree to lift the caged bird. The branch house members trembled, their faces revealing intense agitation. Today felt like a dream to them. Why? Because they had never imagined that they could ever taste freedom in their lifetimes. Caged bird, when shall you fly? A bird without feet, when shall you rest? The branch members gazed at Uchiha Sun standing upon the water's surface, looking somewhat disheveled. Someone took the lead, jumped into the water, knelt, and swore allegiance. The hardest step is always the first, but once that first step was taken, all the others followed. 1, 2, 10, 100 Hyuga shinobi knelt upon the water, voicing their gratitude for Uchiha Sen's benevolence. This sight moved the gathered ninja clans. Everyone understood the nature of the caged bird, yet no one spoke out, for every clan upheld its own rigid hierarchy. Still, none were as extreme as the Hyuga. Besides, it was a family matter. How could outsiders intervene? But Uchiha Sun could. He had dismantled the caged bird's curse and won the submission of 80% of the Hyuga's shinobi. From the eyes of the branch house, one could see burning zeal and devotion. At this moment, even if Uchiha Sun ordered them to lay down their lives, they would not harbor the slightest complaint, for he had granted them, their parents, and their descendants the right to live openly and with dignity. No longer would they have to serve as the main house's dogs, enduring humiliation. Uchiha Sun declared, all of you rise. You are all shinobi of Konoha. Your knees may only bend to heaven, earth, and your parents, never to anyone else. Furthermore, I announce here and now, every subject of Konoha may stand before the Hokage without bowing. Every subject of Konoha is the noblest existence in the shinobi world. Every subject of Konoha shall unite as one and face all external threats together. Uchiha Sen's voice was bright and resonant, carrying an indescribable weight. Those three declarations, building one upon another, stirred the blood of every clan present, and the gazes they cast upon him grew tinged with respect. Tobirama Senju observed it all, and could not help but sigh. Uchiha Sun possesses not only extraordinary combat strength, but also a talent for winning hearts. With him at the helm, Konoha will be free from worry for 100 years. Brother, you have seen it too. Uchiha Sun far surpasses both you and me. The matter of the Hyuga's caged bird was merely a prelude. His true purpose is to tell the people of Konoha that from now on there will be no rank or privilege, only mutual progress and unity. This sets him apart from all past rulers. This is a path of equality for all. What the common folk have always needed is not gold, but respect. Today this Uchiha Sun has taught me a lesson as well. Tobirama sighed. Hashirama remained silent, gazing at the villagers, whose faces brimmed with joy. He sank into contemplation, then looked toward Uchiha Sun, disheveled in appearance, yet with a spine standing straight and unyielding. He set aside the resentment in his heart. Perhaps, as his brother Tobirama had said, under Uchiha Sen's leadership, Konoha would enjoy a century of peace. Uchiha Sun, seeing the villagers' cheers, pressed his hands down onto the air. All right. You've all seen enough of the show. Go on home. I still have to head over to the Hyuga compound for dinner in a bit. Hearing his almost joking remark, everyone burst into laughter, then turned and made their way back. Uchiha Sun watched them go, his heart filled with emotion. The road ahead was long and arduous, but every journey began with a single step, and every endeavor would surely be accomplished. Today was merely the beginning of changing the villagers' way of thinking. In the future, he would make them understand that each person must possess their own convictions, shared ideals and beliefs, and a common goal. Only then would Konoha flourish evermore. Elsewhere, Chiyo was attending to administrative duties when Ebizo walked in. Chiyo's brush halted mid-stroke as she spoke. Brother, why aren't you asleep yet? Sister, you are already over 50, no longer in your prime. The affairs of Sunagakure are so numerous, yet you insist on handling everything yourself. It pains me to see it. Ebizo's eyes reddened. Brother, at your age, what are you crying for? I'm not dead yet. If you truly wish to weep, then wait until the day I die and cry your heart out. Chiyo chuckled, but her hands never stopped working. Sister, aside from urging you to rest, our spy stationed in Konoha has brought back some news. Ebizo wiped away his tears and spoke. Chiyo's body stiffened. She set down her brush rose and walked to Ebizo's side. Brother, if this matter has disturbed you, it must be significant. Tell me what trouble is Konoha stirring up now? Chiyo asked. Ebizo began. I hear that Hashirama Senju has been revived by Uchiha Zhan through the impure world reincarnation technique, and he is currently in Konoha. Chiyo's mind went blank at those words. It was as if she had just heard something earth-shattering. She stared fixedly at Ebizo. Ebizo sighed. At first I refused to believe it myself. But when those below reported seeing would release, I had no choice but to accept that Hashirama Senju had truly returned. Would release. I recall that Konoha has an experimental shinobi called Tenzo who can use it too. Could the spy have made a mistake? Chiyo's voice trembled slightly, though she knew full well that it was most likely no mistake at all. Yet people always cling to hope, always wishing that a cruel reality might turn out to be a misunderstanding, granting them a moment to breathe. Ebizo shook his head. This one's would release could summon an entire forest with a single gesture. Compared with that rumored Tenzo, it is utterly worlds apart. Upon hearing her brother's words, Granny Chiyo finally extinguished the last flicker of hope within her, nearly collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Hyogaki, who stood nearby, quickly caught her with agile reflexes, preventing her from falling. Suddenly, Sasori outside the tent stirred, making a sound. Sensing something amiss, he immediately moved away. Granny Chiyo felt an intuition that prompted her to rise and pursue that figure. Until a desert cave, Sasori halted, no longer wishing to flee. He turned to face Granny Chiyo. Grandmother, it has been far too long. Please take care of your health. His voice was stiff, his eyes clear. Sasori, my dear grandson, have you returned? Let grandmother see you at once. Granny Chiyo's old eyes welled with tears. Sasori's appearance inherited his father's dashing features and his mother's gentle demeanor, making him arguably the perfect heir. Moreover, his extraordinary talent manifested early. At just 3 years old, he had already devised puppet crows. Those same crows now rank among the finest in the hidden sand village currently wielded by Kankuro. Looking at his grandmother, whose life was now like a flickering candle, Sasori felt sorrow and a deep sense of lamentation. Time flies like an arrow, years glide like a shuttle. His grandmother had grown old, and her strength was waning. Nevertheless, he would not return. He had his own purpose and meaning for existing. On one hand, he provided intelligence on the Akatsuki to the hidden sand village. On the other hand, he had slain the third Kazekage and fashioned his corpse into his most powerful puppet. Yet if he took one more step backward, he would have no way out. Perhaps as a missing need, he could survive, but once discovered by the villagers, his death would be certain. Grandmother, I have avenged my parents. Saying this, he summoned the puppet of the third Kazekage, extending chakra threads from his 10 fingers. Upon seeing the third Kazekage, Granny Chiyo's pupils contracted. In truth, after the third Kazekage's death, she had suspected her own grandson had become a missing need. However, she had been unwilling to accept the result of her suspicions. Yet now, with the truth laid bare before her, she could no longer deny it. Grandmother, look. This puppet is my most perfect creation, and also my enemy. If it were not for his years of constant warfare, my father and the others would not have perished at the hands of the White Fang. In the final analysis, the fault lies with war itself, but those who initiate wars deserve death all the more so. Saying this, Sasori retracted the puppet of the third Kazekage. At the same time, looking at Granny Chiyo, he said, perhaps, grandmother, from a political perspective, you consider the third Kazekage to have been without fault. But I do not view things through politics. I only know that I am an orphan who lost both parents upon birth. Therefore, grandmother, I apologize. The hidden sand village needs you, but I wish not to remain within it. A faint smile graced Sasori's lips as flames erupted beneath his feet, and he soared away. Watching her grandson's departing figure, Granny Chiyo's eyes grew red, her voice choked with sobs. Sasori, it is grandmother who has wronged you. It is grandmother's inadequacy. Soon Hyogaki caught up. Seeing his elder sister weeping, he could not help but ask, sister, what is wrong? I saw Sasori. What? Where is he? Hyogaki's voice carried a note of agitation. He well knew that Sasori was now the sole person his elder sister Chiyo held in her thoughts. It had been 4 years since he left the village, and everyone presumed him dead. Yet here they were reunited once more. How could Hyogaki not be thrilled? He also held great affection for his elder sister's grandson. Granny Chiyo shook her head. He will not return. He has his own path to walk. We have no right to intervene. We should merely offer our support. She reluctantly gazed toward the direction in which Sasori had vanished. The setting sun painted the sky like blood, and the desert began to grow cold. Only after the sun had fully set did Hyogaki remove his cloak and drape it over Granny Chiyo. Granny Chiyo remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Let us go, Hyogaki. Since childhood, you have been frail. By giving me your cloak, you will hardly endure much longer yourself. Hyogaki let out a childish giggle. Indeed, in the eyes of many, he was a formidable commander and a wise strategist, yet before his own dear elder sister, he was nothing but an unassuming younger brother. Hidden Cloud Village. The return of Killer Bee had lifted the spirits throughout the entire village. Killer Bee was the Jinchuriki of the 8 tails, the strongest among Jinchuriki after the 9 tails vessel. As long as he was present, the villagers of the Hidden Cloud could rest assured. As for aggression, The Hidden Cloud village harbored no such thoughts at present, having just endured a great war it urgently needed to recuperate and rebuild. War not only drained resources and caused suffering, but more critically they had lost. They had gained nothing yet suffered heavy casualties. How could the villagers of the Hidden Cloud hope to endure such hardship? AI looked toward Killer Bee and spoke. Bee, what do you think we should do next? Should we attack Konoha or Awagakure? Killer Bee pondered for a moment then said, I think fighting isn't really beneficial. Perhaps we should try singing, dancing, rapping, and playing basketball instead. AI was utterly speechless, wondering what kind of nonsense that was. Why had Killer Bee started acting so silly upon his return? He had never been like this before. Sammy stepped forward and said, Lord Rakage, I believe Lord B is correct. Regardless of whom we choose to fight now, any war will only bring losses. Last time Awagakure attacked Konoha, aside from Konoha's Susanoo, they withdrew directly, without sustaining a single casualty. This means Awagakure's strength remains intact. Furthermore, we cannot defeat Konoha either. That is something we all understand. As Sammy analyzed the situation, Lord Rakage AI was left with a dark vein throbbing on his forehead, yet he knew she was speaking the absolute truth. Killer Bee nodded and launched into an impromptu rap. Just then the Two-Tails Jinchuriki Yuki entered. Lord AI, I am not feeling well. The previous battle has left me unrecovered, so I may need to miss the upcoming combat. In truth, Yuki had no desire to fight Konoha. If the Rakage were to order an attack, she would simply claim her injuries were too severe to participate. AI finally sighed in resignation. If that is the case, then so be it. We shall hold our forces in reserve and wait for the right opportunity. At that moment Derui walked in, perspiring heavily. Lord Rakage, our informant, reports that from Konoha the Uchiha has performed Edo Tensei on the first Hokage, the ninja god Senju Hashirama. Moreover, at the Valley of the End, the Uchiha's forces defeated Senju Hashirama with irresistible momentum. Derui poured out everything he knew in one breath. The fourth Rakage AI's expression turned to shock. Looking at Samui, he took a deep breath. It is a good thing, truly a good thing, that you Samui were wise enough to dissuade me. Otherwise we would have been completely ruined. Samui nodded silently, having not anticipated the existence of Senju Hashirama either. The Two-Tails Jinchuriki Yuki paused in astonishment. What? Edo Tensei reviving Senju Hashirama? Could it be that the Senju Hashirama from last time was also brought forth through Edo Tensei? The Two-Tails Matatabi tapped her own head. Foolish girl, haven't you figured it out yet? The Hashirama Senju who saved you last time was merely a disguise through a transformation jutsu. Yukimaru paused slightly. A disguise? But isn't it said that only the first Hokage Hashirama Senju could perform the wood-release deep forest emergence? Then consider this. What if someone learned wood release and mastered the deep forest emergence technique, yet wished to conceal their identity? Perhaps they disguised themselves as Hashirama Senju to rescue you. At that moment Matatabi's sharp intellect took over. Yukimaru was utterly stunned. Could it truly be done that way? Who exactly was that person? She couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Awagakure. Omoi that Tsuchikage reclined on a rocking chair watching his granddaughter practice her leg techniques in the courtyard, offering the occasional pointer. He was thoroughly at ease. Just then, an ANBU ninja suddenly appeared and knelt on the ground. Speak. What has happened? Omoi continued to rock leisurely, his mood remarkably pleasant. Tsuchikage, according to our informants, Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju of Kanehagakure have been revived through the Edo Tensei technique by Uchiha Tataka. Their purpose remains unknown. The ANBU ninja kept his head bowed, reporting all the intelligence he had gathered. Omoi's rocking ceased. He opened his weathered eyes, his brow furrowing. Edo Tensei. Wasn't that the jutsu Orochimaru had employed during the previous Konoha destruction plan? It was said that the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi had been reduced to a babbling idiot by the summoned Hashirama Senju and was currently receiving supportive treatment at Konoha Hospital. No one knew when, or if, he would ever regain his faculties. Issue the order Awagakure is to enter maximum combat readiness. Dispatch all our informants to begin reconnaissance. If Konoha so much as stirs, report immediately. No mistakes. Yes. Additionally, have Jiroku report to me. Omoi closed his eyes. Though his expression remained placid, the motionless rocking chair betrayed the turmoil within. This subordinate obeys. The ENBU ninja immediately set into motion. Omoi's mind was in disarray. What on earth was Uchiha Tataka planning? Summoning Hashirama Senju and Tobarama Senju. Was he attempting to provoke the fourth great ninja war? Should he secure an escape route in advance, or perhaps form an alliance with Konoha? They didn't ask for much. Only territory from Kumogakure. In the end, sharing dominance with Konoha might not be so difficult. But would Uchiha Tataka's ambition be limited to merely half the world? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He was a man driven by ambition. If his Awagakure had even the slightest chance of unification, then Omoi himself wouldn't hesitate. He would launch a swift strike against Kumogakure, unify the Northwest, rest for a year, and then march against Konoha and Sunagakure. Even he thought along these lines, let alone the younger Uchiha Tataka. And that was precisely what tormented Omoi. Kuratsuchi paused her training, glancing toward Omoi lounging on the chair in the courtyard. She stopped. Her father would be arriving soon, as she ought to take a bath and give them space to speak privately. With that thought, she informed Omoy and departed. Shortly after, a young, arrogant voice echoed through the air, "Yo, old man," deep in thought. Hearing that voice, Omoy opened his eyes and looked toward the sky. It was Deidara. Had she returned? But as his gaze adjusted, he saw only a raven crafted from explosive clay, perched on the roof mimicking human speech. "Deidara, couldn't you have come in person and spoken plainly? Must you always do this, sending a messenger puppet? What's the point?" Omoy frowned, irritation lacing his tone. "Old man, do you take me for a fool? If I came in person, you'd subdue me without a second thought. I can't defeat you in a fight. I know my own limitations." The crow opened its beak, projecting Deidara's voice directly into Omoy's ears. Omoy's veins bulged. He clenched his teeth. "Rebel, you've been fooling around out there long enough. How long have you been gone? When will you return to the village? To whom shall I pass the title of Tsuchikage? Return to the village. Old man, are you delusional, or is my mind simply broken? I've told you repeatedly, I won't learn the dust release. Explosive release is my path. If you hadn't pressured me, would I have fled?" Deidara spoke with unabashed arrogance. Omoy pressed a hand to his chest. He had finally found a promising disciple with earth, fire, and wind natures. Only for the boy to abandon the dust release for explosive clay. Omoy had witnessed it himself. Deidara had mastered the dust release after a single demonstration. Later, for reasons unknown, the brat became obsessed with clay. Truly a waste of extraordinary talent. "Enough, you insolent kid. Since you're not coming back, you must have something to say. Spit it out. Once Jiroku arrives, you'll lose your chance." Omoy calmed his fury. "Old man, actually, I do have something to tell you. Our Akatsuki organization, doesn't its leader go by the name Pain? I've told you about his power. He could crush any Kage. However, not long ago, he sought to assassinate Uchiha Itachi. Not only did he act personally, but all the other high-ranking members known as Pain mobilized as well. Though our leader didn't reveal the outcome, I can guess one thing. They definitely lost." These words from Deidara sent Omoy's heart plummeting. Pain had lost. The man who possessed the sage eyes actually lost. And defeated by Uchiha Itachi, the fifth Hokage. Cold sweat broke across Omoy's brow. What exactly was the fifth Hokage Uchiha Itachi planning? If he possessed such power, why hadn't he swept across the shinobi world? If it were him, he surely wouldn't have resisted such temptation. "Old man, message delivered. I'm leaving." The crow beat its wings and took to the sky. Then Deidara's voice rang out once more, "Katsu." The crow exploded. Moments later, fireworks ascended into the sky, forming characters. "Happy birthday, little sister Kuratsuchi." Kuratsuchi, who had been preparing to take a bath, gazed at the fireworks overhead. Her eyes grew misty. Deidara Niken still remembered her birthday. Realizing what had happened, Omoy's anger erupted. "You insolent brat. You light fires, but never clean up after yourself. Seriously, seriously." From this day forward, his precious granddaughter would hold Deidara in even higher regard. Marrying her off would be that much more difficult. Soon Jiroku pushed open the door. "Father, what did you wish to discuss? That explosion and the fireworks earlier, what were those?" Omoy glanced at Jiroku and spoke. "Whom Deidara paid a visit. Not in person, though, an explosive clay construct." Jiroku nodded. "Then did he bring important news?" Omoy nodded. "Indeed. It concerns Konohagakure. Konoha. Could it be that Deidara's organization has made a move against Konoha?" Kitsuchi was somewhat startled, though he had occasionally heard his father mention matters regarding the Akatsuki. Moreover, his father had forbidden him from revealing it to anyone. It was a secret between the two of them, for if it ever leaked out, and the Akatsuki's leader began to investigate, the consequences would be dire. The intelligence networks of every village were like coarse rope, nets leaking far more than a little. If Pain were to learn of a Wagakure's secrets, Deidara would be the first to fall under suspicion. At that time, Deidara's safety would no longer be guaranteed. That was precisely why this matter was known only to them. Then what exactly did Deidara say? Kitsuchi asked. He said that Pain, the leader of their organization, who possesses the eyes of the sage, was defeated by Uchiha Zhan. Inoki let out a sigh. "What?" Kitsuchi's pupils contracted, his eyes widening in disbelief. Pain was defeated by Uchiha Zhan. Doesn't that mean Uchiha Zhan's power has already surpassed Kage level? Exactly. Inoki felt helpless. This meant that Konoha's current strength far surpassed the other 4 great ninja villages. Having once secretly rejoiced at Konoha's decline, he now began to worry about the future in times of stability. Then what should we do next? Kitsuchi's face darkened. Inoki glanced at him. What's there to panic about? All we need to do now is wait and observe the situation of the ninja world. But one thing you must remember, no matter what, we must maintain good relations with Konoha. Perhaps our generation has no hope of unifying the ninja world, but we still have the next generation and the one after that. Inoki's expression turned bleak. Under the bizarre leadership of the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi, he had once believed himself to be vigorous despite his age, still in his prime, and perhaps capable of unifying the ninja world one day. But now it all seemed to have become a bubble. His perseverance was no less than anyone's, his abilities were no weaker than anyone's. Only in raw power, after a lifetime of effort, he had merely touched the threshold of surpassing Kage level. If not for Naruto and Sasuke, he would be the one most likely to conquer the entire ninja world. This was beyond doubt, because when Madara Uchiha was about to crush them all, it was Oanoki who stood up, unleashing the will of stone, awakening the 5 Kage to resume the fight. That single performance alone was enough to enshrine him as a god. Kitsuchi listened to Oanoki's words, his expression grave as he nodded. I understand, father. What should we do now? For now, let's wait and see. The ninja world hasn't descended into chaos yet. We can only focus on ourselves and prepare for anything. Oanoki sighed. If one day I am gone, Kitsuchi, can you shoulder the responsibility of a Wagakure? Oanoki looked at Kitsuchi with a scrutinizing gaze. Startled by his father's eyes, Kitsuchi's glance wavered. Father is still in his prime. How could you be gone? I believe that under your leadership a Wagakure will only get better and better. After hearing Kitsuchi's words, Oanoki's heart sank completely. Kitsuchi was good in every way. Good talent, good combat prowess, good personality. Except for one flaw, he was too rigid and inflexible. The current ninja world was treacherous and turbulent, changing by the day due to Uchiha Zhan. The fourth great ninja war could break out at any moment. If he were to die, who could lead a Wagakure to survive in such an era? Do not underestimate the weight of a successor. An outstanding successor concerns the future of the entire village. Take Hiruzen Sarutobi and Oanoki as examples. Before Hiruzen inherited his position, Konoha was 5 steps ahead of a Wagakure, but after several years, Konoha's strength was only a tiny bit higher than a Wagakure's. Such was the difference in leadership. Alright, Kitsuchi, go back. First proceed as I've told you. When Konoha needs something, don't be stingy with gold, silver, and valuables. Give them as much as they ask. After all, wealth is an external thing. As long as people remain, there will be countless wealth. Of course, this is on the premise that it does not affect the lives of our villagers. Oanoki waved his hand, signaling him to leave. Kitsuchi acknowledged the order and immediately walked toward the door. Oanoki gazed at the sun in the sky, frowning at times and relaxing at others, finally dissolving into a faint, almost imperceptible sigh. Kirigakure. After Yagura Karatachi's death, Meitarumi returned to Kirigakure with Genji and others. They announced the death of the 4th Mizukage, Yagura Karatachi. The ninja and villagers of Kirigakure were not panicked or grieved. Instead, light returned to their eyes, and some ninja even cheered. This showed how much harm Yagura Karatachi's actions had inflicted upon Kirigakure, driving the people under his rule to hate him so deeply. Genji managed the people's livelihood and oversaw the reconstruction of Kirigakure, while Meitarumi handled administrative affairs. She had recently been elected as the 5th Mizukage, and her first act upon taking office was to abolish the blood mist policy. She also announced to the entire ninja world that Kirigakure was willing to accept the ninja who had once defected and launched a scathing condemnation of Yagura Karatachi. This moved the whole ninja world and even stirred the hearts of those mist ninja who had left their homeland. Every day, large numbers of missing nin returned to the embrace of Kirigakure, including Zabuza Momochi the demon and Haku. When Zabuza learned of Yagura Karatachi's death, he was in a state of excitement. He brought with him the child he had recently taken in Haku back to Kirigakure. When Meitarumi heard that Zabuza, one of the original 7 ninja swordsmen and wielder of the executioner's blade, had returned, she came out to welcome him personally. From Zabuza's own mouth, she learned that the child he brought back possessed the Kekkai Genkai of ice release. This made her overjoyed. She even promptly appointed Zabuza as the captain of the Umbu, commanding all her Umbu forces and answerable only to her. Zabuza had never expected to be so highly valued upon returning to Kirigakure. Deeply moved, he immediately pledged his loyalty to the 5th Mizukage, Meitarumi. Meitarumi was also very pleased. A powerful ninja had returned, and he had brought back a gifted child with a special Kekkai Genkai. To express her regard for Zabuza, Meitarumi decided to take Haku as her disciple, and she scoured the ninja world for ice release techniques, while also teaching him water release. The news quickly spread across the entire ninja world. The Kirigakure ninja, who often lived on the edge of a knife, responded one after another, continuously making their way from all directions back to Kirigakure. When the number of returning missing nin had reached a certain scale, Meitarumi led all those who had been reinstated as official Kirigakure ninja to the hero monument to pay tribute to the ninja who had died because of the blood mist. She also rehabilitated their reputations, placing all the blame squarely on Yagura Karatachi. Dark clouds loomed over Kagekure, and the steady drizzle only deepened the somber mood of its ninja, turning their already troubled minds into chaos. Terumi Mei stood at the forefront, adorned in the ceremonial robes of the 5th Mizukage, her eyes reflecting compassion and sorrow. Esteemed villagers, since I, Terumi Mei, assumed the role of 5th Mizukage, I have served with unwavering diligence and devotion, never allowing myself even a moment of complacency, not merely aspiring to see Kagekure rise among the great shinobi villages. I only pray that Kagekure may once again enjoy the peace and tranquility of days past. The compatriots who perished in the blood mist will have their names exonerated. The fault lay not with you nor with Kagekure, but with the controlled Yugao Yagura. Today I, Terumi Mei, swear before you all that I shall devote myself entirely to the reconstruction of Kagekure and the welfare of its people. May every villager live in quiet harmony with full bellies and prosperous lives. Terumi May spoke no grand political doctrines or sophisticated rhetoric, only heartfelt sincerity proclaiming her vision in the simplest terms, and it was precisely this ordinary yet genuine ideal that brought tears to the eyes of the Kagekure villagers gathered there. The brutal elimination system of the Blood Mist era had driven them to turn their weapons against their own comrades. For survival, they could only relentlessly swing their kunai and nodachi. None felt this trauma more acutely than Zabuza Momochi, the current Umbu captain of Kagekure, known among the shinobi as the Demon of the Mist. Gazing upon these gravestones, his heart grew extraordinarily heavy, for among them lay his former classmates, companions who had executed missions alongside him, and innocent villagers. They were all pitiful souls who had fallen victim to the Blood Mist. If not for that dark period, Zabuza Momochi might never have become the person he was today. Mizukage-sama, please find some measure of peace. The Blood Mist has already passed. We must look forward. The past is set in stone, but the future still holds infinite possibilities. Zabuza advised. The fifth Mizukage's eyes brightened with pleasant surprise as she looked at Zabuza, never having expected this man to utter such philosophical words. But he was right. The future remained full of unknowns. Mizukage-sama. Intelligence report has arrived, said the Umbu ninja kneeling on the ground. The fifth Mizukage frowned and glanced at Zabuza, who instantly understood and dispersed the surrounding crowd. The Umbu ninja then continued, Mizukage-sama, Konoha has sent word that Uchiha Itachi used the Edo Tensei Jutsu to summon Hashirama Senju. Their conflicting ideologies led to a fierce battle, with Uchiha Itachi completely overwhelming Hashirama Senju. Konoha has been unified under Uchiha Itachi's leadership. Upon finishing, the Umbu ninja immediately knelt. Hearing this news, Terumi May's brows tightened furiously. She knew Uchiha Itachi was powerful, but she never imagined he could defeat Hashirama Senju. That man was hailed as the greatest genius in the shinobi world, revered as the god of shinobi. His wood release was said to be unmatched, and his legendary fame still echoed throughout the realm. Now she was being told that such a legendary figure had been defeated by Uchiha Itachi, the fifth Hokage of Konoha. After deep contemplation, Terumi May finally spoke. In that case, from this moment forth, Kagekure shall implement a policy of complete isolation. We must first focus on post-disaster reconstruction and ensure that everyone's life returns to normal. Additionally, we must remain vigilant regarding developments across the shinobi world, and when necessary offer material or financial assistance to Konoha to cultivate good relations. Terumi May reacted swiftly. Though young, her mind was sharp enough to qualify as a proper Kage. Many of her strategies aligned with Inoki's approach. Both shared the same principle to build goodwill with Konoha rather than provoke war. Only the Cloud Village's thick-skulled brutes would consider confronting Konoha head-on. Even if the third Raikage were resurrected, he still might not be able to sway the balance against Uchiha Itachi and Hashirama Senju. Konoha. Uchiha Itachi sat in the Hyuga clan's reception hall, and strangely enough, Hyuga Hizashi was seated in the guest chair, while the Hyuga clan's principal seat remained conspicuously empty, something that piqued Uchiha Itachi's curiosity. Hokage-sama, the Hyuga clan now looks to you for leadership. That principal seat rightfully belongs to you. Hyuga Hizashi said. If those words had come from any other clan, Uchiha Itachi might have probed deeper, wondering if they were subtly suggesting he was overstepping his bounds or criticizing him in code. But from Hyuga Hizashi, he would not entertain such thoughts. Despite Uchiha Itachi's repeated refusals, Hyuga Hizashi was determined to have him seated in the principal chair. Eventually, out of sheer helplessness, Uchiha Itachi accepted the courtesy. Lady Hinata sat beside him, pouring his wine, sharing his laughter, and engaging in conversation. Hyuga Hizashi had finally come to terms with reality. Since what was meant to happen would inevitably occur, it was better to accept it naturally and ease his own heart. He could plainly see that Hinata's eyes now held only Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi was not only the Hokage of Konoha, but also the pinnacle of combat power in the shinobi world. What could be wrong with marrying his daughter to such a formidable man? Moreover, if the marriage were to come to pass, he would become the father-in-law of the Hokage, who wouldn't pay him respects then. Wouldn't the Hyuga clan's status rise accordingly? After several rounds of toasts and the meal drawing to a close, noticing that the Hyuga clan members were growing somewhat intoxicated, Uchiha Itachi spoke. Let us conclude for today. Beginning tomorrow, I expect the Hyuga branch family to be treated exactly like the main family, no longer bearing that ugly caged bird seal on their foreheads. Having said that, Uchiha Itachi rose to return home, but suddenly a wave of dizziness struck him. Frowning, he thought, what was wrong? His alcohol tolerance had grown so weak. Ding. Although the host transmigrated, your resistance to alcohol has reverted to match your current age. You've had too much to drink, my dear host. Is there any hangover medicine? I've had too much. This would be terribly embarrassing if it got out. Uchiha Itachi communicated with the system. Ding. Sorry, there isn't any. Please handle this yourself, dear host. Uchiha Itachi clicked his tongue in annoyance. Attempting to rise, he accidentally kicked the table with such force that it flew across the room, startling Hyuga Hizashi. Hokage-sama, is the food not to your liking? Uchiha Itachi, his face flushed red, said nothing. Hyuga Hisashi looked perplexed, but beside them Hyuga Hinata silently mouthed, "He's drunk." Hyuga Hisashi suddenly understood and immediately arranged for a room to be prepared, then instructed Hyuga Niji to escort Uchiha Itachi back to rest. Hyuga Niji accepted the order and approached to support Uchiha Itachi, heading toward the prepared room. Hinata followed closely, supporting Uchiha Itachi on the other side, determined to contribute her share. Thus in a daze Uchiha Itachi was delivered to the prepared guest room by Hyuga Niji and Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Niji unceremoniously threw Uchiha Itachi onto the bed, a gesture that made Hyuga Hinata frown. Hinata Hyuga spoke, "Brother Niji, how can you be so rude? Don't you know that Brother Zhan is feeling very uncomfortable right now?" She puffed out her cheeks and said angrily. Niji Hyuga's mouth twitched. "Sister, our uncle just asked us to take him to the guest room. I even kindly threw him onto the bed. That's already good enough." Niji Hyuga was helpless. Whenever Uchiha Zhan came, whatever he did was wrong. His sister, who used to gather around him for training, now had her heart entirely set on Uchiha Zhan. How pathetic he felt. "If you get out, if you can't take care of him, I will. Honestly, you're so grown up and you can't even take care of someone." Hinata complained, and finally Niji was pushed and head out by her. In the courtyard, Niji Hyuga felt as if his heart was being twisted. Although he was grateful to Uchiha Zhan for removing the caged bird curse, now he was pushed out by his own sister and left to blow in the cold wind in the courtyard, which made him very dejected. Inside the room, Hinata Hyuga carefully lifted Uchiha Zhan's legs one by one onto the bed and then took off his shoes. Uchiha Zhan was completely unresponsive at this moment, having no perception of anything happening outside. Hinata Hyuga took the towel that Hayashi Hyuga had ordered the servants to prepare from another bed, dipped it in the basin of warm water beside it, and then prepared to clean Uchiha Zhan. But as she turned around, she suddenly realized a problem. Uchiha Zhan was still wearing clothes. Apart from his face, how could she clean his body? At this thought, a bold idea sprouted in her mind. What if she took off his clothes? But another voice inside her told her that doing so was not permissible. This was something a wife would do, and she was not yet his wife. If this got out, it would reflect poorly. Then emotion triumphed over reason. After all, in life, how many rules are there really? Besides, Brother Zhan had taken good care of her. It was nothing for her to help wipe his body when he was drunk. The two of them were completely innocent, with a clear conscience. With this thought, Hinata Hyuga grew bolder. She threw the towel into the basin of warm water, jumped to the ground, took a deep breath, then climbed onto the bed, sat on Uchiha Zhan's body, and began to undress him. Shortly, Hinata Hyuga violently removed Uchiha Zhan's upper body clothes and tossed them aside. Uchiha Zhan's bare upper body made Hinata Hyuga's breath quicken. His chiseled pectoral muscles and hard abdominal muscles made her suddenly unable to resist reaching out and touching them. "So hard!" Hinata Hyuga exclaimed, then realized her voice was a bit loud and quickly covered her mouth. Then she got off the bed and began to remove Uchiha Zhan's lower body clothes. After doing all this, Hinata Hyuga walked to the other bed, took the towel, and wiped Uchiha Zhan's face and body. After finishing, she touched her own little head and prepared to leave. Uchiha Zhan's hand at some unknown time had wrapped around her back, causing Hinata Hyuga to cry out, "Ah, don't go." Uchiha Zhan muttered these words in a daze, making Hinata Hyuga realize that he was dreaming. She breathed a sigh of relief and tried to break free. But even though Uchiha Zhan was currently unresponsive, his physique was a fusion of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, so no matter how Hinata struggled, it was useless. Finally, Hinata Hyuga, feeling like crying, but without tears, had to give up resistance. She lay on Uchiha Zhan's chest, looking at his handsome face and eyelashes, and gradually her timidity and nervousness faded away. She murmured, "How can a man be so handsome? I wonder how many girls he will seduce in the future." At this thought, she felt a bit angry. At the same time, seeing his lips so close, her heart stirred. It seemed that Brother Zhan had no girlfriend so far, so his first kiss should still be intact. So Hinata Hyuga licked her lips. After some mental preparation, she directly kissed him smack. The moment she kissed, her tightly closed eyes opened wide, and she thought to herself, "So this is what kissing feels like." His abdominal muscles are so hard, but his lips are soft. The warm breath from Uchiha Zhan's nostrils hit her forehead, making her heart feel a little ticklish. Then her lips released his. Thus Hinata Hyuga, fully dressed, lay on Uchiha Zhan's chest watching him. Unconsciously, Hinata Hyuga felt tired and fell asleep. The next day, Uchiha Zhan opened his eyes. Last night, he dreamed that the plushie of Hinata from his past life in his arms had become real, and he had said, "Don't go," and held her while sleeping all night. Yes, it was just pure sleep, nothing else, nothing at all. "I slept so well last night. I remember they say hangovers are uncomfortable, but why do I feel so good now?" He murmured to himself. Then his hand squeezed and grabbed Hinata's waist. A soft moan came, making Uchiha Zhan's face change. He abruptly sat up and saw Hinata lying on him, his mind going blank. Who am I? Where am I? What have I done? Could it be that I got drunk last night and did something bad? Uchiha Zhan held his head, his face full of regret. "Damn it, Uchiha Zhan, you are a beast. Look at yourself. Do you have any resemblance to a Hokage? Hinata is so young, how could you?" He looked at himself in the mirror, so haggard, and couldn't help but lament that he had been ruined by alcohol and lust. He then decided to quit drinking from today. Hinata was awakened by Uchiha Zhan's violent movements. She stretched and said, "Brother Zhan, good morning." "Ahem, Hinata, good morning. Last night, did I do anything to you?" Uchiha Zhan was a bit nervous. Although it was normal for children of 11 or 12 to get married in this world, he still couldn't accept it. Hinata was about to say that nothing happened yesterday, that she had only wiped his body, but suddenly she saw Uchiha Zhan's embarrassment. A sly idea came to her, and her eyes reddened. "Brother Zhan, are you saying you don't remember what you did last night?" Boom. Uchiha Zhan's mind felt like it exploded. He staggered back a few steps, squatted on the ground, and covered his ears with both hands, unable to believe what he had heard, looking dazed and lost. It wasn't that he didn't like Hinata, but if he had really taken advantage of her last night, he would never forgive himself for being a beast. After a long while, Uchiha Zhan took a deep breath. "I will take responsibility for you, Hinata." Suddenly Hinata, Hyuga, burst out laughing. "I think so too, because yesterday while I was wiping your body, your big hand was on my back, and I couldn't escape. Now my waist hurts a bit, so the medical expenses are on you." Hearing this, Uchiha Zhan's heart, which had fallen into an abyss, soared to heaven. He instantly breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the ground. The surprise came too fast. It was even more terrifying than fighting Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Battle let out a sigh of relief. Realizing that last night nothing had happened beyond their clothes, his sense of guilt lightened considerably. Suddenly he asked, "So no one came by last night?" Hinata smiled. No one did." "Why? Is Battle Gage afraid that someone might find out about us?" Uchiha Battle was left speechless by her words, but then he thought to himself. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why should he be afraid? "Who said that? I am the honored Hokage, heir to the will of fire. Why would I be scared of such a trivial matter?" Uchiha Battle's voice was firm, though his heart wavered with guilt. Hinata Hyuga seemed to understand, or perhaps not. She stepped forward and looked directly into his eyes. "Actually, I'm not afraid either. In fact, I almost look forward to it." Her cheeks were flushed, her gaze sincere. Her words left Uchiha Battle utterly mesmerized. He shook his head, trying to clear his mind. What was he even thinking? And how old was Hinata right now? How could he harbor such thoughts? Hinata seemed to realize her boldness was too forward. She planted a gentle peck on Uchiha Battle's cheek. "Battle Gage, do you think Hinata is too young?" "It's all right. Once I grow up, will you make me your bride?" Those words sent Uchiha Battle's mind into a complete shutdown. He stared at her blankly, then spoke seriously. "Hinata, do you truly understand what love is?" "You're still so young. Maybe you should." Before Uchiha Battle could finish, Hinata frowned. "Don't underestimate me. I am after all the daughter of the Hyuga clan leader. Since childhood, I've had teachers instruct me on matters of love and affection. It was only after much careful consideration that I realized I truly have fallen for you." Uchiha Battle fell silent. He did not know how to respond to such fervent love. To say he did not like her was impossible. To say he did would invite endless gossip. What would people say then? The most crucial issue was that Hinata was simply too young. A 6-year age gap was not vast, but her tender age made it unacceptable, something he could not and would not allow. Seeing his reaction, Hinata felt a pang of discomfort, yet she forced a smile. "In that case, how about we make a bet?" Hinata decided to take a roundabout approach. If a straight line would not work, why persist? Better to change tactics. Perhaps it would yield unexpected results. Uchiha Battle looked up. "Speak." He sat up straight, his eyes even shifting into the 3-tomo Sharingan pattern. He was determined to memorize every motion, every word Hinata made in this moment. "Right now I'm too young, so you might think I'm joking, or perhaps you're worried about public opinion and cannot accept me. But if after I turn 16, I still haven't changed my mind, would you marry me?" Hinata spoke softly. This was the most humble and sincere a girl could ever be. If she had not loved Uchiha Battle with every fiber of her being, she would never have chosen such a path to hold his attention. Uchiha Battle gave her a long, deep look. "Fine. It's not as if I have any plans for a relationship or marriage right now." Before he could finish, Hinata threw her arms around him. "Wait for me. Wait until I grow up." Uchiha Battle's heart softened. This was the first time he had ever felt such pure, overwhelming love. They say women adorn themselves for those who delight in them, but did men not feel the same? "I'll wait for you." He gently stroked her head. The next moment the door slid open and Neji Hyuga walked in. He glanced around the room, and immediately saw something he should not have. There sat Hinata, brimming with happiness on Uchiha Battle's lap, her arms wrapped around his waist, a joyful smile on her face. Neji felt as if the sky had collapsed. Thunder roared in his mind. In just one night had their relationship advanced to the point of embracing and holding each other, whispering sweet nothings. A dizzying wave washed over him, forcing him to stagger back 3 or 4 steps before he managed to steady himself. The commotion at the door alerted the embracing pair. Hinata slipped off Uchiha Battle's lap and turned toward the doorway while Uchiha Battle rose to face Neji. Neji did not know whether to be angry, happy, or to cry. His face was utterly expressionless, as if someone owed him 5 million ryo. "Neji and why did you come in?" Hinata was nervous, afraid that Neji would tell her father. Although she was currently favored by her father, who even personally taught her the 8 trigrams, 64 palms, and rotation. The innate fear born of bloodline and the strict upbringing Hayashi Hyuga had instilled in her during her childhood still made her dread him to this very day. I came to check on you. One of the servants in your courtyard said you had not returned all night. I remembered you had stayed behind to look after the Hokage-sama, so I came to see how things were. After speaking to Hinata, Niji's gaze swept over Uchiha Battle, a barely concealed fury flickering in his eyes. Well, nothing happened between Battle Gage and me. Don't misunderstand. The moment those words left her mouth, Hinata knew she had blundered. No matter how she explained the scene from just now, it was impossible to make it sound convincing. This time Niji did not look at her. Instead, he fixed his eyes on Uchiha Battle. May I ask, Hokage-sama, how do you intend to resolve this matter? How do you want it resolved? Uchiha Battle met Niji's gaze calmly. He was indeed the one at fault here, and Hinata was already bearing enough pressure. If he abandoned her now, he would be less than human. Considering the ages of you both, I suggest you wait 10 years before truly being together. The legal marriage age in the shinobi world is 16. A rule established since Konoha's founding. As Hokage, you above all must obey it. Agreed. Uchiha Battle nodded. This was after all what he had already promised Hinata. Furthermore, before marriage you must not cross any boundaries. Otherwise it would be an irresponsibility toward Hinata and a trampling of Konoha's laws. At this moment Niji did not fear offending Uchiha Battle in the slightest. One could say the only person left in the Hyuga clan that he truly cared about was his younger cousin Hinata. Unfortunately, a beautiful flower had been planted in a pile of golden fertilizer. Rich perhaps, but it deeply displeased him. Hinata lowered her head, listening to the conversation between her brother and Battle Gage, her eyes growing red. It felt far too long. 10 years. How many decades did a person truly have? Yet she had no choice but to listen because Niji's proposals were all for her benefit. She could not pretend not to understand that. Finally, during these 10 years I ask that the Hokage-sama keep himself pure and refrain from philandering. That is both a respect for the Hyuga clan and for Hinata. I hope you can understand. Niji was brimming with unyielding resolve. For his little sister's sake, what did it matter if he offended the Hokage? Out of consideration for Hinata, Hyuga Uchiha Zhan agreed to everything one by one, then looked at Niji Hyuga and said, I'll agree to all of these. Only then did Niji Hyuga's expression ease upon hearing Uchiha Zhan's words. He nodded. In that case, as a favor in return, I won't tell anyone about your affair, not even uncle. Hinata Hyuga sighed in relief at these words, but Uchiha Zhan shook his head. You don't understand, Hayashi. Let me ask you, who is the clan leader of the Hyuga clan? Niji Hyuga blurted out, it's obviously uncle. How well do you think your uncle controls the Hyuga clan? That goes without saying. In that case, if you could notice that Hinata didn't return yesterday, how could your uncle have missed it, eh? Uchiha Zhan poured himself a cup of tea and began to drink. Niji Hyuga's pupils contracted as he realized something glancing between Hinata and Uchiha Zhan. It seems you figured it out already, haven't you? He knew all of this and didn't come forward to stop it. That means he has already accepted this matter in his heart. And the one who chose this path was none other than his eldest daughter Hinata. Similarly, his support for Hinata is the key. Uchiha Zhan looked at Niji Hyuga, lamenting that he was still too naive. Niji Hyuga never expected it to be like this. His expression turned somewhat grim. So that's how it is. What else? Don't underestimate the clan leader of a ninja clan, let alone a prestigious clan that has been passed down for over 1,000 years. No one who becomes a clan leader is simple. Don't underestimate the capable figures of this ninja world. Uchiha Zhan's teacup was empty. He set it down and patted Hinata Hyuga's little head. I'm about to leave. Feel free to call on me anytime if something comes up. As for your father, don't worry. Tell him exactly what we discussed today. Not only will he not be angry, he'll praise you for doing well. With that, Uchiha Zhan walked out of the courtyard. Niji Hyuga's worldview was being violently shaken by Uchiha Zhan's words, and his resolve wavered considerably. His gaze toward Uchiha Zhan grew complicated. They were only 6 years apart. Could it be that his vision and mental scope were that far behind? Hinata Hyuga watched Uchiha Zhan's retreating figure with a reluctant expression, feeling a sense of loss. It was so rare to see him, yet they parted after such a short time. How could she bear to let him go? Niji Hyuga looked at Hinata, swallowed the words he was about to say, and finally sighed. Well, Hinata, your brother isn't against you two being together. Hinata Hyuga shook her head. I understand, brother Niji. Then she sighed. It's just that I'm too young. Otherwise we wouldn't have to wait so long. Niji Hyuga was helpless. Finally he sat down beside her and asked why she liked Uchiha Zhan so much. Hinata Hyuga began, because when I felt this world was utterly dark, a beam of light shone into my heart, giving me the courage to face everything. That beam is Uchiha Zhan. To me, Uchiha Zhan is not just the Hokage, nor just a brother. He is someone I need to pursue for the rest of my life. Perhaps you'll say this isn't love, but whether it's love or not, I know it best myself. So brother Niji, please don't try to dissuade me, alright? Hinata Hyuga's gaze was as calm as water, and her voice was cool and clear. Hearing this, Niji Hyuga's whole body trembled. He hadn't expected that Uchiha Zhan had taken such deep root in his sister's heart. At this rate, in 10 years her feelings for Uchiha Zhan would only grow deeper. Faced with such an opinionated sister, what objection could Niji Hyuga possibly raise? He nodded. All right. From now on I won't stand in your way. I'll even support you and cover for you. You just need to be certain of your heart. Leave the rest to me. Seeing how serious Niji Hyuga's face was, Hinata, Hyuga burst out laughing. Come on, brother Niji, this is just a normal conversation. Don't be so serious. You're making it sound like a farewell of life and death. Although I like Uchiha Zhan, I will always be your sister. As long as you call for me, I'll definitely come see you. Hinata, Hyuga chuckled softly. However, she would never know that Niji Hyuga's words were not just empty talk. Until that day, Niji Hyuga looked at his sister's sunlit smile and curled his lips upward, thinking to himself, sister's love will be protected by me. Uchiha Zhan walked toward the Hyuga clan's training ground and saw Hashirama Senju standing still in place, single-handedly taking on a group of Hyuga ninja. The event they were competing in was a tug-of-war. This piqued his curiosity, so he stopped to watch. He saw a rope tied to Hashirama Senju's right hand, while at the other end were a dozen or so Hyuga ninja. Those Hyuga ninja were grimacing and straining with all their might, while Hashirama Senju's lips curled into a smile as he said, "Come on, young lads, put some strength into it." The scene looked bizarre no matter how you viewed it, yet Hashirama Senju was in a rather good mood, until the rope, unable to withstand the immense force, snapped in the middle. The dozen or so members of the Hyuga clan all tumbled to the ground. Hashirama Senju merely paused and looked at them with a puzzled expression. Are you all hurt? The dozen or so Hyuga members instantly felt humiliated. Some feigned fainting, while others, too embarrassed, simply ran off, leaving Hashirama Senju feeling somewhat dejected. Uchiha Zhan's mouth twitched. Hashirama Senju had utterly defeated them, and then asked, "Are you hurt?" A maximum level taunt. But in the next instant a sense of crisis welled up in Uchiha Zhan's mind. He instantly activated Susanoo. Ting! A kunai struck the Susanoo with a crisp ring, then snapped in two. Not a bad reaction. Tobarama Senju said flatly, "Tisk, I thought you were still researching forbidden techniques. Instead you're here, ambushing me." Uchiha Zhan was somewhat annoyed. Who the hell ambushes someone at dawn? Anyone would think you're Che-Yi, not the second Hokage. Didn't you avoid getting hit? What are you angry? Is this the extent of your caliber? Tobarama Senju was practically courting death, bringing up the word caliber right in front of Uchiha Zhan. This made Uchiha Zhan freeze for a moment. Then he said, "Do you know that because of the word caliber my Uchiha clan nearly faced annihilation?" His face darkened, and he instantly unleashed a powerful chakra pressure, pinning the second Hokage, Tobarama Senju, in place and rendering him unable to move. Tobarama Senju gritted his teeth. "I didn't know. Stop it. Stop it." Uchiha Zhan didn't reply. Instead, he cast a Mangekyo Sharingan Jinjutsu on Tobarama Senju, replaying the exact scene from the original story where Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha massacred the Uchiha clan. In these visions, the word Itachi Uchiha uttered most was caliber. Uchiha Battle stared at Tobarama Senju without a word, casting into his mind a Mangekyo illusion that laid bare the full truth of the Uchiha clan's massacre night. A night in which Uchiha Battle had taken no part. Uchiha Itachi, the Uchiha clan, is plotting rebellion. What is your choice? Hiruzen Sarutobi asked, drawing on his pipe, his face expressionless, yet his eyes carrying deadly intent as they fixed upon Itachi. Itachi remained silent. At that moment Danzo Shimura spoke up. "If you ask me, Hiruzen, stop wasting words with them. Slay every last one of these treacherous rebels who would throw Konoha into chaos." Koho Utatane and Hamura Midokado sensed something amiss, yet this time they sided with Danzo. Hiruzen, Danzo has a point. The Uchiha are glory-hungry, blind to right and wrong, arrogant and overbearing. Now they harbor treasonous hearts. We can no longer afford to be soft. The four of them paid no heed to the feelings of Itachi, who knelt on one side. Right before his eyes they preached the doctrine of the Uchiha menace. Tobarama Senju watched from the sidelines. He spoke calmly. "Uchiha Battle, if the Uchiha truly wish to rebel, I find their actions hardly unjustifiable. After all, my brother ended the era of war and built the ninja village precisely so that every clan could live in peace and prosperity. Since the Uchiha clan has chosen rebellion, this old man believes they deserve death." Tobarama's words came from the heart, yet Uchiha Battle's gaze remained as serene as still water, undisturbed. "Keep watching." Uchiha Battle did not rush to defend himself. Instead, he let Tobarama continue observing the events yet to unfold. After a long moment of deliberation, Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke. "In that case, who among you will lead the vanguard?" "Danzo." "You." Danzo Shimura's face darkened, his eyes flickering as he sat down without a sound. Of course not. The shinobi of his root had been cultivated through immense effort. The Uchiha were a formidable fighting force. Charging at the front would be suicide. If his own strength were diminished, he could hardly trust Hiruzen to give him another chance to raise a band of loyal, powerful, death-sworn agents. And even if the chance were given, how many years did he have left to live? Without power in his hands, could he still covet that supreme seat of the Hokage, the position that set his blood ablaze every midnight in his dreams? Seeing Danzo sink into silence, Koharu Utatane and Hamura Midokado likewise drew in their necks like quails, shrinking their presence. Hiruzen made no effort to hide the disappointment flashing in his eyes. Even at a moment like this, they still schemed for their own interests and their clan's interests, hesitating and timid. A pack of useless teammates. Tobirama Senju's face turned ashen. He could not comprehend it. His disciples had once been outstanding and tightly united. How had they regressed so badly with age? Now that the Uchiha had risen in revolt, the entire upper echelon of Konoha was still fighting among themselves. With such mediocrity, how could they possibly defeat the Uchiha clan? Even if they emerged victorious, Konoha would be left riddled with wounds, powerless to repel invasions from other nations. Konoha itself might even be destroyed. If this village founded by his brother were to collapse before it had stood for even a century, would the shinobi world not be plunged into the flames of war once more? Tobirama Senju, look at your disciples. Every one of them harbors their own schemes. How many truly consider Konoha's welfare? Hiruzen Sarutobi is no different. As a man ages, the sharp edge of youth is ground away. Add to that the intoxication of power, and he has long forgotten his original resolve. He plays both sides, appeasing whoever is strong, casting aside whoever is weak. Lord Tobirama, was this what you and the first Hokage envisioned, to build nothing more than a community of shared interests? Uchiha Battle's words were sharp, striking the heart of the matter. Tobirama Senju's face flushed red, and he dared not speak. At that moment, Itachi, who had been kneeling with a face as dark as water, suddenly spoke. Lord Third, if I am willing to lead the vanguard for Konoha and annihilate the Uchiha clan, could my crimes be redeemed by my deeds? The Uchiha clan has brought about its own destruction through insufficient caliber. But I beg you, in recognition of my efforts, spare my younger brother Sasuke Uchiha and grant him a path to live. Itachi bowed his head to the ground, kowtowing before these four elders who were about to pronounce the Uchiha's death sentence, before his very enemies. Hiruzen paused, his gaze toward Itachi, tinged with suspicion. After all, Itachi was the biological son of Fugaku and a genius of the Uchiha clan. Could such a man truly be trusted? What if he turned his coat at the critical moment, rallying the Uchiha shinobi for a night counterattack? Would they not be walking into mortal danger? Danzo Shimura's eyes lit up. Itachi, this method of yours seems viable to me. So long as you can wipe out the Uchiha clan, I can promise to care for your younger brother, raise him, and give him the highest level of resources Konoha has to offer. But on one condition: when you act, you will inform me. I will follow behind and watch you closely. If you make the slightest treacherous move, I will not only kill you, I will slaughter every Uchiha, including your brother. Danzo Shimura's eyes were sinister, his visage that of a viper. Tobirama could not believe this was his own disciple. In his youth, Danzo had been a handsome man with a strong sense of responsibility. Though he sometimes hesitated and was timid, he had still counted as an excellent shinobi. But the Danzo Shimura before him now felt dangerous, like a lone wolf, a venomous snake. He would not strike unless necessary, but when he did, he would unleash every means at his disposal to deliver a fatal blow. Koharu Udatain and Hamura Mitokado turned pale, staring at Danzo in disbelief. They had known that over the years Danzo's personality had drastically changed, yet he had still seemed human. Now Danzo had laid bare his terror and evil, sending chills down their spines. And what of Itachi? Could he truly agree to such a thing? To personally slaughter the clan that had raised him, to cut down every Uchiha except Sasuke, including his own parents? Even if he agreed, could he truly succeed? And even if he succeeded, did Itachi understand that after doing this he would become a sinner of Konoha and a sinner of the Uchiha, branded with a stain that could never be washed away? Hiruzen Sarutobi watched all this, took a drag from his pipe, and put on a mask of fury. Danzo, do you even know what you are saying? Itachi is a shinobi who has perfectly inherited the will of fire of Konoha. Like Shursui Uchiha and Kagami Uchiha, he is among the most outstanding ninja Konoha has ever produced. What you are doing is driving him to the brink of no return. In no way will I agree. Hiruzen slammed the table and rose, his eyes blazing with anger and rebuke. Hiruzen, at a time like this, do you have any better proposal? What should we just surrender, hand Konoha over to the Uchiha, and let them take their revenge on the villagers? Danzo Shimura slammed the table and rose to his feet as well. Sarutobi, Hiruzen bellowed. Danzo, shut up. I don't agree. Don't bring this up again. Even as he spoke, however, his eyes kept drifting to the back of Uchiha Itachi, who was kneeling on the ground and kowtowing. Shimura, Danzo matched his intensity. Hiruzen, that's enough. Do you realize this is the optimal solution? If we don't do this, the village and the Uchiha will destroy each other. What then when the other four great nations attack Konoha from all four directions? Or would you only be satisfied when everyone dies along with the Uchiha clan, their souls returning to the Pure Land, and the legacy left by the first and second Hokage is squandered? Shimura Danzo pointed his right hand at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Danzo, I am the Hokage. I don't agree, and that's final. Then with a feigned show of sincerity, he helped Uchiha Itachi to his feet and patted his shoulder. Good child, I won't let you fall into a position of disloyalty and unfilial conduct. Go back and get a good night's sleep. Leave the rest to me. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled benevolently, then turned and left. Uchiha Itachi had already been thoroughly fooled. He felt deeply guilty. As a ninja of the Uchiha clan, he felt it was a disgrace. Not only had the clan failed to help the village, but it had to rebel at a time like this. To Senju Tobarama, this scene was utterly ironic and sickening. What a monkey. Back then, with his loyalty and courage, he made me see the hope of Konoha's future. I never imagined that in his old age he would play the games of power and manipulation better than I ever could. Heh, everyone present was sharp-witted. Apart from Uchiha Itachi, who failed to see through their intentions, the other three watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's performance in silence, because such a play had been staged more than once. Uchiha Zhan watched Sarutobi Hiruzen's retreating back with a mocking sneer. Senju Tobarama. After Sarutobi Hiruzen left, Shimura Danzo snorted coldly, soft-hearted sentimentality. Someone like you, how are you fit to be Hokage? Then he turned to Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, this old man asked you, are you willing to end the Uchiha clan's rebellion? If you agree, this old man will certainly take good care of your younger brother. I swear it on my honor. Shimura Danzo raised 3 fingers, his face solemn. Udatane Koharu and Mitokado Hamura stared fixedly at Uchiha Itachi. Under the dual influence of gratitude and capacity, Uchiha Itachi made his decision in that moment. Lord Danzo, I have decided. I will be the one to end the Uchiha clan's rebellion. However, I hope you will keep our agreement. This is all for Konoha. Uchiha Itachi looked at Shimura Danzo. His eyes had already transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan. Others might not be aware, but Shimura Danzo's heart jolted. He hadn't expected Uchiha Itachi to have awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan as well. Since that was the case, he couldn't lay a hand on Sasuke. After all, he didn't know what Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo ability was. There was no need to risk his life over a brat who hadn't grown up. Rest assured, your brother is just a child. He knows nothing. Even if he did, he has no ability to take revenge on Konoha. I accept. Shimura Danzo tried to imitate Sarutobi Hiruzen and pat Uchiha Itachi's shoulder. Uchiha Itachi avoided his hand with a barely perceptible movement. In that case, Lord Danzo, let's set the time for the night 3 days from now. We'll meet at Route then. Shimura Danzo was burning with rage inside, but in order to wipe out the Uchiha clan and collect a large number of Uchiha Sharingan, he chose to swallow his anger and nodded. Don't worry. When the time comes, my people will help you when necessary. Outside the door, Sarutobi Hiruzen leaned against the wall, smoking, the corners of his mouth curled upward. If the Uchiha clan's greatest genius Uchiha Itachi made a move then, with the Uchiha off guard, he would surely be able to eliminate a considerable number of their combatants. At that point, the Uchiha rebellion would naturally be resolved, and Konoha would become even more stable. He turned and walked out, returning to his own clan compound to avoid any connection with this matter. For the next 3 days, he planned to go home till the fields and do some farm work. After leaving, Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed a tune, feeling much lighter. Seeing this, Senju Tobarama didn't know what to say. Was he pleased? After learning of Uchiha Izuna's long-cherished wish and the true circumstances of his death, his prejudice against the Uchiha clan had mostly faded. Was he displeased? But the Uchiha whom he had once regarded as enemies were about to be annihilated. In the end, he said nothing and looked at Uchiha Zhan. What you showed me, is that the original course of this world? Yes, Lord Second Hokage. With your wisdom, you should be able to tell whether it is true or false. Uchiha Zhan looked at him calmly. Why is there no trace of you in it? And when Uchiha Itachi pleaded for mercy back, then he only pleaded for Uchiha Sasuke. He never mentioned you. Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Zhan warily. Uchiha Zhan had long since prepared an explanation. First, my existence was not that conspicuous. 10 days before the night of the massacre, I was still an Uchiha, whose Sharingan had not awakened. If I hadn't been shocked by a vision of the future, I wouldn't have this level of strength. Uchiha Itachi values his younger brother Sasuke. As for me, he regarded me as a servant. Worse than a servant even. Do you think he would have given me a precious spot? Uchiha Zhan's words were half true and half false. One must not speak too absolutely nor act too convincingly. Half true, half false, blending the real with the unreal. That is the pinnacle of sophistry. Hearing this, Senju Tobarama did not refute it, because according to his investigation, the Uchiha clan's Sharingan awakening was always related to pain, separation, and life and death. Perhaps he had a prophetic dream, watching his loved ones die one by one. The shock was too great, so he awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan and changed the original trajectory. No wonder he reacted so strongly to the word capacity. If he had been in Uchiha Zhan's place, he might have done something even more ruthless. With this in mind, Senju Tobarama looked at Uchiha Zhan with a trace of pity and helplessness. Then who won in the end? The Uchiha or the village? Who won? Weren't both sides losers? Uchiha Zhan smiled contemptuously, his eyes carrying a hint of mockery as he looked at Senju Tobarama. Nonsense. Where there is a winner, there is a loser. How could both sides lose? Senju Tobarama shook his head. The Uchiha clan was wiped out. Didn't Konoha lose its elite combat strength? Is that not a loss? For the Uchiha themselves, was their annihilation not a loss? After all the fighting, where was the victor? In the end, Konoha was the one that lost. It is only a matter of how much was lost. Can't you see, even that Lord Second Hokage? Uchiha Zhan looked at Senju Tobarama. The story continues. Uchiha Yu wearing an umbu uniform and a fox mask arrived at the entrance of the Jin. Danzo was waiting in person. Uchiha Yu, are you ready? Of course, Lord Tuanzang. But, how is my younger brother? Asked Uchiha Yu. Simon Tuanzang smiled. Your brother is doing excellently in his studies. The third Hokage himself went to the academy to teach him fire-style techniques. He must still be in the midst of learning. The implications of this plan were clear. Your younger brother is now under our control. If you want him to remain safe, your performance will determine his fate. Though Uchiha Yu was a beast, he was not a fool. He understood the implication in Simon Tuanzang's words, and at the same time, he resolved once again for the sake of his younger brother, he would exterminate anyone regardless of who they were. Go do what you must. Simon Tuanzang waved his hand. Uchiha Yu nodded, turned around, and departed, his gaze resolute as he headed toward the Uchiha clan compound. Senju Feijian tried to follow, but Uchiha Zhan spoke. This is a Jinjutsu space. The scenes revolve around Uchiha Yu. There's no need to chase. Senju Feijian stopped upon hearing this, a look of worry spreading across his face. Uchiha Zhan noticed his concern. It seemed that although Senju Feijian verbally called the Uchiha naturally evil brats, in reality, he was fundamentally different from people like Tuanzang. He was merely worried that the Uchiha clan's power was too great, and that they might act rashly under emotional influence, causing unnecessary losses to Mu Yi. He did not truly wish to annihilate the Uchiha clan. The scene shifted. Uchiha Yu stopped on a hill outside the Uchiha clan compound. He was waiting for someone. Soon a vortex appeared out of nowhere, and a figure emerged wearing a tiger-striped mask. Uchiha Yu, your heart is truly ruthless. For the sake of your younger brother, you would even kill your own parents. Enough nonsense. Uchiha-ban, stop pretending to be a good person. You're only cooperating with me to take revenge on the Uchiha who betrayed you. Don't act so noble. Uchiha Yu said calmly. Alright. But I must warn you, once you do this, there's no turning back. Your life will be ruined. Uchiha Daitu actually felt a mix of admiration and mockery toward Uchiha Yu. He had at least chosen to take revenge on Mu Yi after losing his secret crush, never thinking of taking revenge on his own clan. But Uchiha Yu, on the other hand, was willing to slaughter his own clan for his younger brother. Senju Feijian was startled, frowning as he gazed at that slender figure. Although his voice and hairstyle resembled Uchiha-ban's, his physique and stature were far inferior. Uchiha-ban would never deign to attack those who betrayed him or weaker opponents. So Senju Feijian spoke. He's not really Uchiha-ban, is he? As the saying goes, the one who knows you best is not your ally but your enemy. He is indeed not Uchiha-ban, but he has countless connections with Uchiha-ban. One could say he is a puppet carrying out Uchiha-ban's mission after his death, yet a puppet with his own ambitions. Unfortunately, he is too foolish. Uchiha Zhan watched Uchiha Daitu, and slowly said, carrying out Uchiha-ban's mission in the mortal world. Look at his eyes. Are those the Mangekyo Sharingan? What is his ability? Senju Feijian looked at Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan was speechless. Just watch, won't you? Ask. Can't you use your brain? And you call yourself the master of forbidden techniques, of Mu Yi. You don't observe yourself just running your mouth all day. Senju Feijian's mouth twitched. If he weren't trapped in the Jinjutsu created by Uchiha Zhan, he would definitely teach Uchiha Zhan a lesson. Just kidding. Even in the real world, Senju Feijian cannot harm Uchiha Zhan in the slightest. Because Uchiha Zhan is not like Uchiha Chuanai, who has so many scruples in Uchiha honor and carries the future of the Uchiha clan in his heart. If Senju Feijian truly dared to make a move, Uchiha Zhan would not mind letting him experience in advance the feeling of being pinned to the ground like a cockroach, helpless and furious, as in the original Fourth Great Ninja War. Soon the two leaped down from the hill. Uchiha Yu drew the tachi at his waist, moving each time into the blind spots of the Uchiha patrol ninja. When the patrol ninja approached, he struck with lightning speed, drawing his blade, covering the mouth and dragging the victim into the blind spot. Swish, swish, swish. His strikes were ruthless, decisive, and clean. Even Senju Feijian, the sword master of the Senju clan, couldn't help but gasp. With this sword technique alone, Uchiha, you would be a genius no less than me during the Warring States period. Brother, is this what you should be focusing on? Aren't you supposed to be watching that person's ninjutsu? Look, Uchiha Zhan was a bit exasperated. He had been asking about Uchiha Daitu's ninjutsu, but now they were watching Uchiha Yu. Could it be that Uchiha Yu is actually a Senju? Senju Feijian was a bit embarrassed. He turned to look at Uchiha Daitu, who upon seeing the Uchiha patrol ninja walked toward them leisurely, completely unconcerned about being spotted. Who are you? The Uchiha ninja roared. This is the Uchiha clan compound. Intruders will be killed on sight. Uchiha Daitu spoke. Oh my. I'm a ninja of the Uchiha clan. After all this time, no one recognizes me. Uchiha Zhan couldn't help but curse. Idiot. Dressed like a zongzi, hiding your face. Even your grandmother wouldn't recognize you. The Uchiha patrol ninja's expressions changed. This person was hostile, likely an intruder. They exchanged a glance, and one quickly formed hand seals, fire-style great fireball technique. The other ninja, holding a short sword, followed the great fireball and slashed with an Uchiha-style sword technique. At that moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The great fireball passed through Uchiha Daitu's body without stopping, and the sword of the Uchiha swordsman pierced through his body, as well with no sensation of cutting flesh. It was as if he had struck air. The Uchiha swordsman, having passed through Uchiha Daitu's body, turned back in terror. A scythe swept across, severing his head. How rude. As expected of Uchiha ninja. With such caliber, if you don't die, who will? Uchiha Daita taunted. The other Uchiha ninja, seeing his comrade fall, his 2-tomo Sharingan instantly transformed into 3-tomo. I'll kill you. He formed hand seals, intending to use a more powerful technique, but Uchiha Daitu extended his right hand, with style wooden needle technique. Would release branching impalement. Obito formed a sword-like hand seal with one hand extending the other toward the Uchiha ninja, as countless sharp wooden spears materialized around him and pierced toward his body. Hiss 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 hiss. The wooden spears tore through flesh, pinning the Uchiha ninja in place. He had only one hand seal left to complete the final step of his jutsu, but in the next moment, he found himself unable to move. I'm sorry you had to witness your comrade's death. As compensation, I'll send you to join him in the Pure Land. Uchiha Obito flashed before him and cleaved him in two with a single swing of his sickle. After finishing the deed, he stared coldly at the two corpses on the ground. Weak. Too weak. The Uchiha clan of today has dwindled to such a pathetic state. Then turning his gaze toward Uchiha Itachi, he couldn't help but remark. Only one of them is barely passable, but before my Mangekyo Jujutsu he's nothing. With that he continued strolling through the Uchiha compound like a leisurely walker. Whenever he spotted an Uchiha ninja, a single toss of his sickle would claim their life, leaving them dead, with eyes wide open. Uchiha Itachi was shocked by the power Uchiha Obito displayed, but he stored his suspicions in his mind, planning to inform the third Hokage when he left. Thus the two of them butchered their way from one end of the street to the other. When their blades grew dull, they simply improvised with whatever was at hand, and continued the slaughter. Soon the two streets were awash with blood, a river of gore from the carnage wrought by Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. The sheer horror of the scene made even Senju Tobarama, the second Hokage who had grown accustomed to death, shudder with dread. So the Uchiha clan falls by the hands of Uchiha Itachi and that nameless rat who dares not show his true face. But the real show is about to begin. Uchiha Zhan's lips curled into a smirk. Uchiha Itachi, gripping his blade with both hands, cut down another Uchiha ninja when a voice called from behind him. Itachi, is that you? You. How could you? Uchiha Izumi's face was pale as she stared at the fallen Uchiha ninja, covering her mouth in disbelief. Uchiha Itachi's body trembled. He turned and saw the figure he had dreaded to face, the one he never wanted to kill. Uchiha Izumi. One could say that Uchiha Izumi was the only person who had ever brought warmth to Uchiha Itachi. Had circumstances been different, he would have married her and started a family before long. But now it was impossible. A hint of ruin and loss flickered in his eyes. Just as he expected Izumi to flee upon seeing him like this, she instead rushed forward and embraced him, tears streaming down her face. Itachi-kun, I know you must have your reasons, right? You're a kind person. Without a reason, how could you harm your own clan? No matter what happened, Itachi, I believe in you. Uchiha Izumi wrapped her arms around him. She showed no contempt for the blood and grime covering Uchiha Itachi, nor did she reject him. Instead, she used her frail body to convey warmth to him. Uchiha Itachi's eyes widened, his heart, once cold and filled with murderous intent, began to waver. His grip on the sword loosened almost to the point of dropping it. Uchiha Obito, watching from the rooftop, saw this, and a shadow of gloom passed over his eyes. Why should Itachi get happiness when he himself could not? No, he could not allow him to soften. After all, if the Uchiha clan awakened a Mangekyo in the future, the aberrant abilities it might bring could gravely disrupt the Moon Eye plan. That would be disastrous. With this thought, Uchiha Obito summoned a black rod, which appeared silently behind Uchiha Izumi. Uchiha Itachi saw this, and his eyes bulged with fury, but he was too slow to stop. Obito, of course, did not heed him. He thrust the black rod straight through Uchiha Izumi's chest, piercing her heart. Uchiha Itachi let out a furious roar. Hey, you couldn't do it yourself, so I'm helping you, aren't I? Once you set foot on the irreversible path of clan annihilation, there's no turning back. If you don't kill her, do you think Danzo the old dog will spare her? After all, your deal with Danzo only guarantees the safety of Uchiha Sasuke, not her. Let me think. What will happen to her? If it's a good scenario, she'll be recruited into Root as Shimura Danzo's personal guard, with the tongue-eradicating seal placed on her tongue, losing her freedom and unable to refuse any of his unreasonable demands. If it's bad, Danzo will gouge out her eyes, cut off her tongue, and sever her limbs, leaving her unable to speak or move. She'll become a beggar of the Uchiha clan, surviving by pity. Oh, and your little brother might have to endure humiliation and survive just to take care of her. Uchiha Obito, drawing on his knowledge of Shimura Danzo, painted this grim future for Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth. That's still no reason to kill her. You're hopeless. Instead of arguing with me, why don't you think about how to say a proper goodbye to her? Truly, this girl must have been blind to fall for a man like you. Uchiha Obito twisted the knife. A dark satisfaction surged in Uchiha Obito's heart. Finally, he could make this Uchiha prodigy taste the same pain he had endured. At that moment, Uchiha Izumi reached out and touched Uchiha Itachi's face. Itachi, he's right. I don't know what your reasons are, but since you've chosen this path, you must see it through. Itachi, I'm so cold. I think I'm dying. Actually, there's something I've never told you. I love you. Uchiha Izumi's heart had stopped, but she gathered every ounce of strength and attention to speak with him. Uchiha Itachi took a deep breath. Izumi, look into my eyes. Uchiha Izumi forced her eyes open and saw Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. In the next instant, she was trapped in the illusion he had woven specially for her, spending a happy lifetime together. In the final moment before death, Uchiha Izumi's lips curled upward, clearly dying in happiness. But how she truly died was known only to Uchiha Itachi and Obito. Uchiha Itachi placed Uchiha Izumi's body inside her house, then turned and walked out. Uchiha Obito was about to greet him when Itachi unleashed Amaterasu without warning. Uchiha Obito, sensing the lethal danger through instinct, immediately activated Kemui and became intangible. The Amaterasu flames landed on the ground without causing any harm. Uchiha Obito cast a deep glance at him, then turned and dashed toward the remaining areas that still needed to be purged. Uchiha Itachi, staring at the bright moon in the sky, let tears of regret fall. Uchiha Itachi felt the life force of the person in his arms fading away, her body growing cold. He laid Uchiha Izumi down in her home and silently strode toward the interior, leaving a trail of blood and a chilling wind in his wake. Arriving before the Uchiha clan head's residence, Uchiha Obito glanced at Itachi and suddenly thought of something. Leave these last two to me, Itachi. Say a proper goodbye to your family. Itachi stared at Obito in disbelief, but Obito gave him no chance to refuse, vanishing into the Kemui dimension and observing everything from within. He had thought himself already despicable for killing his own teacher and his wife, a deed that filled him with endless guilt. But who would have imagined that this man named Uchiha Itachi was even more monstrous than he? Leaving aside the clan members, he could even slaughter his own girlfriend and parents, all for the sake of those hypocritical parasites in the village who merely asked him to look after his younger brother. In Obito's eyes, Itachi was a fool, a bigoted fool. The perspectives of Uchiha Zhan and Senju Tobarama shifted as Itachi stepped into his home. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Mikoto sat on the floor, one with a resolute gaze, the other hollow-eyed. Suddenly Fugaku spoke. So you have chosen them after all. His voice betrayed no emotion, as if stating something he had long anticipated. Mikoto remained silent, her eyes still vacant. Only she knew what weighed on her heart. The child she had raised with such toil and hardship had now slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan, including his own parents. What a despairing thought that was. Hearing his father's question, Itachi lowered his head, tears and mucus streaming down his face. He wanted to speak, but the words were lodged in his throat. His hands trembled as he held the blade, facing his parents' backs. For the first time, he felt absurdity, helplessness, and a desire to flee. But Fugaku spoke again. Enough. No matter what you choose, you are still our proudest child. Promise me, take care of your younger brother. Since you have made your choice, leave no loose ends. Do it. Fugaku closed his eyes and Mikoto resignedly lowered her head. Suddenly thunder roared outside, a deafening crack splitting the sky. With a guttural roar, Itachi swung his blade toward his two most beloved family members. Thud, thud. Two muffled sounds of bodies hitting the ground. Itachi collapsed to his knees, all strength drained from him. His eyes trembled violently as he stared at his own hands drenched in blood, even the blood of his own parents. Tears streamed down his face as he kowtowed to the bodies of his parents, as if that could ease the guilt gnawing at his heart. Obito appeared with a smirk. What a monstrous child you are. Enough, let's go. In 10 minutes, Shimura Danzo will be here with his men. At the mention of Danzo, Itachi paused. He walked to his parents' heads and plucked out their Sharingan eyes. He knew Danzo would surely plunder the Uchiha's eyes, and he could not bear to let his parents' eyes fall into that man's hands. Others' eyes he did not care about, but his parents, never. Seeing Itachi's swift, decisive actions, Obito's threat assessment of him rose another notch. A man who could kill his own parents and then desecrate their corpses. Caution was paramount when dealing with such a person. The two exchanged a glance at the entrance and then fled in separate directions. After running halfway, Itachi suddenly thought of something and returned to perch on a utility pole. This was the path Sasuke would take home. He needed to make his younger brother hate him before he left, thus awakening his Sharingan. With his Tsukuyomi, he only needed to make Sasuke perfectly relive what he himself had just done. Sasuke walked toward the Uchiha district. Today, the third Hokage had praised him for his rapid progress in ninjutsu, calling him a genius of the Uchiha clan. Even his brother had never received such praise. But as he walked, he noticed something amiss. The Uchiha district was eerily quiet with no lights on inside. A sense of unease crept over him, and he quickened his pace. When Itachi saw Sasuke's figure, his pupils contracted. He cast Tsukuyomi on him, a glint of tears in his eyes, as he turned away, silently praying that Sasuke would grow up safely. At this scene, Uchiha Zhan released the Genjutsu and remained silent. Even though he already knew the story, the moment Itachi swung his blade at his own parents still made him tremble. Senju Tobarama was silent. He had never imagined that the Uchiha clan would produce such a ruthless demon who would kill his own kin. Though the Uchiha were annihilated in this way, he felt no joy, only a heavy heart. He turned to Uchiha Zhan. Uchiha Zhan, I apologize. All of this is the fault of my disciple. He bowed to Zhan, who replied coldly, I dare not accept this. How could a lowly evil Uchiha like me deserve an apology from the second Hokage? The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, felt a moment of awkwardness, but soon Senju Hashirama noticed the situation and walked over. Tobirama, Uchiha Zhan, what's wrong? Hashirama asked, sensing the tension between them. Zhan glanced at Tobirama and spoke first. Lord First Hokage, we were discussing how to persuade your granddaughter to return to Konoha. Upon hearing this, Hashirama's eyes snapped to Zhan, uncertain whether this was a genuine proposal or a test. After all, Tsunade, as his granddaughter and the princess of the Land of Fire, held considerable prestige. She could be exploited by those with ulterior motives to contend with Zhan for the position of Hokage. If Zhan intended to lure Tsunade back only to kill her, he would not allow it. Noticing Hashirama's change in expression, Zhan guessed his thoughts and smiled. Now that Konoha is rebuilding from the ashes, many of its elite have perished over the years for various reasons. I merely wish to see Konoha rise to greatness again. I hope Lord Hashirama will not judge a gentleman's heart by a petty man's measure, Zhan said calmly. Having heard their exchange, and catching Zhan's meaningful glance, Tobirama nodded. Brother, trust Zhan. Upon hearing Chinsho Feijian nod, Chinsho Zhujian breathed a sigh of relief and nodded as well. Since his second brother said it was fine, there was almost certainly no problem. In that case, let's set off. By the way, Zhan, do you know where Gang's Ho is now? Chinsho Zhujian said with a smile. Duan C Street. Yuzibo Zhan took out an intelligence scroll from his storage scroll and handed it to the two. Some things were better not said in public, lest he cause Gang's Ho to lose face. Chinsho Zhujian took the scroll with a broad smile, then burst into laughter. Ha! She is indeed my granddaughter, inheriting my bloodline tradition. Ha ha ha! Chinsho Feijian immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Whenever his elder brother laughed like that, something bad was about to happen, and he as the younger brother would have to clean up the mess. He took the intelligence and read it from the beginning. The more he read, the darker his face became, and the more his anger flared. This niece of his was truly a spendthrift. The Chinsho clan lands had already been lost by 70. And every time she gambled, she lost, but she kept gambling afterward, and today she was about to gamble again. Brother, how can you still laugh at a time like this? Yuzibo Zhan, take us there quickly. If we're any later, the Chinsho clan lands will be completely gone. Chinsho Feijian's eyes were filled with panic. Although it was he who had pushed for the Chinsho clan to become commoners, erasing the name of Chinsho from the world, the bloodline of the Chinsho still continued. However, the Chinsho clan lands were their sacred ground. He could let them fall into disuse, but they could never disappear in this manner. Otherwise, a few hundred years later, who would remember the Chinsho clan? Chinsho Zhujian saw his second brother so tense, and suddenly realized that things were not that simple. He suppressed his smile, and looked at Yuzibo Zhan. Please take us to the casino. Yuzibo Zhan nodded. The purpose of summoning these two fellows this time was to have them persuade Gang's Ho to return to the village. Of course, cleaning up the casino and such was just a side task. So the three soon left the Rishion clan compound. After leaving, Yuzibo Zhan whistled, and immediately Umbu ninjas filed out from the woods and bushes, kneeling before Yuzibo Zhan. Greetings, Lord Hokage, First Hokage, Second Hokage. Apparently the battle yesterday had established Yuzibo Zhan's transcendent status. With his supreme combat prowess, he had become the object of everyone's admiration. Rise. How are things at the casino? Yuzibo Zhan spoke slowly. Reporting to Lord Hokage, everything at the casino is ready. Meanwhile, Lady Gang's Ho just woke up, had a simple meal, and is heading to the casino with the remaining 100 million. The Umbu ninja replied. Did the casino use any tricks? Yuzibo Zhan asked. Yes, such as weighted dice buttons under the table to re-roll the dice magnets, and so on. The Umbu ninja, having investigated, would certainly have done so thoroughly. Yuzibo Zhan nodded. In that case, let's go. We must bring Gang's Ho back and also confiscate the assets of the illegal casino. Yuzibo Zhan said coldly. There were too many things before, and I didn't have time to clean up these gray industries. Now that I have my hands free, let's start with gambling among the triad of vice, gambling, and drugs. Yuzibo Zhan sneered. Yes. The Umbu ninjas received their orders and immediately dispersed, leaving only the captain to lead the three big shots toward the casino. Gangsho, accompanied by Jingyin, walked confidently along Duan C Street. When they reached the vicinity of the casino, a group of men's eyes lit up. Isn't that the legendary big fat sheep? Haha, looks like I can win back all the money I lost today. No matter what happens, we'll bet against this big fat sheep and win for sure. Let me tell you, my brother-in-law used to be a terrible gambler, but after he figured out this pattern, he went all in every time and won every time. Now he's married with children and has brought glory to his family. Jingyin heard the malicious words around her, and her face flushed with embarrassment. How shameful. Everything was fine when she was with Lady Gangsho except for accompanying her to the casino. Gang's Ho heard the words of the people around her, but paid them no heed. Although she always lost when she gambled, her gambling etiquette was good. She was indifferent to the crowd's ridicule, believing that as long as she won she would get all her money back. Then it would be clear who the real big fat sheep was. The Umbu ninjas lurking around the casino felt a bit tempted. Second, aren't you going to give it a try? Hearing the people around talk so mysteriously, I'm even tempted to make some money, one Umbu ninja said. Are you fucking crazy? Don't you know the Lord Hokage is coming to settle the gambling funds later? Do you want to lose your badge? The second warned him not to mess around. After hearing what the second said, the Umbu ninja came to his senses. He said thank you, then focused more intently on the people, the boss, and the escape routes around the casino. No matter how much money the casino boss had, it was only a word from the Lord Hokage to confiscate all his illegal gains. Compared to money, the power he currently held was more important. The Umbu ninja was about to get married soon. Why were so many girls pursuing him? Was it because he was handsome, or because he was strong? Neither. It was because he was an Umbu ninja, and ninja in the Umbu under Uchiha Zhan, with the opportunity to enter the future core circle of the Hokage. That was why they were willing to marry an Umbu ninja. The casino boss, unaware of the danger, saw Gangsho and approached with a beaming smile, wanting to hug her, while his eyes were fixed on the large headlights on her chest. Gangsho extended her right hand, her face full of contempt. Let's talk. Quickly exchange 100 million for chips. I need to go back after gambling. The boss was not angry, he chuckled. Alright, I'll go prepare the gambling funds for you. But what about the money? Gangsho took out a scroll. The boss's eyes lit up and he reached out to take it, but Gangsho pulled it back. I'll give it to you after I lose. Now hurry up and start the game. Hurry up and start the game. The boss chuckled, sneering inwardly. Fool, once you step into the casino and sit at the table, the money is mine. Do you think you can win it back? Of course, of course. Please, Lady Gansho, take a seat at the table. The boss smiled, then made a throat-slitting gesture to the staff at the table. The staff member understood. He immediately changed gloves. These gloves contained magnets, and with a simple flick of his fingers he could flip the dice. Moreover, his eyes were high-tech, capable of seeing through the cup to the faces and numbers of the dice inside. Manipulating them would be child's play. He could even make all 3 dice stand on end to show a single pip if he wanted. Gangsho sat down, crossing her legs. That's more like it. And those who were gossiping about me outside the casino, come to the table and watch me crush you all. As Tsunade's words fell, a dice table was activated and a crowd of gamblers rushed to follow, afraid that the quota would fill up and they would miss their chance to profit. Tsunade continued, speaking nonchalantly. Come on, the more the merrier. That's how you make it interesting. Soon the dealer began shaking the dice, the wooden cup rattling with a rhythmic thumping clattering. Dong dong dong, da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound gripping everyone's hearts. Even Tsunade listened intently. The dealer asked, big or small? He looked at Tsunade with ill intent, awaiting her answer. The crowd also waited, ready to bet against her and secure a fortune. Financial freedom was no longer a dream. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Tsunade's reply. She opened her eyes and said confidently, give me big. It has to be big. As soon as she said that, everyone rushed to bet. I want small, give me small. Don't stop me. Get lost, there are only 10 spots for small. What do you think you are? I'll bet 50,000 Rio, 50,000 on small. The once quiet casino instantly erupted into a chaotic uproar. The dealer subtly moved his finger, and the dice, influenced by a magnetic force, slowly turned. The original 4-5-6 combination shifted to 1-2-2. He smirked, ready to reveal, when suddenly a group of ninjas burst in from outside. They wore combat uniforms, symbolizing Konoha, their faces hidden behind masks of various animals surrounding the entire casino. The sudden change made everyone's expression turn grim. They stared at the ANBU ninjas in panic. Who are you? What right do you have to barge in? Exactly, we're gambling legally. There's no law against it in Konoha. Even the Hokage doesn't have the authority to mess with us. Who do you think you are? The ANBU ninjas ignored them, standing like statues, a flicker of pity in their eyes. They silently mocked the fervent gamblers, knowing full well it was the Hokage himself who ordered the casino shut down. Did they think they could talk their way out of it? The casino owner's eyes darted. He approached the white-haired ANBU leader, who was none other than Hitaki Kakashi, and pulled out a banknote worth 100,000 Rio, offering it to him. Kakashi's expression hardened, and he quickly pushed the hand away. Scoundrel. How dare you bribe a Konoha ANBU ninja on duty? Someone arrest him. As he spoke, an ANBU ninja wearing a monkey mask immediately stepped forward, took out handcuffs, and pinned the owner to the ground. What do you think you're doing? You have no right to arrest us. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my brother-in-law is? He's a member of a high-ranking Konoha clan. Seeing that soft tactics failed, the casino owner resorted to threats, his eyes bloodshot, like a starving wolf, glaring at Kakashi and the monkey-masked ninja. Just then Tsunade suddenly spoke. Kakashi, don't think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a mask. Tell me, why are you arresting the casino owner? Has he committed a crime? Tsunade slammed her fist on the casino table, her face dark as she stared at Kakashi. If he didn't give her a satisfactory explanation today, she wouldn't let him off, even if Uchiha Zhan himself showed up. Kakashi met Tsunade's fierce gaze without fear. Though his chakra might be inferior to hers, a ninja's battle wasn't just about chakra levels. It was also about combat skills. Besides, they hadn't fought yet. Kakashi wasn't necessarily weaker than Tsunade. Don't forget his nickname. The 50-50, except for his loss to pain, when had he ever lost? Lady Tsunade, you are one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha. The order to shut down the casino and arrest the gamblers came from the Hokage himself. Even if you often wander outside, can you defy the Hokage's command? Or do you intend to betray Konoha? Kakashi's words made the entire hall gasp. Those words had thoroughly offended Tsunade, leaving no room for reconciliation. But hearing them, Tsunade's anger subsided somewhat. She understood that if the Hokage had ordered this, there must be a reason. Uchiha Zhan had ascended to power at a young age, wielding both strategy and strength. What was even more commendable was his ambitious drive, even more intense than that of the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi in his youth. Perhaps she had misjudged Uchiha Zhan. The casino owner might indeed have committed a crime. But Kakashi's attitude displeased her greatly. Since it's the Hokage's order, I'll naturally comply. But if I find out you acted on your own initiative, I'll skin you alive. Tsunade locked onto Kakashi like a beast about to break free, her chakra pressure scattering the casino into chaos. Kakashi remained expressionless under the pressure. A hint of mockery even flashed in his eyes. Is that all? It's nothing compared to the Hokage's pressure. If Uchiha Zhan's chakra pressure was like an ocean, Tsunade's was like a gentle spring, calm and soft. Hearing Tsunade's words, the gamblers felt as if they had taken a calming pill. They sat on their stools looking at the Konoha ninjas with sneers. So what if they're Konoha ninjas? Does that make them special? Can they just arrest anyone? Exactly. Lady Tsunade is not only a legendary Sannin, but also the daimyo of the Fire Country. I say Lady Tsunade is more fit to be Hokage than that Uchiha Zhan. That's right. We propose Lady Tsunade ascend to the position of Hokage. As soon as the words were out, the gamblers seemed to find a new faith chanting for Tsunade's ascension. Tsunade's expression changed as she wanted to stop them, knowing full well Uchiha Zhan's methods and power. 10 of her combined couldn't defeat Uchiha Zhan. If he heard these words, the consequences would be dire. She might even be arrested for treason and inciting unrest. Oh, is that so? You degenerate gamblers who've ruined your families and lost everything. Do you really think Tsunade is more suited to be the Hokage of Konoha than I, Uchiha Zhan? Uchiha Zhan stepped in, lifting the curtain with his left hand, his eyes filled with murderous intent. His expression and oppressive aura made everyone except the ANBU ninjas turn pale. If Tsunade had been like a beast breaking free, then Uchiha Zhan was a ravenous tiger ready to devour. The gamblers who had been shouting for Uchiha Zhan's abdication were now so terrified they wet their pants, collapsing to the floor, staring at him in horror. Ghost. A ghost. Uchiha Zhan let out a cold laugh, drew the white fang short sword from Kakashi's waist, and hurled it at the man's heart.